You have soul transcended into the magistrate of Sesame County, and surprisingly embezzled $1 million in gold. Yet you still cry poor to the Empress every day, asking her to transfer money quickly. However, when the Empress visits your governed county incognito, you, unaware of her identity, not only scold her as an ignorant ruler who doesn't understand governance but also threaten to slap her twice upon meeting. At this moment, the Empress is not angry. Instead, she wants you to be her imperial teacher. As soon as the Empress, Gong Runen, arrived in Yongning County, she was completely stunned by the scene before her. Unlike the dilapidated desolation of other counties, what she saw was a prosperous and peaceful sight. The neat streets were paved with a gray material she had never seen before, and there were 2 or 3 story small pavilions built everywhere, which was even more prosperous than the capital. Could this place be a fairyland? She immediately patted the still-dazed coachman and urged, "Hurry, I want to see for myself." But before they had gone far, their carriage was stopped by a soldier. The officer shook the red circular sign in his hand and said, "Don't you see it's a red light? Still charging ahead with your head down. Be careful or you'll get fined." Inside the carriage, Xiao Chui was taken aback and asked, "Your Majesty, what is a red light?" Gong Runen also frowned, as this was a term she had never heard before. The officials looked around and suddenly realized, no license, must be from out of town. No wonder they don't know. He explained the rules of the traffic lights in detail, leaving Xiao Cui feeling confused. "Your Majesty, what is this about?" Gong Runen, however, stroked her chin thoughtfully and said, "This rule can restrict vehicles and pedestrians on the street, significantly reducing the accident rate. But how should it be arranged for people of different official ranks and titles?" The official stared at her with a look of disbelief and said, "What are you thinking? No matter which landlord or wealthy gentry you are, when you come to our county, you must honestly abide by the traffic rules. Even our county magistrate wouldn't dare to overstep." Gong Runen said, "Xiao Chui, take note of what he just said, and after we return, make some modifications to see if it can be implemented in the capital." At this moment, Chen Yu, who has changed his name to Chen Yi, arrived with a large group of people and unhesitatingly slapped the soldiers. He scolded in a low voice, "Didn't we train you before? When facing outside vehicles, we need to show a calm demeanor. We can't be so harsh." He revealed his true intentions. "What if we scare away big clients and they don't want to invest in us? Are you going to compensate for that?" The soldiers nodded and agreed repeatedly. Chen Yi rubbed his hands and smiled as he looked at the carriage. This carriage was made of high-quality golden silk nanmu, and the curtain used to cover it was top-notch shoe embroidery. He thought to himself, a fat sheep, and a big fat sheep at that. Chen Yi said in a gentle voice, "Ladies, my people are not very understanding. They haven't offended you, have they?" Xiao Chui mumbled, "Your Majesty, be careful. This person looks lecherous and doesn't seem like a good person." Gong Runen smiled gently, revealing 2 small dimples. Chen Yi licked his lips, showing no interest in women. All he cared about was making money. He said, "I have prepared some light wine at the Drunken Moon Tower, and I hope the young lady will honor us with her presence for a conversation in the tower." There was a flash of light in Gong Runen's eyes. They had only entered the city for a short while, and the county magistrate had already gathered information and even prepared a banquet in advance. If such a person has ambition. As soon as they arrived at the restaurant, Xiao Chui bumped her head against the glass door, covering her forehead and exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, what hit me?" Chen Yi opened the door for them and smiled. "This is glass. Ladies, be careful." Gong Runen had a strange expression. It was something she had never seen before. The restaurant had used such a large piece of pure, transparent glass just for the main entrance. How much manpower and resources were needed behind that? At that moment, this small county town had already turned into a blood-soaked city that had grown by sucking blood and devouring flesh in her eyes. The county magistrate with the surname Chen deserves to be killed. However, the next moment, the luxury of the restaurant once again exceeded her imagination. The candlesticks that looked like pure gold, the transparent glass tableware seen everywhere, and even the table itself was made of glass. She couldn't help but swallow and asked, "County Magistrate Chen, how much did this restaurant cost to build?" If he dared to say more than 10,000 taels, she would not hesitate to cut him down with a knife. Chen Yi touched the back of his head, feeling a bit cool, and casually said, "Not expensive, just about 100,000 coins." Gong Runen thought to herself, 10,000 taels equals 100 guan, and 1 guan is 100 coins, so it only cost 100 taels? Can 100 taels build such a luxurious restaurant? Chen Yi smiled and said, "Miss, are you interested in the items here? That candlestick is actually gold-plated, and the glass, well, it can burn dozens of pieces with just a little money. If the young lady likes it, she can take some when she leaves. I just simply enjoy seeing your shocked faces and then obediently handing over the money." Gong Runen couldn't help but say, "This glass is actually very cheap." Chen Yi nodded. "It's made of sand. How could it not be cheap? Damn, That group of corrupt officials actually claims that the glaze is a heavenly gift. Something that can be encountered but not sought. A supreme treasure. They all deserve to die. Chen Yi naturally didn't know what she was thinking and continued to persuade. If the young lady likes it, we can invest together. You provide the money, and we provide the manpower and materials. The profits from the sales can be discussed. Gong Runin instinctively asked. Xiao Chui, how much money did we bring? Xiao Chui stammered. Miss, we sneaked out without telling them. Where would we get money? Chen Yi suddenly understood. It turned out she was a young lady who had sneaked out. And the one who was truly wealthy should be her father. If we find someone to disguise as a robber and ask her father for a ransom, wouldn't that allow us to make some money? With the money, our county's life would be better. Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle slyly, and his laughter sent a chill down the spine of the Grand Master Xiao Chui, who almost couldn't resist giving him a fierce blow. As the dishes came one after another, the effects of MSG and chicken essence began to take effect, bringing an unprecedented olfactory impact to the two women. Xiao Cui's eyes sparkled, her mouth stuffed full, as she kept tasting the food for Gong Runin. The pork cooked by the top chef of Yongning County seemed to put on a grand performance in Xiao Cui's mouth under the influence of MSG. While eating, Xiao Cui said, Miss, this pork is so delicious. Gong Runin also finished 3 bowls of rice in one go, eating even more than she did in the palace. Chen Yi could see clearly that this young lady seemed to be very fond of pork, so he took the opportunity to suggest taking the two of them to see the pig farm. Xiao Cui whispered, Miss, pig farms are usually very smelly and dirty. You will dirty the dragon's body if you go there. However, when the two arrived at the agricultural area, they were completely dumbfounded. Inside the greenhouse referred to as color steel by Qin Yi, there are cages made of cast iron, each containing a plump white pig. Each cage is kept very clean, with dedicated personnel responsible for feeding, ensuring that every pig is well fed. Additionally, each cage is connected to a pipeline that carries away the pig's waste, which is taken by farmers for composting. There is no smell, and not a trace of excrement can be seen. Chen Yi rubbed his hands together, staying true to his original intention. Miss, are you interested in investing? I'll give you 2 adult fat pigs. Xiao Cui swallowed, the taste of pork lingering in her mind. Gong Runin asked, can everyone in your county live this well? Chen Yi replied, not necessarily, but it's not a problem to ensure everyone has enough to eat. Ensuring everyone can eat enough? Gong Runin's beautiful eyes widened. For thousands of years, countless emperors and generals have racked their brains to achieve what they could not, yet it has appeared in this small county town. She trembled uncontrollably. She didn't care about any grand achievements, but her lifelong wish was to ensure that every citizen had enough to eat. She suddenly reacted and asked Chen Yi, haven't you thought about bringing this development model to other places? This is a great achievement. Chen Yi dug at his ear, recalled the troubling matter from this morning, and couldn't help but spit on the ground. Gong Runin was taken aback and felt a bit at a loss. Chen Yi said, hey, I'm only telling you this because we hit it off at first sight, so don't tell anyone else, okay? He began to count on his fingers, listing the Empress's faults. She doesn't allow communication between counties, which leads to a serious waste of natural resources. That's one sin. She prohibits the common people from frequently traveling between cities, which destroys the prospects for commerce and leads to stagnation. That's the second sin. Although she retains the imperial examination, she has abolished the mathematics, engineering, and other subjects left over from the previous dynasty, leaving only Confucianism, which is going to destroy the industrial foundation of our dynasty. That's the third sin. Xiao Cui quickly covered his mouth, and at this point, Gong Runin's face had turned as black as coal. Gong Runin lowered her head and couldn't speak. Every step she took was to prevent local rebellions and ensure peace in the world. But did these policies really seem like crimes in the eyes of this county magistrate? She took a deep breath, raised her head, and asked, if that's the case, then what do you think I should do? Chen Yi shrugged. Actually, it's enough to just let go of these things. But she can't hear what I'm saying. Gong Runin asked again, what if the local people rebel? Chen Yi looked at her strangely. If everyone can eat their fill, who would have the time to rebel? Gong Runin shivered. If everyone could have enough to eat, who would be willing to rebel? Before this, she didn't know what to do to ensure everyone had enough to eat. But now it's different. Her eyes sparkle with captivating brilliance, as if she is about to return to the dragon throne and command the world. Chen Yi bristled. I say girl, after all I've said, you're not going to show any sign of investment or anything? Gong Miaohan immediately returned to the ground from the clouds again and nodded heavily. Okay, I'll go back and vote for my father to invest. That's more like it. Chen Yi revealed a mouthful of large white teeth and shouted towards the pig pen. Old Wang, pick 2 fat pigs for this girl and bring them with you when you go back. Remember to pick fatter ones. Hey, it was night. Gong Miaohan and Xiao Cui stayed at the inn in the county town under Chen Ye's arrangement. Since it was the first time for the duo, Chen Yi had to personally introduce the usage of the semi-automatic toilet and other bathing appliances in the in-room, in time to dissuade MSG overloaded Jade from hugging the toilet and taking a hard swig. At night, Gong Miahan leaned against the glass window. The sky was dotted with stars, and the ground was illuminated. There was no curfew in this county, and the night was the most pleasant time for people to relax. And even she was infected with the desire to throw off her yellow robe and blend in with the crowd to see what was going on. The emperor needs fireworks. The emperor is not a god. With a thought in her mind, she called out, Xiao Chui, let's go down and take a stroll. Wander around the most lively night market in Chen Yi's words. Gobble, gobble, gobble. Xiao Chui hugged the kettle and slammed it twice, wiped her mouth and answered. Strange, he should not be short of water on weekdays, and as a Grand Master, he has long reached the realm of anti-advanced, consuming even less. Why would he be so thirsty today? Gong Miaohan had changed into a grounded dress, and the makeup on her face was lighter, so if she didn't look closely, it would be hard to associate her with the emperor who sat high in the dragon chair. As soon as the two of them went downstairs, they bumped into several children each holding a windmill and wearing cloth shoes, chasing after each other and spreading out in a frenzy. With a sense of humor, she asked, Xiao Chui, if in the capital, can any child dare to go out to play in the middle of the night? Xiao Chui muttered, Your Majesty, you forgot that there is a curfew in the capital. Not to mention the children, even a few princes dare not go out. Chapter 4, Changing Fate Against Heaven. Hey, look at my memory. Gong Miaohan patted his head helplessly and walked forward. Hey, miss, wait for me. Sell buns. Selling candy canes. Selling porcelain. Sell the coal. Into the Eye is a gorgeous colorful lanterns, wide and clean avenue during the day, but now has been occupied by vendors on both sides, but still does not seem crowded in the middle, but more of a hustle and bustle of the 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 bustle. The aromas of various cuisines compete to flood the nose, layered with sweet and then savory. The sounds of vendors yelling, children playing, and customers haggling are endless without being noisy, and the crowd is organized and living their lives. The east wind releases thousands of flowers at night, and cars flow like water and horses like dragons. From their faces, Gong Miaohan saw happy smiles that he would never see elsewhere in Deqian. If all the people of the world can be like this, what can she do if she alone bears the blame? With this in mind, the two of them walked to a porcelain stall. Gong Miaohan was thinking about things in her head and casually picked up a porcelain plate to play with. If the palace is indeed better than here. But if the craftsmanship, the palace gathered the world's skilled craftsmen. What place can be compared to the things? However, it was just that glimpse that made her freeze completely. The hands of this porcelain plate, although the process is rough, there are a number of patterns or painted askew, but the white background is brilliant. In the reflection of the lantern appears particularly eye-catching. Which kiln did this come from? Shopkeeper, she asked, indicating the porcelain plate in her hand. This plate, is it from the great kiln? The shopkeeper didn't seem to hear her, and said to himself, oh, if the guest likes it, just give 5 coins, and take it to hold the food for the meal. It's good. $5? Palace if you want to burn a piece of porcelain, the cost of more than $1,000. The hands of the thing, although there are flaws, but even as long as 5 money. Gong Miaohan couldn't wait to ask. Shopkeeper, I'm asking you, whose family burned this porcelain and why is it so radiant? This time the shopkeeper finally heard the question and casually said, our Chen magistrate made it. Who else could it be? It is said that this thing is called some kind of bone china, with bone powder added to it, and therefore it can make such an effect. Bone meal? And where did this bone come from? It can't be the proceeds of murder, can it? If that's true, then Magistrate Chen should be killed as well. The shopkeeper looked at the little cutie. The shopkeeper looked at her as if she were a cutie. Chicken bones, pig bones, cow bones, goat bones, what kind of bones can't be made? Don't you see those farms outside the county town? They provide all the bones. Those livestock, can you even utilize their bones after death? As the Lord of the world, I can't even think of such a small thing. I have a lot to learn. Gong Miaohan silently put the porcelain plate back to its original place and asked with a somewhat hoarse voice, shopkeeper, what kind of person do you think that Magistrate Chen is? The shopkeeper, who was wiping the plates, stopped his work and smiled heatedly. If you're asking about that, you're in for a treat. Magistrate Chen only came to our county 5 years ago, and at that time, Yongning County was infested with bandits, and the officials didn't care, but instead, they were complicit with the robbers, bullying men and women. When the magistrate first came to the county, he was also looked down upon by them, thinking that he, a nerd from abroad, could not make any waves, and that if they gave him some favors, he would be able to join them as the emperor of the land. Hey, guess what happened? Lord Chen, alone, personally went up the mountain to interview the robbers, and I don't know what he said. Anyway, since then, a nest of robbers were obedient to him, and those officials looked at it, and saw that the swords in their own hands had mutinied, and they had no choice but to be obedient. But they are all just the surface convinced, the heart is still not convinced. Secretly all kinds of trips to Chen adults, but were Chen adults skillfully resolved? Can change the past to stay to change the past? Cannot change the past put to go out of the plug to put 2 years of sheep forcibly change the past. The back of the ensuing is also on the Chen magistrate convinced. And then later, people found out that Lord Chen was not only good at playing with power, he was also very good at governing people's livelihoods, health, medical care, education, food and water. He knew all of them and could do all of them. And he would even go down to the fields himself and tell the farmers how to sow their seeds. The shopkeeper said with quite a bit of emotion. I think back then, I was also a hooligan with nothing to do all day long. If not for the love of Lord Chen, how could I be like what I am today? Although I can't earn a lot of money, but at least I have a decent job, and I can also fill my own stomach. The shopkeeper was still spouting his story, but Gong Miaohan's thoughts had long since flown off into the clouds. She did not remember that she promoted such a talent 5 years ago. This Chen magistrate. In the end, where is the saint? No, need to find out more. Seeing that she wasn't listening, the shopkeeper said with some dissatisfaction, Customer, are you still buying or not? Oh, buy. Gong Miaohan returned to her senses and instructed Xiao Chui, take out the money. Armed with the bone china plate, she asked many more stores and got the same response. Lord Chen, who had been so kind to them, was practically their regenerative parent. TSK, this Lord Chen, no wonder, when I go back, I will prepare an edict to reuse him. Gong Miaohan feelings, but the bitter Xiao Chui, because she asked every store, she has to buy something in the store. Money is a small matter, but more things, she really cannot take. The two of them strolled until the next morning, when the vendors dispersed and the tourists thinned out, and only then were they ready to hit the road back home. It was at this moment that a convoy of vehicles came head-on, and after waiting for a red light, headed straight for the county office. Gong Miaohan's eyes slightly condensed. She had just seen the neighboring country's Grand Xian's logo on top of the carriage in the very middle of the caravan. The person sitting in that carriage was clearly the Minister of Rights of Great Xian. This place was adjacent to Great Xian, bordering the Great Xian border. But why would the Minister of Rights of Great Xian appear here? The Ministry of Rights has always been responsible only for the 4 seasons of agriculture in Mulberry, sweeping in sacrifices, and searching for the stars and asking about the wild. This Chen Yi will not match with them either. Could it be that he wants to commit treason? Yes, Chen Yi had previously expressed his dissatisfaction with her, and he must have been cynical because of this, which had led him to think of treason. Xiao Chui, return to the palace and mobilize the troops. If he could not keep this talent, then even if he killed him, he definitely could not let him go. The Great Xian Wolf's ambition. To the territory of the people more harsh taxes. If the Great Xian defeat in their hands, the people will be poisoned. Xiao Chui didn't react for a moment and asked, So, Your Majesty, do you still want these things? No more. Throw it all away. At this moment, Gong Miaohan once again took out the determination and dominance she had when she was fighting for the throne. Now the most crucial thing is to return to the palace to mobilize troops, and leave the Minister of Rights in Dakian. Chapter 5. Plotting. Once you find out that Chen Yi is rebellious, you will be killed without question. Xiao Chui's face showed her distress. She had carried the things all night, and at this moment, His Majesty even said that she wanted to throw them all away. She deflated, but threw it all into the trash can next to her. Looking at the only porcelain plate in his hand, he thought about it. His Majesty shouldn't be blamed if he quietly hid a plate, right? Meanwhile, the county courthouse. Chen Yi climbed out of bed at the call of his subordinates and hazily dressed. My lord, Master Tong from next door has brought people over. Chen Yi opened his eyes. This person, he had some impression. Clothing tone is very strange, but the moment he saw his field of crops, eyes bright, had to pull him to ask. That crop is how to grow out. Chen Yi had no choice but to tell him that this is confidential, and Master Tong has to invest and give money before he can pass the technology on to you. The man didn't hesitate. He turned his head and went back to get the money. The two of them had previously agreed that when he brought him the money, he would pass on the technology to him. Chen Yi came into the spirit. He remembered the brocade fancy dress that Master Tong was wearing. This was a big client. Where is he? The lobby awaits. Come on, take me. Chen Yi trailed off, striding over and seeing the visitor. He arched his hand and said in a loud voice, Master Tong, long time no see, how have you been? Tong Zishan stroked his long beard and smiled broadly. Very good, very good. I have brought enough silver money this time. I wonder if Lord Chen can pass on the technology to us. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. He likes this kind of straight to the point, unlike those who like to play machine to get the terminology. How nice to come up and talk about money. Ha ha ha. Naturally. When Master Tong's money is in place, everything is fine. Chen Yi immediately commanded. Someone, take Master Tong to see that rice cultivation technique. Tong Zishan was slightly suspicious and said skeptically, Lord Chen, isn't there any doubt as to whether or not I brought enough silver money with me, without checking beforehand? Chen Yi laughed bashfully. I've known Master Tong's character for a long time, so why do I need to inspect the goods? Old boy, if you really dare to hoodwink me, there's a nest of robbers waiting for you on that hill. In any case, you're paid for this. Tong Zishan is not aware of what he thought in his heart, only feel that this magistrate really bold atmosphere. He was a moment actually some weakness. This, truthfully, the silver money that I brought this time is indeed not enough for what the county magistrate is asking for. Alas, there is no way. His Majesty does not believe him, no matter how many times he said. His Majesty absolutely do not believe that a county magistrate of a small city on the border of the Great Qian dynasty has the talent of the heaven and the earth. This kind of outrageous thing, and even put out a bold statement. If she, De Qian, really has such a talent, then even if my De Qian is destroyed by her, I will have no regrets. Tong Zishan was so scared that he couldn't even speak at that time. His Majesty didn't understand, but he really knew. As a neighboring Great Qian, De Qian has quite a few traveling merchants who trade between the two countries. Even though the Empress had ordered the border to be blocked, there were still a lot of merchants who took this route to support their families. It was from one of these traders that he got the news of this crop. After all, De Qian was located in the north, with hard land and cold climate, which was not suitable for farming at all. And the same was true for Yongning County, which was adjacent to them. But from that merchant's mouth, that full grain was surprisingly produced is Yongning County. Getting this news, he held a skeptical attitude and tends to sneak through the border to see. Did not expect the border city even learned that he was here to do business after reviewing some qualifications and let in. When coming to Yongning County and seeing the prosperity here, Tong Zishan understood one thing more. Once this county magistrate is reused by the female emperor of Dakian, it is only a matter of time before Dakian unifies the world. So, Chen Yi rubbed his chin and had a flash of insight, and was worried that the county was now understaffed, and that he would need more labor to make a big push. In that case, I happen to be short of some manpower here. And if Master Tong is willing to do so, he can allocate some of his subordinates for my use. Is there a shortage of people? Hearing Chen Ye's words, Tong Zishan thought about it, and it seemed justifiable. Even if a county is large, the labor force it possesses is limited after all, let alone Yongning County, which requires an even greater amount of labor. But go back to the time when they can promote their Majesty of De Qian to sign a neighboring friendship treaty with De Qian, and send him the manpower of several counties along the border of De Qian. Not only solving the problem of feeding those populations, but also obtaining Chen Ye's friendship, the best of both worlds. If he spoke up again, before the Empress realized Chen Ye's superiority, he might actually be able to pull him into the Grand Qian. With such talents, why would they worry that the Grand Qian dynasty would not be able to stand out amongst the surrounding vassal states and compete for the position of overlord? Good talk, good talk. Half a month later, the furious Gong Miaohan returned to the palace. And after straightening out some of the trivial matters when he left the palace, he was ready to gather soldiers and horses to encircle Yongning County. But then he heard his ministers report that the Great Qian envoys had come. An envoy from De Qian? Why did you come at this time? The Golden Palace. Gong Miaohan sat in the dragon chair, his eyes slightly condensed. This person is not exactly half a month ago. Went to Yongning County to see the person of Chen Yi? How could it be him? After the boy Shen bowed again, he explained the purpose of his visit. The Neighborhood Friendship Treaty is willing to send people to and from Dakian for labor and business exchanges, and it is also willing to defend each other against the invasion of the barbarians in the north with Dakian. Hearing this, Gong Miaohan had some doubts in her heart. Although Dashuan was located in a remote area, its military strength was actually not too different from that of De Qian. Although there is no conflict between the two countries on the face of the peace and harmony, but there is ultimately a layer of wariness between the countries. As she learned in it, Chen Yi and the Grand Qian officials met privately. It was only at the present time, when her empire was not yet secure, that she had reacted so strongly, fearing that Chen Yi was working with Dashuan inside and outside, and now inexplicably he comes for an audience, and even offers to sign this neighboring treaty of friendship. Is it possible that there's some kind of trickery going on? Seeing that the Empress did not respond, Tong Zishan also made a request of his. However, Our Majesty has one more request. Gong Miaohan looked solemn. This matter is definitely not so simple. I would like to see what drugs you are selling in your gourd. I implore your majesty to allow my Grand Xian to send the people of the border counties to Yongning County. It's true. Finally I guessed it. Chapter 6, wants you to be a father. Hearing the request made by Tong Zishan, Gong Miaohan smiled coldly in his heart. See, the fox's tail is leaking out. However, I would like to see what kind of drugs you are selling. Gong Miaohan nodded slightly. Since you, De Xian, have come with such sincerity to establish diplomatic relations with my De Qian this time, then naturally my De Qian won't be too unkind. The request you have made isn't excessive. I agree. Your Majesty is wise. In the courtroom, there was a song of praise, and the eyes of Tong Zishan, but also cannot hide the flow of ecstatic eyes. Even the body is a little trembling. Alright, today's morning court will end here. All of you, if you have nothing to do, then retire from the court. 8th Sage King, you stay for a while. The 8th Sage King was his own royal uncle, and one of the few people in the dynasty that he could trust. A few moments later, the only ones left in the empty hall were Gong Miaohan on the dragon chair and the white-haired 8 wise kings. Gong Miaohan got up and walked down from the dragon chair. Imperial uncle, what do you think about the neighborhood friendship treaty proposed by De Xian's emissary today? Your Majesty, I feel that it is very good. The 8th Sage King's heart fluttered, but his mouth replied in a fourfold manner. Imperial uncle, now that there are no outsiders, do even you have to be so perfunctory with me? Looking at the deep fatigue that flowed out of Gong Miaohan's face, a few moments of pity also rose in the heart of the 8 Magi King. This little girl that he had watched grow up from a young age had now become a 9 to 5 yet. This child, with the recent natural and man-made disasters in De Qian, she must be very tired. Thinking about this, the 8 Sage King's tone was no longer flat and became much gentler. Your Majesty, in fact, I feel that the conditions proposed by De Xian this time can't be said to be bad, rather, too favorable. Gong Miaohan reached out her fingers and gently pinched her brow. Yes, Imperial uncle, this condition, if it's proposed by another small country, such as Little Stick, Little Monkey and the others, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but if they, De Xian, propose it, it's a different story. And, Gong Miaohan wanted to speak, and the 8 Magi King asked curiously, and what? And, I've met this emissary of De Xian. What? The 8 wise kings felt a sudden strangeness in their hearts. How could this female emperor, who usually resided in the deep palace for a long time, recognize the envoys of the great Xian? May I ask your Majesty, when did you meet this ambassador from De Xian? Half a month ago. Yongning County. Gong Miaohan gritted his teeth. The thought that such a talented magistrate was harboring evil intentions made Gong Miaohan hate his teeth. Oh, as far as I know, Yongning County is but a small and broken county on the borderline between my De Qian and De Xian, usually rampant with bandits. I wonder how did your Majesty end up in Yongning County half a month ago? Ahem. Gong Miaohan coughed with some embarrassed tactics. Half a month ago, the white dragonfish served some, which realized that the bandit-infested ragged county in the mouth of your imperial uncle. Now it is not what it used to be. If I have to let me describe it, it should be my first county in De Qian. No, it should be the first county in this world. Oh, then, your Majesty, in keeping me here today, and telling me these things, intended me to. I want you to be my father. Plop. The tall, well-built 8 Magi King fell to his knees with a plop. Well, even when you're on your knees, your back is still straight. I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty has wronged the old minister. You can't do this. Looking at the overreacting 8 Sage King, Gong Miaohan held his forehead with his hand. It was his own abruptness, with his status as a one-time empress. Saying this was indeed ill-considered. Imperial uncle, quickly please get up. I am not that meaning. I mean to let you pretend to be my father. Things are like this. Half a month ago, I traveled to Yongning County. In the course of a meal, Gong Miaohan described in detail what he had seen and heard in Yongning County half a month ago to the 8 virtuous kings. After saying that, for a long time, Gong Miaohan did not hear any feedback from the 8 virtuous kings and looked up in confusion, only to see that the 8 Sage King was currently maintaining the action of stroking his hand through his beard, his mouth slightly open, his eyes glazed over, and a trace of crystalline saliva was reflecting on top of his flowery white beard. Ahem! Imperial uncle! Imperial uncle! Wake up! Oh, ah! Me? Cough, cough, cough. Your Majesty, please forgive me. What's going on? Has your Majesty not fallen prey to the illusions of the wicked? Jade accompanied me. Xiao Chui saw it with her own eyes too. Oh, the 8th Sage King was stunned in his heart. With a great master like Xiao Chui accompanying him, naturally, there wouldn't be any danger. Could it be that dilapidated little county had really undergone a sea change? I would like you to travel to Yongning County. I obey the order. And I will move immediately today. The 8 virtuous kings also wanted to go and see how this Yongning County, which the Empress had described as the #1 in the world, could be worthy of such an evaluation by the Empress. Wait, Your Majesty has further orders? I didn't ask you to go alone. You take 50,000 soldiers with you in case something happens. The 8th Sage King was creeped out. Your Majesty, why is this so? I suspect that this magistrate, Chen, has colluded with Dixien. If, however, you find out the end, you will directly lead the army to take down this insider eater. I would like to ask him why. Yes, the 8th Sage King bowed and retired, leaving only Gong Miaohan in the Great Hall with furrowed brows. I hope you don't betray me. Don't betray Great Qian. Otherwise, you are just more talented. I will take your life. The 8 Sage Kings. This person, when he was young, was born in the army and acted in a thunderous manner. Returned home from the palace, will be home-related trivial matters for arrangement. On the external declaration of physical discomfort, scrubs in the house, and refused all visits, and then directly full body cloak came to the Tianji camp. After ordering 50,000 men and horses, they set out at midnight that night. Soldiers are precious. When the Empress traveled half a month's journey, the 8 wise kings led the Tianji battalion night and day, and in 7 days, they had already seen a cluster of mountains outside Yongning County from afar. Set up camp. Little 1, Little 2, to Little 10. You change into civilian clothes and go with the king to see what's going on. Yes, a meal's worth of work. The teams in the camp were still fervently felling trees and setting up camp, when a rather luxurious gold-heathered carriage quietly left the camp under the escort of 10 shrewd houseguards. The upper road was difficult to travel, but it couldn't stop the elite of Tianji battalion. The 8 wise kings didn't even need to get down from the carriage. The 10 personal troops he had with him brought the carriage all the way to the front of Yongning County without any problems. My goodness! The 8 Sage King looked at the flat, gray and spacious concrete road in front of him and at the high city wall. This, still a small county? Chapter 7, Your guests come to your door. Horses' hooves d-d-d, carriages bok-bok. After the 8 Sage King lamented, he couldn't wait to sit back on the carriage. This time, he didn't enter the carriage, but sat on the carriage with Little One. Let's go. Into the city. I want to see what's different about this Yongning County. From a distance, it was the same 2 officers with the strange red, green and yellow signs. Hey, 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 stop the car. Stop the car. It's a red light. Can't you see? Stop, stop, stop. Beware of me to fine you. Your Majesty. This, on the carriage. Xiaoyi didn't understand what these 2 officers and soldiers who stopped the road meant, and twisted his head to look at his own king, only to find that the king's eyes were also full of puzzlement. I wonder what the 2 messengers mean. Is it that this road can't be traveled? But I see that the carriages in front of them are all going? The 8 Sage King remembered in his heart the explanation given to him by the Empress before she left, asking him to pretend to be a rich merchant and not to let his identity be exposed. So he secretly gestured, letting the 10 soldiers behind him who were leaping about to move to be a little more calm. That was a green light a while ago. You guys have a red light now. Ha? Is this your first time in our Yongning County? What does this what light mean? Could the 2 errant masters please inform me? The 2 officers' faces slowed down, thinking that 2 days ago, their own magistrate had instructed that these outsiders were money trees and must be treated politely. Looking at this gray beard in front of him, but with an extraordinary demeanor and a middle-aged man dressed in brocade, he must also be quite wealthy. Therefore, said slowly, oh, the first time to come is not strange. We Yongning County has a rule. Is this road? You see us this red light. That is, the red sign. After a long time, the 8 wise kings and Little One finally understood the traffic laws of this Yongning County, and only then did they climb into the car under the courtesy of the 2 officials and soldiers, and continue to drive ahead. The carriage. Your Highness, this Yongning County is really not a big place. The rules are not small. Even walking a road even there are so many broken rules. This magistrate, how do you think? Xiaoyi was stopped by his own king of the carriage, this thing nagging. Want to follow the 8 virtuous kings so many years of war, where has anyone dared to block the king's ride? Really bold. The 8 Sage King, on the other hand, had his face as normal, as if the person who had just been offended was not himself. Hey, Little One, don't talk nonsense. At this moment, I'm either a prince or a rich merchant of Kyoto for a term. You guys, give me some restraint. If you expose my identity, go and get the army, stick by yourselves. Little One trembled. Subordinate obeys the order. Then the king. Wang. Master. Then where do we go? Next? There's no hurry. Let's go around the whole of Yonkers County first. Then we'll find a place to land. Yes. So, The wagon moved forward on the concrete floor without any haste or delay, and instead of getting into the carriage, the 8 Sage Kings sat leisurely on the yoke, looking left and right at a scene of tranquility and peace that he had never seen in his life. One could only see that within Yongning County, gray-white cement roads ran in all directions, and where the roads were wide, one could actually drive 8 horse-drawn carriages side by side at the same time, on both sides of the road, neatly lined with rows of small 3-story buildings with red walls and gray roofs. Surprisingly, they are neatly arranged on both sides of the road, and there is no mess at all, compared to the tattered thatched huts, mud huts and messy grass huts he had seen along the way. The house here seemed like a fairyland. Further on, a lively bazaar was surprisingly planned, with stores lined up one after another. The shouts of merchants and the bargaining of the people mixed together, lively but not noisy. Vaguely, the 8 wise kings even saw some patrolling officials and soldiers walking through the crowd, responsible for the order in the bazaar, and little one even saw a few official-looking people paying for the food from the vendors after taking it. Wang, master, look, the official over there, he actually gave the copper plate to the owner of that burn cake seller. Well, I see, this Yongning County, it's really good. Come on, let's continue toward the front. This doesn't look like it's going to be a rebellion? The 8 Sage King stroked his beard and thought in his heart, let's take another look. The carriage continued on its way, and the other end of Yongning County. At the moment, Lord Chen, what do you think of my Tong family's subordinates? Well, Master Tong, your Tong family's subordinates are good. Very capable indeed. Nah, it's only been 2 days, but they've already leveled out such a large area. Good. Tomorrow you'll find a few smart ones, and I'll give you a demonstration of how the cement that's unique to our Yongning County should be used. Thank you, Lord Chen. Lord Chen, I wonder if there are any arrangements for tonight? Oh, what do you mean by that? Master Tong has an arrangement? Lord Chen, if you're free tonight, let's go to the Hook Bar to listen to some tunes? I've heard that our Yongning County's Heavenly Palace has good tunes. Chunyi raised his eyebrows and looked at Tong Zishan with a smile on his face. Master Tong does know how to choose a place. However, this Heavenly Palace in my Yongning County is not only good for the tunes, but the girl's body is even better. Master Tong really is a wonderful person. Oh, then, Lord Chen, tonight. Well, tonight, it's up to Master Tong to arrange it. Very well, then I'll welcome Lord Chen. You're welcome. After meeting with Tong Zishan to listen to the music at the Heavenly Palace tonight, Chen Yi led a few of his men towards the government office. My lord, where are we going next? A regular follower behind Chen Yi asked. Chen Yi inexplicably glanced at Chang Sua behind him. Is this your first day with me? See for yourself. Chen Yi raised his hand and pointed at the sun above his head. It's already noon. You're adult me this time. Should have eaten lunch, lying in the couch morning sleep. What else? Of course is to go back to make up sleep. You also do not see. I have been tired these 2 days. Into what kind? The Chang Sui beside Chen Yi secretly skimmed his mouth. This Chen Tajen of his own family, everything is good, is too lazy, however, often with also no home. This Chen Tajen, although said to be lazy some, but, the heart is clear, the work that should be done, that can be done board squarely. You see, this is only in Yongning County. How long in office now? This Yongning County has already been governed by Lord Chen as if it were a fairyland, and he has. Just as Chen Yi was yawning and walking towards the outside of the construction site with Chang Sua, whose thoughts were drifting behind him, a luxurious carriage made of gold Nanmu would unexpectedly stop not far from him without slowing down. Chen Yi looked at the luxurious and very luxurious carriage, and the pattern on the carriage that represented the family crest, and all of a sudden, the drowsiness was gone. Fat sheep. Oh no. Big fish. Oh, no. It should be the arrival of your guests. Chapter 8, Looking Strong. Eyes in front of the luxurious carriage and the carriage on that one look to know have not met what the world. Ahem. A middle-aged man who was either rich or noble at a glance. Chen Yi straightened his clothes and walked towards the slowly moving carriage. This big brother. May I ask if this is your first time in Yongning County? 8 Wise King is curious to look at the front of a hot construction site. Just now he heard a long way away hear Hoaha someone shouting in unison. It was only when I got closer that I realized I was leveling the place and wondered what I was going to do. Just when he was curious, he heard a young man in his early 20s in front of him talking to himself. Oh, this little brother. I don't know how to address you? How do you know that this is my first time in this Yongning County? Chen Yi arched his hand and smiled. Kid is not talented. It's exactly the county magistrate of this Yongning County. Chen Yi. I don't know how to address big brother? The 8 Sage King's heart moved. This is really coincidental. I didn't expect that. On the first day of coming to this Yongning County, I bumped into the rightful owner. And I myself had planned to pay a visit to the Yamen the next day. On his lips, he did politely say, Oh, originally as the county magistrate adults. Disrespect, disrespect. In my Huang, is the capital city people? My daughter at home told me half a month ago that there is a way to make money in Yongning County, and I came a long way to Yongning County. Oh, Chenya's brows furrowed as the memories from a month ago slowly came to mind. I see. So it's Master Huang. I said the family crest on your carriage looks so familiar to me. So it's Miss Huang's father. You're here to invest in my Yongning County, right? I don't know Miss Huang. Chenya's eyes looked towards the back, wanting to see if the pretty young lady from a month ago had followed him. Magistrate, my daughter did not follow the trip this time. Oh, ha 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 ha. No surprise, no surprise. Then Master Huang, since we're talking about investment, let's sit at the government office. The 8 Sage King stepped down from the carriage and did shake his head. Hey, County Magistrate Chen. Investments can be talked about anytime. This is the first time for me to come to Yongning County. I don't know what this hot mess in front of me is in. Chen Yi knew with a glance that this old dang was no good. Unlike his daughter, who was as tender as a fledgling, this old dang was an old fox, a turn of the eye. Then never mentioned the word investment, but instead is excited to take this yellow master toward the construction site. Introducing as he walked, Master Huang came to our Yongning County for the first time. Don't know. Some time ago, there was a Master Tong, who came to our Yongning County to do business, and took a fancy to our Yongning County's high-yield rice technology, so he made a deal with me, saying that he would send someone over to learn this technology. No, these people are all Master Tong's subordinates. You don't say. You really don't say. These people work. It's called a good job. 8 wise kings followed Chen Yi into the construction site, looked at the hall of Great Xian Ministry of Rights. Minister Tong Zishan is with those Great Xian people. In the ground rammed earth rammed head to head is strong. Even did not find himself and other people's arrival. After Chen Yi entered the construction site, he was like a fish out of water, pointing this way and that way, rebuking 2 sentences, in a high-profile manner. Where is this like a rebellion? How does it feel that these unruly people of Dashuan are as docile as sheep under the command of this tiny magistrate? This little magistrate. Something. The 8 virtuous kings looked at the gesticulating Chen Yi and the groveling people of Dashuan with pleasing faces and were secretly amazed in their hearts. One must know that the people of this Grand Xian are notoriously unruly. Unexpectedly, today in this tiny Yongning County, they were actually being called around by a tiny magistrate like a bull or a horse, completely without any temper. Wait, something isn't quite right. The 8 Sage King suddenly frowned as if he thought of something. Not right. Chen Magistrate, you don't swindle me, although I am no longer farming now, but I think that when I was young, I was also born to farm and grow rice. I have only heard of loosening the soil. How could I tamp the soil here? Chen Yi waved his hand indifferently. Hey, I say Master Huang, you're also a man of great deeds. So many people, coming over to learn rice planting techniques. Am I going to let all these people sleep on the street? Of course we have to solve their food and accommodation problems first, then we can teach the planting techniques. So they are now? Of course they're building a house for themselves now. Don't you see the piles of cement and red bricks over there? Chen Yi reached out and pointed, and sure enough, not too far away, there were small mountains of red bricks and cement stacked neatly and oddly. Oh yes, I forgot. You first came to our Yongning County. You still don't know what cement and red bricks are all about. I'll tell you. But the 8 sages' brains exploded. What did he just say? These people are going to stay? Stay for a long time? Is he blind? Look at these tiger-backed, big and thick. This is not a servant. This is clearly a sergeant. They must be Grand Xian soldiers. At a cursory glance, there are almost 2,000 of them. Isn't this a farce? More than 2,000 soldiers to live in their own Yongning County of Dakian for a long time? Good boy. Still saying you don't rebel? Furthermore, rice cultivation technology. What a valuable technology. This kind of technology that can shape the rise and fall of a country. How can it be traded out so easily? Traded to Great Xian's neighboring country. De Xian. This damn brat. Is simply treason. Treason. At that thought, the 8 Sage King's anger rose in his heart, and the killing machine in his eyes was revealed. Chen Yi, who was walking in front of him and leading the way, blah 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 for a long time, but could not hear the response from Master Huang behind him, so he turned his head back with some displeasure, and just happened to bump into Master Huang glaring at himself with a murderous look on his face. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Couldn't help but be startled. Huang. Master Huang. What's wrong with you? The 8 wise kings who were brainstorming on how to take down Chen Yi and these 2,000 Grand Xian soldiers were woken up by Chen Yi's shout, and hastily put away their killing intent. Ahem. Nothing. I was just wondering, are they going to live here permanently? Chen Yi gave the 8 virtuous kings a strange look. And at the expense of you saying that you've done farming before? Is this kind of land capable of growing rice in a day or two? It would definitely take a year and a half. And they can only learn after I teach them how to grow rice for 2 seasons. Oh, but, County Magistrate Chen, I see that these subordinates, they look big and strong, not like farmers in the field. Oh, this I know. Master Tong told me. These are the guards he trained. All of them have practiced martial arts, so they look a bit stronger. Chapter 9, Half a Tea House. Protector. Practiced martial arts? The 8th Sage King only felt that his brain was a bit fried. It could still be interpreted this way. Chen Yi, however, felt that this little old man was very strange. Why was he still always so alarmed at his age? However, after looking at the expensive shoe embroidery on the little old man, Chen Yi decided to hold back a little longer. After all, this is a big fat sheep. Oh no, this is an honored guest. After circling around the construction site, Chen Yi was ready to lead the little old man towards the outside of the construction site. But unexpectedly, the little old man suddenly reached out and pointed at the child Shen, who was gorgeously dressed but tamping the earth with the others in the ground, and asked, "Hey, Magistrate Chen, that man over there, who looks like he has an extraordinary demeanor, why is he also working in the field?" Chen Yi searched for the sound and looked, only to see that on the construction site, Tong Zishan was following a few of the people of Dashuan carrying piles of rammed earth and working, humming and puffing. Casually, he said, "Oh, you say he is the one I said. Master Tong he himself wants to come over to learn the technology. Of course, he has to do it himself. Doesn't he have underlings? In our county of Yongning, everyone is equal. Except me. Of course. Why? Because I'm the magistrate." The 8th Sage King's face went black, both hands clenched into fists for a while, and made an eagle claw for a while. His heart hated to grab this abominable brat and beat him violently. However, thinking of the explanation of the Empress when she was leaving, as well as these strange sightings from entering Yongning County, she hardened herself again. Looking at Chen Yi in front of him, who was leading himself and walking towards the outside of the construction site, the 8 wise kings hurriedly called out to Chen Yi, "Magistrate Chen, I have an unkind request." "Oh, wash your ears." Chen Yi gave a sideways glance. "It's like this. I've just come to Yongning County, and I'd like to invite the county magistrate and this Master Tong to have a cup of tea together. I don't know if it's convenient for the county magistrate?" Chen Yi secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart. Look, ginger or old hot. This is the business people and think about a month ago that girl. What the first time to my Yongning County, and eat and take. Not like words, but this old dang would like to invite guests then. Please yourself, one is enough Why bring the old boy? Chen Yi casually asked. "Oh, Master Huang knows Master Tong? Don't recognize." "Oh, had a meeting." The 8th Sage King just wanted to say that he didn't recognize it. Then on second thought, he changed his statement. "Oh, that's right. Then since we know each other, let's call them together. Old boy. Chen Yi pulled his voice and shouted loudly towards Tong Zishan, who was working hard. The child Shin, who was working, heard Chen Yi's shouts and wondered in his heart, hasn't this county magistrate Chen already left? Why is he back again? Did he change his mind? Thinking of this, he hurriedly lifted up the hem of his robe, and ignoring the dirt on his feet, he jogged to Chen Yi in 3 steps. "Lord Magistrate, I don't know what is the purpose of calling me." That hooked waist and collapsed back. Respectful attitude. Looking at the 8 virtuous king frowned straight. "You're at least a minister of the Grand Xian Empire. Why are you so dogged?" "Oh, nothing much. This Master Huang, said to be your old acquaintance, came to my Yongning County for the first time. Just now saw you working. Want to call on you. Go and have an afternoon tea together." Hearing Chen Yi say this, Tong Zishan raised his head curiously and forgot about it, thinking, old acquaintances? You still have old acquaintances in Deqian? Why don't you know that? When he looked up, he saw that the 8 Magi King was dressed as a member of the staff, playing with a jade lion handlepiece in his hand, and was looking at himself with a smile on his face. Tong Zishan was shocked in his heart and blurted out, You are not the king. Hey, old boy remember I'm old yellow long time no see nah. Tong Zishan, who was interrupted by the 8 wise kings, immediately reacted. This 8 wise kings was actually hiding his identity? Oh, yeah, Huang, Elder Huang, long time no see. Seeing the 8 sage kings standing in front of him, Tong Zishan's heart instantly sank to the depths. Finished hot. This time all finished hot. This is too difficult to guess. Chen Magistrate. No way to pull to Deqian to hot. Deqian loss is too hot. Not mentioning the instantly deflated Tong Zishan, Chen Yi led the 8 sage king and his party towards the outside of the construction site. The mind calculates how to take out some silver from the pocket of this Master Huang from Kyoto in the next afternoon tea session. Chen Yi, who was completely immersed in how to pull wool over the eyes of Master Huang, did not notice that the two masters behind him were looking at each other at the moment. Good boy. Don't think I don't know what your Dexian is thinking? Anyway, you Dexian can't see people. Such a talent. You put it in such a remote place as a small county magistrate. If you give us Dexian, you're dreaming. No matter how little we value him, then he's still one of our great Qian. Don't even think about it. Waste. How do you know we don't take it seriously? The two made intense exchanges through their eyes along the way. And soon, they arrived in front of a small classical and elegant attic. Here it is. It's here. Master Huang. You're new here. This tea today. It's still my treat. The eight sage king looked up with a glance, and was drawn to a plaque made of ordinary and unexceptional materials hanging on the small attic. Half a tea's he. Plain and ordinary wood. There was no such thing as this one among the valuable wood that the eight sage king had seen anyway. Therefore, it was definitely not valuable. However, this above the half a tea house for words. Iron painting silver hook. Handwriting strong and powerful, as if the old tree coiled roots like strong. A style of everyone. Just as the eighth sage king was admiring the words on the plaque, he only heard the child Shen on the side say, Ta Zhen Huang. These 4 words, written in the handwriting of Ta Zhen Shen, the magistrate of Chen County, are truly unique, and even more so in the field of calligraphy. Hearing Tong Zishan's smug introduction, the 8 virtuous king's heart stagnated, thinking, this is my Deqian's county magistrate. You, a Deqian's minister of rights. Why are you so excited? He gave Tong Zishan a blank stare, then twisted his face and smiled as he arched his hand at Chen Yi. County Magistrate Chen. Good calligraphy. This calligraphy is enough to start another lineage in the field of calligraphy in my great Qian. You're welcome, Master Huang. And Master Tong. Let's go inside. Sit down and talk? Chen Yi secretly thanked his old mother who forced him to practice writing with tree strips in his heart. This hand of thin gold style is a good tool for pretending to be a pussy. Good. Please, Magistrate Chen. Master Huang please. 3 people have entered that half a tea house. Into the tea house. The 8 wise king as if into a hermit's hermitage. Just see the small tea house. But there is a small rockery. Rockery. Around a flowing stream. The end is a good place to goblet. Chapter 10, Money is the way to go. Following Chen Yi towards the inside. The further they went, the more secluded they became. In a few minutes, a few people walked through the water flow goblet rockery, past the plum orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemums of the quiet room, past the 3 cold friends of the elegant room, and finally stopped in front of a small thatched cottage between a Xiangfei bamboo forest, only to see the small thatched hut also has a shabby-looking but flavorful plaque, inscribed, The Humble Room. One look at the well-designed rags, and the thatched hut had a surprising couplet on either side of the small door formed by thatch, talking and laughing. There are no white men in the world. This pair of couplets, all of a sudden this small thatched cottage ugly room, into a refined scholar's hermitage. It actually made the high and mighty 8 wise kings give birth to a strong heart of returning to the past in an instant. Magistrate Chen. I wonder where this pair was made by a master. The 8th sage king bowed to Chen Yi, and in his heart, he said that the person who wrote this pair of words was bound to be a great scholar, and he wondered if it was one of the several people he knew. Ha ha ha, Lord Huang my old boy and the first time to come here, also as your general reaction. But then, this half-marigold tea house, is the Chen magistrate's own property. Moreover, this tea house in a grass, a tree, a word, a sentence, all from the hand of Lord Chen. What? The 8th sage king could no longer remember that this was already the first time he had been shocked today in this day. Not to mention this into the Yongning county that flat as a ferry road of cement road, neat and clean red brick houses, lively and unusual but orderly market. All of this, ever since the carriage entered Yongning county, it was as if one was dreaming of a fairyland. No, in his own life, even in his best dreams, there had never been such a beautiful scene in Yongning county. Hey, old boy, you're exaggerating. What calligraphy, poetry, couplets but a small road ear. Come on, let's not talk about these. Come on, let's drink tea, said Chen Yi led the two into the ugly room and greeted them towards the door. Peach, make tea. A moment later, the thatched door of the humble abode was gently pushed open. A girl dressed in light green plain clothes, with a face that did not look like an eye, but with an air of serenity about her walked in through the door carrying a tea tray. Placing the tea tray gently on the table, the girl took a step back and bowed towards Chen Yi. Looking at the girl who fell to the ground in obeisance, Chen Yi sighed softly. Xiao Tao, I told you, you don't have to do this in the future. We, Yongning County, can't do this. That girl that Chen Yi called Little Peach, however, did not reply, and after paying her respects, she stood up from the ground, smiled lightly at Chen Yi, and her veiled hands began to busy themselves on the tea tray. Light the fire, boil the water, weigh the tea, throw the tea, wash the tea. All the movements are not slow. A style of everyone. This boring tea brewing session in the girl's hands and feet seems to be full of strange flavor. The whole process. Chenyi. Three people quietly appreciate the girl's tea art. No one to speak. After a few more moments, when Xiaotao placed the 3 cups of fragrant tea one by one in front of the 3 Chenyi, it was only then that the 3 of them seemed to have just slowed down from the girl's tea ceremony. The 8 Sage Kings couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Having lived for almost 50 years, I only realized today that tea, originally, can still be drunk this way. Chenyi also smiled faintly, picking up the teacup in front of him and taking a slight sip. If Master Huang likes it, you can come and sit in our half-marigold tea house more often in the future. Oh, is it also Miss Peach who made me tea? Nice try. Tong Zishan, who was on the side, couldn't help but choke out the 8 virtuous kings. Miss Peach only makes tea for Lord Chen alone. For us to be able to taste the tea made by Miss Peach today, that's already in Magistrate Chen's favor. Oh, may I hear it? Hey, come on, old boy, why are you so nosy? Drink tea, Chen Yi, however, interrupted the 8 virtuous kings' question with a voice. The 8 Sage Kings' eyes rolled, knowing that it was no longer appropriate to ask this question at the current time, and although he felt curiosity in his heart, he knowingly changed the topic. Ha ha, well, I won't ask, but just now, I heard Lord Chen say that calligraphy, poetry, and couplets are all small paths, so I wonder what Lord Chen thinks is a great path. Speaking of this, Chenyi suddenly came to be interested and drank the cup of fragrant tea in one go. Looking at the 8 Sage King frowned straight away. Good fellow, this is simply bragging, really spoiling such a good tea. However, the little peach girl who was making tea across the street was used to it and refilled Chenyi's cup at the first opportunity. AI, Master Huang. In this official's opinion, getting money is the way to go. After hearing Chenyi's words, the 8 virtuous kings were so stunned that they forgot to drink the tea when it was brought to their mouths. While Tong Zishan had an expression of I knew it was so. Cough, that's what. Chen, your excellency's opinion is really original. Ha, cough, old me begs to differ. The 8 Sage King couldn't hold back any longer. Good lord, how can a word like screwing money, which is full of brass, be compared to poetry, calligraphy and other refined arts? Chenyi was not surprised by the reaction of Master Huang. After all, this world was still very similar to some of the history of his previous world. For example, the scholar agricultural industrial. This social system is as good as it gets. Oh, then what does Master Huang think is the great Tao? Then of course it's ruling the country, aligning the family, and leveling the world. The 8 Sage King had a face that took it for granted. Snap. Hearing the 3 avenues uttered by the 8 Sage King, Chenyi clapped his hands. The hardest to this Master Huang high regard a point. This is not an ordinary businessman can reach the cognitive height. Not worthy of the capital to come to the rich merchants. Master Huang said it well. Ruling the country, aligning the family, and leveling the world is indeed very important. So I would like to ask Master Huang a question. Which of these 3 things you just mentioned can be separated from money? The 8 Sage King obviously did not expect Chenyi to be able to ask such a question. And all of a sudden, he was actually choked in place. You see, Lao Huang small to the world people's food, clothing, housing and transportation. Big to your mouth to rule the country and level the world. Military or political. You say, which one thing? Which point? It does not need money. So you still think that now, engage in money, he is not the avenue it? The 8 Sage King was instantly dumbfounded. And on second thought, you don't say. You really don't say. So, Master Huang, what kind of investment are you planning to make in this little Yongning county of mine, which you've traveled thousands of miles to come here at the suggestion of your daughter? Quickly cut to the chase. Joking. When Chenyi invited you over to drink tea as a joke. This bubble of tea does not cost money? This official's tea is so good? Dare I ask Lord Chen, what do you think I can invest in? Chapter 11. Fat pigs for the slaughter. Good lord, what an old fox. The problem was pushed back to Chenyi's side once again. Chenyi picked up his teacup tactics and drank his tea, then smiled faintly. That depends on what Master Huang specializes in. Dare I ask Master Huang, what industries did you originally dabble in? Well, the 8 Sage King also tactically took a sip of tea and pondered. Lots of them, I guess. There's silk, salt and iron, liquor stores, greenhouses, and so on, all of which the old man dabbles in a bit. Good guy. Here salt and iron, greenhouse. Chenyi eyes are bright, worthy of being the Kyoto from the rich. Salt and iron this kind of industry even have dabbled in. Not to mention the greenhouse. Cough. Master Huang really is a great businessman. I told you how I was so instantly familiar with Master Huang. Little Peach, look, TSK, go change the tea. Go make a cup of the cardamom tea that Heavenly World sent me earlier. The 8th Sage King clearly felt a sudden blush on the face of the serene water-like young girl in front of him. There is some confusion in my mind. Dare I ask Lord Chen? This cardamom tea, what kind of tea is it? How come I have never heard of it? The childish Shin on the side also had curious eyes. Lao Huang this cardamom tea is extremely saying. This tea is made by the boss's wife in the heavenly world. In the beginning of March every year, let a group of 16-year-old unmarried girls pick the first crop of tender buds with their teeth and hold them in their mouths. It is then placed on the puffy breasts to dry, after which it is fried by their own hands with their vegan hands. Every year, I can only make less than 10 pounds. No, I can only have a few pounds here. As he spoke, Xiao Tao, who had regained her serenity, had already come in through the door to replace the tea set. The 8th Sage King secretly hated. How could he not see that this tiny magistrate was so ridiculous? Just for such a tiny mouthful of tea, to be like this? Surely he is a corrupt official. It seems that he still has to pay some attention. But why is there even a hint of anticipation within myself? Looking at the goose-colored clear tea placed in front of them, King Baxian and Tong Zishan looked at each other and swallowed their saliva respectively, picked up the tea and took a sip. I don't know if it was an illusion, but the 8th Sage King felt that this tea had a different flavor. Indeed it is good tea. I wonder what is the location of the heavenly world that the magistrate mentioned just now. I know that. In fact, the heavenly palace is a grotto of gold. Tonight, I'll be the host at the heavenly palace, and when the time comes, Lord Huan will know as soon as he arrives. The 8th Sage King was curious in his heart, but he didn't pursue the matter any further. Instead, he turned his words around. Lord Chen is truly an able minister. Just now, from the moment I entered the city, I felt that your lordship's Yongning County is unique, and compared to other towns in my great Qian, there is a different world, so I am still not very familiar with all the industries in Yongning County. Can I be obliged to have your lordship take me on a stroll through your Yongning County's existing industries? Hearing Master Huang ask such a question, Shen Yi did not feel abrupt, but rather felt that this Master Huang compared to his daughter, more real, reliable, old. This is like a real businessman. Businessmen, this is the world's most pragmatic group of people. Seeing is believing. This Master Huang is a bit interesting. He then got up and said, that's fine. Then old Huang, I'll show you around some of our Yongning County's industries. Old Tong, I won't be accompanying you. This business negotiation, both sides is enough. More a third party, in the future to pit people will not be convenient. Hey, make yourself at home. Lord Chen, I'll have a few more cups of cardamom tea. Hearing Tong Zishan talk about this, Chen Yi also said with regret, this tea, it is indeed a pity. Let's go. Master Huang. When the two of them walked out of the half-marigold tea house, King Baxian couldn't help but ask, Lord Chen, dare I ask, have you ever considered the people of Yongning County when you use such a complicated and extravagant way to make a tea? Chen Yi quickly waved his hand. Hey, don't give me such a big hat. I've already said that this was given to me by the boss's wife of Heavenly Paradise. I didn't make it myself. But, after all, Yongning County is under your jurisdiction. And, if the top is good, the bottom will win. Oh, old Huang don't worry blindly. This has nothing to do with the people's fat. I can never oppress the people. The people of our Yongning County, the days can be much better than the people of other places. 8 Wise King shook his head, not very believe, which officials do not greet people's fat and wealth. And, look at this ordinary half tea house. There are special service tea lady. There is $1,000 worth of cardamom tea. This is still only the tip of the iceberg. Then look at the clothes this Lord Chen is wearing. The delicate patterns on them are something even he, the king, has never seen before. Not greedy? With his pitiful salary as a small magistrate? The 8 sages did not believe it. However, at present there is no evidence. The 8 wise kings naturally will not say much, but secretly resolved in his heart, must find out the evidence of this Chen magistrate's corruption. Fish and flesh to the people, and then put him on the spot. Old Yellow, where would you like to see first? I don't know. Guest, there's plenty of time for me to take my time. Chen Yi nodded his head, thinking, you have the effort to slowly look at it, but I don't have the leisure time to accompany you. So, it took the 8 wise kings straight to the bazaar. Magistrate Chen is here. Greetings, Magistrate. Mr. Magistrate. But it's been a long time. Try my family's big meat buns. What's so good about meat buns? Come, Lord Magistrate. I've got some fine cinnamon mash here. Your favorite drink before. Step aside. What's so good about mash? Mr. Magistrate. Our drunken moon house's 100 flowers brew is the best. Seeing Chen Yi come to the bazaar, the vendors in the bazaar actually all left their business at hand and gathered around. This was rather surprising to the 8th Sage King. Being in a high position, he naturally had his own ability to read people. The 8th Sage King thought to himself that his eyesight was still good, but after observing carefully for half a day, he found that these vendors surprisingly didn't have a trace of artifice or false feelings, but instead, genuine love and affection flowed out from their eyes. Could it be? One is wrong about this magistrate? Is he really a good official? But soon, he saw the side of the drunken moonhouse, that luxurious row and so large 2 pieces of glazed door. His heart immediately strengthened his own ideas. Definitely a corrupt official. All this, it's all a sham. One mustn't be mesmerized by him. Everyone is polite. Hurry up and do business. I'm just bringing your guests over to take a look around, to see if I can find some other camps for you all. There's no need to be so courteous. I can't even take your guests shopping with you all like this. Hearing Chen Yi say this, the people who had originally surrounded him dispersed in a flurry. However, the perceptive 8 Magi King realized how the eyes of these people had become strange when looking at himself. It's like, as if you've seen a fat pig to be slaughtered. What's going on? Chapter 12, The Brainless Empress. Chen Yi took the 8 Magi King on a stroll through the bazaar, slowing down his pace. Old Huang, look, this place has all of our Yongning County's industrial stores. We'll go see whichever industry you fancy. The 8th Sage King looked at the bustling crowd on the side and only felt a little dizzy. What a scene of pomp and circumstance. After calming his mind, the 8 Magi reached out and pointed to the drunken moon building. Oh, old Huang wants to check out the restaurant business? No, I do think it's a nice glaze. I've never seen one so big, so complete, so clear and bright even in Kyoto. Chen Yi hard laughed so much that his stomach hurt. Good guy, really still bumpkin, with his daughter. A glance at this Yongning County and the most flashy things, however, also have to admire this old ginger. Vision is really poisonous. Lioli, also known as glass. This thing, in Dakian, is the most valuable and the least valuable thing. Oh, Master Huang really has a great eye. This glaze is a good thing. In the whole of Deqian, and even in the whole world, I can say that the glaze in my Yongning County is the biggest, the clearest, and the most complete. Master Huang, you want to start a glazing business? Consider it. Hey, what else is there to consider? It's not expensive. Can't you see? Even the drinking cups in that drunken moon house are all glazed? 8 Wise King secretly gritted his teeth in his heart. It is precisely because of this that he has to ask the price of the glaze, and said that you did not suck the people's fat and cream. So many glazes. Even the palace does not have so many, so exquisite glazes. Even today's empress cannot afford to drink with glass cups. You a small Yongning County, but so extravagant. This drunken moon house. It must be you collusion between business and the government. Snakes and rats nest. I wonder what the value is. It's not worth much. Just that drunken moon house's drinking vessels you saw. A whole set of them. Sell you 1 or 2 silver. Not expensive, right? What? It's only 1 or 2. 8 Wise King's shocked eyeballs are going to stare out. Joking. Their own home collection of a green. There are large and small bubbles in the middle. And then the shape of some rare ghosts of the glazed wine pots. When bought from the hands of a Hu merchant, he was usually so precious that he had spent 10 taels of gold on himself. 10 taels of gold, but what did one just hear? A whole set of such fine, such translucent drinking vessels for a couple of silvers? Looking at Chen Yi incredulously, the 8 Wise Kings asked, Chen, Lord Chen, you're not wrong, are you? You're talking about a whole set? Not a single cup? Holding back his laughter, Chen Yi replied in a serious manner. Of course, this official has a word for everything. Such a wine vessel, a whole set. The price of entry is 1 or 2 silver. That glazed door, if you want it, 50 silver will do. Hiss. The 8 Sage King sucked in a mouthful of cool air and was unable to speak for a moment. How? Is Master Huang planning to invest in this glazing business in our Yongning County? I must also ask Lord Chen. I wonder why this glaze is so cheap in your Yongning County. Chen Yi shook his hand disdainfully. Hey, didn't I already tell your daughter? It's just made of sand. It's worthless. Can the old man go and see the glazed production? Old Huang, this is unkind of you. This is a trade secret. It's enough that you can make money. You still plan to steal my job? Dare not. Dare not. Will there be any other properties to look at? Of course. I heard my daughter talk about your pig farm here before. It's unique. I don't know. Chen Yi nodded. That's something we can take you to see. With that, he beckoned for his own carriage. Fu, take us to the meat pig farm. Okay. Not far behind him, a butler with a melon hat and a black lab coat popped out of nowhere and turned back to go get the carriage. The 8 Virtuous King hard a flinch, their own line of duty for many years, but did not find. There is a person along the way has been following their own too. This county magistrate. There is such an expert around. They are more and more unable to see through. When the two of them got on the carriage, the 8th Sage King once again realized that this ordinary carriage had something peculiar about it. First of all, the wagon, although plain, was actually quite large. However, the horse that dragged the wagon was only one, or the most common worn-out horse. Secondly, the cushion inside this carriage. I don't know how to make it. The person sitting on it is actually like falling into the clouds, soft and abnormal. In the end, the carriage was surprisingly quiet without a single sound as it traveled. Resisting his curiosity, the 8 wise kings opened their mouths to condescend. Magistrate Chen, I really quite admire you. In just one day, I realized that your Yongning County is really prosperous and unusual, as if every single citizen is living quite well, all quite affluent. That would be a bit of an exaggeration, but I can't say that all of the people of Yongning County are able to live an affluent life, but I can guarantee that if they are willing to work, they will all be able to have enough to eat and wear. Magistrate Chen, are you talking about every single person? Of course, all the people of the Great Qian who have been enrolled in the household register of my Yongning County will be able to receive the most basic security of food and warmth, as long as he is willing to work. This, old Huang, but you don't believe me? This, hey, old Huang, you don't have to be polite with me. What are the other counties and cities in Diqian like? I'm clear. It's normal for you to come to Yongning County for the first time. You can't believe everything you're seeing, but as a county magistrate, I can tell you very responsibly, my Yongning County, since I took office as a magistrate up until now, there hasn't been a single person who has starved to death. Looking at Chun Yi, who had gone from carelessness to a face full of seriousness in uttering these words, the 8 wise kings somehow believed it somewhat. However, the heart still retains a trace of its own ideas, decided to stay in Yongning County for a while longer, and seriously visit the households in Yongning County. If what this magistrate said just now is true, then the rise of the Great Qian is just around the corner. Here, I have a doubt. I don't know if I should say it or not, but there's no harm in saying it. I would like to ask, can you put all this in Yongning County as you have done in other places? Even the entire Great Qian? Chen Yi took over. Yes, I wonder if that's possible. Chen Yi gave the 8 virtuous kings a strange look. You're quite a strange father and daughter pair. Where's the blame? Obviously they are all businessmen, but they make themselves like a court official, not to worry about how to make money, but always worry about whether the people of this other county can live the same as our Yongning County. This, although we are merchants, after all, we are also merchants of Diqian. The 8th Sage King was a bit vain. That's also true. You're a good businessman. I decided to sign a contract with you later and give you a discount. Chen Yi gave a thumbs up towards the 8 wise kings. Actually, right, if it wasn't for that brainless empress of ours. In fact, this model could have radiated to the whole of Dakian. Chapter 13 Expressive. No-Brain Empress. The 8th Sage King's face was a bit complicated. A handsome old face was a bit unbelievable and a bit embarrassed. He actually described the Empress like this? This boldness was a bit too big. For a moment, the 8 wise kings only felt that it was absurd and abnormal. At least he was a county magistrate who ate royal food? Surprisingly, he was so rude to the Empress. Oh yes, it was true that he did not live on this amount of imperial grain, and with this amount of salary, it was estimated that he could not even afford to pay for his cup of cardamom tea. But Chen Yi didn't think much of it and continued to spit. Of course I don't have a brain. Hey, old Huang, think about it. This Empress has formulated a series of inappropriate policies. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the simplest one. She even doesn't allow the people between different cities to travel with each other. You say, outrageous or not? I do know about this policy, but I don't think that there's anything too wrong with it. Of course, the 8th Sage King knew that this policy was formulated by the Empress in order to consolidate local security and prevent rebellions. I was there myself when this rule was made. What a joke. By not allowing the people to come and go, you'll be able to prevent a rebellion. What a short hair. Chen Yi disdainfully poo-pooed it, then grabbed a handful of dried fruits inside the carriage and chewed on them. Speaking of this matter, Chen Yi came to be angry. Just because of this damn stone paint has no way to mind by itself, and it has to be blackmailed by those dog talents in the next county. Chew chew chew. As Chen Yi chewed on the dried fruit, his eyes inadvertently glanced at Master Huang's face once again. Noticed that old yellow had an indescribably odd expression on his face. It seems a bit unbelievable. He didn't say anything unbelievable just now. This old Huang has so much drama. For a moment, Chen Yi secretly marveled in his heart. Worthy of being an old coin merchant. Really know how to act. Just this complex and changeable expression. It can directly explode to kill those young fresh meat in the previous life 8 streets. I say, old Huang, what's that look on your face? What? Do you think I'm wrong? Ahem. The 8th Sage King then remembered that this county magistrate Chen beside him, he didn't know his identity, and he didn't know that he had participated in the formulation of this regulation. So what did he have to be embarrassed about? With this in mind, the expression on Master Huang's face instantly regained its calmness, and looking at Chun Yi, he secretly marveled for a while. Then, dare I ask the magistrate, do you think that if the circulation of the people among the various counties is liberalized, will it not lead to rebellion in the world? Of course not. Chen Yi disdained. Dare I ask for a high opinion? At this moment, the 8th Sage King was a bit unconvinced. I thought to myself, I am the king of the 8 wise men, and I don't think there is anything wrong with this regulation, but you are a small magistrate. I would like to see what you have to say, so let me ask you. For one thing, are the specialties different from county to county? Ran. The 8th Sage King stroked his beard. Then, if the people cannot circulate, it naturally leads to a lack of circulation of specialty goods between the counties. So, may I ask, can each county be self-sufficient? Moreover, with no circulation of goods, what will the people of Diqian eat? What to use? This, the 8th Sage King suddenly felt that it made some sense. And it's too? Of course. Secondly, the various counties do not interact with each other. For a short period of time does not seem to be too much of a problem. But a country, each county naturally has its own strengths and weaknesses. Originally, to take the strengths of the counties, to make up for the shortcomings of the counties, in this way, is the right way for the development of a country? And now what? Each fighting for each other? Can Diqian be good? Makes sense. And it's 3? Of course. Dare I ask, if our counties and cities in Diqian are so inconvenient to travel with, then it will inevitably lead to our people not being able to intermarry with each other. Does the Empress intend to allow the people within each county to intermarry with each other? Then after 3 generations, Diqian will surely die. AI. Be silent, Lord Chen. There are some things that you can't say. Beware of ears through the wall. Chen Yi waved his hand with full concern. Hey, old Huang. Don't worry. My Afu will definitely not betray me. I also met with you at first sight with you, old Huang. That's why I feel relieved to tell you. You will not go out and talk nonsense, right? That wouldn't. No, of course not. I'm not that kind of person. The 8th Sage King denied the trifecta. That's not it. Ahem. Dare I ask your excellency, when my daughter came to Yongning County a month ago, you didn't always talk to her about this, did you? The 8th Sage King suddenly thought of something and asked cautiously. Your daughter. Oh, I remembered when you said that. Your expression just now is just like your daughter. I talked to your daughter more before, including the current outrageous imperial examination system, the policy of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce, which is a stagnant policy. I think that at the beginning, she was also like you. Her face would be yin and yang at one time. Can't figure out what you 2 fathers and daughters are thinking. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough came out from the carriage. Master, are you all right? Outside the carriage, Afu's concerned voice came in. It's okay, it's Master Huang choking. Oh, good. No, old Huang, you're so old. Why are you always so startled? Can you be more mature like me? The 8th Sage King coughed and barely caught his breath, looking at Chun Yi incredulously. I'm really curious. What did the youngest daughter think in her heart when she first heard what your excellency had said? Chun Yi raised his head and pretended to be dashing. Then naturally, he admires this official to the core. The 8th Sage King laughed in his heart. Still 5 bodies. I guess the heart of the Empress to split you into 5 horses in her heart is there. The 8th Sage King was still about to ask something when Afu called out from outside the carriage curtains. Sir, the pig farm has arrived. Chen Yi made a gesture of invitation. Old Huang, come on. I'll show you our Yongning County's farming industry. The 8 Sage Kings thought to themselves. What is there to see in this stinking pig farm that makes the Empress so nostalgic? This pig is synonymous with dirty and lazy. I wonder what the Empress thinks. A few moments later, entrance to a meat pig farm. Looking at the hundreds of identical metal fences neatly lined up on both sides of the aisle, and a fat pig in a metal frame. The 8 Sage King's jaw almost didn't drop in shock. This is a pig farm? The 8 Sage King asked incredulously, pointing his finger at the pigsty that was even tidier than the rooms of the subordinates in his own royal residence. What? Master Huang has never seen a pig? Chen Yi smiled in his heart. He loved to see the shocked expression of these unseen bumpkins every time they saw their Yongning County industries. It was only every now and then that he could feel that he hadn't traveled to this world for nothing. Old me is impressed. Lord Chen, this meat pig business of yours, as well as the glaze business, I'll do it all. The 8 Sage King made up his mind right then and there. However, before that, I have one more question, and if your excellency is able to answer it, only then will I be able to rest assured that I will be able to reciprocate with your excellency. Chapter 14, I'm more patriotic than you. Chun Yi heart some unhappy, said, I have accompanied you so half a day, and again, although I am thinking of earning your money, but, you do not lose make so grating, like I begged you. However, although he wasn't happy about it, Chun Yi always wouldn't have a problem with money, so he patiently asked, oh, tell me about it. Ahem, is it possible to dismiss the left and right? The 8th Sage King glanced towards Fu who was following on the side. Fu ignored it and looked up at Chun Yi. Seeing Chun Yi nod his head towards him, before arching his hand and retreating back to the carriage, the 8th Sage King asked when he saw that there was no one else around. I don't know if Magistrate Chen can know that this child god, Master Tong, is not from my Diqian. After saying that, the 8th Sage King stared intently into Chen Ye's eyes, slightly nervous in his heart as he waited for Chen Ye's answer. Chen Yi was stunned, not expecting this Master Huang to just ask this question. At that moment, he nodded. Of course, when he first came to me for business, the clothes he wore could be different from our Diqian's. Guess what? Hearing that Chun Yi even agreed without any concealment at all, the 8 Magi King's heart tightened and he hurriedly asked, oh, then why would the county magistrate intermingle with him since he knows that he is not a citizen of Great Qian? Chen Yi shrugged. Rich? Why don't you earn it? Old Huang. Ha? Ever heard of a saying? What's the word? There's money to be made. Chun Yi looked at Master Huang with a smile on his face. Hearing such a flirtatious tone and reply from Chun Yi, the 8 Magi King's face gradually turned gloomy. He truly did not want to see such a young man with great talent become a booster of Dashuan, or even worse, possibly become a vassal of Dashuan and a future enemy of Diqian. Once he thought of this, the 8 Wise King's heart secretly made up his mind. If this Chen magistrate, really so ungrateful, had to be secretly with Diqian, then, don't blame his own 50,000 soldiers and horses, will be his Yongning County stepped on the ground. Grimly, the 8 Sage King asked again, if you, what if old me tells you that this child body, he is a Diqian person? Do you still want to continue to secretly communicate with him? Hearing this, and then looking at the little old man's gloomy face, Chun Yi was somewhat taken back, and was amused in his heart, not realizing that this little old man of a handful of years of age was still a patriotic businessman. Holding the thought of teasing the little old man in his heart, he walked towards the outside of the pig farm while saying, so what if it's Diqian? Is money still divided into Diqian and Diqian? Moreover, old Huang you need to be more rigorous in your wording. I'm not in secret with anyone. I'm just doing business with him. Upon hearing the first half of Chun Yi's words, the expression on the 8 Virtuous King's face had gone completely cold, and with a large stride, he walked towards the carriage, without even hearing what Chun Yi meant by the second half of his sentence. The 8 Wise Kings had already begun to plan in their minds how they would leave the city tonight and how they would stampede into Yongning County tomorrow. Seeing Master Huan look like a dead parent, Chen Yi heart secretly said, not good. Overplayed. This little old man how so unamused. My little money. No. I can't let this big fat pig run away from under my nose like that. Thus, Chun Yi shouted from the back in amusement. I say old Huang, why are you so unamused? Since you have to ask this, let me ask you a question. You're nothing more than a term businessman. Why do you have to mess with money? Besides, I'm just doing business with Diqian. It's not like I'd betrayed Diqian, and I'm not the only one in Diqian who does business with Diqian. Am I? Could it be that you're going to be in charge of all of them? Hearing Chun Yi ask this, the 8 Sage King stopped in his tracks, turned around, and replied word for word. This is different. Oh, what's different? As the saying goes, food is what the people eat. Diqian's national strength has always been inferior to my Diqian's because of their remote location and lack of good cultivation techniques. And now, you've actually sold Diqian the technology for such high-yield rice. In a few years' time, when Dashuan has your high-yield rice technology, the country's power will be greatly increased. And for Dashuan's neighboring country, Daqian, do you think, is it a good thing? Now, do you still think that you are simply doing a business with Diqian? You are committing treason. Towards the end, the 8 Wise Kings' voices were stern, and upon hearing the stern voice of the 8 Virtuous King, the personal troops who were secretly following not far away gradually surrounded, while Fu also nervously came to Chen Ye's side. My lord, what's wrong? No harm done. Chun Yi smiled and pushed Fu away, glancing thoughtfully at the 10 strong men who had surrounded him. A gesture of invitation was made towards the 8 Sage King. It's getting late, and since Master Huang is so interested in my rice technology business with Diqian, would you be willing to listen to my explanation? I'll give you this chance. The 8 Sage King stood there, Domineering. Chen Yi smiled. Alright, but, old Huang, you're just a one-term businessman. You even want me, a county magistrate, to give you an explanation. You're not bad, but, old Huang, you can think about it, if you still want to continue to do business with me. Yongning County, after hearing my explanation, what are you going to do? If you still want to continue doing business with me in Yongning County, then, tonight, you'll have to charter the Supreme Suite at the Heavenly Paradise for one night to make amends to me. Good. The 8th Sage King coldly smiled and responded with a single bite. Alright, let's go. Above the wagon, the two got into the carriage again, one after the other. Alfred, go to the Heavenly Palace for dinner. Good Lu. Ah Fu jumped on the carriage. The whip was raised. The thin horse pulled the big car toward the back. In the carriage, Magistrate Chen. Explain, I'm all ears. Chen Yi still smiled slightly. Good. In fact, old Huang, I'm curious as to how you, as a businessman, are so patriotic. But what I'm going to tell you today is that as a county magistrate of Dichen, I'm definitely more patriotic than you. Don't you actually want to ask today, will I commit treason? You don't mind getting tired of going round and round. This official can now tell you plainly that even if the Empress treasonous, this official will not be treasonous. Chen Yi thought to himself. Jokingly, he had traveled across, and it was not easy for him to stumble upon a race that was as accustomed to the Han race as he was in his previous life, so how could he possibly commit treason? You, the 8th Sage King was exasperated and laughed. As for what you said about me selling out high-yield rice cultivation technology to Dexian, then I'll tell you that, in fact, I can't wait for the entire population of Dexian to learn this high-yield rice cultivation technology, and then the entire population will go and plant this high-yield rice. You, wanton. Chapter 15, not a penny less. Old Yellow, sit down. You see, you're in a hurry again. Sit down and hear me out. Chen Yi stood up and reached out to press the 8 wise kings back into their seats. Old Huang, what I want to tell you is that, in fact, the real reason why high-yielding rice is high-yielding is not in the planting technology. The 8th Sage King frowned. He had never thought that it was not due to the planting technique that the high yield was achieved. That's right. The reason for the high yield of high-yield rice lies in the seed of the rice, not in the planting technology, and only with the high-yield seeds that have been specially bred in my Yongning County can we grow high-yield rice. After saying that, Chen Yi cheerfully looked at the embarrassed Master Huang. Wait, that's not right. Don't try to deceive me. I have also planted land before. If your high-yielding rice is sold to Dexian, wouldn't people themselves be able to use your rice seeds to breed? Would they not be restricted by you? Chen Yi snapped his fingers. Clever, Lao Huang. You're almost catching up with others as smart as Master Tong. I dare to make a guarantee that this Master Tong is also thinking the same way as you. But what if I tell you that my high-yield rice bears rice that can't be planted? After saying that, Chen Yi crossed his arms in front of his chest and happily looked at the dumbfounded Master Huang. The 8th Sage King froze, and in the middle of the day, clapped his hands. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Hey, may not be possible. When you return to Yongning County, casually find a farmer to ask does not know. Yongning County is not the first year to plant this kind of rice, Chen Yi said nonchalantly. Seeing that Chen Yi was so confident, the 8 wise kings gradually calmed down. He said, strange, he has been in a high position for a long time. How could he be so reckless today? Where did one's usual chi cultivation efforts go? After thinking for a while, the 8 wise kings said seriously, if, indeed, it is as the county magistrate said, then I will charter the heavenly hall for a month to make amends to county magistrate Chen. Really? Chen Ye's eyes lit up. Seriously? Good. Chen Yi extended his palm. A word is a word. A team of horses. Pop. 2 hours later, Xiao Yi to Xiao X successively went to dozens of farmers to inquire about the situation. Master Huang bowed deeply towards Magistrate Chen, earnestly making amends and apologizing. Magistrate Chen. It's the old man who has measured the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Please forgive me, Lord Chen. At the same time, in his heart, he was secretly astonished that in this world, there really was such a magical seed. This county magistrate Chen. It seems to be even more mysterious than what the Empress had said. Old Huang, you're not bad. It's rare to run into a businessman who was so patriotic. But although you're patriotic, you lost. The atonement can't be less. No problem. Isn't it just 1 month in the heavenly world? I have nothing else but money. Good. Elder Huang is indeed rich and powerful. Chen Yi smiled so much that his eyes narrowed. Not a moment later, in front of the heavenly palace, a surprised voice caused the passerby next to him to look sideways. What? It costs 100 taels of gold to charter a venue for a day. A few businessmen who came out from the heavenly paradise looked at the surprised Master Huang and whispered. What kind of person nah? You don't have money and you still want to pretend. That's right. I don't know where another bumpkin from, probably for the first time. It must be your first time here. Otherwise who would be so bold as to bag the heavenly palace? Although it was a whisper, the 8 magi heard it for real and instantly blushed. To be honest, since becoming the king, he had never lost such a big man. Ahem. So what? Bag. Wrapped. It's only 100 taels. I have money. Okay. Doggy. Clear the place. This month, Heavenly Paradise will not accept any more customers. The boss's wife looked at Chun-Yi with a smile and ordered. When he heard the words 1 month, he couldn't help but step on the ground and almost fell down, as he was walking towards the inside, wanting to see what was different from the other greenhouses. My god, 100 taels a day, a month, 3,000 taels. The 8 wise kings only felt their hearts dripping blood. Is this heavenly world made of gold? How expensive is it? This is not blackmail. 8 wise kings seriously suspect that this is Chun-Yi, this brat in the pit himself, where there is such an expensive greenhouse. Perhaps, this greenhouse is Chun-Yi opened it. Although, it wasn't that he couldn't afford to pay the 3,000 taels of gold. However, the feeling of being treated like an ingrate was never that good. In fact, this 8 wise king really guessed half. This building of heavenly room, Chun-Yi really has 50% of the shares. However, no one knows just, including this heavenly room elegant boss lady, also owes Chun-Yi a life. Watching the flesh of the 8 sage king's face tremble with flesh pain, Chun-Yi felt such a pleasant feeling, and both of them did not realize that outside the heavenly manor, Tong Zishan was watching from afar the two who entered the building one after the other, with an obscure expression on his face. After drinking and eating, the 8 wise kings enjoyed those programs, operas, gambling, poems and songs in the heavenly world that they had never heard of or seen in the capital city, and only felt that it was worth spending 100 taels a day. That night, in the bath of the heavenly world, the contract for the exclusive agent of Kyoto Blaze and Pork was finalized with Chun-Yi. That said, this was the first time that the 8 sages had seen a contract in this form of indenture in the 50 years that he had been alive. So to speak, if someone violated the contract during the course of the transaction, then, this is called the contract of the indenture to the yamen. The county master do not have to try the case, directly according to the terms of the contract to punish on the line. So detailed, so comprehensive contract, the 8 wise king is the same as unheard of. Unheard of. For a moment, the 8 wise kings even felt that an indenture called a contract like this could be used as a reference for the 100 officials in the court. In the future, if all of the 100 official zones could be as well spoken as these 2 contracts, I'm sure the Empress would be able to have a much easier time in solving her political affairs. A big fat sheep just happily lay on Chun-Yi's tablet. Chun-Yi of course did not have time to accompany Master Huang in the heavenly world of tenderness in the bubble, although it is very comfortable, and the heavenly world of the goblins are also very good looking. However, these little goblins are always thinking of themselves as the Tang monk, always thinking of eating themselves, which is not very beautiful. After all, Chun-Yi's ambition was to make money. What with the red-pink skulls? It would only affect the speed at which he made money. That night, after signing the contract with Master Huang, Chun-Yi found an excuse to leave the heavenly palace. However, before leaving, Chun-Yi still secretly instructed the boss's wife of the heavenly room. For this Master Huang, do not be polite. A month's charter fee. Not a penny less. Chapter 16, Stupidity. Afterwards, the 8 wise kings who were pitched 3,000 taels of gold naturally did not scold Chun-Yi less behind his back. However, there is a say, this heavenly room is really comfortable. Then their own in Kyoto's royal residence can be 100 times more comfortable. Comfortable. So that the Yellow Master some joy not to think about it. However, the good thing is that the Yellow Master still has some determination after a long time in the battlefield. After dismissing his left and right, he hastened to repair a letter. Tell the Empress that the Magistrate of Yongning County, Shen County, is a man who is loyal to the king and loves his country, and has no transgressions with that Dashwan's Minister of Rights, but is only trying to earn Dashwan's money. Moreover, the so-called rice cultivation technology, the real essence was surprisingly not in the cultivation technology, but in the cultivation of rice seeds. If, one day, Dashwan really planted all the high-yield rice seeds from Yongning County, then, Daxian will no longer be enough to be feared. Daxian will no longer be the one that can be on par with Daqian's opponent, but will become a mouthful of fat meat on the edge of Daqian's mouth. And Chun-Yi is a man of great talent. He is young and has strong governance skills, and has the appearance of a chief minister at such a young age. Cultivate him, and he will be a pillar of Qianlong in the future. However, for the time being, although this son is patriotic, he is quite critical of a series of policies previously set by the Empress, because these policies do not only affect this son's money-making plans, but also are unfavorable to the development of Daqian. Though, The 8th Sage King felt that it was more likely that the reason Chen Yi was dissatisfied with the Empress was because it was affecting his ability to make money. Finally, the 8 Wise Kings said that he felt that at this time, Chen Yi was not yet suitable to be recalled to the palace, and that it would be better to observe for a while longer. On the next day, the 800-mile expedited set off from Yongning County, speeding all the way toward Kyoto with the letter from the 8 Wise Kings. And the 8 Wise Kings are in the daytime in Yongning County non-stop wandering. Everywhere research Yongning County fresh things. Come across do not understand they ask everywhere. At night it's back to the heavenly abode to get drunk. In just 15 days, the more the 8th Sage King wandered around, the more he was amazed. He had never thought that a small Yongning County would surprise him more and more the more he looked around. It had been 8 days, and every day he could see something different in front of his eyes. Glazing, soap, toothbrushes, cement, ceramics, perfume, etc., etc., etc. Many things that looked exquisite and unparalleled. Things unseen and unheard of in Kyoto, in this Yongning County, turned out to be things that could be used by ordinary people. Moreover, after 15 days, under the special attention of the 8th Sage King, he surprisingly didn't see a single incident of oppression of civilians, people fighting, and so on. Everything was as good as a dream. 7 days ago, after he himself wrote to the Empress to report the current situation in Yongning County, the Empress made up her mind to liberalize the decree of not allowing the people to pass freely between counties and cities, and to liberalize the restrictions between counties. This was also a signal that the Empress was releasing to Chen Yi. That is, this Empress is not as long-haired and short-sighted as she thought. This Empress is a very persuasive Empress. This Empress will not let you down. However, Chen Yi, who got the first news from Kyoto from Master Huang at the first time, did not have this kind of idea fantasized by the Empress in his mind. In Chen Yi's opinion, this brainwashed Empress had finally done a good thing by liberalizing the restrictions between counties, and his own stone paint was finally going to arrive. Gosh, do you know how much of a pain in the ass it is to have no stone paint for a county commissioner who wants to develop the county into an industrialized one? Chen Yi, whose head is full of stone paint, simply could not listen to the ramblings of the 8 Wise Kings behind him, and simply perfunctory Master Huang the merchant a few sentences later. Chen Yi returned to his own court. This was immediately followed by a flurry of orders being passed down. The entire Yongning County Yamen ran as efficiently as the most sophisticated instruments. The Empress who was far away in Kyoto was not in such a cheerful mood as Chen Yi. The entire intelligence network of the Great Qian operated like a spider web day and night while the restrictions between counties were liberalized, and all of the news was eventually summarized in that gorgeous, empty palace in Kyoto. The Empress was like a spider in a spider web, quietly hibernating in the middle of the web, feeling all the movements in the entire web. It was not what one would expect. On the third day of the restrictions being liberalized, Gong Miaohan's desk received news that some of the feudal lords were foolishly moving. Among them, Gong Yu of the Northern Realm had the most intense reaction. It had only been a few short days, and the scouts had surprisingly discovered that at least 12 letters had been sent out from the Northern Realm. Sure enough, all a bunch of restless things. Although Gong Miaohan has long been prepared, but when he saw many feudal lords have been stupid, deep inside or a burst of sadness, just because he is a daughter, must disregard the people of the world, to seize the throne? Thus, an imperial decree appeared in the hands of the dashing Master Huang of Yongning County 7 days later. Hey, the good times are over. I hope. Not too much. The 8 Sage King stood at the window of the supreme suite on the highest floor of the heavenly palace, looking out of the window at a peaceful and tranquil Yongning County, with a heart of 10,000 pounds. He really quite wanted to live forever in this town that was like a paradise. However, he couldn't. The Empress alone couldn't hold up this haystack like De Qian right now. As a great Qian Empire's 8 Wise Kings, one should do one's job as an imperial stitcher at such a critical juncture and assist the Empress in guarding the beautiful rivers and mountains of this great Qian. As he was lost in thought, a dainty sound of greeting came from outside the door. Egu, Magistrate Chen, you're here. I'll go ask Ruyan to accompany you. Lord Chen, you don't even look for me when you come lately. Ruyan, the magistrate is here. Come out quickly. The 8 Sage King turned around and looked at Chen Yi, who had hurriedly walked in, and squeezed out a smile as he asked, Magistrate Chen, you've been quite busy lately. Hey, don't mention it. Busy take off. This is not the liberalization of the restrictions. I originally a lot of shelved plans can be restarted. This is not. These days are busy with the next county to communicate with the stone paint mining plan. Stone paint? What do you need that for? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Trade secret. The 8 Sage King was furious. This was not the first time. Every time he asked about the key technical aspects, this Chen Yi always used these 4 words to stall himself, making it seem as if he would steal his business. I'm leaving. The 8 Sage King's voice became a bit heavy. Oh, then have a good trip. Chunyi had a look of disgust on his face. Okay, I originally came here today to say goodbye to Lord Chen. But, Lord Chen, do you know? Know what? The restrictions between counties have been liberalized, and your business is booming. Lord Chen. However, this De Qian is becoming unsettled again. Chapter 17. That's another price. With this long sigh of Master Huang, the entire Supreme Suite was filled with a faint sadness. Old Huang, what is this saying? This county-to-county restriction has now been lifted by order of the Empress, and counties can travel freely with each other. So won't you, Lord Chen, be able to do quite well with your stone paint business? There's nothing wrong with that. This Empress has done something good. She's finally gotten the hang of it a little bit. You see, I've been so busy lately. I'm building a factory. It won't be long. When my factory is built, I'll be able to realize assembly line production in Yongning County. This is a good thing. That's right. This lifting of restrictions is a good thing for you, Lord Chen. But it's not something to be happy about for the millions of people up and down this great Qian. Chunyi frowned slightly, only feeling that there was something wrong with Master Huang today. Old Yellow, are you out of your mind? Why are you cursing this guy? Don't you owe me a scolding? When the restrictions are lifted and I am able to do business with the next county, doesn't that mean that both the next county and I will be able to make money? Doesn't that mean that the people of both counties will be benefited? How is that not something to be happy about? The 8 virtuous kings looked up at the window, his tone despondent. Think about it. The female emperor just ascended the throne not long ago. The position is not stable. The world's major feudal kings are already eyeing. Otherwise, you think why the female emperor wants to limit the exchange between the county and the county? Is it to limit the various feudal lords from recruiting and contacting each other? Yes. And then what? And now the restrictions have just opened not long. I have already heard that the feudal lords around the stupid. I'm afraid that the next, again, is the beacon of the sky. The people of Qianlong will have to live in dire straits again. Chunyi looked at the long-winded Master Huang in front of him with an idiotic look. Half-heartedly, he held his tongue. Old Huang, are you sick in the head? You, Brad, how do you curse? Well, at least old man is a handful of years old. If it weren't for the fact that you're a handful of years old and have signed a contract with me, Yongning County, I'd have already turned my head and left, and I'm wasting my time here with you? You, Chen County Magistrate. I have a business of 1,000 taels of gold in a minute. Where would I have the time to accompany you here to worry about nothing? The 8 Sage King was a bit angry. How is it that I am worrying over nothing? I have just gotten the news that Gongyue in this northern realm has already begun to send out messengers to contact the other vassal kings from all over the world. And the other vassal kings from all over the world, they are also being foolish. So what do you say? How is it that I am worrying over nothing? Chunyi gave Master Huang a strange look. Old Huang, you love your country a little too much. If I were an empress, I'd have to chop you up. Full of. With some disappointment, the 8 Magi walked back from the window and poured himself a glass of wine. I thought, after all, is still a small magistrate. The eyes are still a little short-sighted, can only see a corner. Not enough to plan the whole situation. Seeing the gradually quieter Master Huang, and Master Huang's face gradually revealed the disappointment. Chunyi sighed in his heart. Hey, it's rare to come across a patriotic businessman, or else he would have wasted a marquis? Ahem, Lao Huang. In fact, if this official wants to say you really are a bit overworried. Do you think? Why would the Empress release this restraining order? The 8 Sage King looked up at Chunyi, took a sip of wine without speaking, and thought to himself, why? What else could it be for? It's still not to collect the heart of this brat of yours. Looking at the silent Master Huang, Chunyi sat on his butt across from Master Huang and picked up the wine in front of him to moisten his throat. Old Huang. In fact, the Empress must have figured out the stakes, and that's why she let go. In fact, old Huang Yu is a businessman. The ability to see the problem, in fact, is still relatively lacking. Oh, what is the old man missing? May I hear it? The 8 Sage King rolled his eyes and thought to himself, you're a small magistrate and you're pointing out the old man. In fact, these things you're worried about, the Empress has long since seen it, and she also knows that the feudal lords of this world want to rebel. But there is a very important prerequisite for rebellion, and that is that you have to be rightful. And now the vassal kings of the world, look at them. None of them are the heirs of the previous emperor. Wanting to rise to power, the name is not right. And if the name is not right, then the words will come out. If you don't have a proper name, you won't be able to accomplish anything. So even if the feudal lords of this world want to rebel, the conditions for them to rebel are not yet ripe, and it's impossible for them to directly tear themselves apart from our Empress Majesty. So our Empress, there's still a period of time to prepare for it. With a few words, the 8 wise kings even forgot to swallow the wine in their mouths. What a venomous vision! What a sensible analysis! This, still a tiny magistrate? After freezing for a while, the 8 wise kings weren't angry anymore, and he felt as if he had caught something. Then, Lord Chen, you mean that in a short period of time, this clan king will not rise up directly yet? That's for sure. They must have to wait for an opportunity. What opportunity? At this moment, the 8 sage king was like an inquisitive baby. What other opportunity could it be? It could be a plague of locusts. It could be a great drought. Or it could be a stone man that suddenly appeared somewhere. In short, an excuse to attack the Empress is needed. Then that means that they will still rebel in the end. So it's still the same. The 8 sage king sat back down again with some disappointment. Chen Yi laughed. Salty carrots. But, actually, the threat of these feudal lords is quite solvable. Oh, may I hear it? Chen Yi, however, did not say anything, and glanced at the 8 magi who were listening with their ears sideways and said, "That's a different price. I run salt and iron in Kyoto. I can open a salt and iron store in Yongning County." Chen Yi picked up the wine cup in front of him and scrutinized it as if it was some rare treasure. The 8 sage king gritted his teeth. "I'll supply all the salt and iron in Yongning County from now on. At cost." Oops. I say, old Huang. This is not on the outside knot. I also do not care about your cost price of salt and iron. The main thing is not to see the people of this world suffer not. The 8 sage king stared blankly at Chen Yi, who had instantly changed his face, and his person went numb. I thought to myself, I have never seen such a brazen man. And then, Chen Yi's words shocked him to the core. "Chen Yi, I have a plan called the Order of Pushing Grace." "What is the Order of Pushing Grace?" The 8 sage king wondered. "Simply put, it is for His Majesty to extend a favor and reward the heirs of all the feudal lords by assigning them all territories." Ridiculous. You are strengthening the strength of the vassal kings. The 8 sage kings clapped their hands. Chapter 18, The Order of Pushing Grace. Looking at the furious 8 wise kings, Chen Yi said nonchalantly, "I say you're a big old man. Can't you be a bit more steady? Can't you hear me out? You say." The 8 sage king desperately suppressed the anger within him and sat down again. In his heart, he thought that if this kid dared to fool himself, he would definitely show him why the flowers were so red. "Oh, old Huang, why do you think the feudal lords everywhere were able to rise up and rebel?" "Of course it's because they have soldiers in their hands," the 8 sage king replied disdainfully. "Wrong. We have quite a few military generals in Dakian, don't we? And they always have more soldiers in their hands than the feudal lords, don't they? Why don't they rebel?" "That's naturally because they're loyal to their country." "Wrong again. That's because although they have troops in their hands, they don't have the financial resources, the rations, to be phase independent." "What do you mean?" "That's right. The feudal lords have completely independent military, political, and financial power in various places, which is equivalent to that of a small country within Dakian. So they naturally have a relatively independent system, as well as a more complete self-sufficiency. And, as far as I know, these feudal kings are hereditary, right? Each vassal king, like His Majesty, can only leave his fiefdom to one of his brothers before he dies, right?" "That's right. So for the other children who are not chosen to be heirs, they will end up worse off. But if His Majesty could issue a decree of pushing grace, ordering that each vassal king must give a fief to his own heir, and that this heir should have the same rights in his own fief as the vassal king." The 8 sage kings opened their mouths wide and thoughtfully took up the conversation. "In this way, each vassal king has a large group of heirs, and their heirs will be divided amongst themselves, weighing the gains and losses of their own fiefdoms. Subsequently, the various feudal lords will no longer have such a concentrated force. And, if I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that the vast majority of the feudal lords will start a fire in their backyard, not to mention starting a rebellion. I'm afraid that trying to stabilize the interior of one's own fiefdom won't be an easy task." Chen Yi gave a thumbs up towards Master Huang. "Clever. I didn't realize that our old Huang not only has a patriotic heart, but also has extraordinary political wisdom. Well, hey, I say, old Huang, why don't you go to the imperial court to seek a position? I think, old brother, you can definitely make a difference." "Ahem. Let's talk about it later. Let's talk about it later." The 8 sage king snapped and closed his mouth. This broken mouth, why is it so fast? Dare to say anything. However, it must be said that this method called the push grace order, as described by this county magistrate Chen Yi, is really top masculine conspiracy. Even if these feudal lords had guessed the idea behind this so-called push grace order, they had no way to reject it. If they refused to carry it out, then the first ones to jump out and disagree will be the sons and daughters of those who have seen the hope. And at that point, if they do not perform it, their own heirs will revolt against themselves at the first opportunity. If, on the other hand, they do, then their heirs will be in the same room, and likewise, at a later time, they will revolt. God! The anger in the heart of the 8 wise kings had long since dissipated when he sang all of this, and now, the 8 wise kings' hearts were filled with admiration for this brat Chen Yi. What a great talent! That night, the 8 wise kings got drunk, was happy drunk. 5 days later, the Imperial Study. Imperial Uncle, you're back, Your Majesty. The old minister has returned. Imperial Uncle, it's going to be hard for you again. The Jinui informs us that the 36 vassal kings, one by one, are all starting to get restless, especially Gongyue in the north, openly sent out 12 messengers at the first moment of the unsealing. Speaking of this, Gong Miaohan couldn't help but grit his teeth a little. As a female emperor, although it is said that the position is not correct, the time on the throne is still short, but their conscientiousness, in order to this great Qian daily to sleep is not good, and, no matter how they say, is their father's own daughter, and these feudal lords? What are they? One by one, just because they're daughters, they've been eyeing their throne. Damn it! Thinking of this, Gong Miaohan couldn't help but feel a bit demoralized. Your Majesty, in fact, there's no need to send troops. The old minister here has a plan to solve the situation of the great Qian clan king's division without bloodshed. The 8 sages smiled. Gong Miaohan's eyes lit up. Imperial Uncle, what did you say? You have a way to solve the problem of my great Qian's vassals without bloodshed? You're not coaxing me, are you? Gong Miaohan's heart rejoiced and then became frustrated. This Imperial Uncle, 80% is coaxing himself to play it. All the dynasties, the problem of the vassal king, are the heart of each emperor's big problem? Which is not a bloodless method to solve Moreover, if the Imperial Uncle if he had such a good method, he would have told his own father long ago. Wouldn't he be able to wait until now? Looking at the Empress's eyes that first lit up and then dimmed, how could the human aged 8 wise kings not know what this Empress was thinking in her heart? Arching his hand, he said, Your Majesty, this plan is not from the old minister, but from that county magistrate of Yongning County, Chen Yi. Oh, Gong Miaohan raised her eyebrows in some surprise. What's his good plan? Push an order. The 8 sage kings said in a single word. I wonder what is the order to push the favor. Your Majesty, please also listen to the old minister's explanation. After an incense stick of time, Gong Miaohan walked around the imperial study excitedly, muttering non-stop. This is a wonderful plan. This is a wonderful plan. I want to reward him. Reward him. Wait. No. Such a talent is placed in a small county on the border. Condescending. I want. No. He does not know my identity yet. For a moment, Gong Miaohan was actually somewhat incoherent. Your Majesty, calm down. The 8 sage king made a cup of fragrant tea and handed it to Gong Miaohan. Gong Miaohan reflexively sipped a mouthful of tea. Ha asked with a surprised voice. Imperial Uncle, what kind of tea is this? How come I've never seen it before? This is Yongning County's specialty cardamom tea. How come I haven't heard of this cardamom tea when I was there before? This tea is the old minister in Yongning County, Chen Magistrate invited me to drink. I heard that the production of a year is just a dozen pounds. Oh, good tea. I wonder why the yield is so low. Ahem. Your Majesty, that's not the point. The point is that we should now strategize on how this push grace order should be perfected. The 8 sage king hastily sidetracked the topic. In the excitement of the moment, I forgot that His Majesty is a daughter. If His Majesty knows the production process of this cardamom tea, I'm afraid that His Majesty will have a bad feeling towards Magistrate Chen. Oh, yes. The order of pushing grace. Come, Imperial Uncle. Let's study together how this order of pushing grace should be perfected. Chapter 19. The Order of the Emperor's Grace. 3 whole days and 3 nights. Other than having the personal palace maid send the food and drink into the imperial study, Gong Miaohan and the 8 virtuous kings were in seclusion in the imperial study for 3 whole days and 3 nights. The court was speculating. This empress and the 8 wise kings were up to something. They hadn't been to court for 3 days. The previous empress wasn't like this. Although, the people of the world were quite critical of her as a woman claiming to be an emperor, it had to be said that this female emperor, for this world, was still truly in her heart. North Realm, Gong Yu's residence, above the schoolyard. Father, my 150,000 troops in the north have already been ordered. All of them are elite soldiers from the 100 battles after years of war with Great Yen. Father, the food and provisions for the 150,000 soldiers and horses have also been prepared and are ready to go at any time. Father, after your departure, you can rest assured that this northern border will be left to my son, who will lead the remaining 100,000 soldiers and horses to guard the entire border well. Reporting to His Majesty, the 12 messengers have reported that King Tang, King Qin, and the other 12 princes have all agreed to His Majesty's proposal. On the high-pointing platform, there stood a veteran general in his 50s, with a sturdy and upright figure, broad shoulders and broad back, not very tall, but standing there, he gave people the illusion of facing a lofty mountain peak. This veteran general had a country face with sharp angles, as if it had been sculpted by the cold winds of this northern realm. Well, you've all worked hard. Erlangs, how could our Majesty, who is in his prime, have collapsed so abruptly? And this Gong Miaohan, a mere woman, even took advantage of the absence of our feudal lords to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the throne. Before, for the consideration of the people of the world, I held back for a long time, but, after thinking about it, I still feel that, although a momentary uprising will cause the people to be displaced, when this king pacifies the world, he will make sure that the people will be able to get away with it once and for all, and they will never have to suffer from the scourge of war again. War, war, war. The 150,000 soldiers on the stage let out a deafening chorus of slogans. Well, we all go back to prepare. When the time is ripe, we and the 36 vassal kings will rise up together, and we will definitely choose a bright lord for the world of this great Qian. Thinking of this, Gong Yu tilted his head and looked up at the sky. This world, one cannot help but fight for it. Big brother, don't blame second brother in heaven. If you want to blame you for not having a son. Your world, second brother watched for you. Your concubines and daughters, second brother will raise them for you. No need to thank me. Ka-ching. In the originally gloomy sky, a lightning bolt tore through the low canopy like a sharp sword, as if foreshadowing something. On the fourth day, the 100 officials who no longer held any hope that the Empress would come to court were chattering and gossiping in the Great Hall. Your Majesty has arrived. A mid-air but slightly feminine shout came from the distance, only to see the Empress Gong Miaohan joining hands with the 8 sage kings. They soon entered the Grand Hall. Your Majesty, I have been waiting for a long time, and I wonder why your Majesty has not been to court these past 3 days? The white-haired chief minister asked archly. Everyone, be at ease. Today, I want to promulgate a new decree. I did not go to the court for the past 3 days, really with the 8 wise kings in the study of the word decree. Oh, I wonder what the decree is and why I don't know. Oh, this decree is called the Push Grace Decree, and it is a decree against all the vassal kings of our great Qian. So the chief minister was not notified. Dare I ask this decree? This decree I call the Imperial Grace Decree. It is a favor bestowed by my Qian royal family on all the vassal kings, the details of which are, after a long time, the courtroom was in an uproar. The white-haired first counselor was in tears. Your Majesty is wise. This order is excellent. Your Majesty is wise. In great numbers, under the leadership of the white-haired first minister, the entire hall pushed the gold mountain down like a pillar of jade kneeling down a piece. Looking at the heartfelt group of ministers at his feet, Gong Miaohan felt the sense of fulfillment on this throne for the first time from the inside. Unexpectedly, this small county magistrate's one idea, let usually has been salty to their own salty first minister adults become 5 body. I should really thank this little magistrate, to be so talented and condescend to living on the tiny Qian border. It was really an indignity for him. But, the moment he thought of Chen Ye's tirade against himself, of his disdain for the series of decrees he, the Empress, had issued, Gong Miaohan's heart hated her again. Now, he must not let him find out that he was the Empress, otherwise, he would definitely look down on himself, much less be able to heartily use him. Thinking of this, Gong Miaohan fixed his mind and ordered everyone to disperse the court after dealing with the backlog of political affairs that had accumulated over the past 3 days on the spot. As for the Imperial Grace Order, which had its name changed, it was also carried by 36 fast horses towards the fiefdoms of the 36 feudal lords. Next, I'll just wait for the food and theater. After being the emperor for such a long time, for the first time, Gong Miaohan felt that he could breathe a sigh of relief, and that the sword of Damos, the feudal lord, which was hanging over his head, was finally gone. Moreover, with the implementation of the Imperial Favor Order, after 3 generations, I am afraid that such a huge thing as a vassal king will have to exist in name only. This world, after all, is still his own. Your Majesty, the old minister will take his leave first. Seeing that the Empress was deep in thought, the 8 virtuous kings at the side wanted to retire, but unexpectedly Gong Miaohan did call out to him. Hey, don't be in a hurry, Imperial Uncle. Tell me, this time when you went to Yongning County, were there any other gains? Harvest? Yeah, is there nothing else to be gained but this order of pushing grace? That's not true. Old me also gained an exclusive right to distribute Kyoto glaze and pork. Speaking of this, the 8 sage king's heart was happy to know, in Yongning County everywhere in the glazed products, in this Xinjiang Kyoto, that with the value of 1,000 words to describe, That cannot be said to be an exaggeration. But the truth. Oh, then I have to congratulate Imperial Uncle here first. Imperial Uncle's family fortune is just around the corner. Speaking of this, Gong Miaohan couldn't help but feel some envy in his heart as well. The treasury is empty, and not to mention, is their own treasury? Also have very little left. Look at their own body of the dragon robe. Who knows? They only have this sound dragon robot. Want to do one more dragon robe silver money? They do not have. Ha ha, don't worry, Your Majesty. Naturally the old minister won't keep it all to himself. What's more, this opportunity is still given to the old minister by Your Majesty. This business, the old minister and Your Majesty will share it 50-50. Gong Miaohan guffawed. Then thank you, Imperial Uncle. However, Your Majesty, the old minister promised this Magistrate Chan before he came back that in the future, all salt and iron supplies from his Yongning County would be supplied to him at cost. Compared to the order to push the favor, this little bit of profit is as good as letting him have it. Then, Your Majesty, the old minister will go back and go greet the people in the house to open up the glaze store and the pork store. Chapter 20, The Chicken Flying and the Dog Jumping. Imperial Uncle. Wait, Your Majesty has further orders? I want Imperial Uncle to make another trip to Yongning County. Oh, the 8th Sage King was secretly delighted in his heart. You really don't say. This heavenly world is expensive. But, comfortable is really comfortable. This is half a month away. He really is not accustomed to it. In this palace, big is big, but the bed and couch are hard. The pillow is hard. Even this palace maid speaks. All are hard. Not fun. Not fun at all. Tough on Imperial Uncle. Seeing that the 8th Sage King was half silent, Gong Miaohan thought that his own royal uncle was unwilling to go. Oh, no hard work, no hard work. The old minister will pack up and travel. However, this store matter. Leave the matter of the store to me. Don't worry, Imperial Uncle. I will definitely sell this glazed pork at a good price here in Kyoto. Then it's hard work, Your Majesty. And the old minister will depart now. Don't forget to bring salt and iron with you. And also, if possible, bring back more of their Yongning County technology. I'm going to try to see if I can make my imperial estate just like his Yongning County. Yes, the old minister excuses himself. 5 days later, returning to the Bashin King's royal residence, the Bashin King prepared a large amount of salt and iron and was ready to set out once again for Yongning County. And the joys of people in this world are not connected. As the saying goes, a few joys and a few sorrows. Just as Empress Gong Miaohan had a rare few days of good sleep, the 8 Sage Kings were happily preparing to travel again. In the northern realm, in King Jing's residence, bing! A sound of smashing and grabbing came out from Gong Yu's study. Outside the study, the 3 sons and 500 righteous sons were kneeling in unison in the open space outside the study. Each one was silenced, not daring to utter a single breath. What an outlaw woman! Surely the most poisonous woman's heart. A cursing voice came out of the study. King Jing's 3 sons looked at each other in dismay. Ever since this morning, when a fast horse came from the court, saying that it was a messenger from the court, and hand-delivered a letter to their father. His own father then locked himself in the study, smashing and slamming and cursing continued for a whole half day. The door to the study was still unopened even as the sun was going past its highest point. However, the smashing sound in this study slowly rested. Father is probably tired of smashing, Lao Er said quietly. Definitely not. Our father's force is unrivaled. How could he get tired so easily? Oldest 3 denied. Then why did it stop? Junior wondered. Stupid. Must be all the smashing that can be done. Boss disdained. Big brother is wise. The second and third arched their hands in unison towards the oldest. Hey, you're welcome. Boss arched his hand as well. These 3 brothers are arching over each other. Squeak. The door opened, but instead of seeing King Jing walk out, there was just a summons. Boss, 2, 3, you guys come in. Yes. The 3 brothers hurriedly put away their playful laughter and answered in unison, slowly standing up from the ground, rubbing their knees that had already gone numb from kneeling for so long, and entering King Jing's study in succession. Father. Upon entering the study, the 3 of them looked at the messy study and smacked their lips and their hearts anew. What's going on here? The boss watched as his father's usual favorite glazed dragon ornaments were all shattered. This is his father's usual most precious thing, the glazed dragon. His father has always regarded this pendant as the auspiciousness that he will be able to transform into a dragon in the future. How could he even drop it? The other 2 brothers didn't dare to take a breath, and the imagined thunderous wrath did not fall on the 3 brothers. A scroll with the fire paint removed was thrown to the ground in front of the 3 brothers. Check it out. The 3 brothers looked at each other, and the oldest crouched down and picked up the scroll. Opening the scroll, the second and third heads came together curiously. Imperial Grace Order. As the scroll was slowly opened by the boss, 3 large letters appeared in front of the 3 brothers. In the course of the tea, the eyes of the three brothers had become grave. Father, what is this? This is the imperial favor order that the Empress has just issued. King Jing said in a cold voice. Father, what's wrong with this? Could it be that you don't want to give your son a fiefdom? That's fine. Anyway, big brother won't let me starve to death. Why so angry are you? The oldest asked in disbelief. King Jing sighed a long, hateful sigh and sat down wearily on his couch, not wanting to bother with his stupid son. Boss, you give the oldest a piece of your mind. The oldest face was grave and said, Oldest three, you usually do not like power and strategy, and only love practicing martial arts, so it is not wrong for you to fail to see the intrigue behind this imperial grace order. But, big brother is going to tell you today, with such a simple paper of the imperial grace order, the father king will then want to ascend to the great treasure. It is already impossible. What? Lao San was shocked. Why, Lao San? Not every feudal king is like father. Only we have 3 sons. Think about it. How many sons does your Uncle Zhu have? Like 20 or so? I can't remember. And I don't know if I've gotten a couple more brothers in the last couple years. That's right. Your Uncle Zhu's sons can't be counted as the fewest among the vassal kings, but they are definitely not the most either. So think about it. How much of their fiefdom would be left after giving all their sons a share of it? What about when their son has another son? How much will be left when it's divided again? What about the grandchildren? Within 3 generations, the so-called vassal kings will be a joke. What's wrong with this? Just don't share it. We're all brothers. Let's just follow the rules of the past. Can this female emperor still come to revolt against us because of this? Hey, boss held his forehead and smiled bitterly. Rammer, you think all your uncle's sons can be the same as our family? The relationship between our 3 brothers, among all the feudal kings, I'm afraid that only our Jing Wang house, the backyard of the other king's house, which is not a bunch of dirty and filthy things. Words to this point, the old 3 is also understood, the other feudal lords, in the receipt of this imperial grace order at the same time. I am afraid that has been chaotic it, and once they are in internal turmoil, how can they care to rise up and rebel? And once they don't rebel, they'll just rely on their own King Jing's family. No matter how reckless Lao San is, he won't think that he can go against the whole of Dechen with his own Jing Wangfu. He's looking for death. Not to mention the chickens and dogs of these 36 clan kings at the moment. The 8 sage kings are now happily taking hundreds of carts of salt and iron on their way to Yongning County again. This time, without the 50,000 military soldiers. The 8 Magi King only brought an elite force of 2,000 men disguised as a merchant caravan. Chapter 21. The Arsenal. This time with 200 carts of salt and iron in tow. The entire caravan traveled very slowly. Along the way, look at the unclothed civilians and the occasional child digging roots in the ground. The 8 wise kings associated the warmth and affluence of the people under the jurisdiction of Yongning County and the happy smiles on their faces, and their hearts were filled with emotion. If only all the people of this great Qian world could be as happy as the people of Yongning County, how wonderful it would be. When Xiao Yi on the side heard this, he also echoed with admiration. Your Majesty, the management ability of this Yongning County's Magistrate Chen is really outstanding. What I saw and heard in Yongning County, I usually don't even dare to dream about it. If all the counties in my Dechen can be as good as Yongning County, my Dechen will surely become the most powerful country. Ha ha ha, it will be, with Magistrate Chen. Sooner or later, our great Qian will be so powerful one day. The 8 sages laughed happily, and at this moment, Yongning County is a hot scene. In the county courthouse, Lord Magistrate, the fall harvest is over. This year's grain harvest in my Yongning County has doubled in production compared to the end of last year. It's enough for our Yongning County to consume for 3 years. Oh, that's quite good. Just as well, now that the restrictions between counties have been liberalized, how much of the old grain have we in Yongning County not yet consumed last year? Lord Magistrate, we in Yongning County haven't even consumed the stale grain from the year before, and last year's, except for the farmers who ate some of it themselves, haven't even touched it. Chen Yi rolled over on the bed and changed to a more comfortable position and lazily said, then ship all the stale grain from before last year to the neighboring counties to trade for resources we don't have. It turned out that Chen Yi hadn't gotten up until now. Autumn is over. It will soon be winter. The weather in the north, the temperature dropped very much. According to the Yongning County old man speculation, it is estimated that in a few days it will snow, and in this kind of weather, Chen Yi really didn't want to leave the warm blanket. The Afu beside him was naturally used to Chen Yi's habits, and was simply used to seeing Chen Yi's lazy appearance. Continuing, he asked, well, what resources are being exchanged? Doesn't Warmstone Town next door have stone paint? There's also that what's-his-name Wabio Town with iron ore, silk from Mulberry Forest Town, and cows from Oxback Town. They're all good things. so look after yourself and go exchange them. Yes, my lord. Ah Fu bent down and saluted before leaving Chen Yi's bedroom. Chen Yi lazily lay back and looked at Ah Fu, who turned to leave. In his heart, however, he was not as calm as his face showed. It's winter again. Chen Yi let out a long sigh. His sleepiness gone. When he thought of the tragic situation of the northern barbarians plundering southward in the previous 2 years, a nameless anger bubbled up in his heart. In the first 2 years, I didn't have enough time to develop, and I was only able to lead the people to hide, and to resist with their lives. And this year, stone tools appeared, and iron mines were available. So you barbarians wait for your little masters. You'd better not choose to come to little master's territory this year. Otherwise, little master will let you know why the flowers are so red. Thinking about this, Chen Yi let out a long sigh and sat up from the bed. Come on, man! Chen Yi shouted breathlessly. From outside the door walked in 2 dainty and attractive maids. Chen Yi stretched his hands out towards his side and allowed the 2 maids to dress himself piece by piece. Having come to this world for a few years, I have unconsciously been corrupted by this evil feudal society. Ah, look at that! Now you can't even dress yourself. Prepare the car. A few moments later, the carriage drove out of the city and came to the edge of a recently completed factory. A plaque hangs vertically on the right side of the factory. On the inscription Yangon County Arsenal, 5 big words. Walking into the recently completed plant, I saw that many men with missing arms and legs were busy inside and outside. Seeing Chen Yi come in from outside, they all stopped what they were doing and knelt down towards Chen Yi. Alright, we're all brothers, so don't come to this. Hurry up and get up. Let's work in a hurry and try to make sure we stock up on enough weapons and armor before the barbarians invade. Yes, hey, that's all I can do for you guys. After all, I'm a waste of space myself who can't lift my hands and shoulders to fight a war. I still have to rely on you guys. Don't worry, my lord. With us, we will make sure to build a set of armor for everyone in our Yongning County before the barbarians invade in the winter. Alright then, you guys go ahead and tell Alfred anything you lack, and Alfred will have everything ready for you. Yes. After strolling around the arsenal, the irritation in Chen Yi's heart calmed down slightly. After estimating, in 2 days, he should be able to teach them how to work in an assembly line by himself. On the other side of the 2 small hills outside Yongning County, the 8 wise kings looked at the 2 small hills that were not too high or too low, and stretched their legs pleasantly. Finally, it's almost here. In the future, this kind of pressurization thing, old me will definitely not do it a second time. The 8th sage king was secretly vicious in his heart. On this journey, it could give the 8 wise kings a bad time. Not to say how tired, but too bored. Especially on the way to think of the beautiful things in heaven and on earth. This journey is even more difficult to live. Looking at the near Yongning County, the 8 wise kings instructed his men to escort the salt and iron slowly, while he himself took Xiao Yi to Xiao X and mounted his horse, galloping all the way towards Yongning County. However, as he crossed 2 mountains and looked to enter the city, the 8 wise kings suddenly saw a man with a missing arm carrying a pile of 7 pieces of armor on his back. Hey, this big brother. Wait a minute. The 8 sages ghostly called a halt to the man who was missing an arm. The man turned his head, his face chapped and weathered looking. Seeing an old man dressed in brocade and riding a high horse calling out to him, he turned politely and bowed with difficulty. This old man, what is the business of calling me? May I ask? Oh, it's nothing much, just wanted to ask. Where did you pick up this armor piece? The man gave the 8 magi a strange look, considered for a moment, and replied, It is good to let the boss know that I did not pick up this armor from somewhere else, but that the prefect issued the materials for us to make at home and then send to the arsenal. Magistrate Chen asked you to make armor? Yes, but this isn't armor for you either? With the 8 sage king's vision, it was easy to see that these bits and pieces were just one part of the armor, which was the armor, and no other parts. Therefore, the 8 sage king was a bit puzzled and asked, How come you only have one part of this armor? The armor? Chapter 22, Discovering the Armor. The 2 men just chatted on the official road. So, what you're saying is that you're not a citizen of this Yongning County. You're a military family? Yes, boss man. I was a border soldier on the northern border. And the year before last, when the barbarians attacked, I had an arm cut off. Originally, I thought I was dead, but I didn't realize that I just happened to run into County Magistrate Chen, who came to the front to deliver food, and saved me, and later, all of us military families who couldn't fight, came to Yongning County to settle down. The magistrate is kind-hearted, a good man, and often assigns us useless cripples some work so that we can survive in Yongning County. He's a good official. After a conversation, the 8 wise kings sort of heard something. This Chen Yi took in all the old and sick in the border army and raised all the military households that had no fighting ability. What is he trying to do? Thinking carefully, the 8 wise kings didn't dare to think any further. bidding farewell to the strong man with a missing arm. The 8 Magi King urged his horse and ran towards Yongning County. It didn't take long to see Chunyi Chen Magistrate, who was still lying on the bed, at the Yongning County government office. How have you been, Magistrate? Looking at Chunyi, who was resting on his laurels, a nameless rage rose in the heart of this 8 wise kings. Good guy. They're on this busy before and after for you to run around. Turn around to see your county and someone to manufacture armor. Anxious to break several red lights to rush over to see you. The results of your good, just so comfortable lying, has not yet got up. Oh, it's old Huang. What brings you here? It's almost winter. What? My Yongning County's heavenly world is too comfortable? Want to catnap here for the winter? Chenya's flirtatious remark struck straight into the heart bar of the 8 wise kings. For a moment, the 8 sage kings full of anger was actually extinguished by this light sentence. Hey, is not it? He came over before is not so think it. This Kyoto's royal residence has what good? Although the area is large, but it's cold to live in, and besides, the family is tired of seeing all the mothers-in-law and concubines. So you can't have concubines every day, can you? Even if one had the strength to do so, it was always a bad idea to spread the word. Moreover, the maidservants at home do not know how to take care of people as well as the lovely ladies in the heavenly world. Not to mention that those women at home who cannot read a few words are not as capable of ironing out the hearts of the flower girls in the heavenly world. Cough. It was only after a long time that the 8 wise kings settled down under Chenya's teasing gaze. Magistrate Chen. Ahem. Let's not talk about that for now. I'm here today to find you on a matter of business. Seeing the look on the 8 sage king's face change from shyness to seriousness, Chenyi also straightened his expression and sat up from the bed. Still not willing to leave the warmth of the comforter, he just asked, "What is it?" The 8 sage king thought about it and didn't beat around the bush, but asked straight to the point. Magistrate, do you remember the question I asked you last time? The first time I came to your Yongning County? Chenyi rolled his eyes. The last time you came, you asked me so many questions. How was I supposed to know you were talking about that? Ahem. That is, let me ask you, will you rebel and throw yourself into the arms of Deshien? Oh, that's it. I remember I answered you at the beginning. No way. I won't rebel even if you rebel. Even if His Majesty the Empress rebels against herself. I won't rebel against Deshien. Okay? Chen Yi frowned, thinking, just this? This is worth me sitting up from my bed? Then impatiently asked, you didn't wake me up from bed early in the morning just to ask me such a boring question, did you? If so, you can go out. This early in the morning, are you still letting people sleep properly? Hearing this unreasonable complaint from Chun Yi, the 8 sage king was out of rage, only to see the 8 sage king stand up from a side stool in a prancing manner, pointing his finger at Chun Yi and cursing. Good you little magistrate, are you so lazy? It's already noon and you're still in bed. Don't you usually have to work? You stay in bed every day. How can you govern Yongning County? Ah, you're derelict in your duties. Dereliction of duty. I'm going to impeach you to Her Majesty the Empress. Chun Yi didn't understand why this old man was so angry. Moreover, how did he dare? A mere merchant. How dare he point at his nose and yell? What a wantonness! How dare you? Chen Ye's face darkened as he bellowed violently, interrupting old Huang's accusation, rushing at the 2 constables who walked in through the bedroom door. Tie him up for me and throw him in the brig. A mere merchant. How dare you roar at this official? Daring. 8 wise king at least is also the military born. Fought a lifetime of war martial arts, and is not 2 small constables can be pinned down. 3 or 2, will be 2 small constables to put down. Clapping his hands, the 8 sage king looked at Chun Yi without blushing, seeing that Chun Yi did not see any panic at all, but instead was staring at himself with interest and sizing himself up. He could not help but have a bad feeling rising in his heart. He was about to lay his hands on Chun Yi, but unexpectedly, Chen Yi lifted the quilt, and a dark and strange cannon was pointed right at him. Although, the 8 Magi King had enough confidence that within 3 paces, he had enough certainty that he could take down this little youngster before this tiny magistrate could ignite the cannon. However, the strong alarm of the 6th sense made the 8 sages stop his hands that wanted to reach out stiffly. This intuition had saved the 8 wise kings many times before in the sand. Seeing that this old man in front of him did not dare to move, Chen Yi then said with a smile, "Come on, why don't you do it? Old boy, are you still quite good at fighting? It's a practitioner I now suspect that you're a scout sent by Deshien to my Yongning County. Dat and air. Tie me up with a water-dipped ox tendon." The 8 sage king's face jerked violently, and in his heart, he said that it was not good. Dipped bullseye. The kind of thing that no amount of strength can break free of as long as a person is bound to it. However, the intuition in his heart told him that as long as he dared to resist, this would be his burial place today. Thus, the 8 wise kings who did not dare to move in the slightest were tied up by 2 constables with bull bars. Alright, air. You guys go out, tell the guards that today Yongning County is forbidden to pass through, allowed to go out and not allowed to enter, and anyone who dares to break in, will be killed without pardon. Yes, the two constables went out. Chen Yi then smiled and recovered the quilt, smilingly asked the bundled over on the ground old yellow. Now, can you tell me what you are? You are definitely not an ordinary merchant. I've never seen any ordinary merchant dare to be so reckless and impeach me. Could it be that you are an official of the court? Chapter 23, Someone's Behind It. The 8th Sage King's heart was shocked, and he secretly said that it was not good. His identity must not be exposed. Otherwise, the Empress's good deed was going to be spoiled by himself. Hurriedly denied it repeatedly. Oh, if I were an official, or an official in Kyoto, I would have already twisted your dog's head off and hung it at the city gates. Facing the still arrogant old Huang, Chen Yi did not get angry at all, but asked thoughtfully, then, since you are not an official, how can you impeach me? The 8 virtuous king's eyes rolled. Who said that you can't impeach without being an official? I can't impeach. Don't I know someone who can impeach you? Thinking that I have created such a large piece of family business in Kyoto, do you think that there is no one behind me? I advise you to be polite to me, or else, humph, you're a tiny magistrate. What kind of a thing is that? Looking at the old yellow on the ground, Chen Yi also muttered in his heart. This old man is right. As a businessman, in this era, want to be bigger and stronger, behind the back must have a strong enough backer. Otherwise, the district a merchant, in the eyes of the officials, but is just a piece of fat meat on the chopping block. You still want to get big? It would be nice not to be swallowed in one bite with your skin. Thinking of this, Chen Yi already somewhat believed this old man's words. Oh, I didn't realize our old Huang had such a big backer. So tell me, who is the person behind you now? Hearing Chen Yi ask this, the 8 wise king's heart was finally relieved. Good boy. Finally bluffed him, and at that moment, lying on the ground with his head held high, he said, the person behind the old man. I'm not afraid to scare you to death by saying it. The person standing behind the old man is the reigning prince. The 8 virtuous kings. Hiss. Chen Yi sucked in a breath of cool air. Oops. Kick the iron plate. Does one kill to silence? Or do you kill to silence? Or do you kill to silence? No. You can't do that yourself. Or else you'll be found out as soon as you check. The 8 Sage King on the ground watched Chen Yi sit on the bed and keep changing his face. And his heart was also jumping around. After a long time, Chen Yi finally pressed down that killing opportunity in his heart. Okay, whether you're telling the truth or not, let me ask you, what was the serious matter you were supposed to tell me about today? 8 Sage King then remembered what he was doing to come. Has been the time to gas. He had wanted to come to ask about the armor, how to give a bundle of one thing or another. Without good humor, he said, I was outside of your Yongning County today, and I saw a veteran who had lost an arm, carrying a large pile of armor bits and pieces. He said that it was you who were manufacturing armor in large quantities. Is there such a thing? Chen Yi nodded. Yes, I asked them to do it. What's wrong? Is there a problem? What's wrong? Is there a problem? You said there's no problem? What's the point of making armor when you're a little magistrate? Ah, the armor of your county guards? The Ministry of War will equip them. What crime should you commit by making armor privately? Don't tell me you don't know the laws of Dichen, and you say you don't want to rebel. The 8th Sage King came to his senses. He also didn't expect that this Chen magistrate would dare to admit it directly. Chen Yi was silent, did not speak for a long time. The laws of Dichen, he naturally knows. The person who hides the armor, raised 3 clans, and for those like him who privately manufactured armor in large quantities, it was estimated that executing the 9 clans would be considered light. After a long time, Chen Yi raised his head again and actually lifted the covers and dressed himself. Then he squatted in front of the 8 wise kings and asked word for word. Old Huang, just now you came in and wanted to ask me about my proper business, which is the matter of privately made armor. Of course, otherwise, why do you think I'm so angry? You traitor! At this moment, the 8th Sage King was also going out on a limb. Such a talented person with an impure heart would do more damage to Dichen than a stupid person. Old Huang, I'm sorry, you should have asked this question earlier. Chen Yi's voice was somewhat low. What? Tell you earlier so you can make up your mind to kill me off sooner? Old Huang, it's true that I gave the order to privately manufacture the armor, but I didn't do it for the sake of rebellion. It's me who misunderstood you. I'm going to loosen you up now. Then I'll take you to the arsenal to have a look. You'll know why when you get there. If, and I mean if, by that time you still feel that I am rebelling and flouting the law of the land, then, without you having to do it, I will go with you to Kyoto, and whether His Majesty kills or scrapes, I will not say a word more. After saying that, Chen Yi did not know when a small dagger curved like a canine's tooth appeared in his hand. easily cut the bull's tendon that bound the 8 wise kings. Then he shouted toward the outside. "Ah Fu! Prepare the carriage. I'll go with Master Huang to the arsenal in the west of the city." Yes, there was a sound of footsteps outside the door, and Ah Fu went to prepare the carriage. The 8 sages, however, were confused. What's going on here? I was ready to be killed by this kid. Why did he suddenly release me? How dare you take yourself to a crime scene? Are all the magistrates so wild now? Committing the crime of extermination, but also want to bring yourself to see it in a dignified manner? However, this time, the 8 wise kings didn't say anything more. They were all smart people, and at times like this, superfluous nonsense was unnecessary. It was the same carriage as last time, and the driver was still Ah Fu. Only, the 2 people on the carriage, for the entire half hour, did not say a word. Chun Yi had been drinking. It's a crystal clear wine. The 8 sages had never seen such clear wine as fresh water. If it weren't for the strong scent of wine swirling around the carriage, the 8 magi would never have thought that such a clear cup of wine was even wine. What kind of man comes down from the sands without a good drink? However, the 2 had just torn their faces apart, and the 8 wise kings were not in a good position to go and open their mouths to ask for it, and were only able to secretly swallow their saliva. And Chen Yi as if completely did not notice the opposite side of the old yellow small action, self-concerned about a cup of drink. This is Chun Yi's own brew, highly alcoholic spirits. It was also a wine that had never existed in this world before, and Chen Yi had never flowed this wine out into the world. After all, in the first few years, the food supply for the people to eat is not enough. How can there be spare food to brew high-quality wine? Just like that, between Chen Yi's self-pouring and the 8 sage kings' incessant gulping, a voice came from outside the curtains of the car. "My lord, the arsenal has arrived." Only then did Chen Yi put down his wine cup and exhaled a mouthful of strong wine breath, staggeringly standing up from the carriage and leading the way out. "Old Huang, let me show you this arsenal of mine." Taking a lingering glance at the remnants of the wine in the cup inside the carriage, the 8 wise kings followed Chen Yi out of the carriage. Chapter 24. You believe it? As soon as he got off the carriage, what greeted his eyes was a depression surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. A strange building built on a mountain towered over it, and outside this building there was a high fence, like the roads in Yongning County, all gray and white. On the outside of the enclosure, at the entrance, there is a vertical plaque with 6 big words, Yongning County Arsenal. 8 wise king thought, what a great deal. This is much more majestic than the shogun's broken courtyard. Chun Yi introduced faintly as he walked. This arsenal, which I built just after you left, went into production just 7 days ago. Blow it out your ass. You just started building after I left last time? That's how long it's been. And you were able to build a building this tall? If you're doing it to swindle me, then there's no need. Chun Yi didn't explain at all, but continued to narrate in a calm tone. 7 days ago, when the first phase of the arsenal was completed, I got all the disabled soldiers we had taken in Yongning County to move, and gave them jobs, and those who could weave their own armor were weaving a part of the armor in their own homes. The rest that can't weave armor, I've gathered them together to work in this arsenal. Going to work? Once again, the 8 sages heard a new vocabulary word. You can read that as upworking. Then put each of them in charge of making a portion of the armor for a large batch. With that said, Chen Yi led the 8 Magi King to the main entrance of the arsenal. However, the arsenal did not open its doors until Chen Yi pulled out half a seal from his pocket and handed it in through a small compartment on the arsenal's gate. It was only after a long time that the gates of the arsenal opened slowly, revealing a path large enough for only one person to pass through. Go! Chen Yi led the way towards the inside. The 8 Sage King said in his heart, what strict scrutiny! To think that even Chen Yi himself has to pass the seal before he can enter or leave. My lord, your seal. Walking through the gate, a fully armored guard returned the seal that Chen Yi had just handed in with both hands. Chen Yi took the seal and nodded towards the guard. Tough, old Huang. Follow me closely. You can't run around in this place. Otherwise, don't blame me if you die. And the 8 Sage King was already stunned by the tight guards inside this arsenal at the moment. 5 steps to a booth, 10 steps to a post. After a lifetime of military service himself, it was surprising that after a careful search, he couldn't even find a dead end where he could blend into this arsenal. In shock, he heard Chen Ye's reminder, and only then did he hurriedly follow. After a few steps, a wide, grayish-white concrete plaza opened up in front of them. Upon taking in the sight of the concrete plaza in front of him, the 8 Sage King was once again stunned. What did he see? One side of the cement yard was open to the elements, and on the other side, a large shed was built to protect it from the wind and rain. Inside the shed, there were actually countless piles of armor neatly stacked. Relying on his many years of experience in the military, the 8 Sage King roughly estimated that there were definitely no less than 500 sets. The heart is more sure. This Chen Magistrate Must be lying to himself. So many armor. 500 sets. The general supervisor of the work of the whole country. A year will only be able to build 300 sets. And how could he have more than 500 sets of armor in just one county? And he lied to himself that it was a 7-day production? He's not even acting? He thinks he's a cutie. Chen Yi, however, did not bother to take care of his mood and continued. Here is the armor woven in these 7 days. The steward reported to me just now. A total of 578 sets. It's a little less, but it's good that there's still time. My goal is to be able to have our Yongning County manually equipped with a set of armor before the barbarians invade at the end of the year. Hiss. The 8 Sage King felt his teeth ache a little. Should be too much cool air inhalation today. Anyway, no matter what Chen Yi says, the 8 wise kings made up their minds and their hearts. I just don't believe it. Chen Yi continued to lead the 8 virtuous kings towards a place. This place has a strange blast furnace. Old Huang, come with me. I know you don't believe me. I'll take you through the process of armor manufacturing in this arsenal of mine and you'll believe me. The first step in armor making requires armor leaves. And how do you get armor leaves? There needs to be iron, right? Crap. The 8 sages said mentally. I've been fighting all my life. How can I not know how armor is made? However, when the 8 wise kings followed Chen Yi into that shed by the blast furnace and saw the scene inside, the stunned 8 sage king thought to himself, it's over. I really don't know how armor is practiced anymore. And to create armor leaves like this? It was only in the shacks by the blast furnace that one by one, bare-chested veterans, only missing an arm or blind, were skillfully dumping carloads of iron ore into the blast furnace, not yet towards the iron ore mixed with a grayish-white stone. Then, within a few moments, reddish-brown iron dripped out of the grooves underneath this furnace in the stupefied eyes of the 8 Sage King. With that, the iron flowed into a mold that had been prepared long ago. Immediately after that, not long after, as the temperature in the mold dropped drastically, a piece of dark armor leaf just appeared in front of the eyes of the 8 wise kings in a watery manner. With that, an old man with a missing leg on the side poured the armor leaves from the mold into an unknown liquid with a clatter. In one breath, he poured 5 boxes of molded nail leaves into it, and only then slowly fished out the already cold extracted nail leaves from the liquid, one by one, and wiped them dry with a rag. The 8 sages were rubbing their eyes. He couldn't wait to gouge his eyes out and throw them inside this blast furnace to see what was going on. Completely disregarding his own image, the 8 Sage King pounced towards the freshly dried koshia as if he was insane. That crippled old man just wanted to do something, but he saw Chen Yi waving his hand towards himself, so he let this well-dressed bumpkin lay on the just cold extracted armor leaves and went crazy. Anyway, the county magistrate said not to care about him. He did not need to remind him. Just now the cold extracted armor leaves have not been cleaned. This cold extract is diluted with horse urine into. Chen Yi, how did you do it? Do you know how long it takes for the craftsman of the general scholarship supervisor to make a piece of armor leaf? They go from a piece of iron ingot, slowly pounding it with a hammer into a thin piece of armor leaf, and it takes at least half an hour. And in a day's work, to be able to make hundreds of pieces of armor leaf, they are already considered great craftsmen. How did you do it? It's only been less than a quarter of an hour, and you've already made hundreds of armor leaves? Tell me. You tell me. You believe it? Chapter 25. Pensions. I believe it. I believe it. The 8 Sage King was on the verge of collapsing. He had never imagined that armor leaves made of iron could be made so easily and successfully, and even in bulk. He was now convinced that all of these 500 sets of armor outside had been manufactured by this arsenal in 7 days. Just, why would a freshly built armor leaf need to be dipped in water? The armor leaves are iron. Won't they rust after being dipped in water? The 8 Sage King himself somewhat admired himself for being able to ask such a question at such a time. Chen Yi snapped his fingers. Old Huang, you're good at getting to the point. Let me tell you a secret. This is not water. This process is called quenching and passivation. The armor leaves that have gone through this process, even if they have been fighting in the rain for years and years, they won't rust easily. Really? The 8 Sage King's voice trembled. There's no need to lie to you. But, Old Yellow, I advise you not to lie down on these freshly fished out armor leaves. No, I want it. Hey! Chen Yi held his forehead with his hand. Old Huang, why don't you listen to advice? Do you know what this is? Chen Yi asked as he pointed his finger at the horse urine in the extraction pool. I don't know. Old Yellow shook his head. It's horse urine, Chen Yi said helplessly. However, the area of horse urine did not scare off the Old Yellow. The Old Yellow is still obsessively holding the nail leaves. Do not let go. Horse piss is horse piss. What's wrong with horse piss? I want this armor leaf. Chen Yi, you sell me this armor leaf. Right. That's right. That's right. Chen Yi, Magistrate Chen, Lord Chen, will you sell this armor leaf to me? I have money. I have a lot of money. Chen Yi waved his hand. Alright, old Huang. Let's go. Let's go to the next place. As for the leaves you want to buy, let's wait until I've gathered enough for the amount I'm going to use in Yongning County. With that said, Chen Yi no longer paid attention to the spluttering old Huang and continued walking towards the next room. The 8th Sage King was also gradually calming down. To be honest, if that blast furnace hadn't brought too much shock to himself just now, how could his hallowed 8th Sage King be so easily taken out of his mind? Following behind Chen Yi, the gradually calming down 8th Sage King was frantically playing his own little schemes in his mind. No, this skill must be learned by myself, and then, by dressing up all the troops under my command, each with a complete set of armor. Then my own strength. TSK, 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 don't dare to think about it. Just as the 8th Sage King was still fantasizing about a beautiful dream, he found himself following Chen Yi to another room in front of him. When I walked into the house, I saw that it was set up with a very strange number of long tables, at one side of which sat at intervals one after another people who could not walk well, but who had both hands in their hands, and at each of the long tables, there were several people who walked easily but were missing arms or hands. Just a sign stood by those tables. Some say hood, some say chest protector, and some say shoulder swallows, arm protectors, etc. There are signs that say hood, chest protector, shoulder swallower, arm protector, etc. At one end of the table for each sign, there was a man handing out armor leaves to the first person. The first person would then take the silk thread in his hand and weave a certain number of nail leaves, which would then be put aside. Another person will take his finished part to the next person's side. The next person will again string together the several parts he has compiled, and then pass it on to the next person. It just passed through 7 or 8 people. These leaves pass through the hands of 7 or 8 people at this table. It just magically becomes a hood, an arm guard or a shoulder swallow. Then, all the parts were again sorted into different bamboo baskets, was carried into another room, without having to go to the other room to see it again. The 8 magi could already imagine how the other room had magically stitched the scattered parts together one by one to make that complete set of armor. Come on, let's go to the next room. Chen Yi stayed for a while, feeling that old Huang should have pretty much seen it all, so he led old Huang towards the last room. No need. The 8 sages opened their mouths. Chen Yi turned around strangely and looked at the 8 wise kings. Magistrate Chen, I'm convinced, you do have great talent. This operation, directly let you this arsenal 7 days of production directly exceeds the production of the general works supervisor for a year. I admire you. Oh, then in that case, let's go back, Chen Yi said and walked towards the outside. Wait, what again? Magistrate, before you said that you would understand if you brought me here. I don't understand. Did Magistrate bring me here just to show me your strength? The 8 sages asked in disbelief, and after hearing his question, a trace of disappointment flashed across Chen Yi's eyes. In fact, Chen Yi had long since realized that since entering the arsenal, this strange patriotic businessman had only noticed 2 things, one being the strict guards in this arsenal. The other thing is this amazing production of armor, and not even a second glance at the one veteran with a missing arm or leg. However, in retrospect, and then such an era, perhaps, this businessman's such talent is the normal person, and their own such sentimental, should be the other kind of it. Thinking of this, Chen Yi was somewhat disheartened. Indifferently, he replied, I didn't ask you to come over and see how I make armor. I brought you to see these workers. What's wrong with these people? The 8 sages were uncertain. Chen Yi coldly said, Are you blind? Can't you see that they are all disabled? So what? The 8 Sage King was still a bit confused. Can you see how they are disabled? Well, according to the old man, they should all have suffered sword wounds, and judging from the situation and the look in their eyes, they should all be military households retired due to injuries, right? The 8 Sage King didn't know why Chen Yi was asking himself this question. So you see it all? Of course, it's not hard to see. So, let me ask you, so many disabled military families in Diqian, what happens to them now? What do they all live on? The 8 Sage King instantly looked like he was choking. Geez, this is too hard to do. The 8 wise kings have never considered this in their lives. Military households, well, the battlefield sword without eyes, hand crippled, that is not a normal thing? As for how they lived after they were crippled, who knows? Didn't the court already give them pensions? Thinking of this, the 8 wise kings couldn't help but frown and ask, how else can we live? Isn't that what military households are like? On the battlefield, swords have no eyes, so how can we guarantee that they won't be injured? Moreover, all military households that are injured and retired have a pension. Chapter 26, The Shogun's Warrant. A pension? Ha ha ha. Chen Yi suddenly laughed up to the sky, laughing with tears in my eyes. Chen Yi laughed for half a day, until the 8 Sage King in front of him felt a bit overwhelmed, and only then did he reach out and point to the plant behind him. Go in and ask them if they've gotten their pensions. You go and think again. Even if they were able to get the pension, how much is the pension stipulated by our Dakian court for one person? You go ask. You go check, without having to ask. Seeing Chen Yi in this state, King Bashan guessed that this pension must not have been sent to these military households. Or, at the very least, the pensions of the military families around this Yongning county were not issued. As for how much each person can send, no need to find out. As the 8 wise kings who have led soldiers for a lifetime, he has a clear idea in his heart. When converted into silver, each person would receive about 250 coins per month. Therefore, the 8 Magi king did not open his mouth again, and he somewhat understood what this little magistrate had brought him here for today. Why don't you say anything? Chen Yi looked at the silent old Huang with a sneer on his face. Why don't you go and ask? Looks like you figured it out. Let me tell you. These are all the military households that were injured during the winter resistance against the barbarian invasion in the past 3 years or so since I took office. These, more than half of them had already died before I came. By the time I was taking inventory of the households and discovered their existence, there were not 1 in 10 of them left. That's why I took them under my wing and, on weekdays, gave them some work that they could do. Now, another year's winter is coming, and if, correctly calculated, there are no accidents, then, this year's barbarians, too, will soon arrive to plunder southward. May I ask, when the time comes, is it possible that my Yongning county will again be plundered by these damned barbarians? Could it be that my people will be raped and pillaged by them again? Could it be that some of the wealth that my people of Diqian have worked so hard to save will again be taken away by these barbarians? Chen Yi's series of questioning caused the 8 wise kings to fall completely silent. So, do you now know why I went to such great lengths, risking my family being copied and destroyed, to make armor here? The 8 sages were silent for a long time. Indeed, as a prince, the high and mighty only knew that every year, at the northern border, there were barbarians withholding customs. Every time, when the barbarians buckled the pass, the border generals in the north would hand up a letter of request for credit for decapitating 100,000 people in battle. Anyway, after the beginning of spring every year, the barbarians would retreat again, and would not occupy the country of Dakian, and would not affect the rule of Dakian. Therefore, the high and mighty king of the 8 wise men, or the empress, who was far away in Kyoto, the ministers, never thought about it. The string of numbers of lost troops on this one letter of request for credit, surprisingly, it is the reality of a living life, a broken family. For these high and mighty, this is just a string of data. It's just a request for credit. Seeing that the big businessman in front of him who had his back to the mountain did not speak, only then did Chen Yi slow down his tone. You high and mighty only know how to fear our revolts. You watch out for the feudal lords today, and us, the people, tomorrow. But if, and I mean if, the people are able to have enough to eat, who will rebel? In other words, if they weren't forced to live, which citizen would let go of a good life and go to rebel with a sword? Who doesn't want to live well? Who doesn't want to live with a wife and children? Looking at the silent old yellow who was still in front of him, Chen Yi secretly sighed in his heart. In fact, it is a bit too much for him to say this to old Huang, a big businessman today. After all, one's own kind of thinking was out of place in such a feudal age. Who cares about the deaths of ordinary people and the survival of lowly military households? Thinking of this, Chen Yi also felt a bit disheartened. Perhaps, he was still a bit out of place with this era. Glancing at old Huang, who was still in deep thought, Chen Yi said, Old Huang, this is the situation. You're right, I'm just a small magistrate, but as long as I'm in office for one day, I'll be responsible for the people of Yongning County. After saying that, Chen Yi did not say any more and lifted his feet to leave the arsenal. Unexpectedly, the old yellow behind him called out to him, Magistrate, wait. Chen Yi turned around and saw that old Huang was looking at himself with red eyes, thinking, damn it, is there anyone who can empathize with him in this feudal era? Magistrate, I believe everything you just said, except that you did violate the law by manufacturing armor. According to the law, raise 3 clans. Old Huang is serious about giving Chen Magistrate the law. Chen Yi snorted a laugh, thought he was going to say something. Sure enough, it was the same old thing. But, Magistrate, if I can ask for a copy of the Shogun's armor manufacturing warrant from above for you, then, Magistrate, won't this arsenal of yours be legally compliant? Chen Yi made a 180-degree turn in place, looking at the smiling old Huang in front of him in shock. Incredulously, he said, Old Huang, no, Master Huang, don't tell me that you have the energy to get the Shogun's warrant? As the 8 Sage King looked at the shocked Chen Yi, the smile on his face became reserved and teasing. What, my magistrate, you won't tie me up now? Can you really get a warrant for Shogun? Chen Yi stared at this repulsive old thing in front of him. Ran. The 8th Sage King tilted his head condescendingly. Master Huang, please also lend a hand. Why is Magistrate Chen afraid in the front but respectful in the back? For the people. For the great Chen. Magistrate Chen is indeed a wonderful man. Ahem. If we want to talk about wonderful people, it's still the Ruyan girl in the heavenly world that's more wonderful. Let's go listen to a song? Let's go listen to a song and talk while we listen. I still go back more to the magistrate's cardamom tea. Ahem. Old Huang. This official also has very little left. Hey. Oh, is that so? I just remembered. This will be made to supervise the warrant. Is not so easy to get. Formalities are quite estimated that fast if there are 2 or 3 years we'll be able to apply down. Chen Ye's face darkened. Old fox. Still 2 or 3 years. You are just waiting for 2 or 3 months. The yellow flowers and vegetables are cold. Cough cough cough. Master Huang. I suddenly remembered that I still have a caddy of cardamom tea stored in my half-tea house. Turn around. I'll have someone send it over to Master Huang. Only a pound? Chapter 27, I'm your second grandpa. Master Huang. This tea isn't a big deal. This one caddy is already my entire stock. Chen sighed. 8 Wise King smilingly stroked his beard. This will be made to supervise it. In fact, the old man is not so familiar with. I think, may need to go up and down to make some points can be. Oh, I don't know how much silver taels are needed. Just ask, boss man. Hey, this is not a question of money or not money. The main bar. I heard that this will be made supervisor of the steward. More love to drink tea. This caddy. Old Huang. I suddenly remembered. I'm afraid there's still some stock at the boss's wife's place in this heavenly paradise. I'll go fetch it. I wonder how much stock is left. It's too little. I'm afraid it's not enough to make a dent. 5 pounds? Only 5 pounds. Any more is really no more. Chen Ye's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. The 8th Sage King laughed. Well, Chen Magistrate, relax. I think with these 6 pounds of cardamom tea, will be made to supervise the warrant 3 days later. Can be sent to the hands of the magistrate. Very good. Why don't you listen to the song in heaven? Let's go. Listen to the song. Go. Hey, when I look at County Magistrate Chen, that's a good official with clean air and 2 sleeves. I didn't realize that the county magistrate is not only upright, but also a model of an official in terms of loving the people as his children. You're welcome. I take a look at Master Huang. You are not an ordinary businessman. You see the pattern and height of the problem. I once thought. Outside the carriage. Fu listened to the 2 people inside the carriage blowing each other up commercially. His heart was full of emotions. It's no wonder that people can sit inside the carriage while they can only drive it outside. Learned. It was a night in heaven and a guest of honor. However, far away in the northern realm, in King Jing's mansion, there was a cloud of sadness. Boss, heir, the 12 messengers sent out. Have they all returned? Father, it's all back. Well, did they all agree? Father, other than King Chu and King Huai, no one else has given a clear answer. Also, in addition, King Jing's son, or the boss, Gong Yuqian, was a bit stumped. Speak, King Jing Gongyu, I said in a deep voice. Father, King Rongzhao, King Chongxin and King Yong, they rejected our union and warned us that if there is a next time, they will denounce us directly to His Majesty. In addition, King Yang will send the messenger we sent, cut his nose. Boom. The teacup in King Jing's hand was once again shattered. This was the I don't know how many cups he had broken these days. Since the damn Empress issued the Imperial Favor Order, the situation has taken a sharp turn for the worse. And these days, there hasn't been a single piece of good news. Almost 2 months had passed, and according to his own tip-offs, King Jing had learned that the backyards of more than half of the feudal lords had caught fire. Among them, the Jinping royal family is the most exaggerated, and I heard that his eldest son was even poisoned to death because he opposed the Imperial Favor Order. So far, almost a month has passed and surprisingly, the murderer has not even been found. The most surprising thing is that his Jinping Wangfei also fell into the water for no reason on the first 7 days after his eldest son's death. If it hadn't happened to be bumped into by Princess Jinping's accompanying maid, I'm afraid that she would have already gone to her death along with her son. All these chaotic signs have made the major feudal lords no longer interested in joining hands to crush the female emperor. Is that it? Let this empress steal the throne? Willing to listen to the dictates of a woman? Unwilling. This is King Jing's biggest heartache. If this Gong Miaohan was a male, King Jing wouldn't have had such thoughts. But, on the contrary, she was a woman. A woman. What if in the future, in case she marries, wouldn't that be giving away the genius of the Gong family? Taking a 10,000 steps back, even if she never married in her life, then, she wouldn't have an heir. So, when she was 100 years old. This world, what should be her surname? In short, the mayor will never be able to do it. Thinking of this, King Jing rubbed his somewhat inflamed brow. Boss, is there any other news? Father, there isn't any particularly important news. It's just that there's a message coming from the capital that I don't know if it's true or not, and I thought you might be interested in hearing it. Father, oh, tell me about it? I heard that the 8 sage kings of the current dynasty are not in Kyoto. Not in Kyoto? Where did he go? Did he take the Divine Opportunity Battalion with him on his expedition? Is one of the border countries getting restless again? Or, Father, take it easy, strange is strange here. If the 8 virtuous king he led the troops to leave Kyoto, I am not strange at all. I will not be interested in this news. The strange thing is, this 8 wise kings, I don't know where he went. I wonder where it went. King Jing's brow furrowed deeply. Slowly, he contemplated his boss's intended words. What do you mean? That's right, Father, the 8 wise kings can be said to be our great Xian Si Pin. Moreover, as a die-hard loyalist of the royalist faction, if it is not a major event, it is absolutely impossible for the Empress to allow him to leave Kyoto. Moreover, as far as I know from my sources, the 8 wise kings have been away from the royal residence for more than a month. Father, you say, in such an eventful time, a sensitive time when the imperial grace decree has just been issued, he is not even sitting in the capital. Where else could he have gone? Or perhaps, what else is more important to him than this? Hiss. Hearing his boss analyze the matter like this, King Jing also realized that it wasn't that simple. Send out our scouts. Go check and see what this old thing, the 8 wise kings, has been up to. Greetings, Father. As early as half a month ago when I received the news, I had already dispatched them. The boss proudly took credit. King Jing nodded with satisfaction. Well, this matter, you did a good job. This old thing, whose movements are unknown, is indeed an interesting piece of news. Elder 2, did we have any action this winter? With the Yen border army? Reporting to my father, I have not found any special movements, but as in previous years, I have sent 50,000 more troops to the border in the winter. And do we have enough provisions from our fiefdom this year to sustain us in a major battle? It's enough, Father, for 2 fights. The oldest 2, Gong Yu Kuan, said proudly. What's the situation? Our fiefdom didn't have a big harvest this year either? Why is there suddenly so much more grain and grass? King Jing asked suspiciously. Why, Father, it wasn't you who said that you intended to give the female emperor some color this year, and that I might send out troops in the winter. So I thought that this movement of the sword must be particularly consuming, and surely this year I have doubled the taxes. What? King Jing was shocked. Father, this will give us more than enough provisions. I nicked you too. Chapter 28, a show on the stage. King Jing slapped the oldest 2, Gong Yu Kuan, in the face. Gong Goken covered his fiery cheeks with an aggrieved face. Father, why did you hit me? Why else would I hit you? I'm going to smack you to death. You heartless bastard. King Jing was furious and shivering. He picked up a candlestick that was about to be smashed towards the penis that was covering his cheek. This Gong Mikuan took a bad look. As the saying goes, if you don't leave now, you'll have to wait. Instantly on his feet, he ran straight out of the study, went to tattle on his mom. In vain, King Jing was left in his study with his beard sticking up in anger. Old boss, you hurry up and go. Return the over-collected grain tax to the people. Wait, no, you can't return it. Like this. You do it like this. Calling over the boss on the side, King Jing whispered so and so in the boss's ear for half a day. The boss, who was listening with his ears, kept nodding his head, and a strong look of moistening appeared in his eyes. The next day, the northern realm, Mabe City. At the food market, there was a scene that the people of the north were delighted to see. Early in the morning, the desert city streets and alleys of the official soldiers and door-to-door knocking on the door told all the desert people. Today at noon, in the vegetable market has a lively look. Hope that the people are free to go to the spectators. This cold winter month, although it is the idle time of the farm, this people do not have anything to do. But, this temperature is so low, the sky is cloudy with snowflakes. The people were not really interested in watching the fun. However, I heard from the officer who sent the message. Today at noon, those who go to this food market to watch the fun, surprisingly, can receive a bowl of kanji for free. King Jing went so far as to give kanji at the food market. So, before lunchtime, early, the food market around the mouth has been surrounded by people. A sea of people. Really do 10,000 people. The crowd climbed up and wondered what was going on in the marketplace today. And all are anxious. Anxious about this porridge. When will it be given? Chatting with each other. Hey, were you also called by the officials? That's right. By the way, why are you here so early, brother? Geez, brother, this bowl you brought, it's too big. You also came quite early. It's not for that bowl of porridge, is it? Joke, how could I come so early for a mere bowl of kanji? I'm curious about what's going on here. Look, when did this food market entrance build such a high platform? That's right, it doesn't matter if it's porridge or not. The main thing is to see what's interesting. The crowd was full of vegetable color. You look at me, I look at you. All eyes are eager to give gruel. No, all eyes are eager for the new things that are going to happen. It waited until 3 minutes past noon. Dang, the gong rang. Only a long procession appeared at one end of the long street. At the head of the procession was, surprisingly, a prison van. And the one who escorted the prison car was not the government officials from time to time, but the Jingbei army of this King Jing's residence, waiting for the team to get closer. Everyone realized that the person imprisoned in this prison car is actually the second son of the king of Jing Palace Mikuan. And at the end of the long procession, there was even a luxurious carriage carved with the family crest of the King Jing's house. Everyone in Mabe City knew that this was Prince Jing's ride. My goodness, what's going on at noon today? The king of Jing is here in person. Moreover, in this prison wagon, the second son of King Jing is imprisoned. Is the sky falling too? The whole food market gradually quieted down. No one spoke again, not knowing what to say or daring to say anything. A few moments later, under the silent gaze of the crowd, the prison wagon holding Gon Yukuan in captivity stopped under the high platform, and the second son in the prison wagon was just escorted to the high platform by a few sergeants from the Jingbei army. Bu was kicked in the knee socket and fell straight to his knees in front of the crowd. Wow! The people under the high platform were in an uproar, looking incredulously at the scene in front of them. This was the second son of the high and mighty King Jing's house. Today, he was kneeling in front of himself and the others. It's a rare event that hasn't been seen in 100 years. The crowd ate a big melon, and in an instant, everyone had put the small matter of giving porridge behind them. Immediately afterward, the carriage curtains were lifted, only to see the righteous-looking Prince Jing walking down from the carriage, surprisingly carrying a black and thick horsewhip in his hand. Prince Jing walked up to the high stage with a dragon stride and arched his hand towards the people of the north on the stage. Folks of the northern realm, my people of Desert North City, hello everyone, the old man is King Jing, you all recognize him. There was a coaxing sound, and the stage instantly exploded. Recognize. Hello King Jing. It had to be said that King Jing had been able to run the northern realm like an iron barrel for so many years, and had his own personal charisma in real terms. Good, everyone, today, I have invited you all here to tell you that my family's canine son has done something wrong, done something to apologize to our northern fathers and folks. The so-called son of heaven commits the same offense as the common people. This unfilial son, who has done something wrong, something that has wronged the people, he deserves to be punished. Today, this king has invited everyone to come here so that you can witness with your own eyes that this king will never tolerate any of the assholes that have plagued the people. With that, the whip in his hand whistled with a crunch and landed on Gon Yukuan's body. A muffled grunt came out of Gon Yukuan's throat. No matter how stupid he was, but after all, he had grown up following his father and polished in the military for many years. This bit of tactics could still be carried off. The bottom of the people exploded. They see really. This is a real whip. A little bit of show meaning or not. Look, just a whip. The blood penetrated the lining. That's right. In this cold winter month, the second son of Gon Yukuan in the prison car was wearing only a snow-white lining. Not long ago, the fall harvest to pay the grain tax. Everyone should remember. This damn rebellious son even doubled the grain tax of the big guys. Although, this is the meaning of the imperial court. But, as I said before, the people of my northern border are suffering from hard times, and the land of our desert north is so barren. Where can we raise the taxes again, yo? I say, still collect taxes according to the original taxes. And what's extra? My Jing Palace will make it up to everyone by smashing the pots and pans myself. But then, this rebellious son, he even disobeyed this king, hiding from me. He quietly went behind my back and collected double the grain tax from everyone. He deserves to die. Today, I'll whip this unfilial son to death in front of the folks, to make amends to everyone. The whip landed on Gon Yukuan's body with a lash as the words were spoken. Say a word and it's a whip. Soon, bright red blood flowed down the black and oily horsewhip to the whip's tip, followed by a low fall down the whip's tip to the high platform. Whip after whip. The clamor under the stage disappeared once again, and soon, in the crowd, an old man with a white beard and white hair trembled and knelt down. Chapter 29, The Empress's Ambition. With this white-bearded, white-haired old man being the first to kneel. Immediately afterward, one after another of the people of Mabe City knelt down. They were not pleading for mercy, they were worshipping the great, tall, fair and just king of Gingbei. Looking at the crowd of people who had fallen to their knees in black, a hint of imperceptible laughter flashed through the eyes of Gingbei King Gongyue. The purpose, achieved. The effect, surprisingly good. After whipping his simple-minded, four-limbed son a few more times, King Gingbei then said aloud, "Folks, I'm here to apologize for this unfilial son of mine." Gingbei dynasty bowed to the crowd on the stage. "Don't dare." The crowd on the stage shouted in unison that they didn't dare. The admiration for King Gingbei deepened in his heart. Immediately afterward, King Gingbei waved his hand. The sergeants on the stage set up the oversized marching pots that had been prepared long ago in such a magnificent manner. Bags of white rice were poured into the cauldron by tiger-backed sergeants in front of the crowd. "Folks, this king is as good as his word. In order to make up for your losses, starting today, for 3 consecutive months, I will be here to give kanji, but only 1 meal per day." At this time, with the previous behavior of whipping his own son in a righteous manner, even if King Gingbei said that he only needed 1 meal a day, no one raised any dissatisfaction, and immediately after that, the words that King Gingbei said made the people underneath boil again. "If you want to eat 3 times a day, that's fine, then sign up for the army. Join me in my Gingbei army, and we'll go together to crusade against the female emperor who has set up so many exorbitant taxes. How can we, the great Qian, allow a woman to be our emperor? What's more, when she's on stage, people can't get enough to eat." People say that, don't they? Yes. At first, everyone was still wary, but when sparsely and gradually people in the crowd started shouting yes, the voices gradually flooded out. The masses are stupid, and the more people there are, the more stupid they are. And the herd mentality that applies no matter what world you go to has once again shown its power in this desert city. It didn't take long for the porridge to open. "Come on, line up and get your porridge." One of the teams in charge of the kanji started to manage the order and began to serve the kanji. And on the other side of the gruel shed, at some point, a brightly lit recruitment point was silently erected. On stage, King Gingbei saw that people had already started to walk towards the recruitment point one after another, and his heart secretly rejoiced that the great thing could be accomplished. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his own personal soldiers to bring Gong Yukuan down to heal his wounds, while he himself continued to maintain the pro-people smile on his face as he stood on the high platform. And just as the city of Mabe was defusing a tax increase crisis, turning it into a recruitment drive, and even discrediting the Empress Gong Miaohan in the process, Kyoto, in the palace, the Empress was sitting squarely behind the desk in the Imperial study, her eyebrows knitted, holding a thick pile of letterheads in her hands, and was in a dilemma. And at this moment in the Imperial study, there is no one. Even the personal palace maid Xiao Chui has been dismissed by her. "This damned Shen Yi, you're a tiny county magistrate, a sesame-sized official. What do the barbarians in the north have to do with you? And what does this maimed soldier have to do with you? Having to come out with this?" The Empress thought hatefully. However, she was just complaining and grumbling in her mind. She certainly wanted to give the disabled soldiers a good home just like Shen Yi. However, in terms of the current national strength of Deqian, she couldn't do it, which was why she was so envious when she saw the letterhead that the 8 virtuous kings had sent back. "To think that you've even built an arsenal. Are you trying to rebel? Take in veterans and build armor. Why don't you store up war horses?" What the Empress didn't know was that, in fact, Shen Yi had long established a horse farm in the pasture on the eastern slope of the mountain. Only that the horse farm wasn't too profitable for Chen Yi, so Chen Yi hadn't told the 8 virtuous kings about it. Granted, the 8 wise kings didn't know either, and the Empress would know even less. This horse farm, in fact, originally did not exist, only that, during one time of doing business, a barbarian merchant had exchanged for the 2 glazed giant wolves in his hands, which returned him hundreds of good horses in his hands. Let Chen Yi earn a big wave. He has not thought about it until now. 2 one-person high-glass wolves are just, and they were still green and opaque. How could this barbarian merchant be willing to exchange these hundreds of BMWs? You know, these hundreds of horses are all good war horses. No less than 20 of them are sweat-blooded BMWs. In terms of a society that was still in the agrarian era, this was the supercar of the age. Any one of them is priceless and hard to exchange for $1,000. And this barbarian merchant, he just so easily used hundreds of good horses just to exchange for a pile of glazed wolves made of sand? Chen Yi couldn't figure it out. And at this moment, the Empress couldn't figure it out. In a quarter of an hour, a furnace capable of creating hundreds of armor leaves. What kind of furnace is this? The god's furnace? So magical? As an Empress, especially one who wasn't dim and wanted to do something, she naturally wasn't the kind of being who wouldn't eat meat. She was naturally aware of the current capacity of the shogun in her mind. Hundreds of fine armor leaves were worth 7 days of work for a skilled blacksmith. What a miracle! Moreover, I heard that in just 7 days, this so-called arsenal had already produced more than 500 sets of armor. What kind of concept is this? If one's general work supervisor can be equipped with such a furnace, then one's great Qian army will be invincible, and the cost of armor will be lower than ever. As long as there is iron ore, the labor cost is already negligible. Didn't you see what the 8 wise kings said in their letter? The ones who operated the furnace were a couple of disabled sergeants. Not exactly professional smiths or even an able-bodied person. It's just a couple of disabled people. Trembling with excitement for a moment, the Empress's face fell again. The 8th Sage King also said in his letter that this Chen Yi, the county magistrate, was quite critical of himself. The Empress, in fact, Dong Miaohan himself is clear in his heart. The 8 wise kings said quite a few words. That is to take care of their own face of the 9-5. Dong Miaohan had met Chen Yi, and with her understanding of Chen Yi, this Chen Yi, behind her back, hadn't cursed her for having big boobs. It was already very polite. Therefore, the 8 wise kings had said that it was not the time yet. At least they had to make some achievements, so that Chen Yi would recognize himself as a female emperor's rule over the Great Qian before revealing his identity. Otherwise, it was impossible to fully subdue this tiny magistrate who was covered in thorns. Chapter 30, The Warrant in Hand. For Gong Miaohan, Chen Yi is a hope that can assist his rule and bring prosperity to Qian, a demon with great talent. In dealing with this matter of Chen Yi, Dong Miaohan had always been cautious in her heart, and she had even sent her most capable and trustworthy royal uncle to act as an intermediary for a long period of time, traveling between the two places of Kyoto and Yongning County. It was to watch him, to get to know him better, to get on good terms with him, so that later, when the time was right, he could really make this subject's heart happy. Aid yourself wholeheartedly. And for now, what can one do? Nothing could be done. And currently, in Chen Ye's eyes, he and the 8th Sage King were just a rich merchant. So, since you want to build an arsenal, I'll give you the authorization to build it. But after you've built enough, the surplus, shouldn't it be my turn? Thinking of this, the corners of the Empress's mouth slightly hooked into a playful smile. Humph, damn Chen Yi, so dishonest. But you still have to obediently work for me. Just wait. With an idea in mind, Gong Miaohan put away the thick letterhead in his hand, opened the secret compartment in the Imperial Study, and put the letterhead in. Looking at the open secret compartment, there was already a thick pile of letterhead inside, and with this one, there was even more. Closing the hidden compartment, Gong Miaohan shouted towards the door. Come on man, soon. Xiao Chui pushed open the door of the Imperial Study and walked in, followed by a large string of palace maids carrying various colors of delicacies. Your Majesty, you have worked too hard. Take a rest. The slave girl has prepared lunch for you. Gong Miaohan waited until the other palace maids had set up the lunch and all exited before she spoke to Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui, go and pass a message to the steward of the shogun's supervisor, and ask him to issue a weapons and equipment manufacturing license warrant to a man called Huang Shi. Yes. Looking at the back of Xiao Chui's departure, Gong Miaohan was relieved to eat lunch. Although, this is the Imperial Palace. But, this Imperial chef made out of the meal, always feel that something is missing. Hey, when can I eat pork from Yongning County? Aha! I want to eat it so much. Why is it that this Imperial chef always fails to cook pork well? All the Imperial chefs have tried it, and it always smells fishy and hard to eat. Gambling a throw chopsticks. Gas full. Do not eat. Their own hall a female emperor, but even a mouthful of pork cannot eat? Gong Miaohan somewhat regretted having Xiao Chui throw everything away in a fit of pique when she left Yongning County. One shouldn't be so impulsive. It's all because that Chen Yi is so infuriating and has too much guts that he dares to hook up with the Minister of Rights of Dashuan. Yes, it's all Chen Yi's fault. Wait. Gong Miaohan suddenly had a flash of light in front of her eyes. Come on man. Gong Miaohan once again shouted towards the door. Your Majesty. This time the one who came in wasn't Xiao Chui, who hadn't come back yet. This time the one who came in was another palace maid who looked somewhat familiar. You go and ask if there is a new kind of food in this Bashin King's restaurant? The kind made with pork. Ah. The tiny palace maid's mind was filled with big question marks. She also didn't expect the titular empress would let herself ask such a question. Didn't you hear me? No. Slave girl heard you. Hear me clearly and don't go quickly? Gong Miaohan's face darkened. This palace really cannot stay down for a day. Eat no mouthful of good food. This person also porcelain stupid? Not at all like the people of this Yongning County. One looks particularly vivid. Spiritual. Thinking so, Gong Miaohan's thoughts drifted away again, until the personal palace maid Xiao Chui came back. Only then did she collect her scattered thoughts back. Your Majesty, this is a warrant. Xiao Chui handed Gong Miaohan the warrant for putting into practice. Gong Miaohan took the warrant and carefully looked it over to make sure there was nothing wrong with it before handing it back. Order the brocade guards to send it to the 8 wise kings with 800 miles of urgency. Yes. 3 days later. Yongning County. The 8 wise kings who were enjoying the warmth of the earthly fairies in the heavenly world revealed their hidden abs under their open outer robes. Is a beautiful taste of this western region of the melon? Listening to Chen Yi, this kid said, "This is the cantaloupe. What strange name. Melon is melon. They used to be in Kyoto and is not eaten. This kid has a lot of ideas. Change melon to cantaloupe, and I'll sell you $888 a piece. Yes, it really is 888. A piece of melon carved into a dancer with a delicate body, or a looming mountain landscape." When he saw it for the first time, the 8 wise kings even thought that this 880 cents a piece was not expensive at all. Just outrageous. This kid is a real moneymaker. Little one, dressed in a black power suit, walked in. The 8 sage king waved his hand, and the flower leader beside him knowingly retreated, closing the door of the supreme private room on his way out. "What is it, Your Highness?" "A letter from the palace." "Well, okay, I got it." As Koichi retreated, the 8 wise kings sat upright and carefully examined the fire paint, which showed no signs of destruction. Before opening the envelope, a warrant slipped from the envelope. "Well, moving so fast?" The 8 sage king picked up the warrant and unfolded it to look at it. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, surprisingly, it's a warrant for the yellow stone. Hi, or the Empress is high. Ha ha ha, Chen Yi Chen Yi. Let's see how old me will take you. Shao Yi, go and tell Ah Fu to make an appointment. No, a reservation for me, and say that I'd like to invite Magistrate Chen to come to Heavenly Paradise. I want to see Magistrate Chen and have something good to discuss." Yes, and what was Chen Yi doing at this moment? He's carefully adjusting the ratio of charcoal, sulfur and saltpeter. Hey, this kind of thing is so dangerous. I wouldn't come into this stuff if it wasn't just in case. While his mouth was breaking, his hands were carefully pouring powdered sulfur on top of the homemade scales. Ah Fu, who had come to deliver the message, knew that when his master was in the room he had named his laboratory, he must not go in and disturb him. So, it was just waiting outside the door until dark. This can be the 8 wise king to depressed bad. Big morning let the little one over to invite people. This is to the evening. This person how not come? Koichi, have you brought your words yet? Enlighten, Your Majesty. It's been brought to you. And Ah Fu, the steward of Magistrate Chen, said that he knows about it and will convey it to the magistrate. Then why hasn't anyone shown up until now? The 8 sage king's sword brows went up, thinking, how dare this brat slow me down like this? With a brain as smart as his, how could he not think of what I invited him over for this time? Just as the 8 sage king's heart was on fire, a loud and bright laugh came from outside the door. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 31, Do you want to rebel? Chen Yi smiled broadly and pushed open the door of the supreme private room. Yo, old Huang, what's going on? What's with the fire? When the 8 sage king saw the smiling Chen Yi, the anger in his heart increased. In a cold voice, he said, Yo, isn't this our county magistrate? Why are you here so early? I thought I'd have to wait until tomorrow morning? Chen Yi wasn't annoyed either. He just smiled and told the sidekicks to go out. The 8 sage king didn't stop him, so he just watched as Chen Yi invited all the girls and his men out. Say, what happened? Why didn't you come over until this point? Chen Yi is still smiling. Today he finally researched the so-called gunpowder. Just before coming here today, he just blew up a wigwam in the back garden of his government office. Alright, nothing much. I worked on something in my lab today and made some progress, so I'm in a good mood. And, as you know, I'm a person that, once I'm working, you wouldn't dare to bother me. So old Huang don't be angry with me. I don't desperately develop something fresh. How can my Yongning County get rich? How will you, Boss Huang, get rich? Even with the elimination of the 8 Xian Wang, a stomach of evil fire cannot be vented out. As the saying goes, the hand does not hit the smiling face of the people. This Chen magistrate at least is also a party of the parents of the official. Their own identity on the surface of the identity is a businessman. Even if it is a party giant, it is also a low-status businessman. Naturally, it is not good to act too much, so suppress the fire in the heart, thinking, the big thing is to wait for the dispersal of a girl to find a girl to discuss to help lower the fire. No, look what this is. The 8 sage king drank a glass of grape wine and pointed to an envelope on the wine table. Chen Yi took the envelope and opened it, and although he had long had a guess in his mind, from the moment he saw the warrant, Chen Yi excitedly stood up from his stool. A warrant? It really is a shogun's warrant. Old Huang, you are really awesome. Chen Yi was so happy that he wanted to hug and kiss this old Huang. Suddenly, Chen Yi's half-said words got stuck in his throat. Wait, that's not right. Old Huang, Why does it say in your warrant that it's a warrant for Huangshi? Not for me? Ha 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 ha. Looking at the bewildered Chun Yi, the 8th Sage King laughed out loud. All that unhappiness and anger from just now dispersed when he saw Chen Yi's befuddled expression, and it seemed that there was no need to find someone to discuss the matter of lowering the fire tonight. Hey! Ha ha ha, Chen old brother, don't be angry. This old brother. It's true that he has a relationship with the General Scholarship Supervisor, but the General Scholarship Supervisor also has his rules, not really assured of the person. Who would give you such a warrant? Right. After all, in case something goes wrong, this is a hook for losing one's head. So this shogun gave this warrant to Lao Fu. Chen Yi's face queerly darkened. 10,000 grass mud horses galloping in his heart. I can't believe that I have been shaded by this old. What does that mean? It's simple. The old man has his eye on his arsenal, and he wants to hijack it. Without a warrant, one is risking one's head in doing this. But now, the warrant is there, but it's written in old Huang's name. What does that mean? This means that this old Huang does not have to do anything. He will have to give him half of the factory for nothing. Sure enough, no matter what society you're in, relationships, they're king. Although old Huang was a mere merchant in the district, with this warrant, he had the qualifications to speak with Chun Yi on an equal footing. Bereft, Chun Yi sat back on the soft couch and threw the warrant in his hand directly back to old Huang. Tell me, what do you think? What idea? What ideas can I have? The 8th Sage King looked smilingly at the downcast Chun Yi. Chun Yi was inwardly spitting madly. You old thing. Wait for me. Little Master's gunpowder has been researched. When Little Master I research the guns and cannons, you'll see if I still need this damn arsenal. Turn around and I'll go to work on firearms. I'll descending strike you guys. How dare you take me down? Humph. After thinking about it and looking at old Huang, who was dangling his own appetite with his wineglass and not taking the initiative to make an offer, Chen Yi cursed, old fox, then opened his price. 10% of the profit of the arsenal goes to you. The 8th Sage King didn't even lift his eyelids, and continued to scrutinize the wine cup in his hand, as if there was his lover in the wine cup. 20%. Give you 20%. You get 20% for doing nothing. Is that enough? The 8th Sage King was still impassive, as if his great master was in this cup. 30%. No. 40%. No more. Chen Yi felt his heart dripping blood. Hearing that Chun Yi had given a price of 40%, the 8 wise kings finally put down the wine cups in their hands. In that case, I don't want your cut. HM? Chen Yi was delighted, then frowned. This guy doesn't want a cut? What does he want? As we all know, no matter which world there is no free lunch. You need to get down on your own to earn a penny. What do you want? It's simple. Don't stop production until you've equipped your own Yonaguni County with what your arsenal produces. Not enough. All subsequent production of the armor. You must leave it entirely in my hands. And then, I will only give you a profit of 1 tier above the cost of all the armor. The 8th Sage King continued to start eating and drinking after he finished speaking, as if he didn't consider this matter as a thing at all. What do you want? You don't want a rebel, do you? Previously, Chun Yi had always felt that this old man was a good person, or at least a patriotic businessman. But now, how could he? No matter how he looked at it, this old man looked like a traitor who was secretly plotting to restore the country. The 8th Sage King's mouthful of wine spewed right out. Kid, what are you talking about? Who wants to rebel? If you don't rebel, why do you want my arsenal? And why did you go to such lengths to get a shogun's warrant for me? And, since you're not rebelling, you've gotten me a warrant, and you're not writing my name. You're writing your own? Now, you don't even want a cut, just armor and weapons? You're not trying to rebel. What are you trying to do? You're a dang merchant. You don't want money? You want armor? The 8 wise kings did not give Chen Yi the chance to be so angry that he rose to the sky in the same place. This. The 8 wise kings have a hard time saying. The heart keeps beeping. What you said this, can be my words Then thought. The 8 wise kings also happy. Is not it? Knowing that this is a head-killing deal still bothers so much to help fix the warrant. The key is to fix the warrant or his own name. And then barring that, he still does not want money, as long as the armor. Chapter 32, you can't copy them. Smiling to himself, then glancing at Chun Yi, who had a wary face. The 8 wise kings suddenly developed a surge of desire to tease him, only to see the originally cynical 8 sage king suddenly straighten his face. What if I say that I just want to rebel? I'm going to overthrow that empress and I'm going to be emperor myself? Chun Yi took a closer look at old Huang, then relaxed instead. Alright, old yellow, it seems that you don't really want to rebel, but why do you just want the armor and not the split? What makes you think I won't rebel? If you wanted to rebel, you should have pulled me in long ago instead of testing me all the time. Alright, no more bull ******. I still need an answer from you. What answer? Why don't you want to cut? Just the armor? Chen Ye's face became solemn. The 8th Sage King shook the warrant in his hand. Because, in order to get this warrant, I promised the steward of someone else's general scholarship supervisor that all the armor you produce here will go directly into the general scholarship supervisor. In the future, all of the armor produced in this military factory of yours, in addition to your Yongning County for your own use, can only be transported back to the general works supervisor under my responsibility, and later distributed to the various armies. Chen Yi was enlightened and followed up by asking, and then this shogun's steward used this as an achievement and rose through the ranks? Brilliant! The 8th Sage King took a sip of wine, then said, anyway, no matter what, the last bottom line of the shogun's supervisor is that not a single piece of armor can flow outside of Deqian. So, it's impossible for my arsenal to make a profit in the future, I guess? The 8th Sage King shook his head. Lord Chen, anyway, your initial purpose of establishing this arsenal was not to make a profit. I'm sure that you won't be so cognizant of death, right? Chen Ye's heart finally died and he was finally completely relieved. It's understandable, and I can accept it, but since I can't make a profit on the arsenal, however, these workers and raw materials? Old Huang, you can't make me go backwards, can you? Don't worry, all of your disabled military households in Yongning County will be paid monthly salaries by the General Laboratory Supervisor, and all of your arsenal's raw material needs will be provided by the General Laboratory Supervisor. The 8th Sage King made a big mouthful of money, compared to thousands of armors. I'm sure Her Majesty wouldn't care about this small amount of money, right? Alright, that's it then. Is there anything else? If not, I'll go back to bed. To be honest, the past few days were spent in the laboratory working overtime on gunpowder, and finally came up with it. Excited himself. Now that all this excitement was gradually passing, a wave of weariness came over him. The 8th Sage King, on the other hand, once again opened his mouth to make a request. Magistrate, in fact, there is something that I'm curious about, and I wonder if I could ask for some advice? Hatch. Well, what is it? Old Yellow you say? Chen Yi asked with a yawn. It's like this, Magistrate Chen. I see that you have governed Yongning County so prosperously, and I additionally have a county magistrate friend. So I was thinking, can I take some lessons from you to teach my county magistrate friend, so that he can also govern his own county as well as your Yongning County? Well, let's talk about it tomorrow. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Chen Yi was sleepy and waved his hands repeatedly. That's not something that can be said in a sentence or two, and really, if we were to talk about that experience, we wouldn't be sleeping all night today. This old deng spends every day, naturally not sleepy, but he himself is tired these days. Every day to stay up all night, not to mention, even lazy sleep. Then we have a deal. I'll look for you tomorrow. The 8th Sage King looked at Chen Yi staggering back and shouted at him. Just now, he had only focused on pulling the wool over Chen Yi's eyes, almost forgetting the other task that the Empress had explained to him in her letter. The task was that the Empress wanted to try to learn from the Yongning County model and try this method of governance in her own imperial estate. But then, he didn't know where to start. So he let himself inquire with Chen Yi about how Chen Yi had developed a raggedy Yongning County into what it is now in the first place. Then, wouldn't one just follow Chen Yi's method at the Imperial Villa and copy it step by step? If, however, this first step was successful, then the Empress would formulate a template for universal prosperity to be implemented in all counties and cities of Deqian. Let all the places in Deqian be governed according to such a model. In that case, how could one's Deqian not be strong? The next day, Chen Yi, who had slept through the night and had 6 relatives, was once again grabbed out of bed by the 8 wise kings. Now, this old den had free access to the Yongning County office, Chen Yi's bedroom. After being tied up once, the 8 wise kings had instead become acquainted with Ah Fuk and the few of them. Strangely enough, Chen Yi, who had always paid close attention to his privacy, didn't feel very offended. However, being forced to turn on the computer in this way caused Chen Yi a great deal of pain. Old Huang, you old bastard, what do you want? How dare you disturb this official's rest? I think you have itchy skin. Ah foo, drive this official out. Alfred, where are you? Looking at old Huang with a wicked smile on his face, Chen Yi knew that his lazy sleep today was completely finished. Say, what the hell do you want? Looking at the breathless Chen Yi, the 8 wise kings said smilingly, I asked you last night, didn't you say yes? What did you ask? Hey, you're so young. What kind of memory is that? I'm not asking you. How do you govern Yongning County? I have a county magistrate friend who wants to learn from you. Chen Yi didn't even raise his eyelids as 2 words popped out of his mouth. Dreaming? What? Dreaming? I say that friend of yours is dreaming with you. 8 Sage King's expectant old face instantly became anxious. Chen Tajian, My old Huang is considered to be generous in what he does. Right. I even begged for the shogun's warrant for you yesterday, saving the lives of your family. Chen Yi hastily stretched out a hand. Stop. This warrant has your name written on it. Ahem. So tell me, is this a shogun's warrant? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Besides, I don't have a family. I'm just by myself. Then old man has kind of saved your little life. Get lost. Asking for favors isn't the way to ask for them. You old thing. Hey. The 8 Sage King sat on the edge of Chen Yi's bed, and said with a thick skin, I can't do anything else, but only this old face. I'm willing to go out. County Magistrate. You say, how do you want to be willing to share the experience of governance with me? I'm not trying to put you off. Governing the people this kind of learning, not one size fits all, different places, need to use different methods, can't be copied. Chapter 33, Chen County Magistrate with two sleeves in the wind. Chen Yi helplessly said something from his heart, but unexpectedly, when this old deng heard it, he even came to his senses. Lord Chen, if before, I still had some doubts about you, thinking that your ability to govern Yongning County into what it is now has a certain degree of fluke, or that you were lucky, after hearing these words of yours just now, I think that you are someone who really knows how to govern. The people of Yongning County can have such a life today thanks to you. Chen Yi black face, what did I just say? Isn't this a truth that everyone knows? So, Lord Chen, you must do me this favor. Chen Yi rubbed his temples with a headache. I say, Old Yellow, did you have to come over so early to disturb people's dreams? Hey, where did I come to disturb your sleep? I came to invite you to taste a treasure. Chen Yi looked at Old Huang suspiciously. What kind of treasure can you have? I have a lot of treasures in Yongning County. I don't look at ordinary things. The 8 Sage King said in his heart. Steady. A person. As long as they have hobbies, then they have weaknesses. Snap. The 8 sages gently clapped 3 times, only to see that the door to Chen Yi's bedroom was pushed open, and Little 1 to Little 10 respectively walked in holding something. Little 1 came to Chen Yi's bed first, dragging a large round plate with both hands, which was covered with a red silk cloth. 8 Sage King is not ink, will be red silk cloth a lift, only to see a smooth copper disc, dripping rolling 18 pigeon egg size walking disc beads. Exempt. Chen Yi's drowsiness instantly disappeared. Lifting the covers off the bed, he carefully picked one up with his thumb and forefinger, put it down, picked up another, and put it down again. Comparison of a circle, determined, pure natural walking beads, but also all the same size. TSK. Chen Yi sucked in his breath as he watched. The 8 Sage King seemed to be very satisfied with Chen Yi's performance and waved his hand, allowing Xiao Yi to step back, followed by Xiao Er, who also carried a smaller plate to Chen Yi. It was still covered with a red cloth, and it was still the 8 wise kings who lifted the red cloth. A large, apple-sized donju was just plainly on the plate. Seeing this, Chen Yi's eyes were about to turn into the shape of dongju. The 8 Sage King waved his hand. Xiao Er retreated, and Xiao San walked up. This time, Xiao San's hand was still a plate, but it went from a round plate to a square one. It's a set of ink and paper. Chen Yi does not understand this set of elegant things, but, listening to the description of Old Yellow, this set of ink, paper and inkstone, can be more precious than the previous 18 unattainable walking disc beads. However, Chen Yi is not a literati. This set of ink and paper to his hands is also considered a pearl in the dust. Behind them, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu and so on came up one by one, and all sorts of treasures, which Chen Yi had seen and never seen, heard of and never heard of, appeared in front of him. Even, as long as Chen Yi nodded his head, these things, from now on, would be Chen Yi's. However, the 8 wise kings were a little disappointed until Xiao Zhou retreated a basin of blood coral 1 person high, because, although, Chen Yi had stepped down from his bed when he brought up a plate of walking beads from Little 1, showing a look of great interest, the 8 wise kings could see that Chen Yi's eyes, all along, had been clear. That's right, the 8 Sage King only saw curiosity in Chen Yi's eyes, but not greed. It was as if, in the eyes of Chen Yi, this tiny magistrate, these things were nothing more than a novel, unseen toy. He did not even have the idea of taking these exotic treasures for himself. The 8 Sage King who had read countless people still had some confidence in his ability to read people, so he was disappointed. This county magistrate Chen, truly extraordinary, could not be impressed by ordinary money and jewelry. The somewhat discouraged 8 virtuous king looked at Chen Yi's teasing, as if he was watching a play, and did not have the good sense to say, I didn't expect that Magistrate Chen would be so clear-sleeved and not be confused by external things. Today, it was a mistake on my part. However, I didn't mean to insult the magistrate with these things. I just genuinely wanted to let Lord Chen help my friend. Chen Yi laughed. This old Huang, although a merchant, but is a straight and lovely people. Chen Yi like him this, with other ordinary merchants that coy, small-minded, meticulous calculations are completely different. Although, this old yellow does not seem to be too smart, and sometimes even bargaining will not. The vast majority of the Chen Yi and the two dominated the price of the transaction. However, so far, this old Huang is the businessman from their own hands to get away the most benefits. He even swallowed one of his most valued foundations, the arsenal. I'm curious, this magistrate, did he save your life? Or did he see you kill someone and have something on you? You're going to give me so many valuable treasures without blinking an eye, just in exchange for a suggestion from me? If you ask me, you'll be able to sell all these valuable treasures for money and be able to feed this county directly, right? The 8th Sage King was speechless. Yes, but what could he do if the Empress wanted to copy his homework? Unexpectedly, as the 8th Sage King himself, the first time in his life to give a gift, he had encountered such an embarrassing situation. It was a mistake that people were not interested in what he was giving them. Chen Yi curiously looked towards Xiao X, who was standing at the end. Hey, take it all over here. It would be rude if I didn't look at it all. Little 10. Bring it over here. Let's see. What is it that you're taking? Xiao X's eyes went to the 8 wise kings. Show him. It's not something valuable anyway. He's not interested in so many valuable things in front of him. And this, I guess he's even less interested. Only after receiving his own king's consent did Xiao X walk forward and set the plate he was holding in his hands in front of Chen Yi. Chen Yi waited for half a day. Do not see someone to help him lift the red silk. Cannot help but a happy, good guy. Today this old yellow must be angry enough by himself. Chen Yi wasn't annoyed. Since there was no one to help lift it off, he would do it himself. And have a good time. My God. After taking a good look at the several items on the plate, Chen Yi directly turned his voice up 10 degrees and shouted in surprise. That's quite a bounty. Originally a bit demoralized, the 8 wise kings were suddenly startled by Chen Ye's ow. Sick are you. The 8th Sage King just wanted to curse, but when he turned his head, he saw that Chen Ye's real body was trembling, and his face was about to come up to the palate. Chapter 34 1,000 pieces of gold. It can't be. Could it be that Magistrate Chen? Who doesn't have any interest in all kinds of exotic treasures? Oh, wrong. Who doesn't have any greed? Would be interested in these rags? The 8th Sage King looked somewhat incredulously at Chen Yi, who had fallen into a frenzy. Magistrate Chen, are you alright? Oh, I'm fine. I'm good as never before. Oh yeah, old yellow. This plate of yours? I'll take it. I'll cover for your friend. Ah, what? Mr. Magistrate, could you please say that again? The 8th Sage King thought if there was something wrong with his ears and asked again in disbelief. Old Huang, do you know what these are? Ha, aren't they just some novelty seafood? Originally, I put them last just to make it interesting. They're not worth much, but we don't have them in Dakian, so it's just a novelty. Chen Ye's face became odd. Figure fresh? Worthless? Looking at Chen Ye's expression, the 8 Magi King vaguely felt that he was afraid that he was going to suffer a big loss again in this deal. But just now, Magistrate Chen had already promised to provide guidance on how to develop the other county well. Then, one can fulfill the task entrusted to him by the Queen. As for whether he suffers or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, sooner or later, this kid is going to enter the court. It is all the treasury stuff. Give it to him. Sooner or later, it is still Dakian's. No loss. Thinking of this, a happy smile appeared on the 8 Magi's face. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was already laughing so hard that he couldn't see his eyebrows. Ha ha, seafood. Not worth it yet. Look what's in there. Potatoes, corn, pumpkin seeds, tobacco seeds, chili peppers, ambergris, TSK, TSK, TSK. The least valuable thing in there is going to be ambergris, which is more expensive than the equivalent weight of gold. Dumping the contents of the tray in Xiao X's hands onto a red silk cloth at one side in a brainstorm, he carefully wrapped it up. Alfred, Alfred, looking at Afu who came in from outside, Chen Yi solemnly handed Afu the bag of holding things in his hand. Afu, go, put this packet away properly. Remember, find someone to take good care of it. That is, if your head falls off, what's inside here? There can't be any damage. Remember? My lord. Afu had always been reliable in his work, and it was only by handing over to this Afu that Chen Yi could be relatively assured. Well, old yellow, come on, be specific. Ha? Say what? Tell me the specifics of the county that your friend governs. How am I supposed to give your friend any ideas if you don't tell me anything? Then these things? The 8th Sage King pointed to the 9 treasures that had been left out to dry. Oh, indeed all are treasures. I will not take away the good. These things are too expensive. I will not accept. And I am a rough man. These elegant things, put in my place as the pearl of light, or stay in the old yellow you are better. Hearing Chen Ye's refusal so decisively, the 8 Sage King no longer insisted and waved his hand for Xiaoyi and the others to move the things out again. When only Chen Yi and himself were left in the room did the 8 wise kings pull Chen Yi to sit down at the table. Lord Chen, can you tell me what treasures were among those seafood just now that were able to make you change your mind? Chen Yi laughed mysteriously and said, it's not that I don't tell you, it's that these things are of little use to you as a merchant. And besides I'm afraid you'll backtrack ha ha ha. What was the matter with the 8 sages feeling a little itchy in their fists to hit someone? Hey, old Huang, let's talk about that friend of yours. Okay. The 8 Sage King also saw that today, in this county Magistrate Chen's mouth, he couldn't ask anything, so he put down the idea of continuing to probe deeper. That friend of mine's county is like this. My friend's county is near Kyoto. On the whole it has a population of a few 100,000 people. The land, it is quite fertile. There is a canal running through it, which divides the whole county into 2 halves, and the county's people. Stop. Chen Yi hurriedly interrupted the 8 Sage King's rambling narrative. Tell you what, I'll ask. You answer. Good. Does this county of your friend have any specialties? What do you mean by specialty? It's just something they have in the county that they don't have anywhere else. No. How is the terrain inside the county? Are there any hillsides or rivers? There are no mountains. It's all flat. There's one canal. The rest are small rivers. The water system isn't very well developed. You just said the land is fertile. What are some of the main crops grown? Nope. There are hundreds of thousands of people in the county. 800,000 or so. What's the climate like? The last 3 years have been more favorable and there is no problem growing wheat. Is the transportation network well developed? What is a transportation network? It's your friend's county high school. How many roads are there? Mostly country lanes, with only 2 official roads. Are there many merchants in the county? It's all about farming and self-sufficiency. There's no one who specializes in business. What? How is that possible? Yes, there are no merchants who specialize in business. How many big fairs are there? No. Yes. Can they feed the people of the county? It's barely enough to keep food on the table, but people still starve to death every year in March and April when there's not enough green. How many large landowners are there? No. Wait, there's only one. So strange? So, are the officials clear? Don't worry, it's absolutely clear. They are all good officials with 2 sleeves like Lord Chen. Chen Yi shut up, his brows furrowed, and gradually, even his eyes closed. The 8 Sage King didn't disturb from the side and sipped his tea silently by himself. For a long time, so long that the 8 wise kings have been drinking tea and have gone to the outhouse twice, Chen Yi finally opened his eyes. That county you just mentioned, it wouldn't be the Imperial Village, would it? The 8 Sage King's eyes snapped open. Off the cuff. How did you know? Randomly, in a hurry, he covered his mouth, and then, immediately afterward, let go. Bitterly smiling, he gave Chen Yi a straight thumbs up and said, Lord Chen, you are really this. Awesome. Chen Yi sighed helplessly. Where am I powerful? You've made it so obvious that even an idiot would know that it's the imperial estate. What makes you say that? What other county would be without a few landowning gentry, a few rich merchants, a few large bazaars, and corrupt officials? And, as you also said, on the edge of the imperial city. I can't think of anywhere else but the imperial village that is such a monstrous county. Please also teach me. Lord Chen. Chen Yi let out a long sigh. Old Huang. You really know how to give me problems. Chapter 35, A Monstrous County. Lord Chen. I can't help it. My friend. It's quite difficult for him. Chen Yi nodded, deeply agreeing. That's right. It's quite difficult to be a magistrate in such a monstrous place. Nonsense. The top of the 9 or 5 at any time pressure. The bottom is not allowed to have merchants. Not allowed to have other occupations. All farmers. No developed water system. Even if the fertile land can be fertile to where? There are no traders for interoperability. Not even a marketplace. And everyone is in a small peasant economy of self-sufficiency. So the hell if they can develop. Without a large number of starving people to death. I guess it has already been the case that this 9 to 5 keeps feeding the royal estate with his own internal coffers. In fact, Chen Ye's guess is completely correct. Years and years down, Kyoto side of the imperial village has long been so isolated. Backward not work. Not only were they unable to replenish Gong Miao Han's internal coffers, but they even required the empress to keep subsidizing them every year in order to prevent mass starvation from occurring. And the more the empress subsidized, the lazier the people of their imperial villa became. And even, in recent years, there were even abandoned fields in the imperial villa. So angry that the empress wanted to pull out her sword and chop people. Lord Chen, I wonder, If there could be a brilliant plan to help my friend, to help the farmers of the imperial estate. Hey! Chen Yi let out a long sigh. The heart of the 8 wise kings that looked at him was terrified, fearing that Chen Yi would reject him outright and say that there was no way to do it. Fortunately, Chen Yi nodded. Although, it's a bit harder and more tiring, there is still a way. However, you have to ask your friend. The method I gave, does he dare to use it? Dare. The 8 sage kings said firmly. Chen Yi shook his head. It's better if you don't put words in your mouth yet. I'll give your friend an idea when he gets permission from the Empress. The 8 virtuous kings hurriedly said. The Empress has given him an order, telling him that no matter what method he uses, as long as he makes the situation of the imperial estate better, whatever method he uses, she will support it. Chen Yi was incredulous. Really? 1,000 times over. Is that so? Looking at this series of decrees issued by the Empress, she doesn't seem like such an understanding person either. The 8 sages. I can't take this. This Magistrate Chen has too much guts. Why does he like to say a few bad words about the Empress when he's not doing anything? If he goes to the court later, how many heads will he have enough to be chopped off? Forget it. The matter of recommending him to the court should wait a little longer, until he's a little more composed. Then, since we have the full support of the master of the Imperial Villa, this is a good thing to do. First of all, you should know one thing. If you want to get rich, you should first build roads. Only when the transportation keeps up will that place of yours be able to be revitalized. Ha? Build the road directly? But there's no money. Hey, hold your horses. I haven't finished talking yet. First of all, it's not that your place doesn't have its own strengths. It's that you've given up and buried all your strengths. Ha? We still have an advantage in this royal estate? Of course, in this way, you go back and ask your friend to do one thing first, and that is to directly post an announcement to the public, allowing foreign merchants and businessmen to enter your imperial estate, that is, Yutian County, to do business. Then, just a moment. Magistrate Chen, do you have a pen and ink here? I'll record it. I'm afraid I'll forget. Chen Yi helplessly brought old Huang a pen, ink, paper, and inkstone from his own desk and waited for him to sharpen the ink before continuing. Then, the government funded, on both sides of the canal, every 100 miles, build a dock. Labor priority from Yutian County to recruit workers. Remember, give enough to each person to earn 2 days of grain per day. Wages will be enough. Do not give too much, and cannot give too little. Why is that? I can't explain it to you. Just do it. Okay, any more? The 8 sage king was taking notes quickly, and it was the first time Chen Yi had seen someone who could write so quickly with a brush. Remember? What's next? Next, the government gave each dock a good layout in advance. Where to build warehouses, where to build eateries, where to build inns, where to build greenhouses. In short, before the dock started, all of them should be laid out in advance. Afterward, get a carpenter to build a little model out of wood of the entire dock that was designed and laid out. Immediately after that, foreign investment. Ha? What's a foreign investment? Hey, it's useless to tell you so much. Let's do it this way. You first follow what I said and do the first few things. Remember, make sure to go to all the surrounding counties and make a big fuss about it, saying that the Imperial Villa is welcoming all merchants to move in. Pick a date and have all the businessmen who are willing to come over and do business come together for a grand ceremony. Call it the Investment Promotion Conference. But, remember, before this convention, make sure you have all the miniatures of the docks done. Then, make a good assessment and budget for every building on the docks. What's the budget? Looking at the eyes of Old Yellow that long for knowledge, Chen Yi felt really tired. No, Old Huang, you're at least a businessman. How can you even know the budget? How can you still be the richest man just like that? What kind of heaven-defying luck are you having? Halfway through his speech, looking at the oil and salt Old Yellow, Chen Yi suddenly lost interest in spitting. To the loot. Budget. A budget is when you want to build a liquor store. So roughly how much silver you need to be able to build that liquor store. That's called a budget. Oh, it's just the cost. I know. You know. Chen Yi scolded without a good mood. Yes. I don't understand. The 8 sage king was now immune to all of Chen Yi's little tantrums from time to time. As for scolding himself, that would be even more indifferent. This magistrate, but in front of the face of the empress, scolded the empress herself. Now scolded himself this 8 virtuous king. Only where to wear. When he thought about it, the 8 magi were in a surprisingly good frame of mind. And then, the 8 sage king had the eyes of a well-learned baby at the moment. And then my ass. You let your friends get these things done first. But we don't have the money to build a dock or recruit laborers. The money will be there. Just go ahead and get the model done like I said and go around and get the publicity going. Wait until these 2 things are done. Then hold an investment conference. By then, Money? A large number of people begging to send you. Don't worry at all. Oh yes, remember to do one thing in advance. What is it? That is to build a few more silver vaults to store the money, and when the time comes, I'm afraid that you don't have a large enough silver vault in Yutian County to store it in. Chapter 36, the most expensive is free. 3 days later, the Imperial Study. Gong Miaohan looked at the thick pile of dialogues in his hands. That's right, it's a dialogue book. After returning from Chunyi, the 8 wise kings spent an all-night session transcribing all the conversations with Chunyi again in their original, word-for-word form. Then it was sent to Kyoto in an 800-mile rush. What does this mean? Make a model, get publicity, and you get money? Could it be that this Chunyi, he is still able to turn stones into gold? And then what? Have a meeting. What meeting? A conference to attract investment? Merchants, I probably understand what's going on, but what does attracting capital mean? And then what? What's next? What's next? What's next? Gong Miaohan's heart was like a kitten scratching, 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 scratching and raising. Why don't you say more? Where's the money coming from? How is this meeting going to go on? Why don't you say anything? What's this for? Damn. I'd like to cut you up so you don't have any down there either. Not to mention that Gong Miaohan was gnashing his teeth in the palace in Kyoto. At this moment, Chunyi was directing a group of bamboo craftsmen in the construction of a strange frame. A bamboo gabion was roasted into a bowl by the fire and then inserted in a row on the ground. The most extravagant thing was that this Chen magistrate had used the thinnest silk to cover the bamboo gabions to build a small warming hut, and it's covered with 3 layers. In an instant, the name of the defeated magistrate spread throughout Yongning County. However, there were not many people cursing Chen Yi, and even if they brought up Chen Ye's defeatist behavior, it was just used as an after-dinner talking point. After all, the people of Yongning County are all rich now, and as for the county magistrate to lose his family, then let him do it. Anyway, it's his own money that's being used. It's not like he's robbing us to lose our money. Moreover, this Chen magistrate, and does not rob his own mother-in-law, and does not molest his own daughter, and not harsh taxes. People just like to use silk to build a warm house. Then build it. So what if we build a few more? Maybe our magistrate is getting some fresh camp out for everyone again. A few years ago, the county magistrate played with sand and made glaze, played with mud and made red bricks, played with kilns and made cement. Look how well everyone has done over the years. And for the past 3 days, the 8 wise kings have been pestering the door every day, almost living in the government office. Actually, barring that, if Chunyi hadn't desperately pushed him out of the room, he really would have stayed. He was too curious, and with the cleverness of the 8 sage king, he dared to guarantee that this silk warming room must have something to do with those few things he had given him. Several more of those items were crops, something that the 8 magi still knew. However, the 8 wise kings tried to plant a few times, did not plant successfully, which is as a fresh thing to take over to give away. Therefore, the 8 wise kings were curious as to how Chunyi was going to be able to grow these things, and must secretly learn them for himself. After all, there were still several sacks of these crops in his own family's coffers. However, this Chunyi was also too petty, defending himself like a thief. Originally, the 8 virtuous kings thought, since you Chen magistrate is not willing to talk to me, then I will first follow your warm room. I also build an identical one. However, something happened that greatly surprised the 8 sages. These bamboo makers who built warm huts for Chunyi, even in the face of the temptation of gold, surprisingly refused him without hesitation, and he also reported his bribing them to Chunyi. Even more, the 8 wise kings had realized that since they had tried to use gold to buy these people who worked for Chunyi, there are a lot more vendors right around the heavenly place where you live. Every time he traveled by himself, he shadowed a number of unprofessional stalkers around him. He himself had become the public enemy of Yongning County. Even today, when he came to the court this morning, he tried to buy a bun in the marketplace, but he was shooed away by the bun seller's lady. My buns, not for sale to people like you, all day long thinking of taking advantage of our magistrate. If not, the magistrate did not give the word. Old lady, I'll let you not walk out of this Yongning County. This gave the little one behind him so much anger that he even pulled out his sword on the spot. As a result, all the people in the marketplace quickly gathered around when they saw Koichi about to draw his sword. In their hands were those carrying pig-killing knives, those holding up yokes, and those with hoes, all of them with unfavorable faces, and all of them were about to make a move at the slightest word. Fortunately, the 8 wise kings reacted quickly and quickly pressed down on little one who was about to storm out, apologizing profusely, which avoided a bloodbath. Finally, Chunyi finished his work in the warming hut and returned to the front hall. The 8 wise kings who had been waiting for a long time rushed forward and complained about the things they had encountered this morning. Hey, what a big deal. It's fine. I'll just ask Afu to go and say something later. But old Huang, you're not doing the right thing. Hey, it's not because you're too mysterious. County Magistrate Chen, what are you doing all day long? Saying that, his eyes kept glancing towards the backyard of the courthouse. Don't dream. This is another specialty I've created for my Yongning County. You want to learn? Wait until I bring the people of my Yongning County to earn a wave first. The 8 Sage King stopped asking and gave another thumbs up towards Chen Yi. Lord Chen, that investment promotion conference? How on earth should it be held? How will there be money? It was the 7th time he'd asked that question in as many days. It couldn't be helped. He didn't want to ask, but the Empress was curious, and the letter that the Empress urged him to hurry up and ask was now in his arms. It's not that I don't tell you, it's that if I tell you, you won't understand, and when the time comes, this investment promotion conference? Only I can open it for you. When you will have the first few things ready, I will go and give you a sample then, and you will know how this meeting should be held. And in the future, there will be many more such meetings. You're going to do it yourself, Lord Chen? Chen Yi nodded and said helplessly, you think I want to? It's not like there's no way out. It's not that I'm not willing to teach you guys, but there are a lot of details in this kind of meeting. There are a lot of problems that will be encountered on the spot. There's no way I can tell you all in advance. Only when the time comes, you'll see for yourselves, and you'll learn for yourselves while I'm in session. This statement of Chen Ye's was deeply appreciated by the 8 wise kings. Indeed, just the first 2 incidents alone were said to have made the originally few hairs of the current magistrate of Yutian County fall out a lot more. So, what do you think? What would be a better design for this dock? The 8 Sage King asked the last question carefully. Chen Yi instantly understood. Good guy. The feeling was that they didn't know anything. Do they even need to draw a design for themselves? This potato, corn, it's so hard to get. Sure enough, in this world, the most expensive is free. Chapter 37 Attracting Investment. However, take the hand and eat it. Since, after taking in people's potatoes and corn and whatnot, and promising to do so, it's important to get it all done. This is Chen Ye's principle of being an official. Hesitantly, he pulled a blank sheet of paper from his own drawer and took out his special carbon pen. Start sketching it out on the paper. The 8 Sage King looked curiously at the charcoal pencil and white paper in Chen Ye's hands, only feeling that it was very peculiar and that he had never seen it before. This charcoal pencil, in fact, is just a strip of charcoal made from burnt willow wood, with some paper wrapped around the outside. This is very recognizable, but it was paper, which made more of a statement, and the 8 magi curiously touched it with their fingers. Smooth and tough in the hand, thicker and tougher than the rice paper you usually use. I don't know how to make it. By the looks of it, it should be something unique to Yongning County. This Chen magistrate always able to come up with some strange things. Immediately after wondering about the pen and paper, the 8 wise kings were again captivated by what Chen Yi had drawn with his pen. What a strange picture. That's right, Chen Yi was now using a sketching method, sketching the outline of an ancient dock in his mind. It can't be helped. Yongning County is not by the sea, and there is no big river, so there is no use for any wharf at all, and one has never seen what a real wharf looks like. What the heck? Anyway, are crossing the river by touching the stone, horizontal and vertical, will not be worse than the current situation in Yutian County. Let go of the whole chant. Since it's a marina, it's natural to have a place to dock, so look for places with natural harbors, and if there aren't any, you'll need to dig, or bridge over the water. So, on the white paper, there appeared rows of diving boards deep into the canal. Then, since it's a marina, there must be moorings for boats, so there has to be moorings. Thus, a place to accommodate boats, large and small, was drawn, and, again, separated by rows of wood. When a ship docks, it's always time to resupply, and people always get off the ship to relax. Thus a brief bazaar was drawn up nearest the wharf, which could be set up with hundreds of stalls. This was to be supplied exclusively for the consumption of the lowliest fellows and footmen. Beyond that, there are a variety of slightly more upscale specialty stores, liquor stores, ready-made clothing stores, grain stores, and other supply-type stores. Of course, the greenhouse is essential. After all, after a long time on the water life, this aspect of the demand cannot be less. This money cannot not earn. Finally, of course, there are the rows of large storage rooms. How can you not have a warehouse? You have to have a warehouse. You can stock up on supplies. You can charge for keeping the warehouse. After painting it, there was always a feeling that something was still missing. So the corresponding water hoses, sentry posts, squad rooms, stables, and a whole host of other amenities all appeared on the page. I've been painting from morning until late at night, and I've replaced several willow branches in my hands. Finally, Chunyi stood up straight from the table and stretched his body greatly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Done? Well, it's done. It's the dock? The 8 sages looked at the page full of images and fell into deep thought. This is not a dock. This is simply a small town. Knock knock. Stores, inns are all available. Except there is no people living in the house. Other things, it is simply more complete than Kyoto. What's not a dock? But, this, such a magnificent pier. This, how much silver would it take to build it? The money. Someone will pay for it. Otherwise, why would I ask you to go to those merchants? Are you trying to get those merchants to pay up? Or what? Ridiculous. How can that be? Businessmen are all about not seeing rabbits. How can they be willing to give money for nothing? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Oh, then I can't do anything about it. Since you asked me to think of something, I thought of it for you, but you don't agree with it. So what can I say? After Chunyi finished speaking, he threw the willow branch charcoal that still had a small half left in his hand. Anyway, I've thought of a way for you to do it, and it's up to your friends to say whether they want to or not. In the end, the 8 wise kings still carefully rolled up the drawings drawn by Chen Yi and placed them in a scroll tube, arching their hands and leaving. Chen Yi, on the other hand, took a good shower to wash away the fatigue from today's day of drawing and lay down on his bed. Hey, it's exhausting. For the sake of potatoes, spell it out. Close your eyes for a long time. Chen Yi realized that he had actually lost sleep. Opening his eyes again, Chen Yi stared straight at the top of the bed in the darkness. He had come to this world for more than 3 years. So far, it seems that Yongning County, under his own governance, has methodically entered the stage of telltale development, and the people under his rule are well fed and warmly dressed. But what next? What's next? Today, when he was thinking about the development route for Yutian County, he couldn't help but think about Yongning County as well. On the current point of view, Yongning County's geographical location and natural environment are not what is suitable for the development of the place. Can be developed to this kind of point now, has been their own use of knowledge in the latter part of the opening up. Now it seems as if the people are rich and happy, as if it is quite good. However, it is impossible to go on like this forever. Development is an inevitable law. Now, after being able to eat and wear warm, the next few years, Yongning County will certainly usher in a population explosion. At that point, there won't be enough in Wingate County. Not enough land, not enough living resources. Inevitably, there will be people who need to go out. However, this empress, not only in the commercial tax set the threshold, but also in the imperial examinations to make a mess. Simply become Yongning County wants to further development of ahead of the roadblock. If the people of the county cannot go out, cannot give the people of the county to seek a good belonging, wait out a good future, then, when he left Yongning County that day, is the Yongning County down the moment? Himself. It's impossible to stay in Yongning County for the rest of his life. Chen Yi lost sleep with his eyes wide open in the darkness of the night. The 8 sage kings, on the other hand, were studying the diorama that Chen Yi had spent a day drawing in the brightly lit heavenly palace. You don't have to say, Chen Yi's writing is not good, but his sketching is still good. The realistic style allowed the 8 wise kings and little one on the side to see clearly how prosperous this town, which was labeled as a wharf, should be after it was constructed. Your Highness, where is it? Little one couldn't help but ask. If Your Majesty agrees, this will be a dock for Yutian County in the future. Chapter 38 Shannon's Shock. Is this really just a pier? Little one looked at the 8 magi incredulously. The 8 sages nodded. Little one, you find it unbelievable as well, don't you? This is the promise given by this divine magistrate Chen. I still can't believe it. Koichi shook his head and withdrew his gaze from the drawing. The 8 sage king laughed. To be honest, I can't believe it either. If this was a figure given to me by someone else, I would have just flung it in his face and thought he was dreaming. But this is from Chen Yi. Look at the current Yongning County, and if you look at this heavenly world, I always feel that Chen Yi is not the type of person who boasts. Since he gave this diagram, it proves that he is sure enough to build the dock, which is on this diagram. But how much silver will it cost? The 8 sage king shook his head. That's what I can't figure out. Could he really know the art of turning stones into gold? Rubbing his temples with a headache, the 8 magi gave up thinking. Little one, prepare this chart, and today's conversation, write it all down, and have the brocade guard send it to Kyoto overnight. Yes, such a brain-consuming matter. It is better to leave it to the empress. After all, he, the 8 wise kings, is just a martial artist. The 8 wise kings who had given up thinking suddenly felt that the world had never been better. And so, after pouring himself a glass of wine, Junior, Call some girls in, the king wants to listen to a song. A few minutes later, there was a song and dance in the Supreme Box at the Heavenly Palace. 3 days later, the Imperial Palace in Kyoto, the Imperial Study Room. What's all this stuff? What is all this? Asshole, let him find a way to govern my imperial estate well, and he whine gives out such a thing? A peer? They are so poor that they can't eat, but they have to rely on such a costly and sky-high peer to make money. It's just like not eating meat. Simply whimsical. I thought. How capable he is. It's simply believable. The Empress raised her eyebrows, facing a picture on the table in the Imperial Study Room. But even though she spoke of the entire table, all the folders on the table overturned on the floor. And yet, it never damaged the chart in the slightest. After the tantrum, the problem still needs to be solved. Should we accept this outrageous proposal or not? Xiao Chui, go and invite the Minister of Labor and the Minister of Household over. Ah, what? Yes. Xiao Chui was standing on the side, staring at the Empress's chest that was rippling with anger and wonder. They're both women. Why can Her Majesty's breasts grow so big? They're almost as big as the cold melons you eat in summer. Why are they so small? It's flat. Is it because you're still young, but not too young? Was thinking about the shy things in the heart of the youngest daughterate, suddenly heard the Empress ordered. Tang red cheeks, panicked answered and ran out of the Imperial Study. Soon, 2 white-bearded old men in vermilion official robes came into the Imperial Study in response to the call. At this moment, everything in the Imperial Study had returned to its original calmness and tidiness. Moreover, in addition to the empty space in front of the dragon case placed in the original Imperial Study, a new 4-square table was set up. At this moment, a strange white paper was placed on this table, and on the white paper was the dock effect drawing that Chen Yi had drawn with charcoal. After the two of them entered the Imperial Study and greeted the Empress Gong Miaohan, the first thing Ministry of Public Works Minister Su Mingzi saw was the dock effect diagram on the table. Attention was instantly attracted by the drawings. As a Ministry of Public Works Secretary, for engineering some drawings are also quite not bad attainments. Therefore, when he first saw this lifelike rendering, he felt in his heart that the layout of this pier would be so comfortable, and it looked like it must be made by everyone. On the other hand, Lin Yuhong, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, took a puzzled look at the drawings on the table and then asked, Your Majesty, I wonder what I am commanded to do by summoning the old minister here today. Gong Miaohan gently raised her rounded chin and pointed to the effect diagram on the table. Lin Shangshu, your old man, take a look at this diagram on the table and then say what your old man thinks about it. Only then did Lin Yuhong suspiciously come to the edge of the table and carefully scrutinize the strange drawing. As a minister of the Ministry of the Household, Management of Money and Goods, insight is naturally not bad. Just now, did not pay too much attention, did not see what is special about this picture. Now, carefully examined, suddenly found that this is actually a dock drawings, and, compared to the Ministry of Public Works usually submitted to their own here to cheat to get money compared to the drawings, this drawing can simply be all the previous drawings of the Ministry of Public Works. From this drawing, not only can you see all the building layout, and even directly from the drawings of this whole set of buildings after the completion of the direct effect. TSK. Lin Yuhong smacked his lips with emotion after studying it for a long time. I say Su Shangshu, your Ministry of Public Works again, from where to recruit a great craftsman. This drawing can be much finer and more intuitive than those drawings submitted to me by your Ministry of Public Works before. This drawing, at first glance, is a large-scale project. If you really want to present the effect on the drawing, the wealth wasted is no less than building a large palace for the Imperial Palace. However, Su Shangshu, you such a big project, is there intent to let my Ministry of Households to allocate you how much money? Our Ministry of Revenue has been struggling to make ends meet lately. Now it's the end of the year, when money is tight. My Ministry of Households can't take out such a large sum of money. However, it was only after Lin Yuhong finished speaking that he realized that Su Mingzi was completely immersed in the drawing, and had no intention of taking care of himself at all. Immediately, his eyebrows slightly raised, his heart was not happy. This wanting money, how to still have such a big temper, thinking that he was about to taunt a couple of sentences. But unexpectedly the Empress spoke. Lin Shangshu, this thing has nothing to do with the Ministry of Public Works. This map, also not the Ministry of Public Works to me, is one of my, a friend, to me. I just want to ask the two Shangshu adults today. The first one it. As the Empress was talking, suddenly, Su Mingzi, who was originally itching to directly lie down on the drawings on the side, suddenly raised his head from the drawings, also disregarding the superiority and inferiority of the hierarchy. He directly interrupted the Empress and loudly shouted, Your Majesty, where did this picture come from? Where did it come from? Your Majesty, I see that this drawing was made today, and the paper is quite strange. I have never seen it before in all the years I have been in charge of the Ministry of Public Works. Your Majesty, can you tell me where you got this map? The Empress frowned slightly. However, after hearing Su Ming's words, she didn't feel any annoyance. Instead, she felt a burst of unknown delight at Su Ming's devilishness. Chapter 39, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Hearing Su Ming's, the Minister of Works, say this, Lin Yuhang realized that he had gotten the wrong person, and that things were not at all what he thought they were. It turned out that this diagram that made even his eyes light up did not come from the Ministry of Public Works, but was actually obtained by the Empress from an unknown place. Strange. Where did this Empress get this diagram from? While facing Su Ming's question, Gong Miaohan raised his hand. Su Shongshu, be at ease and hear me out. This map, from a friend of mine. Yes, just a friend. A friend of mine told me that several such wharves could be opened alongside the canals in Yutian County. Today, I invite you two to come here, just to ask you two, if I do so according to what my friend said, how much will it cost roughly? How long will it take? And is there any possibility of establishing it? What? Your Majesty, never. Hearing the Empress say this, Lin Yuhong, who had been so appreciative just a moment ago, suddenly fell to the ground in obeisance. Your Majesty, you must not build this dock. I don't know which of your friends gave you the idea. I ask that this bureaucrat be taken down and beheaded as a warning to others. On the side, Su Ming's, who was still deeply interested in the author of this picture, including the paper of this picture, was also slowly kneeling down beside Lin Yuhong at this moment. My lord, I second the motion. However, I request that before executing this man, could I be allowed to see the old man? Seeing such a drastic reaction from the two old ministers kneeling in front of her, the Empress was momentarily at a loss as to how to respond. Could it be that this was his own idle envy of Yongning County's prosperity? So he had asked Chen Yi to come up with the idea himself? Looking with difficulty at the two handful of old ministers kneeling on the ground, Gong Miaohan pinched her brows. To Love Secretary, quickly get up. Don't worry, this person just will be presented to me just this map. As for whether to use, this is also my sentence thing. Beheading, there is no need, right? And once the two ministers, Lin Yuhong and Su Ming's, heard that the Empress did not have an ironclad desire to build this pier, they breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuhong said, Your Majesty, it's fine if you don't behead him, but, Your Majesty, this person's demonic words are confusing the public, so please be wary of this person in the future. After all, Your Majesty, nowadays the treasury is not plentiful. Just this year, the collected commercial tax has dropped by another 20% compared to last year, and the military expenses of the border army, up to now, have not been settled yet. Su Ming's was also pondering. Your Majesty, although this person's demonic words are confusing, however, if he is not killed, can he be introduced to the old minister to get to know him? And the old minister is willing to go and speak about this person under his command, so as to prevent him from going around bewitching the people again. Lin Yuhong rolled his eyes. Good lord, this old man Su, even after all this, he still doesn't forget to ask for someone. It's really absolute. And of course Gong Miaohan would not tell them that this drawing was presented by a tiny magistrate in a border town, or was forced out under his own authorization. However, Gong Miaohan suddenly thought of the conversation between the 8 virtuous kings and Chen Yi that had been sent along with the drawings. A frown of calculation came to mind. My 2 favorite ministers. What if, and I mean what if, this man can find a way to get this dock built without using money or food from the treasury? What? Not using the national treasury? Could it be that this close friend of His Majesty's is the richest man in Kyoto? Shin Wanwan? Lin Yuhang's first thought was that for such a vast project, if the national treasury was not used, then the only one who had the financial power to build it was probably the richest man. Shin Wanwan. Ahem. Not really, that is, if, instead of having to pay out of my own pocket, instead of using money from the treasury, I mobilize a lot of different merchants, and have the merchants fund this dock on their own. Is there any possibility of that? This time, it was the turn of the Minister of Works, Su Ming's, to speak up. Your Majesty, impossible, absolutely impossible. According to my observation, this pier, such a huge amount of work, without a 800,000 taels of silver, it's impossible to complete. And, I haven't even included the cost of labor. Hearing that the 2 ministers in charge of money and technology had said so, the Empress was also a bit discouraged, and the heart that was still holding on to try died. Okay, I just invited the 2 secretaries to come over and ask about it, and now, since both secretaries think that this is an impossible task, I'm just going to treat this chart as a joke. After saying that, the Empress is ready to serve tea to send off the guests. After all, Chen Yi, this kid gave such an unreliable program, resulting in their own Yutian County has not been able to quickly get rid of poverty. Gong Miaohan wanted to mood is not very beautiful. However, Su Mingzi was reluctant. Your Majesty, I am bold enough to ask, which of your friends, I would like to pay a visit. Inconvenient. Gong Miaohan's face completely darkened. This old man Su, he's also too blind. Seeing that Su Mingzi was still going to open his mouth to speak, Lin Yuhong, who was on the side, hurriedly dragged Su Mingzi out of the Imperial Study with him. Boom! The teacup was heavily slammed on the table by Gong Miaohan. Humph! Damn Chen Yi! How dare you tease me? You wait! Achoo! Chen Yi, who was thousands of miles away, sneezed violently. Puzzled, he rubbed his nose and sensed the temperature in the warming hut again. Strange, the temperature of this warming shed is quite high. It is estimated that there must be 12 degrees. How can you still sneeze? The key is 12 sneezes in one morning. It can't be a cold, can it? And in the heated greenhouse, a thin green seedling is visible to the naked eye. Potatoes, sprouted. In the past few days, Chen Yi did nothing, since this sticky old yellow no longer come to disturb his lazy sleep. Chen Yi sleeps until he wakes up naturally every day, and then after brunch, he comes to the greenhouse to take care of his beloved potatoes. Even the gunpowder he had previously worked out was cast aside. The work is not a success. 7 days have passed. They cut pieces of planted small potatoes have grown a green seedling. In the shed under the careful care, the growth is quite good. Although, there were only 12 plants in total. Chen Yi saw the future, saw hope, wiping his nose, which had begun to vaguely itch again. With his dirt-covered hand, he heard the voice of the butler, Fu, from outside the warming hut. Master, that Master Huang, he's here again. Chen Yi frowned slightly. It seemed to be that his drawings had already been sent to the Magistrate of Yutian County, and he did not know if this magistrate would be able to accept this idea of his. Fu, invite Master Huang to my study. I'll clean up and come over. After saying that, Chen Yi squared off the farming tools in his hands and walked out of the warming hut towards his bedroom. After bathing and dressing, Chen Yi came into the study. Chapter 40. We'll have to raise the money. In the study, the 8 wise kings were drinking the tea served by Fu with a sad face. Surprisingly, it's not cardamom tea. Poor review. I say, old Huang, why did you think of coming to me today? Is it that the flower girl in the heavenly paradise doesn't smell good anymore? Before you see them, you hear them. Lord Chen, it seems that you are in a good mood today. The 8 sage king raised his eyebrows. From the way this little old brother's voice was heard before he arrived today, it seemed that he was in a good mood today. It was okay. I was in a pretty good mood. After seeing you, it was average. The 8 sage king's eyebrows twitched. Lord Chen, you mean that you're in a bad mood after seeing my old man? Nonsense. You old Huang is not a great beauty. And one look at your face. It's a door-to-door debt collector. Can I be in a good mood? This mixed well. Chen Yi also did not put on airs with old Huang, waved his hand to let the sight of the Fu and waiters all retreated. What? You got news? What did your friends say? Did they agree? Opening the door, Chen Yi asked cleanly. The 8 sage king shook his head, his face somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, that friend of mine said. Seeing that old Huang was having some difficulty speaking, Chen Yi thought to himself that it was definitely not something good to say. Go ahead. I'm a big man. Since he doesn't want to, let's pretend that I didn't say this. But, Lao Huang I'm not going to return your things to you. After all, it's not that I didn't say it, it's that he didn't listen to me. Chen Yi hurriedly used words to block old Huang's words. When the time comes, don't ask yourself to take the potato corn back, otherwise you'll have to die of heartache. What kind of person does Ta Jinshen take my old Huang for? Since it's something that was given to County Magistrate Chen, there's no reason to ask for it back. Lord Chen is not treating me, Huang, as a friend. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the 8 wise kings immediately blew their beards and eyes out. However, Chen Yi indeed did not eat the 8 magi's words and squinted at the 8 magi. Come on, don't be a phony here. What did that friend of yours say exactly? Ahem. The 8 sage king tactically sipped his tea. Then this said, that friend of mine said that this idea of yours is, indeed, a bit of a pie in the sky. Although, it is not very suitable for this situation in Yutian County right now, but it is still very much appreciated. Che, old Huang, you still engage in this. I'm afraid your friend is scolding me for being whimsical and simply doesn't believe that this method of mine can be successful. Ahem, no. Nowhere. No. My friend even forwarded a gift to your honor on my behalf. Saying that, the 8 wise kings pulled out a small wooden box from their own sleeves. Oh, it's all like this, and you can still give me a gift? Chen Yi was curious. Ahem. However, This friend of mine has another ungrateful request, and I hope that Lord Chen can agree to it. Oh, go ahead. My friend said that after all, he was the one who asked for your help in the first place, and it's also possible that he's not capable enough to understand Magistrate Chen's thoughts, so my friend asked me to make a bet with Magistrate Chen. I don't know if the magistrate dares to take it. Oh, Chen Yi curiously put down the teacup in his hand. I'm curious, dare I ask what the bet is? Only then did the 8th Sage King pat the small wooden box in his hand. Does the magistrate know that on the edge of your Yongning County, there is a county called Jinzhou? Well, I've heard of it. Why? Between Jinzhou County and your Yongning County, there is a big river running through it, and on both sides of the big river, there is a deserted beach with no owner. What the hell are you trying to say? As it happens, that barren beach is the land of that friend of mine. So what? My friend bet you this deserted beach if, for example, this dock you're giving my friend can be built on this deserted beach without spending a dime and still end up being profitable for you. How about if I do? If you do it, Mr. Magistrate, this barren beach will be your private territory from now on, and all the proceeds from the pier will belong to you alone. This is the land deed. Saying that, the 8th Sage King got up, came to Chen Yi, opened the small wooden box in his hand, set it on the coffee table beside Chen Yi, and retreated to his seat. Chen Yi took out the land deed from the small wooden box and opened it. Ho ho ho! Good lord! A whole 500 hectares of land. That's enough to build a small city. Moreover, the land deed had been stamped with the official seal, and it was absolutely as good as a fake land deed, of the officially certified kind. Refold the deed and place it in the small wooden box. If I do, the deed is mine and the proceeds are mine. So what if I don't? It's simple. Just need Lord Chen to sincerely give some pertinent advice. Just don't be so pompous with your advice. Chen Yi frowned slightly and randomly laughed lightly. I say old Huang this friend of yours, is really a big smart playing a good hand. It's a pity he doesn't go to be a businessman. Being said so by Qing Yi, the old face of the 8 Magi King also burned a little. The wager, indeed, seems to have been made very atmospherically. When Chen Yi won, he had both the land and the proceeds from the pier, while if he lost, he would just have to strategize again. There didn't seem to be much to lose. But, in retrospect, this person who came up with this bet was definitely a win-win situation. If, however, Chen Yi lost, then he would still have to give him advice and ultimately help him figure out how to govern Yutian County. And Chen Yi won. It looks like he gave the land deed. In fact, in this day and age, the land is vast and sparsely populated. Not to mention that in the north, no one wants the barren land at all. So this land deed, which looks like 500 hectares, is actually of no value at all. And if Chen Yi won, he could instead copy and duplicate this dock model of Chen Ye's and build up the dock himself, and still develop Yutian County. Either way, he's not losing out. The 8th Sage King naturally knew the subtleties of this, but he didn't dare to disobey Her Majesty the Empress's orders. I don't agree. This bet, I'm not taking it. Chen Yi put the small wooden box back on, lowered his head, and sipped his tea. When the 8th Sage King took a look, Chen Yi did not return the small wooden box and the person did not leave. He understood in his heart. Then, Lord Chen, dare I ask, what would it take for you to be willing to agree to this wager? Gotta add money. May I hear it? Only then did Chen Yi put down his teacup again and raised his head. If I can get this dock built without spending a dime, I need a tax exemption instrument. What? I say, if I win, all business activities within my 500 hectares of land. No taxes. Impossible. For such a thing, His Majesty would have to speak, and none of our words would count. Isn't he the magistrate of the imperial estate? Let him go and ask for it from His Majesty. Anyway, that's all I'm asking for. If I don't agree, this bet, I won't take it. Chapter 41, Gaining Ground. The whole study fell into an embarrassing silence. Chen Yi had a sip for every sip of the tea in his teacup, while the 8 wise kings sat there with furrowed brows and clenched fists. Both sides were waiting for the other to speak first. The 8th Sage King was almost embarrassed. How can this be done? And then Magistrate Chen was too good at making things difficult for people, canceling the commercial tax in his own private territory. He really dared to think about it. Her Majesty the Empress was able to give him a piece of land of his own, with a size of 500 hectares, which was already over the limit. How could he, a small magistrate, do so? It's not that 500 hectares is that big. In this day and age, a wealthy merchant with some power may have a mansion of more than 500 hectares, but that is all without legal formalities. To a county magistrate like Chen Yi who owns the legal land of the country, there is absolutely no one else in this great Qian. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was unhurriedly sipping his tea. Since he didn't believe in himself, He should just get together and politely not use the program he proposed. Now, not only do you not believe in yourself, but also gave 500 hectares of land for you to show yourself. What kind of person do you think you are? Now I'm giving you ideas, and not only do you question me, but you want me to prove it to you. Who do you think you are? The emperor? Disdain skimmed his mouth. Make it seem like who cares about your 500 hectares of land? And himself lack of money? Lack of. But that is their own Yongning County has not yet come to the time of large-scale enrichment. Assuming that they really want to enrichment. A district dock. What is not? Fu had already come to refill the tea 3 times, and Chen Ye's patience was running out. Old Huang, you drink tea slowly here. This official is busy with official business. I'm going to take care of official business first. It's not too late to make an appointment with this official when you've thought about it. Saying that, Chen Yi did not give old Huang a chance to stay and directly got up and hurried back to the backyard. Urinary urgency. Wow. After a moment of shock, Chen Yi let out a breath of relief. Yes. Carrying his pants, Chen Yi walked back to his bedroom with a 6-parent stride, fastening the waistband of his pants as he went. This Dakian costume is a real pain in the ass to wear. Report. At that moment, an urgent report came. What is it? In a hurry. Speak slowly. Chen Yi looked at Zhang Long, the magistrate who was running out of breath, and asked, County Magistrate sir, in this arsenal, some people came over to cause trouble and tried to rob our armor, and the people confronted them. My lord, you should go over and take a look. There should be a fight later. Chen Yi knew what was going on after a brief thought. The feeling was that old Huang's men had gone to take over the arsenal. Zhang Long, how many sets of armor have we produced so far? Reporting to the magistrate. As of now, 5,674 sets have been produced. What is the total number of soldiers that can be armed in our county? Reporting to you, my lord. According to your request, 5,000 young men have already been trained, and there are 5,000 more who have not yet begun training at this time. That means there are still over 4,000 sets of armor missing? Yes. All right, you go and prepare the horses. Master Huang is in my study right now. Just in time. I'll go with him and sort out the problem. Yes. Looking at Zhang Long's back as he went out, Chen Yi let out a dark sigh. I'm such a laborer. Then he went back to the study again. In the study, old Huang was still frowning with a bitter face when he saw Chen Yi hurriedly walk in. He couldn't help but stand up in surprise. Lord Chen, is this a figment of your mind? Willing to accept the bet? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. You're thinking too much. I came over to look for you because your people went to the arsenal to cause trouble. So I simply called you and went to solve the problem together. The 8th Sage King was shocked in his heart. My people, how could they possibly go and cause trouble? How should I know? Won't I know when I go and see it? Thus, the 8 wise kings hurriedly boarded Chen Ye's carriage under Chen Ye's pull, and the 2 of them rushed towards the armory outside the city. On the carriage, the 8 wise kings wanted to continue lobbying Chen Yi again, but they didn't realize that Chen Yi was a wangbang who had eaten the scales and was determined to do so. Old Huang, let me tell you, if it wasn't for our good relationship, I would have kicked you out of Yongning County long ago. Have you had enough of taking advantage? I do not say anything else. Just say an arsenal. I worked hard to build up the factory. You a warrant. Say take away. Take away. What did I say? Did I ask you to compensate me for anything? Nope. The 8th Sage King also felt some shame on his face. The heart secretly complained about the Empress. This eating face is indeed a little too ugly. On the basis of the private manufacture of armor illegal matter, it is hard to pull the wool of Chen Magistrate. Also do not think about it. This Chen Magistrate's wool is so easy to pull the wool. Moreover, this time, it was you who wanted the help of Chen Magistrate, but as a result, I persuaded him to hold on to me, and threw myself at him to take Chen Magistrate down with the seafood. His Majesty is good. Not only do not believe in the ideas given by the Chen Magistrate, but also to let the Chen Magistrate first demonstration once. It is not obvious that he does not believe in the Chen Magistrate. Okay, Lao Huang. This official is sort of see out. You in fact, is also a merchant. Said does not count. Your master behind it is the one who makes the decision. So Lao Huang. You do not say that this official to make things difficult for you. Still, since your friend doesn't trust me, he shouldn't use the method I gave him. But isn't it too much to think that your friend wants to change the current situation in Yutian County while not wanting to take any risks at all? Oh, he wants results. He wants change. And then the risk is for this official to take for him? And a bet? Bull ******* bet. Please take a message for me and ask him if he's a dream fart? You told him to remember that he begged for my help, not that I rushed up to give him ideas, and that I'm not his handler or his warlord. Old Huang. That's you. I give you face, but, this kind of thing again and again and again and again. I'll tell you plainly, the request I put forward in the study before, your friend can agree. I'll take another loss and give him a sample. If your friend doesn't agree, then it's a one-shot deal, so that he doesn't pretend to make any bets with me either. After saying that, Chenyi closed his eyes and stopped talking. The 8 virtuous kings just wanted to say something, but when they saw Chenyi's closed eyes, they understood in their hearts that this magistrate was not without a temper, but just generally did not lose his temper. Today, this whole smarmy assertion by his own, oh no, queen, has completely pissed off this magistrate, and things, well, are not going well. Never mind. I'd better go back and persuade his majesty myself. Chapter 42, The Envy of the Rising Rice and the Enmity of the Fighting Rice. Along the way, the only sound that could be heard on the carriage was the dull breathing of the 2 men and the thumping of the carriage wheels. Soon, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Yongning County Arsenal. Chenyi lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked towards the factory entrance. Sure enough, 50 arsenal guards were confronting the 10 personal guards of the 8 Sage King. Chenyi coldly glanced at the 8 wise kings. Old Huang, I remember that I told you that Arsenal, when to prioritize the production of our county's own needed armor. And then, only then will it be your turn. I'm not wrong, am I? No. The 8 Sage King nodded his head as he glared fiercely at his own soldiers. Today, then, I would like to ask, what is the situation? Looking at the field with the appearance of crossbows, if, today, he did not come in time, these 2 sides of the people must be to move. The exact result. Chenyi was not worried. After all, his own 50 men were all heavily armed. The armor was all produced in the arsenal itself. The quality was absolutely guaranteed. However, this old Huang brought 10 guards, also not idle generation, although, they are not afraid of them, but, hurt their own people, heartache, is not their own? Coupled with this inexplicable bet today, Chenyi held an anger in his heart, knowing that this matter could not be muddled through. The 8 Sage King called over Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi, what's going on today? Why did you come over to make trouble? Who knows that Xiaoyi straightened himself out and said, reporting to the king, as far as we know, they have produced more than 5,000 sets of armor until today. We came to ask them. They even perfunctorily said that they don't have enough of their own armor. They have to wait for them to finish producing 50,000 sets before they can give it to us. My subordinate was not able to get angry, so I got into an argument with them. The 8 virtuous kings were also puzzled and turned their heads to ask, Lord Chen, as far as I know, your Yongning County's soldiers, according to the law, are only 3,000 at most, right? Why do you say that you haven't completed 5,000 sets now that it's already done? Could it be that Lord Chen is purposely trying to make things difficult for us? Chenyi smiled faintly, as if he had already expected this to happen today. Beckoning, he asked Fu to bring over the deed from that time. Smiling, he said, Huang sure, if you have a bad memory, this official has a large amount. He can forgive you once. This is the contract we signed at the beginning. You won't forget it, right? My request is, when my Yongning County, a set of armor for all hands is satisfied, only then will it be your turn. Black and white. What? Are you, Huang sure, going to break this contract in front of this official? Chenyi said. A pair of eyes had narrowed. This Huang sure, this recent period of time was indeed a bit excessive. I see him talk extraordinary. Usually has given him other businessmen are not the convenience and concessions. Did not expect really, leader Rice Grace fight Rice hatred to that world are applicable. 8 wise king is what kind of character? He signed the contract himself, of course will not forget. He just wanted to help the little one, a few of them to make a harump to mix over. Did not think that this little Chan magistrate does not give face at all. At that moment, his face was a little embarrassed, and he did not care about his current status as a businessman, and pulled down his face. County Magistrate Chen. Although, at that time, the contract was signed like this, but there is no need to be so serious, right? In Yongning County, the population is only 50,000, and there are only 15,000 young men, so why be so serious? My people wanting a set of armor isn't that much of an overkill. It's just a matter of who comes first and who comes last. Lord Chen Yu. Chenya's face turned completely cold. You mean, break the contract? Ben. Ahem. I'm not trying to break the contract, but, failure to follow what the contract says is a breach of contract, and you shouldn't be unaware of the Dakian law. Should you? Lord Chen, can you be accommodating? May not. You. The 8 Sage King was furious. Since he became the king, when did he receive this kind of nuisance? On the side, little 1 to little 10 also tightened their grip on the hilt of their blades. The master insults the servant and dies. Yellowstone, I'll ask you one last time. This contract, will you abide by it or not? Chen Yi's face was straight, changing from his usual cheeky face. A faint official authority actually diffused from him. For a while, the 8 Magi's face was red for a while and white for a while. He gritted his teeth for a long time before giving a hateful nod. I comply. That's fine then. Everyone please return. Dong De, take them to put away their weapons and go back to rest. Everyone did well today. Extra food tonight. Saying that, Chen Yi led the 50 sergeants back into the arsenal without looking back, not bothering to greet the 8 virtuous kings who had fallen behind him again as he usually did. The 8th Sage King followed up nor left, and stood in place, his face green with embarrassment, glancing at the exasperated little one to little 10 beside him. He sighed and thought of the task the Empress had given him. Gritting his teeth, he still lifted his leg and followed. Unexpectedly, he just walked to the door of the arsenal. The lame old man doorkeeper bang. In front of his face closed the iron door. Even, almost bumped his nose. Chen Yi, who had entered the arsenal, couldn't be bothered to get angry with the 8 virtuous kings, but carefully asked about the specifics of the day. Dong De recounted it in detail. Chen Yi then realized that, in fact, there wasn't much of a conflict originally. Little One and the others came over and wanted to enter the factory, but didn't have the appropriate paperwork, so they were rejected by Dong De. Little One and the others followed up by trying to collect the armor, which was also refused by Dong De. Afterwards, Little One and the others became infuriated and verbally abused Dong De and the others as pariahs, saying that sooner or later the factory would be owned by their masters in the future, and that they would have to show Dong De and the others some color when the time comes. Blah, blah, blah. And Dong De and the rest of them are all young men who are vigorous veterans, and since they have followed Chen Yi, they have raised their eyebrows and are finally living as human beings. When confronted with Koichi's insults, they naturally did not like it and confronted each other. Chen Yi nodded his head. His heart was in the right place. This situation was actually quite normal. In the feudal social context of Diqian, household servants of the families of the dignitaries were indeed qualified to look down on the military households and the mud-legged people who were at the bottom of the social ladder. As I said, the Prime Minister's door 7 officials, this Huang, also from Kyoto, non-rich or noble, guards so arrogant and domineering, it is normal. However, Chen Yi had no intention of spoiling them, giving a thumbs up towards Dong De, and you guys, this time, the matter was handled very well. In the future, this is how it should be. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Chen Yi prepared to leave, and Dong De, who had been wanting to speak, finally couldn't hold his tongue. My lord, I don't understand. We're doing well in this arsenal. Why do we have to give it up to them? Chapter 43, The Veteran is a Treasure. Hearing Dong De ask this, he also glanced at one of the periphery's uncomprehending eyes. Chen Yi smiled. Dong De, you guys have also been soldiers. You should know what kind of felony it is for this civilian to hide armor privately, right? Razor the 3 clans. Dong Da's head went down. So yeah, who tells me what I set up this arsenal for in the first place? Your Excellency is here to help us refine our armor and weapons so that we can defend ourselves when the barbarians come to pillage in the winter. A lad of 16 or 17 shouted. Chen Yi nodded approvingly. That's right, so let me tell you why I'm going to hand over the arsenal to this Master Huang. Because, he applied for a warrant for us, and all of our arsenal's armor, except for the production of the armor we use ourselves, was handed over to them in exchange for the return of a set of armor that everyone in our Yongning County can have in their hands. So, this business, we're not making a loss. However, an oily-looking dry, thin and scrawny boy next to him spoke up and asked, My lord, a set of armor is a lot of money. We make armor cheaply in our factory. We can produce hundreds of sets a day. If we give it to them later, they will make a lot of money. How can we not lose money? Chen Yi laughed. I say thin monkey just you shrewd. Money is important or life is important In addition, this official is a county magistrate. When have you ever seen a county magistrate selling armor and weapons? This official doesn't want to rebel. And others? Master Huang is a big businessman from Kyoto. He has the means to sell the armor to make money, and then to feed us veterans who retired from the battlefield with injuries. Isn't this a win-win thing, right? So yeah, we don't lose out. And besides, it takes armor to make a few bucks. After a while, this official will take you to make even easier money. How's that? Yes, I'll listen to your honor. And we all listen to your honor. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Alright, everyone, step up your efforts. When the 50,000 sets of armor are ready, distribute them to each household. And in the future, all the armor that is built will be given to this Yellowstone. But remember, everyone, from now on, this factory, it will only produce armor. The rest, let's produce it somewhere else. Got it? Okay, got it. Ha ha. It's still the magistrate who is old and cunning. Oh no, it's scheming. And no, it's resourcefulness. Hey, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Amidst the ass-kissing of a group of big old men, Chen Yi left the arsenal satisfied. The moment he went out the door, the smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a face of indifference and detachment. Sure enough, Chen Yi had guessed correctly. This old Huang and his 10 guards had not left yet. At this time, the 8th Sage King had already found his identity position as a businessman, adjusted his mindset, and once again put up a humble smile on his face. Chen Magistrate, Chen Tajian. Oops, Chen Tajian yo. You adults don't remember the small man. However, Chen Yi, who had made up his mind to give the 8 virtuous kings some color, did walk onto his carriage with a solitary face. Fu, go back to the house. Okay, let's go. The wagon went away in a bone-rattling motion. All that was left was the gradually frozen smile on the face of the 8 sages in the wind. Wagon. Ah Fu. Instead of going back to the county office, go straight to the barracks. Yes. Ah Fu skillfully tugged on the reins, allowing the horse to take the cart in a different direction, heading towards the schoolyard in the north of the city. Halt. Military importance. No entry allowed. The carriage slowly stopped at the entrance to the barracks at the sound of the password. Chen Yi stepped down from the carriage and pulled out a half-finger-sized tiger talisman from his bosom. Only after the sentries at the entrance of the barracks had carefully verified the situation did they move out of the way and gave a military salute of greeting towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded his head in satisfaction as a return salute, and walked inward with faith alone. Only at this moment, it is midday, in the barracks schoolyard, a team of young and strong men were undergoing military training. Instead, they are trained by a retired veteran with a missing arm or leg. Chen Yi was different from the generals of this era. The veterans who were eliminated by this era may be a group of lowly paupers in the eyes of the nobles of this era, a group of useless trash in the eyes of the generals of this era, a group of wasted food in the eyes of the kings of this era. However, in the eyes of Chen Yi, who had crossed over, these veterans, who have survived near death, are a walking treasure, a seasoned teacher, and the best whetstone to sharpen new recruits. Therefore, when Chen Yi realized that there were so many disabled veterans in his Yongning county, the joy in his heart was unimaginable to the onlookers. So, through one visit, one condolence, one selfless help, Chen Yi finally gained the trust of these lonely veterans and entered their hearts. They lived up to Chen Yi's expectations, and every veteran who survived 9 deaths was an encyclopedia. There were those who could organize training, those who could train cavalry, those who knew how to make armor, those who knew how to polish weapons, those who knew how to train scouts, and even those who knew how to stay alive on the battlefield. Thus, a year ago, Chen Yi had thrown 5,000 green men at them. Now, a year has passed. Looking at the murderous, disciplined, and already fledgling Yongning army in the schoolyard, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of bravado rise up in his heart. Here, this is my Chen Yi's Yongning county. Barbarians, if you dare to kowtow to the border again this year, I'll make sure you see how sharp my Yongning sword is. After strolling around the barracks, Chen Yi returned to the county office satisfied and secure. By now, the lights were already on. Thinking back to everything that had happened during the day today, Chen Yi's mouth curled into a mysterious smile. Huangshi Huangshi, I'll see how you deal with me. Dare not trust me, and also give me 500 hectares of land. Let me build my own dock. I want to not make a fortune. I will be sorry for you to send the door of this opportunity. As for why he was flipping off old Huang today, it had actually been in Chen Yi's plans for a long time. One of them, the old yellow recently this period of time is indeed a little confused about the size of the king. He is at least a term of the county magistrate. The second is too familiar. This business cannot be done. Their own future, but also have to earn his money at. Too familiar with a bad start. Thirdly, it is to take advantage of the situation and use the opportunity of this distrust to maximize the benefits for his territory. Thinking about it, Chen Yi fell into a sweet sleep. The 8 sage kings, on the other hand, were writing letters to the empress with a face full of fear. Chapter 44, The old man has just arrived. The Supreme Court of Heaven and Earth. The 8 sage king sat sadly at his desk, struggling to raise an utterance. Today, in a moment of impulsiveness and carelessness, he had forgotten his status and position, and in a moment of time, he had rushed Chen Yi. It caused Chen Yi's attitude towards himself now to become even worse than when they first met. It's safe to say that all those months of hard work have been for nothing. Today, after returning to heaven itself, I got several other pieces of bad news. First of all, the charges in the heavenly palace had increased, and, as the flower girl said that she went out to pick up customers, she could not serve herself alone every day. Secondly, the price of glaze has risen. And all the glaze manufacturers in Yongning County have not only increased their prices, but also sold glaze in limited quantities. In the end, all of his own spending in Yongning County suffered a boycott from the people of Yongning County. However, as a hallowed prince, the pattern is naturally there, although it was tossed by the people of Yongning County. However, when the 8 wise kings learned that the series of treatments they had suffered were not deliberately authorized by Chen Yi, but rather the people of Yongning County had learned that they had offended Chen Yi and had spontaneously given themselves a hard time. This, on the contrary, made the 8 wise kings appreciate Chen Yi even more. This is the real love of the people, like a son, and the people, also from the heart, love him, this magistrate. Even the kiln sisters of the greenhouses were surprisingly able to resist the temptation of money and not come to serve themselves. It's a travesty. It's said, cousins have no heart, but playboys have no sense. How come when it comes to Chen Yi, they all become such sentimental people? Messing with the 8 wise king tonight's ink. Are no beauty to help grind good? Is a small one this ram grinding? Right. Not at all. After staying up all night with a worried face, the 8 wise kings eventually wrote down all of today's conversations and all of Chen Yi's requests in a letter. Let the brocade guards send it to Kyoto. In these few days, let's not toss and turn. Let's just rest and relax here. In the palace, the Imperial Study. The sky is falling again for the courtesans. I don't know what's wrong with His Majesty in these recent months. Why does he have to vandalize the Imperial Study every now and then? In just 1 month, the bottles and jars of the entire Imperial Study have been replaced 5 times. The palace maids and eunuchs serving in this Imperial Study room have gradually figured out the pattern of the Empress's temper tantrums. That's the secret letter sent into the palace every time the brocade guards send it in. 9 times out of 10, as soon as the Empress read the secret letter that the brocade guards brought back from the north, she was going to be furious once. Moreover, Her Majesty the Empress is a good emperor. Whenever she gets angry, at most she would just drop things without chastising her subordinates. So when, today, the Jinx sent in another envelope, the palace maids in the Imperial Study didn't need Gong Miaohan to give the word, and consciously retreated quickly. Sure enough, a few moments later, and today, unlike usual, outside the Imperial Study, in addition to the kneeling courtesans, there are also 2 old men. Fixing his eyes, these 2 old men were no one else. Officially Ministry of Public Works Minister Su Mingzet and Household Ministry Minister Lin Yuheng. Old Su, why are you free to come to the Imperial Study today? Is it because the Empress has summoned you? Nonetheless, the old man wanted to ask the Empress if the drawings of the dock from before were still there, and the old man wanted to borrow them to observe and watch. What about you, old Lin? Oh, I came over to find the Empress to talk about some financial matters. This will soon be winter. The northern barbarians are expected to invade again, but the treasury is empty. I'm afraid it won't be able to support a big war now, Lin Yuheng said with a sad face. And hearing Lin Yuheng say this, Su Mingze also had a sad face. Old Lin, when you say it like that, I'm also in a state of lawsuit. You see that after so many years since the Empress took the throne, the generals of this side of the army are still using their own armor made from woven bamboo and wood pieces. Until now, it is surprising that even the whole army can't be armored, and I, the Minister of Works, am tossing and turning and can't sleep at night every time I think about it. The 2 little old men were talking sadly as they walked towards the Imperial Study, and at this time every day, His Majesty must be in the Imperial Study reviewing the Zhengbiao. However, when they got closer, they suddenly heard a slamming sound coming from the Imperial Study. What's the situation? Is something wrong with His Majesty? Su Ming's expression tightened and he wanted to rush in. He was pulled back by the quick-eyed Lin Yuheng. AI. Old Su, why are you still so impulsive at such a great age? Look for yourself. The palace maids are all kneeling outside. It must be that His Majesty is losing his temper in the Imperial Study because of something. It's fine. Let's wait for His Majesty's anger to subside before the 2 of us go in. Thus, behind the group of kneeling court ladies, there were 2 more old men eating melon. Half an hour later, the court ladies secretly passed a color. Hey, today, His Majesty's temper is especially strong. It's been half an hour, and surprisingly it hasn't died down yet. Yeah, I wonder what happened. And the courtesans were there to convey emotions with dark glances. The 2 old men eating in the back did talk. Hey, old Lin, you say, what's wrong with His Majesty? Being angry like this? I don't know. Women, maybe. Cough. Lord Su, be careful what you say. Be careful what you say nah. Many thanks, but, Lao Lin nah, have you ever felt that our Majesty's palace is lacking? Shut up, you're getting out of line. That's His Majesty. Isn't His Majesty also a female? Su Mingze muttered in a voice only he could hear. Finally, an hour passed. The study gradually calmed down. Lin Yuhong said. I guess I'm tired of falling. Su Ziming, then will she continue to fall when she rests? Lin Yuhong, if she continues to fall, then old man will go back first today. Suzuman, well, me too. Fortunately, a few moments later, a small CUI came out of the Imperial Study. Quickly go in and clean up the Imperial Study. God damn it. Look at how pissed off His Majesty is. Don't fall into my hands, or I'll castrate you and make you a eunuch in the palace. Xiao Chui urged the palace maids underneath to hurry up and clean up, while cursing a certain audacious maniac in broken words. With a cold glance, he realized that the two Shangshu lords were standing under a tree not far outside the Imperial Study. Hurriedly, he walked quickly. My lords, have you come to seek His Majesty? Yes, the two old men have come to see His Majesty on another important matter. The two lords have been waiting for a long time. May I ask when the two lords arrived? Oh, from the time His Majesty started dropping vases. Ow. Lin Yuhong fiercely kicked Su Mingzi, then viciously waited for Su Mingzi. Ahem, that Xiao Chui girl. The two old men just arrived. Just arrived. Chapter 45, the treasury is empty. Xiao Chui did not bother to ask more questions, pretending that she did not hear Su Mingzi's slip of the tongue, and gave a slight salute. Two lords, please wait a moment. Allow me to go ahead and pass the word. That's natural. Miss Xiao Chui please. Xiao Chui twisted her head and walked into the Imperial Study, looking at Gong Miaohan, who was sitting on the only piece of furniture that hadn't been damaged, the dragon chair, and said helplessly, Your Majesty, the Minister of the Household and the Minister of Labor seek an audience. After Gong Miaohan had lost his temper, he was contemplating the request made by the 8th Sage King. No. It was that damned Shun Yi who made the request. Hearing Xiao Chui's announcement, he was slightly stunned. Yeah, what's there to be angry about yourself? Isn't it just a place of 500 hectares? I'm just going to give him a full waiver. So what can I do? It's just a trial run. What if this Chun Yi is just fooling himself? He's making such a big lion's share of the money. He might just know that he won't agree to it? That's right. He is using this kind of excuse to refuse his bet with him, which proves one thing more. This peer of his can't be built at all. He is perfidious to me, and I shall have to dismantle him. Thinking of this, Gong Miaohan's mood inexplicably improved. Oh, they're looking for me. Let's do it this way. Inform them to wait in the side hall. I'll be right there. A few moments later, the Empress, who was at peace and even wanted to laugh a little, arrived in the side hall, where Lin Yuhong and Su Mingzi were already standing. Gong Miaohan asked, Two love ministers, did you come over to find me today? Is there something you want to do? Lin Yuhong arched his hand towards the Empress. Your Majesty, I have recently made an inventory of the treasury statistics. I am incompetent. I found that there are only 860,000 taels of silver left in the treasury. To maintain the weekday expenditures is still possible, but, at the end of the year, it is again the time of the invasion of the barbarians in the north. This year, the armor of our army just could not be delivered as scheduled. The soldiers and men of my border army. So far, there is still no new armor. The old minister is incompetent. After saying that, Lin Yuhong knelt on the ground. That's right, as the secretary of the Ministry of Revenue, although in recent years, he has been conscientious and not greedy. However, due to the successive years of poor crops and the Empress's sympathy for the people, she lowered the grain tax one after another, and the treasury depended on the grain tax and could not even pay the salaries of the officials. The commercial tax, which originally supported most of the expenses of the state treasury, was also due to the fact that the Empress banned commerce between different places, banned commerce with other countries, banned sea commerce, and a series of other measures. It's basically a grain of salt. All the big businessmen have hunkered down these past few years, and commercial activities are quite depressed in Diqian. It was not easy to support himself until now. Gong Miaohan frowned slightly. Is it true that the national treasury has been impoverished to this extent? Haven't I already ordered that the commercial tax be raised? Your Majesty, it is because of the increase in the commercial tax last year, resulting in the vast majority of small traders have given up doing business, but instead those big merchants, the more they do more and more big, the original business of those small merchants are robbed over, resulting in the original small traders, only to be able to go back to planting the land, and those who don't have the land, only to be able to sell their bodies to the big merchant's house to make a living. Why is this? I collect taxes at the same rate, so why would small traders not survive? I don't know. Gong Miaohan sighed deeply and turned to Su Mingzi, the Minister of Public Works, who was at the side. Mr. Su Shangshu, you came over to find me, and for what purpose? Your Majesty, the old minister came over for two things. 1. Is the armor just mentioned by Lin Shangshu? The old minister's Ministry of Industry is already doing its best, but that armor is indeed not easy to make, and so far, The Ministry of Industry has not been able to secure the armor needs of all the generals, and the old minister is ashamed of himself. Gong Miahan suddenly thought of Chun Yi, and made up her mind to turn around and ask the 8 wise kings when they could bring the armor back. Lin Shangshu, Su Shangshu, regarding the matter of the armor, I already have plans. Give me a little more time. I'll settle the matter of the armor and talk about another matter. Hearing Gong Miaohan say this, both old men's eyes lit up, and for a moment they asked in unison, Your Majesty, is that true? Ah, dang, that should be true. Gong Miaohan was asked by the 2 old men, but to ask not confident. After all, this is not their own eyes. Do not fall off the chain. Hearing the Empress's not so firm reply, the hopeful light in the 2 old men's eyes dimmed once again. Ahem. Well, like this, about the armor thing, give me a 10 days time. After a 10 days, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Yes, come on, now tell me. The second thing, what is it? Sun Mingza arched his hand and said, Your Majesty, do you still remember the last time you summoned the 2 old ministers and showed them that picture? Remember. Why? I request your Majesty to grant this diagram to my Ministry of Works for the purpose of study by the craftsmen of the Ministry, and I ask for your Majesty's favor. This. Okay. I'll have someone send you to the Ministry of Public Works later. In addition, I wonder if your Majesty could introduce this person to the old minister. Gong Miahan frowned. Why is that? I would like to ask this person how this paper for the drawing was manufactured, compared to the rice paper we use every day. It is more rigid and stiff, I think, or of great use. No, this matter shall not be mentioned again. After saying that, Gong Miaohan suddenly asked as if she had remembered something. Coincidentally, I happen to have something I want to ask the 2 lords. I wonder what your Majesty is talking about. Do you remember I once asked you about that drawing that Mr. Su Shanshu spoke of? That dock, and I asked you if it could be built without spending a penny? Oh, of course I remember. Well, then, 2 beloved ministers, do you still think so now? Of course, never, Su Mingzi said decisively. Gong Miaohan smiled wryly. What if? I'll make a bet with you. What if someone does? Impossible. Never. Gong Miaohan smiled and said, someone bet with me that it was perfectly possible to do this thing, and he could do it. However, there were stakes. Lin Yuheng, I also don't believe that there is such a thing under the sky. I don't know who it is that dares to speak out in front of His Majesty and confuse the public with his demonic words. I ask His Majesty to behead this bureaucrat. Gong Miaohan frowned slightly. Hey, Lin Aiching, don't move so bloody. What if he wins? If he wins, the old minister will step aside and give way, and it is only fitting that he should take this position of minister of the household. But he has a few requests. Cao Miaohan said with a smile on her face. What's the request? He made a bet with me that if he succeeded, he would not pay commercial taxes on his docks. Lin Yuheng, I guess His Majesty must not have agreed. Chapter 46, the magistrate says he's not here. Gong Miaohan nodded. Indeed, I am very hesitant. On the one hand, I sincerely hope that there will be such a capable person who can build the pier on this drawing. But on the other hand, right, this tax is the capital of the country. If we don't collect taxes, then won't Dechen be in chaos? Lin Yuheng laughed contemptuously. I dare to guess that this bureaucrat knows that His Majesty will not joke about a country's commercial tax, which is why he is asking for a lion's share of the money, with the aim of letting His Majesty know that he is not agreeing to make a bet with him, and in this way, he will be able to hide the truth from the world and avoid bringing on the crime of deceiving the king. So I think that this person is demonizing the people and still wants to avoid the punishment for deceiving the king. I would like to ask your Majesty, did he just say that he wants to be exempted from taxes at the pier? No. I made a bet with him and gave him 500 hectares of private territory in which to build a dock. And then, he demanded that if he did this, he would not charge a merchant tax in that 500 hectares of private territory. Lin Yuheng couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh after hearing the wager that Gong Miaohan had uttered. Ha 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 ha. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry at all. A mere 500 hectares. Even if it is piled up with silver, how much can be piled up? The old minister suggests that your Majesty is the king of a country, so you might as well be a bit more atmospheric. Oh, Lin Shangshu, what is some atmosphere? In my old minister's opinion, your Majesty will make this bet with him, and not only have we exempted him from the commercial tax, but we've even exempted him from all curfews and all other regulations. Let him govern as he wishes. We won't interfere with all his behavior except that he must not violate the laws of the land, without giving him any excuse. The old minister would like to see how he was able to go about building such a large dock with empty gloves and without spending a penny. Gong Miaohan's small mouth slightly opened in surprise. Lin Shangshu, it's not good. Are all the bands cancelled? Lin Yuhong laughed out loud. Your Majesty, even if all the bans were lifted, I don't believe that he would be able to conjure up such a luxurious peer. What if he really succeeds? Gong Miaohan's face became serious. Hearing Gong Miaohan ask this question, Lin Yuhong also stopped coming to laughter, and the look on his face became solemn. Your Majesty, I believe that if, indeed, this man is able to gather the merchants of the world to build this dock, I would like to personally go and ask him to come out and take up the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Gong Miaohan, oh, just building a dock? Why do you appreciate it so much? Your Majesty, this is not just a simple dock. From the coordination of personnel to the balance of all aspects, if, indeed, he can do it, I think that this person will certainly have the position of the Chief Minister. I second the motion. Good, I will make this bet with him. Gong Miaohan slapped the table and stood up, his chest bursting with bravado. On that day, back to the imperial household. Xiao Chui, right back to King Baxian. Tell King Baxian to agree to all the bets that Chen Yi has asked for, and raise the stakes for him. Tell him that within these 500 hectares is his private territory, and that all prohibitions can be disregarded except that they must not violate the laws of Dakian and allow him to govern on his own. Also, press the 8 wise kings on when the armor will be ready to be shipped back to Kyoto on a large scale, and give him 10 days before the first batch of armor must be shipped back to Kyoto. Lastly, tell the 8 wise kings that they must repair their relationship with Chen Yi, pay close attention to Chen Yi's safety, and if there is an invasion of barbarians, they must ensure Chen Yi's safety, and if that is not possible, they can take him to escape Yongning County first. Yes, in addition, this is the instrument by which I have licensed him to develop on his own within 500 hectares of land. Send this instrument along with it. The county office of Yongning County. Take the trouble, brother, to pass the word. A silver ingot fell into the hands of a small magistrate at the entrance of the yamen without a trace of fireworks. The magistrates were no other than Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Zhang Long weighed the silver ingot in his hand. Good guy, it must weigh 5 taels. A huge sum of money. However, Zhang Long handed it back after weighing it. I'm sorry, but our magistrate said he wasn't in. The smile on the 8 sage king's face froze. Good man, you're not even acting, are you? The magistrate said he's not here. Why don't you let him come out and tell me that he's not here in person? And little one behind the 8 sage king was so angry that he wanted to draw his sword. However, thinking of this morning, the king showed himself a letter from His Majesty the Empress. The little one has been but a hard clenched his teeth and swallowed back this bad anger. The Empress had said that she wanted to befriend this Chen magistrate, so she could not be reckless and cause trouble for the king anymore. How about this? Little brother, you go in and inform him that I've agreed to his bet, and forward this paperwork to your county magistrate on my behalf. If, however, he still doesn't see me, then I'll turn around and leave, and never pester him. How about that? Not good. You this person. Zhao Hu and then aside to listen to impatient. A merchant, but so bold, dared to be so entangled in the mouth of the yamen. However, Zhang Long stopped Zhao Hu who was about to reach for the water and fire stick. Fat tiger, you stand guard here. I'll go in and pass the word. Don't delay the king's business. Humph. Zhao Hu hummed heavily and turned his face away, but he didn't drive the 8 wise kings out further. In the bedroom, Chen Yi was slowly drinking the shredded chicken congee delivered from the kitchen. Ah fu ah, I've said it many times. You eat with me? I don't need to stand next to someone to serve me when I eat. It's not like I can't take care of myself. It's not good for you to serve me dinner on the side at your age. This Ah Fu was an old man with a young granddaughter that Chen Yi had rescued from a bandit cottage when he first crossed over. At that time, his granddaughter was about to be spoiled by the bandits. It was Chen Yi who appeared and saved their father and daughter. So the pair sold themselves into slavery and faithfully followed Chen Yi. One became Chen Ye's housekeeper. The other one is the tea master who only makes tea for Chen Yi at the Hatha tea house. Hey, you're so old, and you're still busy with me all day. Forget it, I can't argue with you, but you really don't say. This bowl of congee with shredded chicken is well made. It's almost as good as my own handiwork. This back kitchen, a new cook? In recent times, the cooking has been particularly to my liking. Chen Yi ate his fill and was satisfied. Ahem. Some time ago, my daughter said that she had nothing to do in the tea house, so she came over to learn cooking from the cooks in the yamen. And lately, all of your lordship's meals have been made by my daughter's own hands. Chen Yi froze for a moment and smiled. You father and daughter are really interesting, but Xiao Tao's craftsmanship is really good. Have a heart. It should. Chapter 47, The Great Qian Special Economic Zone. The two were talking when there was a sound of footsteps in the hall outside. Chen Yi put down his spoon. Usually at this time of the day, everyone knows that they haven't gotten up yet, and they usually don't come to disturb them. And now, when someone comes over, they should be up to something. My lord, one could only see Zhang Long walk over with large strides and salute towards Chen Yi. What's wrong? Chen Yi asked. Your Excellency, that merchant called Yellowstone is here again, relying on the gate and refusing to leave, demanding to meet with Your Excellency. Chen Yi frowned slightly. Didn't I say so? Just tell him that I'm not here. Why did you come over and ask? Did you take his silver? Zhang Long grinned. He. Your Honor guessed correctly. He did give silver. 5 taels, but I didn't take it. Chen Yi lowered his head and continued to drink kanji. It's not worth not picking up. It's not like I'm going to blame you guys. So since you didn't pick up, why did you come in to inform? Your Excellency, that Yellowstone said that he asked me to pass this paperwork to you, saying that if you read this letter and still don't see him, he will leave immediately and stop pestering. Oh, is that what he said? Chen Yi raised his head and asked with interest. Yes, my lord. Interesting. Where's the paperwork? Bring it in. Zhang Long immediately pulled out a paperwork from his pocket and handed it over with both hands. Chen Yi unfolded the paperwork and took a look. Good lord. The contents of the paperwork made Chen Yi sit up straight at once. Amnesty. I hereby grant Chen Yi 500 hectares of land as his private territory. From now on, within this 500 hectares of land, he can decide everything on his own, except for the laws and regulations of Dakian. The taxation, governance and implementation of laws and regulations in the territory can be planned according to the wishes of the owner and in accordance with the local conditions. There was no need to follow all the rules and regulations of the imperial court. Chen Yi can select talented people and set up 10 subordinate officials of the 9th grade to rectify the local order and make sure that the people live in peace and work happily, and that all trades prosper. Nice guy. Chen Yi is straight up nice. The delicious shredded chicken noodle couldn't be bothered to eat it, so he hurriedly stood up from his stool. Ah fu. Quickly, change my official's clothes, and Zhang Long, hurry to welcome this Master Huang to the center hall and serve him good tea, cardamom tea. Tell him that this official will be here soon. Hurriedly, he put on his official clothes with the help of Fu and hurriedly left the bedroom. Completely unnoticed, around the corner of the hallway outside the bedroom door, a little girl watched her distant back with a sultry beak. Humph. Mouth said delicious, also did not eat a few mouthfuls. What things to busy. Zhang Long brother is also really. Do not know to wait for adults to eat breakfast and then come over. Adults sleep until so late to get up. Must be very hungry it. The little girl's broken thoughts would not be known by Chen Yi, who at this moment was sprinting towards the center hall, still excitedly turning over the bright yellow silk document in his hands. It's a big deal. It's a big deal to have this letter. With this letter, this 500 hectares of river bank of his own could completely create a wealth that could not even be compared to that of Yongning County. Developed. This is totally the Dakian version of a special economic zone. Under the anxiety in his heart, his steps were relatively faster. It didn't take long for Chen Yi to arrive at the center hall, only to see that Huang Shi, who he hadn't seen for a long time, was already seated in the center hall, drinking tea as if he was very satisfied with the tea in his cup. Master Huang, goodbye. Chen Yi arched his hand in greeting as soon as he entered. Oh, it's Magistrate Chen. Lord Chen. I'm all well. I wonder how Lord Chen is doing these days. Very good. The two men commercially blew each other off as usual, as if the coldness and saber rattling of a few days ago had never happened. Chen Yi did not feel embarrassed, nor did the 8 wise kings feel uneasy, and everything, it was as if they were back before the bet. At last, after some time of idle talk, the time came to noon. Lord Chen, look, it's already noon. You must not have had lunch yet, right? Oh, Lord Huang's brilliant plan. This official indeed has not yet eaten. Old Me has prepared a table of good food at the Drunken Moon building, and also got a pot of the legendary monkey's wine from my friend. Let's go together to taste and savor it. Oh, monkey wine? Really? Seriously? Okay, let's go. Alfred, prepare the car. Yes, master. So, a quarter of an hour later, the people of Yongning County again saw their county magistrate and this Master Huang put their arms together and entered the Drunken Moon building. Ha, isn't that the magistrate? Didn't I hear that he's fallen out with this Huang? I don't know. Probably a misinformation. I even sold him pork at an increased price yesterday. Never mind. I'll just sell it normally today. Chen Yi naturally does not know how the people behind the people to support themselves. It is a little strange. Why this old Huang far away from the car to get off, but also with their own hand in hand to walk over. However, seeing as he applied for a special economic zone paperwork for himself, he'll take it from there. I did not expect this old Huang so magical. They just want to be exempted from the commercial tax. But who knows they just want a peach. The results of it, the old Huang directly gave himself a peach garden Thinking of this, the smile on Chen Ye's face became even more genuine. Drunken Moon building, top floor. The table was full of delicacies and flavors, and what satisfied Chen Yi the most was the wine in this cup. The wine was poured into a clear glass and the color of the wine took on a light green hue. On the nose, another light floral scent comes through. Take a light sip. Good wine. Old Huang, you have a heart. The 8 Sage King also took a small sip of the monkey wine in his cup and got to the point. Lord Chen, I'm sure you've seen the paperwork. I wonder if you're satisfied. Chen Yi nodded once. Satisfied. So, Lord Chen, our bet? I'll take it. Give me 3 months and I'll show you the results. Chen Yi waved his hand and directly dried a cup of monkey wine, beautifully exhaling a mouthful of alcohol. The 8 Sage King froze. Lord Chen, this wine, it's not that intoxicating, is it? No, it's pretty good. Then why is your lordship talking about drunkenness? Such a big doc. Your lordship, you just wanted to talk about 3 years, didn't you? Chen Yi then thought, with the current level of manufacturing power in Deqian, 3 years, it is estimated that it is not good to build this pier in their drawings. However, with their own participation, cement, red bricks have. This dynasty's small dock, that is not a handful of things? You should know that the construction and renovation of your own huge Yongning County has only taken less than 2 short years. Chen Yi did not retort, but raised the wine cup in his hand and made a distant toast across the table to the 8 Sage King. Think what you want, but anyway, when the time comes, and the dock is built, I'll invite you over to see it. Will I be able to stay with you the whole time? Chen Yi smiled. As you wish, as long as you're free. Chapter 48, Assassination Encounter. The apprehension in the heart of the 8 Sage King was completely removed, and he happily made a toast and began to prepare for the second topic. Lord Chen, what about coming over to find you this time? I actually have another matter. Oh, what is it? Chen Yi pretended to be confused. The 8 Sage King raised his glass again. Lord Chen, I wonder if your arsenal has completed 50,000 sets of armor so far? Chen Yi shook his head. I haven't checked lately, but guessing, it shouldn't be finished yet. What's wrong? Don't worry, I'll let you know after I have enough armor. The 8 Sage King's face showed a look of difficulty. Lord Chen, it's not that I don't abide by the contract, it's really because the year is approaching and the Ministry of Works side is pressing me hard. So can you? I mean, when you can you spare a portion of the armor first? So that I can give an explanation to the Ministry of Works first. As you know, I am but a merchant, and there are times when the pressure on my side is still relatively high. Chen Yi put down the wine glass that had been put to his mouth. How much do you want? Upon hearing Chen Yi ask such a question, the 8 Magi King's eyes lit up. Not much, not much. The first batch. As long as there can be 1,000 sets of armor, it will be enough for me to have an explanation with the Ministry of Industry. After all, with the current production of the General Works Supervisor, they can only produce less than 500 sets of armor a month. And this quality, it can't be compared to the armor produced by your arsenal. Lord Chen. Chen Yi nodded, thinking to himself, this 8 Sage King is quite measured this time. 1,000 sets, which is just a few days of production from his own arsenal. Okay, I know. I'll approve a note for you later. You can just go directly to the arsenal to collect it. Really? Then I really thank Lord Chen for his accommodation. Saying that, he dried a glass of wine to himself. Then he clapped his hands, and outside the door, Xiao Yi, with a few men, carried in several small boxes. Lord Chen, some small gifts. No respect. I make amends to you, my lord, for my recklessness the other day. Chen Yi nodded, glancing to see that the small wooden box containing the deed to 500 hectares of land was also among them. So he nodded and signaled Ah Fu behind himself to take it. Old Huang, you don't have to be like this. In fact, I'm a very simple person. Something we talk openly and honestly. Don't play tricks behind the back on the line. Ahem. Understand. Come on. Let's not talk about these spoilers. Let's keep drinking. That said, do you know, Magistrate Chen, that outside of this Yongning County, I've heard that it hasn't been very peaceful lately. Chen Yi raised his head in bewilderment. Oh, what does this matter say? There are bandits outside my Yongning County again? That's not true. I heard that some of the people of Yongning County were driven out of Yongning County by you before. I don't know if there is such a thing? Chen Yi suddenly realized. Oh, you mean them? Some vampires lying on the people are just vampires. What? They still want to make trouble? That's right. According to the gossip I've heard that they've always been getting together lately, and I don't know what they're plotting about. Which, I think, should be of more interest to Magistrate Chen. With that, the 8 wise kings pulled out an envelope from their arms and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi didn't unwrap it to read it either, but clinked glasses with the 8 wise kings. Alright, I know. Don't worry, old Huang. They won't be able to become anything. The end of the main event. Both sides are happy. Then, the two men and pushed the cups to talk about some of the this lunch to have a full hour to eat. In the end, both were drunkenly helped into the carriage by their men. The next day, the sober Chen Yi rubbed his somewhat dazed head. Not to mention, this legendary monkey wine still has a strong aftertaste, but it's quite good. No headache, good wine. And according to Fu, who served him to get up, that Huangshi had already been waiting for him in the side hall for almost half an hour. Fu, go and bring me the batch note from my arsenal. After Fu brought the note and Chen Yi wrote 1,000 sets of armor on the note. He just wanted Fu to take the note to old Huang. On second thought, this first time to take goods must not make any more conflicts. After all, the group of veterans in the arsenal is not something to be messed with. Never mind. Seeing as this old Huang is so well informed and sensible, I'll help him one more time myself. With that thought in mind, Chen Yi put back the note he was about to hand to Fu. Never mind. Dress me, then get the car ready and I'll come along for the ride. After saying that, he changed into his official clothes under Fu's weight, and then rode on the carriage together with the 8 wise kings in the side hall. Along the way, the two of them in Chen Ye's carriage had a great time talking to each other, talking about everything from astronomy to the 9 ghosts. This time, the delivery of goods, with Chen Magistrate Lord personally appeared, did not make any misunderstandings and storms, very sharp on the delivery of 1,000 sets of armor. And now, a full 30,000 sets of armor produced in the arsenal had been distributed. In front of the arsenal, 50 sets of armor were loaded into one car, a total of 20 whole cars. And in order to escort these 1,000 sets of armor, a whole caravan of 500 men was deployed. Looking at the 500 elite men under the 8 wise kings who were like wolves and tigers, Chen Yi said enviously, "Old Huang, you guy, what a good tactic. There are quite a few elite soldiers in your hands." The 8 sage king touched his beard and laughed. The county magistrate is joking, but in order to make a living, these days, traveling around the world, if you don't have a little bit of strength, you've long been eaten by people who don't even have any crumbs left. Makes sense. Alright, thanks to the magistrate for coming to give me this ride. You are busy with your official duties. Please return early. I will send this batch of armor back to Kyoto. I will see you again in a few days. No problem. Go ahead. By the time you get back, I'm guessing my dock will be almost ready to start. Ha ha ha. Good. I'll be waiting to see your tactics, Lord Chen. The two were arching their hands in front of this arsenal to say goodbye, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Unexpectedly at this moment, a sharp and ear-piercing air-breaking sound came from Chen Yi, and Chen Yi twisted his head in confusion to see a feathered arrow flying towards him. My lord beware. Lord Chen be careful. Seeing this scene, Fu's eyes were enraged and he violently wanted to pounce on Chen Yi and use his own body to block this arrow for Chen Yi. Nay, being old, he could not catch up with the speed of the feathered arrows no matter what, and he saw that Chen Yi was about to be shot through the throat by the feathered arrows. When it was too late, it was too soon. Xiaoyi, who was standing beside the 8 sage kings, suddenly shot out, and between the flashes of lightning and fire, he actually gripped the feathered arrow that flew over. While the feathered arrow was thoroughly held by little one and stopped, Chen Yi could clearly feel the eerie coldness coming from the icy arrow. Watch out! There's an assassin! Protect the Lord! Protect the Lord! For a while, there was chaos in front of the arsenal. Chapter 49, Female Assassins. It all happened in a flash. By the time the feathered arrow stopped in little one's palm, the tip of the arrow was already pressed tightly against Chen Yi's throat. Protect the Lord! Protect the Lord! Catch the assassin! The scene was a mess. Cold sweat broke out behind Chen Yi's back, and he was pulled behind himself as soon as the 8 wise kings did so. At the same time, 10 people from little 1 to little 10 pulled out 10 large shields from somewhere and formed 2 circles, firmly protecting the 8 wise kings and Chen Yi in the center of the circles. Silence! Listen to my command. A pale but middle-aged voice came from the doorway of the arsenal. This old voice seemed to possess a certain magic power, and in an instant, the entire chaotic scene became quiet, only to see an old man with a broken arm walk out from the doorway of the arsenal, and drink towards the guards of the merchant caravan. You take the personnel to protect Lord Chen and your master. Then the old man pointed at the 50 guards at the arsenal and said, you guys, follow our previous 3-3 formation, go to the front, and find out the assassin. 2 clear and concise commands silenced the entire scene instantly. Several hundred members of the merchant team, under the command of the old man with the broken arm, methodically unloaded the car's armor onto the ground, and then, once again, built a large wall of cover outside of the circle of 10 people surrounding all the cars from small 1 to small 10. The 50 arsenal guards, on the other hand, were like wolves and tigers as they formed a C-shaped encirclement towards the front. However, the expected escape of the assassin did not happen. A delicate figure in a red and black power suit unexpectedly flew out from the grass 50 meters away. when a person is in mid-air, he twists his waist and sends his hips and bends his bow to draw an arrow, only to hear a buzzing sound of the string. The second feathered arrow shot straight at Chun-Yi from top to bottom in the air. However, the unguarded arrows had all been stopped by Little One, and with the already prepared Little One, they naturally would not allow Chun-Yi and the 8 Magi to be threatened a second time. There was no doubt that the second plume of arrows was blocked by the shield while it was still on the periphery, and by the time the assassin in the air had landed, the 50 guards had rushed to the assassin. Kill! Filled with angry shouts, a fishing net flew out. That's right, an ordinary fisherman's net. Toward this audacious assassin came a hood. The assassin hastily threw down the strong bow in his hand, and with a flip of his hand, a pair of amay thorns suddenly appeared in his hand. Only the assassin was about to slash at the fishing net thrown towards him. However, the amay thorn was not an ordinary sword after all. Perhaps this weapon was more secretive in its use, but in terms of cutting such a function, it was indeed no match for an ordinary sword. Plus, the fishing net, there wasn't just one as he thought. By the time the 50 guards had surrounded him, he was now trapped in place by 5 overlapping fishing nets. You guys? Vile. A sad voice came out of the fishing net. However, no one bothered about whether the means were despicable or not. 3 people came out of the 50 guards, and with 7 hands and 8 feet, they tied the moment that kept struggling in the fishing net into a dumpling. At this time, the shocked Chun-Yi also finally settled down. Turning towards the 8 Sage King, he bowed his hand. Old Huang, a great favor is not to be thanked. Today's matter, in the coming day I will. AI. It's not polite to say that. You are my money tree, Lord Chen. I must protect you well. The 8 Sage King's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. See, this is a coincidence. Her Majesty the Empress had previously asked me to repair my relationship with Magistrate Chen no matter what. This time, it's a good thing. This relationship, it's much stronger than the one that I had previously climbed up with gold and silver. Thinking of this, the 8 Magi King thought of the second thing that Her Majesty the Empress had explained to him, and that was to absolutely ensure Chenya's safety. At this moment, the pleasant mood in his heart just now was swept away, leaving behind only a faint afterthought. If, just now, Little One hadn't instantly grabbed this feathered arrow, then, just now, that swift arrow would have effortlessly pierced through Chunya's throat. The consequences are unimaginable. Looking at Chun-Yi, who had turned his head aside and was bowing his head in thanks to Little One, the 8 Sage King secretly said that it was a fluke in his heart. Hurriedly, he ordered, Little One, Little Two, you two, from today onwards, close protection for Lord Chen. Remember, if Lord Chen loses a single hair of sweat, you will cut off your own heads. The tone of his voice was cold, and contained a hint of inexplicable anger. Chenya's heart shook as he hurriedly waved his hand. Hey, Lao Huang, there's no need for this. Look, it was an accident. I'm not fine. The 8 Sage King's face was all set. Lord Chen, you may not know how precious your life is to me. I just said that you are my money tree. I am not just saying polite words again. In this matter, Lord Chen must not excuse himself. Just listen to my arrangements. After saying that, his face turned cold and rushed at Little One and Little Two, who didn't say anything at the side. Just now, what I said, did you all hear it clearly? Yes, my subordinate heard you clearly. Good. Lord Chen, this matter is settled. Now, let's go and see. This assassin, what is his origin? What a nerve. Yes, please. At this moment, the assassin who was tied up into a dumpling had already been thrown outside the bunker built by the wagon. The 8 Sage King looked at the 50 guards who were just surrounding the assassin and not making any other moves, and cricked in Chenya's ear. Hey, Lord Chen, this guard of yours is no good. This is a sneak attack on you at the moment. How can you treat him so politely? If he were to be replaced by Little One, Little Two, I guess his hamstrings and veins would have been picked off by now. Chenya's face was as normal as if he hadn't heard it. The mind was very puzzled. Who could this man be, and why would he come to assassinate himself? And, in the event of a missed shot, why not hide away for thousands of miles and launch the suicide attack instead? The front was quickly cleared out by the 8 Wise King's men. Surrounded by the crowd, Chenyi arrived beside the assassin, who was bundled to the ground and crouched down. It was only then that he realized that this moment was not quite what he thought it would be. Not some big, burly man, nor a masked, leering man in a nightshirt. Instead, a well-built, little beauty? Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate this official? Chenyi asked while looking up and down at the beautiful assassin tied to the ground. Look at this bondage technique. Worthy of my guards. This bondage. Just right. This little body. Floating. It's just that the little face is a bit plain and gray looking, so I guess it must have gotten dirty when he was captured earlier. Chapter 50, Dog Officer. Take your life. Hearing Chen Ye's question, the bound female assassin clenched her shell teeth and spat out a few words word by word. Dog officer, take your life. Yo ho. Chen Ye was happy. Ha. What did you just say? Dog officer, take your life. Chen Ye was happy. So, you know that this official is a court official? Dog officer. Then do you know what a felony it is to intend to assassinate a court official? Ha. Dog officer. The smile on Chen Ye's face slowly disappeared. No. You open your mouth, dog official. Close your mouth, dog official. Am I eating your family rice or spending your family money? Bah. Dog officer. No. Can't you say something else? All day long dog officials come and go. Where am I a dog? Dog officer. Put. A dissonant voice came from behind him. Who's laughing? Chen Ye twisted his head and glared angrily, only to see everyone look like I don't know anything. Don't you look at me. I'm not laughing. Chen Yang warmed up. Take her away and throw her in the water cell. Chen Ye was out of rage. Ahem. Great. My lord. Weren't all the water jails in our county abolished and filled in by you? The one-armed old man came beside Chen Ye at an unknown time. There was a hint of laughter in the old voice. Chen Ye glared at the old man without any good reason. Old man Zhao. You have to tear this official down, don't you? This person is in your hands. Go ahead and interrogate him. I just have one request. Don't worry. The old man won't touch her one iota. In the beginning, in the military, the old man didn't know how many guys who couldn't control their lower body were ruined. Alright, over to you. Old Huang. Let's proceed with the handover. Good. Magistrate Chen is fearless in the face of danger. He really does have the stature of a chief minister. Fart. The sweat on my back hasn't dried up until now. Ah. You're the one who was snickering just now, aren't you? Ah. Oh, what? Who laughed? It couldn't have been me. You heard wrong. The two drifted away, escorted by their guards, with only a series of jokes and laughter coming through from time to time. Hundreds of members of the caravan had already begun to redrive and reload armor onto their vehicles. Old Huang. That's what. You have to be careful on this journey. I didn't expect that I could have such a bad incident around this Yongning County. You are far away from Kyoto. On this journey, I think it must also be dangerous. Must pay attention to safety. Good. Don't worry. Magistrate Chen. These guards of mine, each and every one of them can be top-notch. Not much worse than those government soldiers of yours. Oh. Chen Yi also secretly sighed in his heart. Old Huang's words, placed in the other day. He might still feel that old Huang was bragging. However, today, little one revealed this hand, but let himself be shocked. This world, there is still such a master, catching flying arrows with his bare hands. Hey, it's the first time he's seen it in his own 2 lifetimes. This one gave Chen Yi the same shock as watching the fire cloud evil god clip bullets between his 2 fingers in Kung Fu back in the day. Moreover, this is still the real world, and Koichi is not a fictional character, but a living, breathing human being. No, with old Huang's generous gift, he was now following behind himself with Xiao Air in his footsteps. Then I wish you a safe journey, prosperous business, and a lot of money, old Huang. It wasn't long before the car was loaded. Chen Yi arched his hand towards old Huang on the carriage to say goodbye. Old Huang was also sitting on the cart's yoke, instructing towards the little one and 2 behind Chen Yi. Little one, little 2, remember my words, Lord Chen. There must be no slip-ups. Yes, Magistrate Chen. We'll see you later. Bye. The long caravan with its heavy armor set off slowly. Chen Yi stood still for a long time until the last car disappeared around the corner of the mountain pass. Come on, let's go back. Chen Yi withdrew his gaze and turned towards the arsenal. Xiao Yi and Xiao Air did not say a word, following behind Chen Yi like shadows. Chen Yi could feel the dissatisfaction and disdain in their hearts. However, Chen Yi didn't want to explain anything more, and there was no dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, they had just saved him just now. Back to the arsenal again. The one-armed old man greeted him with a smile. Mr. Magistrate. What? Not worried about the old man, and came over to interrogate him personally? Chen Yi shook his head. I don't think it's that simple. It's better if I do the interrogation myself. My lord, please follow me. Led by the one-armed old man, Chen Ye's trio turned around in the arsenal, not knowing which corner they had turned to, when a small dark room suddenly appeared. Chen Yi gave the old man an odd look. What's this old man's fetish? He set up a dark room in this arsenal? The old man seemed to grow eyes behind his back as he suddenly asked without looking back. Does the magistrate think the old man has some kind of fetish for me? Where? Chen Yi was startled. Hey, this old guy. He's become a savant. This is actually where the old man made some small crafts. All little things that could be useful on the battlefield. But it was too much of an outlaw. So yeah, the old man locked it all up in this little dark room. Oh, hearing the one-armed old man say this, Chen Ye's interest was piqued. Other people didn't know the origin of this one-armed old man, but Chun Yi knew it. It was really 100 battles. When Chen Yi first discovered the old man, this one-armed old man could actually single-handedly fight off packs of wolves in the jungle. It would be outrageous. What are all the things? Can you let the kid open his eyes? Chen Yi did not realize that as soon as he said this, a hint of cunning actually flashed in the eyes of the one-armed old man who was opening the door in front of him. Since Lord Magistrate is so interested, after the trial of the assassins, the old man will introduce them to you one by one. Okay. The door opened. It was different from the expected dark, damp and cramped. This small dark room face space is actually quite large. Chen Yi eyeballed. Out of not much can have about 80 square meters. Right at the far end of the door to the little dark room, there was a cross. At this moment, the female assassin who had just cursed Chen Yi's dog official was tied to this tall cross like Jesus. Looking at the female assassin bound to the cross, Chen Yi finally couldn't help but ask, Lao Zhao, who the hell tied this female assassin up like that? It's just too hot for my eyes. Cough cough cough. Who else could there be? Of course it's the dog you picked up back then. Oh, it's this little guy. Ha, why doesn't he learn? Didn't your old man teach him anything good? What words you have? The old man wasn't happy about it. Was about to say something to explain. High on the cross. A hateful voice interrupted them. Dog officer, shall not die. Chapter 51, I'm a good officer. The originally harmonious atmosphere was suddenly awkward at this moment. Chen Yi walked underneath the cross without haste. At this moment, his face surprisingly did not have a trace of annoyance or impatience. What was there? Was just calm. Chen Yi looked up and asked, to kill me, there has to be a reason. And if you say that I'm a dog minding you, there has to be a factual basis for that as well. Girl, first of all, surely you are not a citizen of this official's Yongning County, are you? This time, the girl didn't call Chen Yi dog official anymore, but directly ignored Chen Yi. Then, since you are not a citizen of my Yongning County, how do you know that this official is an unkind and unrighteous official? The dog official you speak of? Could it be, girl, that you are going to put me, a stranger, to death without proof? Speaking of which, the crucified female assassin's face had loosened up a bit. Chen Yi suddenly smiled. In that case, it seems that there's not much difference between this chivalrous assassin of yours, compared to this dog official who kills people like a grasshopper in your mouth. Hearing that Chen Yi had dared to compare herself to the dog official she detested the most, the female assassin on the cross could no longer hold back. A mouthful of saliva was spat towards Chen Yi. However, although Chen Yi did not know any martial arts, he could still manage to dodge a mouthful of saliva from a bound woman. What? Did I say something wrong? Chen Yi asked back with a cold smile. You dog official, don't talk nonsense. I am the chivalrous and righteous lady by the light. How can I be compared to a dog official like you who fishes for the people and kills them? Today, since I've fallen into your hands, I'll do as I please if I want to kill or die, but don't use your dog officer's name to insult people. It's really laughable. Chen Yi slowly collected the smile on his face. What? You're not mute anymore? Will you talk? You said, you're not like me, and I think you're right. Hearing that Chen Yi actually agreed with the insults he had just made in order to seek a quick death, Yi Qinghuan could not help but widen his eyes. I thought to myself, is there something wrong with this guy? I was right in scolding him. Wasn't I? And he still thinks I'm right? It is true that the two of us are incomparable. A so-called chivalrous man like you who kills people with a grassy knuckle is no match for a courtier like me. Moreover, it's still an arrogant, without a bit of self-knowledge, simple-minded mangaka. Thanks to the fact that you've given birth to a daughter body, this IQ is not even comparable to that of a mangaka. Now, I'm regretting coming over to see you. You really aren't worth my time on you. After saying that, Chen Yi turned his head towards a side table with a disdainful expression. When he entered just now, he saw that on this table, there were a lot of strange little things placed. Before Chen Yi could open his mouth to ask the one-armed old man, the female assassin on the cross spoke again. You're the one who's reckless. You came to Yongning County to be the county magistrate, and in your first year, you drove the people of Yongning County out of Yongning County and abominably misappropriated their land and property. You drove them out into the wind in the mountains outside the city and didn't even take a mouthful of dry food away from them. Even, you send out your army, and besiege them. You kill like a man. You fish and flesh the people. You are extravagant in your daily food. Then you are shameless. You dog official. The female assassin on the cross actually cried out directly as she spoke. Oh, you dog officer, you kill me. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Oh. Seeing that the female assassin on the cross had actually directly collapsed her heart defense under Chen Yi's 3 words, the one-armed old man quietly gave his only thumbs up towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow towards the one-armed old man and turned around. his face instantly putting on an expression of compassion. Forget it, Lao Jiao Ah. You put him down to talk. Just a kid who doesn't know any better. After saying that, he made a wink at the one-armed old man at the side. The one-armed old man smelled the strings and waved his hand towards the two guards on the side. Two guards instantly stepped forward and released the female assassin from the cross. Chen Yi followed up with, forget it, this official will not bother with you much. Seeing as you are young and ignorant and have a big chest, you go away, and don't show up near Yongning County anymore. Otherwise, if this official can spare you, the laws of Dakian won't be able to spare you either. The female assassin cried even more after being untied. Ooh, you bully me. Aha, I don't want you to put it. I don't have boobs. You denizen. You're reckless. You corrupt. Big corrupt. I don't want you to put it. Oh, when I get out, I'm going to kill you again. I'm going to kill you, dog officer. Looking at the female assassin who was crying with a face like a kitten, Chen Yi amusedly pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket and handed it over. Well, if it's according to you, then you've got one more sin to add to your list of sins besides having big boobs and straw men. Yo. What's the offense? Of course it's ennui. You, girl, you pride yourself on being a chivalrous person. How can you do such a thing as enmity? Taken together, it seems that you really aren't much of a chivalrous person then. Who knows? I don't know where Chen Ye's words stimulated the female assassin, only to see the woman handing the handkerchief to Chen Ye's hand and bit over. However, the current Chen Yi was not the original Chen Yi who had no hands. Instead, it was a powerless Chen Yi with two great masters standing behind him. Little One and Little Two naturally wouldn't let Chen Yi be bitten by this woman, only to hear a ah scream. The female assassin who called herself the Lady of Light had already had her jaw removed by Little One. The intense pain and frustration caused the woman's eyes to tear up even more. Look at you. You look like this. Where is the appearance of a light-expelling warrior? The dog official in your mouth, can't even card you. Forget it, you can cry first, and when you've cried enough, you can leave. Chen Yi pointed towards the door. The door is right over there. When you've cried enough, go out on your own and keep your voice down when you close the door. After saying that, Chen Yi pulled the one-armed old man to the side table, picked up a thistle on the table and discussed with the old man about how to use the small thing to cause maximum damage to the enemy. As if an old man and a piece of iron in front of him were more interesting to him than this female assassin sitting on the ground crying her eyes out. Gradually, the sobs dwindled down, slowly turning into choked sobs, and then gradually, the choking stopped. Chapter 52 No Investigation. No Statement. When Chen Yi put down a blowpipe in his hand with a lot of interest and turned his head to prepare to leave, he realized that this girl was actually following behind him with red eyes. Chen Yi didn't say anything and just skipped towards the outside of the arsenal. Along the way, Chen Yi took off chatting with the old man with the broken arm and didn't even bother with the little heroine following behind him with a low brow. It wasn't until Chen Yi exited the arsenal and came to his carriage. Only then did he turn his head and pretend to be surprised. Why are you still following me? Didn't you come out? It's not like I'm tying you up. Just go. The pitiful female assassin looked at Chen Yi with tears in her eyes before carefully pointing at her chin with her little finger. Oh, Chen Yi understood. The feeling that this female assassin's jaw hadn't been placed after being removed by Little One until now. No, I mean, aren't you the wind-driving heroine? You're supposed to have martial arts skills, right? The female assassin nodded cautiously, and it didn't matter that the nod seemed to touch her chin. The tears that had been easily withdrawn flowed out again. Chen Yi held his forehead with his hand. Little One, connect her. Little One stepped forward and dragged this wind chaser's chin with one hand, lifting and sending. There was only a crunch, and the female assassin let out a cry of surprise. All right, I've got you hooked up. It's time for you to leave. Remember what I said. Don't let me see you in Yongning County in the future. After saying that, Chen Yi got on the carriage. Half an hour later. My lord, she's still following. Stop the car. The carriage slowed to a stop. Chen Yi poked his head out from outside the carriage. No, what's wrong? I'm right. Then why are you following me? I thought you followed me because you wanted to apologize to me. The female assassin said arrogantly. I am going to follow you and find evidence that you fish and feed the people, and then kill you, the dog official. Chen Yi frowned. I say, girl, what's your name? Yi Qinghuan. Not a bad name. Quite good. I'll call you Yi Qinghuan from now on. My name is Chen Yi. I know. Then, can it be that from now on, I call you Yi Qinghuan and you call me Chen Yi? Dog officer. Chen Yi. Tell you what, girl, how about I make a bet with you? What bet? Yi Qinghuan's eyes instantly glowed. Chen Yi was speechless. This didn't occur to him that this female assassin was even a gambler. In that case, there's a saying that you can't make a statement without an investigation. You wronged me before, although you won't admit it, I can give you a chance to enter Yongning County and follow me around to investigate me. However, there is one condition. You say, you'll have to tell me where you got the idea that I'm the one you say I am, the one who is unforgiving, the one who fishes for the people, the one who kills people. This, Yi Qinghuan lowered his head in embarrassment, as if he had something difficult to say. Yi Qinghuan, be generous. You wanted to kill me but I let you go. You wrongly accused me of being a dog official. Now I'm giving you a chance to realize your mistake. But you refuse to even tell me why you wronged me. You don't look like a chivalrous man. You're just a scoundrel. Before the words were finished, the aggrieved little girl in front of her instantly raised her willow eyebrows. Who are you saying is not a chivalrous person? You're the one who's a scoundrel. I'll tell you. Before, I was fighting bandits in the mountains near Yongning County and came across a group of ragged stragglers. I asked them, but they encountered bandits. But, they said, the Magistrate of Yongning County is a dog official, can be much more ferocious than the bandits and whatnot. The bandits at most want a robbing money. As long as the money is willing to give, the life can still be saved. But the Magistrate of Yongning County, that's you, not only seized their good land, but also copied all their family properties, and that's not all, but even drove them out of Yongning County, making them astray, which is simply unconscionable. I shall not be allowed to die. Listening to the little girl's exasperated appearance, Chen Yi finally understood the general situation. Oh, so it's them. Ha ha ha. Chen Yi shook his head and laughed, without having to say much. Just based on Yi Qinghuan's few words just now, Chen Yi knew who the person behind this instigating Yi Qinghuan was. 3 years ago, when he himself first came to Yongning County, this Yongning County was the world of 3 big landowners. The successive magistrates of Yongning County at that time were subject to these 3 family heads. Every magistrate who came to Yongning County merchants had to go and visit these 3 family heads of Lu Bai and Hu one by one at the beginning of his term. It is said that there was also a magistrate who did not go to pay his respects, and that night, he died in the middle of the magistrate's office in an unexplained manner. And when Chen Yi came to Yongning County 3 years ago, he relied on his previous life's experience and the descending strike-like dragon slaying technique. He directly drew on the poor people of Yongning County except for the 3 families, and first led them to fight against the bandits and exercise their fighting strength. This was followed by the Great Landlord's division of the fields, which took the whole of Yongning County from the 3 large landowners and distributed it to all the people of Yongning County. That's what made everything in Yongning County now. It can be said that at that time, the battle between the poor people of the whole Yongning County and the 3 major landlords laid the foundation for the happy life of the people in Yongning County now. However, all of this was known to very few people except the people of Yongning County. The people of Yongning County, naturally, will not go around talking about it, while the 3 large landlords who became displaced, usually indulge in the countryside, and make a lot of enemies. Although, Chen Yi did not kill them in the end, they were on edge every day, so to speak. Chen Yi hadn't even personally ordered them out of Yongning, but they were living in fear every day because they had once sinned too much. Within 3 days, one by one, they fled Yongning in the night in ashes. At that time, Yongning County didn't have the high concrete city walls that it has now. After Chen Yi knew about their escape, he also laughed it off and didn't take it to heart at all. Plus, at that time, Chen Yi was preoccupied with the construction of Yongning County. Where to bother with these 3 defeated generals? Originally, Chen Yi had thought that they had long gone far away from home, but unexpectedly, they had been hiding in the mountains and forests around this Yongning County. Alfred, who was on the sidelines, suddenly spoke. My lord, before, what I once told you, they are on the Black Wind Ridge next to Yongning County, setting up a mountain fortress, and on weekdays, they live by robbing the roads. Chen Yi frowned. That's not right. Fu. As I recall, within 3 years, my county office in Yongning County hasn't received any cases of road robberies. And no one has died, either? Yes, my lord. What they robbed was not the road of our Yongning County. Chapter 53, The Wager is to become a constable. Chen Yi was a bit confused. Didn't you just say that after these people fell into the grass and became bandits, they strayed into the Black Wind territory near our Yongning County? Yes. You mean they set up camp in the Black Wind Ridge, but don't plunder our people in Yongning County? Yes, my lord. And who are the people they loot? All the people from the neighboring counties? Be more detailed. Chen Yi was a bit impatient. Yes, my lord. It's our neighboring Jinzhou, Fufun County, Longyu County, and Linbi County. Chen Yi nodded and turned his head to look at Yi Qinghuan, who had fallen into a stupor on the side. All heard? Yi Qinghuan was at a loss. Hear what? Why is it that I can understand every word they say, but, together, I can't understand a single word? Who are they? Yi Qinghuan asked dumbfounded. Chen Yi smiled. This matter? Ah, it's a long story. But then, if you're interested, I can tell you about it. To put it simply, what about the them we were just talking about? The ones who told you that I am a dog official who kills people by grass and fishes for them. But they're all living in misery. They don't look like bandits. They look like vagabonds. Yi Qinghuan looked at Chen Yi with skeptical eyes. Ah ha 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 ha. Before Chen Yi could say anything, Ah Fu outside the car took over with a loud laugh. They're robbing the counties next door that are too poor to wear pants. So of course they can't rob anything good. So naturally, they look just like stragglers. Besides, they were big local landowners. Big landed gentry before they were kicked out. Girl dolls. And you'd expect someone so used to being pampered to be able to learn how to rob? Yi Qinghuan was puzzled. You said that they used to be the landlords of your Yongning County? What does landlord mean? Chen Yi smiled. The concept of a landlord was something that Chen Yi had brought into this world. Originally, De Chen did not have the concept of landlords. The so-called landlords, are people who own a lot of land, while the ordinary people, they can only farm for them and work as slaves. Oh, so what? You just confiscated their land? Yes, I took back their land and Yi Qinghuan was suddenly joyful, as if she had found evidence. Nah. Look, you said yourself that you robbed their land. You yourself admitted it. It's not like they wronged you, right? You still say that you yourself are not a dog official? Chen Yi nodded. If you're saying that I'm considered a dog official for robbing their land and then confiscating their family property, then I am. This. Yi Qinghuan found that his brain was a bit insufficient. I haven't said anything yet? You've admitted it yourself? Are you thinking that I don't dare to kill you again? Yi Qinghuan's May thorn leapt into his hand once again. However, this time, Chen Yi did not feel anger and murderous aura from Yi Qinghuan's eyes. Instead, he saw a strong sense of doubt and incomprehension. Let's put it this way. You won't believe me even if I say more, and think that it's possible that I'm lying to you. How about this? You come back to Yongning County with me, and then I'll give you 3 days to inquire about these 3 families on your own. If, after 3 days, you learn the whole story and you still think I did wrong, then, at that time, you can come back and kill me again, and we'll each have our own way. But if, after 3 days, you feel that you were in the wrong and wronged me, a good man, then you will stay in Yongning County and atone for your sins by being a patrolman for the people of Yongning County for 3 years. How about that? Chen Yi had a full of teasing and smirking hidden in the depths of his eyes. But the simple Yi Qinghuan did not notice. Just when Chen Yi thought that Yi Qinghuan was going to agree with him, the silly girl suddenly gave herself a wary look. What do you want to do? Do you want to trick me into your Yongning County and then arrest me and put me in the brig? Chen Yi was directly hard controlled for half a minute, then looked at Yi Qinghuan, who looked shrewd but was actually dumb, and said word by word, if I wanted to put you in jail, you would still be able to come out of the small dark room before? Do I still need to trick you into going to Yongning County to be locked up in jail? Chen Yi didn't even know how this girl's brain circuits grew. Oh, you have a point. Oh, the silly girl scratched her head foolishly, feeling her brain itch a bit, as if she was about to grow a brain. So, are you with me on this bet? It's a deal. Dog officer, get off my wagon. Now. With a whoosh, the arrogant female assassin directly slipped out of the carriage. And in the car, the exasperated Chen Yi could still hear the muttering coming from outside the car. Dog officer, cheapskate, drink cold water. Outside the carriage, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er looked at Yi Qinghuan, who was following the carriage, looking east and west, with mixed feelings. This magistrate, he really isn't a good person. Look at this, a small assassin whose martial arts skills aren't very high, but are still considered a third-rate martial artist, was hardened by him and snubbed to go to Yongning County as an inspector. It really is so outrageous. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er also didn't realize that they had never suspected that Chen Yi would not be able to deliver on the words he uttered since I don't know when. Soon, the carriage entered Yongning County. Whoa! Yi Qinghuan was as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. What kind of road is this? Why is it so smooth? Hey, Uncle Fu, look, why are the houses over there red? Why is their roof gray? Wow, such a big glaze. Geez, how much does this cost? Yongning County is too rich. The people of Yongning County, seeing that it was the carriage of their own magistrate, consciously stepped aside onto the road and looked at the carriage with respect. However, when they saw Yi Qinghuan, who was chattering beside the carriage, they looked at each other and smiled. Hey, you guys look, this girl has a face that has never seen the world. It looks like it's the first time she's come to our Yongning County. That's not true. She's quite pretty, though slightly less so than me, but she really hasn't seen much of the world. Bah, you're so shameless. Still worse than you. I think this girl is only comparable to Miss Lu Ruyan from Heavenly Paradise in our Yongning. While Yi Qinghuan, who was looking at everything fresh, was looking to the east and looking to the west, and didn't even hear what the others were saying about themselves. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. She saw by the side of the road, a little boy, held by his mother's tiny hand, eating a red string of candy canes. I couldn't help but go forward and ask, "Hello, little friend. May I ask what kind of food you are holding in your hand?" "Sugar loaf," the little boy replied crisply. Chapter 54, The Prefect's Love Interest. And the mother on the side saw that she was a member of the county magistrate's convoy, and did not worry that she was a bad person, but instead smilingly struck up a conversation with Yi Qinghuan. This is your first time coming to our Yongning County, right? This thing, is called a sugar gourd. If the girl loves to eat the corner of the street in front of the turn toward the east, there is a young man selling sugar gourds. To say that the sugar gourds that is still our county magistrate lord invented the food but feed a lot of people blah blah blah. What? You're saying this candy cane was invented by this dog official? Inside the car, Chunyi almost didn't spray out a mouthful of old blood. Hastily, he urged through the curtains of the car. Fu, quick, drive back, speed up. All right, my lord, you sit tight. After saying that, Fu flicked his wrist and the whip landed precisely on the horse's ass. The horse ate the pain and immediately accelerated its pace. Only Yi Qinghuan, who was chasing after the carriage and shouting, "Dog officer, wait for me," was left behind. Yi Qinghuan, returning to the county office, Chen Ye's face was embarrassed as he said, Fu, for the last few days, I won't go out. I can't afford to lose that person. Afu, I'm afraid not. My lord, how come it won't work? Is there anything else in Yongning County right now that I must step in to resolve? My lord, you've forgotten that some time ago you've sent people ahead to the neighboring prefectures to invite merchants. 5 days later, you set the time and said that you were going to hold some kind of investment promotion conference. Fu's words silenced Chen Yi. In that case, Alfred, you inform out and change the scope and manner of the invitation. Tell them to come to us. We have stores here. We don't have to pay a commercial tax. We don't have a curfew at our docks. We don't have restrictions on all kinds of goods at our docks. In short, tell them that this is the temple of merchants. Moreover, this time, the scope of publicity should not be limited to the businessmen who build houses, but other small people who want to do business can also come over to try the water. After considering it for a long time, Chen Yi decided that it would be better to change the time of the meeting. Although, he had long guessed that the person behind Old Huang would take a step back sooner or later, so he had long begun to lay out to go for investment and publicity. However, he also did not expect that Old Huang would be able to give the Great Xian Autonomous Region such an awesome benefit. With this hand of cards, are you afraid that those merchants will not come? I'm afraid that the 500 hectares of land will end up being too small. And, my lord, what is the proper time to set this? Chen Yi considered for a moment and was about to say 10 days. But then he thought of the scene where Yi Qinghuan had just chased after his carriage on the street and called out, "Dog officer." Just a headache covered his brain. A month. Give them a month to publicize it. Seeing Chen Ye's headache, the corners of Fu's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly upwards. Since the county magistrate, can really a good sonnet, resourceful, kind-hearted, they can follow such a master. Really their 8 lifetimes of ancestors to repair the blessing of it. And on the street, Yi Qinghuan's wretched appearance could no longer be seen. Just see her surrounded by a bunch of grandparents in the middle. Left hand a sugar gourd, right hand a set of large pancakes. A reddish mouth left nibble finished nibbling on the right. It was too busy to stop for a while. Auntie on the side, girl, what is your relationship with our magistrate Chun? Looking at you too, you can't be the sister of our magistrate, right? Old Wang's family, your eyes are not blind. This girl at first glance is our magistrate's favorite ha ha ha, girl, isn't it? This battle, directly gave the uninitiated Yi Qinghuan a silly look. What's going on here? Who will look at this kind of dog official Although, he is a bit handsome, and also very generous, and also released himself, and also, no, in short, definitely not. Yi Qinghuan had a red face where he could neither stand nor sit, and the big mom on the side laughed loudly. Surely it won't be a lover. Which lover would call Chen magistrate dog official? Yi Qinghuan nodded violently. Another aunt snorted. Che, Old Wang's family, you're really short-sighted. It's because this girl called the dog official and called her so affectionately that she's a good match. And, did you see that county magistrate Chen got angry? Our magistrate has been called a dog official, but he didn't get angry. Who else can it be but a good match? Yi Qinghuan was jolted, and his head, which had been bobbing up and down just a moment ago, stiffened violently in place. It then swayed wildly from side to side. Yi Qinghuan thought to himself. I was wrong. Dog Magistrate. No, 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 don't call you Dog Official anymore. I will never call you Dog Official again. In one day, Chen Magistrate brought the matter of a person chasing after the magistrate's carriage and shouting Dog Official on the Yongning County's hot search. On the second day, in the streets and alleys, there were already 18 versions of Magistrate Chen and this little girl falling in love with each other. In the tea house, the storytellers were telling the story that Magistrate Chen had to tell with the little girl during his days as a dog officer. Chen Yi made the right choice in choosing to hide in the courthouse and not go out. Because, from the next day onwards, a dozen or so melon sellers suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Yamen of Yongning County. When Chen Yi hid in the courthouse and learned to be an ostrich, Yi Qinghuan was completely out of his mind with anger. She realized that she couldn't spend even a penny within Yongning County. This should have been a heavenly delight. However, when Yi Qinghuan knew the truth, her sky collapsed. These merchants who didn't take her money, surprisingly, all did so because they thought that she and that dog official, no, blah, 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 all thought that she and what's his name, the magistrate, were lovers, and that's why they didn't take her money. And not only did he not charge her, he desperately tried to stuff her with good food. She wanted to stay in a store, and a junior would take her to the best supreme suite. She wanted a meal, and an owner would step in and set her up with a table full of exquisite dishes she had never seen or heard of. She wanted a lollipop, and the lollipop seller shoved the haystack directly into her hand. The point is, none of it is charged. She had also thought of giving it hard. However, the people directly kneeled on the ground, saying something about how it was all because of Lord Chen that they had today. Their lives, their homes, their land, their existing good life, all because of Lord Chen. Yi Qinghuan was confused. At first, she thought it was the simplicity of the people of Yongning County that she didn't charge, until she realized that everyone else had to pay normally for what they bought. Later, she thought that the reason for not accepting the money was because she was still afraid of Chen Ye's status as a county magistrate and that she was Chen Ye's lover. But she could not see any fear in their eyes, and all she saw was full of care and love. Chapter 55, He's such a nice guy. Finally, after a lot of conversation and a bunch of rambling from the crowd and a bunch of old men reminiscing about the past, Yi Qinghuan finally had to admit that this magistrate, seemed to really be a good person. Or rather, a good official. 12 days. Yi Qinghuan had already skulked around this modest Yongning County for 12 days. In these 12 days, she walked through the large and small streets of Yongning County, but was surprised to find that there was not a single beggar, even the handicapped old man. There is a magical place called Support for the Elderly Home, by the government to support the old and no support for the widowed elderly, even for children without parents. There is a place called Orphanage, which takes care of these children, and even has a nanny, and it is also supported by the government. Even in the uninvited streets, there are no landmines and garbage that can be seen everywhere in other counties, and the main roads in Yongning County are cleaned at all times of the day. Is this even a small frontier county? Yi Qinghuan had loved reading all kinds of chivalrous novels since she was a child, so she had traveled to many places in Dakian at a young age. Even in Daqian's Kyoto, Yi Qinghuan had lived for many years, and she dared to pat her chest and say that even in Daqian's most prosperous Kyoto, the comfort of living was not half of what it was in Yongning County. It seems that he was really mistaken. He is a good official. However, Yi Qinghuan was still unwilling to just give in. What about the 3 years of inspector? For her who was used to wandering the world, it was simply more terrifying than locking her up in a cage. On the 15th day, Yi Qinghuan arrived at the entrance of the Yongning County Yamen. Here it comes. Finally. Yeah, so excited. Finally waiting. Wifey, I'd been waiting here for half a month. At the entrance, there were only 7 or 8 Amazons left who were squatting in front of the door to sell melons. And at this moment, seeing that Yi Qinghuan had arrived at the door of the court, each of them excitedly stood up from the ground. A pair of gossiping eyes were dead set on the courthouse. There was a creak and the door opened. This girl, come in. Our magistrate has been waiting for you for a long time. Outside the door. As the door to the courthouse closed, one by one, the Amazons selling melons were spitting with excitement. On the 16th day, the story that the magistrate in Kiyoshi had to tell was now 16 times out. However, none of this has anything to do with the ostrich magistrate Chen Yi, and behind closed doors, the years are quiet. But, today, his years were shattered. My lord, Yi Qinghuan is here. Chen Yi on the bed was confused. What joy! Ah fu, my lord. Yi Qinghuan. Chen Yi, Yi what Huan? Ah fu. Yi Qinghuan. Chen Yi, what Sation? Afu, my lord. Go back to sleep. Chen Yi, okay. 2 hours later, inside the dining room of the courthouse. Good morning. Chen Yi greeted Yi Qinghuan who had long been waiting in the restaurant. Humph. A corpse. Yi Qinghuan's beautiful eyes contained fury. Seeing the two cheeks bulging into pufferfish, Yi Qinghuan asked strangely, "Ha, who messed with you again? Didn't you have a good time in Yongning County all these days? Happy you big head. How did you become a magistrate? It's 3 rods past sunrise and you're still not up. Look, it's already lunchtime and you're still here to say good morning to me. Chen Yi, oh, that doesn't put it in a position to be angry like this. Good noon. You." Yi Qinghuan was just about to say something when suddenly, a bright laughter came from outside the restaurant. "Ahahaha, Magistrate Chen, up so early today? Yi Qinghuan, do you want to hear what you're saying? It's already noon. Early? You're up this early? Listen to yourself. Are you talking like a human being?" Yi Qinghuan looked back angrily. Instead, she saw the second person she didn't want to see in her life, the 8 sages. Yi Qinghuan clearly remembered that it was this person. Who was with this dog? Magistrate Chen at that time. That made his assassination plan fall through. The 8 Sage King did not have any surprises when he saw Yi Qinghuan. After all, with the manpower he had left behind in Yongning County, he had long ago passed back the matter of this girl eating, drinking and living for free for half a month within Yongning County. At that time, King Baxian even praised this Chen magistrate for his good tactics. "It's already noon, and you even said he got up early, so you're really all the same." Chen Yi looked to see the 8 Magi King walk in and greeted him with some surprise. "Oh, how come you're back so soon? I thought you'd be another 4 or 5 days. 8 Sage King, hey, armor this kind of strategic materials. You also know that the night is long and dreamy. Old me I am day and night not compared to Chen magistrate you every day to rest on your laurels Where? Have you had lunch yet? Not yet. What is Lord Chen eating today? It smells appetizing. What else can it be? You think all like you, every day are soaked in the heavenly world to eat mountains and seas I eat cafeteria every day, only too lazy to go. Let Afu call back for me to eat." The two of them spoke to each other, completely ignoring Yi Qinghuan, who was so angry that his mass walls were separated. "Bah! You two scums! You sleep until you get up at noon every day, and you still have the nerve to eat the people's folklore. You're just assholes lying on the people's backs sucking their blood." Looking at Yi Qinghuan, who was so angry that her little face was red and trembling, Chen Yi put down the chopsticks in his hands. "The one that sucks blood is called a locust, not a moth. Moths bite wood. I don't need you to tell me. I know what a locust is and what an asshat is." Yi Qinghuan opened his teeth and claws. "Chen Yi, oh, I thought you didn't know." Yi Qinghuan's tears had already begun to well up in her eyes. Never in her life had she seen such a brazen and shameless person. Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan, who was hanging by a thread of tears, and instantly lost interest in teasing her inside. "You say I eat the people's fat. I admit it, but I'm the magistrate. The magistrate relies on the people's wealth to feed him. What have I done wrong? If I don't eat the people's fat, then what do I eat?" Yi Qinghuan was so surprised that her tears forgot to fall. It was the first time she had ever heard someone who could talk so justifiably about appropriating the people's civil wealth. Looking at Yi Qinghuan, who was about to have another attack, Chen Yi waved his hand, signaling her to be at ease. "Let me ask you, you've been around the city for half a month. Have you ever seen a single theft in my Yongning County?" Yi Qinghuan didn't even think about it and huffed. "That's not true. Then let me ask you again. For half a month now, have you ever seen anyone forcing a good man into prostitution or slavery?" Yi Qinghuan thought seriously. "No. Have you ever seen a homeless person starving and sleeping on the streets?" "Nope." Chapter 56, A Meal. "Then have you ever seen my Yongning County have any grievances of bullying men and women? Bullying the city? Bullying the weak or anything else?" "Nope." As Chen Yi threw out one question after another, Yi Qinghuan's voice became lower and lower, and in the end, it was faintly inaudible. The 8 wise kings who heard the series of questions Chen Yi asked Yi Qinghuan from the side also fell into deep contemplation along with this one question from Chen Yi. If not today, Chen Yi asked out here, he really never cared about it. This city, as if there really is no dark side, wonderful as a paradise in general, giving the 8 wise kings a strong sense of unreality. "So, I have eaten all this people's fat and brought such peace and joy to the people of Yongning County, and you say, don't I deserve it? You matched, but you can't be so neglectful of your duties that you don't get up at sunrise." The 8 sages on the side suddenly spoke. "Miss, to be fair, I am also a merchant who has traveled extensively, and I sincerely hope that every county magistrate can be as leisurely as Lord Chen, without any unjust cases or neighborly conflicts. In this way, my great Qian dynasty should come." Yi Qinghuan froze. There was no problem. This was something that he couldn't pick up. "And so, but you eat so well, and the people outside are still poorly farming and selling vegetables, don't you?" Chen Yi helplessly interrupted Yi Qinghuan's irrationality. "You've been eating at restaurants every day for the past half a month, So I'm afraid you haven't even tasted the meals eaten by the common people of our Yongning County, have you? How do you know? As the saying goes, eating people's mouths is soft. Yi Qinghuan, even if his face is thicker, he knows that his half-month of freeloading is relying on his Chunya's face, and this aura, all of a sudden, is weakened. Let's go. It's just about mealtime. I'll take you to see what we, the people of Yongning County, eat. After saying that, Chen Yi said towards Ah Fu, who was at the side, Ah Fu, you take these dishes and eat them. Today this official is going to eat in the cafeteria, to have fun with the people. Does your excellency need to prepare a cart? No. Sometimes it's better to keep your feet on the ground to get things done, don't you think, woman? Yi Qinghuan heard the thorn in Shenya's words and twisted her head away, ignoring it. 8 Sage King, oh? This king has been here in Yongning County for several months, but he really hasn't noticed what the people of your Yongning County eat. Taking the 8 wise kings and Yi Qinghuan out of the government office, he greeted the few Amazons who were still selling melons at the entrance of the government office. As he walked, he spoke to the 2 men beside him. I may be young, but I don't think it's a good idea to look at how well a county is governed and how happy the people are to see where the busiest parts of the county are or what the richest homes in the county look like. Instead, they should get their feet wet and go to the poorest part of this county, where the people can get enough to eat and wear warm clothes. If the poorest of the poor are able to feed and clothe themselves, then, others, what do you need to worry about? A simple, unassuming paragraph that left both men behind them in deep thought. You all, at a glance, are all usually used to being high and mighty, can't see the hardships of this earth. And I'm different. I like to get down on the ground and look at people from the soles of my feet. I like to be down to earth and get down to business. And I feel that the only way I will not be ashamed of the people's fat that I usually eat is to make sure that everyone in my county is well fed and warmly clothed. Along the way, the 3 of them actually came to the edge of a piece of farmland. There was only a large spacious wooden house on the edge of a large farmland. Chen Yi took the lead and pushed open the door and walked in. Yo, Mr. Magistrate, why did you come over for dinner today? Didn't Uncle Fu already call you back for your meal today? Today I came over on a whim to take a look. Fatty, you didn't give us any missing pounds for our brothers in the ground, did you? Hey Lord, what are you talking about? If I, Fatty, dare to do that, you old man, that my fat body to go to light the lantern of heaven. The chubby cafeteria manager cried out for a bump in the road. The cafeteria, on the other hand, was seated with a scant dozen or so peasants. When they saw Chen Yi come in, they actually covered their faces in embarrassment and ate vigorously. Then one by one, they bowed toward Chen Yi and flew away. Yi Qinghuan, look at this. You scare people, and you say you're a good official. I think you're just bullying people, putting on official airs. Chen Yi smiled and did not say anything, but the fat man on the side could not listen anymore. Girl, you misunderstand. Girl, do not know. This Yongning County, at the very beginning, with 12 eateries, at the beginning, 12 eateries, every day full of people. But then, fewer and fewer people came to the cafeteria to eat. Yi Qinghuan curiously said, why? Is it because the meals here have gotten expensive? The cafeteria manager called Fatty personally gave the 3 of them a few servings of food and placed them on the table before continuing. Girl, hey, ask around. The cafeterias are all places that don't charge any money and provide food for free. So why hasn't anyone come to eat since then? Hey, because everyone under the leadership of the county magistrate have earned money, rich, and still come to eat in the cafeteria. That is to take advantage of the county magistrate. Take advantage of the county magistrate. Then we all do not agree. So, when everyone had money, they all refused to come and freeload, and gradually, 3 of the 12 cafeterias were left. Then why did they run so fast when they saw your magistrate just now? Fatty disdainfully bristled. Bah, if I were them, I wouldn't even have the face to live in Yongning County. The county magistrate has found so many ways for everyone to earn money to support their families. But look at them. They end up having to scrounge for food in the ground. They can't learn anything. They can only farm. And they don't have enough to eat. And they have to come to the cafeteria and eat for nothing. Just now, that wasn't that they were afraid of the magistrate, but that they felt they had no face to see our magistrate. After saying that, Fatty gave each of the 3 another bowl of rice and closed his mouth and retreated to the side. Come on, eat, my little heroine. Come and taste it too. How does the folklore I eat in my corpse taste? Picking up his chopsticks in a slightly thoughtful manner and lowering his head, Yi Qinghuan then noticed that the meals in this cafeteria were exactly the same as the ones that were set out on the tables in the dining hall of Chen Yi's court just now. Next, Chen Yi wolfed down his food, which was nothing more than the most ordinary meals he had eaten on a daily basis. And this meal was the most difficult to swallow and heavy-hearted meal Yi Qinghuan had ever eaten in his life. This meal, on the other hand, was one of the most delicious and meaningful meals that the 8 sages had ever had. Chapter 57, Poem on Exhortation. After the wine and dinner, Chunyi brought the 8 wise kings and Yi Qinghuan to slowly sneak around Yongning County again. Hey, walk 100 steps after meals and live to be 99. Chen Yi stretched as he walked. Chen Yi, you, the people of Yongning County can all eat so well? Good food? Chen Yi quizzically twisted his head to look at the mumbling Yi Qinghuan. Curiously, I asked, good food? Where is it good? Isn't it just the most ordinary 3-course meal? That red meat is delicious. Oh, you're talking about braised pork. That's really good. Chen Yi nodded in approval. Also, that egg was delicious. Oh, also, that eggplant, the fish soup, it's all delicious. Better than anything I've had before. Chen Yi stopped and looked at her in disbelief. Is it that good? Then the food from the restaurant you ate in the previous half-month wasn't better than this big cafeteria? Yi Qinghuan thought seriously for a moment. For the previous half a month, no matter how delicious the delicacies were, they all felt tasteless in my mouth. But today's meal made me feel that it was really a delicacy on earth. Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan in surprise. So profound? Yi Qinghuan, scram. Chen Yi and the 8 wise kings smiled at each other. Now, are you willing to gamble? Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan with a smile. Although still reluctant, Yi Qinghuan still nodded. I'm not the one who lost. However, your Yongning County's food is indeed very much to this girl's liking. I'll give you 3 years as an inspector, that is. Well then, since things are all clear, let's go back. The other two had no problem with it since they followed Chen Yi and headed towards the way they came. However, at this moment, a loud reading sound suddenly came from the side. Man's nature is good in the beginning. First, filial piety and fraternal duty. Second, seeing and hearing. The 8 sage kings' ears twitched slightly, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Lord Chen, may I ask, what is this sound? Chen Yi listened. Oh, that's the monk school run by our Yongning County. The children are being enlightened. Enlightenment? You still have monasticism in Yongning County? Yi Qinghuan asked in surprise. Chen Yi was helpless. How fresh na? I haul a county. Still cannot have a monk school? The 8 sage king's heart stirred slightly as he listened to the intermittent recitation. Lord Chen, please, can we go take a look? Chen Yi nodded. Of course, why not? So the group of 3 turned around and headed towards the side alley. At the end of the alley are some grass huts that are rare to find in Wingate County. A dozen or so grass huts do not look shabby. Gathered together instead, they have a different flavor. The straw hut was enclosed in a thatched hedge. The courtyard wall of the hedge has a couplet. It is written, the mountain of books is a path of diligence, and the sea of learning is a boat of suffering. The 8 sage kings stared at these 2 couplets that were not written by famous artists and were too ordinary to be common. It was a moment of great emotion. Although the 8 virtuous king is a military general origin, but he is also well-read poetry and books. He read a lifetime of books, has never seen such a pithy persuasive pair. The mountain of books is a path of diligence, and the sea of learning is a boat of pain. A good pair, a good pair. Lord Chen, may I ask who wrote this pair? This person has great talent. Ha ha ha. So it's the county magistrate who arrived here with his good friend. I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. I'm sorry to have missed the welcome. A robust voice came from the hut, and a silver-bearded, silver-haired old man walked out from a straw house with a volume of books in his hand. Mr. Shanin, this is my friend, Huang Shi, and this is my Yongning County's inspector for the next 3 years. Yi Qinghuan, old Huang and Qinghuan, this is the gentleman from my Yongning County monk school. Mr. Shanin, ha ha ha, come on, come in, come in. The old man has missed his welcome. I don't dare to dare. You are Mr. Shanin. I didn't expect that you refused the invitation from the court, and to my surprise, did live in seclusion within this Yongning County? Mr. Shanin really has good eyesight. Chen Yi was dumbfounded and circled around the old man with white hair and Confucian aura. No way. Old man Shanin, you're very famous in this Diqian? Not only famous. I grew up hearing that Mr. Shanin's zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry and song, all of which he knew nothing about. None of which he didn't know. It's simply a model that our great Qian literati are proud of. And the whole of great Qian, who doesn't squeeze his head to be able to get a word of evaluation from Mr. Shanin? Put it in previous years, a letter of recommendation from Mr. Shanin would have allowed a Xiuzai to go straight into officialdom. Chen Yi gave the old man an odd look. Ha ha, old man Shanin, you still have such a glorious past na? Poetry and song? You, ha ha ha. In the face of Chen Ye's writing face output, the 8 sage king's face was somewhat embarrassed. Yi Qinghuan on the side was even more indignant. How did you become this county magistrate? Mr. Shanin, such a famous great scholar in your Yongning County. That is your good fortune. You even just let him be a monk school teacher here. Really have eyes to see. You have eyes but no pearl eye. However, what Yi Qinghuan and the 8 wise kings did not expect was that after Yi Qinghuan's output of a beating, Chun Yi did not have any look of embarrassment on his face, as if the person being spoken about was not him. On the contrary, Mr. Shanin, who was on the side, could no longer maintain his nobleman's nature, and hurriedly interrupted Yi Qinghuan's tirade. Ouch! Ouch! My little auntie, ouch! Just stop it! Why do you think I'm teaching here? Hey, Mr. Shanin, don't stop me! You let me curse him awake! On the side, the 8 wise kings were looking at the embarrassed old man thoughtfully. AI, female doll, you in the future, don't want to in front of the old man again mention what poetry and song. Old man made a lifetime of poetry. Indeed, even the county magistrate lord casually verses cannot be compared to what? It can't be. This time it was the 8 sage kings' turn to be shocked. After coming to Yongning County for so long, his contact time with Chun Yi was not short, but he had only discovered that Chun Yi's business acumen was very developed, and that he had a particularly large variety of whimsical ideas. However, there was no discovery, and in his usual contacts, he did not find that this Chen magistrate, Lord Chen, also had poetic talent. Mr. Shanin is modest. Just now, I came in from outside and saw a pair of pears hanging on the wall. It reads that the mountain of books has a path of diligence, and the sea of learning has no end of pain as a boat. I am astonished. I think it must be your handwriting, Mr. Shanin. I didn't realize that the horse's ass was on the line. I only saw Mr. Shanin covering his face with his sleeves and saying in shame, "You have made a mistake. This pair is, in fact, part of a collection of poems made by Magistrate Chen to persuade students. Indeed, it was not made by the old man." Chapter 58, the 3-character classic. What? The 8 sage king and Yi Qinghuan were startled at the same time, and Chi-Chi twisted her head around to look incredulously at Chun Yi, who was watching the show from the side. Lord Chen, did you make this pair? Chen Yi nodded frankly. Of course. In his heart, he thought, hey, what kind of traveler doesn't become a copyist? In Diqian, if I say I'm original, who agrees? Who's against it? On the side, Mr. Shanin also adjusted his mood and lowered the sleeve covering his face. This Mr. Huang, Miss Yi, let's move to the quiet room, drink a cup of tea, and listen to the old man slowly tell you. Okay, the 3 of them were talking as they walked towards a quiet room off to the side, when the sound of reading aloud came once again. People are similar in nature. The 8 sages stopped in their tracks. Mr. Sanin, the quiet room. I'll pass. I want to see the children. When he heard the 8 sage king say this, Mr. Shanin was smiling from ear to ear. This one knows his stuff. Come, both of you. Where are the children? All in different haylofts, divided into different ages and learning different things. What about what this Master Huan wants to see? It's the bookstore for our children around 10 years old. And what they're reciting right now, is the 3-character classic? The 8 sages were puzzled. Mr. Shanin, what is the 3-character classic? Mr. Huang, it do not know. 3-character classic is our Chen magistrate made, is the most appropriate reading material for the enlightenment of young children? The old man teaching and educating countless people, but also had thought that they can according to the material to teaching people tireless. What? This enlightening reading material was even made by the magistrate? The 8 sage king was shocked at Chen Ye's extensive dabbling. Soon, the 8 wise kings arrived in front of the thatched hut that emitted the sound of loud reading. Pushing open the door of the thatched hut, what caught his eye was a writing on the wall. Black hair doesn't know how to study hard, and white heads regret studying late. Hiss. The 8 sages sucked in a breath of cold air. Just this one copy of the 3-character classic plus 2 exhorting couplets. The 8 sage king dared to conclude that this must be the most gold-rich monastic school in the entire Diqian. No, in the entire world. Right away, a twinkle in the eye was an idea. Ahem, Mr. Shanin, let's make a deal. Who knew that Mr. Shanin would hear the strings and know the meaning? He directly opened his mouth to block the request that the 8 wise kings wanted to make. Hey, if Master Huang you are wanting this 3-character classic in these 2 couplets, then it doesn't count when the old man says so. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was already happily playing together with the group of children in the house. Obviously, this Magistrate Chen was familiar with these children. Otherwise, where would those children be able to play with Chun Yi without any barriers? The last of the stubbornness in the eyes of Yi Qinghuan on the side gradually disappeared. As for the 8 sage king, the eyes that looked at Chun Yi were once again filled with a trifle more admiration. After playing around with the many little kids for a while and urging them to study well and be useful to Diqian in the future, Chen Yi then took the 8 wise kings and Yi Qinghuan to leave this monk school. On the way back, none of the 3 spoke, each with their own things on their minds. It wasn't until they returned to the entrance of the courthouse that Chen Yi said, Yi Qinghuan, report to the magistrate's room at once. From today and for the next 3 years, you will be my Yongning County's inspector. Aha! Yi Qinghuan, who had always been petulant and capricious before, gently nodded her head. Old Huang, half a month from now, outside my Yongning County Drunken Spring building, I'm going to hold an investment promotion conference, and at that time, Old Huang, you can also come to participate, or even, you can call on some of your businessman friends to come over and participate. That's for sure. I'll definitely come to see how the magistrate did this legendary not spending a penny. Chen Yi smiled and nodded. You'll see. Then he turned his head and stared at Yi Qinghuan, the smile on his face gradually fading away. Inspector Yi, you have half a month to familiarize yourself with your errand. Half a month later, in front of the Drunken Spring building, the Investment Attraction Conference, you will be responsible for the security work. Make sure to find out the details of every outsider attending this conference, and make sure that this conference is completed successfully. Yes, if you have what you do not understand, go and ask Zhonglong Zhaohu, this official as long as the results, what to do in the middle of things. This official will not ask. If this errand is not good, then this official will demote you, let you go to be a jailer for 3 years. Do you understand? Looking at Chen Yi, who had suddenly become official and overbearing, Yi Qinghuan was momentarily so frightened that she nodded her head repeatedly, unable to utter half a word of no. All right, that's enough for today. I'm going back for afternoon tea. After saying that, a man walked into the county office with a flourish. The two of them, the 8 Sage King and Yi Qinghuan, were left behind at the entrance of the courthouse with wide eyes. Miss Yi, remember to do the errand well. This Lord Chen, people are good, for the official is thought to be able to minister one. This is your chance. The 8 Sage King spoke seriously to Yi Qinghuan, who was still in a trance, and returned to his carriage. Just now, Chen Yi had already mentioned him. He didn't feel that Chen Yi was bragging just now. He must grasp this conference. Maybe, in this conference, there was a chance for him to make a lot of money. That said, it was true that the 8 wise kings had little interest in money. After all, as a prince, he had never lacked money. However, this time, he is not to make money for himself, he is to make money for his niece to a woman of the generation, to carry the Qin dynasty, this stormy dynasty. Not easy. Moreover, the current treasury of Deqian is empty. I heard that even the rats have moved. This time, it is bound to make a great deal of money. In order to solve the urgent need of the current treasury is empty. Xiao X, repair a letter, fast and furious, send it to Shenwan-san, the old boy. Tell him that this king invited him to come over to participate in this investment promotion conference, and tell him that for this news, he has to give me 1 million taels of silver. Yes, it was night, and Xiaoax left Yongning County at a fast pace. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was currently making the final changes on a drawing. With the current process, he can't make seamless steel tubing yet, so the gun barrels of the latter, he can't make yet, but something like the redcoat cannon was already in a perfect position to be made by itself. Moreover, there are also grenades and mines, which are simple in construction, but convenient and practical thermal weapons in an era like Dakian, which is still dominated by cold weapons. Think it's already well ahead of its time, regardless of how Yongning County was doing now. Chen Yi had never forgotten the barbarians that used to ravage southward like locusts every winter. Chapter 59, Another Assassin. Finish outlining the last stroke. Chen Yi looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Once this red cannon was researched, after pairing it with his own researched flowering bullets, Chen Yi didn't dare to imagine that after the barbarians' proud cavalry came across his own red-coated cannons, how desperate it would be. And, coupled with their own researched anti-infantry mines. Oh, Chen Yi didn't believe that their warhorses could trip over the minefield he had laid for them. Satisfied with his conjecture of the barbarians' miserable state for a while, Chen Yi rolled up the drawing and called Ah Fu in. Ah Fu, this is the drawing I just made. Go to the arsenal and give it to Master Lu. Tell him that the sooner he builds a sample the better. Yes, also, I asked you to fight the bandits earlier. How did it turn out? That's right, half a month ago, the same day he encountered Yi Qinghuan's assassination. When he learned that Yi Qinghuan had been encouraged by the remaining members of the Lu Baihu family to assassinate himself, Chen Yi then sent out his own government soldiers from Yongning County to surround the mountain. Now, half a month had passed. Chen Yi was curious. Was this Lu Baihu 3 bandits so powerful that even his own government soldiers trained according to the Special Forces program could not take them? Back to my lord. The government soldiers haven't returned yet. but a carrier pigeon came back to report that they haven't yet found the cottage of the 3 Liu Baihu families, and they said that they haven't seen any bandit nests at all in the Black Wind Ridge. Chen Yi frowned. Not so much. Did that Yi Qinghuan lie to me? It doesn't make sense. Chen Yi was puzzled, but soon he slowed down. Then, since we can't find them in the neighborhood, we'll look farther away again. And remember, we must find them and keep them far away from our Yongning County. If, indeed, they don't listen to advice and have to give me a hard time under my nose, then let the government soldiers pretend to be horse bandits and intercept them. Yes. On the other hand, Yi Qinghuan, who had finished reporting to the government office, received a set of uniform for his own patrolman and was considering, where would he go to rest now? Now he has been a patrolman, although there is no grade, but also has an official status. Then, naturally, it is not good to go to the street head for nothing. However, it was obvious that Chen Yi was still relatively reliable in his work, and Yi Qinghuan's worries were resolved after receiving his uniform. A maid came to Yi Qinghuan. May I ask if it's Lord Inspector Yi? Yes. You are? I'm Lord Chen's maid. Lord Chen knows that the girl doesn't have a residence in Yongning County right now, so he asked me to come over and take the girl to the government office to settle down first. Oh, well, lead on. Yi Qinghuan instantly happy. Did not expect. This hateful Chen Yi do things is quite meticulous well. Also know that they do not have a place to live in Yongning County, but also specially prepared a place to live for themselves. A few moments later, Lord Inspector Yi, your room has arrived. Please follow me in. Lord Yi, this is a guest room with a bedroom and a bathroom in the center. The maid opened the door and introduced. Bathroom? Oh, it's what we always call an outhouse. What? How can an outhouse be arranged with a bedroom? Lord Yi, all we use here is the flush toilet invented by Lord Chen. It works like this. After saying that, the maid went into the bathroom and pulled the string on the toilet tank, and a rushing stream of water washed down the pipe. The water in the tank then refilled itself. This was the automatic water supply system that Chen Yi had researched when he came to Yongning County in his second year, and now he couldn't do the same tap water supply as in his previous life. Still using the same kind of tank water supply from the 60s and 70s. That's why every room in the courthouse has a large water tank above it. As far as this water supply system is concerned, it is only found inside the government offices, not even in the heavenly paradise. Yi Qinghuan played curiously for a while, and also packed up his things and stayed. Soon it was dark. Chen Yi was still soaking his feet in the house when 2 black shadows flashed past the window. Chen Yi's window was glass, so he could clearly see several black shadows flashing past outside the window. Definitely not someone from inside the courthouse. This was Chen Yi's first reaction. After all, no one inside the court would appear outside his bedroom at such a late hour. Unlike the other officials of Dakian, Chen Yi was a 3-good student taught by the party and the government, and therefore, was particularly disgusted by the all-abominable feudalism. Therefore, he did not like to have people waiting outside his door when he slept. Therefore, every time the night came in, there were no subordinates in the government office. Inside his courtyard, even the magistrates patrolling the night were outside the courtyard. So right now, those who could be inside the courtyard were definitely not their own people. Combine this with the assassination from half a month ago and what Ah Fu said during the day, that he didn't catch the 3 Liu Baihu families at Black Wind Ridge. Chen Yi was 80% certain that these black shadows must be coming from a bad place. Chen Yi somewhat regretted that he should have let Little 1 and Little 2 guard the courtyard. This 10,000 evil feudalism. There were some rules that he had a reason to exist. He was a brittle college student in his last life, and in this life he was a bookworm with no hands. Now, what can one do when one's hands are already tied? Listening to the light footsteps coming from outside the door, Chen Yi's mind desperately began to turn. At a time like this, one's shouting was obviously useless. Although one could startle the magistrates outside the courtyard, it was more likely that they would make these black shadows jump over the wall in a hurry and kill themselves at a faster speed. So how do you save yourself? Hey, I should have made the cannon earlier. Just as Chen Yi realized that someone had intruded. Also in the courtyard, Yi Qinghuan assassin was lying on the large soft bed, her 2 watery eyes staring at the darkened roof. Insomnia. For a man, or a nasty man, but now he doesn't seem so annoying. The girl's cheeks grew red in the darkness at the thought. Soon the girl was covering her burning cheeks in the darkness. He's really not bad. Good looking, not as rude as those martial artists. Well-mannered, although a little weak. Looks like he can't even withstand his own punch. But he can write poems. And, even better than Mr. Shanin. Young in age, listening to the people of Yongning County, he is also very rich. Thinking about it, Yi Qinghuan's face got even hotter. Suddenly, Yi Qinghuan's ears twitched as a slight sound of footsteps entered Yi Qinghuan's ears, interrupting Yi Qinghuan's YY. Chapter 60 Pink Bibs. Unlike Chen Yi, although Yi Qinghuan was a girl, she had loved dancing with swords and guns since she was a child. So, although she wasn't as powerful as Little One, Little Two, but, at her age, she was still considered a small expert. No, if Chen Yi hadn't been lucky because he had stayed up late working overtime to make drawings, he wouldn't have realized that someone had sneaked in. However, Yi Qinghuan, who was a martial artist, had heard the footsteps of several people who had already deliberately lightened up when they entered the courtyard. What man? Yi Qinghuan thought in his heart. Could it be that Chen Yi? He seems to be helping me with my housing problem, but in reality, he's taken a liking to my beauty, and he's planning to come over in the middle of the night to flirt with me? Sure is a bad guy. If he comes in then, do I resist? Or not resist? Gee, what a shame. Buckle up. A dark shadow gently knocked on the glass of Yi Qinghuan's room window. Yi Qinghuan was shocked in his heart and pulled open the window, dragging in the dark shadow outside as soon as he could. Then the two froze wide-eyed. One was not expecting that it was really Chen Yi. And the other thing I didn't realize was that I had only just knocked off, and I was just dragged in by the watery spirit? Finally, Yi Qinghuan reacted first. Denizen. You, what do you want? In an instant, the titular generation of female warriors capable of doing such things as assassination, wind by wind, actually squirmed. Chen Yi, on the other hand, reacted and hurriedly hugged Yi Qinghuan in a roll and came under the bed. Yi Qinghuan's mind went blank. He's really come to slight me. What should I do? Should I resist? But, he's a bookworm with no hands. If I resist, what if I hurt him? But if I don't resist, won't that make me look unselfish in case he... However, Yi Qinghuan's mind was still thinking of something inappropriate for children when he was still thinking of something in the sky. Something long and thick was suddenly shoved into her hand. Be careful. An assassin is coming. It's in the courtyard. I managed to sneak out with great difficulty. Now, there are only two of us in the courtyard. I don't have any martial arts. You do. Are you sure? Ha? What? Assassin? Yi Qinghuan's mind quickly emptied, and reason returned to her in an instant. With a bang kick, Yi Qinghuan used her dexterity to stomp Chen Yi to the very bottom of the bed. Then he rolled himself over to the window. It was only then that she had the time to look at what was that long, thick thing that had just been shoved into her hand by Chen Yi, by the light of the moon outside. It turned out to be a delicate little crossbow. Moreover, this crossbow is very strange. Surprisingly, it does not need to be cocked. This crossbow already has a crossbow arrow hitched on top. And, even if he rolls out so much, he will not fall. Under the bed. Chen Yi, this crossbow I gave you is called the Zhuge crossbow. It can shoot 10 arrows one after the other. In addition, I didn't prepare any other weapons for you since I saw that you were using the Ame thorns, but I prepared this for you, so you can throw them underneath the window of your room. With that said, a bag was thrown by Chen Yi to Yi Qinghuan's feet. It was a thick cowhide bag, and there was a sparse crashing sound coming from inside. What is this? Yi Qinghuan opened the cowhide bag in disbelief, only to see that inside was a large pile of thistles. She didn't know what it was doing thrown out the window, but, having seen it at the time when she was locked up in a small dark room by the old one-armed man, it was definitely not something to be trifled with. Thinking of this, Yi Qinghuan obediently pushed open the window again and spilled the thistles in the package. Ding-a-ling! The sound of the thistles hitting the ground was not loud, but in this silent night sky, it was extraordinarily loud. The three black-clothed men who had already touched into Chenya's bedroom were wondering why there was no one in Chenya's bed, when the light was obviously still on. A ding-dong sound was heard coming from the yard. No good. This dog official has escaped. The three of them hurriedly rolled out of Chenya's bedroom window, and they saw a silhouette shrinking back from the other window. Hey, I see you. I'll see where you run. Dog officer, suffer death. The faces under the masked veils of the three men all revealed sardonic smiles. Then, the three of them dashed towards Yi Qinghuan's room. Subsequently, three agonizing cries came, and the officers patrolling outside the courtyard also finally realized the problem, yelling and rushing towards the courtyard. Avalanche. On the other hand, Yi Qinghuan was cold with a pretty face, the compact Zhuge crossbow in his hand aimed at the black shadow that was painfully collapsing on the ground under the moonlight and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Wait, stay alive. Chen Yi rolled and crawled out from under the bed, but it's already too late. Although Yi Qinghuan said that her strength was not particularly high, but, as a woman with a heart as fine as a hair, her bow shot was quite accurate. In the beginning, with just a bow and arrow, he was able to accurately shoot Chenya's throat from 50 meters away, not to mention the crossbow with better accuracy in hand now. And, the shooting distance was only a short 3 to 5 meters, and there was moonlight like frost. With the multiple buffs, each of the three black-clothed men who had infiltrated the backyard of the courthouse had an arrow nailed to their throats. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's hopeless. At the same time, the courtyard door was wide open. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er shot in at the first opportunity, and after bulking around they saw the three black shadows that had fallen to the ground without a sound. With a heartbeat, he ran this way. Wait, don't come over yet. Watch your step, Chen Yi shouted in a hurry. When Xiao Yi and Xiao Er heard Chen Yi's voice, their hearts instantly gave a sigh of relief and their feet slowed down. My lord, are you alright? It's alright. You guys shine your torches on the ground. There are old Zhao's thistles, so you guys be more careful. It was only then that little one and little two realized that the ground had indeed been sprinkled with dense thistles. Hurriedly, he called over the magistrates who had rushed behind him and told them to carefully clean up the thistles on the ground. Instead, the two of them raised their chi and leaped through the window of Yi Qinghuan's room. Then the lamp was lit. Ah! A scream came out from Yi Qinghuan's window. It was even more miserable than the three black-robed men who stepped on the thistles just now. You guys, turn your faces away. No looking. It was only then that Yi Qinghuan realized that she was only wearing a belly band. It was still pink. When she thought that she had just been held in the arms of this denizen, Chen Yi, she instantly burst into tears. Woo woo, Chen Yi, I didn't do anything. I didn't know you wore a bib in bed. Chapter 61 Master Hunchback and Silly Man. Yongning County Yamen. The lights are on. All the people in the courtroom got up from their beds. Yi Qinghuan flushed a red face and stood in the line of inspectors, her head almost buried in the twin peaks of her chest. Chen Yi stood in the open space in the backyard of the courthouse with a gloomy face. At his feet lay three bodies that had been neatly arranged. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er stood behind Chen Yi with shameful expressions on their faces, while Ah Fu and Xiao Tao stood by the side looking on with worried faces. This evening, our Yongning County Yamen welcomed three uninvited guests. As you can see, if the newest inspector, Inspector Yi, hadn't been quick to react and alert enough, then it may not be these three who lie here today, but me. I've been here in Yongning County for 3 years now, and even back in those days, when we didn't even have a city wall in Yongning County, nothing like this ever happened. I would like to ask everyone at the station, is it true that the good times have made everyone forget the home flight of that year? Have you forgotten that you were burned by the barbarians? Forget about being oppressed and blackmailed by the three great families? Chen Yi spoke word by word, one word popping out of Chen Yi's mouth, ruthlessly smashing into the hearts of everyone who was standing there. Chen Yi's three questions made everyone in the station feel as if they had returned to the Yongning County where the people were living in poverty and had no clothes. All the people who stood in this courtyard 3 years ago were either rogues without houses or land, or even slaves of the three great families. My lord, the leader of the Zhonglong plot fell to his knees, put his head on the ground. Bang, bang, bang his three head. Chen Yi did not stop it, although, ever since Chen Yi came to Yongning County, he abolished this bad habit of kneeling. But this time, Chen Yi ignored Zhang Long's move, just stood there with a dark, expressionless face. Xiao Tao took Chen Yi's cloak out from Chen Yi's room and wanted to put it on Chen Yi. After all, the weather was cold at night, and on Chen Yi's body, he was just wearing profane clothes. Chen Yi stood there expressionlessly, allowing Little Peach to put the cloak on himself. Looking at the magistrates who hooted and hollered after Zhang Long knelt down, he coldly said, as I tell you all on weekdays, good times are earned. Today, the dereliction of duty of the on-duty inspectors led to the infiltration of 3 assassins today. I didn't realize that even in my Yongning County Yamen, assassins can come and go so silently. So, what about in the rest of our Yongning County? What if these assassins are going after other people in our county? If, like other counties, we in Wingate County don't even have good law and order? You tell me, in the future, who else will dare to come to Yongning County to invest, to do business, to settle? If, today, they succeeded in their assassination, then, the next time, when they run into a problem, can they all just kill someone without having to solve the problem? Speaking here, Chen Yi paused for a moment, as if he was calming the anger in his heart. A few moments later, half a month from now, it will be the first investment promotion conference held by our Yongning County, and at that time, all of the great merchants and magnates from all of Dakian, or all of the neighborhoods of our Yongning County, will converge on our Yongning County. If even their personal safety cannot be guaranteed, may I ask, will people still come over? This was supposed to be a chance for you to get out of Yongning County that I prepared for you, but if you can't grasp it, I don't mind giving it to the people of other counties. After saying that, Chen Yi turned his head and returned to his bedroom. Ah Fu hesitated for a moment and followed him in as well. On the other hand, Xiao Yi and Xiao Er stood beside Chen Yi's bedroom door with one on the left and one on the right like door gods. Returning to the bedroom, the angry look on Chen Yi's face instantly disappeared. Looking at Ah Fu who followed in from behind, Chen Yi directly asked, Hunchback Jiao Gong, is Master Hunchback here? Alfred arched his hand, Reporting back to your lordship. I have already sent someone to call for it, and it should be arriving soon at this moment. Well, when Master Hunchback 9 comes over, treat him well, and then remember to notify me first. Yes. Alfred nodded his head in agreement and then prepared to leave. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Mr. Magistrate, Master Hunchback Gio has arrived. It was little one's voice, and Shenyi stood up from his chair, striding out of the bedroom, only to see that in the courtyard, the people who had just knelt there were still kneeling in unison. None of them had left, and only 2 women, Yi Qinghuan and Xiao Tao, were standing there. A midget who was less than 1 meter 4 in height and still had a hooked waist and collapsed back was riding on a cutie who was about 2 meters 2 in height and had a big waist. Body. Why do I say it's riding on a cutie? It's because this big tall guy can be seen as a cutie at a glance no matter who he is. The stupid big man was 2 meters 2 tall and had a chicken leg in his mouth, as if he could never get enough to eat. Both eyes kept playing with each other, never converging on a single point, and no matter who they saw, they just cracked their big mouths and heckled and giggled. I heard that it was once a posthumous child in the belly of a female corpse. Later in the Camel 9 Masters of the autopsy was born. Camel 9 Masters looked at the child poor, adopted the child, had thought to be able to give their own old age to the end of the day. I didn't realize that this child had grown into a demented. Every day just no drooling for food, nothing to understand nothing. However, just one point, this little cutie, actually is a person who was born with divine power. At the age of 10, he grew into the appearance of an adult. And from that time on, this little cutie, he likes to carry Master Hunchback 9 on his back all day long. Over time, it really became the foot of the camel's 9. Master 9, you're here? Chunyi greeted politely, completely lacking the sense of oppression that he had treated the magistrates with before. Master Hunchback Gio patted the silly big man underneath him, and when the silly big man crouched down, he looked at Chunyi evenly and said, Lord Magistrate, courteous, I heard that Lord Magistrate was assassinated today. Is his body alright? Shenyi waved his hand. I'm fine. Fortunately with Inspector Yi around, I wasn't injured. Next I'll have to trouble your old man to give a test to see what these 3 people are made of. Good. Don't worry, Mr. Magistrate. I will definitely do my best. With pleasure. Fu, watch the tea. Shenyi waved his hand, and Fu handed up the fine osmanthus tea that had been prepared long ago. Also handed up was a whole brined pig's head. The goofball giggled at the sight of the pig's head, drool running down the corners of the goofball's mouth and onto his chest once again. Looking at Yi Qinghuan, who was on the side, he frowned straight away. Shenyi instead walked forward and came to the stupid big man who was squatting next to the pig's head. Chapter 62 The People's Will. Like a big brother, Shenyi pulled out his own handkerchief from his own bosom and used it as a bib to personally put it around the silly big man. Bean, eat, and be careful not to get your clothes dirty, or Master Hunchback will beat you again. Hearing Shenyi say that he was going to be beaten, the big fool cowering in fear for a moment, then the 2 eyes, each with their own individual thoughts, rarely converged on a single point. That's on the pure copper pipe that Master Hunchback 9 carries around his waist. This Camel 9 Master usually deal with the dead too much, so the hobby of smoking a couple of mouths, in the words of Camel 9 Master, that is too much yin chi on their own. Lighting tobacco can dispel some yin chi. Shenyi does not know if it is true or not. Anyway, 3 years have passed. The Camel 9 Masters are alive and well, and it looks like there is no change with 3 years ago. Looking at the cowering big fool, Chunyi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, Bean, you eat, Master Hump won't beat you. Turning his head, he was just about to continue to greet Master Hunchback Gio, but he realized that Master Hunchback Gio was already greeting the magistrates who were kneeling on the ground to help him carry the corpse. You freeloaders, how could you let an assassin sneak into the backyard of the courthouse? You deserve to die on your knees. Such a good magistrate. Hunchback my whole life. I have not seen the second. If not this time luck, with Inspector Yi in, you will wait to drown in the Yongning County people's spittle. Master Hunchback Gio rambled on, using his own copper pipe to light a few of the magistrates still kneeling on the ground one by one. I don't know when. Camel 9 Master has already lit a pot of cigarettes. Is bar smoking? Shenyi smiled. Alright, Master Hunchback Gio, not so much. You old man, don't scare them. I'm not fine. Who knew that this Hunchback 9 Master had turned his head and glared at Chunyi? I haven't said anything about you yet. You said you are a county magistrate. How come there isn't even a watchman in the yard? If something happens to you, how will you let the people of our Yongning County live? Thinking back then, if it weren't for you, old man, I wouldn't have been able to raise this little cutie. Moreover, if it weren't for you, the people of our Yongning County wouldn't know where they'd be working as cows and horses right now. Master Hunchback Gio appeared to be getting angrier and angrier as he spoke. his eyes full of heartache and hatred for Chunyi. It's an exaggeration. Master 9. Stop it. Chunyi laughed and wrapped his arms around the little old man who was still so angry that he was bucking his beard. I didn't know that the trick that usually worked on little old men didn't work. Master Hunchback 9's beard is still sticking up. Only to see Master Hunchback Joe suddenly grab Chunyi's hand and drag Chunyi towards the outside of the courthouse. Chunyi was confused and looked at the little old man who rarely used his legs to walk. Not to mention, the strength of this little old man's hand was quite big. Pinching Chunyi's arm was painful. However, the puzzled Chunyi did not ask too much. Anyway, Chunyi did not believe that this little old man would harm him. Seeing Chunyi being dragged out, Xiaoyi and Xiaoer hurriedly followed, while Yi Qinghuan also followed out of curiosity. To the side, Bean, who was mouth-to-mouth with the pig's head, fished out the brined pig's head in the bucket. Just like that, he leached and followed Yi Qinghuan, nibbling on the pig's mouth as he walked out. Tightly rushed, was pulled by the little old man to the entrance of the government office, only to see the government office door closed, surrounded by a quiet. What? Chen Yi was puzzled. Bean, get the door. Never mind. You too, get the door. Camel 9 Master was going to call the big stupid one to open the door. Turn his head to see the big stupid one has been with the pig head to fight hard. Looking at that handful of lard again, he turned his head and changed his mind to call on Xiaoyi and Xiaoer behind Chen Yi. Xiaoyi and Xiaoer looked at Chen Yi with uncertainty and saw Chen Yi signaling the two of them to listen to Master Hunchback Joe. That's when he stepped forward, one man at a time, and pulled open the door to the county courthouse. Ha! The moment the door opened, the entire courthouse fell silent. Chen Yi was also shocked beyond words, while Yi Qinghuan behind Chen Yi even widened her pair of charming peach blossom eyes, and even rubbed her eyes incredulously. Seeing the scene outside the courthouse, Chen Ye's nose turned sour, and the bit of irritation in his heart instantly dissipated without a trace, only to see, outside the Yongning County Yamen, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside were surrounded by the people of Yongning County. One by one, some of them were draped in single garments, some were still wrapped in quilts, some carried lanterns, and some held candlesticks, which at first glance looked like they had been taken directly from their own beds. Standing so peacefully and quietly at the entrance of the county courthouse, with so many people, Chen Yi estimated that the people who were closer to the courthouse had all come over. Everyone was silent and stood for who knows how long. Chen Yi's throat choked, feeling his heart burning hot, along with his body that was still slightly cold just now. It was not cold anymore. Chen Yi inhaled vigorously. Ahem. Folks, what are you doing? It's a big night. The wind is strong. The weather is cool. Everyone hurry back to sleep. It was only then that a toothless old man who had been pushed to the front of the room by everyone slurred. My lord magistrate nah. My magistrate. You can't be in trouble. Old man already 98. You is the old man I have seen in my life? The real good official nah. What kind of ungrateful asshole is this? This is not going to kill me. The old man spoke with some organization at first, but after 2 sentences, he didn't know what he was slurring. Chen Yi wiped the tears that had somewhat overflowed his eyes and rushed at the 2 60 or 70-year-olds behind the old man. I say, 2 uncles, the old birthday boy is so old. Why do you 2 still toss him around? If there's a scratch or a bump, you're just shortening my life. Zhonglong Zhaowu. 2, go to the heavenly palace and borrow a soft sedan chair to come here. Send the old birthday girl home properly. If there is any mistake, I will skin you both. Yes. Just as Zhang Long and Zhao Hu were about to head to the heavenly palace to borrow a soft sedan chair, a soft voice suddenly came from behind the crowd. There's no need to go. The old birthday boy will just go back in the slave's sedan chair. Lord Chen, you must take care of your own safety. And the slave wishes you all the blessings of golden peace. Outside the crowd, where Chen Yi could not see, a weak willow-like body surmounted and bowed down. Hooray! Like a stone thrown into a small pool of water. With this heavenly windswept woman at the center, a circle of people fell to the ground in obeisance. Me! Chen Yi ruthlessly wiped a tear from his eye. Good. This official will pay attention to his own safety in the future. Everyone please also go back early. When tomorrow dawns, this official still need to ask for your help. Chapter 63, I've come to ask for a job. At your service, my lord. A hodgepodge of voices rang out in front of the courthouse, but to Chen Ye's ears, it was so pleasing to the ear. Folks, I believe that the person who wants to harm me, will definitely not be one of our own people in Yongning County, right? That goes without saying. Definitely not. We don't have that kind of white-eyed wolf in our county. Chen Yi nodded. Then, since it can't be the people of our county, it must be outsiders. Yes, it must be someone from outside. It must be from those 3 big families. I heard that they've become bandits now. What? Why are they so bad? The magistrate should not have spared them in the first place. That's the magistrate's big heart. listening to the crowd as you spoke and I spoke on their behalf. Chen Yi arched his hand towards the crowd and made a looping bow. Everyone, then, after tomorrow's dawn, I'll be obliged to ask you all to take a good look for me to see if there are any suspicious people present among the outsiders within this Yongning County. However, everyone should be careful. Not all outsiders are bad people. We still have many good businessmen and businesswomen coming over to invest in Yongning County, so everyone must find sufficient evidence when lining up bad people. Never recklessly lay hands on a good man, lest you wrong him. Remember to remember. Good. Don't worry, my lord. I'll sneak out into the streets tomorrow. That's it. I won't go out to the stall tomorrow. Anyway, the money I've earned this year is enough to feed my whole family for several years. It's not that bad for a few days. I'm not opening my carriage house tomorrow. All the carters are going out on the streets to find someone. Chen Yi looked at the noisy crowd and secretly laughed in his heart. No matter who you are, as long as you're still in the middle of this Yongning County, I'll let you taste what it means to be the people's Wang. After a moment of complacency in his heart, Chen Yi once again greeted the people at the entrance of the yamen. AI. Well, uncles and uncles, big sisters and big moms, now that you've seen it, there's nothing wrong with this official. It's fine. So what? In order to be able to better help this official find the bad guys tomorrow, everyone should go back to rest early. Don't ever hurt your wind. Yes, Lord Magistrate. Then the grasshopper will take his leave. Magistrate, take care of your health. We're going back. Go. Quickly, don't disturb the magistrate's sleep. Let's go. That's right. Our county magistrate loves to sleep the most. Every day at noon to get up. Let's hurry to let the county magistrate sleep it. After waiting for a long time, the people had already sparsely left almost. But Chen Yi found that a hale old man wearing a green coat with a white beardless face still remained in the same place. Chen Yi had an impression of this old man, as if he was an old man who lived in the middle of the most corner of Yongning County and didn't talk much on weekdays. It seemed like this old man had no children or a companion, and Chen Yi had once noticed him during the household registration. At that time, Chen Yi also deliberately cared for the old man, let the old man to his own, then founded this support for the elderly home. But the old man is very stubborn. Not only not willing to go, even the words are not willing to talk to themselves. For a moment, Chen Yi thought he was mute. People are not willing. Chen Yi cannot do anything, can only send people to send him some rice and grain and so on every year-end festival. The old man had only been to the big cafeteria he had founded once from start to finish, and then never again. But this old man is always hungry even though he doesn't do anything on weekdays. And he never has any high consumption and is usually a vegetarian. Grow your own small vegetables near your own hayloft. Chen Yi was curious that year, but also deliberately found someone to observe the old man for a period of time, and later, found that this old man, in addition to loving cleanliness a bit, less words, and a bit more withdrawn, there is no difference with other old men. Later on, the existence of this old man was also gradually faded into oblivion. It wasn't until today, when the old man stood in front of him, that Chen Yi turned this old man out from the depths of his own memory. Chen Yi, this old man, may I ask, what is your business? Old man, no tongue. Chen Yi, oh, your old man's name is No Tongue, right? Yes. Oh, then elder tongueless. Are you staying here today for something? But there is no food at home. So wait a moment, your old man, I will have someone fetch it for you. Chen Yi thought that this old man had finally run out of food and had come over to find himself to help the poor today. Unexpectedly, the old man slowly shook his head. Nonetheless, the old man came over to the mansion today in order to seek an errand. Ha! Chen Yi looked at the old man dumbfounded. The old man looked quite spirited, yes, but, well, he was almost 70 years old at least. So old. Although it was not as good as the 98-year-old man Rui just now. But in Diqian, a place where the life expectancy per capita was 30 to 40 years old, this old man was already considered to have a high life expectancy. Such a 70-ish-year-old man looking for a job in his own courthouse? Chen Yi thought, this old man is not sleepwalking, is he? So cautiously, he said, are you all right, old man? As if this old man called tongueless had read Chen Yi's mind, he actually smiled gently. I'm fine. I'm just trying to get an errand in your house. The county magistrate. Eyes are clear and organized. Shouldn't be crazy, Chen Yi judged. So, what does your old man want to do here in my mansion? Just be a concierge for you, my lord. No salary. Just a roof over your head and 3 meals a day. Chen Yi understood. The old man or no money no food, and do not want to go to the support for the elderly home. So in the name of looking for work to dilly-dally, Chen Yi bitterly scratched his head. Old man, I am here as the government office. If you do not have food and drink, you can go to support the old people's home. I really cannot let you stay here. The rules cannot. The know-it-all old man suddenly reached out and pointed at Xiaoyi and Xiao'er behind Chen Yi and asked, "Even such a loser can secure an errand in your residence as a magistrate. Why can't I?" This time, they had stirred up a hornet's nest. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyi and Xiao'er were still blaming themselves for Chen Yi's assassination. Unexpectedly, the county magistrate hadn't chastised them yet, but was instead taunted by an old man whose appearance was unimpressive. Koichi couldn't hold back on the spot. "Old man, I see that you are old. Not with you in general, but you cannot be so rude. Our brother and sister at least. Hey." Not knowing what happened, Chen Yi only felt a flash before his eyes, and then little one fell to the ground and wailed. Chapter 64 Eunuchs of the Former Dynasty. Choke. In a flash of lightning, Xiao'er sheathed his belt knife and slashed towards the old man in front of him with a snowy, practiced slash. However, dang! With a miserable scream, Junior covered his arm and retreated in front of Chen Yi, and the waist knife in his hand had reached the old man at some point. With that, it was casually thrown to the ground again by the old man. "My lord, go!" Xiao'er's face turned pale as he shouted out, deadlocking himself in front of Chen Yi, a deadpan stare at the old man in front of him. "Ahem! Junior, get out of the way!" Waving his hand to stop Yi Qinghuan, who wanted to pull the trigger of the crossbow behind him, he walked out from behind Xiao'er. Chen Yi reached out and pushed aside the junior who was blocking his way, and arched towards the old man. "Please come inside, old man." The old man nodded and expressionlessly followed Chen Yi towards the inside of the courthouse. "Alfred, go get the doctor. Quick." "No need. Old me just pointed their acupoints. After a quarter of an hour, they will naturally be fine." Chen Yi froze for a moment and said in his heart, pointing, there really was this kind of kung fu in this world. He himself had only seen it on TV and in novels in his previous life, but today was an eye-opener. Soon, Chen Yi brought the old man into the tea room. Peach came over with a tray of tea boxes. "What kind of tea would you like, old man? Do you have any Mingqian Longjing?" "Yes, old man." Xiao Tao obediently retreated, and when he returned again, he had already changed into a set of white glazed tea set. A traveling tea ceremony is a delight to watch. The old man quietly watched as Xiao Tao made tea, a complex look in his eyes. In the tea room, all three of them waited quietly for the first bowl of tea soup, and no one said anything, until 2 cups of tea were placed in front of Tunless and Chen Yi respectively. The old man stretched out his orchid finger and picked up the tender yellow tea broth in front of him and took a sip, narrowing his eyes for a long time. His throat wriggled before he swallowed the tea in his mouth. "Good tea." A simple comment, but Chen Yi revealed a smile. "If the old gentleman likes it, I'll send it to you every month from now on." "No, the tea is good and the people are better. Old sir is joking. Little Peach is just one of my tea art students, not an object to be given away freely." Tunless opened his eyes and gave Chen Yi a serious look, with a long sigh. "If there had been officials like you in the previous dynasty's court, I'm sure there wouldn't be a great Qian today." Chen Yi smiled slightly. "The old gentleman is an official of the former dynasty?" Tunless shook his head. "There is no such blessing. Old man is nothing more than a crippled eunuch." Chen Yi paused for a moment with the teacup he was bringing to his mouth. "So it's a great inner expert from the former dynasty." Tunless gave Chen Yi a strange look. "What high hand and low hand? The old slave is just an old dog beside the former emperor." Chen Yi laughed. "In my Yongning county, a man is a man and a dog is a dog. So old sir must not defile himself in such a manner." Tunless lamented. "The old man has been in Yongning county for 5 years and has observed you for 3. Chen Yi laughed. No wonder the old gentleman was not willing to enter the support of the old house. That old gentleman, now why is willing to come over to help me? Tunless also smiled. "In fact, if you hadn't encountered danger today, old me would still be willing to continue to retire here in Yongning county. But, old man, this is not the first time I have encountered an assassin. Why did you not come to me the first time I was assassinated?" Tunless said. "Because, the first time, I didn't know, and by the time I did, you were fine, and at the time, I thought that having those 2 losers by your side was enough for you at this stage of your life. Who knows, these 2 indomitable losers can't even do this little thing right, and make such a mess tonight. So, the old man had no choice but to come over here to look for you in person." Chen Yi scratched his nose somewhat awkwardly. Actually, your old man has wronged them. It was me who told them not to stand at my door. I think, we are all human beings. There is no need to distinguish between high and low, which let the assassins take advantage of the situation. Who knew that the old man did not appreciate it and continued to scold with a stern face? Or are they too much of a waste? Even if they stayed at the door, they wouldn't let the assassins mix into the mansion and still not realize it. Chen Yi, fine. Your old man is great. You can say whatever you want. Xiaoyi and Xiao'er can't beat you anyway. Tunless continued. You are a good official. If the female emperor of Deqian is not a dim ruler, sooner or later, you will be able to sit in the position of the chief minister, and at that time, the people of my Deqian will be blessed. So you can't die. For some reason, Chun Yi actually perceived a kingly aura from an old eunuch's body. Old sir, do not get excited. It is not good for the body. Don't worry, the old man's body is much stronger than the county magistrate's. On the contrary, it is the old man who observes that your face is weak, your lower body is unstable, and your breath is weak, and it looks like it is caused by staying up all night for years and living an irregular life. You're still unmarried here. Wait a few years, once the Yuan Yang is leaked, you'll have to suffer. Chen Yi, Nima, this Deqian even has an old Chinese doctor? Chen Yi smiled awkwardly. It's fine. Even though I went to bed late, I woke up late too. Magistrate, from this day forward, you must go to sleep before the hour of midnight and get up before the hour of midnight every day. Chen Yi suddenly stood up from his stool. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mr. Tumless, although you mean well, you can't affect my private life. You've crossed the line somewhat. If you don't sleep, the old man knows a little about sleeping points. You old man, how could you? I'm not taking you in here anymore, so you'd better go back to your own hut and grow vegetables. Tumless was expressionless. That's up to you. Chen Yi was anxious. No, Mr. Tumless, you don't want to do this. You're forcing. You're kidnapping me. You're breaking the law. The laws of Deqian do not allow you to do this. The old man is a former eunuch. It's Deqian now. Chen Yi argued with reason. The Deqian law decrees that once an old man passes 60, it's not a crime to do anything, and the old man is already 72 this year. Chen Yi, good man, you're stuck in a bug. Chen Yi's face was solemn. Old sir, if you keep this up, I'm going to have someone take you down. Tumless did not change his face. Throughout Yongning County, old man comes and goes as he pleases. Chen Yi was speechless. Why did it seem like he had led the wolf into the house? While thinking about how to get rid of this old man with an overwhelming force value, I heard the old man come and say, "My lord, it's very late today. You should go to bed." Chapter 65, bear with me. It'll be over soon. Chen Yi froze, then shouted outward. Ah Fu, what time is it now? Back to your excellency, it has just passed 3 minutes past the hour. Ah Fu's voice came from outside the room. Chen Yi instantly gained strength. Hear that? It's still early, but halfway through his sentence, Chen Yi obediently swallowed back the words that had reached his mouth. Tumless stared at him expressionlessly. My lord, it is time to sleep. Chen Yi still wanted to argue. No Tong, however, had already pinched up his sword finger and said carelessly, sleeping point, I haven't pointed it for a long time. I'm old, my hands are shaking and my eyes are blurred. If I accidentally point the wrong point, I'm afraid there will be bad consequences. Don't be offended. Your Excellency. Oh yes, it's useless to see it, the old man is over 70 years old, and the law is not forbidden. After saying that, Tumless stood up and pinched his sword fingers towards Chen Yi. For the first time since he traveled across the world, Chen Yi felt so frustrated. How he wished that God would give him a system, so that he could instantly have strength comparable to the 4 great masters of the world, and crush this hateful old man into dregs. Unfortunately, after 3 years of traveling through the country, he had tried to wake up the system countless times, but to no avail. Seeing Tumless pinching his sword fingers as he approached towards himself, Chen Yi raised his head in grief and indignation and said angrily, Old piker, you've bullied people too much. What is your lordship going to do? The tongueless finger of the sword was already approaching. Me, go to sleep. Chen Yi shouted in grief and anger, turning around and huffing as he returned to his bedroom to fall asleep. When he arrived at the bedroom, Chen Yi didn't even dare to pretend to be asleep and could only sleep for real. He vaguely remembered that old Huang had said that the top 10 guards of the mansion were all above the 8th rank in the realm of strength. As for this old man's strength, he was able to easily subdue the little 1 and 2, and his true realm must be above the 9th rank. The next day, at the hour of the hour, Chen Yi was in the middle of a dream when he suddenly felt a coldness in his body, and his beautiful dream was awakened at first, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Tongless standing in front of the bed. Chen Yi had not finished his words. Good morning, my lord. Colorless was still expressionless and half dead and dead. Early you big head, Chen Yi muttered, angrily getting up to change his clothes. After all, at this hour, no one in the mansion would come to disturb his beautiful dreams, except this deadbeat old man. After leaving the bedroom, when the subordinates sweeping in the courtyard saw Chen Yi, they all froze, looking up in unison at the sun that had not yet risen in the east, and then turning their heads in unison, staring at Chen Yi as if they had seen a ghost. The great lord, aha! Chen Yi held a bellyful of fire and grunted. Serve the meal. Yes, yes. The two sprinkled servants nodded their heads in a hurry and quickly ran away. Chunyi vaguely heard the two whispering as they left. Why did you get up so early today, Your Excellency? It's only the first time the rooster crows, isn't it? It's indeed odd. Shouldn't it be possessed by some evil spirits? Should we tell Uncle Fu and ask a goddess to exorcise the evil spirits? It makes sense. Your Excellency has treated us well, so we can't just sit back and do nothing. Go go go. Not long after, Ah Fu came running panting, followed by a few boys with sticks and twine in their hands. Hurry, hurry. Directly afterward. Yes. Seeing this battle, Chunyi was startled and immediately said angrily, "What are you doing? Do you want to revolt? My lord, you bear with me. It'll be over soon." Ah Fu said in panic. What the hell? What the hell? Chunyi was instantly furious. Ah Fu, on the other hand, immediately said, "My lord, I think those three thieves must have secretly cast a hex on you last night. Don't worry. I have sent someone to ask the goddess from the east of the city to exorcise the evil spirits for you." Saying that, Ah Fu immediately waved his hand towards the several boys behind him. After saying that, Ah Fu waved his hand, and the several boys behind him immediately rushed up and tied Chunyi up without saying a word. Nay, Chunyi has a mouth to feed. The people in the house, where have they seen Chunyi get up at this hour? People die. Chunyi is being possessed by evil spirits. Coincidentally, at this time, Tongless also walked out of the room, and seeing this, his eyes steeply flinched as he swung out with a palm. Powerful waves of chi rose up from behind Chunyi, and for the first time, he felt the so-called martial true chi of this world as if it could strip away his soul. A few of the boys were instantly toppled by the airwaves, while Tongless immediately stepped forward and angrily stared at Ah Fu. Ah Fu, what do you want? My lord has treated you well, but you want to kill your lord today? Ah Fu was speechless, while Chunyi finally couldn't help himself and shouted, "All right, it's still all because of you." Chunyi glared at Tongless angrily. "I kindly took you in, but you forced me to go to bed early and get up early. Be a man with some sense of boundaries." Only then did Ah Fu react and immediately kneel down to thank him. Chunyi, on the other hand, sighed helplessly, and Tongless also slightly snapped his fingers, chopping off the ropes binding Chunyi, and a slight look of shame finally appeared on his face. The old man's death sentence. Come on. Chunyi blankly glanced at Tongless and said, "Aren't you looking for an errand within my government office? Then it's just as well. Just be a guard in the courtyard. At your service, my lord." Tongless nodded, looking at Tongless's well-behaved demeanor. Chunyi couldn't help but skim his lips. "Old thing. Sooner or later, I'll find a chance to knock you out with a brick." However, I heard that it was already difficult to injure a martial artist at the realm of the 9th grade with an unusual weapon. Well, I guess I'll have to think of something else. Then, Lord, would you like to have a meal? Ah Fu lowered his head, his gaze not daring to look at Chunyi. "I lost my appetite long ago." Chunyi rolled his eyes and asked, "Have there been any results from Master Hunchback Joe's side?" "There." Alfred nodded his head in a hurry. "The autopsy has been completed at last night's ugly hour. And Master Joe said that the three were dressed in rags and had oil stains on their bodies from a long period of time, similar to the characteristics of a mountain bandit, but the calluses on their hands were left behind from years of martial arts practice. Under a comprehensive judgment, it should be some retired military families who have fallen into the grass to make a living." Chunyi frowned slightly. Mountain bandits? Can it be that the three Liu Baihu families are really the same? But that Liu Baihu three families, they also sent people to search for Black Wind Ridge, simply no mountain bandits. Whether this Liu Baihu three families really fall into the grass for the bandits is still a matter of opinion. Before Chunyi could think more, the sound of yelling suddenly resounded outside the door. Who was making noise outside the house? Chunyi frowned and asked, "Ah Fu, go take a look." When he opened the door and asked, it turned out to be a spontaneous gathering of the people to avenge Chunyi. Chunyi stood at the door and shouted, "I appreciate the good intentions of the townspeople, but fighting bandits is not a child's play. As a parent official, how can I let you all get into danger? The county office has its own soldiers and bravery, so today I'll lead the men up the mountain to fight the bandits." After saying that, he turned his head to Ah Fu and said, "Ah Fu, take my seal and go to the barracks to mobilize troops in the afternoon. When old Huang is gone, leave immediately." "Yes." Ah Fu immediately nodded his head. "Why do we have to wait until we leave?" After the crowd dispersed, Old Yellow walked over. Chunyi glanced at Old Huang and said, "The bandits are so loud that they must block the official road, so we can do it only after you guys leave." "Words are reasonable." Old Huang nodded and said, "In that case I won't delay much. I will depart at once. I've come to say goodbye." "Alright, let's go then," Chunyi immediately said, and Old Yellow held out his hand toward himself. "What for?" Chunyi frowned and looked at Old Huang in confusion. Where is the transcript of the 3-character classic you promised me? Old Huang asked with a smirk. What am I going back for if I can't get it? Chen Yi rolled his eyes and gestured for Ah Fu to fetch it. Ah Fu quickly sent the transcripts. Old Huang is also thunderous. Get the things twisted head and go. Not the slightest stay. However, before he left Chen Yi 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 experts to help him fight the bandits. These 5 people were all martial arts experts, and it was a big deal to use them against the mountain bandits. However, it did give Chen Yi a peace of mind, but this also made Chen Yi's heart a little bit more at ease. After all, although the soldiers and braves of the county office had been drilled, they had never been in actual combat. This time, the bandits were being suppressed just in time to gain experience for the upcoming battle against the barbarians in the north. 3 minutes before the hour, the army of bandits set off from the official road of Yongning County in great numbers, heading straight for the Black Wind Ridge. Chen Yi's determination was set this time. These bandits dared to come to his door to commit an assassination. He could never tolerate it. Hey! Hey! Outside the sedan chair curtain, Yi Qinghuan's voice rang out. Shout out to you. Chen Yi didn't have the good sense to pick open the sedan chair curtain. Hey what hey? I don't have a name? At least you're one of my men, so show me some respect, okay? If you don't want to call me by my name, you can call me Your Honor. What's the point of being so fierce? Yi Qinghuan pouted. I want to ask you. That hunchbacked old man detected that these people are mountain thieves, but you sent someone to investigate before. There is no mountain thieves' nest on the Black Wind Ridge, so why are we still going to the Black Wind Ridge? Big boobs and no brain. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and picked open the sedan chair curtain again. You haven't answered me yet. A jade hand picked the palanquin curtain apart again from outside the palanquin. Chen Yi took a deep breath and said helplessly, You call yourself a chivalrous woman at least, but how can you be so ill-informed? If the mountain bandits' nest was that easy to find, it would have been exterminated by the government long ago. If the mountain bandits' den could be found so easily, wouldn't it have been exterminated by the government a long time ago? Not having the life of a young lady, but having the disease of a young lady. You talk and talk. What are you always staring at my boobs for? Done too. Yi Qinghuan huffed and removed a crossbow arrow from the crossbow, folded off the arrowhead, and threw it towards the sedan chair, hitting Chen Yi right in the middle of his teacup. Yi Qinghuan, you big man. This is cardamom tea. Chen Yi painfully pulled out his crossbow and carefully skimmed off the crumbs on the tea surface. I'll dock you 3 months of work in food silver. Buckle up. Deduct as much as you like. If I don't have money, I'll go to the cafeteria. I'll say you sent me. I'll say you told me to come. And your ing skimming? Who taught you that? Chen Yi was so angry that he was speechless. Before the words fell, the sedan chair was suddenly overturned without warning. There was a panic outside the sedan chair, and someone shouted, The Earth Dragon has turned over. Chen Yi poked his head out of the broken sedan chair, and the scene in front of him made his heart skip a beat. The earth cracked open in front of his eyes, the ground shook, and the mountains in the distance shook violently, as if they would collapse at any moment. The suppression team was in disarray and the people were in a state of confusion. Chen Yi hurriedly shouted, Don't run around. Look for open spaces. Stay away from the Rift Valley. However, human power seemed so small in the face of nature's wrath. The huge chasm engulfed half of the group, then closed, and thousands of people instantly disappeared without a trace. Yi Qinghuan stumbled and ran from the distance, seemingly wanting to save Chen Yi. But just then, a huge rock fell from behind Chen Yi and hit the sedan chair. Chen Yi's entire body was bounced by the lever made of the sedan chair, and flew straight down towards the big river below the valley, and finally fell into the big river, fainting and died. When Chen Yi woke up, he found himself lying in a cave. The sky was completely dark. A bonfire was rising in front of him, while his body was covered with a quilt made of tiger skin. Chen Yi smacked his lips and whispered to himself, Come on, going up the mountain to fight bandits and ending up falling into a bandit's den himself. Yo-ho, awake! A skinny mountain bandit walked in and grinned. Wait, I'll go report to Big Boss. After saying that, he turned around and left. A moment later, the mountain bandit turned back and grinned at Chen Yi. Let's go, boy. Big Boss wants to see you. Chen Yi took a deep breath and gritted his teeth to get up. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. He remembered that he had fallen into the big river near Jinzhou, but now he had appeared in a bandit's den. And it was obviously this group of bandits that had saved him. Since they didn't kill him, odds are they were seeking money. At least, the little life was saved for the time being. Chen Yi followed that mountain bandit junior out of the cave to a hilltop. At this moment, on top of this small hill, standing and sitting, there were hundreds of bandits of all shapes and sizes, each looking at themselves as if they were prey. TSK, 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 this fine skin and tender flesh. People eat ink is more handsome than those of us who gnaw bones, ha? Ha 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 ha. Old 5, you can't be a bit of a dragon in young, can you? You're a big man and you crave it too? Asterisk 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 you. I'll skin you for an ass cushion, believe it or not. A young bandit sitting on a throne made of a complete set of wolf bones raised his eyes and looked Chunyi up and down, looking like he should be the head of this group of mountain bandits. Chapter 66, Female Mountain Thieves. Chunyi carefully sized up the leader of the thieves and realized that he was actually a bit clean-cut, and was out of place with the fierce and vicious mountain thieves around him. And beside him, there was also a woman clad in tiger skin, half-shouldered, with her back to Chunyi, holding a small knife in her hand. She was peeling a piece of leg meat of an unknown animal and bringing it to her mouth. Is this supposed to be the presser? How's it going? Showman, are you used to wearing these clothes? The leader of the thieves grinned. There's nothing you can do if you don't fit in. That armor of yours, it's really not suitable for a showman like you. Starting today, that armor will be named Jiang. Only then did Chunyi lower his head and look at the clothes he was wearing. Since he was here to fight the bandits, he didn't wear official clothes, but an armor made by an arsenal. Now that armor was hanging from a tree branch next to the young mountain bandit. Instead, he had changed his body into a tattered black cloth robe. The robe was tattered but unexpectedly wind-resistant. In October, there was not even a hint of coldness in the mountains and forests, and this robe was extremely similar to the one worn by the 3 who had assassinated themselves last night. It seems that this group of people are the ones who assassinated themselves last night. Now he has been kidnapped again. I'm afraid it's not just about wanting a ransom. Maybe something else is going on. It may even have one of the 3 relationships with the Lubehu family. Chen Ye's gaze swept over the faces of these mountain bandits one by one, but he did not find anyone from the 3 Lubehu families. The fact that the leader of the thieves claimed to be surnamed Zhang made him even more puzzled. What? Scared silly? Can't talk? The leader of the thieves grinned and casually threw a leg bone with meat hanging from it into Chen Ye's arms. Can you eat? Try this. I'm sure you've never eaten it before. It's a wolf's thigh. It smells good. Chen Ye looked at the wolf thigh in his arms and skimmed his lips. This group of mountain bandits probably can't even afford to buy salt, and I'm afraid this meat won't have much flavor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't know how to carry yourself. When the leader of the thieves saw that Chen Ye was not moving, he became enraged and picked up his machete and walked towards him. Chen Ye did not expect this group of mountain bandits to be so temperamental, and was about to open his mouth when the female bandit sitting on the side suddenly opened her mouth. All right, son of a. The female bandit's scolding made the leader of the thieves to stop, and resentfully sat back on the throne. Instead, the female bandit kicked straight through. Is this where you sit? The leader of the thieves rose in aggravation. Sister, didn't you say you wanted me to pretend to be the big boss? I haven't had enough of this addiction. One more time to get you through, and you'll have to cut this kid up. How many times have I said it? We may be bandits, but to survive and thrive and not be exterminated by the government, we need a military division. It's not easy for God to give me a military advisor for nothing. And you cut me down? With your elm brain? Get out of here. The leader of the thieves, who should now be called the second lord. So it seems that this female bandit is the real big boss. Hey, showman, can you talk? Say something for me to hear. The female bandit sat on her throne and picked her chin towards Chen Ye. Chen Ye skimmed his mouth and coldly spat out a word, will. Rather shy about words. The female bandit snorted. Chen Ye was a bit surprised, and confirmed that the gang probably didn't want to hurt themselves, and became bolder, saying, I didn't expect that the mouth of a bandit, or a female bandit, could utter an idiom. You're being sarcastic, aren't you? The female bandit glared at Chen Ye. I dare not. Dare not. Great king, spare your life. Chen Ye hurriedly arched his hands and said, snort. The female bandit snorted coldly. All right, no more nonsense. Get acquainted. My name is Jiang Lingyi. That's my brother, Jiang Eru. Put. Hearing the names of these siblings, Chen Ye directly did not hold back his laughter. What are you laughing at? A huff emerged on Jiang Lingyi's face. No, nothing. Chen Ye waved his hand and said, sister's name is poetic and immortal. How is it that my brother seems to be, as if he is a sidekick? Who the are you calling a sidekick? Chen Ye's words clearly stung Jiang Eru's heart and brought the machete up again. Jiang Lingyi, however, immediately said, where are the edges? A tiger and a crane. They go well together. Chen Ye skimmed his mouth and looked at Jiang Lingyi and said, actually, your brother's name is more like a mountain bandit, and this name of yours is like a lady from a big family. Jiang Lingyi let out a cold laugh and said, rather, I'll let you be right. Our sister and brother, we are indeed a halfway decent bandit, and before we went up to the mountain, we were really a young master and young lady of a rich and noble family. Hearing this, Chen Ye's face changed slightly and asked, Fufun. Jiang S? Yo! I didn't expect it, but I really remembered our Jiang family. Jiang Lingyi immediately brightened up. Chunyi slightly smacked his lips. This Fufing Jiang clan, in the early years, was really a prestigious clan, and the destruction of this family is truly a bit tragic. This past event happened before Chunyi crossed over. 7 years ago, the female emperor had not yet ascended to the throne, and Wu Di Gongshan was sitting on the world. The then third prince plotted a rebellion and killed his way into the palace. He even killed his own biological mother, the late emperor's favorite concubine, with his own hands. Matricide conspiracy. Emperor Wu was furious, but after all, father and son A will be the third prince sent to Fufun County, nominally to let him repentance. In fact, lifelong house arrest. But this old three is really super xiong. To Fufun County not only did not repent, but repeatedly on the street murder. Chen Yi learned from the county records. This buddy is definitely a super xionger. You say that you forcefully robbed 2 folk women, but also let people say that this child may be a good color. But this buddy is good to kill. That's really a kill. They don't rob people's women. They just kill you if they don't like you. Fufing Johns, in Fufing County is also considered a prestige family. Both the prestige family, there will inevitably be a few playboys. And back then, this dude who stabbed the blunder was a young master of the Jiang clan's third house. And only because he drank a glass of flowery wine and was a bit disrespectful in his words, he accidentally provoked this third prince who was sent away. Chapter 67, come on, yell again. As a result, that night, the third prince brought 3,000 armored soldiers to kill into the mansion, and killed all 4 generations of the Jiang family up and down. Not even the youngest, who was 4 years old at the time. The large Jiang family, 3 branches and 6 veins, leaving Jiang Lingyi and Jiang era siblings who were studying abroad at the time. After stirring up such a big mess, the emperor was so enraged that he eventually had the third prince secretly executed. The above is what is recorded in the county records. The reason why these 2 siblings fell into the grass as bandits is still told by Jiang Lingyi. Jiang Lingyi siblings to the Beijing complaint. But this is, after all, the royal scandal. The third prince has also been executed. The relevant personnel involved in all have not been spared. Under the prison. The chopping of the chopper, wait for the chopper. At this time Jiang Lingyi siblings have to go to the capital to sue the imperial court. That is not tantamount to forcing the old emperor to put their own family of this scandal to the outside world. So, the old emperor only gave the Jiang family siblings a few thousand taels of silver and dismissed them. The siblings were disheartened and completely lost faith in the court. So they simply went to the mountains and fell into the grass. In that case, after listening to Jiang Lingyi's words, Chunyi slightly smacked his lips. You guys are trying to rebel? Jiang Lingyi skinned his lips and sighed. To be honest, it's not that I haven't thought about it. The 73 unjust souls of my Jiang family have all become victims of covering up the family scandal for that dog emperor. Such a dim-witted emperor. What if we don't revolt against him? But, that old emperor has long been dead for many years. And besides, with just our siblings, with our several hundred mountain bandits and rogues, to subvert a dynasty is a fool's dream. Jiang Lingyi said helplessly. This is fate. We recognize it. We're content to make do and live in the mountains and not be exterminated by the government. Actually, being a mountain bandit is quite good. Without all the red tape in the family, I can do whatever I want. The sky is the limit and I can get away with it. How nice. Jiang Lingyi's face was a brilliant smile, but Chunyi watched as that smile could not seep into her eyes. Chunyi sighed slightly and was about to open his mouth to console him. Jiang Lingyi, on the other hand, continued. Actually, you are right. My brother's name is indeed a bit hasty. Back then, when my brother was born, a cloud-walking Taoist came to my home, and that Taoist said that my Jiang family would be doomed within 20 years, and that my brother was the method to turn the disaster into a disaster, and that he needed to take a pariah's name in order to escape the calamity. My brother is the only male in our extended family, and my father would rather believe it, so that's what he named him. I didn't realize that it had actually turned out well, and more than once. More than once? Chen Yi was a bit surprised. Jiang Lingyi nodded. Yes, the second time. It was the year our siblings went to the capital to sue the royal court. The then prefect of Kyoto was a close associate of the 8 virtuous kings. Although the 8th sage king was born in the military, he was a person with a bodhisattva's heart. The late emperor was afraid that we would leak information, so he rewarded us with silver money, but secretly sent the brocade guards to intercept and kill us, with the intention of silencing us. In the end, it was the 8 wise kings themselves who led the troops to our rescue and informed us that we should go as far away as possible, go incognito, and not show up again, or else he wouldn't be able to protect us. It was also him, with the reputation of deceiving the king, who told the old emperor that we were indeed dead, and that's how we escaped the hunt behind us. Hearing this, Chen Yi could not help but shake his head and said, the Emperor's mind? Really dirty. The former emperor can really not be a thing. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Jiang Lingyi suddenly lit up. Ha! I didn't expect it. I originally thought that nerds like you who read sage books were puppets who were foolishly loyal to the emperor. But I didn't realize that you actually dared to curse even the emperor. Nice. I like it. It can be seen. Many years of bandit career. Has been this once a family of gold honed into a mountain people. Once the etiquette of upbringing has long been thrown out of mind. There is only the free rein of the horse. When those in power are unjust, they should rail against them. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and said, reading is for the people of the world, not for some emperor of the current dynasty. Don't you think so? Miss Jiang. Hearing Chen Yi address himself, Jiang Lingyi was quite a bit saddened and emotional, picking up the wine pot and pouring a large mouthful of it, enduring the pungency and saying, I haven't heard anyone call out to me like this in many years, and I kinda miss it. Here, yell again. Chen Yi? No, sis, what's wrong with you? And one more shout. So, you're agreeing to stay and be a warlord for me? Jiang Lingyi didn't get annoyed and only asked with a smile. Chen Yi slightly smacked his lips, not knowing how to reply. Jiang Lingyi then continued, in fact, originally did not want to tie you up. Coincidentally catch the earth dragon turned over. I went down to the mountains to hunt to see you in the water soaking, like a reader, thinking, are the same well? Then who did you originally want to tie up? Chen Yi asked with some amusement. Yongning County Magistrate, Chen Yi. Jiang Lingyi was honest and spoke directly. Chen Yi's eyes instantly widened. Good. I treat you like a brother. You treat me like a cousin, right? You still want to tie me up? It's not so much tying as it is inviting. Jiang Lingyi skimmed his mouth and looked at Chen Yi and said, in the end, I have also read the Book of the Sages, although I have fallen into the grass as an invader, but I definitely have not jeopardized one side. Our gang, we loot people who are unjust, like corrupt officials and whatnot. Good people we never loot. Oh, there's a way to steal. Chen Yi nodded appreciatively. That is. Jiang Lingyi smiled prettily and said, that Chen Yi is indeed a capable one, taking office for just a few years, transforming the originally decrepit Yongning County into what it is today. Such means, but was put into this kind of small frontier county by that dim-witted empress but not reused. Right. Jiang Arrow immediately said, what else do you say? When the old lady is in charge, the house falls down. Hearing Jiang Arrow's words, Chen Yi immediately looked at Jiang Lingyi. Jiang Lingyi, on the other hand, smiled faintly and turned his head to look at Jiang Arrow. What's the matter, little tiger? You've got something in your words? No. Feeling the thick killing intent bursting from his sister's eyes, Jiang Arrow instantly shrunk his neck. This sibling's feelings are obviously very good. Jiang Lingyi didn't bother with his stupid brother, but just looked at Chen Yi and said, I see that you also have an extraordinary conversation, and Chen Yi is probably not that easy to invite. If you don't mind, stay with me as an armorer. Chapter 68 Interception by County Soldiers. I guess, can't protect you with honor and wealth, but I can guarantee that if I have a bite to eat, I will never let you go hungry. I look like I can't afford to eat the look of it. Chen Yi helplessly smiled, then pulled a panic. In fact, I'm Chen Magistrate's master. I'm following Magistrate Chen today, and I'm here to fight the bandits at Blackwind Ridge. Blackwind Ridge? That has nothing to do with us. Jiang Lingyi immediately said, this is Dog Chewing Mountain. Dog Chewing Mountain? Chen Yi instantly widened his eyes. This is Fufun County? Nonsense. Jiang Lingyi glared at Chen Yi and said, I'm from Fufun County. Why would I run to your Yongning County as a bandit? It must be near our Fufun County. I'm familiar with this area. It seems that he was swept to this neighborhood by the river. This is outrageous. Dogchu Mountain was more than 80 miles from where he had been in the accident. At this moment, Yongning County office. Little 1, Little 2, Little 3 and Little 4 were on their knees, covered in blood. Yi Qinghuan, who was kneeling on the other side of the room, looked to have suffered a considerable injury as well, and Little 1's injuries were, quite obviously, a bit more severe. So, Tongless narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. It was the officials and soldiers of Longyu County who took advantage of the earth dragon turning over to come out and intercept you. Little 1 spat out a large mouthful of blood, obviously extremely injured. He gritted his teeth and said, the earth dragon turning over was sudden. It was impossible for them to predict this situation. It should be that they saw that there were movements on our side, so they have been secretly following, just in time to take advantage of the chaos of the earth dragon turning over and show up to cause chaos. Xiao Wu is all folded up. Lord Chen is also nowhere to be found. Master Huang has explained that if Lord Chen fails in any way, we, on the side, Yi Qinghuan always kept her head lowered, her eyes red, sobbing in a small voice. Asshole. Dog officer. How can you just die? This girl has not yet found out if you are a dog official. Nasty. What a nuisance. Ah Fu was a bit anxious and looked at Tongless. Mr. Tongless, before His Excellency's departure, he told me that you will be in charge of all matters, big and small, up and down the mansion. At the moment, the life and death of the Lord is uncertain, and there are officials and soldiers from the next county and town rebelling against us. What should we do? Tongless took a deep breath and looked at Yi Qinghuan. Miss Yi, the old man has a few questions he would like to ask you. Hearing Tongless call out to him, Yi Qinghuan immediately wiped a handful of tears from his eyes and nodded. You ask, are you sure you saw with your own eyes that the Lord fell into the Shilong River? Yes, Yi Qinghuan replied with incomparable certainty. I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, I wanted to go and save it, but the Earth Dragon rolled over so violently that I couldn't even stand up. By the time the Earth Dragon rolled over ended, that group of people killed out. That means that Lord Chen was not intercepted or captured by that group of Longyu County officials, right? Tongless immediately pursued the question. Right. Yi Qinghuan immediately nodded. Right. Then in that case, Lord Chen should still be alive. Tongless took a deep breath, then looked at Ah Fu and said, what are you waiting for? Immediately send someone to Shilong River to look for it. Live and let die. The last word, Tongless couldn't get out. Even he, a remnant of the former dynasty, was convinced by Qin Yi. In the entire Yongning County, who could accept the fact that Chen Yi was dead? Junior 1, Junior 2, Junior 3, and Junior 4 immediately got up and were ready to go look for it. But as soon as the little man stood up he stumbled and faltered. Tongless was quick on his feet and held him up. You and I are both martial artists. How can I not see that your heart veins are damaged? Don't hold on at this time. Xiao Yi, however, shook his head and smiled bitterly, whispering to Tongless, old eunuch, you know my identity? Also know the identity of Master Huan? You should also know who we are running errands for. This errand is in my hands, and if Lord Chen really fails, none of us will survive. Tongless's face discolored slightly and he sighed. That's fine. I'll ferry you a mouthful of prior weather, but hopefully I can hold out until you come back alive to see Lord Chen. After saying that, Tongless pinched Little One's shoulder and a stream of pure innate weather was transmitted into Little One's body. Xiao Yi's damaged heart vein was shielded by this mouthful of precursor weather, and after his figure stabilized, he gave a slight arch to Tongless. Thank you. Many thanks. Then he followed the crowd out of town in search of it. The Yongning County Yamen is in mourning, while Dog Chewing Hill is bustling with activity. Chen Yi pretended to agree, and at this moment, he had already mingled with this group of mountain thieves, playing a rowdy game around the campfire. Ice pots with snowy spirits. It's your turn, Lao San. This, the night jug. Peas on the dog. What a piece of. Jiang Lingyi blankly glanced at Lao San and scolded. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. No, big boss. Usually when we drink, the brothers throw pots and row fists, but today you want us to play against each other. We're a bunch of big old men who don't know a whole lot of words, so how can we be right about this? Jiang Lingyi shook his head helplessly and said, this is not a welcome addition for our warlord. Gotta play something that the readers play. Forget it, you guys play yourselves. I'll stay with Arms Master right. Just then, a fast horse went up the hill, and after the horse stopped, a bearded man ran over at a fast pace. Big dog, I'm back. God damn it. You know what I saw? Jiang Lingyi became interested. What did you see? It's the piece where this kid had his accident. The bearded man pointed in Chen Ye's direction and said, after the Earth Dragon rolled over ended, the county soldiers from Longyu County next door suddenly killed out and took advantage of the heavy deaths and injuries of Yongning County's bandit suppression soldiers to play sneak attack. What? Hearing the bearded man's words, Chen Yi was instantly nonplussed. What's going on? Talk to me. It's late at night. Chen Yi sat alone on the edge of the hillside, looking at the moon in the sky and drinking wine. Jiang Lingyi walked over with a wine jug and sat beside Chen Yi. What? You want to go back to Yongning County to see your lord? Chen Yi snorted and shook his head. Big boss, are you willing to let me go down the mountain? AI Jiang Lingyi bristled and said, although I became a bandit, I am not a pure bandit. If you really want to leave, I will not force you to stay, but this is 100 miles from Yongning County. Can you go back alive as a defenseless scholar? Chapter 69, aren't you afraid of being silenced? So, big boss, you're really willing to let me go? Chen Yi looked at Jiang Lingyi with some surprise. Jiang Lingyi shook his head and said, leave if you want to. After experiencing such a big change, I'm actually open to many things. I said I was looking for an armorer, but I'm fine without one. You're right for my temper. I think, I like it. She paused and then said, how about this? Tomorrow I'll bring a few brothers and escort you back. It just so happens that I haven't been to Yongning County for quite a while, and the food in that free large cafeteria is indeed a bit gluttonous. Chunyi looked at Jiang Lingyi with a complicated expression and asked, have you ever thought of not living in this kind of exile anymore? Yongning County is very nice. If you are willing, you can settle down in Yongning County. Back then, the 8 wise kings only asked you to go incognito. They didn't say they wanted you to live like this. My brother and I are fine. But, what about these brothers under my hands? Jiang Lingyi was somewhat helpless. I can arrange something for them. Chunyi moved. According to that bearded man's information, after the dragon at that time turned over and passed, the county soldiers of Lonyu County brought people to kill them. However, they didn't expect that the team had the top 5 martial arts masters from Little 1 to Little 5 sitting on the team. Although the masters were severely injured by the impact of the Earth Dragon's flip, they returned with more than 1,000 remnants of their troops. Even so, Yongning County had lost more than half of the 3,000 soldiers and braves that had gone on this expedition. More than 1,000 people were swallowed up by the gaping maw torn by the Earth's dragon turning over and disappearing forever. Lonyu County also took the opportunity to kill a few hundred soldiers and braves. The soldiers and bravery that he had worked so hard for had lost so much in a single expedition. Always have to add more. Otherwise, when it's really winter, when the northern barbarians come down to pillage, there won't be enough people. It would be best if these mountain bandits were cleared. They have a lot of practical experience in their own right, and all of them have good hands as well. Besides, his own private army did include quite a few of the mountain bandits he had collected back then. Say it again. Jiang Lingyi let out a laugh, shook his head, and said, alright, it's very late, take an early rest. Tomorrow I'll bring someone to send you back to Yongning County. I say, you went to all this trouble to get me up here, and you're just going to let me go? Chunyi still asked with some disbelief. Jiang Lingyi shook his head and looked at Chunyi. The reasoning, it's actually very simple. If you hadn't helped me bash that dog emperor today, I wouldn't have let you go. You're different from ordinary readers, although you can't compare to that Chunyi, but with your ability and vast world, you're bound to make a big difference. I don't want to hold you back. After all, you've been studying hard for so many years. You should have a good life. You shouldn't resign yourself to fate like us siblings. Chunyi moved slightly, wanting to say something, but Jiang Lingyi had already left. Lonyu County Office. County Magistrate Deng Ji stared at the kneeling Sheriff Lu Ji and said angrily, a bunch of losers. You can't even kill a bunch of remnants. You can still let them escape. What am I raising you for? My lord. Lu Ji knelt on the ground in aggravation. It's really not that we're losers. There are martial arts experts in that Chunyi's team. One palm can slap several of us away. What? Deng Ji gritted his teeth and said angrily, his grandmother, Chunyi is a county magistrate, and I, my lord, am also a county magistrate. How is it that he, Yongning County, is able to get so powerful? Even managed to recruit martial arts experts to work for him? Why does everything good catch up with him? Deng Ji sent his eyes to lurk in Yongning County for more than half a year, and finally bumped into an opportunity for Chunyi to go out of the city to fight against the bandits. Originally, Deng Ji planned to intercept and kill Chunyi on the way to fight against the bandits or on his return, and then he himself would take over the magpie's nest. Even Deng Ji sent his own confidant, the Constable Lu Ji, to command these county soldiers, and this sudden arrival of the dragon turning over became an extremely favorable opportunity. But I didn't expect to end up failing to intercept and expose myself instead. The clothing of the county soldiers in each county is of a different regulation and can be recognized at a glance. By now the other side must have learned that the county soldiers of Lonyu County had intercepted them. If they really want to file a complaint against the state government, this intercepting and killing an imperial official is a capital offense of beheading. Deng Ji's heart was jittery and on edge, and he really didn't know what to do. In the present situation, if he ran away, his family of dozens of people were there. Where could he run away so easily? But if you don't run, you'll just have to wait for the state to come and get it. It's obviously terminal. Meanwhile, at the border between Lonyu County and Yongning County, on the Black Wind Ridge, Jiang Lingyi, with 7 or 8 mountain bandits, had escorted Chunyi here. Ahead is Yongning City. Jiang Lingyi sat on the back of his horse and looked toward Chunyi on his side. And at this moment, Chunyi was clearly not in a good state. Sitting on the back of his horse scratching his ears, with a pained expression on his face. Is really golden. Riding a horse like this, Jiang Lingyi couldn't help but skim his mouth. Since crossing over here, Chunyi had always been in a sedan chair. Where had he ridden a horse? And for so long, a whole 100 miles. And from the time he set out in the morning, it had been 3 or 4 hours. Chunyi, at this moment, seemed to be unable to even notice the presence of an ass anymore. Should we return to Yongning County first? Or should we go to Longyu County first to get a statement? Jiang Lingyi looked at Chen Yi and asked. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, to seek justice is my lord's business. Besides, with just a few of us, aren't you afraid of being silenced if you go? That's true. Jiang Lingyi scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly and said, let's go then. There's half an incense stick of kung fu left before we get to the place, and I'm also a bit greedy for the big cafeteria at your place. It seems like you haven't traveled to our Yongning County much. Huh? Chen Yi asked with considerable interest. Such a nice place. It's like a fairyland. When I'm rich, I'll take my brothers for a stroll. Jiang Lingyi smiled and said, with silver in your hand, isn't it just for spending? By the time he reached Yongning County, Chen Yi, who was dressed in rags, was not recognized by the local people, and Jiang Lingyi also directly said goodbye at the city gate. Suddenly realized that I don't seem to know what your name is. With this parting, I guess we won't see each other again in this life. Brother, can you leave a name? Jiang Lingyi asked, but Chen Yi smiled mysteriously and shook his head. I will see you again. On the day we meet again, you will know my name. After saying that, he clipped his horse's stomach and left. Chen Yi rode his horse and returned to the middle of the county office, pouting and limping towards the inside. Who is it? No trespassing in the important area of the county office. Zhang Long did not recognize Chen Yi at all when he saw such a look-alike. Chapter 70, My Lord. You're getting a bit uptight. Chen Yi rolled his eyes, took off his bucket hat, and glared at Zhang Long. Your master doesn't even recognize you. Hurry over here and give me a hand. I've been writing for hours and my ass is rotten. Duh, my lord? Zhang Long recognized Chen Yi, and with a sour nose, he fell to his knees with a thud. My lord, you're still alive. You don't know that okay. Chen Yi scolded with a laugh without any good humor. Quite a big old man. Still crying, isn't it embarrassing? That's because you don't have a cell phone. If you did, I'd have to record you for everyone to see how humiliating you are. Hand. What kind of chicken is a chicken? Deer? Again. Zhang Long was a bit confused and asked, could it be that your honor wants to eat some wild game? Your excellency, wait a moment. I'll go into the mountains to hunt. It's not even winter yet, so hunting some deer and pheasants won't be a problem. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and kicked Zhang Long. Pull back you. Hurry up and take me into the house. Go find a bone setter and ask for 2 plasters. This ass of mine is really not working. It hurts. Zhang Long hurriedly helped Chen Yi into the courtyard and shouted at the top of his lungs. Your excellency is back. Your excellency is back. Inside the house, after Chen Yi told the general story, little one immediately knelt on the ground. My lord, my subordinate is incompetent. I've let your excellency be frightened. I still ask for your lordship's chastisement. Punishment my ass. Chen Yi spat. Aren't I fine? Okay, hurry up and get up. My lord. Koichi's voice was choked with a few sobs, and he wanted to say something else. Not one of you, what's going on? Chen Yi frowned and said, why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. If you have that kind of effort, you might as well go see if the bone setter has arrived yet. My ass. After listening to Chen Ye's words, these people are all crying and wailing. Not a single one of them really cares about their soon-to-be rotten asses. Tongless slowly got up and walked over. Never mind. Let me help your lordship heal. You still know medical skills? Chen Yi was somewhat surprised. Old me has lived in the Deep Palace for a long time, and I've seen a lot of eunuchs. I don't dare to say that I'm proficient in the art of Qi and Huang, but it's still easy to simply revitalize blood and remove blood stasis. Tongless said, Your Honor, please turn over and lie on your back. Chen Yi immediately lay down on the bed while Tongless prepared to make a move to strip Chen Yi's pants. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Yi yanked on his belt. Naturally, I want to remove your lordship's clothing and hakama so that I can treat your lordship. Tongless looked at Chen Yi with some confusion. Chen Yi pointed to the several maids on the side. There are still girls here. You could at least screen them off. A few maidservants immediately covered their mouths and snickered, saying, the slave maidservants retire. Tongless's medical skills were quite decent, and after a simple massage and some herbal medicine, Chen Ye's buttocks were already quite comfortable. At this time, Little One also told the story of the attack by the county soldiers of Longyu County. Well, I am aware of this matter as well. Chen Yi nodded slightly. My lord, is it necessary to inform the Yunyang Prefecture, so that the Yunyang Prefecture can take that Longyu magistrate for questioning? Little One immediately asked. That's not necessary. Chen Yi skimmed his lips. Are we just going to eat this dumb loss? Little One was a bit anxious. We've killed and wounded hundreds of our men. For the first time, a trace of coldness flashed in Chen Yi's eyes, and this was the first time he had moved to kill since he came to this world. And he said in a cold voice, there is no reason to spare them for killing our people, categorically. But right now, the Earth Dragon has just turned over, and my Yongning County has been struck by a disaster. so the resettlement of the people and post-disaster reconstruction is the top priority. Sir, if it's inconvenient for you, we'll do it. Xiao Yi immediately got up and said, the four of us brothers will go to Longyu County and chop off the head of that Longyu magistrate. Be quiet. Chen Yi hurriedly said, it's not that I'm saying, do you guys really think you're the personal guards of the 8 virtuous kings? A mere merchant's escort dares to privately kill an imperial official. Who gave you the guts? Koichi scowled a few times. They are the 8 virtuous kings' personal guards. As the saying goes, 7 officials in front of the prime minister's door. A small county magistrate in Longyu County. In front of them is just a scumbag. Want to kill him, but it is just butchering a pig and killing a dog in general. Let's get down to business first. Chen Yi climbed up from the bed, put on his clothes and pants, and looked at Ah Fu. Ah Fu immediately post a notice to recruit all of the county's bone setters, whether they are sitting misters or traveling bone setters. All of them should gather in the hall of the county government office. The big canteen of the county government office provides food, and the empty rooms in the old support home and the orphanage will be given to them for temporary residence. 3 coins of silver per day, and the government office takes care of food and shelter. What's this? What's it going to be? Alfred asked, a little confused. Don't ask, just do it, Chen Yi immediately said. Also, have the magistrates go and count the number of water wells in all the towns in the county to report, and prepare the sacks, the number of which is only allowed to be more than the number of water wells, and not allowed to be less than the number of water wells. I just came back on the road, probably looked, although not too many people's homes collapsed, but also suffered from the disaster is not small. After the catastrophe will be a plague. Really started the plague cannot control, while the plague has not yet emerged. Must be pressed to death. Chen Yi's words instantly caused the few people in the room to wake up as if from a dream, and a wave of fear washed over them. The entire county government office are worried about Chen Yi's safety. No one even thought of the Earth Dragon turned over. The disaster is actually the entire Yongning County. As Chen Yi said, a plague must rise after a great disaster. Right now, although Yongning County is not seriously affected by the disaster, but once the plague spreads, the consequences are unimaginable. The crowd rushed off to do their work, and only the tongueless old man remained in the room, looking at Chen Yi with complicated eyes. Chen Yi glanced at Tongueless and frowned. Why are you looking at me like that? Long young are you? Tongueless snorted and shook his head. The old man is crippled. He doesn't even have a yuan yang, so how can he talk about dragon yang? It's just that today, the depth of your lordship's thinking has impressed me again. In the end, he came out of the palace, and his ass-kissing skills are this. Chen Yi extended a thumb. The former dynasty has been extinguished. The old man has long since had no intention of kissing anyone's ass. It's just words from the bottom of my heart. Tongueless nodded. Really? Chen Yi asked. Since it is true, Tongueless replied. Oh. Chen Yi smacked his lips slightly, then hemmed and hawed. Then since you admire me so much, can you not care when I go to sleep and when I get up in the morning? My lord, you're stomping on your nose a bit. Tongueless returned coldly. Chapter 71 General of the former dynasty? Old thing. Chen Yi snorted coldly, holding his waist as he walked out of the bedroom to the hall. Just as he arrived at the hall, Yi Qinghuan burst in a flurry of wind and fire. Where is the dog? Chen Yi. Where is Chen Yi, man? Are you sick? Chen Yi glared at Yi Qinghuan without a good mood. Chen Yi is just Chen Yi. You're still a dog, Chen Yi. Did I give you too much face? Yi Qinghuan heart vainly lowered his head. I call you dog, officer called the habit well. Are you okay? Thanks to your blessing. It can't die. Chen Yi blankly glanced at Yi Qinghuan, while behind him, Tongueless was sizing up Yi Qinghuan with complicated eyes. Chen Yi noticed Tongueless' eyes and frowned. I say, old man, what's wrong with you today? Why are you looking at everyone so strangely? Don't mind this. Tongueless glanced at Chen Yi, then looked at Yi Qinghuan and said, Miss Yi, I didn't take a closer look earlier, and only realized it today. I wonder if the girl could let the old man try a pulse. Touching the pulse? Yi Qinghuan looked at Tongueless with some suspicion. What are you going to do? This old man's medical skills are not bad. Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan and said, you let her feel your pulse. Maybe he can cure you of this chesty problem. You. Yi Qinghuan's pretty face reddened and she viciously gouged out Chen Yi. You can't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. But after all was said and done, Yi Qinghuan still stretched his arm over. Tongueless lightly took his pulse, and a moment later raised his eyes to Yi Qinghuan. His brows furrowed. Your surname is Feng? Are you stupid? Her surname is Yi. Her name is Yi Qinghuan. Chen Yi blankly glanced at Tongueless and said, but Tongueless's words caused Yi Qinghuan to be stunned, and electrically drew back his arm. You have recognized the wrong person. After saying that, Yi Qinghuan immediately looked at Chen Yi. Dog. Chen Yi. I heard that you need people to count the water wells, so I'm going to help. Chen Yi nodded slightly, turning his head to meet Tunless' gaze squarely. My lord, Tunless spoke softly, this woman is afraid that she can't stay. Chen Yi's brows furrowed slightly. How so? She is the daughter of the former breaking general, Feng Ji. Tunless said softly. How do you know? Tunless took a deep breath and whispered. When she just entered the house, she should have been worried about your safety. Ran faster and used some real chi. That real chi is from a former dynasty martial arts code, called the Wind and Thunder Sword Codex, which is the family heart method of the Feng clan in Jiangnan, and is by no means a possibility to spread out. I checked her pulse just now and confirmed it. Chen Ye's eyes blinked twice, slightly stunned. In this world of yours, you can really cultivate there's really true chi What do you mean? Our world? Tunless looked at Chen Yi with some puzzlement. Martial arts cultivation has existed since ancient times, and there are 4 great masters in the world today, so how is it false? Okay, but even if she is a descendant of the Feng clan in Jiangnan, what does that tell us? Chen Yi asked. It's hard not to believe that General Feng is still intending to fight against the Qing and restore. Fight against Qian and restore the derivatives? The former dynasty of the Great Qian dynasty was called Dian, and the clan name was Chu. According to the historical progression of this world, the former dynasty was overthrown 17 years ago. The father of the current female emperor, also known as Emperor Wu, overthrew the tyrannical last emperor of the Dian dynasty and established the Great Qian. Although the Qin dynasty was founded not long ago, although the emperor has done to make the river family injustice and other dirty things, but overall, it is also considered a Mingjun. Before the death of the prince ruled for 14 years, the Chen dynasty territory, but barely counted as the sea is calm and the river is clear, and have never heard of what the remnants of the former dynasty intends to conspire against the statement. Even, the first person Chen Yi had met who was related to the former dynasty in the 3 years since he came to this Chen. It's this old eunuch in front of me, the former great inner master of the dynasty. No Tong. Instead, Tunless nodded his head and looked at Chen Yi and said in a deep voice, as far as I know, that former general Feng Ji, who was a broken general of the former dynasty, was loyal to the former dynasty, and after the overthrow of the Dian, he has been hiding in Jiangnan, accumulating money and food as a merchant in preparation for a rebellion. Chen Yi gave a helpless laugh. It's been 17 years since the previous dynasty's royal family died cleanly, and he's against the Qing dynasty and restored diffusion, that anti-Qing dynasty restoration derivative. What is the point? Even if he really snatched this piece of the river and mountain, and to whom to go? You'll have to ask Feng disease. Tunless spread out both hands with an attitude that it was none of his business. Chen Yi, on the other hand, bristled and said, I think you're just worrying over nothing. Although the current empress has made a bunch of brain-dead decrees, during this period of time, I don't know if she has suddenly become enlightened or what, but she has also improved quite a few new policies. Behind it is probably with what high people pointing. According to the current situation, the Dacian dynasty soon should be able to usher in a small prosperity, the river and mountain, this kind of thing. The dynastic person got the hearts of the people, even if there is really what the rebels rebel, but also not so easy to be subverted. And on the other hand, if that female emperor really did all sorts of things that killed the country and lost the hearts of the people, there's no need for the former dynasty to come against him. It's not likely that a stone man will be dug out of that river someday. Stone men? What's the point of digging up stone men? Tunless asked with some confusion. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and shook his head. Nothing, you take me for a jerk. This is a space age. Not experienced the stone man with one eye era. This terrain, the world of people, probably will not understand. Inexplicable. Tunless skimmed his mouth, then pulled out a worn and tattered book from his arms and handed it to Chen Yi. Take this. What is it? Chen Yi picked it up with some confusion and glanced at the writing on the cover, which could be seen to be similar to Chinese characters, but he just didn't recognize it. Is this the Nine True Classic? Chen Yi joked. Tunless gave Chen Yi a blank look. My lord, if you don't know how to read, you have to know how to count, right? Chen Yi lightly coughed. Cough. Just kidding. I can see that this is 3 words, but I don't recognize them. What is it? Cough. Tunless coughed lightly and looked at Chen Yi and said seriously, actually, I don't recognize it either. Your ass. Chen Yi scolded. Playing tricks on me, are you? Old me indeed does not recognize it. Tunless said indifferently. This character is probably from a certain dynasty a few thousand years ago, and the people at that time, other than those who rule the scriptures and repair history, may recognize it. The others should not recognize it, but the feats recorded inside are basically illustrations, and the words in them, I've translated and labeled some of them, having practiced them for most of my life. I will teach you what you should practice. Ha! Chen Yi was flabbergasted for a moment as he looked at Tunless and asked, Emotionally, you want me to go to bed early and get up early every day because you want me to practice martial arts? Chapter 72, Life is Unpredictable. The large intestine is wrapped in small intestines. Or what? I didn't say I wanted to practice martial arts. Chunyi was instantly furious and threw the book onto the table, but No Tong was incredibly serious, looking at Chunyi and saying, the world is a dangerous place, and having a skill is not a bad thing? You should always have some skills, so that one day when you are at the end of your rope, you will at least be able to protect yourself. Ha ha ha. Chunyi dryly laughed several times and waved his hand. It's not necessary. I don't think I can reach the end of the mountain. Life is unpredictable. No Tong spoke. Large intestine wrapped in small intestine. Chunyi expressionlessly picked up the stunt. What nonsense. Tongueless frowned at Chunyi. Practicing martial arts is in no way harmful. Even if you can't achieve great success, you can at least strengthen your body. Otherwise, according to your lordships, practicing your body like this, I assert that you won't live to be 40 years old. Chunyi was instantly furious, slapping the table and glaring, old piker, you cursed me, didn't you? Just loyal words. Tongueless didn't even look at Chunyi. Chunyi took a deep breath, forced down his anger, and looked at Tongueless and asked, no, that. I took the liberty of asking a question. There is no harm in speaking, my lord. Tongueless picked up his teacup. You are a eunuch, right? Chunyi asked with a sarcastic smile. Cough cough cough. Tongueless was obviously exasperated by Chinya's words and choked out a mouthful of tea directly. My lord, you are indeed a bit presumptuous. Tongueless quenched a mouthful of tea dregs and said helplessly, yes, then this gong method you are practicing, it woon. Chen Yi, still smiling sarcastically, asked, have any special restrictions, right? Special restrictions? Tongueless frowned slightly. What does your excellency mean? Just. Chunyi thought for a moment and said, like what? The desire to practice divine power, draw the sword to oneself or something? Tongueless was filled with astonishment as he looked at Chunyi and asked, why would your excellency think such a thing? The Yuan Yang has not yet been broken and leaked, so you want to cut off your own Yang Qi? You're the one who damn well wants to cut off your own Yang Qi. Chunyi was so angry that he couldn't even speak, and at this time, Fu walked into the courtyard. Fu quickly ran towards the hall, but saw Xiao'er squatting in the doorway, his left hand cupping a stack of papers and his right hand cupping a quill pen, listening to the roots of the wall in the inner room while recording something. Junior, what are you doing? Xiao'er slightly stunned. Busy put away the paper and pen. No, nothing. Fu glanced suspiciously at Xiao'er, but didn't dwell on it too much, instead walking straight to the inner room. My lord, the bone setters have all been invited over. Chunyi was debating something with No Tongue in the hall, and when he heard Fu's words, he didn't bother to argue with him anymore and immediately got up and walked towards the county office lobby. Fu followed behind, whispering a report of what he had just seen Junior do. After Chunyi heard this, he glanced slightly sideways in Xiao'er's direction and sneered. This old Huang is really unorthodox, but he's always suspected me of plotting against him, so it's reasonable to send someone to keep an eye on me. Seeing as they Xiaowu have all given their lives to protect our soldiers and braves, turn a blind eye, don't go tearing him apart in the future, and pretend you didn't see it. Yes. Fu immediately nodded his head and said, you, my lord, are not afraid of a crooked shadow, let him spy on you. Inside the lobby of the county courthouse. Gentlemen, I'd like to thank you all for staying here for the next few days. The disaster of the earth shaking has just passed. This official is worried that the plague will start, so I'd like to thank you all for prescribing more prescriptions for preventing and treating the plague. This official has asked his men to count the number of water wells in the county. When the gentlemen have prescribed a prescription, the magistrates will grab the medicine according to the prescription and put it in sacks and put it into the wells. At that time, those who are sick will be cured and those who are not sick will be prevented from getting sick. In a few moments, this official will have people post notices that the people of my Yongning County, who are not feeling well, can come to the county government office to ask for a bowl of soup and medicine to drink, and will not take a penny. All expenses will be borne by the county office. Hard work, gentlemen, treating the people who come to consult and brewing medicines. The cauldron for boiling the medicine is within the county office. Chunyi was deeply popular in Yongning County, and no one would usually refuse his requests. What's more, the county office takes care of food and housing, and gives out silver, so there's even less reason to refuse. Moreover, Chunyi prevented the disaster before it happened. Many of the sitting bone setters had already received many suspected plague patients before they were summoned by the county government, and they had wanted to report it to the county government as well, but now that the county magistrate has invited them over, it saves them from having to do it. And Chunyi, this practice really also won the hearts of the people. The plague has not yet started, The county government office has already begun to free diagnosis and treatment for everyone. The method of putting sacks into the wells was also well received. If there really is a plague, people are going to drink water no matter what. By putting the herbs for the plague into the well, this plague will never spread. It is estimated that it will not take more than a few days to completely press the plague that has not yet taken hold. Outside the city gate, Zhang Lingyi's siblings were looking at the notice. Sister, this Yongning County Magistrate Chunyi, he really has a good head on his shoulders. Zhang Arrow couldn't help but exclaim. If such a person could really be invited up to the mountain by us, I think we might even be able to create a rebellion for fun. Zhang Lingyi knocked Zhang Arrow's head and said, "What nonsense? Can't you see that there are a bunch of officials and soldiers standing next to you? What's the matter? Is the food at Drunken Moon House not good enough for you to want to go to jail and have a bowl of jail food? Is that it?" Zhang Arrow hurriedly covered his mouth. Zhang Lingyi glanced in the direction of the county government office, said, "We are also in Yongning County. May also be contaminated with the plague has not yet developed. Go, call on the brothers, go to the county government office to ask for a bowl of medicine to drink. There is a disease to cure the disease, no disease to prevent the disease. If the plague is committed in the mountains, our brothers will suffer." Arriving outside the county courthouse, Zhang Lingyi happened to see Chunyi, who was leaning on the stone lion at the entrance and eating sugar gourds. Zhang Lingyi greeted from afar. Seeing Zhang Lingyi come here, Chunyi also roughly guessed her intentions. "What? Come to ask for soup and medicine?" "Exactly." Zhang Lingyi let out a laugh and said, "It's not for fear that a few of us will catch the plague and not realize it, and then turn around and go back to the mountain and infect our brothers." Chunyi let out a light laugh and pointed behind him. "All right, go on then. There's enough soup and medicine. This is not urgent. Where is your lord?" Zhang Lingyi peered out towards the county courthouse. "What's the matter? Do you want to take advantage of the effort of coming to ask for soup and medicine to take my lord captive in public?" Chunyi asked with amusement. Zhang Lingyi, however, immediately corrected Chunyi and said, "Like I said, we're not robbing, we're inviting." Chapter 73, The Righteousness of the Name. "But, right now there seems to be little chance. However, your lord's such a man of distinction. Even if you cannot invite to go to the mountain, it is fortunate to be able to see aside. What about speaking so highly of my lord?" Chunyi asked with a laugh. Zhang Lingyi smiled without saying anything and then asked, "Now, can you tell me your name? You said, when I see you again, I'll be able to know your name." "My lord." In the distance, Zhang Long ran over with a group of men. "The number of wells in the county has been counted, a total of 75 mouths. My subordinate has ordered people to prepare the sacks." Chunyi nodded slightly and said, "Go to the gentleman inside to ask for a prescription to grab the medicine, and have the brothers remember that the medicine must be grabbed in strict accordance with the amount given on the prescription. Not a single centimeter or millimeter is allowed to differ. Just now, No Tongue told me that the medicine for the plague is mostly potent and offensive, and a slightly higher dosage may take a person's life. So don't do a bad thing out of good intentions." My subordinate has remembered." Zhang Long immediately nodded his head and ran towards the county office with his men. After explaining all this, Chunyi turned his head and looked at Zhang Lingyi with a playful expression. And at this moment, Zhang Lingyi's face had an expression of exasperation at being tricked. "You lied to me." Chunyi let out a light laugh and looked at Zhang Lingyi and arched his hand. "Miss Jiang, it is really unintentional to deceive. Indeed, I am in a den of thieves, and I had no choice but to do so in order to protect myself. Please forgive me." Zhang Arrow on the side also laughed in anger. "Good you Chunyi. Sister, this guy is too hateful. We're treating him with sincerity, but he's deceiving us. In my opinion, let's tie him up now, then you can try." Chunyi smiled. "Kidnapping a county's parental officer in front of the county office. I don't think the chances of success are very high." Zhang Lingyi shook his head helplessly, looked at Chunyi and said, "The bad thing is that my family is in distress. I didn't read too many books, and losing to you, a scholar who reads a lot of sages, is not unfair." And Chunyi said indifferently, "Miss Jiang, if you don't mind, please move with me. I have something to discuss with you. Truth be told, this is where I'm waiting for Miss Jiang to come over." This is true. Zhang Lingyi sent Chunyi back to Yongning County, and went to the Drunken Moon House to beat his teeth. And when he left the city, he was bound to see the notice. Zhang Lingyi's siblings, although the book did not finish reading, but at least is also read, and can do a king of the mountain, cannot think that may be infected with the plague. They will inevitably come to the county office and drink a bowl of tonic before leaving. Chunyi only needed to wait for the rabbit here. Zhang Lingyi nodded and said, "All right, heaven on earth." Within the elegant pavilion, Xiao Tao pouted slightly when she saw Chunyi sitting opposite a woman. "What are you waiting for? Serve tea?" Chunyi said. Xiao Tao, however, grunted and delicately said, Back to your excellency. Xiao Tao is not feeling well today and does not want to serve tea. Chen Yi glanced at Xiao Tao, but saw Xiao Tao looking at Jiang Lingyi with a hostile face, and immediately understood what was going on. This girl had always been interested in herself because of her saving grace for her father and daughter. How could Chen Yi not know that? Right now. I'm afraid I've spilled the vinegar. Oh, Chen Yi was playful and teased. Then why don't you bring me 2 bowls of aged vinegar to drink? Jiang Lingyi? Peachy? But soon, little Peach realized that Chen Yi was joking about himself, and her pretty face reddened as she said in defiance, "My lord, you're bullying little Peach." "Alright, little Peach, be good. I have important matters to discuss with Miss Jiang." Chen Yi coaxed the little girl. Xiao Tao was also interested, obediently served tea and left. Sure enough, this multi-talented person has redheads adoring him since. Jiang Lingyi looked at Chen Yi with a smile. "Alright, don't be sarcastic." Chen Yi looked at Jiang Lingyi and said, "I do have business. Your excellency, please speak." Jiang Lingyi took a sip of tea and said with a faint smile. Chen Yi took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Lingyi and said, "Truth be told, I would like to borrow an army from MS. Jiang." "Borrow troops?" Jiang Lingyi's eyes rolled, and he instantly understood Chen Yi's meaning. "Your excellency wants my brothers to avenge Longyu County? MS. Jiang is really smart. It's really a pity that she doesn't study to go to the grasses and become a bandit," Chen Yi said with a smile. Indeed, this was Chen Yi's purpose. The county soldiers of Longyu County plundered their own bandit fighting team, resulting in heavy losses for their own brothers. If this revenge was not taken, how could Chen Yi live up to his identity as a traveler? But there are many ways to take revenge. The first is to report to the state capital and go through the normal process of being punished by the state capital. But that's just boring. How can there be a boring plot in a traveler's script? But if you bring your own soldiers and braves to make things happen, it's like sending the handle to someone else. Will the state government, the imperial court, sit back and watch as your counties fight privately with each other in retaliation? When the time comes, people in Longyu County countersue you. It will be more than worth it. But if you let Jiang Lingyi lead the mountain bandits to plunder some, and Chen Yi then in the name of helping them to fight the bandits, bring troops to save, it's much more legitimate, and a good reputation for helping your fellow officers. And when the time comes, those officials and soldiers of Longyu County or the county magistrate, did he die at the hands of the mountain bandits, or did he die at the hands of Chen Yi? So it's still whatever Chen Yi says? Jiang Lingyi, however, shook his head and looked at Chen Yi and said, "My lord, you lied to me before, and now you want my brothers to go and sell their lives for you. The benefits, all of them, have been taken up by you alone. Isn't that a little unkind?" Miss Jiang is in no hurry. Chen Yi smiled and said, "How could I be using you for nothing? Earlier in the mountains, I said that Yongning County is very good, so if you don't mind, you can settle here, so that you don't have to eat the wind and drink the dew in the middle of the mountains, and your brothers, if they are willing, can come to my county office as soldiers, with silver and pay, but also earn military honors, and ask for a wife. Is not it better than in the mountains and forests, day after day, fearful, and not having enough to eat?" Jiang Lingyi took a deep breath and nodded. "Actually, I'm very moved by what you said, but, you also know, my brothers are bandits, although I can restrain them, so that they do not plunder good people, but bandits are bandits, not to mention whether they can be a soldier. Adults to keep some bandits in the army, really can rest assured?" Chen Yi shook his head and looked at Jiang Lingyi as he asked, "Since you had the intention of robbing me to go up to the mountain, you must also have had an understanding of me. 3 years ago, when I first arrived in office, wasn't Yongning County riddled with banditry? But when you look at my Yongning County again today, are there still bandits?" Chapter 74, His Majesty is moved. Have you ever wondered why? Jiang Lingyi frowned slightly. "Actually, this is what I've been wondering." Chen Yi laughed softly and shook his head. "The reasoning is very simple. Why do people go up the mountains and fall into the grass? Isn't it still the government forcing the people to rebel? Who wants to live with their head on their belt if they can live in peace? If I can give them peace and quiet, they will naturally not go through the days of robbing homes and being on guard against the government day after day." Jiang Lingyi's eyes were slightly stunned. The truth is sometimes, indeed, so simple. Chen Yi was also well aware of this, so he was able to indoctrinate the bandits and whitewash them. Jiang Lingyi nodded and got up. "I'll go back now, call my brothers, and prepare to go down the mountain." Chen Yi nodded his head and smiled. "Thank you, MS. Jiang, for your help. Then I, for one, will wait for the good news." Instead, Jiang Lingyi turned his head and made a distant bow at Chen Yi, saying, "It is Lingyi who should thank Brother Chen. Thank you, Brother Chen, for giving me the chance to live again. If I can, when I settle in Yongning County, I'd like to meet my teacher, who I haven't In many years, heard from again. Chen Yi was slightly stunned. Your esteemed teacher is Mr. Shanin, Lu Qingtian, the Imperial Palace. Gong Miaohan propped one arm on the table, holding his forehead. These great families of the world are really hard to deal with. If it weren't for Imperial Uncle today, I'm afraid that this new policy for the Imperial examinations would be difficult to pass at all. The 8th Sage King held his teacup, drinking cardamom tea beautifully, and said, actually, it is still Chenya's compilation of the 3-character classic that is too classic. This 3-character classic is enough to teach the world, and there are still more sensible people in my dynasty. Without their support, even if I wear out this mouth, I will never be able to implement this new policy of Imperial examinations. Gong Miaohan sighed. The implementation of this policy means that thereafter the humble family can also produce noble sons, and those of the great families of the world, who are no longer subject to the grace of promotion, and want to join the civil service, must also honestly pass the exams, based on true talent and learning. If there are no thunderbolts, I am afraid that the implementation of this policy will also be difficult. Fortunately, I have you, Imperial Uncle, to suppress those who have a heart. The 8th Sage King, however, looked at Gong Miaohan and said, Your Majesty, I have the audacity to make a remark, and I hope that Your Majesty will forgive me. You don't have to be like this, Imperial Uncle. Miaohan is respectfully listening to the teachings. Gong Miaohan smiled. Your Majesty. The 8th Sage King arched his hand and said, I know that you have always been mindful that your daughter's body would attract suspicion from many parties, so you have been treading on thin ice. Actually, I do think that you don't need to be so careful. None of the 7 sons of the late emperor can be of great use, especially that old third, who has brought shame to my new dynasty. Now that His Majesty has been in power for 3 years, are the achievements made not due to the prestige of the minister? Is it not all due to the fact that His Majesty's orders have been carried out in a manner that has won the hearts of the people? If Your Majesty only relies on my prestige, when I am 100 years old, are you not going to abdicate? After saying that, the 8 wise kings knelt directly in front of Gong Miaohan. Gong Miaohan looked at the kneeling 8 virtuous king and slightly bit her lip. Niece understands. Imperial Uncle, please rise. The 8th Sage King, however, shook his head and continued. The above words are not very unauthorized, rightly regarded as me leaning on my old age. The next words are truly disrespectful words. I'd better kneel down and say it. Gong Miaohan frowned slightly. This Imperial Uncle had even spoken such great disrespectful words as abdication. What words could be more disrespectful? Your Majesty. The 8th Sage King knelt on the ground and said in a deep voice, regardless of whether this new policy is implemented or not, someone has to sit down on the river and mountain, and the world of my Gong clan can never be extinguished. Although Your Majesty is a daughter's body, the son she gave birth to is also of the Gong clan's bloodline. I think, Your Majesty, that the time has come for marriage. Hearing the words of the 8th Sage King, Gong Miaohan but suddenly petulant for a moment, quite a bit embarrassed to open his mouth. Huang, how did Imperial Uncle suddenly mention this matter? I am not at all prepared. Although she was an empress, she was ultimately a young girl in love. Once you talk about marriage, you can't help but be shy and timid. The 8th Sage King smiled and said, Your Majesty, let's assume that I am, on the spur of the moment, Gong Miaohan's mind. On the other hand, steeply surfaced Chenya's face. Seeing that Gong Miaohan didn't reply for a long time, the 8 wise kings frowned slightly and raised his head. Looking towards Gong Miaohan, the 8 Sage Kings are already in their 50s, and they have children of their own. And this young girl's wistful look has long been seen on their own daughter's face, and it is more than familiar. Right now, seeing Gong Miaohan's expression, it was clear that she was thinking of her beloved. The 8 Sage Kings were startled and said, I didn't know that Your Majesty already had a sweetheart? Gong Miaohan herself was taken aback by the 8 Sage King's question. Is he or she thinking of the beloved? Chen Yi? How is that possible? This guy is massively disrespectful and spends his days calling himself a boob and all sorts of demeaning policies. And every time Imperial Uncle brought back news, this guy was giving himself all kinds of problems. Wouldn't one become a masochist if one were to turn on him? If you really marry him into the palace, you'll have to let him scold you every day. Wait, how come you thought of marrying Chen Yi into the palace? Gong Miaohan, what are you thinking? And right at this moment, Xiao Chui entered with quick steps and presented an urgent report on her knees. Your Majesty, Yunyang Prefecture's urgent report. Yunyang Prefecture's territory has been affected. Disaster? Gong Miaohan was startled and hurriedly grabbed the paperwork to report the disaster. Winter month is approaching. Locusts, drought, flood and famine are not the time. What kind of disaster is it? Back to Your Majesty. It's the disaster of the earth dragon turning over and the earth moving, Xiao Chui said in a deep voice. What? Gong Miahan immediately looked at the disaster report paperwork. Yongning County, Chenya's County, kneeling on the ground. The 8 wise kings also scrambled up violently. What is the damage situation? Is Chenyi alright? How long has the disaster been going on? Back to your highness. The disaster has already passed 7 days. The reason why the paperwork to report the disaster has just been sent over is because the Yunyang mansion has only just learned of it. Xiao Chui reported truthfully. 7 days? The 8 sage kings said angrily. Is the governor of Yunyang prefecture a dry eater? It took him 7 days to learn of the disaster? Where's Xiao Er? Hasn't Xiao Er always been in charge of the newsletters? How come he didn't send a briefing either? 7 days have passed since such a natural disaster. And the disaster area is only plague-ridden and full of white bones. How could the 8 sage kings not be anxious? What a heaven on earth Yongning County was under Chenya's governance. And how could he not be pained by the destruction of such a place? And Xiao Chui immediately said, Your Highness, don't be anxious, the Yunyang government will not know until 7 days later, because Yongning County simply did not report the disaster to the state government. Chapter 75, The Empress Eloquence. No disaster was reported? The 8 sage kings' eyes widened once again. What is this Chenyi up to? He is the parent official of Yongning County. Yongning County has suffered such a great disaster, and he even knows about it and doesn't report it? Does this kid only have money in his eyes? What are the lives of the people to him? I'm departing for Yongning County now. I have to ask this kid. Imperial Uncle. Seeing that the 8 virtuous king was so angry that he wanted to go to Yongning County to find Chenyi and ask for punishment, Gong Miaohan busily stopped him. Imperial Uncle. There's no need. She pursed her lips and said, This Chenya's mind is indeed beyond the reach of you and me. On the day of the disaster, he had already responded. Yongning County, safe and sound. Upon hearing Gong Miaohan's words, the 8 magisterial kings immediately looked at her suspiciously. Gong Miaohan lifted her hand lightly, clamped the folded document between her 2 fingers, and handed it to the 8 virtuous kings. The 8 sage kings immediately picked it up, and after only a few moments of looking at it, they nodded their heads and praised it. Wonderful! It's really wonderful! The county office boils medicine and distributes it free of charge to all the county people, and puts it into the water well in sacks, curing the sick and preventing them from getting sick. This is a nimble enough mind. Your Majesty, I believe that Chenya's method of dealing with disasters should be worthy of emulation by all of my officials in Dakian. Regardless of what disaster has occurred wherever they are, they can follow the same method. Gong Miaohan nodded slightly and said, Indeed, but, although the solution is feasible, if we want those first lords to take money out to the county people to advance the money for the medicinal herbs, the imperial uncle thinks, how many county magistrates in my Dichen can do it? Gong Miaohan's words left the 8 sage king somewhat speechless. That's it. In the past, when a disaster occurred in various parts of the country, the local officials would have already sent over the disaster report and the request for relief forms. They can't wait for the court to allocate money and grain for disaster relief so that they can fill their stomachs. The word official has 2 mouths above and below, and the mouths above are not yet full. How can it be the turn of those people's mouths below? Most of the officials, when it comes to disasters, are happy as can be. On the one hand, you can take advantage of the opportunity to make a large sum of money and food for disaster relief, and on the other hand, you can also wipe out those usual bad accounts, all of which are stuffed into this disaster to check the evidence. Let them be like Qingyi, advancing silver money to give kanji and medicine to the people first? Dreaming. It would be as hard as heaven to withhold even a grain of rice from their mouths, let alone silver money. Gong Miaohan sighed deeply and said, This Chenyi is indeed a good official. When Yongning County was hit by a disaster, he didn't report it to the state government to ask for 1 or 2 pieces of silver. Instead, he paid out of his own pocket to provide disaster relief. If all the officials in Dakian had Chenya's heart, there would be no civil disobedience in this world. Yes, the 8 wise king also long sighed. The people hungry have food to make up for. Sick have medicine to heal. How come the reason to rebel? Your Majesty, Your Highness, Xiao Chui has something to say. I don't know if it's appropriate to speak, Xiao Chui whispered. Gong Miaohan slightly raised her chin, signaling that there was no harm in her speaking. This world is peaceful and stable. How? Always have to worry about plotting rebellion? Xiao Chui asked with a sarcastic smile. Gong Miaohan and the 8 Magi King exchanged glances and laughed. Xiao Chui, you are a chivalrous person from a chivalrous background. Not from the temple, and therein lies the difference between the Jianghu and the temple. What is found in the Jianghu is fast and furious, bright and open and honest, but this temple is cloudy, treacherous, ugly and dirty. This spotless courtroom you see is, in reality, nothing more than a layer of cover deliberately given by those of us in power. What emperor in what dynasty did not have tainted blood on his hands? It's because of the dirty things we do that we worry day and night that one day someone will throw us out of office. Gong Miaohan's words really startled the 8th Sage King. Your Majesty. She was really telling the truth with that. But it's also too honest. How can such words be brought to the surface? Forget it. Gong Miaohan smiled and waved his hand, letting Xiao Chui retreat. Today is indeed a bit too much to say. I am at fault and will not say any more. Your Majesty would not be wrong. The 8 Sage Kings were busy bowing. Imperial Uncle doesn't have to comfort me. I'm the son of heaven, but I'm also a human being. And human beings make mistakes. Gong Miaohan smacked his lips slightly and said, for example, Chenya's list of my faults. I have been thinking of ways to turn it around. It's just that I really can't think about how to make reforms. Let's do it this way. Imperial Uncle, you run on behalf of me again to Yongning County. I obey the decree. Before Gong Miaohan could finish speaking, the 8 virtuous kings excitedly and hurriedly accepted the decree. After seeing the prosperity of Yongning County, the 8 wise kings now can't stay in this huge capital city for a day. Nowhere compares to Wingnut County. Seeing this excitement of the 8th Sage King, a trace of envy and helplessness flashed in Gong Miaohan's eyes. If she is not the master of the world, can also be like the 8 virtuous king general, free to go to Yongning County to enjoy, but also can be like not by their own recruitment before Xiao Chui general, wanton rivers and lakes, all over the world. But the helpless thing is that she is still the emperor of this Dechen world in the end. It looks like there are thousands of people in the world, but in reality, it is just a canary in a cage that can't lift its wings to go away. Gong Miaohan sighed helplessly, holding his forehead. The royal family first, do not get excited. And let me finish my words first. Yes. The 8th Sage King hurriedly gathered his excitement and respectfully listened to the decree. First, you must bring money and grain for disaster relief on behalf of the court. Although the disaster has passed, Chen Yi is in the end an official of my Dakian. And when there is a disaster anywhere in Dakian, there is categorically no reason for an official to pay for it out of his own pocket. Secondly, although Chen Yi has brought back 1,000 sets of armor, more armor is better. If my Dakian soldiers are able to armor everyone, they will be able to do no harm in this chaotic world. Therefore, you need to urge Chen Yi's arsenal to speed up its progress. Thirdly, I observe that this Chen Yi not only has attainments in the way of business, in the art of ruling the country, is also very high. Although his ideas are a bit bold, and even a bit unauthorized. But I thought, one day a son, one day a minister, I ascend to the throne with the body of a daughter, is already risking universal condemnation. So I am not afraid of the world's opinion. I don't want to be praised by the people of the world. I just want the world to be calm and clear, and all the people of Dechen can live and work in peace and happiness. Therefore, you can let that Chen Yi boldly speak freely and frankly. There are any ideas can be boldly said, and as for the use and not use, how to use, has its own imperial uncle for me to speculate. The 8th Sage King listened to these remarks from the Empress with uncertain feelings in his heart. This niece of his own is quite eloquent. Chapter 76, Still a Chemist. At least one point, to be able to widely open the way of speech, let people straight advice, has been how many emperors cannot be compared. My lord, obey the decree. Outside Yongning County, inside the Yunquan post, Chen Yi, who was disguised as a merchant, followed tongueless inside. Xiao Er immediately greeted him warmly. Please come in, sir. Dare I ask if you're stopping over, or staying at the hotel? Tongueless swept his gaze over the faces of the guests eating wine in the lobby, then shook his head slightly at Chen Yi. Chen Yi took off his bucket hat with confidence, pulled out a dull jade pendant from his pocket, and stuffed it into the hands of Xiao Er. Tough little brother. Open a quieter room. I don't like people disturbing me. Xiao Er weighed the hand of the jade pendant, although dull, but also can be worth a 10 or 8 silver, then immediately revealed a fawning smile. The Lu, 2 with me, the second floor to the corner of the left a side room. Although simple, but absolutely quiet. No one disturbed. Well, thank you. Chen Yi nodded slightly, exchanged a glance with Tongueless, and immediately went upstairs. To the room. Chen Yi sat down at the table and smacked his lips slightly. The Zhang family siblings flew pigeons and told us to wait here at the Yunquan stage station. But your eyesight didn't find any sign of the mountain bandits. How did she find us? Tongueless smiled faintly. There is no need to worry, Your Excellency. The methods of the Jianghu people are inherently difficult to figure out. Since they want us to wait, then we will wait without fear. It's just that this stagecoach station is full of fish and dragons, and your lordship has no martial arts, so you still need to pay more attention to your own safety. Doesn't this come with you? Chen Yi grinned and poured himself a cup of tea. Tongueless glanced at Chen Yi and didn't say anything. About half an incense stick of work passed, and there was a knock on the door from outside the house. Tongueless stood vigilantly by the door, a ball of paper cupped in his hand, signaling Chen Yi to open the door. Chen Yi took a deep breath and slowly opened the door to the room. The person who came was none other than Jiang Lingyi. Chunyi lowered his heart and nodded. Tunless also tucked the ball of paper in his hand into his pocket. Jiang Lingyi walked in, closing the door to the room tightly, and said, Chen Yi, our people have entered Longyu County and surrounded the Longyu County office. How many brothers did you bring? Chen Yi immediately asked. The entire Dog Chewer Mountain poured out 1,200 men. Jiang Lingyi said, Good lord, there are quite a few of you. Chen Yi spoke in shock. That's right. Jiang Lingyi laughed softly. Do you really think that we siblings are dry? Okay. Chen Yi immediately nodded his head and looked at Tunless. In this case, I'll go with Brother Arrow to Longyu County. When I arrive at the place, I'll send you a letter by flying pigeon. And after you receive my letter, you'll then take your brothers and set off towards Longyu County. Remember, the march must be slow. The slower the better. Good. Tunless nodded and said, Then be careful, my lord. Saying that, Tunless pulled out the ball of paper he had just stuffed into his arms again and handed it to Chen Yi. What the hell is this? Chen Yi glanced at the paper ball in his hand, which was a bit cold to the touch, and intended to unwrap it. Don't dismantle it. Tunless immediately said, This is my homemade concealed weapon. Inside is flint, wrapped in special oil paper. When in danger, rubbing violently with your fingers, it will give birth to ghostly flames, and can retreat from the enemy. Chen Yi looked at the oil paper in his hand in slight shock. The old man's good. Not only is he a great inside man, still a chemist. Ha! Isn't that white phosphorus wrapped in greaseproof paper? It seems that in the future, when he builds gunpowder, he can take this old eunuch with him. It does have a little something. After rolling the window to leave the post, Chen Yi then mounted the fast horse brought by Jiang Lingyi, this time sitting behind Jiang Lingyi's horse, not having to ride by himself. His buttocks probably didn't have to suffer so much. However, after mounting the horse, Jiang Lingyi was about to steer the horse, but he slightly looked down at his waist, and then turned his head to look at Chen Yi. What for? Hurry up and hug me and set off. Chen Yi was a bit embarrassed. His hand gestured halfway in midair. Me? It's not quite appropriate for me to put my arm around your waist, right? You are still a yellow flower girl who has not yet gone out to the court yet. Male and female are not kissed na. I still have no pavilion to get out of. Jiang Lingyi skimmed his lips and said, Any place in my Jiang family that can be called a pavilion has been burned clean by the third prince's fire. Hurry up. Big old man twisting and turning. I don't even care about a girl. Looking at this bold appearance of Jiang Lingyi, Chen Yi was a bit saddened. At least she was once a young lady from a big family. Nowadays, this nature is really alive and well as a mountain bandit king. Not even this defense of men and women. Forget it, people don't care. Why are you still squirming? Thinking of this, Chen Yi encircled Jiang Lingyi's waist. Well, Jiang Lingyi was hugged by Chen Yi, but she unconsciously squeezed out a grunt from her nose, which was very feminine, and was not in line with her previous bold vigor. It was very feminine, which was not in line with her previous heroic vigor. It's not you. Chen Yi was startled by Jiang Lingyi's humph and hurriedly let go of his hand. Thought he had surprised the good lady. Jiang Lingyi also blushed a little. She herself had never thought that she would unconsciously make that kind of squirming sound when she was hugged around the waist by Chen Yi. Earlier, he even said that he told people Chen Yi not to squirm. Cough. I'm fine. You hug it. Jiang Lingyi coughed lightly and stammered, his gaze not daring to look at Chen Yi. We have to hurry up and catch up. Chen Yi helplessly sighed. This time the action of the hand is much lighter. Simply do not dare to really embrace. Only with two hands tug the hem of the cotton robe on the body of the Jiang Lingyi dead, lightly coughing. Good. Well, I tugged this. Should also not fall down. The atmosphere before the two appeared to be somewhat subtly awkward. Jiang Lingyi also seemed to be somewhat unable to say anything else, and lightly coughed a few times to adjust his state, took a deep breath, and steered his horse away. Hiya! By the time the two arrived at Longyu County, it was already 3 minutes past 11th hour at night. In a quarter of an hour, it will be time for curfew. The guards at the city gates were already preparing to close the city, and the streets were deserted, with only a few greenhouses still lit up, but they were also about to close. A few guard-like men with short sticks were hanging around the door to make sure no more guests were coming, and were about to close the door. Jiang Lingyi steered his horse to a farmland on the edge of the county government office and blew a thief whistle. The sound was like a night owl calling in the night, and when the onlookers heard it, they categorically couldn't hear that it was a human being who made the movement. Chapter 77, Breaking into the county office at night. A dark shadow immediately sprang out of the half-man-high wheat field. It was Jiang Eru. People are coming. Jiang Lingyi rolled over and dismounted, pointing at Chen Yi on his horse and said. Chen Yi also immediately dismounted and asked, How's it going? Don't worry, it's all been arranged. Jiang Eru grinned and said, The small soldiers on the city walls have long been replaced with our men, and the original ones have all been knocked out and tied up in the barn of the county office. No one has found out. The situation in the county office has also been probed. The magistrates are all away. The magistrate Deng Ji lives in the main room behind the county office, and in the ear room on the east side lives Lu Ji, the head constable of the county office, and the rest of the magistrates are not in the county office until dawn rolls around. This county courthouse is basically an empty courthouse. Alright, Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, then there's nothing more to say. Dry. Break into the courthouse now and tie up that Deng Ji. Got it. Zhang Yarrow grinned and immediately blew a sharp and incomparable thief whistle. A group of mountain bandits peeked their heads out of the wheat field and hollered as they headed toward the lobby of the county courthouse. Such a loud commotion naturally woke up the people of Longyu County who were just getting ready to go to sleep and opened their windows to check it out. Instead, he saw a group of mountain bandits breaking into the county office. Jiang Lingyi, masked, stood beside Qin Yi, looking at the people watching, slightly surprised. This Longyu County and your Yongning County are really worlds apart. Oh, how? Chen Yi asked with a smile as he held his arms. Look at the people. Although they all poked their heads out to see the fun, but not even one came out to take charge. Not even one went to notify the yamen and soldiers, and everyone's face was filled with indifference, or even a look of watching the show. Jiang Lingyi shook his head and said, but I remember, 7 days ago I Yongning County. At that time, the people of your Yongning County all feel that you have lost, one by one, a pain in the heart. Every one of them cannot wait to carry a knife to you to take revenge to go. If they didn't know exactly who did this to you, and they couldn't find the head of the debt, they'd probably have set out long ago. Chen Yi let out a light laugh and said, this Longyu County Magistrate Deng Ji, dim-witted and brutal. The entire Yunyang Prefecture knows that. Relying on the fact that the governor of Yunyang is his uncle, he runs roughshod over the townships and preys on the people, and the people can't get enough of hating him. Now that they have seen with their own eyes that the mountain bandits have broken into the county office, it would have been good enough for them not to follow the mountain bandits and go in together to rob a handful of them. Ha! No wonder. You told me to make as much noise as possible. Jiang Lingyi laughed coldly and said, I remember when my Jiang family was still around. The governor of Yunyang seemed to be the current minister of the Ministry of Rights, and the governor who succeeded him after his high promotion, that is, the uncle of Deng Ji, as you said, should be. He should be the real mastermind behind this. Chen Yi sneered and said in a low voice, the current governor of Yunyang, Duan Tinghui, came to Yongning County to look for me a few times, asking me to cede Yunyang County to his nephew, Deng Ji, and transfer me to Longyu County. To put it bluntly, he wants his nephew to go to Yongning County to make a hard buck, and then he'll ask me to turn Longyu County into a second Yongning County and make another buck. Then, repeat the process until all the counties under the Yunyang Prefecture become as affluent as Yongning County. And this, then, is his political achievement. With this kind of political achievement, he will be able to level the playing field. Ha! Jiang Lingyi laughed coldly and said, he's planning to use you as an old ox for plowing the land, diligently working for him, and then he'll reap the profits. Yeah. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and pointed at himself. I look like a cutie, do I? That's why the few times he came to me, I had a clear attitude. When he came with an imperial decree from the court to make me move, I'd immediately change places. Otherwise, spare your breath. So he held a grudge against you, and while you were out of town fighting bandits, he had Deng Ji come to screw you. Jiang Lingyi slightly smacked his lips. So that's how it is. And just then, an older woman's voice rang out from behind her. Are you also mountain bandits? Jiang Lingyi was startled by the voice and busily turned back. Chen Yi, on the other hand, immediately looked at the older woman. Can you do me a favor? Chen Yi was slightly stunned. The people of this Longyu County are really living in dire straits. If you have a grievance, you don't go and beat the drum at the door of the county courthouse. Instead, they came to beg the mountain bandits who plundered their county offices. A thief's whistle came from inside the county courthouse. Jiang Lingyi smiled faintly and said, got it. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, send out the carrier pigeons. Jiang Lingyi nodded and took out the long-prepared carrier pigeon from the cage on the horse's back and released it. Chen Yi looked at the damsel behind him and said, damsel, wait a moment I'll go in first, and when I come out, we'll avenge any grudges we have, and we'll take revenge if we have a grudge. The elder lady wanted to say something and watched as Chen Yi and Jiang Lingyi walked inside the county office. Inside the county courthouse, Deng Ji was wearing just a belly band, kneeling on the ground and begging incessantly. Great king, which mountain are you guys from? What have I offended you? Please show me the way. Great king, little man, I will. In the future, Bring a generous gift and personally go to worship the mountain to bow in thanks. Asterisk 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 Q. Jiang Era directly kicked Dang Ji over and angrily said, "Worshipping the mountain and kowtowing? You damn well want to bring the bandit suppression officials to destroy us, don't you?" Dang Ji rose from the ground and knelt again, shaking his head into a rattle. "Never meant to do that." Chen Yi walked into the courtyard and saw Dang Ji kneeling on the ground. Jiang Lingyi pointed to the one kneeling beside Dang Ji and said, "That one is Lu Ji. My brother who is in charge of the sentry has recognized him. And the one who led the Longyu County soldiers to intercept your team that day was the one who led the leader. He was also able to stay at the county office at night and live in Dang Ji's ear room. So it seems that he should be Dang Ji's beloved." Chen Yi nodded his head and analyzed. Jiang Lingyi just nodded and didn't say anything. Chen Yi sneered and walked out from amongst the group of mountain bandits. "Lord Tang, it's been a long time." Dang Ji raised his head and saw Chen Yi walking out from amongst a group of mountain bandits, and instantly realized what was going on. "Chen Yi, you actually colluded with the bandits, robbing my Longyu County Yamen? Do you know that the governor of Yunyang is? It's your own maternal uncle." Chen Yi rolled his eyes and laughed coldly. "Ha, I already knew exactly what your uncle and nephew were up to. It was also your uncle's idea to send troops to intercept our party, wasn't it?" Dang Ji knew that a good man is not a good man, and this is not the time to be tough, so he quickly begged for forgiveness. Yes, it's all because he forced me to do it. I have always been good friends with you, Brother Chen. This is a misunderstanding. Chapter 78 Injustice. Misunderstanding? Ha 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 ha. Chen Yi was furious at Dang Ji's words and laughed loudly, but his face turned steeply grim as he directly grabbed the knife from Jiang Era's hand and crossed it in front of Dang Ji's neck. "Then is it a misunderstanding if the ing old man cuts you now?" Such a domineering sight of Chen Yi caused Jiang Lingyi behind him to be startled. She had never thought for a moment that a scholar could have such a murderous aura. Dang Ji was so scared by Chen Yi that he nearly peed himself, and he couldn't say a word with a sobbing face. Chen Yi laughed coldly and withdrew his sword, his eyes glancing at the bib on Dang Ji's body. He, Lord Dang, you're a big old man and you're still wearing a girl's bib? Bibs, this thing, in ancient times, is really not women's only clothes. Men will wear bibs, and the men wear the bibs, most of the basaltic color, especially worn by some officials. The inside will be lined with a piece of hard armor to protect the heart. So this is both an inner chambray and sort of a gauntlet. But the women's bibs are different. Their bibs usually do not have such a piece of hard armor to protect the heart, and most of the colors are rouge pink or bright red. The Dang Ji in front of her, what she was wearing, was a pink woman's belly band. Chen Yi also did not expect that this Dang Ji, it's a ladies' man? However, upon hearing Chen Ye's words, Jiang Era's face changed slightly, sighed, and came over to Chen Ye's ear, whispering a few words softly. Chen Ye's face changed violently as he turned his head to Jiang Era. "Where are the people?" "No air." Jiang Era sighed, shook his head and said, "We have brothers on the mountain with pallbearer origins." Checked and confirmed that it was strangled by Dang Ji. It should have been that girl who did not comply and was strangled by Dang Ji. That girl was only 16 years old. Chen Yi quickly ran into the house and saw Dang Ji's bed with a corpse covered with a white cloth. Seeing Chen Yi come in, the mountain bandits who were about to carry the girl's corpse out stopped their movements. "You want to take a look?" Chen Ye's lips trembled slightly as he walked forward and lifted the cloth covering the corpse's face. The young girl's face was so blue that even he, who had no experience in autopsies, could see that it looked like she had been strangled alive. Chen Yi snapped out of his senses and generally rang the older woman outside the door. A bad thought rose in his mind. Never be. "Auntie, why have you come in?" Jiang Lingyi's voice rang out from outside the house. Chen Yi turned his head violently, and before he could react, the voice of the eldest mother crying out to the heavens rang out. "You dog official, nah, I'll fight you." Chen Yi quickly ran out, only to see that the older woman had already pounced on Dang Ji's body, forcefully tearing at the pink-colored belly band on Dang Ji's body. You take it off. Take it off. You thief. Villain. Where's my granddaughter?" Chen Yi closed his eyes in death. The most feared thing still happened. Crossing 3 years, Chen Yi had always treated the people of this world as NPCs. There were various acts of benevolence, but it was like a game of raiders for him. And this time, for the first time, Chen Yi felt guilty. If I had just listened to Damsel, tell Jiang Era to do it quickly, or urging Jiang Lingyi to ride faster on the way, or maybe it was outside the Cloud Spring Inn, not having an awkward conversation with Jiang Lingyi for so little while, the girl might just be saved. It was that close. Jiang Lingyi pulled the elder woman away from Dang Ji's body, but the old man had long since fainted from crying. Grief and indignation turned into a full-blown rage. Chen Yi quickly rushed out and snatched the machete from Jiang Era's hand once again. The blade flashed. Dunji didn't even have time for a shout. The head then fell to the ground. The Jiang family siblings looked at Chen Yi with stunned eyes. At this moment, half of Chen Yi's body was dyed red with Dengji's blood. The blood on the blade dripped slowly down the tip of the blade to Chen Yi's feet. Longyu County, all the pawns. Chen Yi spoke with a trembling voice and gritted his teeth. Leave no one behind. Chen Yi, calm down. Jiang Lingyi hurriedly stopped Chen Yi. How are you going to explain if you kill them all? I can't calm down. Chen Yi broke away from Jiang Lingyi and pointed at the inner room and said angrily, this beast, forcibly robbing this damsel's granddaughter and having her strangled alive by him. He even wore the girl's belly band as if it were a trophy. She's 16. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Jiang Lingyi raised his head violently and looked at Jiang Eru. Jiang Eru nodded slightly. This miserable scene instantly brought Jiang Lingyi back to that night 7 years ago. She watched with her own eyes as more than 70 corpses from up and down the Jiang family went up in flames. She had watched her cousin, who was also 16 years old, separated from her head. With the red rope Jiang Lingyi had begged from the Guanyin temple tied around her wrist. It was the first time a young girl was pregnant, looking forward to the day when she would meet her beloved. But it was too late. Jiang Lingyi's jade hand slowly squeezed tightly and fell silent as she drew out her sword and walked out without a word. Cinco de Mayo. Soldiers from Yongning County, disguised as reinforcements, arrived. Zhang Long was taken aback as he looked at the city full of corpses. Tung Les also saw Chen Yi, who was sitting in the lobby of the county courthouse with empty eyes. What happened? Chen Yi raised his head and shook his head. It's nothing, just killed some people. Tung Les nuzzled for words. My lord. Zhang Long came over and said, do we still have to notify Yun Yangfu as originally planned? It's not necessary. Chen Yi said in a cold voice, I don't want to see the living Duan Tinghui again. The next time I see him, he'll have to be a corpse. Zhang Long's mouth is a little dry. Really cannot believe. This kind of solemn words is from the mouth of their own that has always been hanging out of the county magistrate. Chen Yi raised his head and looked at Zhang Long. Go find Jiang Eru. He has an elder woman, and her granddaughter's body. Good burial of that girl, the eldest mother to our Yongning County within the support of the old people's home. Special care. Send someone to investigate if they have any relatives still alive and send the results of that investigation. In addition, leave 500 brothers in Longyu County to take charge of the garrison and daily orders, and give some money and grain to the local people, which will come out of our county office in Yongning County. Also, go back and put the drawings of the 500 hectares used to build the wharf that old Huang brought me into my room. Go for it. Yes, my lord. Zhang Long arched his hand and then exited the county office. Tung Les looked at Chen Yi without words. Chen Yi, on the other hand, raised his head and looked at Tung Les. Tung Les, I have an idea. Chapter 79, enough to die hundreds of times. My lord, please. Tung Les arched his hand. I want to raise a martial arts school, Chen Yi said in a deep voice. You will be the instructor. Anyone who wants to learn martial arts can come and learn for free, and the daily training of the barracks is located within the martial arts school. Of course, I won't let you teach kung fu for nothing. Your salary, work in food silver. You can say a number yourself. I don't return the favor. Tung Les looked at Chen Yi fixedly for a long time and asked, dare I ask, is your excellency free to come and practice martial arts within this martial arts school? I will go. Chen Yi immediately replied. Well then, in that case, old me won't take a cent. Tung Les smiled faintly and looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi raised his head and gave Tung Les a speechless smile as well. 3 days later, the county office of Yongning County. Jiang Lingyi walked quickly and looked at Chen Yi, who was practicing boxing in the courtyard with some surprise. Alright, it's only been 3 days since I've seen you, and you've got a decent punch. Chen Yi collected his fists and laughed. With a famous teacher teaching me, naturally, I'm making rapid progress. How are you? Have you been to see Mr. Shanin? Aha. Jiang Lingyi nodded slightly and said, these days, I'll be living in the monk school academy, listening to the teacher's lectures day in and day out. What Mr. Speak is all about enlightenment lessons. You're such an adult and you still listen to that stuff? Chen Yi asked in amusement. But that 3-character sutra is indeed incisive. It seems simple, but it contains the great Tao of extreme simplicity. I heard Mr. Say that 3-character sutra was authored by you? Jiang Lingyi looked at Chen Yi and asked, really? He. That's naturally true. Chen Yi did not blush in the slightest. Having traveled through the world, it was indeed a bit of a shame to not engage in copywriting for this identity. My lord, old Huang is here. Ah Fu walked into the courtyard to report. Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Please. No need. Take old Huang to wait for me at the heavenly palace. Yes, heaven on earth. Inside the accord. Lord Chen. Seeing Chen Yi arrive, the 8 Magi King immediately rose. No need to be polite. Have a seat. Chen Yi laughed lightly for a lifetime and looked at the 8 Magi King. The batch of armor I gave you is enough for you to deliver to the Ministry of Works, right? I'm sure. You've also received your reward, right? In Chen Ye's opinion, this old Huang should be a businessman who could talk to the 6 ministries of the imperial court, or even someone higher up. After all, he himself had said that he was a protege of the 8 virtuous kings of the current dynasty, although these words were more or less bragging in Chen Ye's opinion. But judging by the fact that he was able to get a warrant from the shogun, he does have some big energy. The only thing I want to do for them is to get some reward. Ha ha ha, this is natural. The 8th Sage King patted his waist and said, this trip, your old brother and I have made a fortune. Then since that's the case, I'll cut the crap. I've helped you. You have to help me as well. Chen Yi looked at old Huang with a smile and said. Chen Yi suddenly realized that pulling and gaming with this old Huang was quite interesting. Yo, Lord Chen, this is not a disgrace to me. Old Huang now apparently also accepts his identity as a merchant and plays the role more and more easily. But if there is a dispatch, old Huang, I'll die for it. That's good. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, old Huang, you see, you are very skillful. You can talk to all 6 ministries of the imperial court, and you are even a disciple of the 8 sage kings of the current dynasty. I don't know, do you have any relationship on the female emperor's side? Who? Hearing Chen Ye's words, old Huang immediately jumped up in fear, looking at Chen Yi with shocked eyes. Not this Chen Yi, what the hell is he trying to do? A small magistrate wants to pave the way to the empress? It's a bit too bold. What is it that Lord Chen is trying to do? The 8th Sage King asked as he gulped, while Chen Yi laughed. Not old Huang, what's wrong with you? I haven't seen you this timid on a normal day. You've got your ing mind on the current emperor. How dare you expect me to be bold? Old Huang scolded without a good mood. Chen Yi skinned his lips and told old Huang about this period of time. After hearing this, old Huang looked at Chen Yi with slight consternation. Lord Chen, even this kind of words you dare to tell me? Aren't you afraid that I'll go to the capital and sue you for a book? Fine, sue if you want to. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, it's just that if I'm imprisoned or beheaded. Saying that, Chen Yi picked up the teacup and faintly said, if you want to drink this cardamom tea again, you won't have the chance. The 8th Sage King narrowed his eyes slightly and lowered his voice. Lord Chen, you have to be clear. Murdering an imperial official, this kind of thing, is not something that can be bought with a cup of cardamom tea. Since I dare to tell you, I'm not afraid of you suing. Chen Yi faintly said, I've already found out clearly. That old woman's son is 100 of the brocade guards, and the brocade guards are also considered His Majesty's close ministers, and they have abandoned their wives and sons willingly to be pawns for the sake of His Majesty's great cause of intelligence. But his daughter, she was forcibly taken by a magistrate who fishes for the people and was strangled alive. And everything behind this is all the fault of Governor Yunyang. Not to mention that I only killed one Deng Ji, if I even slaughtered Duan Tinghui together. The Empress, too, shouldn't be able to chop off my head. Are you that confident? The 8th Sage King's gaze looked at Chen Yi with scrutiny. In fact, after listening to Chen Yi's story about how he mobilized mountain thieves to break into the Longyu County office at night and killed the county magistrate Deng Ji and a series of other things, the 8th Sage King wanted to slap his thighs and scream, Chen Yi is a rare talent. This Deng Ji dared to intercept Chen Yi on his way out of the city to fight the bandits, and there was Duan Tinghui's authorization for this. With that alone, Duan Tinghui and Deng Ji would be enough to die hundreds of times. The 8 virtuous kings had even thought of requesting the Empress to thoroughly investigate Duan Tinghui once they returned to the capital. Chen Yi was so bloodthirsty that he killed Deng Ji on the spot, and the 8 wise kings actually admired Chen Yi from the bottom of their hearts. This Chen Yi not only has brains, but is also decisive and sentimental. Rise up in anger and kill for a young girl who has been humiliated and wrongfully killed. This kind of bloodshed, for the 8 virtuous kings who have been in the military for half a lifetime, it is too late to appreciate him. What's more, that Deng Ji's men had killed one of his own personal guards. Chen Yi left none of all the pawns in Longyu County behind. It was actually just what the 8 wise kings wanted. Suppose Chen Yi hadn't done this, the 8 wise kings will also make them disappear one by one afterward. That's how confident. Chen Yi calmly sipped a mouthful of cardamom tea. Ha 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 ha. Old Huang suddenly stroked his palm and laughed, praising, what a flesh and blood. Sentient Chen Yi, the old man appreciates you. Come. With that, old Huang lifted the teacup in his hand and said, I'll use tea instead of wine to toast Lord Chen. Chapter 80, Special Economic Zones taking shape. Chen Yi also laughed and picked up his teacup to clink it with old Huang. In that case, old Yellow, are you not going to go before the Empress and take me to task? This is natural. The 8th Sage King immediately nodded his head and said, you killed that evil dog official and removed a major pest for the court, which I admire. If His Majesty learns of this, he might even reward you heavily. I'm not asking for a reward. Chen Yi shook his head and looked at the 8 Magi King, I only have one request. Speak. Old Huang was impressed by Chenye's bloodthirstiness, and was too lazy to gag with Chenye any longer, so he simply spoke bluntly. As long as it wasn't anything too much to ask, the 8 magi would be able to relay it to the Empress. Well then, I'll get straight to the point then. Chenye immediately beckoned. Xiaotao got up, walked out of the tea room, and a few moments later had an additional opinion map in her hand. A public opinion map? The eyes of the 8 wise kings were so poisonous that they already knew that it was a public opinion map even before the scroll was unfolded. Chenye glanced at the 8 virtuous kings with considerable surprise. Good eyesight. No wonder you can be a rich merchant in the capital. These eyes, they're worth 1,000 words. Now I'm wondering if this Yellowstone identity of yours is a fake. Chenye's words caused the 8 magi king's heart to tremble as he looked at Chenye warily. Is this kid's eye so poisonous too? Seeing who you really are? But he hadn't revealed anything himself, so how could he deduce his identity? If he did deduce his identity, would not his majesty's? However, Chenye laughed. The more I look at you now, the more you look like Shenwan-san, the richest man in the capital. Even if you're not him, with him, you're still inextricably linked. The 8 sages let out a long breath. It seems that when he made his own persona, he really chose the right one by following Shenwan-san's template. Even if Chenye suspected his identity, he would only think in Shenwan-san's direction. Ha! The 8 wise kings opened their mouths smilingly, but Chenye had no intention of delving deeper into this topic at all, but instead unfolded the maps of public opinion and pointed to an area outlined with a vermilion pen. Old Huang, look at this. The 8 sage king lowered his head and looked at the location Chenye had pointed to. Isn't this the barren beach that His Majesty set aside for you to build a pier? The 8 wise kings asked. What's the point of taking this map out? Speaking of this pier, how are you doing? I've already put the word out in the capital that there's an investment conference here. Chenye let out a light laugh and said, you don't have to worry about that. It's already under construction. But you know well, Old Huang, that place is barren and there's nothing there. So if you want to plan for the construction, it's going to take a lot of time. Now that my Yongning County has just been struck by a disaster, the houses and fields in the county need to be repaired again, and there is not enough manpower, so I've drawn back the people responsible for building the docks to help the people repair their houses. But this is unimportant. What I want to say is that this barren beach, is it not, for the time being, already counted as my Chenye's private property? The 8 sage king smacked his lips slightly and nodded. It's a bit of an overreach to say that it's considered private property, but it's true. What are you trying to say? Chenye smiled faintly as he looked at the 8 magi king and said, since this is the case, I intend, then, to make a deal with your majesty. After saying that, Chenye once again extended his hand towards Little Peach. Xiaotao immediately took out the land deed for that barren beach. Chenye took the land deed and handed it directly to the 8 wise kings, saying, I don't want this piece of land. I just want the development rights. Of course, the tax exemptions must still continue. The only difference is that I am returning this deed to His Majesty, and I want to trade this deed. For one thing. The 8 sage king's brows furrowed as he looked at Chenye and asked, what are you exchanging for? I want to change His Majesty's approval for me to set up a special economic zone here, radiating the surrounding 3 counties. Chenye immediately said, the 8 sage king's brows wrinkled tighter as he looked at Chenye and asked, this, the special economic zone, what does it mean? Radiation. Again. Chenye slightly smacked his lips and pondered. You wait. I'll think of a wording you can understand. You see, this place, the court is tax-free for it and allows free commerce. Although it is said that you don't quite believe that I can build what I have set out to do right now, but if it is said that I have really built it, then, will this place become the richest place in Deqian? The 8 sage king picked up his teacup and sipped lightly, looking at the public opinion map. If it really comes to pass, this place is bound to be a new day for the sun and the moon, and it is also bound to be affluent. I suppose that's why His Majesty told you to be bold enough to try it? After all, if you can really succeed here, then the imperial estate can do exactly as it should. Not bad, Chenye immediately said. Then the word economy that I mentioned, you can understand it as an adequate amount of silver money. This place will become a special territory that will harbor the wealth of the world. Do you understand what I said above? The 8 sages nodded and nuzzled. Well, go on. Good. Chenye nodded and said, then, as the wealth of this place is gathered, and there is no need to pay taxes in silver to the imperial court, is the majority of this silver money to be attributed to the owner of this land deed? The remaining portion, to those merchants and traders who come and go? Indeed. The 8 sage king immediately nodded. Without the need to pay taxes, the merchants naturally earn a lot of money, and the land deed owners, simply by relying on the draws and rents from the various merchant houses and so on, are making a lot of money. Very well. Chenye immediately nodded his head. You're able to cite one example. So what I'm going to say next should be better understood by you. You see, the more this money accumulates, the more it can't just go into the pockets of these people. Can it? Can't their money, then, be divided outwardly? Divided outward? To whom? The 8 wise kings immediately said, the merchants of the world are all money-minded, and when they earn money, they will surely fill up their own silver coffers. What means do you have to make them take their money out and distribute it to others? Don't worry about this, I have my own methods. Chen Yi immediately said, I will have the means to tell them to take the money out. Just trust me. Okay. The 8 sages smiled helplessly and said, so what's next? The next thing is what I call the word radiant, and I'm asking them to take that money and distribute it to the 3 surrounding counties as a way to bring the 3 surrounding counties up to speed. But the money that goes out of the boundaries of this wharf is going to be due for taxes and taxes. But there is no harm in paying taxes. Chapter 81. Even His Majesty dares to drive. The people of the neighboring counties and towns were enriched, and the silver money that flowed out of this wharf was again returned to the treasury by means of taxes. Chen Yi raised his eyes to look at the 8 virtuous kings. Now, how much of what I've said, do you, understand? Almost got it all. The 8 sage king nodded slightly, his gaze looking towards the barren beach, saying, this barren beach is on the banks of the Shiliang River, and the 3 counties that can border this barren beach are your Yongning County, the Longyu County that you exterminated, and the Fufun County in the upper reaches of the river. You mean, let these 3 counties, united with this wharf, come under one county, or one person? Is that what you mean? Chen Yi immediately brightened up and exclaimed, Old Huang, I admire you more and more. Don't look at your age. Your speed of understanding these things is even faster than that of a young man. In the next second, however, the 8 wise kings immediately splashed Chen Yi with a pot of cold water. Lord Chen, I advise you, it's better to dismiss this idea before it's too late. No, why? Chen Yi was a bit anxious and asked busily, where is this bad? I understand what you mean. If you stand in the position of the entire Great Qian, if you can really do those heavenly things you said, then these 3 counties being united is indeed 100 benefits without any harm. The 8 sage king immediately said, then you're still advising me to dismiss the idea? Chen Yi immediately asked. The 8 sage kings, however, immediately said, the reasoning is simple. The 3 counties are united, which means that the government offices of the remaining 2 counties will be completely abolished, and a county to rule. Not to mention whether you Chen Yi have that energy to rule such a large piece of land. There is one hurdle you can't pass first. Which level? Chen Yi immediately asked. Makoto King's palace ceremony. The 8 sage king said as such. Chen Yi sucked in a breath of cold air and slightly smacked his lips. It was something that he had forgotten about. There is indeed something different about this ancient and modern division of counties. In particular, the Great Qian where Chen Yi was located was somewhat special. The Qian is obviously a county system. But within this county system of the dynasty, the late emperor went to a large division of 36 kings. Each of the princes is in charge of a continent, although it is said that in practice it is the governor who has the highest authority in each state capital. However, the governor was nominally a subordinate of the local feudal lord. That would be strange and bizarre. Let's take Yunyangfu as an example. In the entire Yunyang prefecture, who has the final say in matters of construction, livelihood, government, and punishment? Duan Tinghui, governor of Yunyang. But Yunyangfu was the fiefdom of King Cheng Gongdian. Duan Tinghui, the governor, was, nominally, a subordinate officer of the Changwang Palace, the hand that talks the most, but not the real one. The real hand, in fact, was King Makoto. However, the late emperor should have also considered the possibility of the Vassal King's rebellion. So the Vassal King was merely a mascot in the local state capital. He has no actual rights of any kind. It's only nominally the largest. It's like a modern-day so-called constitutional monarchy. They had emperors, but emperors were just mascots with no real power. The real power is in the hands of the cabinet. But this disguised constitutional monarchy was practiced in the state capital of a country where the emperor had real power. This leads to a very tricky question. Although the governor has absolute power, the premise of this power is that the local feudal lord does not care about you, or perhaps the vassal king agrees with what you, the governor, are doing. The king, after all, is a royal relative. After all, the prince is a royal relative. Although the governor has real power, but the exercise of this power, dare to put their own top boss, that is, the local feudal king as heir? Understood? King Bashian looked at Chen Yi and asked, you want to unite the 3 counties under the eyes of King Chang. In the eyes of King Chang, what are you doing? Chen Yi snorted and said, in the eyes of His Highness, King Chang, I am encroaching on his fiefdom with ill intent. So, the 8 sages spread their hands and said, this idea of yours, it won't work. Instead, Chen Yi dropped his gaze to the land deed, pushed it forward, and said, Old Huang, I think that there is still room for maneuvering. Operation? Space? Old Yellow looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of confusion and asked, Can you not keep saying words that I don't understand? Chen Yi let out a laugh and said, You don't need to understand. You see, but I have returned this land deed to His Majesty. As we said just now, if this dock really becomes a rich place, the biggest beneficiary will be the owner of the land deed. Can't such a large sum of white silver, given to His Majesty for nothing, make His Majesty think of some way to convince His Highness, the King of Chang? The 8 Sage King's gaze was fixed on the land deed, and he raised his eyes to Chen Yi for a long time. Kid, you don't have a lot of guts. Even His Majesty dares to repel. It is often said that martial arts die in battle and literature die in admonition. This is at best my admonition to His Majesty. Chen Yi smiled and said, For the sake of the economic development of Deqian, this little county magistrate of mine is willing to risk his life to give an admonition. Well said. The 8 wise kings glanced at Chen Yi and said, I originally thought that you kid was a money-minded master, but I didn't realize that you're still an official fanatic. One county magistrate can't even satisfy your appetite anymore. And now you're actually going to be the magistrate of 3 counties. Throughout the ages, through all the dynasties, there has never been a courtier who could have your guts. Someone has to set a precedent. Chen Yi looked at the 8 wise kings and said, But old Huang, you're really being petty this time. It's not true that I, Chen Yi, am greedy for money, but I'm really not an official fan. Ha! You kid intends to be the order of 3 counties all by yourself. Is this still not a fetishization of the position of power? The 8 Sage King immediately asked back. Chen Yi took a deep breath, shook his head, and looked at the 8 wise kings and said, It's really not true. This trip to Longyu County has allowed me to see that the people of Longyu County are in dire straits, and all I'm thinking about is just to ask for compensation for the people who were once treated unjustly. These words were considered Chen Yi's true feelings. He had traveled through the world, and to travel through such a nebulous thing, in Chen Yi's opinion, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he would never have believed that such a thing existed in his life. Even if he did cross over, he had never thought of empathizing with this era, with these ancients whom he had once regarded as NPCs. In the past 3 years, what Chen Yi has done is to be a free magistrate, as a sesame green beans, to ensure that he is well fed and clothed, and can also go to listen to a song, or else, it is to release the eagles and chase the dogs. In short, in the premise of the law permits, to exhaustively live through the ancient loser life. Chapter 82, Can't you avoid it if you can't mess with it? Perhaps the moment he was gray at the temples, lying in a rocking chair in the lobby of the county courthouse, shaking a bushel fan and closing his eyes, then opening them again, and it's back to his time. But it's just treating this life as if it were a dream. But today, he can't do it. Inside the Longyu County office, Chen Yi saw with his own eyes the old woman's 16-year-old granddaughter, who died tragically on top of the county magistrate's bed. Even if it really is an NPC, if those ifs are realized, so does this NPC, in this world, get to have a life that may not be great, but is at least complete? Every single thing Chen Yi thought and did in this world might affect someone else's life. He doesn't have that ability to completely transform the world into an idealistic utopia, but at least, do what you can, while satisfying yourself with living the loser's life you've always dreamed of. By the way, in the midst of this vast red dust that may not be real, save something, at least it can be considered. Not a wasted life, right? The 8 Sage King took a deep breath. It was the first time he had seen such a serious expression on Chen Yi's cynical face. Kid, I originally thought that you were cynical, but now it seems that you have a few moments of compassion. The 8 Sage King looked at Chen Yi and laughed. Chen Yi shook his head and said, I'm not that great, but I'm just doing it in passing. I have the ability, so why not? But Lord Chen, the 8 Sage King suddenly changed his title. Looking at Chen Yi, he said seriously, that girl's death was not caused by you, but I could have saved her. Chen Yi, however, shook his head and said, perhaps she has been humiliated, but at least she is still alive, isn't she? The 8 Sage King looked at Chen Yi for a long time and nodded. Alright, I understand. This idea of yours? I'll find some doors and find a way to hand it to you in front of His Holiness, but as to how His Majesty decides, it is not for you or I to decide. Chen Yi, however, suddenly skimmed his lips and said, if you're going to say that then, I don't hold out much hope. Oh, what? The 8 sages froze for a moment. That Empress of ours has big boobs and no brain. The 8 Sage King rolled his eyes and glared at Chen Yi. I knew you were going to say this. Are you fortunate enough to have seen the face of heaven? How do you know that His Majesty's chest? The 8 Sage King swallowed back his words in mid-sentence. He himself had actually been coerced by Chen Yi, and had also deluded himself in public about the private secrets of the current Empress. Well, At least it's your own niece, regardless of the principle of the ruler and the minister. It is really unseemly for him, as an elder, to take the privacy of his juniors and say such nonsense here. But Chun Yi is obviously interested. Grinning, I say old Huang Ah, you are also so old. Is not even a wife have not begged, eh? Even if you haven't had a wife, you should know that a woman's body is different from a man's. When I said big breasts, that was compared to men like us. Even if Her Majesty is malnourished and underdeveloped, she's still bigger than our old men's bare boards, right? Deserving of a beating. The 8th Sage King glared at Chun Yi and said angrily, you brat, build up some virtue. I'm telling you, you're going to die sooner or later with that stupid mouth of yours. Chen Yi, however, grinned. A rogue phase, this is no one else. Gossip a couple of sentences how. Besides, in the end is a woman. Your son of heaven. Sooner or later also have to marry a woman, is not it? Sooner or later. Someone will take a look at this for us. Sighs ah what? The 8th Sage King stood up violently, so furious that he couldn't wait to tear Chen Yi's foul-mouthed, broken mouth on the spot. But after thinking about it, he held back. This kid's gotta stay. Can't kill. Can't keep him here any longer either. Stay any longer and you might hear what big disrespectful words pop out of his mouth. The ear does not hear the defense of purity. If you can't mess with me, you can't hide from me. Why is old Huang leaving? Chun Yi immediately got up. I'm not done with this yet. I've promised you. What else do you have to do? The 8th Sage King asked in surprise. One thing is finished, but the second thing has yet to be discussed now. Chun Yi immediately walked to the side of the 8 virtuous kings and helped the 8 virtuous kings to sit down, saying, come, old Huang. You sit down first. I'll talk to you slowly. The 8th Sage King suppressed the urge to tear Chen Yi's mouth off and sat down. Say it. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, these two things are quite simple. Old Huang, you came here this time. You should have seen that newly constructed martial arts school outside the city gates, right? Hearing Chen Yi say this, the 8 wise kings nodded their heads after a little thought. Come to think of it, I did see a shadow through the curtain when I entered the city, and Xiaolu reported to me that it was a martial arts school. I originally thought it was a martial arts school run by one of the masters in your county. In that case, that martial arts school is run by you? Precisely. Chen Yi immediately nodded his head and said, the reason I opened this martial arts school is actually related to the death of that girl in Longyu County. I was thinking, if that girl has a good martial art, that dog official Deng Ji, whether he wants to capture her or insult her, won't be so easy, right, kid? The 8th Sage King picked up his teacup and took another sip as he looked at Chen Yi and said, as I said, that woman's death was not due to you, so you don't have to blame yourself to such an extent. Why do I get the feeling that the girl's death is becoming a demon for you, even if it is a heart demon? Chen Yi didn't bother to argue, saying, but since the heart demon is born, it can't be driven away, so it's better to simply exterminate it. If you want to extinguish this demon of the heart, the best way is to change. The best way to put an end to crime is prevention. Chen Yi opened his box and chattered. I'm just taking this girl's case as an example. Within my Daqian territory, there are people who break the law almost every day. Robbing, and murdering and setting fires are not uncommon. I don't ask for everyone's martial arts to become a master of the generation, but learning even a single move might come in handy in times of real danger. You can't wait until after the fact to beg the great Lord of Heaven in the government office to decide on all crimes. Can you? Even if the great old man of heaven gives justice, the dead will not come back to life. And for those who are not dead, this psychological shadow is permanently branded. Mental shadow? The 8 sages clearly didn't understand. However, Chun Yi was too lazy to explain, and continued, it always comes down to, learn martial arts not to suffer, learn martial arts not to be fooled. Walking in the Jianghu, more skills not to be overwhelmed, more will be a skill, more a way out is not it? Chapter 83, how many people do I need from you? What a mess you have here. The 8th Sage King rolled his eyes, but this idea of yours, I do agree with it. Take your people here at the border as an example. Every year in winter when you encounter the northern barbarians coming south to pillage, even if you don't have the ability to fight back, it's still good to have the ability to escape with your feet on the ground. You run a martial arts school. I support it. Don't just mouth support. Chun Yi smiled and looked at the 8 Magi King. The 8 Sage King gulped and subconsciously stepped back a bit. What? Do you still want me to pay for it? You're not short of money, are you? Why do you keep staring at the silver in my pocket? What were you thinking? Chen Yi immediately said, you and I have been friends for so long. Don't you understand who I am? Am I the kind of person who only has eyes for your silver? The 8 Sage King sat upright and stared Chen Yi up and down for a long time before finally nodding. Yes, you-ing. Chen Yi's expletive reached his mouth, but he eventually swallowed it back. People are right. For such a long time, Chun Yi had indeed been staring at people's money bags. Fine, fine, fine. I won't bull asterisk with you, Chen Yi immediately said. What about my martial arts school? The only instructor right now is old man without a tongue. Although the old man's martial arts attainments are high, but after all, old age, a person to teach so many people, this overworked say not allowed today crunch on, right, Lord Chen? The 8th Sage King laughed helplessly and looked at Chun Yi. You said that you both honored people with an old man's name and then called them cackling at the back. There are times when I really quite wonder if your kid has been taken over by some evil spirit. This is too inconsistent. Chun Yi froze for a moment. I didn't realize that my own kind of modern playfulness plus politely combined with the ancients. Just a psychopath with a split personality? So it seems. Then in the future it is better to play a little less terrier. In case one day really buy off those loyal servants to capture. Mouth stuffed with a handful of straw. Splashing themselves all over the black dog blood can be fun. Not to mention that this group of NPCs couldn't understand it. Cut the crap, Chen Yi immediately said. I intend to borrow a few people from you to act as instructors. Do you agree? Borrowing someone? The 8th Sage King froze for a moment, then laughed. Oh, I see. You're looking at my guards, aren't you? Nonsense. Then how else could it still be looking at you? Chun Yi blankly glanced at the 8 virtuous kings. Can you fight with these old arms and legs? The 8th Sage King laughed in his heart. His hallowed 8 wise kings, the martial arts of the great Qian martial marquis who has been on the battlefield for half his life, was actually looked down upon by a small county magistrate. Although it had not reached the realm of the sovereign, it was still a solid 9th rank on 9 ranks in the world. The 8 wise kings are also among the top 10. Alright, how many do you want? The 8th Sage King immediately asked. The 8th Sage King had intended to leave a few guards in Yongning County, so that he could protect Chen Yi's safety on the one hand, and monitor Chen Yi's words and actions on the other. Chun Yi was going to keep them as instructors, but he had saved himself the trouble of finding a reason. Little 5 folded here. Little 1 and 2 is the highest martial arts among these guards of yours. It is not appropriate for me to force it, like this. Little 3 and 4 will stay for me, and then you in from your 6, 7, 8, 90, and then you will pick another one for me on it, Chun Yi said. The 8th Sage King pondered for a moment and said, forget it, don't go through so much trouble. I'll just leave little 1, little 2, and little 3 to you. Although it is true that Xiao Xiaoju's martial arts are a bit higher, these 10 people are actually not that far apart. Little 1, 2, and 3 have also been in Yongning County for so long, and are familiar with this, so as not to have to be in familiarizing themselves with the environment when they change again. Chun Yi nodded slightly. That's fine. Then it's settled. Don't worry, I won't treat them badly. Give them 30 taels of silver a month. Not bad, right? The 8th Sage King smiled faintly and did not reply. Even if they don't pay the silver, they still have to work for themselves. By the way, I am rather curious. The 8th Sage King looked curiously at Chun Yi and asked, when did Lord Chen become interested in martial arts? I seem to recall that earlier you said with me that you don't believe in this argument of martial true chi at all. Ha! This was true. And in the previous casual conversation with old Huang, Chen Yi had indeed shown his doubts about the martial true chi of this world. After all, Chen Yi was a good young man born under the Red Flag Inn and grew up in the Spring Breeze, and the education he received made him a firm materialist. Something like true chi. It was still really hard for Chun Yi to imagine its existence. That stuff, it's from metaphysical fiction. Chun Yi skimmed his mouth and sighed. Originally, I didn't believe it, but as the saying goes, hearing is believing, seeing is believing, and after seeing it with my own eyes, I naturally believe it. It's little 1? After the main event was finished, the 8th Sage King also relaxed, simply changed to lying down, and picked up an orange in his hand and peeled it. Chen Yi shook his head and said, no, it's that ton less. This old eunuch, powerful. Eunuch? The 8th Sage King frowned slightly. He's been in the palace for years, and he hasn't heard of any eunuch in the palace who's left the palace. Ah, the great Qin dynasty was founded only 17 years ago, where there will be eunuchs to the age of the palace? Right, Chen Yi immediately said. Oh yeah, you still don't know the identity of Tunless. This old man is a great inner expert of the former dynasty. The former dynasty? De Yen? The 8th Sage King's eyes became wary, and his posture changed from lying on his side back to a proper seat. Why such a big reaction? Chun Yi familiarly took the orange he peeled from the hands of the 8 virtuous kings and stuffed it into his mouth, saying vaguely with a bulging mouth, the former dynasty is naturally the Dayan, or else it could still be that former dynasty? But the eyes of the 8th Sage King changed from wary to stern. The last emperor of the former dynasty, Chu Hung, tyrannical. The entire former dynasty clan is rotten to the roots. That year, the light rebellion of the various vassals. There are a whole 17 road can be said to be the wrath of the people. Therefore, the clans of the former dynasty, almost slaughtered, but any living thing in the palace could not escape death. Even Chu Hang's enameled parrot was chopped into pieces. An enameled parrot, that's a dead thing. Just because it was molded into the shape of a living thing, it didn't even escape. How can there be a eunuch left alive? But Chunyi obviously didn't care too much about the 8 wise king's expression, stuffing oranges into his mouth while saying, "I'm telling you, this tongueless old man is too damn powerful. The night I was assassinated, the old man disliked Xiaoyi for not doing their job well, and had a bit of a confrontation with Xiaoyi. This old man, hey, a slap, just that light-hearted slap, and little one fell to the ground, spitting out blood furiously. It's horrible. If I remember correctly, little one is an 8th grade expert, right? Chapter 84, Selling Your Art, Not Your Body." The 8th Sage King was shocked to hear that this old eunuch left over from the previous dynasty was even a figure that could injure an 8th grade expert with a single palm strike. This strength, it was at least on the 9th rank. Such a number 1 dangerous remnant of the former dynasty. I can't believe I'm still alive. Moreover, he even went to Chenye's side to work as a concierge. What's the point? Is this tongueless trustworthy? The 8th Sage King still couldn't hold back and asked tentatively, "Is it credible?" Chunyi was flabbergasted for a moment and said, "Naturally, it's believable. This old man is nice, just a eunuch, and he didn't think about restoring the country. He even told me about another person who might be related to the former dynasty, and told me to beware of it." "Who?" the 8th Sage King immediately asked. Looking at the 8 virtuous king's eyes, Chenya's brows furrowed slightly. "What are you inquiring about this for? I'd say you're just like that tongueless eating carrots and worrying about nothing. You're really worried about the remnants of the former dynasty revolting Not a single surviving member of that former clan. Even the earthworms in the palace were split in half vertically. Still, even if they did snatch this piece of the kingdom, to whom would they give it?" When Chenyi said this, the 8 wise kings were slightly relieved. True, the Chu family, almost overthrown by the whole world. Where else could someone who was deathly loyal to the former dynasty go back to rebellion for a Chu royal family that no longer existed? Forget it. Chenyi skimmed his mouth, stood up and said, "I'm too lazy to talk to you anymore. You old man, I guess you've been mixing with officials for a long time, and you're also a bureaucrat. Boring as hell. It's late at night, so it's time for this official to go back to rest. You can sleep here." "Oh yes, I just said some nonsense with you. I'm afraid you old man was hooked up with some nameless evil fire. Remind you, my Yongning County's greenhouse, although named greenhouse, but all the heralds geisha, can be selling their art without selling their bodies. If you really hold your fire and want to let it out, go to Longyu County or Fufun County to find it. I don't have a place to sell my body in Yongning County." Upon hearing Chenye's words, the 8 virtuous kings froze. "What did you say? Not that you're really old, are you? Hearing is backward?" Chunyi was flabbergasted and impatiently prepared to repeat himself, but King Bashian immediately said, "In your greenhouse here, is there not a single girl selling her body?" "This is natural," Chunyi immediately said. "Chunyi is from the bright and magnificent modern times, and the greenhouses that sell their bodies must be resolutely eliminated. When I first arrived, Yongning County is indeed within the cell girls, but after Chunyi some serious rectification, and deep education, now Yongning County has long been the sea is calm and the river is clear. There is absolutely no cell place." These words made the 8 magi flinch for a long time. He didn't expect that this Chunyi, who appeared to be debauched and unruly on the outside, was such a person. At the beginning of the female emperor's ascension to the throne, she had intended to abolish all the greenhouses in the territory of Dakian. After all, the empress herself is a daughter's body. Naturally cannot see this world there are still women selling their bodies to exchange for survival. But this kind of thing is too bold. Not to mention in the folk of those greenhouse proprietors. Even in the dynasty, there are many officials opposed. To put it bluntly, it's emasculating them in their favor. Nobody wants to. Although the law stipulates that officials are not allowed to have PJs. If this law really worked that well, the imperial court wouldn't have created so many officials. Okay, got it. The 8th Sage King did not dwell on it too much further, so he let Chenyi leave. After Chenyi left, the 8th Sage King will teacup in the tea room to drink. Vulgarity with knuckles knocked the table. Some don't froze shouted, waiter, this word, too, was invented by Qingyi. No one will say yes to calling out Xiao'er at the heavenly palace. Got to shout this word that I don't know what it means. When he heard the king of 8 wise men shouting, the waiter dressed as a waiter immediately came in. "Master Huang." The 8th Sage King nodded slightly and removed a jade pendant from his waist, handing it to him. "Keep a room." "Got it." The waiter took the reward and turned away. The 8th Sage King, on the other hand, frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, got up and walked out. Just after leaving the gates of the heavenly palace, Xiao Lu's figure was revealed from the shadows, and he quickly came to the front of the 8 wise kings. Your Majesty. The 8 sage king didn't say anything and walked faithfully in the direction of the city gates. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, bowed his head and followed behind the 8 magi. As he traveled to the open-air wine shop at the city gate, he suddenly heard a woman cry out, "Stay back!" Kuroku vigilantly gripped the saber at his waist. The 8 sage king slightly glanced sideways, but was instantly stunned. You guys? The Jiang family siblings were very happy that the 8 sage king was able to recognize them at a glance, and Jiang Lingyi immediately stepped forward to perform a great salute. Greetings to the king. There are many people. The 8 sage king waved his hand to stop Jiang Lingyi. Jiang Lingyi obviously also realized that the 8 virtuous kings were in microdress, so he immediately got up. After several years of farewell in the capital, I didn't expect to meet your excellency here. Lingyi is deeply delighted. The 8 sage king let out a laugh and said, I'm also a bit surprised that you, siblings, are also in Yongning County. It's a long story. Jiang Lingyi gave a sarcastic smile and said, our sister and brother have fallen into the grass and become bandits since we parted ways in the capital, and if it wasn't for Chen Yi, the magistrate of Yongning County, who rescued us, we would be. Now, you, hearing Jiang Lingyi's words, the 8 wise kings immediately widened their eyes and lowered their voices to ask, Longyu County? Jiang Lingyi's eyes steeped in shock. You? How did you know? Halfway through his words, Jiang Lingyi subconsciously covered his mouth. The 8 sage king let out a light laugh and shook his head. There's no need to be like this. This king and Chen Yi have forgotten years of friendship. Only, he doesn't know my identity yet. I still hope that the two of you will keep my identity a secret as well. Ah, so that's how it is. Jiang Lingyi immediately nodded his head. I said how could I see his majesty here? It's better to meet each other by chance. If your highness is kind enough to honor us, my sister and brother would like to prepare a slight banquet to thank your highness for your assistance back then. The 8 virtuous king smiled and waved his hand, said, this king also sympathizes with your encounter. After all, it is my incompetent third brother who harmed your Jiang family back then, but it is also just to buy a piece of mind. It is not considered a grace. Jiang Lingyi, however, shook his head repeatedly and said, your highness doesn't have to be like this. Back then, if not for your highness's intervention, my sister and brother would not have had today. Your highness don't worry, now that Chen Yi knows how to treat me, my sister and brother have gone on the right path. No longer doing that looting camp, I am now studying at Mr. Shanin's place, and the 2 tigers are in the barracks as generals. That's excellent, the 8 sage king said with heartfelt emotion. Your siblings have suffered a terrible fate, and this Chen Yi has done a good deed. Tell you what, I happen to be going to that martial arts school outside of the city. If you two are free, accompany this king for a walk? Chapter 85, Getting Used to It. I beg to differ. Jiang Lingyi's eyes were filled with joy, so he immediately agreed. Inside the county courthouse, Chen Yi, who had returned to his lodgings, was about to lie down and rest, but suddenly felt as if something was missing, and immediately shouted towards the outside of the house. Ah Fu, my lord. Alfred walked in. Have you ever felt that there are many fewer people at the county office today? Chen Yi asked with a frown. Alfred thought briefly, but shook his head. TSK. Chen Yi smacked his lips. Where's no tongue? Ah Fu came to a realization and looked at Chen Yi and said, my lord, you are not accustomed to the fact that there is no tongueless urging you to go to sleep this morning, are you not? Chen Yi was also frozen by Ah Fu's question. Yeah, why are you so cheap? However, Chen Yi still asked with some doubts, but where is he? Doesn't he return to his house every night when it gets dark? This villain does not know. Ah Fu shook his head and said, but when your honor asks this, it seems that Miss Yi, too, is not in the county office. These words caused Chen Yi to be abruptly startled. Bad. That old eunuch had some preconceived notions about Yi Qinghuan, thinking that there was something wrong with the Yi family. Now both are gone. Could it be that the old eunuch took matters into his own hands and clicked Yi Qinghuan? Thinking of this, Chen Yi immediately rolled out of bed, put on his shoes, and hurriedly headed out. I have to go take a look. But my lord, where are you going to look now? Chen Yi thought for a moment and said, Wu Tong is a martial arts school instructor. Let's go to the martial arts school first. By the way, did little one return to the house? Ah Fu trotted behind Chen Yi and said busily, yes, he returned at sunset. Tell him to come with me. Although little one couldn't even pass a single move under the hands of the tongueless old man, but it was also already the most capable one in Chen Yi's house. By the time Chen Yi ran to the martial arts school, he saw an incomparably harmonious scene. Yi Qinghuan stood in the center of the schoolyard, holding a soft sword in his hand, dancing with a tiger's wind. His face was covered with beads of sweat. but he continued to dance tirelessly, while Tunless was sitting on a small low stool on the side, holding a bamboo branch in his hand and gesturing. Raise your hand a little higher. Don't use your body's strength. Use your true chi. Infuse your true chi into the sword and raise it to a position flush with your eyebrows. Chen Yi let out a long breath. It seemed that he had overthought things. Instead of killing Qing Huan Yi, Tunless was teaching Qing Huan Yi. Lord Chen? At his side, the voice of the 8 Sage King rang out. Chen Yi flinched for a moment and saw old Huang and Jiang Lingyi's siblings standing on the sidelines, looking at him with smiles on their faces. Why are you guys together? Chen Yi asked with some surprise. Jiang Lingyi's face was slightly embarrassed, pondering how to explain so as not to reveal the identity of the 8 wise kings, but also to reasonably explain that he was acquainted with the 8 wise kings. Instead, it was the 8 Sage King who spoke directly. Ha, Lord Chen, I heard that you saved this sibling duo na? Sort of? Chen Yi said with a smile and waved his hand. And the 8 wise kings continued. Coincidentally, when I met this pair of siblings back then, I was still a subordinate under the 8 wise kings. And when the 8 wise kings saved their siblings back then, it was me who drove the carriage to send them out of the capital. I didn't expect to meet here by chance. It's really fate. So that's how it is. Chen Yi smiled and nodded, not doubting him. Looking at the 8 Magi King, he said, I told you that you old boy is not a simple person to come from, and you have also been an official under the hands of the 8 Magi King, so no wonder you can even get a warrant from the Ministry of Public Works, which you didn't even tell me. Jiang Lingyi took a deep breath. It's always a stonewall. Chen Yi, on the other hand, came up next to old Huang, pointed at Tunless who was instructing Yi Qinghuan in martial arts, and whispered, How is it? Isn't this old man quite harmless? Human and harmless? This is really the first time I've heard this word. The 8 Sage King chuckled. You always have some unheard of, yet reasonable words popping out of your mouth. Just get used to it. Chen Yi let out a light laugh. Seeing that Chen Yi had also arrived, Tunless also called out to stop Yi Qinghuan. Alright, let's stop here today. Yi Qinghuan sniffed and put away her sword, wiped the beads of sweat on her face, and cheerfully ran towards Chen Yi like a little sparrow. Chen Yi, you're here? Chen Yi was flabbergasted. When did this girl become so intimate with herself? It's kinda hard to get used to not being called a dog officer. No tongue will bamboo branch behind his back. Walked to Chen Yi said. Adults, this girl on the martial arts quite a toughness. Is a can be made. Willing to put in the hard work you if you still do not practice martial arts. In the future, if the two of you become married, I am afraid that it is going to be a fear of his wife's rake ears. Tunless's words caused everyone in the room to stare in disbelief. The 8 Sage King and Jiang Lingyi's siblings, at the same time, looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, on the other hand, looked at Tunless with eyes full of astonishment. Yi Qinghuan, on the other hand, instantly blushed. Master, what are you saying? Who wants to marry him? After saying that, Yi Qinghuan ran away blushing. Chen Yi, on the other hand, glared helplessly at Tunless. No, where did you see that the two of us are getting married? Isn't it? Tunless looked at Chen Yi in surprise and asked. I remember the night of your imperial gift. It was from this girl's room. Oh, there is such a thing? The 8 Sage Kings, Jiang Lingyi's siblings opened their mouths at the same time. Chen Yi's eyes widened and he was at a loss for words, so he could only wave his hands and explain. That was detecting the assassin ahead of time and asking her to protect me. But if you're protecting, why are you undressing other girls? Tunless asked in disbelief. Wow, so exciting? The 8 Sage Kings, Jiang Lingyi's siblings once again spoke at the same time. Who took off her clothes? Chen Yi danced around anxiously. That's what she took off herself. I didn't do anything. No Tongue shook his head and looked at Chen Yi. I originally thought that you forced Qinghuan girl. I did not think that you and Qinghuan girl have reached such a point. Not yet the soul. Qinghuan girl is willing to undress herself and introduce herself to the pillow. This world. Looks like the old man is really old. Hua. Chen Yi clenched his fists and turned his head to glare at the three. You three didn't sleep in the middle of the night to run here to give me a comic relief. Did you? No. The three of them again tacitly waved their hands at the same time to deny it. But those 6 eyes that were filled with eating melons were all looking at Chen Yi with ill intent. Originally, Yi Qinghuan ran away because of her blush. But she did not run far. She only ran away out of her daughter's blush. But her daughter's curiosity made her only run outside the fence of the martial arts school, leaning against the wall and eavesdropping on the movements inside. But hearing the words inside, Yi Qinghuan was burning her face the more she heard. Chapter 86, Do you think I'm a vase too? What's this all about? That night was the night that he had already slept in his own broadcloth, naturally wearing only a belly band, and Chen Yi came in afterward. Only at that time the assassin broke into the house. The situation was urgent, and he himself forgot that he was not wearing clothes. so he and Chun Yi hugged and rolled out. But how did that come out of Tongless's mouth? But it became this damn thing. She is still a yellow flower girl who has not yet left the pavilion. And now it is good. It seems to be made up as if it has become a fragrant story of hanging out with Chun Yi. Yi Qinghuan wanted to go and explain, but this shyness was in full swing. How could he dare to show his head? And right at this moment, Tongless, Little One, and the 8 magi all looked toward the wall with alertness at the same time. Seeing the expressions of these 3 people, Chun Yi immediately frowned. What's wrong? Someone's coming. Little One was the first to speak. The 8 Sage King closed his eyes tightly, moved his ears slightly twice, and also said, "There is the sound of horses' hooves treading on the ground." Tongless had opened his eyes. About a couple hundred men and a couple hundred horse leaves. What do you mean? Chen Yi immediately looked in the direction of those 3 people's gazes. The marching speed is very fast, and from the sound of the horses' hooves, the sound of the hooves is very heavy. It's armor-clad war horses. The 8 virtuous kings immediately said, Yongning County is not far from the northern border. An army that can have this kind of armor-clad warhorse. The ones coming are either King Jing's men or Hu people. Chun Yi reacted instantly and immediately looked at Xiaodong. Return to the mansion and send a message. The barracks are assembled. The northern barbarians have come to hit Grass Valley. Xiao Yi immediately nodded his head and made a light power. His left foot stepped on his right foot and he went over the wall, quickly walking in the direction of the county office. This lightweight skill gave Chun Yi a blank stare. Nice guy. That's a real flyer. But now is not the time to lament. This is only the end of October. The northern barbarians this year. How the south will be so early. Chun Yi immediately looked at the 8 virtuous kings and said, Old Huang, take shelter. You're an honored guest. Don't get hurt by these barbarians. Knowing that he couldn't reveal his identity now, not to mention the fact that he had his own guards who would help Chun Yi, the 8 Sage King immediately nodded his head and returned to the heavenly palace. On the other hand, the Jiang Lingyi siblings immediately looked at Chun Yi and said, Lord Chen, we can help. Good. Chun Yi immediately nodded his head and said, You guys come back to the house with me and are temporarily organized in the army. The northern barbarians are not weak. Their cavalry is fierce. Be careful. Afterward, Chun Yi looked at Tongless again and said, Tongless, you. Tongless directly waved his hand to interrupt Chun Yi's words and said, This group of barbarians. In the past, when the Great Diffusion was in progress, they frequently came south to attack the people, and old Mi's godson died in their hands. Tonight, I will painfully kill a few of their Hu dogs, and use their dog heads to honor my suffering child. It's just as well that I'll go ahead and block for you, buying you some time to gather your troops. No, that's a proper army. I know you are an expert, but you are alone. Chen Yi asked with some concern. So what if one person? Saying that, Tongless directly leaped up in the air, tumbled over the wall, and headed straight towards the direction where the sound of hoofbeats had already come from. Master, where are you going? Outside the wall. Yi Qinghuan anxiously shouted, but Tongless's figure was extremely fast, and in a matter of moments it had dissipated into the thick night. Hearing Yi Qinghuan's voice, Chun Yi was flabbergasted and quickly ran out, looking at Yi Qinghuan, whose face was not yet flushed, and asked busily, Didn't you leave? Yi Qinghuan somewhat dared not to look into Chun Yi's eyes and stammered. Chen Yi, on the other hand, anxiously said, Quickly follow me back to the house. The northern barbarians have traveled south to hit Grass Valley. Yi Qinghuan was also instantly awakened and followed Chun Yi as he quickly ran towards the county office, the entrance to the county courthouse. The soldiers and braves who had gotten the order had already assembled at the entrance of the county office. Upon seeing Chen Yi's return, old Zhao immediately pushed his way out of the crowd. My lord, where are the barbarians? Just outside the city. No Tong has gone alone to stop it. Without further ado, follow me out of the city to meet the battle. Stop these barbarians outside the city. And don't let a single soldier or pawn into the city to harass the people of Yongning County. Yes. Thousands of soldiers and braves immediately rolled onto their horses and headed towards the outside of the city in great numbers. Yi Qinghuan also drilled towards the soldiers' courage, but was yanked back by Chen Yi's ponytail. Ouch. Yi Qinghuan turned her head, pouting her lips and glaring at Chun Yi. What are you doing? Disgusting. What are you doing? Chun Yi asked back without any good humor. Don't tell me you're going to go out of the city to meet the battle. Then what else? Yi Qinghuan glared at Chun Yi and said. Chun Yi skimmed his mouth and said, Pull yourself together, with your 3-footed kung fu. Do you really think that you have greatly improved after learning from Tongless for one night? Get your duties straight. You're a constable. What goes to war has nothing to do with you. Stay at the county courthouse until we return. Then what makes you able to go? Yi Qinghuan looked defiantly at Chun Yi, who had already rolled over and mounted his horse. If you, a defenseless scholar, can go, why can't I go? Nonsense. I'm the Magistrate of Yongning County. Can I not go? Chunyi glared at Yi Qinghuan. I'm telling you not to fool around. This is not the time for you to be capricious. Wait honestly for me to come back. After saying that, Chen Yi directly steered his horse towards the outside of the city. Watching the procession of county soldiers leave, Yi Qinghuan stomped his feet as he stood in place in anger. Damn Chen Yi, stinking Chen Yi. Just bullies me. I'll bite you to death. Yi Qinghuan rushed at Chen Yi's departing back with her teeth and claws flaring, living like a fried kitten. At the entrance of the county court, Fu shouted towards Yi Qinghuan, Miss Yi, come in. The night is cool. Beware of catching a cold. You also think that this girl is a vase that breaks at the touch, don't you? Yi Qinghuan was angry and had nowhere to take it out, so she immediately took it out on Fu. Fu had seen Yi Qinghuan's unruly nature, and Chen Yi had always been arrogant and indulgent towards Yi Qinghuan, so he didn't dare to mess with her. Seeing this, Fu hastily waved his hands. No. Miss Ye's divine power is overwhelming. Cool, no cool. Then is Miss Yi still returning to the mansion? If you don't, I'll close the door. His Excellency has given orders that all doors in the city must be closed. Of course I'm going back. If I don't go back I'll sleep on the street. Yi Qinghuan huffed and puffed and walked over. Fu compensated with a smile and waited for Yi Qinghuan to enter. But just as she reached the gate, Yi Qinghuan saw a mule tied up in the stable, and immediately her eyes rolled. Slow down. This girl is not going back. You bring me that horse. Ha! Alfred flinched and looked around. Where's the horse? But Fu looked over again in the direction of Yi Qinghuan's finger and saw the mule. Yi girl, you are talking about this? Chapter 87, Borrowing Food? How do you do that? Nonsense. Isn't it just that one horse? Yi Qinghuan savagely clasped her arms and said, don't bring it to me yet. But, this is not a horse. Fu looked at Yi Qinghuan with some difficulty. Not a horse? Yi Qinghuan obviously couldn't distinguish between a horse and a mule. In her opinion, it was a horse, only much shorter. Anyway, being a girl and not as thick as a man, she should be able to hold her own weight. Yeah, this is a mule. Fu laughed with embarrassment. Whatever, whether it's a mule or a horse, pull it out. Yi Qinghuan immediately said, this is not the way to use this sentence. Fu said helplessly, but he also knew clearly that he could not afford to mess with this ant. Sighed, and then took the mule out. Yi Qinghuan flipped up beautifully, and the skinny mule stumbled twice, barely standing still. Yi Qinghuan, on the other hand, was delighted and lifted the sword at her waist and said to Fu, good, this girl is leaving. Remember, never open the door of the mansion before the army returns. After saying that, Yi Qinghuan rode the mule and slowly and leisurely headed towards the outside of the city. Outside the city. Marching at night, the speed will not be too fast, but it is obvious that the group of barbarians have come close. Yongning County soldiers, but only out of the city more than 10 miles less, has already seen the group of cloaked barbarians. Under the night, the iron armor clad on the warhorse flashed with a strange light, while tongueless figure, like a ghost, was weaving back and forth among the group of barbarian soldiers, vaguely able to hear screams coming from time to time from among the barbarian soldiers, and could even see several barbarian soldiers falling off their horses. Holy, this old man is so fierce, Chen Yi exclaimed. Xiaoyi was at Chen Yi's side, glancing toward the distance, saying, my lord, this tongueless realm should also be on the 9th rank, and his strength should not be underestimated. But even if one person is brave, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. We have to hurry over to support them. Also, on the 9th grade. You said the word also. Who else is also on the 9th grade? Chen Yi asked in a good-natured manner. This. Xiaoipan wanted to say that of course it was his own king, but he didn't know how to say it. And right at that moment, Tongless's figure flew backwards out of the surroundings of the barbarian soldiers. Under the moonlight, it was even possible to clearly see a mouthful of blood spurting out of Tongless's mouth, tracing an arcing parabola in the night. This is war. Even if it was as strong as an expert on the 9th rank such as Tongless, in the face of an army of hundreds or even hundreds of people before him, although he was able to mediate for a while, in the end he was still going to lose the battle. Even a vicious tiger is afraid of a pack of wolves, and this is the truth. Bad. The old man is in danger. Quickly charge, Chen Yi shouted anxiously. When the Yongning County soldiers rushed to the front of the barbarian soldiers, the barbarian soldier leader had already steered his horse to the front of Tongless, raising the big axe in his hand, and was about to chop down towards Tongless. At this moment of no tongue, obviously is already to the end of the crossbow, in the face of about to split to his face above the mountain axe, can only be resigned to close their eyes, no longer able to resist half a point. And right at this moment, Koichi directly stood up from the horse's back, stomped the horse's back with force, and used the force to fly up at the same time, drew the long sword at his waist, and rushed in front of Tunless like lightning, and swung away the deadly axe blade with force. But the long sword in front of the heavy 100 pounds of mountain opening axe, simply unbearable. Although Xiaoyi used the whole body of the true chi attached to the long sword, barely blocked the blow, but the hand of the long sword, but also should be shattered. Seeing that the barbarian soldier leader had failed to land a blow, he indignantly slashed again. At this moment, Xiaoyi, who was already unarmed, could only turn his back and lay on top of Tunless, running his entire body's true chi to his back in an attempt to block the blow. Snort! The sound of the axe blade hacking into the blood and flesh of his backbone stung against the quiet night sky. Xiaoyi's figure staggered for a moment, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, but he still held on for dear life, staring at Tunless and gritting his teeth. Quickly, go! With this buffer from Little One, although Tunless was seriously injured, his true chi had apparently been tempered, and he braced himself and swung a palm at the barbarian soldier leader. The powerful true chi diffused out, directly shattering the handle of the mountain opening axe, and the barbarian soldier leader was also knocked back by this blow, staggering back several steps with his horse. And Shenyi also rushed up with the Yongning County soldiers, protecting Little One and Tunless, and confronting the barbarian soldiers. Shenyi reined in his horse, glanced at the barbarian soldiers across the street, rolled over and dismounted, and quickly ran to Xiaoyi and Tunless. Is there anything wrong? Tunless shook his head and stretched out his hand to tap twice on the 2 acupoints on his chest, then spoke. It's alright. I'm old. My true chi failed to turn back for a while, and I took off my strength, and I almost let that barbarian cut me down. On the contrary, he took a hard axe. He must be badly injured. Seeing that the army had arrived, Little One also loosened his strength and tumbled to the side, gasping for air with a face full of pain. Tunless immediately pressed Little One's pulse, and a moment later said, Fortunately, it didn't injure the meridians. There is still room for salvation. After saying that, Tunless immediately transferred a strand of true chi to Little One. Little One looked at Tunless and weakly opened his mouth. Old man, last time you ferried me a mouthful of precursor weather and protected my heart veins. This time I've returned it with you. I don't owe you anymore. Tunless snorted and said, using your own life in exchange for the life of a castrated old dog of mine. Foolishness to the extreme. Over there. The leader of the barbarian soldiers drew the curved sword at his waist and sneered. I am the great Khan you lure to. The weather is cold, and all the prey in the mountains are hiding in their caves. This time, I've come to borrow food from you. The Central Plains. Where is the magistrate of this Yongning county of yours? Quickly tell him to prepare 10,000 pounds of grains and 1,000 strips of good meat, so that we don't have to rob them. Chunyi turned his head and looked at that Yuritu. Borrowing food. Meh, is that the way to borrow? Also 10,000 pounds of grain and 1,000 strips of good meat. That's quite an appetite. On the grasslands to the north of the Great Qian dynasty, there were several tribes living, which were basically the children of the everlasting sky. One of them, the Ichio tribe in the northeast, has long established a dynasty, and it is Dashuan, which has now signed an alliance with Dakian. Ichuan department is located in the land, is not too north, and there is a coastline in the east, so when the men can patrol hunting, fishing and hunting, women can also plant, to winter when the barns still have surplus food, but also because in Qian has a covenant, so Qian every year will also borrow food in them. The next year Ichuan will be through the silver money, or meat to exchange. The other is the Hutu tribe. They are in the north of the location, and Qian and Dashuan are bordering each other. Compared to Dashuan, less of fishing and hunting, and the place where few can be cultivated land, but also do not accept the mutual alliance with the Great Qian. So every year in the winter to play grass grain is also common. The border wars are constantly. Which is the Great Yen? Chapter 88. Why is this bone so hard to chew? And the remaining several tribes, respectively, are Alutai department, Wulwan department and so on. Some of the climate has not yet become, also has not opened the country to establish a dynasty of tribes. Each tribal population is not much, only a few thousand people, more than just over 10,000 tribal leaders, but also still to the Khan, and even Wolf King, this kind of wild name to call themselves. The leaders of the tribe still call themselves by such wild names as Khan, Great Khan, or even Wolf King. The man in front of him, Ulurtu, is the Khan of the Arutai tribe. Alutai department in fact, is hovering in the Big Xian more north of the north, from the middle of the Big Qian, still separated by a whole Big Xian border it, so these years south to fight Grass Valley, basically are Big Yen, and Wulwan department of the barbarians. This Arutai tribe has crossed an entire Great Xian to come to the Great Xian border to fight the Grass Valley. It's really a first. It was probably because they looked at the fact that Daxian was of the same clan as them, both being subjects of the everlasting sky, and were unwilling to fight in the same room, and borrowed the path from Dixien. And although Dashwan had been in mutual alliance with Dakian for a long time, it also acquiesced to the borrowing of the Alutai ministry. Chen Yi sneered, looked at Wu Lutu in front of him and said, Wu Lutu, if you want to borrow grain, talk to me and agree on what to exchange for the next year. I really have a lot of surplus grain in Yongning County that can be borrowed with you, even if the number of items that you exchange for the next year is not equal to the number of grains that I borrowed. I'm willing to borrow, but you bring war horses and soldiers and borrow them in this border-breaking way. Ha, then I can only tell you one thing. Yulurtu narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Chen Yi and asked, what words? Confirming that no Tong and Little One have been unhindered. Chen Yi slowly rolled onto his horse and stared at Yulurtu's eyes and said in a cold voice, the grain of my Yongning County, even if it is piled up in a warehouse and worms go out of water and all of it rots in a warehouse, there is not a single grain of it with you. Ha 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 ha, yellow-mouthed child. You have a lot of guts. Yulurtu laughed wildly. I, Yulurtu, have lived for almost 50 years, and it's still the first time someone dares to talk to me like this. I never behead nameless ghosts under my sword. If you have the guts to give me your name, I'll kill you right here. Chen Yi slowly drew out his sword and pointed it at Wu Letu. I am the magistrate of Yongning County that you are looking for, so perk up your ears and listen carefully to me. My name is Chen Yi and I'm not changing my name. I'm Chen Yi. Good. Seeing that you are so courageous, I will make an exception today. After I take your life and rob your Yongning County grain, I will personally erect a monument for you. Your name will be engraved on the grassland in the north of the desert. The everlasting heaven will take your soul and leave it in the grasslands forever, and you will never be able to return to the central plains in your next life. Kill. At the command of Yulurtu, hundreds of iron horsemen from Arutai's ministry, facing more than 1,000 county soldiers from Yongning County, were actually not afraid at all, and rushed over with shouting slogans. This is normal. There is still a difference between the county soldiers and the real army. The biggest difference is that the actual combat ability to be far from each other. If today to intercept them is the Qian dynasty's regular army, Wu Leitu really do not dare to be so bold. Only a few hundred iron horsemen dare to kill the thousands of military formation. But they were now facing county soldiers, and this kind of soldiers and bravery, not to mention other things, just in terms of strength, were much worse than the real regular army. So Yuritu was still quite confident. Chen Yi did not expect that this Yulurtu would be so bold as to directly lead the iron cavalry to start charging the formation, and his heart secretly said that it was not good, although the number of their own superiority, but most of the county soldiers are locally recruited soldiers brave. Daily training. Although in accordance with the world of Chen Ye's special forces training to carry out the devil's training, but there is no combat experience. The only can be considered to be combat experience is the Jiang Lingyi siblings of the mountain thieves, but most of the ones they've faced, too, have been unarmed men. Although these barbarians are abominable, their strength is categorically not to be underestimated. The prairie people are a nation on horseback, natural riders and hunters. A barbarian iron horseman is enough to rival 3 to 5 county soldiers. Although Chen Ye's armor had already been built, and the nearly 1,000 people in front of him were all armored, without weapons that transcended this era, it was still not expected to be enough in front of the primitive grassland iron horsemen. This was also the reason why Chen Yi was so anxious today. Chen Ye's gunpowder had yet to be fully weaponized, much less mass-produced. It was thought that before the real winter came, Chen Yi was confident that he would be able to realize the mass production of hot weapons, and at that time, when the northern barbarians came south, Chen Yi could really give them some color. But right now, however, at this moment it was already difficult to ride the tiger. Damn. No martial virtues. Whatever. Kill. Chen Yi also gave an order. Behind them, more than 1,000 soldiers and braves also immediately rushed forward. Thousands of military formations. A great sound. But obviously in front of these grassland iron horsemen, it is still not enough to look at. Those Alutai department of the barbarian soldiers are all brave. The hands of the knife and axe under the chopping. Just a few moments, there are many soldiers were cut off the horse. However, Chen Ye's armor, which was created with the method of quenching, was clearly also an alternative type of descending blow in front of the crude smelting techniques of this group of barbarian soldiers. Although the barbarian soldiers were incredibly powerful, and the county soldiers of Yongning County had been knocked off their horses, the swords and axes in their hands, chopping on top of these armors built by Chen Yi, could do nothing more than shock their own hands into raw pain. Originally, the soldiers and braves who had been knocked off their horses had fallen into despair, but the next second, after they realized that the barbarian swords and axes simply couldn't break through the iron armor that they were wearing, they immediately began to counterattack. The barbarians were cut down by the county soldiers of Yongning County and cried out, but they were even more furious and abnormal, and the way the two armies fought, they simply did not want to fight, and no one was convinced by anyone. Yuritu obviously also did not expect that his invincible iron cavalry could actually fight so hard against these county soldiers. He racked his brain and couldn't understand. Just some county soldiers who had never been to war. How could this bone be so difficult to gnaw? Half an hour passed. Both sides were exhausted from the fight. But there were not many deaths and injuries. The county soldiers of Yongning County had the hardened armor created by Qing Yi, and there were too few deaths or injuries. But their combat ability, thought the Prairie Iron Cavalry, was indeed quite inferior, and they were also too few to cause casualties to the other side. Both sides were more than tired after this more than half an hour of killing. The barbarians were panting like cattle, and the swords and axes in their hands were chopping and chipping. The county soldiers of Yongning County were not much better. As long as Chun Yi gave the order, they were all expected to lie on the ground and fall asleep on the spot. Too tired. The strange battle ended with Yurtu having to withdraw his troops. Chun Yi sat on the back of his horse, letting out a long breath, and in his heart, he was already calculating that he would have to speed up the progress of the development of thermal weapons. Chapter 89, The Night of the Wolves. This year's cold winter came a little earlier than the past few years. Alutai department do not hesitate to come a long way from the Great Xian Borrowed Road, also want to go south to hit the Grass Valley. Can be imagined that the desert north is now the environment has been very harsh. Alutai tribe cannot hold back. The rest of the several tribes, I guess it is not good. The next period of time, there must be no peaceful days. Just because we can win over the Alutai tribe in this way today, doesn't mean we can win over the rest of the tribes in the same way. Zhang Long steered his horse and said with a ragged breath, "My lord, can't we return as well? The brothers are tired enough." Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, "Pass on the order." "Banzai." "Yes." Zhang Long arched his hand, then called out. A group of county soldiers were already so tired that they didn't even have the strength to roll over and get on the horse, basically supporting each other and pulling each other to get on the horse. Chen Yi walked at the end of the group, frowning as he pondered things. Seeing Chen Yi's expression, Zhang Long immediately steered his horse closer. "What are you thinking about, my lord? I always feel that things are a bit strange tonight." Chen Yi slightly smacked his lips. "Weird? Where is it weird?" Zhang Long asked in surprise. "Can't say." Chen Yi shook his head and said, "Look, this Arutai department's base camp. From my Yongning County, at least 400 miles apart. 1,000 miles to run to my Yongning County to borrow food, even if they borrowed the road from Dashuan, the closest one of their border counties, but also the north of Chongning County. They are sacrificing their proximity for distance, and instead of robbing Chongning, they have come to rob my Yongning, which, hey," Zhang Long said with a smile, "Pingliang Prefecture in the north. That's Prince Jing's fiefdom, and under Prince Jing's hand are all prima donnas who have been guarding the border for many years, unlike us who are so easy to bully. This Yuritu isn't stupid. The persimmon must have to pick the soft one to pinch." Chen Yi let out a light laugh and said, "Compared to Pingliang province, our Yunyang province is indeed a soft target, and our His Highness King Cheng is an idle prince whose best thing in life is pen, ink, and paintings, so it can be said that he has no knowledge of soldiers. But, the northernmost part of this Yunyang prefecture is also Fufun County na. Why don't we go and rob Fufun County?" This, Zhang Long scratched his head and said, "Su is poor in Fufun County. They also know? Then the question arises again." Chen Yi immediately returned. "If they know that Fufun County is poor and Yongning County is rich, then where did they get this information from?" Zhang Long slightly smacked his lips and said, "Can it be that there is an insider? This possibility cannot be ruled out." Chen Yi nodded. "One could even say that the possibility is high." Zhang Long was instantly a bit angry and said, "Don't let me know who this asshole is. His grandmother, you, Lord Chen, gave them such a good life, and yet they are beneficent and revengeful. Simply not human." Chen Yi, however, shook his head and said, "Who said that this insider must be someone within our Yongning County? Think about it. Who wants us robbed the most?" Zhang Long scratched his head and thought for a long time, and said, "That Dang Ji in Longyu County chanting, but he has been killed by the adults." And then again, it was the Lubai who 3 families back in the day. Speaking of this, Zhang Long's eyes widened abruptly. "It's them." Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, "I guess it's them as well. They have been entrenched in the perimeter of Yongning County to fall into the grass, but we have not been able to find any trace of them. It's not likely that they, who have defected to those grassland tribes, have become bandwagoners. His grandmother, I should have known that I shouldn't have left them alive back then. I should have killed them all." Zhang Long was furious. Chen Yi let out a laugh and shook his head. It wasn't that Chen Yi had actually never thought about this, but at that time, Chen Yi had just arrived not long ago, and killing so many people at once would need to be reported to the state government, and could only be done when the state government had issued a clear directive. But if Chen Yi has just arrived in office, he has to kill so many people in one breath, And those people are frankly just a rampage. Bullying. 1 didn't kill anyone, 2 didn't set any fires, and they're about to drive 3 families to extinction. The state capital would certainly not agree to such a thing. He might even report this to the court and accuse himself of being cruel and murderous. But I didn't realize that the kindness of that year had led to today. It's kinda true what they say. Kindness to your enemy is cruelty to yourself. The two were chatting away when they suddenly realized that they had fallen off the wagon and were even going in the wrong direction. The large group was already out of sight in the distance, and Chen Yi and Zhang Long were, at the moment, standing alone on their horses on top of this deserted beach. Apparently, the soldiers and braves were so tired and confused that they didn't even realize that their own adults had fallen out of line. Hurry up. Chen Yi let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly spurred his horse to catch up with the large troop. And right at that moment, one wolf whistle after another, one after another, rang out from behind the two of them. As this pack of wolves whistled the night away, the horses under Chen Yi and Zhang Long's duo were obviously frightened as well, stopping in their tracks and not daring to move forward. Immediately afterward, a particularly sharp wolf whistle came out. This wolf whistle directly startled the two men off their horses. The two horses carried the two men, each running in a different direction. My lord! My lord! Zhang Long anxiously shouted in the direction that Chen Yi's horse had left, attempting to rein back his horse. But a frightened horse, where is it so easy to be yanked back, and could only watch as Chen Yi's figure, taken in the opposite direction by the frightened horse, disappeared into the thick night color. 5 miles outside of Yongning City, Yi Qinghuan, riding a mule, was furious when he saw the returning team of county soldiers and smashed the head of the mule underneath him in exasperation. You dead mule, stinking mule. Useless waste mule. Run so slow. People are back. Xiao Yi, who was lying weakly on the back of the horse, was the first to see Yi Qinghuan and weakly opened his mouth. Yi, how did Miss Yi come? A few soldiers and braves also saw Yi Qinghuan, who rode on the back of the mule and exasperatedly trained the mule, and his cute appearance made a few soldiers and braves laugh. What kind of warhorse is Sheriff Yi riding? It's rare. Ha 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 ha. Yi Qinghuan glared at the soldiers in exasperation and gritted her teeth. It's all because of that dead Chen Yi. He wouldn't let me go along, so I had to ride this to chase you guys. Where is he? Tell him to come out. This girl is going to give him a hard stinking scolding. A few soldiers and braves shouted twice towards the back, but no one responded, so they were a bit flustered. A trace of worry also appeared on Tunless's face, and he immediately flew up and landed on top of a large tree to the side, his eyes quickly bulking over the crowd. Bad. His Excellency is not in the group. What? Koichi was shocked and braced himself to sit up. Chapter 90, Ningzhou Female Wolf King. What's wrong with you guys? A bunch of people didn't even notice that Lord Chen wasn't in the group. Tunless cursed furiously. Are they all a bunch of losers? Koichi stumbled and fell off his horse. I'm going to find. Tunless gritted his teeth fiercely and said angrily, alright, you're all like this. Just don't hold out any longer. Old me doesn't have that much advanced weather to ferry to you. No, there is no need for you to ferry Chi again. I can do it. Xiaoyi fought to try to push away a group of soldiers who wanted to assist him, but it is a pity that he solidly received an axe. Flesh bloomed, although not hurt to the vein, but the body is seriously injured. At this moment an anxious fire attack heart veins have been in chaos. The body of the true Qi has begun to uncontrollably in the strange meridians in the chaotic flow. Tunless looked out and immediately flew down, nudging a few of his acupoints and stabilizing the real Qi that was running amok in his body. But Koichi fainted too. Tunless looked at the crowd and said, the barbarian soldiers have retreated, and there are no strong enemies around Yongning County, so your excellency should have just fallen behind. I'll just go look for it. You guys lead the team back to the barracks, and no one is allowed to leak the news about his excellency being lost until I bring him back. The group of people immediately agreed and led the way back to the house, while Tunless blended into the thick night color alone. Outside the city, Chen Yi leaned against a boulder and woke up in a ghostly manner, but when he opened his eyes, he was nearly scared to death. My lord! Zhang Long hurriedly shouted when he saw Chen Yi waking up, but in the next second, Zhang Long was spitting blood from his mouth, clearly injured. Chen Yi shivered as he looked at the scene in front of him. A giant wolf king, taller than himself, was looking at himself with his teeth bared, saliva flowing down his two white glowing fangs as if he was going to swallow Chen Yi alive in the next second. And Zhang Long was on the left side of that wolf king, similarly leaning against a huge rock. With the help of these two boulders blocking the wind, a bonfire was burning right in the middle of the two boulders, and to the right of that wolf king, a fey woman was gnawing on a piece of thigh of an unknown animal. The woman's long hair was spread out, her skin was a healthy and incomparable wheat color, her eye sockets were deep set, her nose was high and straight, and she was quite exotic. The upper half of her body was only wrapped with a piece of wrapping made of what looked like animal fur, wrapped around the position of the chest. The whole shoulder and belly were exposed under the night, and the lower half of her body was just wearing a short and no shorter tiger skin skirt, with 2 long wheat-colored legs folded over each other, and her bare feet, and even her shoes didn't wear a pair of shoes. This outfit, if it were to be in that modern world that Chunyi had traveled to, Chunyi would not find it strange at all. But this is ancient times, after all. This woman's clothes, if the schoolmaster saw her, he would have to scold her for hurting the wind. Looking at the clothes of the woman in front of him, with her rather seductive face, as a normal man, Chunyi inevitably gulped. Green. Sit. The woman bellowed softly. That wolf dynasty tilted its head slightly in the direction of the woman, then turned its head, staring at Chunyi with a slightly unwilling look in its eyes, but obediently lay down on the ground like an obedient puppy, its large head drooping just above its 2 straightened front legs. Don't be afraid. The woman stood up and casually wiped the oil from her hands on the tiger skin dress beneath her. It was only then that Chunyi noticed that the woman's tiger skin skirt, which must have often been used by her as a hand wipe, had long been oily and shiny, and the tiger hairs on it had become locks upon locks. My name is Yarin, the last Wolf King of the Eldritch Sky. Wolf King? Chunyi flinched and frowned slightly. Are you from Ningzhou? Very knowledgeable. Yalin's eyes lit up, revealing a bright smile, her 2 signature baby tiger teeth glistening silver in the moonlight. I thought that you Central Plains people had already forgotten all about us in Ningzhou. Facing a Wolf King, and a female Wolf King, Chunyi could only barely squeeze out a smile. Ningzhou is the most valiant tribe in the grasslands. Different from the rest of the grasslands, they tame the horses, while you train the wolves, and domesticate the wolves into your mounts and weapons. Your leader, too, has called himself by the name of Wolf King for generations. Know a lot. Yarin smiled again. Chen Yi, on the other hand, swallowed his saliva and asked, dare I ask the lady warrior, what is the purpose of robbing me here now? Hijacking? The female Wolf King flinched for a moment and looked at Chen Yi, shaking her head. Abba and Eggy really weren't wrong. You Central Plains people really are the best at reversing black and white, and there isn't a word of truth in your mouths. I didn't rob you. It was you and your friend's horses that got spooked and one fell into the stream and one hit a tree. I was kind enough to rescue you guys, but you call it a robbery. Ha! The smile on the female Wolf King's face withdrew and she glared at Chunyi with a cold face. Since you're awake, go put on some clothes. Chunyi froze and looked down at himself. At the moment, he was surprisingly naked. Not even a blasphemous shirt or pants, just lying naked on the ground. Chunyi hurriedly covered the key area and anxiously said, I. Where did my clothes go? You. Your clothes are over there. The female Wolf King followed Chinya's tone and pointed towards Chinya's left side, then rolled her eyes and said, a big man. Are you still afraid of me being a woman looking? There's no use being afraid. I'm the one who took off the clothes you're wearing. Not a single one left. It's all mine. I've seen what I should have seen and what I shouldn't have seen. I'm not ashamed. What are you ashamed of? Chen Yi looked towards his side. There was actually a bonfire next to him, and hanging on the bonfire was none other than his own clothes. And roasting on top of that bonfire, besides his own clothes, was some meat that was roasting? Originally, Chen Yi was still unclear about what kind of meat that female Wolf King was gnawing on in her mouth, but right now it was clear. A complete horse bone, piled right next to the campfire. What she ate, I believe, was horse meat. It's either your own horse or Zhanlong's. Chen Yi pulled over his clothes and put them on in one piece, stood up and asked, You roasted and ate my horse? No. The female Wolf King bristled, then walked over to another campfire and picked up a piece of roasted meat and stuffed it into her mouth. With a tasting nod, Chen Yi cried and laughed. Aren't you eating? This female Wolf King is quite interesting. Just had a good time belittling the Midlanders. Now roasted and ate his own horse, even in front of him. I can't believe you won't admit it. How bright you guys are. That pile of horse bones is still sitting here. Chen Yi pointed at the pile of horse bones. Why don't you admit it yet? Chapter 91 Mouth-to-mouth breathing? Oh, you mean this? The female Wolf King swept in and said, The horse is his, not yours. Saying that, the female Wolf dynasty pointed at Zhanlong and said, Your horse threw you into the river and ran away. This horse belongs to your friend. It carried your friend and crashed into a tree, so I guess it won't be able to survive. I can't save you guys for nothing. I just happen to be hungry. This horse, it's as my payment for saving your 2 lives. I've saved you and eaten one of your horses, so I owe you both nothing. Chen Yi cried and laughed even more. This female Wolf King speech is still a real crowd pleaser. Can't argue with that. You say she's cheap, but if she saves people's lives, she'll eat your horse and be done with it. You say she's not petty. Just now Chun-Yi just said the word robbery and she exploded, such as counting the list of the Central Plains people's faults. And, if it weren't for your wolf's cry, could your own and Zhang Long's horses have spooked? Zhang Long weakly spoke. My lord, what she said is true. She did save us. The injuries I sustained when I hit a tree and fell off my horse have nothing to do with her. You choked on the water. It was this girl. Ferrying Qi that saved you. Chen-Yi instantly widened his eyes. Transitioning Qi? Chun-Yi asked busily. How do I ferry it? The female wolf king glanced at Chun-Yi in disgust. Where else on a human body can you get Qi out besides your mouth? Naturally, I use my mouth to ferry Qi with you. What? Do you still dislike me? If I hadn't crossed Qi with you in time, you would have choked to death on the water. Chen-Yi subconsciously covered his mouth and let go of it for a long time before saying, No, you, this, you. What you? The disgusted expression on the female wolf king's face grew even more. I said that you Central Plains people just aren't bold at all. Saying a word and stuttering. What's wrong again? You say it instead. Chun-Yi cried and laughed, saying, On your grasslands, did no one teach you that men and women are not related? Yes, Egyi has taught it since I was a kid. The female wolf king glanced at Chun-Yi and said, What's wrong? Then you're still using your mouth to ferry Qi to me? Chen-Yi asked in shock. You'll die if I don't cross your Qi. The female wolf king rightfully replied. It's not true that men and women are different, but the people of the everlasting heaven have never seen death. I can save you but watch you die in front of my eyes, and when I die, the everlasting heaven won't accept me. Chun-Yi completely lost his temper. The people of the steppe tribes have an unshakable faith in the everlasting sky. This female wolf king hung onto the everlasting sky and moved out of the way, clearly already in an undefeated position. Mendacious. Never mind. This female wolf king was right anyway. People are not ashamed to be a girl. They are a man of the world. What a shame. Chen-Yi sighed and walked over to Zhang Long. How is it? Can you still walk? Zhang Long wiped the blood stain at the corner of his mouth, braced himself and stood up, nodding. Then, many thanks to the lady wolf king for saving me. Chen-Yi turned his head and rushed towards the female wolf king with an arch of his hand. What did you call me? Miss Wolf King? The female wolf king looked at Chun-Yi with some surprise, held her chin and thought for a while, nodded and said, That's an oddly interesting title. I like it. Chen-Yi rolled his eyes. Take it if you like. Then, I will take my leave. Chen-Yi arched his hand again and placed Zhang Long's arm on his own shoulder, intending to help Zhang Long leave. Wait. The female wolf king, however, immediately called out to Chen-Yi. Miss Wolf King, is there anything else? Chen-Yi asked with some doubt, but the female wolf king smiled badly and said, Did I say I let you go? Along with the female wolf king's footsteps lifting up, the huge wolf lying on the side also slowly stood up, shaking the mighty fur on its body, grinning, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, with a ferocious look on its face. Chun-Yi swallowed his saliva, subconsciously backed up 2 steps, dryly laughed and said, Wolf King girl, what are you doing? Do you really think that this wolf king saved your life for nothing? The female wolf king laughed with an impish smile on her face. This wolf king is now officially informing you. Robbery. Ha? Chen-Yi was confused by the female wolf king's inconsistent attitude. I just said we don't owe each other anything, but now I'm not saving you for nothing. I'm robbing you? How can you turn a blind eye faster than a book? Not this. It's too sudden, right? It would be a lie for Chun-Yi to say that he wasn't afraid. Chun-Yi is just a handless scholar. The only one who can fight a little bit is Zhang Long, but now he is also seriously injured, and he can't even stagger to stand up with his own support, waiting for a no fight. Even without that ferocious giant wolf, just this female wolf king in front of him was enough for Chun-Yi to drink a pot of water. You know, the people of the grassland tribes, that are wrestling and hunting since childhood, which does not have some extraordinary hands, not to mention that the one in front of him was the leader of a clan, the titular wolf king. Wouldn't someone who could be the wolf king be a generalized person? Not suddenly. The female wolf king smiled and said, My trip south this time was originally to hunt and rob, and there are mostly old and weak women, children in my tribe, so I can only go south myself. This year's winter has come earlier than ever. If we can't find property and foodstuffs, we won't be able to survive this winter. I see that you are wearing clothes that look like official robes. You should be an official, so you must have some family money. Cut the crap. Hand over a few thousand taels of silver and I'll let you go. Chun-Yi wanted to cry and said, No, even if I'm rich, I don't carry several thousand taels of silver with me. Then you see, I have to tie you up as a meat ticket. Call your family to come to ransom. The female wolf king's footsteps closer and closer. From the waist pulled out a long whip, pinched in the hand. Force a hood. A crisp whip sound. In the night sky under the explosion, Chen Yi was a scholar in the end, and shivered at the sound of the whip. At this moment, Chen Yi was remorseful, regretting why he hadn't listened to Tong less earlier, learning some martial arts in his body, and bragging that he would never have a time when he was at the end of his rope. It's okay now, this time it's a total pull. Wolf King girl, a few thousand taels of silver is very heavy Even if it is converted into silver tickets, it would take a lot of them. Chen Yi said while backing up, you just stripped me of all my clothes. You should also know that I don't have any money on me. Why would I know? The female Wolf King bristled. I stripped you of your clothes to save your life. Do you think this Wolf King will search your clothes for money? Wouldn't that be stealing? My everlasting heavens, people don't care to do such nasty things. Chapter 92. Wow, she's got a good point. Good. Stealing, nastiness, robbery and kidnapping. That's honorable, isn't it? What the kind of tripe is that? The situation at hand, Chen Yi couldn't be clearer. Fighting was definitely hopeless, even if the giant wolf of the female Wolf King in front of her was purely watching the fun. She then tied her own hands all by herself. You can't even beat her yourself. All you can do is stall as long as you can and hope that the soldiers back in the city realize they've lost it and come back for them. So, Chen Yi immediately asked, that, Wolf King girl, I have a matter I can't understand. You say it, I didn't stop you from saying it. The female Wolf King flung the long whip in her hand and looked at Chen Yi with a smirk, as if she was looking at a small, fat sheep to be slaughtered. Chen Yi swallowed his saliva and said, you said since you want to rob me, then why did you just save me? This question, although there was an element of procrastination, Chen Yi was indeed puzzled. She even not only saved, but went out of her way to save herself by crossing her breath mouth to mouth. Who kidnaps someone and gives them this kind of perk? Unheard of. A female robber, trying to kidnap herself. Still have to take advantage of myself first. No one would believe me if I told them. Is that even a question? The female Wolf King looked at the little cutie with an expression as she looked at Chen Yi. I'm going to kidnap you and use you as a meat ticket to trade with your family for money. I take a dead body to your family for money. Does your family give it? Chen Yi instantly froze. Wow, she makes so much sense. And it's so damn simple to reason. Indeed, if she dies herself, she takes the body and asks for money. The hell with her. Chen Yi swallowed, trying to think of the next question to use to stall for time. But with a true Wolf King and a giant wolf staring at him so intently, Chen Yi's mind had long since gone blank. Dead brain. Think fast. That. Chen Yi finally stifled a question. Also, there's another question. You that. You're out robbing for the clan, right? Well, then it's only right that you rob food or something. What do you need money for? Of course it's to buy food. The female Wolf King was not impatient at all, patiently answering every question Chen Yi asked. Apparently, she's aware of it, too. Chen Yi was a cooked duck to her. It won't fly. At this moment, the female Wolf King was more like teasing her prey. So, then why don't you just go and rob those grain stores or something? Chen Yi once again asked. The female Wolf King, on the other hand, bristled. Nonsense. The grain store is in the city and I'm alone. What if I'm surrounded by the officials? Robbing the grain store is too risky. Robbing money to do cost-effective. Robbing the money to buy food. Not the same? Chen Yi was gagged speechless by the female Wolf King's reply, and struggled to think of his next stalling question. And right at this moment, behind Chen Yi, an old voice rang out. I'd like to ask a question too. Who? Hearing this voice, the female Wolf King immediately looked around vigilantly. That giant wolf also let out a guttural low growl, arching its back as if it were an enemy. The old man is behind you. Tongueless raised his hand and patted the female Wolf King's shoulder. Chen Yi's eyes widened, filled with astonishment as he looked toward Tongueless, his eyes steeply changing from astonishment to surprise. This was the first time Chen Yi felt that Tongueless, the stoop old man's figure, was actually so magnificent. Kiss my ass. You're finally here. If we don't come, we'll become wolf poopers. Oh no. This female Wolf King has to keep herself alive as a meat ticket. The female Wolf King was obviously taken aback. She didn't expect someone to be able to sneak up behind her silently. The giant wolf, on the other hand, was about to pounce towards Tongueless the moment it saw him. But no, tongue is only a gentle glance. It was as if that giant wolf was like seeing something incomparably terrifying, so scared that it fell to the ground and shivered. Where was there any trace of the Wolf King's aura? Cheng, what are you afraid of? Bite him. Don't shout, girl. Tongueless spoke faintly. Above the 9th grade, above all beings, under the suppression of true chi, this break has no guts to make a mistake. Martial Dao. The female Wolf King clenched her teeth. I heard long ago that you Central Plains people have martial Dao, and I didn't expect that I would really see one today, or a 9th grade realm. I just don't know if a 9th grade martial artist can outwit the long whip in the hands of this Wolf King. After saying that, the female Wolf King directly took off into the air and flung her long whip at Toneless. Toneless laughed lightly and shook his head, confidently placing one hand behind his back, only extending 2 fingers of his left hand and gently clamping them together. The long whip that the female Wolf King swung out was then clamped between 2 fingers by Toneless, and no matter how the female Wolf King pulled, Toneless's 2 fingers, as if they were welded together, did not move at all. It was at this instant that Chunyi realized the difference between ordinary people and martial arts cultivators. What a difference! This is a downgrade. The Wolf King of the Grassland clan's fighting strength was definitely considered to be the best among ordinary people, but in front of No Tongue, it was like an infant. Toneless even just stood still with 2 fingers extended. The female Wolf King was then all but helpless. Damn it! The female Wolf King gritted her silver teeth and simply threw away her long whip, drawing a curved-bladed dagger from her waist and stabbing it straight towards Toneless's face. However, Toneless remained still, silently reciting the spells under his breath, and the powerful true chi suddenly came out through his body. A wave of air spread out with the center of the circle where Toneless was standing. The female Wolf King was instantly lifted to the ground by this wave of air, and the curved-bladed dagger in her hand also fell to the ground. While Toneless raised his hand slightly, the curved-bladed dagger was taken in through the air and held in Toneless's hand. Toneless lowered his eyes slightly, glanced at the curved blade dagger in his hand, and pinched it with 2 fingers. Clank! The sound. The dagger snapped in response. Chunyi was staggered in place, his eyes wide and a mouth open even wider, simply looking dumbfounded. Isn't this a ancient world? How did it become a fantasy world? The airwaves hit flying people, picking up objects in the air, and breaking iron daggers as if they were as easy as breaking chopsticks. Chunyi silently glanced at his hands. If you break chopsticks yourself, I guess it's not as easy as breaking iron without a tongue, right? You! The female Wolf King was instantly anxious and rushed forward with red eyes. This is what my Abba left me. You give it back to me. I'll fight you. At this moment, the female Wolf King was living like a frenzied little beast. But unfortunately, in front of Toneless, she didn't even have the slightest chance of winning. Toneless didn't even need to move at all. Referring to lifting up 2 fingers, he was able to make the female Wolf King not move an inch. Finally, after struggling for a long time, the female Wolf King was gently toppled to the ground by Toneless. Chapter 93 Niece is older than uncle. You will be spared tonight, Toneless said softly. After this, don't set foot in my Dichian territory again. After saying that, Toneless slashed the female Wolf King with a hand slash, directly cutting her unconscious. Toneless slowly stepped forward and looked at Chunyi. Your Excellency has been frightened. Let's go back. Chunyi's gaze landed on the fainted female Wolf King by the side of that giant wolf, his face showing his intolerance. A barbarian is just a barbarian. Toneless's tone was icy cold as he said, it wouldn't be a pity to die 10,000 times. The old man saw that she was a woman and couldn't bear to take her life. I just chopped her unconscious, and if I really wanted her to die, it was just a matter of moving my fingers. Chunyi sighed and looked towards the curved-bladed daggers broken in 2 that Toneless was holding in each of his right and left hands. Your Excellency likes it? Toneless noticed Chunyi's gaze and handed Chunyi the 2 broken blades. Something from the barbarians. It's good to keep it as a trophy. After saying that, Toneless picked up Zhanlong and looked at Chunyi. My lord, return. Chunyi sighed softly, took out a glazed marble from his waist, threw it into the hand of that female Wolf King, and turned around to head back to the city. Yongning County, Heaven and Earth. The 8th Sage King looked at the book that Xiaoer handed to him and let out a light laugh. This Chunyi really dares to say anything, but what he said is reasonable. Xiaoer, on the other hand, frowned and said, Your Highness, that Fengji is indeed of the remnants of the former dynasty, and is loyal to the former dynasty. And since Yi Qinghuan is a descendant of the remnants of the former dynasty, it would be better to do so. With that, Junior made a killing motion with his hand as a knife and crossed it in front of his neck. Instead, the 8th Sage King snapped that small book onto the desktop and shook his head. What Chunyi said is reasonable. The royal family of the Diffractive dynasty is already dead, so even if someone wants to rebel, there is no name for it. Don't bother. Junior nodded and retreated. Not long after, Xiao Lu pushed the door in. Your Highness, the people have been invited. The words were not yet spoken. A young man in fancy dress, about his early 20s, then walked in. The person who came was none other than His Highness, King Cheng of this Yunyang Prefecture. Buster, it's been a long time. And a ing parrot. The 8th Sage King blankly glanced at King Cheng, then waved his hand, signaling Xiao Lu to step back. Roku closed and locked the door to his room and stood outside. King Chenghao laughed and sat directly across from the 8 virtuous kings. I didn't realize that you, 8th brother, were actually in Yongning County as well. So I guess it must have been long ago that you lingered, right? King Bashin glared at King Chang and said, "You little brat. You knew about Yongning County and Chengyi, yet you didn't report to me to His Majesty. If His Majesty hadn't discovered this place on a slight patrol, how long would you have planned to hide it from us?" While King Chang was lazily leaning back. "Ugh, yo, 8th brother, Miaohan, but I was bullied from childhood. This girl wilted bad. Every time she was bullied, she complained to Big Brother. I don't bother to take care of her. How dare you? How dare you call the current son of heaven by her name?" The 8th Sage King said seriously. "It's not true that she's your niece, but she's now the son of heaven, a ruler and his subjects. The rules and regulations should not be messed up. And how many times have I told you?" "What, Big Brother? That's the late emperor." "Oh well, it's not like there are no outsiders. Do not let me relax. King Cheng is only in his early 20s, still a child." Some defiantly said. "She is now the emperor is not false, but I am also her 29 uncle. This uncle can't shout his niece's name anymore?" The 8 virtuous kings blankly glanced at King Cheng and said, "If you want to argue like that, don't forget that this niece of yours is 1 year older than you in terms of years. Older than me. I'm also her uncle. I'm the eldest." "Oh, so you're allowed to discuss seniority and I'm not allowed to discuss kings and ministers?" The 8th Sage King was not at all spoiled by this 19th brother of his. Fine. I won't argue with you. I can't say it with you." King Cheng pouted and snatched a grape that the 8 Magi had just peeled from the 8 Magi's hand and threw it directly into his mouth. This Dacian dynasty's royal relationship is also a bit messy. In the previous dynasty, the grandfather of the current empress was an idle king with a different surname, far away from the imperial court party disputes, all day long free and happy, enough to marry more than 70 concubines, gave birth to 39 sons and 27 daughters. These 39 sons, in addition to the early death of the oldest 5, all lived the remaining 38. Later, the eldest of the 38 sons, Gong Lai, the former Emperor Wu, rose up to take over the world and established a new dynasty, known as De Qian. When the Great Qian was founded, Gong Lai sent his 37 younger brothers, all of whom had been crowned kings, to the fiefdom, and Gong Lai has always been with the wise king of the old 8. That is, the 8 wise king Gong Shi is the most intimate, so did not give the 8 wise king fiefdom, but licensed to stay in the capital, together to assist the dynasty. Even when the late emperor was seriously ill, the crown prince was not even established, but first established his own 8th brother regent to assist the next monarch to rule the country. It shows how much the late emperor valued the 8 wise kings, and it is precisely because Master Gong is really too able to give birth. The age difference between these 38 sons is really a bit disparate. The oldest boss, the late Emperor Gong Lai, was 57 years old when he collapsed, and with 3 years of meditative age, he was 60 years old. But the youngest of these is only 19 years old today. The current empress even had a full 10 uncles younger than her own age. It's a mess. "Say, what are you looking for me for in the middle of the night?" King Cheng skimmed his lips and looked at the 8 virtuous kings and asked. The 8th Sage King smiled and spoke. "I'll report something to you first. 8th brother, aren't you insulting me?" Hearing the 8th virtuous king say so, King Chung hurriedly sat up straight and said, "If there's something you want to say, just say it, but don't use such words." The 8 sages let out a laugh and said, "But before that, I have to ask you something. A while ago, King Jing made a fuss about rebelling, and it was said that he had instigated the 36 kings, which, among them, included you, didn't it?" King Cheng's eyes dodged, and he said sheepishly, The court counts you, a total of 37 princes. Without me, it's hard to believe that second brother can still pull you up. You brats are following his nonsense too. Ha!" The 8 Sage King glared at King Cheng, but King Cheng pouted his lips and said, "Big brother is gone, and second brother is now the eldest. Brother, he sent an envoy to invite me, and I can not. Oh, he sent a messenger today to invite you to rebel and you agreed. If he sends a messenger tomorrow to invite you to eat poop, are you going to eat it or not?" The 8 Sage King scolded without a good mood. The sincere king's heart is weak, said, "I don't have many soldiers in my hand, just to make a scene and give him a momentum. Besides, that girl as the emperor, I would not have looked favorably on it. Which woman has been the emperor in all these dynasties throughout the ages?" "Shut up. If you say such a big disrespectful asshole again, don't blame me for not remembering my brotherly love." The 8 Sage King snapped. Chapter 94, The 8 Wise Kings Draw a Big Cake. King Makoto lowered his head, not daring to speak again. The 8 Sage King took a deep breath and said, "Forget it. I also know that it's difficult for you, and I won't bother with you any further on this matter. I summoned you here this evening because I have something to discuss with you. Let me ask you, how much do you know about what happened in the Yunyang mansion?" King Chen lifted his head and looked at the 8 virtuous kings and asked, What is it that 8th brother is asking about? Which aspect? The 8 sages sighed and said, never mind. I'll ask you in a different way. This Yunyang prefecture, is the governor Duan Tinghui in charge? Or are you? This. Shang Wang slightly smacked his lips. Big brother in the world when the rules. The vassal king and the fiefdom only legislation and the right to modify the law according to the local conditions. The rest of all the rights are the governor's. This Yunyangfu, naturally is the Duan Jifu is in charge. Of course, I also know that it's the 36 prefectures of Deqian, more than half of which are already under the lordship of a feudal lord, and the governor's power has long since been taken back to the royal family. But you know me, 8th brother. My ambition is the same as grandpa's, to be an idle prince, away from the imperial court party disputes, swimming in the mountains and playing in the water. Pen and ink is my preference. Other things, I'm too lazy to worry about. Oof. The 8th sage king snorted coldly and said, it's precisely because of your nature that you allow that Duan Tinghui to reign supreme. What? You said that old Duan he? King Makoto was flabbergasted. Old Duan? Ha! You're calling him really affectionately. The 8th sage king coldly said. So it seems that you and he have a good personal relationship? Did he do something outside under your name? King Chang was a bit flustered and said, 8th brother, don't misunderstand. I an old, that Duan Tinghui. It's just a nodding acquaintance. He knows that I like to collect celebrity paintings and calligraphy, and has searched out a number of great masterpieces to gift to me, and I will occasionally invite him to the royal residence for a drink, and nothing more. In that case, you even took a bribe from him. The 8 sage king's tiger eyes glared. Is this considered accepting a bribe? King Chang asked sheepishly. What do you think? The 8 sages asked rhetorically. King Makoto swallowed, lowered his head, and whispered, Count. He had a weak heart himself. Duan Tinghui sent him those words and paintings. The total value added up. I'm afraid it is enough to buy an unknown number of mansions and residences in Yunyangfu. You also invited him to the king's mansion to drink and have fun, which makes it seem to the people of Yunyang that what he did was all with your tacit approval. Even you are wearing the same pants as him. King Baxian angrily said, what evidence of Duan Tinghui's guilt I have yet to find out, but I can clearly tell you that his nephew, Deng Ji, the county magistrate of Longyu County, has run amok in Longyu County and fished the townsfolk, and even forcibly robbed the people's women, forcing countless people to their deaths. Even his nephew is so arrogant and domineering. Do you think, this Duan Tinghui, can he be any kind of clean person? King Makoto couldn't stop swallowing. Obviously, Duan Tinghui's nephew is borrowing from his uncle, and Duan Tinghui, too, must be borrowing his own momentum, behind his back to engage in some unseemly hooks. That's a given. The 8th sage king took a deep breath and said in a cold voice, Deng Ji has now been ambushed. This is both a danger and an opportunity for you. Chance, please also ask 8th brother for clarification. King Cheng didn't dare to hang around at this moment, and it was obvious that he also realized the seriousness of the matter. This way, the 8th sage king immediately said, you go back and immediately investigate Duan Tinghui for me, and find out all the evil things he has done in the Yunyang mansion without fail. Once the evidence of guilt has been collected, then in the name of the Chang Wang house, write a petition to His Majesty to impeach Duan Tinghui. In this way, not only will your faults be covered over, but you'll instead also be rewarded for your whistleblowing. Got it? Understood. Thank you for your guidance, 8th brother. King Chang nodded his head in fear. I'll go back and order a thorough investigation immediately. And, seeing that the time was ripe, the 8th sage king immediately said, you also need to submit another letter, asking His Majesty's permission to combine Fufun, Longyu, and Yongning, the 3 counties, plus that piece of barren beach granted by His Majesty, together, to establish a special economic zone. 3 counties in one? King Chang asked with some confusion. Why is this? Also, that special economic zone, what does it mean? This is not something you need to worry about. I will naturally explain to His Majesty at that time. The 8 virtuous kings immediately said, the magistrate of Longyu County has already been ambushed. Longyu County is now in a state of no ownership, and Shenyi has dispatched a portion of his officials and soldiers to guard it. Deng Ji would have been one of the main accomplices in Duan Tinghui's case as well, and even if he hadn't died, the county magistrate of Longyu would have had to be abolished. It's just right to take advantage of this matter to give Shenyi a chance to show off his skills. I know you want to be an idle prince, but you are also clear about Shenyi's ability, and if he really governs your Yunyang prefecture as the #1 prefecture in the Great Qin dynasty, it will be a political achievement for you as well. Saying that, the 8 Magi King slightly lowered his eyes, signaling King Cheng to come closer. King Makoto immediately came over. The 8 Sage King whispered in a low voice, no one is here, so I'll say some heartfelt words to you. After all, your majesty is a daughter. If she is a woman, she will have to marry sooner or later. We can't let her take this entire great Xian as dowry to accompany her, right? Therefore, His Majesty is bound to choose an heir in the future from among the heirs of the various vassal kings. You don't want to be the emperor, but your future son. There is still hope. King Makoto's eyes brightened steeply. He asked himself, did he really have no imperial aspirations? How is that possible? The common people all want to be the emperor. He was the king, the closest person to that Putian supreme. Have you never thought of sitting on the dragon chair and looking down on the world one day? He chose to follow his grandfather's example of being an idle prince, but only because it was clear to him that he was the old 29. Even if they were to take turns one by one, it might not be his turn, so he could only choose the path of the idle prince. But the words of the 8th sage king did make his heart flutter. If the empress was to choose an heir from among the heirs of the various feudal lords, it would inevitably be a matter of choosing the virtuous. As long as one's future son was virtuous enough to stand out among the sons of the various feudal lords, his son, in the future, could be the emperor of this great Qian. Although he and the princess have been married for many years, the princess's stomach is still flat and not moving. But the thought was planted. King Cheng immediately agreed, and immediately did not linger any longer, directly returning to the Yunyang mansion, intending to strike while the iron is hot this night, and have a few more sons out with the princess. And this move by the 8th sage king was, for one thing, to use the name of knocking to get King Cheng to take the initiative to help Chen Yi fulfill his wishes. Secondly, it also inspired the king of Makoto to fight a little bit by painting a cake for him at the same time. Chen Yi was, after all, the county magistrate of Yunyang Prefecture. Chapter 95. I bet 500 taels. It was not enough to rely on Chen Yi's efforts alone if he wanted to utilize all of his talents. If the leader, King Cheng, spends all his time uninvolved in politics and idleness, to Chen Yi, he would only be a liability. King of the 8 wise men, you have to let King Cheng become Chen Yi's booster. As for the king of sincerity, well, their own this brother, cannot even say is their own watch grown up? Should say, is their own raised up as more or less? At the time of King Makoto's birth, all of the 8 wise kings were already past their prime. In his time, there were years of war, and his father had no time to care for these children of his. At that time, the 8th virtuous king was returning from the east, was injured. Dantian almost destroyed. Half of the true chi cannot be used, at least a few years, cannot go to war again. Thus, his younger brothers, who were in their 20s or even 30s, were almost all brought up by him, now even cajoling King Cheng to go and do something for himself. The 8th sage king didn't think there was anything wrong with it. The next day, noon, Kapatul, Gong Miaohan looked at the zhangji handed up by Xiao Chui, his eyes full of dismay. You just said that this zine, who handed it in? I seem to have misheard. Xiao Chui lowered her head and said, back to your majesty, you did not hear wrong. This Zhang Zhang, indeed is the sincere king of his highness delivered. Last night Chen time from the cloud Yangfu fast horse and out. This morning, according to the soldier who sent the message, this urgent report changed 7 horses along the way and exhausted 5 of them alive. And the 2 horses that were still alive had their hooves run red and branded into the hooves. Gong Miaohan snorted, shook his head and said, this 29th uncle of mine has always ignored any political affairs, and only knows to recite poetry and make pairs to attach to elegance. He handed in the sonata, but also really let me surprise, and even handed in such an urgent report. Then I, see, Xiao Chui looked down and smiled without saying anything. It wasn't that Gong Miaohan didn't take King Cheng's sealing such an urgent zhang seriously. It was because she knew her 29 uncles too well. She was the first of these uncles of her own who was younger than she was. Ever since he was a kid, he's been playing with himself all day long, and his 2 favorite things to do in plain sight. One is to secretly cut off your own braid and make it into a quill. The second is to use this brush, dipped in ink, to draw on one's face while one is asleep. Each time, my younger self was so angry that I cried and ran to tell my father. But his father was busy with politics. Basically cannot care about them. These children play. Every time is ignored. Later, Gong Miaohan, after hitting the wall many times, finally found a way to sanction him. That is the 8 wise kings. King Cheng is the 8 virtuous king brought up, like father like brother, and because of the military origin, always a fierce look. As long as the 8 virtuous king a glare, the sincere king is a mess to the sky to go, but also have to build a ladder gray from the sky roll down, kneeling in front of the 8 virtuous king, grabbing the 2 ears to admit fault. Yet it creates a vicious circle. Whenever Gong Miaohan was bullied by King Cheng, he went to King Baxian to complain, and after King Baxian punished King Cheng would hold a grudge and come up with even more outrageous tricks to catch himself. Moreover, this King Cheng had as many damaging tricks in his head as there were stars in the sky, and he couldn't use them all. That's why the tiny Gong Miaohan once said something. It flows in the Milky Way in the sky. It's all the bad water in her 29th uncle's stomach. And such a number one. If he screws up on his own fiefdom, Gong Miaohan believed. But he, to himself, sent the sonata. It's still an emergency report. This, Gong Miaohan was 100% unconvinced. Thinking of this, Gong Miaohan immediately stood up carrying that zhang and walked towards the outside of the bedchamber. Your Majesty, where are you going? Gong Miaohan bristled and said, don't you know how stubborn this 29th uncle of mine is? The hell with believing he's got something really important in this sangha. I bet with you 100 taels of gold. This Zhang Zhang, quasi as he again racked his brains. Think out of the trick to fool me. I'm not going to fall for his tricks. Xiao Chui covered her mouth and snickered, saying, I bet 500 taels. You're right. Ha! Gong Miaohan also laughed away, like she hadn't laughed so happily in a long time. For this 29 uncle of his, suddenly following to make a fool of his own Zhang, Gong Miaohan, although the political affairs are busy, but did not feel that the sincere king disturbed himself in the slightest. Instead, it allowed her, the long-suffering son of heaven, to be able to have some relief. You stay away, Gong Miaohan said as she stood on top of the dragon steps, one hand cupping the Jingji, cautiously, looking toward Xiao Chui. Your Majesty, if you are afraid, why don't I do it? Xiao Chui said hurriedly. Afraid? I will be afraid of him? Humph. He's still a year younger than me. Gong Miaohan was obviously provoked by Xiao Chui's words and said, besides, I've seen so many of his plots and tricks since I was a child. I already knew how to deal with him. Let's see how I can crack his trickery. After saying that, Gong Miaohan immediately swung her arm and flung it. Zhongji blowing in the wind and open. Imagined that the trickery of the organs did not appear. There is no ink flying mess made her face full of flowers. The handwriting on the top of the Zhangji is neat and clear. The handwriting is strong and powerful. It is indeed just a simple Zhangji. Gong Miaohan was slightly stunned. With eyes full of incredulity, she flung the shang again. Even Xiao Chui walked forward with a face full of surprise, pinched up the other side of the Zhangji, and scrutinized it carefully. Your Majesty, this is, quite literally, a sonnet. What it says. It seems to be the matter of the governor of Yunyang. Gong Miaohan failed to crack his own 29 uncle's trickery, appeared to be a bit depressed, skimmed his mouth, looked to Xiao Chui said, in this case, it is my little man's heart? How could it be? Xiao Chui hurriedly shook her head into a rattledrum and said, this His Highness King Cheng is naturally naughty and has grown up fighting with His Majesty since he was a child, and it is only natural for His Majesty to be on guard against him. While Gong Miaohan skimmed her mouth. Disinterested. Not fun. I thought I could still write him a letter after I cracked his trickery and mock him properly, but I didn't realize that my 29 uncles, too, have grown up, and they do have the right thing in their eyes. Hey, growing up is boring and not fun at all. Xiao Chui's face also changed slightly, not knowing how to be relieved. Gong Miaohan, on the other hand, looked around to see that no one was around, and then he sat his butt on top of the dragon steps and read the Zhangji. Your Majesty, it's cold, Xiao Chui hurriedly reminded. It's better to go back to the bedchamber and take a closer look, or worse, let the slave girl bring you a cushion. Oops, it's fine. Gong Miaohan skimmed his lips and said, I have been sitting on the ground since I was a child, and I didn't say it was cool. How is it that after a few days of being the emperor, on the contrary, I'm still delicate? Chapter 96 Sleuth with the surname Ko? No. Saying that, Gong Miaohan patted the seat on his side and said, come Xiao Chui, you sit here and stay with me for a while. Yes. Xiao Chui nodded slightly and also sat on Gong Miaohan's side, but after just a few moments of looking at it, Gong Miaohan's eyes abruptly became stern. Asshole. Gong Miaohan spoke angrily. This Yunyang governor dares to do this. Does he think I don't dare to kill him? Xiao Chui also saw what was on the zhang, and immediately her heart jumped. I didn't expect him to be so bold as to send his nephew to intercept Chen Yi while he was fighting the bandits. If it weren't for Chen Yi's great fate, such a talent would have been killed by the hands of this thief. Obviously. What Duan Tinghui had done had already touched Gong Miaohan's reverse scale. What a talent Chen Yi was. In just 3 years, he had done so many almost impossible things. Even the people of the Great Xian were coveting Chen Yi. But this Duan Tinghui, he actually dared to intercept Chen Yi. With that one, the countdown can already start when his head hits the ground. Xiao Chui draws up a decree. Immediately write back to King Cheng. Gong Miaohan immediately said. Since the evidence of Duan Tinghui's various crimes in Yunyangfu has been conclusively established, then immediately escort his entire family to the capital. Referred to Kyoto Prefecture and Ministry of Justice. Your Majesty. Xiao Chui interrupted Gong Miaohan and immediately said, Your Majesty must not. Gong Miaohan only for a moment understood Xiao Chui's meaning. His brows knit up and said, You are thinking that the Ministry of Justice will. Xiao Chui nodded slightly and said, Your Majesty, the difficulty in implementing the new policy of the imperial examinations is precisely because of the obstruction of this Minister of Justice, Su Gue, and the Huaishi Party, which Su Gue represents, has a disjointed force behind it, and is also the largest group of beneficiaries of the Chajiao system. Duan Tinghui comes from Huaiyan Province, and is also a member of the Huaishi Party. Not only can't the Ministry of Justice be allowed to hold a trial, but even at this time, not even half a bit of news can be spread. Nice. You have a point. Gong Miaohan nodded slightly and said, Tell King Cheng to arrest all of Duan Tinghui's family without fail. After the capture is complete, disguise yourself as a merchant and hand over to the 8 Sage Kings to secretly escort them back to the capital. This matter must not leak out. It just so happens that I don't know how to suppress this Huaishi Party, and this section, Tinghui, is a great gift from me to the Huaishi Party. Yes. Xiao Chui immediately nodded her head. Gong Miaohan took a deep breath and said after a little thought, As for the 3 counties mentioned by King Cheng in his petition, what do you think, Jade? Xiao Chui shook her head and said, The slave girl doesn't dare to talk about state affairs. Haven't you just discussed it all? Gong Miaohan smiled helplessly and said, Xiao Chui, you don't have to be so formal. Although I am the son of heaven, you are the only friend I have left. Xiao Chui was touched by Gong Miaohan's words and nodded slightly. Your Majesty, in fact, in your heart, you have already made up your mind, haven't you? Gong Miaohan let out a light laugh, stretching out a Qiangbai jade finger, tapping on Xiao Chui's head. You girl. Yongning County Office. Went out. The 8 Sage King listened to Zhang Long's return and asked with some surprise, Do you know where you went? This indeed do not know. Zhang Long said with apologetic eyes. His Excellency took Conan out of the city early in the morning and went. Also specially explained that it might have to be sunset before he could return. Out of the city? The 8 Sage King flinched and asked with a frown. This one surnamed Ku, is that the name of one of the guards in the residence? How come I've never heard your lord mention it before? Zhang Long let out a laugh and explained. You misunderstand. This Conan Na is the name of a hound that my lord raised from childhood. This dog has been trained by the lord. Just give it a sniff, and no matter where it runs, it can be found. Lord said. Conan is a name of what a sleuth. To say also strange, this through the ages, also have not heard of which dynasty which generation. There is such a name of Chaos Sleuth Na. Fine. The 8 Sage King skimmed his lips and said, In that case, I'll leave you alone. When your lord returns, please also let me know that I am waiting for him in the heavenly realm. Good. Definitely bring it. Zhang Long said with a nod of his head. The 8 wise kings returned to the heavenly world. At this moment inside the elegant pavilion King Cheng was drinking tea. When he saw the 8 wise kings return, he immediately went forward and asked, 8th brother, how is it? Out of the city. The 8 Sage King skimmed his lips and said, he even took a dog, saying that he had to be back by sunset. I've already left a message for the magistrates, informing them to wait for Chen Yi to return and invite him to the heavenly palace. King Cheng skimmed his lips and said, 8th brother, I just don't understand. Since you want me to meet him as a prince, how come this king has to be invited 3 times to meet a magistrate? The 8 Sage King glared at King Cheng and said, haven't you ever heard of honoring the virtuous? You also know the talent of this Chen Yi, and by allowing you to invite him as a prince, you are representing not just yourself, but our entire Deqian royal family. Gotta show some courtesy. Losing you are still all day reading and writing, that books are read to the dog's stomach? King Makoto flattened his mouth in aggravation. 8th brother, I know I'm wrong, don't scold me. The 8 Sage King glared at King Cheng and said, I'd say you're really good at this too. That Duan Tinghui's incriminating evidence. You searched cleanly in one night. The subordinate officers of your house. So capable? And Shen Wang snorted coldly, the evidence of guilt. Are forged? I went back last night. Will be over the years of the case file turned over. And asked some people. That surnamed Duan's really is not a thing. So I sent people to fabricate some incriminating evidence. Found some people to be witnesses. And directly sent Duan Tinghui's entire family to prison. Fabricating incriminating evidence? The 8 Sage King instantly widened his eyes full of astonishment. You're a little too bold, aren't you, 8th brother? King Makoto let out a laugh and said, I'm not a child anymore. Don't I know this reasoning well? What the court needs, to accomplish certain things, is solid evidence of the crimes committed by Duan Tinghui. Although I don't know exactly what my niece's idea is, but from her reply let her up. She didn't doubt the authenticity of these incriminating evidence, and only asked me to catch the whole family of Duan Tinghui clean. Not to allow half of the wind to leak out, and then asked you to bring the escorted team back to the capital disguised as a merchant team. Why else would things be done so secretly? The purpose is to unknowingly incriminate Duan Tinghui. As for whether the incriminating evidence is true or false, it doesn't matter, as long as it convicts Duan Tinghui and can make it impossible for him to overturn the case. Chapter 97 I'm not human. You're a real dog. Ha! You didn't understand a single word of this sage's words, but you've learned the plotting and scheming through and through. The 8th Sage King blankly glanced at King Chang. King Chang, on the other hand, bristled and said, 8th brother, you're wishing for me. When it comes to scheming, I'm no match for my niece. This girl has been a tattletale since she was a child, and when she does you make me kneel. She's bad. Let's just say this time, I wrote her a proper zhang. She is good. The return letter is clipped a bag of ink sacks. I opened the letter. Directly spilled all over the ink. I was so angry. Alright you. The 8 virtuous kings glared at King Chang and said, don't keep opening and closing your mouth about the maiden. That's His Majesty. You really think I won't go before His Majesty and tell on you, don't you? And if I remember correctly, you invented that trick when you were 13 years old, right? I still remember when you splattered that girl Miao Han's mouth full of ink, and that tongue was black for more than half a month without being cleaned. Miao Han told me that everything she ate smelled like ink. You're allowed to make fun of people, but they're not allowed to make fun of you? As if he had caught some opportunity, King Cheng immediately said, look at you. You're still talking about me. Didn't you also call out to His Majesty as Miao Han, the name of the Son of Heaven? Is it not something that can be called by name? I'll write to His Majesty right now to tell you off. How dare you? 8 Wise King Tiger Eyes glared, immediately touched to the waist of the horsewhip, angrily said, again want to be whipped is not it? You haven't been whipped for a few years, have you? Do you want me to loosen your skin? This bloodline suppression is really strange. The 8 virtuous king has not pulled out the whip to, only the eyes of a glare. The sincere king will instantly shrink neck legs soft, flop, kneeling in front of the 8 virtuous king. Both hands also reflexively cupped their 2 ears. Looking at how skillfully King Cheng knelt, the fatally angry 8 virtuous kings couldn't hold back and burst out laughing on the spot. Why am I kneeling? King Makoto froze and looked at his kneeling legs. Ha 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 ha, the 8 Magi King laughed brightly. Alright, look at your unproductive face. King Chung huffed and puffed and stood up, standing far away from the 8 virtuous kings, cursing, you only allow the state officials to set fires, not the people. The 8 sage kings, however, did not think so, saying, I am not a state official, and you are not a citizen. You and I are both princes. King Cheng also did not expect this always serious 8th brother of his to be able to come up with such a set of mixed up reasoning, so he gritted his teeth in anger, organized half a day's worth of language, and finally mustered up enough courage to turn it into a single sentence. You old. After saying that, King Chung immediately turned around and fled for his life, breaking out of the house to go. The 8 sage king stood in place, flabbergasted for a long time before reacting, huffing and puffing as he drew out his horsewhip and chased after him. Mother asterisk. Stop right there. You little brat. If I don't whip you around like an ice monkey for tens of thousands of revolutions today, I'm raised by you. Outside the city, the midday sun was unbearably hot, and Chen Yi was holding Conan, panting with exhaustion. I say Conan nah, you're not good at this. You've led me for more than 10 miles this morning. My shoes are worn out. This female wolf king is also capable enough to run. I should have known I'd come on horseback. Conan turned his head, spitting out his tongue and shaking his head at Chen Yi, signaling that Chen still had to move forward. But Chen Yi ran out of strength and yanked Conan down, sitting on his butt on a large boulder. This was already the edge of the deserted beach that the Empress had granted herself. Just came in on the way here and have even crossed the docks that are under construction. Before Chen Yi crossed over, he was a brittle college student, a player who had to gasp for half a day to get up to the 6th floor, and was dragged by Conan for more than 10 miles in the morning, and half of his life was about to be lost. At the moment it was a dry mouth and a weak and feeble body. Seeing this big river, Chen Yi finally made up his mind. Not going. Take a break. Chen Yi leaned against the large green stone and took out the water bottle from his waist and shook it, but realized that it had long since reached the bottom. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly, unscrewed the cork from the water bottle in his hand, and threw it in front of Conan. Go, fetch me a jug of water. Conan wagged his tail and looked at Chen Yi. That expression was vivid as hell. Distinctly. I'm not human. You're a real dog. You asked me to fetch water. If I had that kind of skill, you'd still be the master? But the dog's loyalty and spirituality are transcendent, and even though he knows he probably can't do it, he dutifully picks up the kettle and heads toward the river. When they reached the river, Conan let go of his mouth and threw the canteen straight into the river. The river wasn't exactly swift, but taking away an empty water bottle was still a breeze. You hold it down Just throw it in the river for me, ah? Chen-Yi hurriedly got up and rushed into the river to chase after the kettle. But although Chen-Yi was slightly proficient in water, it was a half-assed swimming technique that he had learned in a swimming pool by spending an unreasonable amount of money. At best, you can make sure you can stay awake without drowning. That's as far as it goes. But it was still a bit of a struggle to catch up with the kettle floating away. Conan also jumped into the river along with Chen-Yi, while chasing towards the kettle. But after chasing after him for a while, Conan behind him suddenly stepped on his back and barked furiously. Chen-Yi himself was a half-assed swimmer, and with dozens of pounds of hound humped on his back, he immediately choked on several mouthfuls of water. Conan, are you crazy, ah? You want to get me killed, are you? After struggling for half a day, Chen-Yi managed to struggle out of the water and angrily turned to Conan. But at this moment, Conan extended his right forearm and blocked his eyes. Ugh, I'll be damned. You're even blocking your eyes. Pretending you can't see me, right? Chen-Yi was infuriated by Conan's cute appearance. But then, steeply, a sound of a beast baring its teeth could be heard faintly behind him. Chen-Yi gulped and turned his head, only to bump into two pairs of angry gazes. A pair is soaking in the water, is bathing female wolf Wang Yilin. The other pair, a giant wolf standing on the bank, was showing its teeth and glaring angrily at him. Gulp! A thud. Even in the midst of a turbulent river, Chen-Yi could also clearly hear the sound of his own gulping, and the sound of a pounding heartbeat. It was a good thing that the female wolf king was hidden underwater from her shoulders down at the moment. But what kills me is that this Shilong River is notoriously clear. Chen-Yi was almost on the verge of tears as he looked at the two pairs of angry pupils of the female wolf king and the giant wolf beside her. Women warriors. I can explain. I can explain. Chapter 98, Think Fast. After saying that, Chen-Yi desperately smashed his head. Dead brain, think fast. Come up with an excuse to get out from under these two wolf kings alive. The female wolf king clasped her arms with both hands, barely blocking the vitals, and looked at Chen-Yi with a playful expression. Alright, then I'll wait for you to make up an excuse. The female wolf king spoke calmly. If you make it up well, this wolf king will give you a good time and make your death less painful. If you make up a bad, me this chasing the wind. But it's been a long time since I've eaten meat. One man and one dog. But it's enough to stuff chasing wind's teeth. Chen-Yi closed both eyes. It was over. This time it's kind of a total pull. I should have known to bring no tongue along. The other female wolf king had already decided that she had made it up. And, well made up is not well made up. It's all gotta die. Who cares if the urn after death is flip-top or glow in the dark anymore if you're going to die anyway? I didn't see anything. Do you believe it? Chen-Yi asked in tears. The wolf queen smiled a small, beautiful smile. There's a wild, deathly beauty to it. It's like an emoji smiley. Breathtaking. Chen-Yi let out a long sigh, closed his eyes tightly, raised his neck, and said sadly, You kill me. I can't make it up. Put. A sound. The female wolf king actually laughed out loud. Chen-Yi opened his eyes and looked at the smile on the female wolf king's face, and he busily asked, You're smiling. Does that mean, you won't kill me? The female wolf king nodded her head and swam to Chen-Yi, saying, Alright, this wolf king is in a good mood today and won't kill you. Thanks to the lady. Before Chen-Yi could finish his words, in the next second, a pink fist smashed above Chen-Yi's face. The left eye was sore, squeezing out a few tears that were already ebony. I'll beat you to death. You dirty, filthy, stinking rascal. The female wolf king directly raged, pressing Chen-Yi's head into the water, her fists raining down on Chen-Yi's body. Chen-Yi cried out as he was punched, and Conan on the side instinctively let out a few low growls. The low growl attracted the female wolf king's idea and immediately glared at Conan. What's the matter? You got a problem with that? Conan squeezed two grunts out of his throat at the look in the female wolf king's eyes, and busied himself with covering his eyes again and turning his head away. I don't see anything. None of my business. Be my guest, ma'am. This denizen who peeped at you in the shower. I don't even recognize it. About half an incense stick of work had passed the banks of the Shiliang River. The female wolf king rounded up the fur on her chest, shook her long, water-stained hair, and touched Chen-Yi's leg with her toes. Chen-Yi conditionally fired 2 steps back. Come on, it's scary for you. As for that, the female wolf king glanced at Chen-Yi in disgust. Chen-Yi forced himself to act hard. No, not scared. I'm just, no, not too comfortable. Changing positions only. Instead, the female wolf king skimmed her lips and reached out her hand to the side under the neck of the giant wolf, pulling off a necklace-like ornament from under the thick fur of the giant wolf and holding it up in front of Chen-Yi. The ornament was tied with rattan, and right in the center, tied with it, was the very same marble that Chen-Yi had left by the female wolf king's side last night. You Dog. Followed the scent, didn't you? The female wolf king asked. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, precisely. Last night when I woke up and found this marble you left behind, I guess that you should have left clues on purpose to try to track me down. The female wolf king said indifferently. I originally thought that when you and I met again, you should be carrying the officials and soldiers who arrested me behind you. I then thought that I would let you, a group of Central Plains people, see how powerful my ninja wolf riders are. But I really didn't figure out that you would have the audacity to come straight to me with one man and one dog. Aren't you afraid I'll kidnap you again to be a meat ticket? Before I answer this question of yours, can I ask a question first? Chen Yi thought of an extremely death-defying question. You ask. The female wolf king was not amused. Chen Yi, on the other hand, asked in a death-defying manner, didn't you say last night that you weren't ashamed? How come today? As expected, the moment this question came out, the female wolf king's pink fists clenched. You didn't get beaten up enough, did you? The female wolf king's eyes flashed with a sinister color. No, no, no. Chen Yi hurriedly waved his hands and said, I'm sorry, I'm talking nonsense. Forget about business. You just asked me if I'm afraid you'll kidnap me as a meat ticket again, didn't you? I can answer you unequivocally. No fear. The female wolf king, however, looked at Chen Yi with disbelief in her eyes and said, Che, you weren't the one who was just beaten up by me and begged for mercy? Now you're getting tough? Chen Yi deflated his mouth, taking this sneer from the female wolf king as a punishment for his own blabbering just now. With that, Chen Yi immediately took out a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the female wolf king. This, you take. The female wolf king slightly lowered her eyes and glanced at the jade pendant, holding it in her hand. The cold touch made her can't help but softly inhale a breath of cool air. It's so cold. Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, this is a natural cold jade that can maintain an extremely low temperature no matter how hot the weather is. Baby, come on. This baby, it must be worth a lot of money, right? Just giving it away to me like this? The female wolf king glanced at Chen Yi and asked, what's the intention? Say it. Look at how hard you say that. Chen Yi grinned. You said that you came to plunder south for your clan. This year's winter has been unusually cold, and the Central Plains have yet to feel it, and you are still able to wear so little and bathe in this river. But I'm sure that in the north, snowflakes are already drifting, aren't they? The female wolf king's face darkened for a few moments, and she nodded slightly in reply. I'm not one of your everlasting heavens people, but you and I are both human beings, and I know that it's already not easy for people to live in this world. Chen Yi spoke indifferently. If not compelled by life, who would come out to do this looting? If you want to exchange money for food easily, then I will send you money. Take it and exchange it for some food to feed your people well, at least this winter. Don't come back to nuisance my Yongning County. The female wolf king's eyes flashed with a strange color as she looked at Chen Yi with complicated eyes. What are you? I don't know whether to say it's coincidental or not. Chen Yi smiled as he stood up and said with a confident grin, I, County Magistrate of Yongning County, Chen Yi. The female wolf king looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of puzzlement and asked, if you speak, then speak. What are you doing standing up? Chen Yi was momentarily stumped by the female wolf king's question. This is according to the nature of the TV series. The plot has proceeded to this point. Chen Yi stood up and made a great appearance. It should make the female wolf king impressed with himself. Chapter 99, I believe you. How is it that this female wolf king asked such a strange question? It came across as this standing up by myself. This taking of the air and introducing myself. It's embarrassing. Nothing. Chen Yi laughed awkwardly. It seems like my legs are a bit numb from sitting, so I'll get up and move around. Oh, thanks. The female wolf king was not amused, pinning the jade pendant to her waist and standing up as well. Chen Yi knew that he was embarrassed, and his gaze was somewhat averted, not daring to look at the female wolf king. Instead, the female wolf king suddenly spoke up and asked, may I ask why you're helping me? Of course, you may not answer. Only then did Chen Yi turn his head and looked at the female wolf king and said, the Ningzhou ministry, as I recall, seems to have been repulsed by General Fengji of Jinbei in the 17th year of the Great Dian Baofeng and traveled far away from the western region. Right? The female wolf king looked grim and nodded slightly. According to the historical records above, Ningzhou wolf riders, to 1 for 100, valor incomparable. Fengji that year 100, 000 soldiers and horses, lost most of them, only barely beat you away, but also just beat away, did not take advantage of you half a point. It remains that according to historical records, the Ningzhou ministry still had 500 wolf riders left when they were far away in the west. Over in the western region, there's just one Lulan country, and all I know about Lulan is that they're rich in beautiful women and raisins, as well as pure-blooded sweat-blooded BMWs, but their ability to fight, it's just poor. You went to a trip to Lulan, but came back to make only the old and weak women and children of the tragic situation. I think Lulan, with the means, must be dirty, coaxed you, resulting in the loss of your troops, and even the old Wolf King Hun Tuo died there. I wonder if I guessed, right? The female Wolf King took a deep breath, looked towards the sky, and said, "That's right, your guesses are basically all correct." King Angue of Lulan pretended to take us in, but in reality, he coveted our Ningzhou's art of wolf control. This wolf guarding technique is fundamental to our Ningzhou, and cannot be taught even to the other children of the everlasting sky. When the king of Lulan failed to persuade him, he poisoned the banquet, and when he realized the poisoning, it was too late. I was in danger and became the new Wolf King, but the Wolf Knights were dead and injured more than half. I could only, with my clan, return to the Central Plains. Chunyi slightly frowned, looked at the female Wolf King and asked, "Not right ah? Lulan King poisoned. Poisoned should be your Wolf Knights, right? What about the wolf?" The female Wolf King turned her head and looked at Chunyi and said seriously, "My Ningzhou Imperial Wolf art, although it is called Imperial Wolf, in reality, we live with wolves. Every young wolf, raised from a young age, and the closest thing every wolf rider has to a wolf is not their Abba Eggy or their children, but their wolf. If a man dies, the wolf will die after him, and conversely, if the wolf dies in battle, the wolf rider, too, will never live alone." Chunyi was slightly stunned. It is said that wolves are treacherous, cold-blooded creatures without emotions, and no one can tame them. But in favor of the Ningzhou people, they were able to contract this symbiotic blood spell with the wolf and live and die together. Unbelievable indeed. It's even more rare. They warmed the cold blood of the wolf, and the wolves, with their lives, honored their covenant. Chunyi smacked his lips slightly and said, "So I know that you guys must have suffered a great deal. I also know that you loot and pillage, but only because you have to. You, like wolves, people hurt you and you return the most painful counterattacks, but you can warm the cold blood of the wolf, and I think, I can warm you." Hearing Chen Ye's words, the female Wolf King snorted and asked, "You want to tame us?" Taming doesn't dare. Chunyi shook his head as he looked at the female Wolf King and said, "It's like this symbiotic contract you sign with wolves. I want to live with you." The female Wolf King looked at Chunyi with some shock. Chen Yi, on the other hand, calmly said, "This world is not the world of a single family. De Yen cannot tolerate you, but I, De Qian, can." Listening to Chen Ye's words, the female Wolf King, however, bristled and laughed. "You say that as if you are not the Magistrate of Yongning County, but rather like the Emperor of Deqian. Why do I remember that the current Emperor of your Great Qian is a woman?" Chunyi rolled his eyes and said, "It's true that I'm not the Emperor of Deqian, and I can't guarantee that Deqian will definitely tolerate you, but as far as this acreage of my Yongning County is concerned, I'm still in charge. After all, I'm the parent official here, and if you can clothe and feed yourselves well within my Yongning County, I'm sure you won't start another sword fight with us, will you?" The female Wolf King said after a brief thought, "This is natural. If you can eat and wear warm clothes, the devil will be willing to fight. Then isn't that the end of it?" Chunyi skimmed his lips and smiled. "I'll keep you clothed and fed, and you promise not to cause trouble. So what reason is there for this Deqian not to allow you?" The female Wolf King skimmed her lips and laughed. "In that case, you are your emperor, sent here as a lobbyist, right? For you to come and lobby us to submit to your Great Qian? If that's the case, then I can only tell you that you're playing it wrong. We, the people of the everlasting sky, are only willing to worship the everlasting world. Never wish to worship at the feet of you Central Plains people. Why does it have to be about who worships whom?" Chunyi shook his head and asked, "Why can't we all coexist peacefully?" The female Wolf King, however, shook her head and looked at Chunyi. "This question of yours is too childish, perhaps." Chunyi gave a non-committal smile and said, "Forget it, we've talked enough today. This kind of thing is too boring. I don't want to talk anymore. Anyway, money, I gave it to you. You should buy food and meat. I think, with the goodwill I've given you, I can at least get you guys to leave us alone this winter, right?" The female Wolf King smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Yes, after all I've said, you've rewarded me with one word. Ha, what a waste of words." Chunyi bristled and shook his head, saying, "Can't see any sincerity. Never mind, I believe you. Go away." After saying that, Chunyi turned around to leave. Instead, the female Wolf King called out to Chunyi, "Stay back." Chunyi turned his head and looked at the female Wolf King and asked, "Anything else? Don't you want me to go buy food and meat?" The female Wolf King looked at Chunyi and said, "I'm not familiar with this Yongning County. How about you take me there? I'll take you there." Chunyi was flabbergasted for a moment, then his gaze went to the giant wolf on the female Wolf King's side, and he gulped. "You wind chaser, You're 2 heads taller than me. You brought such a big guy into town. Ha? Then don't bring it, the female wolf king said immediately. The wolfess then whistled. The giant wolf immediately obediently burrowed into a cave off to the side. Chapter 100. Did you take the opportunity to scold me? So obedient? Chen Yi asked as he looked at the female wolf king with some astonishment. The female wolf king held her head high and looked at Chen Yi in triumph. How about it? Now isn't it a bit tempting to learn our wolf sentinel technique? Imagine if your men, all of them, could ride such majestic war wolves, 1 for 1, not to mention being a small magistrate. It's not hard to be an emperor. Chen Yi shook his head and said, but don't talk nonsense. If this gets into the ears of someone with a heart, it's not likely that my little life will be lost. Besides, isn't it true that you guys can't easily pass on this wolf sentencing technique? And even if you're really willing to teach it, we may not dare to learn it. Where am I going to find you a group of soldiers who dare to ride wolves? The female wolf king looked at Chen Yi with a smirk and said, then don't blame me, ha, I've given you a chance. Let's go. Into the city. Chen Yi, however, shook his head and looked at the female wolf king and said, wait, wolf king girl, wait a moment. The female wolf king directly interrupted Chen Yi and said, change your title. Change your name? Chen Yi frowned slightly as he looked at the female wolf king and asked, don't you quite like it when I call you Miss Wolf King? Like it or not, but this is going to be a trip into the city. You're afraid people won't know who I am, aren't you? You Central Plains people. Don't you dislike us grasslanders? That's true. Chen Yi nodded slightly and thoughtfully said, I also wanted to talk to you about this matter. And with these clothes of yours, I'm afraid you need to change them. Change of clothes? The wolf queen lowered her eyes slightly, glancing at her attire. Chen Yi, on the other hand, said helplessly, with all due respect, your outfit is really a bit eye-catching, my Dakian woman, although not so much as the door does not go out, but also all the places that should be wrapped are wrapped tightly. In this outfit, shoulders, thighs, stomach, everywhere exposed, really into the city. Met a scholar husband or something? Surely want to point to your nose to scold you, hurt the wind and vulgarity, do not know shame and so on. Why do I feel as if you're the one taking the opportunity to scold me? The female wolf king glared at Chen Yi. Chen Yi hurriedly coughed twice and shook his head. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, you. Actually, I'm quite curious. You said it's freezing cold over there. Why do you go out and wear so little? Isn't it really cold? We are naturally cold in the desert north. And in winter, it is natural to wear thick woolen felt. But in this Central Plains realm, it is still a bit hot. And I have come here to hunt. And I can't stretch out my arms and legs when I'm wearing such a bloated outfit. Chen Yi shook his head and said, anyway, you need to change into another one and wrap up tightly wherever you should on that body of yours. Humph. The female wolf king snorted coldly and said, I don't have any other clothes. This. Chen Yi smacked his lips slightly, glanced ahead, and said, on the deserted beach ahead, there is a pier that I presided over the construction of. If you don't mind, I'll go and borrow a dress for you, and you'll make do with it, and buy it when we get to town. What do you think? It will have to be so. The female wolf king nodded slightly and looked at Chen Yi and said, then you should stop calling me Wolf King Girl and just call out the name. Yalin. Yalin is still like a Central Plains name if you add a surname of our Central Plains people. Chen Yi slightly smacked his lips and tasted it. In that case, Miss Yalin, wait for me here for a moment. I'll go to the construction site in front of me and find you a set of clothes. It was already getting late, and by the time Chen Yi sought clothes from the construction site, and the two of them relied only on their feet to return to the outside of Yongning County, it was already completely dark. The female wolf king sighed and said, I forgot to count the time. You and I are on our feet, and it's dark when we get to the place. What's wrong with it being dark? Chen Yi didn't bother to look at the female wolf king and asked as he walked. The female wolf king's eyes flashed with a hint of consternation as she asked, are you or are you not the magistrate of Yongning County? Don't you Central Plains people always have a curfew? Right now estimate. It is already the 11th hour. The curfew at Ohio. We tonight. I'm afraid that even the city cannot enter. Can only be outside the city to find a stagecoach. Chen Yi smiled and waved his hand, saying, you're worrying too much about this. Deqian does have a curfew, but I, Yongning County, am an exception. Exceptions? The female wolf king looked at Chen Yi with some consternation and asked, can it be that, in this Yongning County of yours, there is no curfew? That's right. Chen Yi smiled faintly and nodded. Since the day I took office, Yongning County, there has been no curfew to speak of. The people will stay in the streets until whatever hour they wish. While the female wolf king was shocked and asked, how is this possible? Once it gets dark, all the thieves are only active. Aren't they afraid? Thieves? Ha 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 ha. Chen Yi laughed and shook his head. Yongning County, don't have any thieves. Everyone lives in peace and happiness. Ghosts would be thieves. With that said, Chen Ye's gaze went to the female Wolf King, and it was clear that the female Wolf King was full of skepticism. Forget it. Chen Yi was too lazy to explain to her and said, "You'll know when you arrive and see for yourself. It just so happens that you want to buy clothes and food, and at this time of the year, the night market in my Yongning County is probably just buzzing with activity." Night market? The female Wolf King's eyes were stunned. She hadn't thought that this Qian could actually allow a night market. Arrived outside the city gates, the soldiers guarding the city recognized Chen Yi at a glance. "My lord." Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, "Hard work." The soldier laughed. "Your honor, this Yongning County is not even half a bit windy. We stand guard, but just stay up for a while waiting for the shift change. It's not hard at all." Chen Yi smiled and nodded, looking at the female Wolf King behind him. "Come on, Arlene. What are you waiting for?" The female Wolf King's face at the moment, on the other hand, had shock written all over it. This is a county? Obviously. Standing outside the city gates, the female Wolf King had already seen and heard the lively situation within Yongning County. The city's neat red bricks and white walls, neat gray floors, everything is so regular and well organized. Although it was already late at night, large red lanterns hung everywhere in the city, illuminating the entire county as if it were daytime. The female Wolf King, who was used to seeing dirty and messy things, had never seen anything like this. "Don't mope. Hurry up and come in." Chen Yi pulled over the female Wolf King's arm and said, "Don't you still have to buy clothes and food? I'm telling you, even though there's no curfew in Yongning County, the night market should almost be closed by midnight. People still have to sleep." Chapter 101, You took the opportunity to scold me too, didn't you? The night market of Yongning County is not too big, but not too small. With just this much effort, I'm afraid you can't really finish shopping. The female Wolf King was woodenly dragged into the city by Chen Yi. The vendors who set up stalls in the city came forward to greet Chen Yi when they saw him return. "Lord Chen. Greetings, Lord Chen. Lord Chen, this is a large carp caught from the Shilong River just today. Take it home and stew it for a great tonic." Chen Yi, on the other hand, was smilingly striking up conversations with the people as if they were old friends of many years, neither having the so-called official authority nor being polite with the people. Even the fish given by that fish seller's boss, Chen Yi, was not overly polite and directly took it. Chen Yi was carrying a large carp in his left hand, and a birdcage that had just been given to him by a peddler in his right hand, smiling and strutting down the street. The female Wolf King, who followed behind Chen Yi, however, was full of shock, quickly stepped forward and pulled Chen Yi's arm. "No, you are really the Magistrate of Yongning County?" Chen Yi's eyes were full of puzzlement as he looked at the female Wolf King and asked, "You didn't hear the people calling out to me, Lord Chen? By now you're still skeptical? Do I look very unlike a magistrate?" "Indeed, very unlike The female Wolf King spoke with difficulty. "Clam?" Chen Yi was dumbfounded, looking down and up at himself for half a day. "No, why? Why don't I look like a magistrate? Is it because I'm not wearing my official robes? Then why don't you wait here for a while I go back and change into my official robes?" "No." The female Wolf King shook her head hurriedly and said, "I didn't mean that. Just, you are both the magistrate of this Yongning County, but why do the people, however, have no fear of you at all?" "Fear?" Chen Yi was even more surprised as he looked at the female Wolf King and asked rhetorically, "Why should I be afraid?" The female Wolf King immediately said, "You are the official. They are the people. The official has official authority. The people should naturally be afraid. Since the beginning of time, what people have not been afraid of an official?" This, Chen Yi cried and laughed a little. "It's true that this ancient thinking can't be fixed in a day or two if you want to change it. The people of Yongning County are willing to change their mind about themselves as officials only after they have seen what they have done with their own eyes. It is true that in the beginning, there was also a natural fear of himself. From fear, to a fish out of water today. It had taken Chen Yi 3 whole years to do it. When I was 16 or 17 years old, I had come to your central plains to travel." The female Wolf King continued, "There is also some understanding of your central plains. You have a saying in the Middle Kingdom. What is it called?" "What Chen Yi's curiosity was also piqued by the female Wolf King. "Don't you say anything, I'll think about it." The female Wolf King frowned in thought and said half-heartedly, "Oh yes, I remembered. It's called Yamenku, open to the south. Don't come in if you have reason or money, right?" Chen Yi directly picked up on her words and asked rhetorically, Yeah, that's the phrase." The female Wolf King immediately nodded her head and said, "See, how obvious the meaning of this sentence is. That is to say that all of you officials are not good for anything." Chen Yi rolled his eyes and looked at the female Wolf King and asked, "Didn't you take the opportunity to scold me as well?" "I didn't." The female Wolf King's expression had a few moments of weakness, but she spoke up with a straight face. Chen Yi shook his head and said, "What you said is actually true. But that situation does not exist in my county of Wingate. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. If you are really willing to bring your clan to settle here for a while, go and really listen and really see and really feel it yourself. Then you will naturally understand." The female Wolf King slightly skimmed her mouth and said, "Alright then, let's not talk about this. This night market is so big. You first lead me to look for stalls selling clothes. I need to buy a decent dress before I can do that." Saying that, the female Wolf King slightly lowered her head and glanced at the white and dirty robes on her body and said, "There's an odor on these clothes. It smells awful." Chen Yi also slightly lowered his eyes, glanced at the clothes on the female Wolf King, and smacked his lips. "Alright, but I don't come to this night market much, and I have to look for a while. So you come with me. I think, is in that area, right?" The clothes that the female Wolf King was wearing right now couldn't really even be called clothes. The people working on the dockyards were basically rough men in short-typed clothing, and these loose robes were basically not to be found. So this robe, in fact, is a monk's garment altered to be used as a sheeting for scaffolding to keep out the rain. Chen Yi went to the construction site at that time to look for clothes, but everyone had just that one piece of clothing, and no one could take it off and give it to him. Besides, these workers, who have been working on the docks for more than half a month without changing their clothes, stink of sweat. Although this female Wolf King was wild, in the end, she was still a woman, taking clothes that stood full of the stench of old men's sweat and giving them to her to wear. Chen Yi always felt something strange. Fortunately, Chen Yi was sharp-eyed and saw that the sheeting used to build the scaffolding was sewn from some discarded clothing. Chen Yi set up a recycling station for old clothes in the county, and anyone who had old clothes they didn't want would be thrown into the recycling station, where the county office would send people to collect them daily. This thing, in ancient times, was basically very difficult to run, but Yongning County was different. This was the first place that Chen Yi had transformed after coming to this world, and the lives of the people had long been changed. This is a small, wild county, seemingly remote, but in fact it is a blessed place where everyone can be well fed and warmly clothed. All those old clothes of the people are actually going to be sent to the old clothes recycling stations, and the yamen took these old clothes and either sewed them into some special sheeting, or broke them up to make paper or something like that. The people are also very willing to do what they can for the yamen. Chen Yi also personally verified the saying that if you put the people at ease, the people will lift you high. A bit of a tangent. Back on topic. Chen Yi led the female Wolf King through the night market for a long time before finally finding a stall selling clothes. This is the West Street of the county office. The county basically sells clothes store, all opened in this neighborhood, so the night market out of the stalls also chose this place, although it was not comparable to the world before Chen Yi crossed over, where the streets were filled with red and green clothes, but all kinds of clothes. It was also considered to be a wide array. Wow, this one is so pretty. The female Wolf King was a woman in the end, a woman who would not be able to walk when she saw a good-looking dress. Never mind the ancients or the moderns, this has been true for ages. At this moment, the female Wolf King no longer had the primitive wildness, just like a young girl in her flower season, full of novelty, scurrying in front of the various stalls, touching the material of this piece of clothing, looking at the accessories of that piece of clothing, and even forgetting Chen Yi in the back of her mind. Chapter 102, Striking out at everything will only hurt you. Boss. This one. Show me. And this one. This one's not bad either. And. That one. Chen Yi shook his head, sighed, placed the birdcage in his hand on the side of the road, looked at the large carp in his hand, smacked his lips slightly, shook his head, untied the grass rope from the fish's mouth, and casually threw it into the small river under the bridge. And then, Chen Yi slightly got up and walked towards the street where food was sold. By the time Chen Yi returned, half an incense stick of time had already passed, and the female Wolf King seemed to have finished picking out her clothes, carrying 7 or 8 cloth bags in her hands in large packages. Chen Yi sighed helplessly as he looked at the female Wolf King and said, "I say, don't forget what you're buying. You're buying food and wine and meat. Don't spend all your money just buying clothes. It won't." The female Wolf King hemmed and hawed, then drew out 2 silver bills from her waist, and shook the cloth bag at her waist, which was obviously filled with loose silver. "Where did you get so much money?" Chen Yi asked with some consternation. "You gave me that jade pendant." The female Wolf King heatedly smiled and said, "When I just paid, the shopkeeper said that this piece of jade of mine could be worth 300 taels of silver. I bought so many clothes and only spent less than 30 taels, and now I still have more than 70 taels of loose silver in my pocket, and 100 taels of silver bills, 270 odd taels of silver. I'll buy it all as grain, wine and meat. I guess it's enough to get those clansmen of mine through 2 or 3 winters." Chen Yi was slightly startled and looked at the clothes store owner behind the female Wolf King. the owner of the clothes store, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed and waved his hand at Chen Yi, a look of understanding on his face. Chen Yi, however, sighed somewhat helplessly. This jade pendant, a gift from the second proprietor of the Heavenly Palace, was bought for only 100 taels. This boss must have recognized this as his own object, so he gave more silver against it. The love and affection of the people made Chen Yi feel a little guilty, and it was at this moment that Yi Qinghuan's voice came from behind Chen Yi. Chen Yi. Chen Yi turned his head and looked at Yi Qinghuan. Why are you here? Going to the night market. What else can I do? Yi Qinghuan's left hand was pinching a string of half-eaten ice candy gourds, and his right hand was holding a meat baklava that had been bitten and nourished with oil, eating with his mouth full of oil. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly, took out a side of embroidered handkerchief from his waist and walked over to Yi Qinghuan. Yi Qinghuan's big eyes blinked as she looked at Chen Yi, a hint of incomprehension flashing through her eyes. Instead, Chen Yi directly held Yi Qinghuan's little head with his left hand, and his right hand directly picked up the embroidered handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Are you a child? How can you eat a meatloaf and get your mouth full of oil? Chen Yi sighed helplessly. According to No Tongue, this Yi Qinghuan is also considered to be a famous family origin. After the general's family, how it is also a bit of family style. Why is this girl so wild? Chen Yi didn't seem to realize that his move seemed to be a bit abrupt and ambiguous. Yi Qinghuan's face turned red, and her instincts drove her to step back to avoid it, but her body froze in place as if she had been struck by lightning. On the other hand, the female wolf king behind Chen Yi's gaze, however, looked back and forth between the faces of both Chen Yi and Yi Qinghuan, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously hooked up a hint of a smile. Why is your face red? Are you that hot in the middle of winter? Chen Yi asked as he looked at Yi Qinghuan with eyes full of puzzlement. Yi Qinghuan, however, was shy and didn't know what to say, and stammered for half a day without uttering a single word. Alright, wipe it yourself. Chen Yi shoved the embroidered handkerchief into Yi Qinghuan's hand and said, also, arrange something for you. Go to the yamen and branch out 300 taels of silver and send it to boss son of the ready-made garment shop. Oh, okay. I'll go now. Yi Qinghuan was like being pardoned, twisting her head and running away, even dropping her embroidered handkerchief on the ground. Hey, what are you running for? Who stepped on your tail? Chen Yi shouted, bending down to pick up the embroidered handkerchief. Instead, the female wolf king came forward and bumped Chen Yi with her shoulder, a derisive smile on her face. This is your wife? Ha! Chen Yi was stunned by the female wolf king's words. Stop pretending. Look at the sweetness of you two. The female wolf king skimmed her lips and smiled, her eyes full of munching laughter. Sweet to the point of snore. Still not admitting it. You Central Plains people are just twisted. What's not to say about marrying a daughter-in-law? It really isn't. Chen Yi hurriedly waved his hand. No, where did you see that she's my wife? Where is it sweet? It's not like you women. Just look at everything and knock it up, is it? Striking out at everything will only hurt you. Knocked? The female wolf king frowned slightly, looking around Chen Yi from head to toe. Where did you knock? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Another NPC. Chen Yi was too lazy to explain these modern stems to her, and casually handed her one of the meat pies in his hand, saying, I'm a bit hungry, and I guess that you're a bit too, so I bought 2 meat pies. Nah, one for each. At Chen Yi's words, the female wolf king's stomach cooperated with her by gurgling twice. It's still a bit hungry. The female wolf king took the meat patty and put it in front of her nose and sniffed it, instantly brightening up. So fragrant? What kind of meat is this? Just very common pork. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, pork smells this good? Without hesitation, the female wolf king directly took a large bite and chewed it in her mouth, slurring her words in praise. My god, it smells too good. If I could eat such delicious meatloaf every day, I'd be willing to live a few years less. As for that, this much out of the blue. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and looked at the female wolf king and asked, say, you just ate it straight away? Aren't you afraid that I'll put some kind of poison on you? The female wolf king patted Chen Yi's shoulder very cheerfully and said, you're a very nice person. I'm sure you wouldn't do such a thing. Seriously, if you were one of us steppe people, I'd love to bond with you as an anda. Anda? Chen Yi laughed and said, isn't this anda a man-to-man bonding? Just like the righteous bonding of our Central Plains people? What men and women? The female wolf king said cheerfully. You people of the Central Plains are so righteous that it's hard to pick a gender. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, I can't say it. Eat quickly. After eating I'll take you to a place and pick up something. Take this thing for you. I'll go back to the county office. Take your time wandering around. I have to go back and rest. Fetch something? What kind of stuff? The female wolf king devoured the meatloaf in 3 bites and casually wiped a handful of oil from her mouth, trying to casually wipe it on her clothes. The action was obviously habitual. When Chen Yi had first met her, She had been covered in animal grease that took up the oil on her felt coat. Chapter 103, You're not raising an eyebrow. But at this moment, the female Wolf King apparently also realized that she was wearing exquisite new clothes, and her hand was raised in midair for half a day without making up her mind to wipe it. Chunyi shook his head helplessly, intending to hand over the embroidered handkerchief. Discuss a matter? The female Wolf King raised her head and looked at Chunyi. You say. Chunyi nodded. Borrow your clothes to wipe your hands. The female Wolf King finished quickly, then directly wiped the grease on her hands on Chunyi's clothes as soon as she could. You big man. My clothes are expensive. Chunyi exploded, looking at the oily handprints on his clothes without tears. You are discussing Did I agree? You just rub it in? Oops, almost. The female Wolf King bristled. What's the point of being so petty? Go go go. Don't you want to fetch something? After I've finished picking up your things with you, I've got to hurry up and get food. Chunyi was completely speechless, and after glaring at the female Wolf King, he walked forward. The two came to South Street one after the other, and just as they entered the street, the female Wolf King pulled Chunyi to a halt and asked in a small voice with eyes full of astonishment. No, you Yongning County, there is still this kind of place? Chunyi was slightly surprised and glanced at the furnishings of South Street. Here was a patch of blacksmith stores. Chunyi had taught the people of Yongning County all the advanced sword forging techniques of his world as well, and the weapons and armor made in the barracks were basically quite different from those made in these blacksmith stores. What's so strange about that? A blacksmith store. Where isn't there one? These blacksmith stores, what they are beating are not agricultural tools. They are all blades of war na. The Wolf King whispered. You still allow the people of your county to build their own blades? Why isn't it allowed? Chunyi asked in surprise. Aren't you afraid that they'll build weapons to use at you? The female Wolf King asked eagerly. Chunyi, however, shook his head and looked at the female Wolf King and asked, let me ask you a question. When the same piece of iron is cast into a plow, it is an agricultural tool for plowing the land, but if it is cast into a sharp instrument, it becomes a murderous weapon. Is that right? Isn't that so? The female Wolf King asked back in surprise. Chunyi laughed lightly and shook his head. Then I ask you so if you see that. Saying that, Chunyi said towards the doorway of Chengji's blacksmith store across the street, where a plow was set up. Can you kill someone with this thing? The female Wolf King dragged her chin, examined that plow for a while, and said, it's a bit bigger, but with the spikes at the end of the plow removed, it's still easy to kill someone. But isn't that a farming tool? Chunyi asked directly back with a smile. This question, but the female Wolf King asked. This. Chunyi smiled indifferently and said, the reasoning is just that shallow. Who says only weapons can kill? If you really want to kill someone, agricultural tools can kill just as well. The rolling pin used in the kitchen. Use a little force and smash it hard against your temple. It can kill just as well. The rolling pin is not even an agricultural tool. It's a kitchen tool. It's as simple as that. And really, if someone wants to kill me, anything in this street full of people can be used as a murder weapon. Then do I have to order that nothing and no one is allowed within a few kilometers of me? With such a big row, the current emperor wouldn't dare to do so, would he? You're not raising the bar. The female Wolf King glanced at Chunyi somewhat gamely. Chunyi, on the other hand, smiled and shook his head, saying, it may seem like a lift, but the reasoning is right here. Even if you don't have any blades, you should have heard that we have martial arts in the Central Plains, right? That toneless old man, you've seen it with your own eyes. He's unarmed, but if he wants to kill you, it's just a matter of moving his fingers. Is it hard for me to ban everyone from practicing martial arts? Hearing Chunyi mention toneless, the female Wolf King's face darkened a bit. Don't mention him to me. That old thing, he broke the only thing my Abba left me. Even stole it. You're wrong to blame him for this, Chunyi said with a faint smile. Where did I wrong him? The female Wolf King glared at Chunyi and stubbornly said, I looked around after I woke up, and my sword was taken by him. Chunyi, however, shook his head and looked at the female Wolf King and said, not really, the one who took away your sword was me. It's you? The female Wolf King's eyes were stunned, and her pink fists under the cuffs were already slightly clenched. Chunyi's gaze traveled slightly downward and saw the female Wolf King's clenched fists, but he turned around with a smile without saying a word and walked towards Chengji's blacksmith store. Old Cheng, upon hearing Chunyi's yell, Old Cheng, who was sitting at the door drinking tea, immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. Alas, Ta Zhen Chen. Greetings, Lord Chen. Old Cheng bowed slightly to Chunyi. Chunyi smiled and gave a hug, laughing, no need to be polite. I've come to fetch that thing. I wonder if it can be mended. Alright. Old Cheng nodded hurriedly and immediately shouted towards the apprentice inside who was whacking a machete. Li Wazi, go and bring the adults things. Good. Li Wazi immediately got up and went to get it, and in a short while, he brought an exquisite brocade box. Chen Yi took the brocade box, took out a small denomination silver ticket from his waist, and handed it to Old Chang. Lord Chen, this can't be allowed. Old Chang hurriedly waved his hand and pushed back. How can I ask for your silver for such a small matter? Aren't you slapping my old face? Chen Yi smiled and passed the silver ticket again. One size fits all. You have to pay. But Lao Chang still refused to accept it. No, 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 no way. You taught us such great forging techniques for nothing. And we ironmongers are now building weapons that even the barbarians in the north are clamoring for. Every year, the Xian's Ministry of War spends a lot of money for us to build weapons. The money we earn won't be spent in several lifetimes. If it weren't for you, where would we, the people, be able to make so much money? I won't lie to you. I'm a stinking ironworker who took a concubine a while ago. Ha 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 ha. If it were before, how would I dare to think about it? Then anyone who can marry a concubine must be a member of the clan, a dignitary. Chen Yi, however, didn't have the slightest intention of taking it back. Instead, he shoved the silver ticket directly into Old Chang's hand and said, then this money is all the more reason for you to keep it. Consider it my congratulatory gift to you. Okay, I'll stop talking. I'm leaving first. Old Chang followed behind and shouted anxiously, but Chen Yi left with large strides, not giving him the slightest chance. Go, 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 don't let him catch up and this money won't be given out. Chen Yi pulled the female Wolf King to quickly leave South Street. It was only when they reached the bridge over the river that the two stopped. The female Wolf King, on the other hand, looked at Chen Yi with some consternation and asked, these blacksmiths you taught blacksmithing techniques to make swords that even Great Xian came to buy? Chapter 104, Personality is too split, isn't it? Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, yeah, they buy a lot. Then aren't you treasonous? The female Wolf King asked in shock. How is this treason? Chen Yi asked rhetorically. This is still not treason? The female Wolf King immediately said, if you sell weapons to an enemy country, and the enemy country uses these weapons, is it hard to believe that they will use them on their own people? That will inevitably be used towards you. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and looked at the female Wolf King and said, this is an exchange of equal value. I gave them the knife. Then we also received money. We have money. We are still worried about not being able to build a knife? He's got a knife and I've got a knife. So why should I take a beating from him? How am I worse than them? If they really come to cut us, why don't we just wash our necks and let them do it? We have knives in our hands. Can't we fight back? The female Wolf King was momentarily speechless, thinking for half a day. This reasoning seemed to be right. But what buts? Chen Yi rolled his eyes and looked at the female Wolf King and said, alright, say business. After saying business I have to go back to my house. I'm sleepy. With that, Chen Yi yawned and handed the brocade box in his hand to the female Wolf King. What is this? The female Wolf King asked as she looked somewhat puzzled at the brocade box that Chen Yi had handed over. Wouldn't you know if you opened it and took a look? Chen Yi laughed. The female Wolf King deflated and opened the box. The moment the brocade box was opened, the female Wolf King was stunned, her eyes staring at the curved blade dagger in the brocade box, her eyes turning redder and redder. The female Wolf King's nose soured slightly, and her voice seemed to carry a slight sobbing tone. You fixed it. Fixed it? Right. Chen Yi stretched a lazy waist and said, if I break your things, I always have to compensate you. I originally wanted to buy a new one for you, but after thinking about it, you said that the knife is your father's relics. So, it was mended. Don't worry, our Yongning County's knife forging technology, that's quite refined. You see, can't see the mending marks, right? With a slight nod, the Wolf Queen picked up the curved-bladed dagger and held it up to the moonlit night. Under the moonlit night, the moonlight reflected from the blade shone on Chen Yi's eyes. Chen Yi instinctively looked away and blocked it with his hand. And just the moment Chen Yi turned his head, he suddenly felt his face get wet. Chen Yi turned his head, touched his cheek, and looked at the female Wolf King. Did you just kiss me? Chen Yi looked at the female Wolf King in shock, and the female Wolf King's face finally nodded as a rare blush appeared on her face. I'll go. Are you shy? Chen Yi was surprised as if he had discovered a new continent and said with a smile, so you can be shy too? Cut the crap. I'm asking you a question. Answer me honestly. The female Wolf King looked at Chen Yi in a savage manner. Chen Yi looked at the female Wolf King suspiciously. You ask, that girl just now, is she really not your wife? The female Wolf King asked. Chen Yi nodded and said, how suddenly early she came. Heaven and earth conscience is really not. The two of us are innocent and have nothing. Then you, asked the female Wolf King with some hesitation, but without averting her eyes at all. Have you ever married? Chen Yi was even more puzzled. No, this is my private life, right? Don't you think it's a bit abrupt? Answer me. The curved-bladed dagger in the female Wolf King's hand swung out without warning, directly across the front of Chen Ye's neck. Chen Yi was instantly shocked and chilled. No, why did you just flip out when you said you would, without even a reason? I was kind enough to fix your knife. Why are you still being gracious? Answer me. The curved-bladed dagger in the Wolf Queen's hand increased in strength another notch. No. Chen Yi hurriedly spoke. No marriage. You keep your hands steady. I haven't lived long enough, lol. That will do. The female Wolf King said, pushed the curved-bladed dagger in her hand toward her waist, cupped Chen Yi's head, and kissed Chen Yi on the lips. Well, Chen Yi was unable to react and his entire body instantly froze. The female Wolf King cupped Chen Yi's head and kissed it for a long time before finally letting go. Chen Yi staggered back 2 steps, looking at the female Wolf King in disbelief. It's not yourself this is. Kissed? What's the deal with this female Wolf King? Split personality. Ha! 1 second you get it across the front of your neck. The next second it was a forced kiss. What kind of charter is this? And it was at this moment that only behind Chen Yi came the sound of a sword falling. Dang! There was a sound, crisp and clear. Chen Yi turned his head, only to see Yi Qinghuan staring at him with eyes full of anger. Why are you here? Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan in shock. Dog officer, I hate you. Yi Qinghuan was furious like a fried kitten, turned her head and ran away. Chen Yi hurriedly went to shout, but Yi Qinghuan ran as fast as he could and had already disappeared into the night. Forget about her. The female Wolf King directly jumped into Chen Yi's arms and said, anyway, you're my person now. Oh no. Yes, I'm your person now. Ha! Chen Yi froze once again and hurriedly pushed the female Wolf King away. No, where is this going? What just you're my guy and I'm your guy. What's your deal? The female Wolf King, however, immediately drew out the curved-bladed dagger at her waist and said, before my clan's high priest died, he had divined a fortune for me. He told me that this dagger of mine would, one day, be broken, and the person who mended the broken sword for me is my true destiny. This person, too, is the heaven's destiny who will save our Ningzhou clan. What? Chen Yi was listening to the clouds. The heavens mandate people are all screwed up? Is the high priest of your clan a crossover as well? Black monkeys play too much, don't they? Feudal superstitions are not desirable. I can't understand what you're saying, but I know that the high priestess can't be wrong. The female Wolf King immediately said, you are the heavenly fate who saved our Ningzhou ministry, and my true destiny. I'll listen to you. I'll go back tomorrow and bring people from my tribe to settle in Yongning County, and when I return, we'll get married. No. Chen Yi hurriedly waved his hands. What kind of a thing is this? Isn't this as unreasonable as the purple cloud fairy? Whoever draws her purple and green sword must marry. It's a total setup. Whoever fixes her broken knife will marry her. It doesn't matter at all whether the other person agrees or not. Unilateral bullying. Not you. Wait a moment. Chen Yi swallowed his saliva and said, I'll run it through for you. You see, your high priest said, whoever repaired your broken sword, who is your heavenly destiny person, right? Chapter 105, Laboring Shudao Mountain. Yes, the female Wolf King nodded firmly. Chen Yi immediately said, then go back to South Street and look for that old Chang of the Chengji blacksmith shop. Chang Wanshan. Go find him. He fixed your knife. I just sent your broken knife over there. Hearing Chen Yi's words, the female Wolf King instantly looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of shock, stretching out a finger and pointing it tremblingly at Chen Yi for half a day, as if she was holding back a shocking expletive. Seeing how hard it was for her to hold it in, Chen Yi helplessly laughed. Alright, I know what you're trying to say. Calling me straight, right? What is a straight man? The female Wolf King held her tongue for half a day, but she couldn't think of a word to scold Chen Yi, so she could only follow Chen Yi's words down the line. You can interpret it as, not understanding, Chen Yi said indifferently. It seems like you still know yourself very well. The female Wolf King clenched her silver teeth and grunted coldly. How could the everlasting heaven choose someone like you to be my true son? I've even begun to shake my faith. Chen Yi's eyes instantly widened. Not, is straight cancer that scary? Can you make a step man, who has an unshakable faith in his own beliefs, doubt the everlasting sky? Never mind, it's very late. I won't bowl asterisk with you. Chen Yi waved his hand and said, if you want to bring your tribe to settle in our Yongning County, I'll raise my hands to welcome you, but you say you want to marry me, and you hold some high priestess eldritch over me, which I can't agree to. The everlasting sky is your faith, not mine. Oh, the female Wolf King nodded slightly. Chen Yi was stunned, originally thinking that after he said these words, this female Wolf King should blow a gasket, cry and jump into his arms, showing his little woman side. In the end, he couldn't bear to see her cry so much and half-heartedly agreed. After all, That's basically how it played out in the disgusting TV shows of his time. However, the female Wolf King's calmness at this moment caused Chunyi to be somewhat at a loss for words. So, calm? You are quite right. The female Wolf King stepped forward and looked at Chunyi and said seriously, I believe in the everlasting heaven, and I believe in the High Priest's prophecies, but there is no reason for me to demand that you believe in them as well. I didn't expect you to be quite reasonable. Chen Yi nodded appreciatively. Not bad for a grassland child who dares to love and hate. Don't be too happy. The female Wolf King suddenly smiled evilly and said, since you don't believe in the everlasting sky, then I'll find something that makes you believe. Like, saying that, without warning, the female Wolf King drew the curved-bladed dagger from her waist and once again crossed it in front of Chen Yi's neck. This thing, do you believe in it? Chen Yi was taken aback. No, you're a girl at least. Why do you dance around with a sword all day? Swords are blind. What if you lose your hand? At this moment, Chen Yi completely lost his temper. Chen Yi believes in the truth. But now, the truth was in her hands. I'll count to 3. If you promise to marry me, I'll go back and bring my clan to join you. The female Wolf King coldly said, if you don't promise, I'll kill you with a single sword, and then bring my clan south to occupy this Yongning county of yours. 3. No, Chen Yi said hurriedly, you clearly promised me that you wouldn't go south to plunder again for at least a few years. 2. The female Wolf King had no intention of explaining anything to Chen Yi at all. The Wolf Queen was silent, just counting. Chen Yi was completely dumbfounded. Is this from the prairies? Or from Sichuan? What's with all the laboring on MT? Shudo? 1. The female Wolf King's tone was icy cold as she directly counted to the last number. I agree. Chen Yi immediately shouted, then cleared his throat, made a white-faced scholarly appearance, and opened his mouth in a literal manner. Since the girl has fallen in love with me, how can I let down a good person? Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. The female Wolf King coldly grunted. I think it's counting on my life. Chen Yi smiled skinlessly. So, I'm leaving then? Go! The female Wolf King put away her dagger and looked at Chen Yi. I'll bring my clan to and from the area in about 7 days. 7 days from now, I will come looking for you in our everlasting heaven's wedding clothes. I don't ask for the 8-carrying sedan chair and 10-mile red makeup of your Central Plains people, but just one. If you dare to run, I guarantee that I will let my Ningzhou wolf riders trample down your Yongning county. After saying that, the female Wolf King directly turned around and left. Chen Yi, on the other hand, froze in place. What kind of thing is this? His intention of recruiting this female Wolf King was to recruit a group of troops with strong combat strength for Yongning County to protect Yongning County and the pier that will be open soon. But now, it's caused an in-law to come out of the woodwork. And it's still a forced buy. Binds Wingnut County directly. Chen Yi was completely speechless and could only return home first. Heaven on earth. What do you say? His Majesty's reply arrived so quickly? The 8 Sage King asked with eyes full of astonishment. King Makoto also nodded and said, yeah, I didn't expect it to be this fast either. What did His Majesty say? The 8 Sage King immediately asked. King Chung handed the letter over and said, His Majesty has agreed to my petition, agreeing to the unification of the 3 counties, and it is estimated that the enjoyment will come down in 2 or 3 days' time, at which time the Magistrate of Fufun County will have to be transferred, and Shen Yi will be appointed to be the sole official of this special economic zone. Your Majesty didn't ask what this special economic zone means? The 8 Sage King asked as he flipped around and looked at the letter. King Makoto shook his head and said, no, or I'd say I'm shocked. This matter is farcical. The 8 Sage King said with some anxiety, in that case I have to hurry back to the capital. The unification of the 3 counties is not a small matter. If there are not enough soldiers in such a large piece of land, I'm afraid there will be chaos. I have to ask His Majesty to give Chen Yi certain power over the army. But when he said here, the 8 wise kings frowned and said, no, it can't be done. Although he is now the official office of the 3 counties, nominally, he is still a county magistrate. The commander of a county has a strict number of requirements. Give too much, for fear of a full court, will not agree. King Chang, however, immediately said, this is simple. Chen Yi is not qualified to have so many personal soldiers, but Yun Yangfu is my fiefdom. It's nothing excessive for me, a vassal king, to raise 100,000 or 80,000 of my own soldiers, right? King Bashian slightly smacked his lips and looked at King Chung. In that case, I don't need to go back to the capital to ask His Majesty for troops. You only need to raise troops in Yun Yangfu. King Makoto smiled slightly and nodded. But, you kid, take it easy. The 8 Sage King snorted coldly and said, although the court is acquiescing to the vassal king's keeping of soldiers, but you are keeping soldiers, but I am giving you a pocket. Don't you embrace the army and do something you shouldn't. Chapter 106, The Red Luan Star? That's true. Don't you know me well enough? 8th brother. I don't have any ambitions for these things. King Cheng grinned and said. While the 8 virtuous kings were full of disbelief, they looked at King Cheng and said, "Is that so? If I hadn't said to you a few days ago that in the future, your heir would have the possibility of inheriting the throne, would you be so attached to these things?" This. King Makoto gave an awkward laugh and said, "There are some things that it's better not to say explicitly, right, Buster? Saying it too explicitly would be meaningless. Besides, you also said that it has to be my heir to inherit the throne. I am an old bachelor, and after sealing the king for so many years, I don't even have a side consort." The 8 virtuous kings snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I don't know what your kid is resting on. You've already started selecting showgirls in the Yongning mansion. You know all of this?" King Cheng was taken aback and asked busily, You spied on me? It's just a necessary means." The 8 sage kings spoke calmly. "I can tell you plainly that the right to command the brocade guards is in my hands, everywhere in Dichien. On the fiefs of the 3 dozen or so vassal kings, there are my eyes. Just because I don't say something, doesn't mean I don't know it." "That girl gave you all the brocade guards?" King Cheng's eyes were filled with astonishment. "Why do I feel that your heir, in the future, has a greater possibility of inheriting the throne than all of us brothers?" The 8 sage kings snorted coldly and said, "I'm the one who really has no intention of imperial power. Besides, I've been in the military for many years, and my family's situation is the same as yours. They're all old bachelors with no heirs. My elder brother has given me the title of Xian, and I only wish to be a virtuous minister who assists a wise ruler. All I am trying to do is to keep my name cleanly, above the history books. Dynasty party disputes, too dirty. I do not like. 8th brother is open-minded." King Makoto couldn't help it, and said as he stuck out a thumb, while the 8 wise kings glanced at King Cheng and said, "You shouldn't be too complacent. If the throne of heaven really changes, His Majesty needs to abdicate first. Until then, don't get any funny ideas." "I understand." King Cheng nodded slightly, glanced out the window, and said, "It's already the hour of the night. Is Chunyi still not back? Something can't be wrong, can it?" The 8 sage king's brows furrowed slightly as he glanced at the thick night color outside the window and smacked his lips slightly. "In this case, in order not to expose my identity, you will now go and board the door." "Me, Dengmen?" King Cheng pointed at his nose and said, "8th brother, you're not kidding, right? I am at least a prince. For the 2 of us to meet and not have him go to the Yongning mansion to wait, for me to personally come to Yongning County is already condescending. And now you want me, the titular king of Chang, to hold the door of a tiny magistrate? Where is the royal majesty? Majestic my ass, do you have that?" The 8 sage king glared at King Cheng and said, "I told you so many times before to be courteous and respectful, but you didn't listen to a word, did you?" After saying that, the 8 sage king directly raised his right palm lightly, his true chi condensed between his palms, and said in a cold voice, "I'm asking you, are you going on your own, or am I going to send you there with a slap?" Seeing that the 8 sage king was really angry, King Cheng instantly shrunk his neck and hurriedly said, I'll go. Saying goodbye to the "why should we use force" After saying that, King Makoto flattened his mouth and walked out in an aggravated manner. The county office of Yongning County. "So that's what happened. I said that Qinghuan, this girl, why she has been scolding you non-stop since she came back." After listening to Chenye's narration, Tongless let out a very immodest laugh. "Your lordship is blessed with a lot of lust. Why do you still have the heart to joke around?" Chenye said with a bitter face. "That female wolf king used Yongning County to threaten me to marry her na. Why don't you give me an idea? Why are you still eating melons you?" "Right." Alfred, who was on the side, also looked at Tongless. Instead, Tongless looked at Chunyi with a smirk and said, "What kind of threat is this? This is clearly you, my lord. Having had peach blossom luck with your red Luan star, your honor should be happy. Also right huh?" Fu turned his head again and looked at Chunyi. "Which on peach blossom luck Chunyi was anxious. "This is simply a peach blossom robbery, my lord. This marriage is arranged by the heavens. I do think that your lordship has no reason to refuse." Tongless skimmed his lips and said, "It just so happens that Qinghuan girl also has her heart set on you. In my opinion, it would be better to wait for the female wolf king to come, and the lord to add to his joy by taking a wife and concubine together. Wouldn't that be a beautiful thing?" Yes. Fu nodded like garlic. Chenyi rolled his eyes and turned his head to glare at Fu. "It's not that you're an answering machine. You're right in everything you say. You can't be counted on for anything serious, but you have a knack for making peace. Right. Fu hurriedly covered his mouth for a moment and said, "Actually, I think Mr. Tongless has a very good point. You, my lord, aren't too young, and it's time for you to think about your lifelong matters. now that the in-laws have come to your door, and 2 of them at once, as Mr. Tong said, this is your red Luan star moving, my lord. In this case, tomorrow I will go to the temple to ask for a pillar of incense, so that Master Vowel can give you a yellow auspicious date. According to what Mr. Tong said, let's do this marrying a wife and taking a concubine together. It's just that, I don't know, Your Excellency, is how to arrange that Miss Yalin and Sheriff Yi? These two, who should be the wife and who the concubine? Chen Ye's head straightened as he listened. No, who agreed? How did we get to the part where we discuss who's a wife and who's a concubine? Are you two even listening to me? I don't want to get married. However, Tong and Fu didn't listen to Chen Ye's words in the slightest, and began to discuss the details of the wedding nonstop as you spoke and I spoke. Chen Yi completely lost his temper, turned around and walked out of the house, heading towards Yi Qinghuan's other courtyard. Yi Qinghuan's separate courtyard was just to the east of Chen Yi's bedroom. As soon as Chen Yi entered the other courtyard, he saw a yard full of wreckage. All sorts of messy blades, books and so on messy all sorts of things were thrown all over the place. Curses from Yi Qinghuan were still coming from the house from time to time. Dog Chen Yi. Bad Chen Yi. The rotten man Chen Yi who started this mess. Yuck. Stinky man bad man. Go to hell. Chen Yi shrunk his neck and subconsciously tried to walk away. God knows how this girl is so angry. It's better to avoid it for a while. You stop right there. Chen Yi was just about to walk away when behind him, Yi Qinghuan's petulant voice rang out. Chapter 107, what are you being mean about? Chen Yi smiled awkwardly, turned around, looked at Yi Qinghuan and said, it's so late. You're still up? I'm going to bed. See you later haha. After saying that, Chen Yi turned around and was about to leave. Want to run? Yi Qinghuan yanked Chen Yi's collar and directly dragged Chen Yi and pressed him to sit on the steps of the doorway. Yi Qinghuan, on the other hand, clenched her hands around her waist, living up to her shrewish appearance, and pointed at Chen Yi and said angrily, Dog Chen Yi, I really didn't expect you to be so shameless, doing that kind of thing with a woman on the street in broad daylight. You're not ashamed. Yi Qinghuan's verbal abuse was simply said to be unoffensive. It's kind of cute. Be reasonable. Chen Yi coughed lightly and said, when that just happened, it was already dark, not broad daylight. Is that the point? Yi Qinghuan said angrily in anger. You say, you and that woman. What exactly is your relationship? You really want to hear it? Chen Yi asked, looking at Yi Qinghuan. Yi Qinghuan pouted, finally realizing with hindsight a hint of something wrong. Himself and Chen Yi, but there was no relationship whatsoever. She's flying jealous here, and apparently she can't get any, and make such a big deal out of it. Seems a little, not quite right, doesn't it? Yi Qinghuan stammered, half a day without uttering a complete sentence. Chen Yi, however, could see clearly at this moment, that female Wolf King, because of a prophecy from that high priest of theirs, had to marry herself. She only believed in the prophecy of the everlasting sky, and was, presumably, not attached to herself, but the Yi Qinghuan in front of her, although she didn't know where her feelings for herself came from. But one thing is clear, this girl, indeed, had moved on to herself, but this sincerity, whether or not it's a man or woman, is debatable. For a while, Chen Yi was also in a bit of a dilemma. This girl is, in the end, not bad-hearted, and has some naive stupidity that makes her easily compelled by bad people. Stay with yourself. You can protect her, but it can't hurt her either. After thinking about it, Chen Yi still told him what happened today, and although Yi Qinghuan was silly, her words were very flattering to Chen Yi. How is this female Wolf King so unreasonable? Yi Qinghuan pouted her lips as she looked at Chen Yi and said, this, matters of feelings, where there is no forcing, it always takes two lovers, you and me. These words sort of spoke to Chen Yi's heart. That's right, there's no such thing as a forced buyer of feelings. A twisted melon quenches the thirst, though, but ultimately, it's not sweet. So, you don't think it's right either, right? Chen Yi immediately asked back. However, Yi Qinghuan's expression was a little bleak. Apparently, she also realized that her anger was unwarranted. Although she had moved on to Chen Yi, she did not know how Chen Yi was treating her. She ended up making a mess of it herself here. Chen Yi. Yi Qinghuan pouted slightly and looked at Chen Yi and asked accusingly, am I a bit capricious? Chen Yi did not expect Yi Qinghuan to suddenly ask this question. Suddenly also awkwardly, after a moment of thought asked back, Qinghuan I ask you are you, really like me? You. Yi Qinghuan was asked such a blunt question by Chen Yi. Immediately her small face reddened to the root of her ears, lowered her head and did not dare to meet Chen Yi's eyes, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, which which is so blunt to ask a girl's family such a revealing question. Oh, you still know? Chun-Yi was exasperated and said, then you're making a mess here. Look at the mess all over the yard. Yi Qinghuan pouted her little mouth, and said vainly, I'll clean up by myself in a while, that's it. You, what are you being mean about? Chen Ye's eyes were filled with surprise. Am I being mean? You're being reasonable, aren't you? It's true that it's a woman. No matter what era she's from, as soon as you can't get through a fight, it starts to rise to an attitude issue, and once it rises to the issue of attitude, then the woman is invincible. Chun-Yi lost his temper and was about to explain, and right at this moment, Zhang Long came to report with quick steps. My lord, His Highness, King Chang, is outside the door seeking an audience. Why is someone still seeking an audience in the middle of the night? Chun-Yi stood up and frowned as he muttered to himself, but in the next second, Chun-Yi snapped his head up and looked at Zhang Long and asked, wait, who did you say is asking for an audience outside? Makoto, His Highness King Makoto. Zhang Long stuttered a bit, obviously also shocked by the identity of the visitor. And just at that moment, the shouts of King Cheng came from outside the door. Is Lord Chen Yi Chen in his residence? Chang Wang Gong Dian is seeking an audience na. Chen Yi was stumped for a few seconds. His brows furrowed. Really? This, my subordinate does not know. Zhang Long was unable to do so. He claimed himself to be His Highness, the King of Chang. This, my subordinates really can't verify either. But all the same, there is no way to prove that he is a fake. So, one can only come to inform His Excellency. Chen Yi slightly smacked his lips and said, this Chang Wang is at least a royal prince appointed by the court, a royal relative. If he wants to see me in this capacity, normally, he should send someone to give an order for me to go to Yunyang Mansion? Who's a proper prince who would come calling at the door of a magistrate? At that moment, Chen Yi became suspicious of the identity of the person outside the door. Go out and take a look. Chen Yi walked out with faith. Yi Qinghuan also followed behind. When he arrived at the door, Chen Yi was met with a young man in brocade clothing and gorgeous clothes, looking at Chen Yi with a smile. Lord Chen. King Cheng respectfully arched his hand at Chen Yi. This etiquette, in fact, was not something that King Cheng himself was willing to do. After all, he was at least a prince, and as a king, no less. It wasn't like the 8 wise kings who met Chen Yi as merchants. Sure, agriculture, industry and commerce, business is still under the people. The people see the officials still have to worship. This businessman see the official worship. It is more should be, but after all, he had come to see Chen Yi, the county magistrate. As a prince, even if he was more courteous, he wouldn't have to ask him, a prince, to give Chen Yi, a county magistrate, a salute, right? However, the 8 sage king had repeatedly urged that when he went to meet Chen Yi, although he was meeting as a prince, he had to give full courtesy. After all, this is someone His Majesty holds in high regard. King Cheng's courteous attitude represented the court's determination to seek the best. There is no shortage of anything, but Chen Yi became even more suspicious of his identity. What kind of king salutes a magistrate? It's not good for this man to pretend to be anyone but a royal relative. Isn't this a death wish? Ha! Chen Yi snorted coldly and waved his hand. Come on, tie this thief up for me. It's too late today. Put them in the jail first and try them early tomorrow morning. Chapter 108. This is a big game. Zhang Long also realized the person in front of him, maybe an impersonation of the royal family, and no fear, immediately greeted a few yamen to come forward. Direct action. What are you guys doing? By what right do you tie me up? King Makoto shouted in a hurry. But he is the same as Chen Yi, is a handless scholar, the face of the big and thick government officials. There is no ability to fight back. A few government officials also suspected that he was noisy, directly to the mouth to block, 3 times 2 times to tie a solid, sent into the cell. Heaven on earth. What? Upon hearing Xiao Lu's report, King Baxian rose violently. Has this Chen Yi eaten bear heart and leopard gall? He even dared to kidnap the king? And put him in jail? Isn't this a big mess? Since you have seen it, why don't you go up and stop it? While Xiao Lu, who was on the side, said, Your Majesty, my subordinate thinks that it would be better to let His Highness, the King of Chang, stay in the prison for 1 night. Wait until tomorrow when you ascend to the hall. Your Highness, you personally go to explain. At that time, Chen Yi will definitely sell you a personal favor, and on some things, we will be better able to control some of them. This, the 8 magi frowned slightly, is, as well, true, just in time. Also let this unproductive King Chang experience the taste of squatting in a classroom. Ha. In this way, you sneak into the prison and speak to King Chang. Early the next morning, Chen Yi ascended the hall. Bring the prisoners. King Makoto was brought up to the lobby with a gray head. Kneel down. Zhang Long let out a broken cry. Instead, King Cheng immediately glared at Zhang Long and turned his head to Chen Yi. Lord Chen, in here, there must be some misunderstanding. I really am Makoto King Dongin. Chen Yi waved his hand, allowing Zhang Long to step back for the time being, then asked, you said that you are Cheng Wang Gongdian, do you have proof? Naturally there is. King Cheng immediately nodded his head and said, the jade pendant around my waist, engraved with a scaly dragon, is the seal given by the court to the appointed feudal king. Chen Yi frowned. This dude has such a strong bottom. It's not, like, a real thing, is it? Well, that's a lot of fun. Chen Yi coughed lightly and glanced at Zhang Long. Zhang Long immediately stepped forward, felt around, and indeed touched the jade pendant that King Cheng had mentioned. With just one glance, Zhang Long shivered. Great, my lord. This. Chen Yi also had some drumming to do and swallowed his saliva and asked, is it true? Naturally, it's true, my lord. Among the crowd, the 8 virtuous kings ran in looking panicked and knelt down in front of King Cheng in a full act. Your Highness, are you alright, Your Highness? King Makoto was also taken aback by the fact that his own Ba was kneeling in front of his eyes. Although last night Xiaolu had already arrived in the cell and told him how to act in the scene today, but King Cheng, who had grown up with only himself kneeling in front of his 8th brother, still felt fear in his heart when he saw his 8th brother kneeling in front of him. It's bloodline suppression. Ahem. Ben. This king is fine. King Makoto spoke with forced composure. The 8 virtuous kings whispered to King Cheng, act like you are. Don't give me a bad performance. Afterwards, the 8 virtuous kings immediately looked at Chen Yi and said, Lord Chen Na, a misunderstanding. It really is a misunderstanding. You've got the wrong person. This is really His Royal Highness, the reigning King Cheng. Chen Yi was shocked in his heart and looked at the 8 wise kings and asked, Old Huang, this matter cannot be a joke. This person he is a man. The 8th sage king immediately nodded his head and said, Lord Chen, I would like to vouch with my head that he is indeed His Highness King Cheng. How big a crime is it to commit perjury and impersonate a royal relative? I haven't lived long enough. I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense even if you gave me several heads. Chen Yi sucked in a breath of cool air. Bad. This time it's a big game. Tie up the king, and put the king in jail for the night. This, the 8 sage kings, on the other hand, immediately said, My lord, His Highness King Cheng has always been merciful, and this is a misunderstanding. I have prepared a banquet in the heavenly room to wash the dust for His Highness the Chang King, but please move aside with His Highness, and let us settle this in private. Saying that, the 8 wise kings immediately scowled towards Chen Yi. Chen Yi immediately nodded his head, and King Cheng was painfully quick, nodding his head and pretending to be majestic. Still not untie this king? Heaven on earth. King Cheng's reaction made Chen Yi somewhat surprised. 1 didn't ask for an apology, 2 didn't ask for a reparation, but instead gave himself a great gift. This Cheng Wang's reputation, in fact, Chen Yi has always heard of, is an idle prince, do not pay much attention to business, all-day poetry, drunk on the way of painting. It's reasonable to be that generous. However, this great gift was something that Chen Yi had never expected. This, Chen Yi looked at the Zhangji in front of him, and the handwritten letter from the female emperor of the current dynasty. His eyes were shocked and doubtful. Your Highness, you. Chen Yi was somewhat speechless. King Cheng, on the other hand, smiled slightly and looked at Chen Yi and said, Chen Yi, you are the county magistrate on my fiefdom, and this king has been paying some attention to you. And a few days ago he heard that His Majesty had granted you a piece of land to make a deserted beach. And old Huang had told this king about your idea, so he reported your merits, and all these things, to His Majesty. You're very lucky. His Majesty holds you in high regard. His Majesty's grant is expected to come down in the next few days. I, the king, would first like to congratulate Lord Chen on his high promotion. Chen Yi was flabbergasted for a few seconds, then looked at King Cheng and asked, So, Your Highness was so polite yesterday, was, showing me that Your Majesty, the courtesy of a wise man, is determined? Exactly. King Cheng immediately nodded his head and said, It just didn't occur to me that this kind of misunderstanding had arisen. However, there is no need for Lord Chen to take it to heart. As the saying goes, it's better not to fight than to get acquainted. But, this is a mortal sin, but a living sin. Chen Yi released a smile. So it was waiting here. Let's just say it won't be that simple to kidnap the king. Chen Yi respectfully arched his hand and said, Your Highness, please speak. King Cheng and the 8 virtuous kings glanced at each other, then immediately said, Since we've already opened up, I won't hide anything anymore. His Majesty wishes to implement a new system of imperial examinations. This matter, I wonder if Lord Chen has heard of it. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, I've heard a little bit about it. The Empress is very ambitious, and this move will definitely benefit the students of the world. The words are so right. King Cheng sighed and looked at Chen Yi. But I'm sure that Lord Chen is also aware that if this policy is to be implemented, it will inevitably hurt the fundamentals of the court. Chen Yi, on the other hand, immediately snatched the words. Your Highness, since that's the case, I'll be straightforward. The so-called injury to the fundamentals of the imperial court is, in fact, just that it will harm the interests of those great families. There are only a few official positions in the court. The implementation of this policy means that the children of the humble family also have the possibility of joining the court as an official, which means that the children of the humble family will have to compete with the big families for official positions. Chapter 109, a win-win for all three parties. Throughout the dynasties, there has been constant party politics in the courtroom. But now, after the implementation of this policy, the party disputes in the courtroom are bound to be even more chaotic. Therefore, it is difficult to implement the new policy of the imperial examinations. Am I right? Chen Yi made some lofty remarks, causing the two of them, King Cheng and the 8 virtuous kings, to be stupefied, especially the 8 wise kings, whose eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Chen Yi at this moment. He had originally thought that Chen Yi was nothing more than a profit-oriented businessman, but then he saw that Chen Yi was able to compose such classics as the 3-character classic and realized that Chen Yi was also an incomparable talent in ruling the world. But now, Chen Ye's remarks pointed directly at the place where the disease had accumulated in the present-day imperial court. It was evident that Chen Ye's vision was ruthless. This is definitely a heavenly gift of the pillars of the great Qian's virtuous talents. This kind of talent, if you can enter the dynasty, to become His Majesty's close ministers, the great Qian, why not worry about prosperity? However, the 8 wise kings immediately dismissed this idea. Wood shows in the forest the wind will destroy it. Chen Ye's halo is too dazzling. If he really enters the court, God knows how many jackals, tigers and leopards will be attracted to his gaze. The 8 sage king did think that the way it was done at the moment was not bad, just like today, using the matter of Chen Yi mistakenly arresting King Cheng to get him to come up with a plan, and then sending Chen Ye's plan back to the imperial capital for His Majesty to decide to implement it. The world would only think that it was His Majesty who was wise and powerful, and his methods were thunderous, while Chen Yi, the man behind the scenes, would always be safe. It's just that it's aggravating to Chen Yi. King Cheng flinched for a long time before slowly saying, I didn't expect Lord Chen to have such talent. I'm impressed. No wonder you were able to govern Yongning County into what it is today. Then I'll be blunt. His Majesty wants to implement a new policy for the imperial examinations, but as you said, there is a lot of resistance, and the entire court, each with their own agenda, will never support it. Therefore, Her Majesty can only rely on us, the feudal lords who are close to her concerns. Knowing that I am adept in the ways of poetry, His Majesty gave me this task to come up with a means to smoothly implement the new imperial examination policy. But, this is actually with the way of poetry, all unrelated. This king is really a headache. With that, King Cheng immediately looked at Chen Yi and said, it just so happens that you have kidnapped this king, so I will trust you to help this king come up with a plan to deliver to His Majesty. This matter of mistakenly tying up will be written off and never mentioned again. What do you think? Chen Yi let out a light laugh and nodded. Your Highness, this is wanting to recruit me to be your Highness's protégé. Lord Chen is a man of great talent. Wouldn't it be beneath him to be my protégé? King Cheng, however, immediately waved his hand and said, it's just a coincidence, but please don't worry. As long as Lord Chen can relieve me of my momentary difficulties, I promise to give Lord Chen a surprise. Surprise? Chen Yi grinned as he looked at King Cheng and asked, then I would also ask your Highness to pardon my humble servant's rudeness. May I ask what this surprise, specifically, is? The 8 sage king had long expected Chen Yi would have this question. After all, so long contact, the 8 sage king has long been clear. Chen Yi is a do not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle's master. Want him to work, you have to take out more than enough benefits to be able to do. Therefore, the 8 wise kings had also informed King Cheng a long time ago. King Cheng smiled indifferently and looked at Chen Yi. I wanted to inform you of this later, but since you want to know so much, then this king won't keep it a secret. Lord Chen, that grant for the special economic zone of yours will arrive in a few days, and then Lord Chen will not only be highly promoted, but will even be able to command 3 counties. But this ruling over 3 counties is not that simple. But these 3 counties, it happens to be on top of this king's fiefdom. There is a saying in the folklore, called the county official is better than the current administrator. If you help me, from now on, all the affairs within this special area of yours, how do you want to do? You can rest assured and boldly do. What kind of changes to be made? Change in a bold way. Of all things, the king is with you in the pocket. Even, this king has begun to start the recruitment of soldiers within Yunyangfu. These private soldiers are the king's own soldiers, but this king can give you the tiger talisman? These soldiers, in addition to listening to my dispatch, can also listen to your dispatch. King Cheng's words caused Chun Yi to instantly become interested. It's a godsend. Although His Majesty has given himself enough autonomy to do as he pleases within the SAR. However, Chen Yi was still subject to the Empress. After all, everything that was done had to be reported on a regular basis. But now King Cheng's meaning was clear. Anything Chen Yi did in this special zone could be done without having to report it to the Empress. After all, the mountain was high and the Emperor was far away. So even if Chen Yi didn't report it, the Empress couldn't do anything about it. And even if the Empress couldn't stand it anymore, the matter of going to explain to the Empress was all in the hands of King Cheng, who would take the blame. Then Chen Yi would be completely free to take the plunge and do whatever he wanted to do. Moreover, King Cheng even directly let go of his military power. This was something Chen Yi had been begging for. Truth is delivered into one's hands. This Chen Yi categorically had no reason to refuse. Chen Yi had never dreamed that this kidnapping of a Chun king would lead to such a good thing. It just so happens that Chen Yi has always wanted to do stone paint business with the next county, but the other party has always wanted a bigger share of the benefits. This was tantamount to sticking chopsticks into Chen Yi's bowl. Now that he had military power, it was equivalent to Chen Yi having greater power outside of the SAR as well. It's all up to you alone if you want to carry on this stone paint business and how you do it. And with this plan, the 8 wise kings benefited, the court benefited, and Chen Yi could also benefit. A win-win-win for all three parties. Looking at the beginning of winter. Winter will be the border will start the war. Then I am afraid that the 8 wise kings will not have so much time. Like the recent period of time, frequent round trip between the capital and Yongning County to pass the news for the Empress. And as Chen Yi had bridged with King Cheng, the various needs of the Empress could be passed on to Chen Yi through King Cheng, who had directly replaced the 8 wise kings as this intermediary. King Cheng didn't need to hide his identity like he did, nor did he need to make up any stories about friends. He just said that he wanted Chen Yi to help King Cheng solve the problems that His Majesty had given him. To make these, all that was needed was for Chen Yi to come up with a plan that could solve the new policy of the imperial examinations. And Chen Yi's lofty words just now had made the 8 Magi King incomparably confident that with Chen Yi's ability, he would definitely be able to come up with a practical solution. Sure enough, after a brief thought, Chen Yi spoke. Right now, winter is about to begin, and when winter passes, it will be the Chun exam. The new policy for the imperial examinations must necessarily be finalized before the coming year's spring exams. So, this is the most critical period of time. King Cheng immediately nodded his head and looked at Chen Yi and asked, "That's right, Lord Chen, but do you already have a plan?" Chen Yi, however, smiled mysteriously and said, "Please also ask Your Highness to stay in Yongning County for a while, and within 3 days, I will personally deliver the curricula." Chapter 110, The Package Marriage. 3 days later. Heaven on earth. Lord Chen. As soon as King Cheng saw Chen Yi, he immediately walked forward to greet him and asked, "The 3-day period has come and gone, and you have asked me to come to this heavenly room, but, that curricula has been prepared?" Chen Yi smiled slightly and looked at King Cheng and said, "Rather." Receiving Chen Yi's affirmative answer, King Cheng was overjoyed and immediately said, "In that case, I also have good news for you. His Majesty's grant, too, has arrived. How about we swap?" With that, King Cheng immediately took a golden paper grant from the servant behind him and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi also laughed out loud, pulling out the copy of the stratagem from his bosom and handing it over. The two hands handed over the content in each other's hands. King Cheng did not bother to look at Chen Yi's curatorial content first. What exactly was it? Instead, he pointed at Chen Yi and said, "I'll congratulate Lord Chen first. His Majesty has enjoined Lord Chen to be the General Magistrate of the Yongning Special Economic Zone, the 6th grade. Lord Chen. From today onwards, he is no longer a 7th grade Sesame official." Chen Yi nodded slightly as he looked at the contents of the grant. Not that he cared about the size of the official position. Mainly this is still a bet with His Majesty. The establishment of this special economic zone is an important step in realizing Chen Yi's great vision. Even without this grant, what should be done? Chen Yi still had to do. "Won't Your Highness take a look at this ceremonial theory?" Chen Yi asked as he pointed to the bamboo slip held in King Cheng's hands. King Cheng, however, waved his hand and said, "I'm not hiding from you. In fact, this thing, I simply can't read. The world knows that I gong dang, but it is just I'm drunk on calligraphy and painting sour showman. This way of governing, I really do not know anything. When you have written this stratagem, I will be responsible only for delivering it to His Majesty. Whether it works or not is none of my business. Your Highness is quite frank." Chen Yi was dumbfounded. "However, I suggest that Your Highness take a look at it. After all, I need you all for my scheme. King Cheng's eyes froze slightly. Why is there still something about me? Then I do have to see it. With that, King Changsu unfolded the bamboo slip and read it. Chen Yi was also very patient, sitting by himself and sipping tea, waiting for King Cheng to finish reading. About half an incense stick of work passed. King Cheng slowly put down the bamboo slips in his hands and looked at Chen Yi. This idea of yours, Lord Chen, is a bit too bold, isn't it? Chen Yi smiled slightly as he looked at King Cheng and said, Indeed, it is a bit bold, but it is indeed feasible. Your Highness, if you have nothing else to do, listen to me. After all, you can't just hand His Majesty a treatise like this, can you? You have to write something for His Majesty, don't you? A few beads of sweat rolled down on King Makoto's head as he nodded slightly. Indeed, he spoke freely, but now, after all, he had taken on this errand at the behest of the eighth brother. Since it's a royal errand to run, it's got to look the part. Wash your ears. Chen Yi smiled slightly and said, Your Highness, what does the imperial examination system of our dynasty look like today? Hearing Chen Yi ask the question, King Cheng flinched for a moment, then waved his hand and said, It's just a formality. Although every year set down the spring and fall exams, but the examination system is still the main way of the imperial court to select officials, those who participated in the imperial examination of talented people, even if the gold list, at most, is assigned to the states and counties to do a master. There is no chance of a career. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, That's right, that's where the drawbacks lie. The root of the Chaji system is called lifting filial piety lian, which to put it bluntly is for those big families to make up a filial piety story for the person they are going to recommend to the heavens, as a way of proving that the person's character and behavior is upright and that they can be appointed to the court as an official. And over the years, the story has been made up more and more ridiculously. What with the one about slaughtering a son to make soup for his old mother, and the one about the teenage kid who killed a big bug with his bare hands to save his mother. Little cute, all can see that's made up. Upon hearing Chen Ye's words, King Cheng immediately chimed in. What you're saying is simply outrageous. Yang Feng, the minister of the household department of the current dynasty, is the one who killed the tiger with his bare hands. But this person not only has no hands, and even a sick child, day by day rely on the imperial hospital's tonic soup hanging life. So the number of people, can unarmed kill a tiger? Who the hell believes that? Chen Yi looked at King Cheng with some surprise. Your Highness is careful with your words. Why are you still even swearing? I'm still not angry if you don't mention this one who killed a tiger with his bare hands. King Cheng was furious and said, I have a good friend in Yun Yangfu who has extraordinary talent and is extremely knowledgeable in the art of arithmetic. Back then, when the minister of the household died violently and the position was vacant, I had given him my word that I would definitely be able to get him to do this minister. But good, halfway out of a killed a tiger with his bare hands. Yang Feng, all the lords of the academy, after hearing the story of a cry with the death of his own father, a joint petition to His Majesty to top the vacancy in the Ministry of Household Ministers. As you can see the result, His Majesty had no choice but to just go along with it. I am hating this probationary system from the root. It's just so irritating. Chen Yi let out a light laugh and shook his head. Obviously, I didn't realize there was such a past. So, Chen Yi spoke again. I mentioned such a system in my stratagem to His Majesty. The top 10 in the annual Chun exam are chosen by the royal family and packaged for marriage. A talented person who wins the gold list, even if he can't immediately become an official, he can still have a princess or a county princess chosen by the royal family to marry him. In this way, this talented person who has won the gold medal will become a prince consort or a county prince in one go, a direct position, and a close minister of His Majesty. His Majesty can always examine the talents of these talented people and assign various official positions. King Cheng nodded slightly and said, Your solution is certainly a good one. After all, if His Majesty is going to give his own relatives an official title, that group of great families wouldn't dare to say half a word even if they ate leopard's guts. But, this is to be the royal children to match the marriage. Only afraid of those princesses and county lords. No one is willing, right? Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, This is simple. His Majesty only needs to draw up another decree. Those who marry with the talents of the golden list can be granted a title. Hereditary. So, those princesses and county lords will not grab their heads? Hearing Chen Ye's words, King Cheng instantly brightened up. You have a good idea. King Cheng immediately said, After the implementation of His Majesty's Imperial Grace Decree a while ago, many of the sons and daughters of the princes have moved on, but the Imperial Grace Decree only stipulates that only 3 children can succeed to the throne, and that after each generation of inheritance, the title drops by 1 rank. Those 3 open heirs still get nothing. Chapter 111, is that a compliment? And now, with this decree, the heirs of those 3 out of the way have the opportunity of obtaining a title. And the knighthood obtained by this is still hereditary. I reckon that even the sons of the world will have to come and snatch it up. Why is there still a Shitsi? Chen Yi was slightly stunned. The Seiji is a male. Is it possible that in my Diqian, there is still a Seiji who is a good dragon yang? Even if the Shitsi is good Long Yang, are those talented people willing to? What were you thinking? King Cheng gave Chen Yi a blank look and said, "You're afraid you don't know yet, right? His Majesty decided a long time ago that since the day she ascended the throne, women of the dynasty, too, can study and participate in the imperial examinations to seek merit. And if a woman wins the championship, don't you, as a matter of policy, favor these women?" A trace of surprise flashed across Chen Yi's eyes. In the end, it is the queen who ascends to the throne, can risk universal condemnation to ascend to the throne in the body of a woman, and what she does is indeed bold. In this way, if the winner is a man, he can marry a princess or a county princess, and if a woman wins, she can also marry into the royal family. Royal children, with the male having a title and the female having an official status, are bound to grow their family. Clan kings, of all stripes, will be willing to do this. The feudal lords have given their full support. How many of those big families have the guts to go against the 36 or so feudal lords? Chen Yi originally thought that, relying on the afterglow of the previous Push Grace Order, combining this new imperial examination policy with the Imperial Grace Order was already a wonderful plan. But now it seems that the Empress has opened up the women's study section, which is the icing on the cake on top of her own ploy. And King Cheng smacked his lips slightly and said, "But, how should the talented men and women outside of the 10 be placed? You can't just choose 10 wise men in one imperial examination, can you? This is naturally not." Chen Yi immediately said, "Didn't you read the second half of that ceremony?" "The second half?" King Chun looked at the bamboo slip in his hand with some consternation. "There's no more the back." Chen Yi immediately pointed at the bamboo slip and said, "Ha!" King Makoto was flabbergasted for a moment and turned the gradual over. And sure enough, he saw that there was still half a piece left. "Lord Chen, you're not short of money either, are you? Which one writes on the back of a bamboo slip?" King Cheng looked at Chen Yi in tears and laughter. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and said, "You'll send your men to transcribe this ceremonial theory before sending it to His Majesty anyway, so I'll just save what I can. Gold has no seeds, but comes from a diligent and thrifty family. If I save a little here and a little there, a little goes a long way, and a mountain of gold and silver will be saved, won't it?" King Cheng rolled his eyes and looked at Chen Yi, saying, "You guy, my 8th brother really wasn't wrong. You're just a fall out of money." "Your 8th brother?" Chen Yi was flabbergasted for a moment. "The 8 wise kings? How does he know about me?" Realizing that he had spoken out of turn, King Chung hurriedly explained, "That, Old Huang. Old Huang is incredibly close to my 8th brother, and what he sees and hears in your Yongning County will be said with the 8 wise kings, who, naturally, have heard about you. After all, His Majesty has rewarded you with land, and your reputation must have spread a bit." Chen Yi slightly smacked his lips and nodded. "That's a fair point. After all, the previous paperwork had also passed through the hands of the 8 wise kings. It did make sense that the other person had heard of his name. Only Chen Yi did not expect that this old Huan would tell the 8 wise kings everything. It makes the 8 wise kings think they are a profit-oriented. Forget it, I'm too lazy to read it. Just go straight to the second half of yours," King Cheng said as he threw the bamboo slip onto the table and looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi smiled helplessly and said, "All right, this second half is about the placement methods for those talented people who are outside the top 10. The previous ploy belongs to giving you princes the benefit of the doubt, borrowing the prestige of the king to press those great families of the world to not dare to talk too much. But a decree has to be implemented. It cannot be suppressed by mere obscenity, and after hitting a stick, it is always necessary to give a sweet date." Saying that, Chen Yi immediately picked up that copy of the ceremony and said, "I've written on this, and the second half of this is to allow each of the great families, each of the mansions, and each of the sects, to be allowed to recruit their own talents, and to choose from among these 10 talented people. These selected talents can be arranged by these great families of the world at their own discretion. Nominally, they are the seat masters of these talents, but in reality, this is equivalent to being their protégés. They keep these talented people. For these talented people, it is the favor of knowing them, and in the future, if they are able to enter the dynasty as an official, they will definitely be loyal to them. This is tantamount to allowing them to grow their strength on their own, and they will definitely not refuse." After hearing Chen Yi's words, King Cheng instantly brightened up. "Good fellow, Chen Yi, the bad water in this belly of yours is no less than mine." Chen Yi was flabbergasted for a moment and looked at King Cheng and asked, "Why do you still bring curses to yourself?" King Cheng haha laughed and said, "You do not know, I have been with my niece since childhood. That is, today's your Majesty grew up together. although uncle and nephew, but the age of the same, and even I do this uncle, but also than her niece a year younger it. When I was young and naughty, I always came up with all sorts of strange and bizarre tricks to toy with your majesty. And your majesty used to say when I was little that what flows in the Milky Way in the sky is all the bad water in my stomach. Ha ha ha. Chunyi skimmed his mouth and said, then I'm not going to grab all this bad water from you. I don't have that much bad water. Ha ha ha. I'm praising you. King Makoto patted Chunya's shoulder in a very familiar manner. Chunya's mouth turned even farther away. Is there such a thing as complimenting someone? You make do and listen. King Chen gave Chunyi a blank look and said, at least I'm a king. And the average person who was complimented by a king would have to kneel down gratefully to thank him for his kindness. And you even picked on it? Chen Yi, on the other hand, immediately said, Your Highness, I've done you a great favor. Don't I deserve to be complimented? Then the fact that you tied me up in the prison never happened, did it? In the end, King Chang was young and inevitably juvenile. Chen Yi was choked out of temper by these words of King Chang, and instantly rolled his eyes. All right, count on you. Chen Yi stood up as if he was gambling and said, I've accomplished the task your highness gave me, so I won't stay much longer. The county office still has official business. I have to go back. Fine. You go. King Chang was holding that ceremonial theory like a treasure. He didn't even look at Chen Yi at all, waving his hand and letting Chen Yi leave. Chen Yi had just returned to the entrance of the county office. Zhang Long then walked up, holding a box in his hand and handed it to Chen Yi. My lord, just now a eunuch, who said he came from the capital, sent such a thing to you. Chapter 112. Another brilliant idea? Eunuch? From the capital? Chen Yi was flabbergasted for a moment and took the box and opened it. Chen Yi was instantly speechless. You're own this official promotion. Also too, child's play, right? There's no decree, and no honor guard. Even the grant was forwarded to himself by King Chang. Now that's good. This past judge official seal, or a eunuch from the capital, casually thrown to a magistrate of the county office. Is there such a thing as ordaining an official? It's too much of a no-brainer, isn't it? However, Chen Yi did not know that this was a suggestion made by the 8th Sage King. Out of the Empress' protection of Chen Yi, she didn't want Chen Yi to make too much of a splash. After all, wood shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, and Chen Yi's power was still too weak right now, so it should not be too eye-catching. The fewer people who know, the better. What is this, my lord? Zhang Long asked as he looked at the official seal in Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi sighed helplessly and said, Do you believe me when I say that I have been promoted by your family's lord? Rising? Zhang Long looked in the direction of the street in surprise and asked, Where is the honor guard? Where are the people who declared the decree? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Sure enough, even Zhang Long didn't believe it. It's fine. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, All you need to know is that your family's adult is now not a county magistrate anymore, but the general judge of the 3 counties. Okay, go about your business. After saying that, Chen Yi tucked away his official seal and walked into the county office. Zhang Long was still stumped in place, his eyes full of confusion. My own lord, just like that, he's been promoted? That's a little hasty, isn't it? Or a 3-county commissar? Which 3 counties? 3 more days later, capital, Xuanhe Palace. Declare, the 8 wise kings to the hall. Xiao Chui shouted loudly, because the current emperor is a woman sake, so the temple is basically no eunuchs. Clear color of the maid service. The eunuchs, as a profession, were basically not allowed to enter the inner court and only did some errands. For example, sent by the empress to Yongning County to deliver the official seal. The 8th Sage King quickly stepped into the hall and respectfully knelt in front of Gong Miaohan. My lord, bow to your majesty. Imperial uncle, please rise. Gong Miaohan immediately said, then got up and walked off the dragon chair to the 8 virtuous kings. After the 8th Sage King rose, he looked at Gong Miaohan and asked, His Majesty has called urgently. I wonder what is the matter. Gong Miaohan took a deep breath and looked at the 8 virtuous kings and said, Imperial uncle, there is indeed something important. However, before that, I have another matter to discuss. I will respectfully listen to the holy oracle. The 8th Sage King bowed respectfully. A few days ago, I have already transmitted the policy that Chen Yi has submitted to the 4 seas. Gong Miaohan said in a deep voice. All the vassal kings have written to express their approval, and the courtiers, too, have no more objections. This new policy of the imperial examinations should be ready to be implemented. I congratulate your majesty, the 8th Sage King said respectfully. Gong Miaohan, however, glanced helplessly at the 8 virtuous kings and said, Imperial uncle, can you stop being so polite all the time? The 8th Sage King laughed and said, After all, this is a deliberation in the Great Hall. There has to be a decency. Forget it, let it be. Gong Miaohan said helplessly. My concern is what Chen Yi said. The talents who won the top prize are all married with royal children. But I don't have an heir after all. Even if I have a son right now, I'm still too young. The heirs of the late emperor, as you know. The 8 Sage King's face sank slightly. Several of the late emperor's sons were all killed before the female emperor ascended the throne. This incident was done by his own hand. No one knows better than him. Therefore, Gong Miaohan's concern was that this royal family, in fact, had no one at all who could marry those talented men. In this way, those talented men who won the championship could only marry the children of the various feudal lords. All these talented people flowed into the hands of the various feudal lords. This was not what Gong Miaohan wanted to see. After all, there were still a large number of people from all the feudal lords who were not convinced by Gong Miaohan. Now, in order to implement the new policy of the imperial examinations, but instead, they have to personally grow their wings for them. This seems to be a bit of a lost cause. The 8 Sage King was also a little difficult, frowning and thinking for a long time, but also did not think of a real way. Indeed, the late emperor's lineage, all the royal sons, were eradicated by his own hands. One did not remain. Now Gong Miaohan became a veritable loner. If you have to choose from among the royal family, that leaves His Majesty's sisters now. But although they were now honored with the position of princess, they were after all His Majesty's peers. If they were to marry talented people, would those talented people not become the equals of His Majesty? For today's solution, the 8 virtuous kings spoke with some difficulty. If you want those talented people to not all fall by the wayside into the hands of the various vassal kings, I'm afraid that you can only let His Majesty's sisters. Gong Miaohan took a deep breath and said, I've thought about it, and that's all I can do. But actually, there is another way. Your Majesty still has a brilliant plan? The 8 Sage King asked as he looked at Gong Miaohan in shock. Not bad. Gong Miaohan suddenly smiled thievishly and looked at the 8 virtuous kings and said, Imperial uncle, you can go and recognize some righteous sons and daughters. The 8 Sage King was startled by Gong Miaohan's words. No, Your Majesty, the old minister is already this old. Why are you still hitting your ideas on me? Besides, Your Majesty and I, we're not exactly of the same lineage, are we? Gong Miaohan immediately said. Although it's not a lineage, it's ultimately a faction, isn't it? The 8 Sage King was dumbfounded, looked at Gong Miaohan and asked, but this righteous son and daughter, of those talented people, can they be willing? But after asking that, the 8 Magi dismissed himself, though it is a righteous son or daughter. But nominally, it was ultimately a marriage with the royal family. And once the marriage, the royal family members immediately have hereditary titles. The other party becomes both a royal relative and a ducal house. Directly complete the status across. There shouldn't be any talented person with a brain fart who won't say yes. Possessed status is real anyway, whether or not there is actually a bloodline connection to the royal family. It doesn't seem to matter that much. The 8 Sage King nodded slightly and said, If Your Majesty says so, I have nothing to say. Just follow the decree. Gong Miaohan immediately said, Since there is no objection to this matter, Imperial uncle, then I will say the second thing. Say it. The 8 virtuous kings, who had been pitched by their own nieces, apparently didn't have so much regard for etiquette, and simply moved a small stool and sat to the side. Gong Miaohan gave a helpless laugh and turned to Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui, watch the tea. Yes. Xiao Chui pursed her lips and turned around to make tea. Gong Miaohan, on the other hand, directly half-squatted at the feet of the 8 virtuous kings and raised both hands to hammer up the legs of the 8 virtuous kings. This move caused the 8 wise kings to be startled, hastily jumping up from their stools, backing up and saying in fear, Your Majesty must not do this. There is a difference between a ruler and a minister. How dare the old minister? Chapter 113, Waiting for Your Triumph. Imperial uncle Gong Miaohan pouted. At this moment she looked like she had no heavenly prince's majesty. Instead she looked like a little daughter who was pampered with her elders. There is no monarchs and ministers here. There are only uncles and nephews. Miaohan used to whack the legs and pinch the shoulders of Imperial uncle when he was young. So what's wrong with that? But where did the 8 Sage King dare to agree? And hurriedly said, This is one time and another time. Now that His Majesty is the Son of Heaven, the body of 10,000 gold, how can he do this kind of serving? Forget it. Gong Miaohan shook his head helplessly and said, 8 Sage King Gong sure listens to the decree. Hearing Gong Miaohan proclaim the decree, the 8 Magi King immediately fell to his knees. I order you, immediately sit down for me and let me pinch your legs. The 8 Sage King cried and laughed as he raised his head and looked at Gong Miaohan, saying, Your Majesty, you are. What? Is Imperial uncle going to resist the decree? Gong Miaohan pouted and looked at the 8 virtuous kings triumphantly. The 8 Sage King sighed helplessly and shook his head. I accept the decree is. After saying that, The 8 wise kings immediately got up and obediently sat down on the stool. Gong Miaohan half squatted in front of the 8 virtuous kings' legs, gently pounding his legs, but did not speak for a long time. The 8 sage king sat upright and sighed leisurely. Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, you want to prevent me from going on a northern expedition, right? Gong Miaohan's hand that was pounding her leg paused for a moment, and then she dumbly said, nothing can be hidden from Imperial Uncle. The 8 sage king smiled helplessly and stroked his beard. I'm going to be generous and say that your Majesty is the one that my old minister watched grow up, and it can even be said that it is the old minister that I raised you. I can always guess what you're thinking. 2 days ago, the northern border Jing Wanggong you sent an urgent report. Yan and Alutai gathered more than 200,000 soldiers and horses to violate the border. Jing Wang under a total of 150,000 soldiers and horses, and the barbarians ferocious, but also good at cavalry, a barbarian's fighting strength, about equal to the 2 Han Chinese soldiers. Troop strength is equal, cannot cope with the situation. Now they also have an additional 50,000 troops too. Gong Yu has already been unable to resist, can only die to resist. The North City Gate does not come out, but the city's provisions will last half a month at most. If we run out of food and provisions, the city of Rebel North will also be broken. Therefore, the form is very critical. The 8 sage kings had just returned from Yongning County when they received this urgent report, and immediately ordered their troops and prepared to rush to the north. Gong Miaohan sighed, raised his head and looked at King Baxian and said, Imperial Uncle, your Xian armor army has 100,000 men and its combat strength is on par with the barbarian soldiers. With this 100,000 Xian armor army coming to their aid, the danger at the border will definitely be solved. But Imperial Uncle, you are after all old. It is really not suitable for you to lead the army to go out to war again. Miaohan is worried. The 8 sage king sighed quietly and said, Your Majesty, has it not been heard that the incompetence of one general exhausts the 3 armies? The Xuanjia army was brought out by my own hands, with a special way of fighting. If I were to give this army to my second brother to lead, not to mention whether or not those soldiers of mine would be willing to listen to my second brother's orders, even if they were to listen, but my second brother would not know the Xuanjia army's way of fighting at all, and would not be able to command it at all. This battle, I must go. Gong Miaohan let out another sigh and said, Imperial Uncle, you know, or rather, if Deqian wants to stabilize, at least for 10 years, you need to sit in the town na. The 8 sage king smiled and waved his hand as he looked at Gong Miaohan and said, Your Majesty, you have grown up, and the fact that you were able to destroy all the emperors to ascend to the throne with a thunderbolt has already proved your ability. I am old and faint, and a country cannot expect an old man to sit in any town. Gong Miaohan looked mournful and said, But, there are no buts, Your Majesty. The 8 sage king looked at Gong Miaohan and spoke in a deep voice, and this time, Great Yan's violation of the border is a bit too strange. Although Great Yan comes to violate the border every winter, but in most cases, it's just some remnants of the army that come to fight the Grass Valley. But this time, they have assembled the Arutai Ministry, an army of 200,000 men to violate the border. This is by no means a stance to survive the winter and hit the Hay Valley. It's clearly a provocation. I've got to find out what's going on so I can keep the border safe forever. Hearing this, Gong Miaohan also had no reason to refuse inside. Imperial Uncle has already said this, so I categorically have no reason to stop you. Imperial Uncle, be careful. I will wait for your triumphant return. Northland, reject North City. Jing Wan Gongyue, Yu Lurtu, who had previously gone to Yongning County, and Emperor Wan Yenyi, the Emperor of Great Yan, were sitting around in front of the fireplace, eating grassland shabu shabu. Ha 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 ha, I didn't realize that you, Han Chinese, would be able to get used to our grassland shabu shabu meat. Yu Lurtu stroked his palm and laughed. Gong Yu picked up a chopstick of mutton, stuffed it into his mouth and said while chewing, This king has been in the city of rejecting the north for many years, and has had extensive dealings with you grasslands, and your shabu shabu meat and horse milk wine. This king is very fond of it. Oh, is that so? Hearing Gong Yu's words, Wan Yenyi immediately shouted towards the outside of the account. Come on, bring over my specially brewed horse milk wine. Give His Highness King Jing of Deqian a taste. Before the words left his mouth, a soldier walked in carrying a leather wine jug. Wan Yenyi took the wine pot and handed it directly to Gong Yu, saying, Come on, taste it. This is my special horse milk wine. It's incredibly flavorful. I wouldn't give it to a normal person. Gong Yu sniffed and immediately took the wine pot, pouring a large gulp. Good wine. It really is good wine. Gong Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Ha 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 ha. The 3 men laughed in unison, while Yu Lurtu immediately said, I say Gong Yue old brother ah. Even though the 3 of us, We are now all sitting together drinking and eating meat. I still can't figure out why you want us to come and violate your borders. Those are your soldiers who are dying out there. Wang Yanyi also frowned, looking at Gong Yu and said, in these 2 days, I have also observed, those dead and wounded soldiers, basically are new recruits with little combat experience. Your Highness King Jing, which show are you singing? Gong Yu coldly grunted and said, the Emperor of Great Yen, he really has a sharp eye, and found the problem at a glance. That's right, those dead and wounded soldiers are there to die. Those are the soldiers I recruited from the civilian population a while back when I was planning to rebel. It doesn't hurt me at all if they die, and their deaths will create the illusion of a fierce battle. So what's this all about? Yulurtu asked with eyes full of confusion. Gong Yu coldly grunted and said, what I have reported to the court is that you have gathered 200,000 soldiers and horses to violate the border, while there are only 150,000 soldiers and horses in my city. So the court, for sure, will send soldiers and horses to reinforce. Chapter 114, can't you avoid it if you can't mess with it? When the imperial court sends troops, the first choice is old bastard's Xuanjia army. What I want is his Xuanjia army. Wait until the Xuanjia army arrives. We 3 parties will besiege them in this refuse north city. Those who are willing to surrender to the king will reward him with high rank and salary. If they are unwilling to surrender, then they will be killed on the spot. When I've collected the Xuanjia army, I've moved a big stone. After listening to the words of the palace the eyes of Wang Yanyi immediately flashed a trace of surprise. His Highness, King Jing, is wanting to usurp the throne? Nonsense, Gong Yu immediately said. Do I have to waste so much effort if I don't usurp the throne? Wang Yanyi slightly smacked his lips, looked at the palace asked rhetorically, I and you are also considered to be quite a friendship. I remember you said to me countless times, the Emperor, white to you when you are not. How the last few years suddenly sprouted the Emperor will? Gong Yu bristled and said, it is true that I do not want to be an emperor. It is also true that I have no imperial aspirations. I'm just a martial artist who leads soldiers into battle. If you let me go to war, I'll jump up and down. But to ask me to become an emperor and rule the world, I feel annoyed just thinking about it. Then what kind of rebellion did you create? Wullertu, with a pair of bull's eyes written with naive stupidity, looked at Gong Yu and asked, I don't want to either. Gong Yu immediately said, I don't have any second thoughts about my elder brother being the emperor, and any of my elder brother's sons being the emperor. My old son will absolutely embrace it. But damn it, since ancient times, through all the dynasties, where has a woman's family ever been an emperor? Doesn't this mean that all 30 or so of our clan kings are wimpy softies? Wang Yanyi frowned slightly and smacked his lips. Your Highness King Jing, I'm not presuming to talk about your country's dynastic government but I've also heard about those sons of your late emperor. Consider it a drunken slip of the tongue on my part. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that none of these several imperial sons are material to be an emperor. Your niece, although it is said to be a woman of the generation, but killing and decisive, and is also considered to be some of the talents of the world, just because she is a daughter. You want to counter? Right, Gong Yu immediately said, just because she's in a daughter's body. Think about it carefully. This woman, in the end, don't they all have to marry? If she marries, will the child she gives birth to be counted as part of my Gong family's bloodline? Or what? Isn't this tantamount to giving away the kingdom to a foreign name? So many of our brothers have fought this river and mountain, and before our asses are hot, we have to hand it over to others. So why do we need to fight this river and mountain? I'll say it plainly. When I oust that niece of mine from power, I will never become some bird emperor. I'll pick a virtuous person from the sons and daughters of the various feudal kings to take that seat. As for what the history books write about me, rebel or loyalist, I don't care. I knew it, everything I did. For when I go down, I will have the face to see my big brother. I can tell my big brother that the world our Gong family fought for, I held it for him. I'm worthy of him. This, Wang Yanyi and Yulurta both looked at each other, and finally shook their heads helplessly. Gong Yu, on the other hand, looked at Wang Yanyi and said, the provisions I promised you for the winter have been given to you. You guys have to help me put on this show this time. As for later, that will come later. At least for now, we're kind of allies, right? Saying that, Gong Yu raised his wine glass high to look at Wang Yanyi and Yulurtu. The two of them exchanged glances. Then they also raised their glasses together and clinked them with Gong Yu. Yongning County. Inside the county courthouse, Tongless sat on the bench and looked at Chun Yi, who was pacing back and forth, and said helplessly, my lord, it doesn't make any sense for you to be walking around here. Chun Yi was incredibly impatient and said, tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, that female wolf king will be back. It's neither right for me to leave nor wrong for me not to leave. If I go, the people of Yongning County will not be protected. And if I don't go, My lifelong happiness will not be guaranteed. It's a dilemma and there's no way out. Can I not be anxious? Tunless shook his head and looked at Chunyi and said, I say my lord Na, why are you just so resistant to this lifelong matter? Although that female wolf king is a barbarian, but in the end, people to you is also considered a piece of heart, but also born of beauty, ass big and good breeding. How can not? What a big ass to have a baby. This is all superstition. Chen Yi immediately said, I know. Why did you bring it up? I know she is sincere to me, but the thing about feelings, it can't be forced. I've only known her for a few days. We're about to talk about marriage. Isn't this a joke? That lord. Hey, Tunless wanted to speak. Looking at Tunless's desire to speak, Chen Yi immediately said, just say what you have to say. Don't stutter. Tunless sighed and looked at Chen Yi. My lord, since you're so reluctant, why don't you just hide out for a while? As it happens, you have now assumed the position of Tongjian, and with so many matters to be dealt with in these 3 counties, whether you go to Fufun County or Longyu County, it's all out of official duty, and she's not so unreasonable, is she? Moreover, even if she's really unreasonable, with me here and so many 8th grade experts like Little One and the others, capturing her as a wolf king won't be a problem, right? Hearing Tunless words, Chen Yi instantly brightened up. Yeah, if you can't mess with me, you can't hide from me. After saying that, Chen Yi immediately shouted towards the outside of the house. Ah Fu! Ah Fu! Hearing Chen Yi shout, Ah Fu immediately ran in. My lord, Chen Yi quickly said. Quickly, prepare the horses. Go to Fufun County. Yes, call out to Jiang Lingyi. She is from Fufun County. She knows Fufun County well. Ah Fu looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of puzzlement. Your Excellency, with all this wind and fire, what are you going to do? Don't ask. Hurry up. Chen Yi said anxiously. Forget it, you go prepare the horses. I'll go find Jiang Lingyi myself. Ah, good. Ah Fu did not dare to ask more questions and immediately turned around to prepare the horse. Chen Yi, on the other hand, immediately headed to the academy to seek Jiang Lingyi. When Jiang Lingyi finished listening to Chen Yi's words, Jiang Lingyi directly couldn't help but burst out laughing. I didn't expect that you, Lord Chen, who was able to stay out of danger in my bandit den back then, you also have this kind of time. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and looked at Jiang Lingyi. Alright, just stop taunting me. Hurry up and follow me. It just so happens that you haven't returned to Fufun County for many years. Don't you want to go back to see the old mansion and offer incense to your family? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Jiang Lingyi's face darkened for a moment as he nodded slightly and said, counting down. I can't even remember how many years it has been since I've been back home. It is indeed time to offer father a pillar of incense to everyone in the family. Chapter 115, Going to Fufun County. As the sun was setting in the west, above the official road, a carriage was walking in the direction of Fufun County without any speed. Chen Yi picked up the curtain of the sedan chair and glanced at the westerly slanting remnants of the sun in the sky, slightly smacking his lips. We're afraid that we won't be able to arrive at Fufun County before it gets dark. Ah. Jiang Lingyi also nodded and said, it looks like we won't be able to get there. I remember that there is a pretty high specification in outside of Fufun County. We can stay there tonight and enter the city tomorrow. It can only be so. Chen Yi said with a slight stagger. Right now, although the 3 counties of Longyu, Fufun, and Yongning are all already under my command, and according to what King Cheng told me, the magistrate of Fufun has also been reassigned and left Fufun County. The governmental orders are probably not yet fully down to the people. The people of Fufun County, I guess they still don't know that their Grand Master of Qing Tian has changed. Yeah, Jiang Lingyi nodded and said, but they should be even less aware that back then, the Jiang family, there were still survivors, and now, I'm back. Chen Yi let out a light laugh and looked at Jiang Lingyi and said, I don't know how to persuade you, but, the matter of that year has already been considered to have received a fairly fair solution. The culprits have already been put to death. Regardless of whether the martial emperor executed him because of the crimes committed by the 3rd prince or because he insulted the so-called royal face, he's dead. The 8 wise kings also gave your siblings a chance to live. Jiang Lingyi let out a light laugh and turned his head to look at Chen Yi and said, my lord, you don't have to forgive me. We siblings have been on the mountain for so many years. Our hearts have long been worn out and casual. At that time on the mountain, weren't the 2 of us able to talk about that year's events with ease? You worry too much. That's good. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, it's hard for you to rush. I'll squint a little. Good. Jiang Lingyi immediately nodded his head and said, my lord, you should rest. I'll call out to you when we arrive at the place. 3 minutes past the hour. The carriage slowly stopped in front of the Jintang Inn, which was more than 10 miles outside of Fufun County. Seeing a carriage coming, the waiter immediately came forward to take the horse and said with a smile on his face, do you want to stay at the hotel? just leave the carriage to me. We have good hay and bean cakes in the stables of our store. Jiang Lingyi rolled over and got off the car, stretching out his hand towards Xiao'er, pinching a small pile of broken silver at his fingertips and handing it to Xiao'er. Hard work, Xiao'er. Our horse is an official's, with an expensive stomach and intestines, so I'd like to trouble Xiao'er to give some good forage. Got it. You don't worry about it. Little brother took the silver, eyes full of joy. I secretly surveyed a few eyes. Jiang Lingyi slightly smacked his lips. Guests look good looking. Jiang Lingyi smiled and didn't reply, but immediately walked to the carriage and knocked on the wooden pillar of the sedan chair. My lord, it's here. Chunyi woke up in a ghostly manner and walked down from the carriage. Jiang Lingyi, on the other hand, immediately unclasped his overcoat from his body and draped it over Chenyi's body. My lord, it's cold at night. You'd better put some on. Chenyi did not refuse and followed Jiang Lingyi into the inn together. However, the junior just now hurriedly stopped Chenyi's duo at the door. Two guests, wait a moment. Saying that, Xiao'er picked open the door curtain and shouted towards the inside with a sharp voice. There are two guests. 2 bowls of soup medicine. Listening to Xiao'er's words, Chenyi was slightly startled and asked, why do you need to drink the soup? Hey, the 2 guests don't know. Junior hurriedly explained. A while ago, didn't we have an earth dragon in this area? The plague was rampant in Fufun County. This county magistrate, Lord Su, has reported the disaster to the state government several times, but the state government has not made a move until now. And seeing that the plague is more than just a plague, Lord Su hired a bone setter out of his own pocket, following the example of Lord Chen Yichen of Yongning County, who threw medicine in the well and drank soup for everyone to control the plague. This small store of ours, even though it's opened outside of the city, is also under the jurisdiction of Fufun County, so this rule, too, must be followed. I hope you 2 guests will not be offended. Drink these 2 bowls of soup and medicine. Don't worry, the money is from the government office, not charging you. Chenyi was slightly surprised. With the Earth's dragon turning over a few days ago, Chenyi had originally thought that the only one affected was his own Yongning County. After all, Chenyi had been to Longyu County right after the disaster, and Longyu County had barely been affected. But I didn't realize that even Fufun County was affected. How was Fufun County affected? Jiang Lingyi asked hurriedly. Xiao'er sighed and was about to open his mouth when the door curtain was lifted and an old bone setter walked out with 2 bowls of soup and medicine. Chenyi and Jiang Lingyi received the piping hot soup and drank it in small sips. You said yours. Chenyi took a small sip, then blew out his breath in disgust at how hot it was. Good. Xiao'er immediately nodded his head and said, in fact, the source of this geodetic dragon is in our Fufun County, and our Fufun County is the most severely affected place. Yongning County is merely the one that has been affected. Inside Fufun County, houses have collapsed, good fields have been destroyed, and even the county office has collapsed. Now it is even more plague rampant. Everyone avoided. This state capital of the lords also do not care. So far even half a bit of relief food and wages have not seen. Jiang Lingyi's heart ached as he listened, and immediately asked, the Lord Su that little brother Tu just said, is it Lord Suin Su? No, Suin, Lord Su, was dismissed that year because of the implication of the Jiang family's affairs, and is now idle at home. The current Lord Su is Su Yin's only son, Su Kaijiang. Su Kaijiang? He can still be a county magistrate? Jiang Lingyi's eyes instantly widened. Chenyi was somewhat surprised by Jiang Lingyi's reaction and asked, you know him? The 2 of them had finished their tonics, and Jiang Lingyi immediately said, this is not the place to talk. Let's go inside and talk about it. Good. Chenyi nodded slightly, then looked at Xiao'er, pulling out an ingot of official silver from his pocket and handing it to him. Xiao'er, 2 upper rooms, and send some more meals. Wine is not necessary. Got it. Junior immediately nodded his head. Slow. Jiang Lingyi immediately said, 1 room. Junior flinched for a moment, and his gaze turned to Chenyi, as if seeking his opinion. And Chenyi was also a little surprised, looking at Jiang Lingyi and asking, not, you don't tell me that you also look at me. That lord is purely overthinking. Jiang Lingyi gave Chenyi a blank look. Chenyi was disliked so bluntly, his face was a bit untenable, and he laughed as if gambling. Then what do you mean by opening a ING room? My lord, you didn't even bring a single guard along with you, so I'm obligated to protect your safety. Jiang Lingyi said seriously. In fact, protecting Chenyi was a task given to her by the 8 wise kings. The 8th sage king had confided in her the truth, telling her that Chenyi was a talent that even the empress valued, and that since Jiang Lingyi had already settled down in Yongning County, she would have to be on guard against possible dangers around Chenyi at all times on a day-to-day basis. Chapter 116, No Bitterness. And since Chenyi only brought her alone to Fufun County today, This heavy responsibility of protecting Chunyi naturally fell on her head. Chunyi skimmed his lips and said, "That's not necessary." "No way," Jiang Lingyi said very seriously. "I am also entrusted by someone. Please don't make it difficult for me. If you really have any missteps, Lingyi can't afford it." Hearing Jiang Lingyi's words, the sidewalk waiter immediately flashed a trace of consternation in his eyes. "Sir, you said that you are called Lingyi? I dare to ask, is your surname Jiang?" Seeing that he was recognized, Jiang Lingyi sighed and laughed. "Little brother too has good eyesight." Xiao'er slapped his thigh and said, "Alas, Miss Jiang, it's really you. I thought you looked familiar the first time I saw you just now, but didn't dare to recognize you. Heavens, the heavens have eyes. There are still descendants of the Jiang family. If Elder Master Jiang were alive, he would be able to close his eyes." Xiao Xia was very moved, crying tears of tears, and even knelt directly in front of Jiang Lingyi. Jiang Lingyi was startled by Xiao'er's action, busy pulling up Xiao'er and asked, "Why are you hard not? You have received my Jiang family, what favor not?" "Ms. Jiang, you are a noble person. When my father died, my family was so penniless that I didn't even have a straw mat to cover my father, so I had no choice but to go out on the street to sell my body to bury my father. Fittingly, old Master Jiang returned from a long journey to see me, took pity on me, gifted me 30 taels of silver, settled my father, and didn't want me to sell myself into slavery. Elder Master Jiang's great kindness to me, I wouldn't dare to forget it even if I were to break my bones, but who knows that this god is not open to the eyes. Good people don't live long. The Jiang family was even given by that goddamn third prince." Hearing Xiao'er's crying, Jiang Lingyi, who had been open and cheerful all the way, also finally couldn't help but redden his eyes. For so many years, Jiang Lingyi had been feeling that they have long since forgotten the things of the Jiang family back then. The mountains and wilds of the blood so many years, boasted of spontaneity, but now being mentioned in this way, finally still cannot suppress the emotions. Seeing Jiang Lingyi's red eyes, Xiao'er hurriedly raised his hand and smacked his own face, saying, "Alas, Miss Jiang is not to blame. This mouth is too bad to speak. Miss Jiang is still alive, is a great good thing, but I mention these sad things in front of you. Miss Jiang, I should be beaten. I should be beaten." Jiang Lingyi hurriedly blocked the way, his voice with a little choked nasal sound. "Xiao'er, do not have to be so. My Jiang family destroyed for many years, originally thought that the world has long since forgotten my Jiang family. Now there are still people who can remember my Jiang family. Read my Jiang family's good. Lingyi grateful. Please, little brother too, take my bow." With that, Jiang Lingyi was about to bow down to Xiao'er. Xiao'er were dare to accept, hastily kneeled down and said, "Jiang big miss cannot I have not yet repaid the great kindness of the Jiang family. I am incompetent. The bloodshed of the Jiang family happened right in front of my eyes, but I can't do anything about it. How can I dare to accept the Mrs. obeisance? You are not penalizing me." The two of them were polite and finally entered the inn, while the second in command returned the silver that Chunyi had just handed over and said, "Miss Jiang, to put it nicely, you can consider this as a way for me to repay old Master Jiang for his kindness in collecting my father's body. All the expenses for your stay, food, wine and carriage will be paid by me." Jiang Lingyi were willing to agree, but Chunyi immediately stopped Jiang Lingyi. "Agreed, and then we'll be in the hands of the silver ingot stuffed into the hands of Jiang Lingyi. Whispered, as if it is to let him pay back the favor is, and so on when we go. You secretly this silver stuffed him, do not let him find out that is." Jiang Lingyi immediately agreed and went upstairs with Chunyi. Upon arriving in the room, Jiang Lingyi wiped her tears and smiled shyly at Chunyi. "I've let your excellency see the joke." "No." Chunyi picked up his teacup and said indifferently, "It's just human nature. I think it's better to address the question of how we're going to sleep tonight now." Saying that, Chunyi immediately looked in the direction of the bed and said, "This can be just a bed." Jiang Lingyi immediately said, "It's okay, you sleep on the bed. I'll ask brother Xiao'er to send a bedding in. I'll make a bunk and sleep in my clothes. How can I let a girl like you sleep on the floor?" Chunyi said helplessly, "If you want to hit the floor, it has to be me." But Jiang Lingyi waved his hand and said, "Your Excellency, there is no need to excuse yourself. Lingyi has lived among the mountains and wilds for so many years, not to mention the ground. It is common to sleep in a cave or on a tree. I have long gotten used to it. But you are different. You are an official body. And now you are even honored to be promoted to the 6th rank. Naturally, you are golden. How can there be any reason for you to sleep on the ground? Look at you." Chunyi gave Jiang Lingyi a blank look. "Obviously you could have both slept on the bed. Wouldn't it have been better to open 2 rooms? Having to open 1 room. Isn't this no bitter hard feelings?" Jiang Lingyi let out a laugh and said, "No bitterness hard to eat. This word is strange, but there is still some witty meaning. Your lordship is really a brilliant writer. Am I biting my tongue with you? Chunyi blankly glanced at Jiang Lingyi, got up and sat on the edge of the bed, saying, since you insist, then I'll be rude haha. Right, the wine and food are not up yet, so tell me, that Sukai Jiang Su sir just now? Only then did Jiang Lingyi react, quickly nodding his head. I won't hide it from you, Your Honor. Originally, in Fufun County, there were two major families. One was my Jiang family, and the other, the Su family. The Su family is in the transportation business. Although the statement is not as illustrious as my Jiang family, but the wealth and fortune, is our Fufun County deservedly the richest. Suyin that year, is bought county magistrate, although it is a bought officialate, but the Su family are very kind and generous. The governance of Fufun County is also quite good. It's just that I didn't expect that Suyin would also be dismissed because of our involvement in the Jiang family's affairs back then. Chunyi slightly smacked his lips. At that time there was no new policy of imperial examinations, although there are imperial examinations, but even the top scholar, want to be a sesame seed official is as difficult as heaven. Basically, all of them were raised to filial piety, or they got their official positions by selling their titles. Although Suyin was implicated in the dismissal, it is thought that with the financial strength of the Su family, it is not difficult to let their own son succeed. Jiang Lingyi paused for a moment and snorted. This Su Kaijian, to say the least, is also a bit interesting, although his family is a merchant doing business, but he is very keen on the governance of learning. The Su family is also wanting to let their own offspring read some sage books, so then also a disciple of Mr. Shanin. My Jiang family and his Su family are considered to have some friendship, and he and I can barely be considered a childhood friend. Chunyi frowned slightly and asked, this, where is it interesting? Su Kaijiang had begged my Jiang family for a marriage back then. Jiang Lingyi said with a laugh. Chapter 1187 Auntie, I'm still alive. Chunyi raised his eyes slightly and looked at Jiang Lingyi as he asked, don't tell me that it was you that he begged to marry. That's right. Jiang Lingyi nodded and said, it is precisely me. Chunyi shook his head helplessly and asked, you don't fancy him, do you? Naturally, I can't see it. Jiang Lingyi nodded and said, at that time, although I was reading, but I had not yet understood the reasoning, I only knew that Mr. taught us that the scholar peasants, farmers, and businessmen, and that the stream of merchants and businessmen were the lowest class, and were not worthy of a bookish family like ours. Moreover, that Su Kaijiang fat surprisingly, the brain is also surprisingly stupid. Mr. called him to memorize, he cannot memorize every time. Mr. always have to beat his hand plate. In the school hall out of the foreign appearance, Chunyi frowned slightly and smacked his lips as he asked, I have a question it has nothing to do with this Su Kaijiang. Your Excellency, please. Jiang Lingyi immediately nodded his head. Where did you guys get the word out of the ordinary? Chunyi immediately asked. Jiang Lingyi slightly frowned, whispered, this, since ancient times have what is wrong? Chunyi shook his head and did not reply. This world was still a bit puzzling to Chunyi. To make a fool of oneself. This word was a term that only existed in Chunyi's world. The Braid dynasty. That will be the foreigners into my dynasty. The people at that time for the first time to see the western face of the foreigners. Think ugly and strange. They will make a fool of themselves, jokingly referred to as a foreign face. But this world, it's a shelf world. Nor has there ever been a western face in history to date. The only special faces were those of the northern barbarians with high noses and deep eye sockets, barely resembling western faces. However, it is not labeled as foreign. It is often referred to by words such as barbarian, barbaric, and who. It's fine. Go on. Chunyi nodded slightly and said. Jiang Lingyi didn't think much about it. So he continued, this Su Kaijiang was refused marriage by my Jiang family, but he didn't get annoyed. Instead he took the opportunity to express his love to me in the school several times, making me embarrassed and awkward. But in fact, in the end, we have known each other since childhood, and we have some friendship, and we have never torn our faces apart. I heard today that he has become a magistrate, so it is indeed a bit unexpected. Chunyi slightly smacked his lips and nodded. In that case, this Su Kaijiang is a native of Fufun County. Now, because he had become the general judge of 3 counties, he was allowed to transfer to another place and leave his home. It seems a bit of an insult to people, and I don't know where he's been transferred to. The next day dawned bright. Chunyi and Jiang Lingyi then entered Fufun County. However, once he entered the city, the misery that filled the city was unbearable for Chunyi. Jiang Lingyi's heart was even more twisted. How can you not be moved by the destruction of your former home in such a manner? Oh my god. Jiang Lingyi's eyes reddened again, covered his mouth and said, this disaster of the Earth's dragon. I didn't expect Fufun County to be affected so seriously. As far as the eye could see, there were ruins everywhere. and many of the people, unkempt in their clothes, were weaving in and out of the ruins. The people live in most of the yellow mud-thatched houses, not to mention the disaster of the earth dragon overturned. Is the wind on some? Maybe blown down. The brick houses of the big families with a little bit of wealth were not much better, and the victims were everywhere among the broken walls. Chen Yi then realized that Yongning County was not seriously affected. For one thing, today's Yongning County, there has long been no half of a yellow mud and thatch-built house. Even the most distressed people can live in an impermeable brick house. And not all of the cement he invented was used for paving roads, it also played a key role in the reinforcement of houses. But this Fufun County is different. It is still the most primitive style in this world. A geologic disaster like an earthquake can be nearly devastating to Fukui County. But what Chen Yi hadn't expected even more was that the governor of this Yunyang prefecture would be such a corpse. Fufun County has been affected to such an extent that there has not been any disaster relief initiative up to now. But what he doesn't know is that the entire family of Duan Tinghui, the current governor of Yunyang, has been sent to the capital's prison wearing shackles and chains. However, even though the plague was rampant, Chen Yi had walked around this city for a long time and had not seen a single corpse. I think it is that Su Kaijian follow their own plague treatment means. The plague can be controlled. Chen Yi slightly smacked his lips and looked at Jiang Lingyi, asking, "Did you bring a carrier pigeon?" Jiang Lingyi immediately nodded his head and said, "Bring it on. Prepare a letter for me and send it back to the county office in Yongning, so that the county office can send someone to the Yunyang prefecture to report the disaster to King Cheng's palace." "Yes." Jiang Lingyi nodded and said, "I'll formulate a letter immediately after finding a place to land in a while." Further on, there is the county office. That Jin Tangins Jr. was really not wrong. Even the county office had collapsed. The fence was scattered in all directions, leaving only a crumbling doorway still propped up in the doorway. Su Kaijian, still not gone. Jiang Lingyi saw Su Kaijian in the middle of the crowd at a glance. Chen Yi followed Jiang Lingyi's gaze and saw that a young man with a plump physique was standing at the gate of the yamen, talking about something with a few old men. "Su Kaijian," Jiang Lingyi shouted, waving towards Su Kaijian. Hearing Jiang Lingyi shout, Su Kaijian raised his head, but the moment he saw Jiang Lingyi, Su Kaijian was scared out of his wits. Jiang Lingyi? Oh my god. This earth dragon turned over. Did it not overturn the netherworld? Even the unjust souls of the Jiang family back then have been released? Hearing Su Kaijian's words, Jiang Lingyi rolled his eyes and immediately ran forward, glaring at Su Kaijian. "You dead fatso. Open your eyes and take a good look. Auntie Me is alive. Not dead." Chen Yi did not expect that Jiang Lingyi, who had only just regained her image as a sensible young lady for a few days, would reveal her bandit side when she saw Su Kaijian. Obviously, Su Kaijian, where to see such a Jiang Lingyi, eyes full of surprise asked, "Not you, what you? Take a good look. I'm still alive." Jiang Lingyi glared at Su Kaijian and spoke in a spirited manner. Su Kaijian swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva in a row, cautiously sizing up Jiang Lingyi, and only after a long time did he open his mouth. You're really alive. You back in the day. Coincidentally, it just so happens that my brother Arrow and I went out to pursue our studies and managed to escape with our lives." Su Kaijian nodded his head repeatedly and said, "Great. The heavens have opened their eyes now. You're still alive. Arrow is also still alive. The Jiang family is not yet extinct. It seems like you've suffered a lot over the years. Even your personality has changed. In the past, it was a sensible young lady, and I had adored you, but I don't want to now. But it has turned into a shrew." Chapter 118, We haven't killed him yet. Chen Yi, who was standing in the distance, rolled his eyes. This little fat bastard with this broken mouth can't really talk. No wonder you couldn't win Jiang Lingyi's heart back then. You should. As expected. Just the moment Su Kaijian said those words, Chen Yi clearly and incomparably saw the wipe of heartfelt smile on Jiang Lingyi's face due to the joy of being reunited, which was fixed for a split second, and immediately afterward, dispersed like an ebbing tide. But soon, a leathery smile rose on Jiang Lingyi's face. Jiang Lingyi reached out his hand and pressed it on Su Kaijian's shoulder, raised his eyes to look at the dilapidated yamen entrance, and asked, "This is the yamen, isn't it?" Su Kaijian obviously didn't realize that at this moment, Jiang Lingyi already wanted to kill someone, and replied woodenly, "Yes, you're the magistrate, aren't you?" Su Kaijian sighed and said, "Once it was, now it's not." The court appointed Chen Yi, the magistrate of Yongning County, to be the general judge of these 3 counties, and the paperwork has arrived. So I should have gone to take up my duties elsewhere yesterday. However, I didn't want to leave Fufun County, so I simply resigned. Oh, Jiang Lingyi nodded his head and pulled a very long tone, then said, "That means that you are now not official?" "Yes." Su Kaijiang immediately nodded his head. That'll do. Jiang Lingyi gritted his teeth. Then without warning, he struck out and pounded his fist into Su Kaijian's stomach. Su Kaijiang didn't react at all, and took a solid round, bending over in pain. And immediately after that, Jiang Lingyi directly swept his leg and put Su Kaijiang down, then directly rode on top of Su Kaijiang's body, and began to greet him with a punch and a kick. Originally I was afraid of taking a charge of assaulting a court official. Now there's no need to be afraid. Tell you what, I'll make sure you get a good beating today. Do you know why Auntie rejected you several times back then? It doesn't matter if you're fat. A stupid brain can learn hard. But you've got this broken mouth. Broken mouth. Broken mouth. You're just incorrigible. Jiang Lingyi rage beating Su Kaijian. A few magistrates on the side of the court were dumbfounded. They really did not expect this Jiang family miss these years, even became so. I've never seen a Miss Jiang like this before. Su Kaijiang wailed for a while. Listening to Chenya's heart trembled. His eyes became more and more intolerant. Simply don't look away. No longer look. Dude, I can't save you either. Finally, Jiang Lingyi finished venting his anger and jumped off of Su Kaijian's body, clapping his hands and glaring at Su Kaijian with eyes full of displeasure. Su Kaijian covered his face that was punched into a pig's head, and looked at Jiang Lingyi with aggression. I didn't just say a wrong sentence. Do you have to? Still dare to disobey? Hearing Su Kaijian's words, Jiang Lingyi immediately raised her pink fist. Su Kaijian was so frightened that he backed up and hurriedly said, I dare not dare not dare. Convinced. Humph. Jiang Lingyi glared at Su Kaijiang. That's more like it. Lingyi, you came back this time, asked Su Kaijiang. Jiang Lingyi took a deep breath and blankly glanced at Su Kaijiang and said, I was so focused on beating you up that I forgot to introduce you. With that, Jiang Lingyi immediately shouted towards Chen Yi. My lord, come over here. Chen Yi looked embarrassed as he walked over to Su Kaijiang and slightly arched his hand. Lord Su, Chen Yi. Hearing Chen Yi declare himself, Su Kaijiang was stunned and then asked, You are Chen Yi, Lord Chen? Precisely. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said in a low voice, I didn't expect that my assumption of office would cause you to lose your official position. It was not my intention. I hope to apologize. Su Kaijiang, on the other hand, immediately waved his hand and said, There is no need for Lord Chen to be like this. The court must have seen your achievements in governing Yongning County and allowed you to be the general judge of these 3 counties. Your ability is obvious to all. You deserve this position. It was only by following your example that I was able to bring this plague in Fufun County under control. Otherwise, Yunyang Prefecture's Duan Tinghui is a corpse. Ignoring the people's hardships, I really don't know how many people will have to die in my Fufun County after this calamity. Chen Yi smiled sarcastically and said, You're doing well enough. The population of Fufun County is more than my Yongning County. The silver money for the tonics alone is not a small number. I thank you for the people of Fufun County, and more than that, I thank you for a plague-free Fufun County. Otherwise, by the time I take office, the plague in this Fufun County will have already spread, and I will indeed be at my wit's end. This is nothing. Su Kaijiang waved his hand and said, My Su family is still considered to have some family capital, and this money was also taken by my father, so I didn't do anything. Jiang Lingyi on the side also nodded slightly and said, This is true. The Su family is our Fufun County's famous charity lintel. Master Su before he became an official. The people praised him as a Su de kind man. The reputation among the people is very good. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, Since I've already arrived, let me take care of the next matter. Su Taoyuan want to now find a bone setter to ask for a few plasters to put on a compress? Chen Yi looked at Su Kaijian's blossoming face and was somewhat unable to bear it. On the side of Jiang Lingyi's face, a trace of embarrassment also appeared. I struck. A little heavy? Not heavy. Chen Yi calmly said, Isn't this still alive? Su Kaijian froze and looked at Chen Yi. Adult. It's a bit impolite, right? Noble insincerity. Chen Yi let out a light laugh and patted Su Kaijiang's shoulder. Alright, let's cut the small talk short. Take me into the government office for a look. Su Kaijiang immediately nodded his head and walked in front of Chen Yi to lead the way. Lord Chen, this way please. When we arrived at the government office, the brick houses here, on the contrary, were not too badly affected, although they were all tilted to a certain extent as well, but not to the point of collapsing. In the end is the government's house. The construction is always stronger than the people's house. Here, Su Kaijiang pointed to the desk in front of him, and then pointed to the pile of official documents behind the desk and said, Fufeng County's county records, accounts, and so on, all official documents are here. I don't know. Lord Chen, what is it that you wish to see first? I'll fetch it for your lordship. Chen Yi smacked his lips slightly and said, Fetch the tax ledger. Su Kaijiang flabbergasted for a moment. Looking at Chen Yi, some intolerance said, adults, right now is indeed the day to pay taxes. But, Fufun County has just been hit by a disaster. The houses and fields are all destroyed. And the plague, Your Honor, all the way over here also see. Now the people of Fufun County, even a survival of the house are not. At this time of year, are taxes still being collected? Chapter 119 Gruel for the People. But Chen Yi said indifferently, who said I want to collect taxes? Instead, Su Kaijiang asked in return, don't collect taxes, so what's the point of looking at the tax books? Chen Yi let out a laugh and said, do you know, within your Fufun County, the disaster situation of all the people's population? This, Su Kaijiang flabbergasted for a moment, shook his head. Although I am a person in Fufun County, but Fufun County, to say the least, there are more than 40,000 people. So many people, how can I dare to say that all no? Wouldn't that be enough? Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, on this tax account book, there must be a detailed record of how many people are in each household in Fufun County. Use this to check and then send out government officials to check from household to household. I'll give you a day's time to report the disaster situation of each household in Fufun County. Is there a problem? Su Kaijiang made a slight estimation and said, if we only count the county, I have thousands of servants in my Su mansion, plus hundreds of magistrates and soldiers in the county government office. It will only take half a day. Then go and do it. Chen Yi immediately said, don't worry, you're no longer an official now, and I won't treat you poorly if you work for this official. With that, Chen Yi immediately looked at Jiang Lingyi and said, how many silver taels have we brought with us on this trip? Jiang Lingyi slightly smacked his lips and said, total grain silver, 100 taels. A little less. Chen Yi sighed, then reached into his clothes and unclasped a side of white jade nothingness plaque from his neck, handing it to Jiang Lingyi. This was rewarded by King Chang, and it's worth a lot. It is hard for you to run a trip to the neighboring places that have not been affected by the disaster, pawn some belongings, and buy some food and clothing in. Afterward, Chen Yi looked at Su Kaijiang and said, send some manpower to go with her, and when the things are bought back, distribute them to the victims. The first priority now is to fill the stomachs of the victims first. Yes. Su Kaijiang looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of gratitude and immediately nodded his head, but asked, isn't there a need to report the disaster to the state capital so that the court can allocate disaster relief food money to come? Chen Yi sighed and said, it's too late. Besides, didn't you report the disaster to the Yunnan government long ago? If that Duan Tinghui was truly interested in saving the disaster, wouldn't he have dragged it out until today with no news at all? Chen Ye's words were a bit of a problem. At this point, you can't count on anyone else but yourself. After Su Kaijiang and Jiang Lingyi left, Chen Yi immediately sat down in front of his desk and wrote a letter, then raised his head and shouted, where is the messenger? Upon hearing Chen Ye's shout, a constable immediately walked in. Back to your excellency, the messenger was killed in the earth dragon turning calamity, and I am now temporarily replacing this position. Chen Yi sighed softly, nodded, and handed the envelope to the constable, saying, immediately, with a fast horse, send this letter to the county office of Yongning County, and give it to my housekeeper, Ah Fu, and if the magistrates stop you, you can say that you are delivering the letter for me. Chen Yi, tell Ah Fu to send all the materials to Fufun County immediately, as written in my letter. The constable immediately nodded. Chen Yi, on the other hand, said softly, Fufun County and Yongning County are about 30 miles apart. How long will it take for you to send a letter by fast horse? The constable said with a little thought, my subordinate will change horses along the way, and in 2 hours at most, the letter will be delivered. Good. Chen Yi immediately said, pass the order down. Starting today, Fufun County will cancel the curfew system. Tonight, when it gets dark, the soldiers guarding the city will erect torches outside the city gates to receive the procession carrying relief materials. No matter how late they come, the gates must be kept open. There must be no mistakes. Yes. The eyes of the constable flashed a trace of joy. He did not think that this new Lord Tongjian do things so thunderous, and the means of smart, more sympathetic to the people's plight. The first day of office, even a mouthful of tea did not drink. The first to make a variety of disaster relief initiatives. This officer, definitely a good one. 2 hours later, Yongning County office. Ah Fu looked at Chen Ye's letter and his eyes were filled with shock. Fufun County was even affected so severely? The constable knelt down and said, 1000% true. Quickly please rise. Ah Fu hurriedly helped the constable up, then immediately shouted, where is Zhang Long Zhaohu? In. The two magistrates immediately stepped forward. Ah Fu quickly said, Your Excellency has a letter to come. Immediately according to what Your Excellency wrote in his letter. Send someone to the workshop to transfer 1 000 kilograms of cement made by Your Excellency. 3,000 pounds of sand, workshop tools and other tools, loaded immediately to Fufun County Disaster Relief. Yes, the night of the sun, the hour of the ugly. Outside the Fufun County Yamen, tens of thousands of victims all gathered at the entrance, and there were hundreds of cauldrons set up in front of the door, with thick white porridge cooking in them, while in the several wooden barrels on Chunye's side, there were also bought pickles. A group of victims are queuing up to receive the relief porridge, and on the other side, a group of people who had long since had their fill stood, they have never dreamed of, suffered a disaster. The court did not disaster relief, but the newly appointed governor of the kanji to help the people. Moreover, even if it's just porridge, after such a serious disaster, the people don't even ask for a mouthful of hot porridge to drink. It's already good enough to have a bowl of paste made of bran to fill their stomachs. But now, not only was there thick white porridge, but even Chunyi was worried that they would eat tastelessly and thoughtfully prepared pickles. At this time, Chunyi was thinking about more than just whether the people would have enough to eat, even wondered if I could eat well. My lord, Jiang Lingyi came with a fast horse, rolled over and dismounted. The fresh cow's milk bought from Longyu County has arrived. After saying that, Jiang Lingyi immediately looked behind him. The victims also followed Jiang Lingyi's gaze. Behind her, a dozen or so wagons were loaded with dozens of buckets of fresh cow's milk on top of them, and the milky scent made the group of victims lick their lips. Chen Yi, on the other hand, shouted, "People, this official has prepared white porridge and pickles for you. It's difficult to transport this milk. There's only these. I hope our men and women will not fight for it. Give the fresh cow's milk to the frail women, the elderly, and the children. They need supplementation more than anything else. Men and boys who have not eaten their fill can always get another white porridge and sauce. Please rest assured that all can eat their fill. White porridge and sauce, as much as they want to eat. Pipe enough." Chenye's words caused the victims to be so grateful that they spontaneously knelt down in a large group, thanking Chenye. However, Chenye directly snatched the horsewhip from Jiang Lingyi's hand and gave it a hard swipe at the big stone lion at the entrance of the yamen. The mournful crack of the whip exploded in the night sky. "All stand up. No kneeling. This official takes office today on the first day. It is said that a new official takes office with 3 fires. Then this official will give us, Fufun County, set 3 rules. Number 1. It is that which has already been implemented. From this day forward, there will be no more curfews within the 3 counties under my jurisdiction. Chapter 120, Cement to build a new house. Second, from today onwards, except for those who have committed crimes, no one is allowed to kneel when they see me. Anyone who kneels will be punished with 80 lashes. As the people listened to Chenye's words, all of them looked at each other. They had never heard of an official who did not allow the people to kneel to them. In the past, only the officials who did not kneel when they saw them had to be beaten with a plate. Now, the ones who kneel will be slapped instead. That's something they can't even believe. Third, Chenye paused for a moment and said after a little thought, this official hasn't thought about it yet. Wait for me to think about it. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, Chenye directly led the way and laughed cheerfully. Immediately afterward, a group of victims laughed along with them. Amidst the firelight, Jiang Lingyi looked at Chenye's face, which was flushed by the firelight, with complicated eyes, but smiled heartily. All right, don't even laugh. Hurry up and eat. Fill up your stomach first. Chenye waved his hand. Just then, a soldier on the city gate shouted, Report! Yongning County's relief team is here. Chenye was immediately overjoyed and raised his arms and said, Come, come, come. Those who haven't eaten yet, proceed to eat. Those who have eaten enough, follow me out of the city to greet the relief team. I've asked Yongning County to bring the materials to build you a new house. All of you come with me to move things. Having received such a great favor from Chenye, and now he was going to build a house for them. A group of well-fed victims got up and walked towards the city gates. Chenye, on the other hand, immediately glared at a teenager of his own age, who was still holding the bowl in his hand and straining to get it into his mouth, but his body had already stood up and was ready to head towards the door. Eat your food. Eat before you work. The teenager, however, immediately gulped down the bowl of white porridge in a single gulp, burped several times in a row, and wiped his mouth. Back to your lordship. I'm full. Chenye glared at him again and said, A half-grown boy is at the time when he is growing his body and doesn't know how to be hungry or full. Give me 3 more bowls. With that said, Chenye looked towards the elder woman who was in charge of scooping porridge for the victims and said, Watch him for me. Before he finishes 3 bowls, he is not allowed to leave. Do you hear me? These people who were responsible for ladling porridge to the victims were chosen from among the victims. However, Chenye did not expect that the damsel in front of him was none other than the teenager's grandmother. Grandma, I'm full. Go ahead. I'm full. And the elder woman was obviously touched by Chen Yi and immediately said, "My lord, I will definitely watch over my grandson and make him eat 3 more bowls." Hearing his grandmother's words, the teenager immediately said, "Grandma, Lord Chen has been so kind to us, and now it's time for us to work. I have to go to work first. I'm really full." Chen Yi sighed helplessly and looked at the teenager. "You brat. There's plenty of work for you to do next. It's not as bad as this moment. This official says one thing. If you dare to leave before the 3 bowls of kanji are finished, when this official comes back, he will first beat you 30 times. The teenager was frightened by Chen Yi's words and could only huff and puff and pass the bowl to his grandmother. It took more than half an hour for all the cement, sand and gravel from outside the city to be transported to the city. Chen Yi personally demonstrated, surrounded by a circle of victims. Everyone watch this. Remember, in a little while when the group that didn't finish it comes over, you'll have to teach them too. This gray one. It's called cement. The ratio of cement to gravel is 1 to 3. That means 1 part cement, with 3 parts gravel. Mix it well. Between each masonry stone and masonry stone, a mixture of cement and gravel about half a finger thick is applied. A house built out of cement is solid and impervious to wind. Do you understand? Got it. A group of victims shouted. Good. Get to work. Chen Yi immediately shouted. Each family will build their own houses according to the original location of each family. No one will encroach more on land that doesn't belong to them. And at that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "My lord, what about the lack of masonry? My lord, our house is a yellow mud and thatch house with no masonry. Build first." Chen Yi immediately shouted, "I've already sent people to bring over bricks and stones. Now all the bricks and stones in the entire county are no longer personal. They belong to each and every one of you. Those who have been taken masonry will be replaced when new masonry arrives. Don't be cheap. Let everyone build houses first. It's cool at night, and I don't want to see anyone suffer from freezing and starvation again." One night passed. When it was noon the next day, Chen Yi was woken up by Jiang Lingyi shouting at him. Chen Yi stretched comfortably and said, "Without the tongueless old man urging me to go to bed early and get up early, it's so refreshing to sleep until I wake up naturally." Jiang Lingyi pursed his lips and said, "My lord, this is simply the greatest trick ever." Juggling? Chen Yi was flabbergasted. Jiang Lingyi immediately said, "Yes, you can see it when you go out." Chen Yi rubbed his eyes, got up with his clothes on, and followed Jiang Lingyi to the outside of the courthouse, but not yet out of the yamen. "I saw the yamen entrance has been originally collapsed courtyard wall, surprisingly, have been covered up. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Chen Yi hurriedly ran out quickly, into the eye. Yesterday's Yongning County's dilapidated scene has long since disappeared. Rows of newly built houses in order to stand on top of the street. In just one night, so many houses were built? Chen Yi asked in shock. "Yes," Jiang Lingyi immediately said. "The victims are well fed. By your great kindness, do the work one by one. Tens of thousands of people in one night, built thousands of houses, but also by the way the yamen are repaired. But where have all the people gone?" Chen Yi asked as he looked at the empty streets. "Harm, did a night's work, and didn't finish until the 6th hour. At this moment, all went back to sleep." Jiang Lingyi replied with a smile. Chen Yi let out a light laugh, nodded, and said, "All right, this calamity is considered to be over." Jiang Lingyi, on the other hand, knelt down towards Chen Yi and gratefully said, "Lingyi, on behalf of the 40,000 people of Fufun County, kowtow to the grace of your excellency." Chen Yi looked at Jiang Lingyi's appearance, smiled helplessly, and said, "You didn't hear the rules I set yesterday, did you?" "Ha?" Jiang Lingyi was flabbergasted for a moment, originally thinking that Chen Yi would say something like "please rise quickly," but he didn't expect him to actually pop out with such a sentence. "Anyone who kneels at the sight of an official shall be beaten with 80 lashes." Chen Yi immediately said, "Men na, tie Jiang Lingyi to me." "Beat." Jiang Lingyi let out a pfft laugh and stood up himself, looking at Chen Yi and said, "My lord, then you're afraid you'll be disappointed, and the magistrates have all gone home to sleep, so no one will beat me. Ha ha ha." Chapter 121, Doing Work Without Paying? Just fool around. Chen Yi blankly glanced at Jiang Lingyi, and Su Kaijian walked over at that moment. "My lord, you are awake?" Seeing Su Kaijian arrive, Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, "Just in time. I'm looking for you for something." "Looking for me for something?" Su Kaijian flinched and asked, "If there's anything else your honor would like me to do, just command me." Chen Yi, on the other hand, said indifferently, "Well then, I'll be polite then. Remember yesterday, I asked you to register all the victims who came to collect the porridge, right?" Su Kaijian immediately nodded his head and said, "Remember." "Just in time," Chen Yi said calmly. "I've looked at the tax ledger, and the 15th of last month should be the time to submit the grain tax, right?" Yet, you didn't take it. Su Kaijiang's face sank, nodded and said, on the 15th of last month. It is true that it is to the period of grain tax for 1 year, but this year, Fufun County is plagued by many disasters and difficulties. The beginning of the spring drought, and the summer flooding coupled with locusts, resulting in the time of the autumn harvest. The people are almost no income, and even to fill their own stomachs is a problem. Where is the grain to pay the tax? A few days ago when the Earth Dragon turned over. Just yesterday. You now at this time to collect taxes, is not a little. Zhang Lingyi on the side also hurriedly said, Lord, Su Kaijiang said the right thing. Fufun County this year is simply too much disaster. I know the tax is set by the court, but, Chunyi waved his hand and said indifferently, I understand what you guys mean. Don't worry. I'm not the kind of dog official who scavenges the people's fat and fatigues them. Isn't yesterday enough proof? Zhang Lingyi paused for a moment. Indeed, Chunyi was by no means this kind of person. Not to mention his act of righteousness yesterday. She has been in Yongning County for so long, and she has heard what the people have to say about him. Then what does your lordship mean? Su Kaijiang asked as he looked at Chunyi with some confusion. Chunyi smiled faintly and said, I'm sure that Brother Su should have heard about how I came to be a Tongjian, right? Su Kaijiang immediately nodded, said, this is naturally heard. The Empress appreciated your achievements, specially granted you a piece of deserted beach, want you to develop the pier, and then we'll be bordering that piece of deserted beach Fufun. Yulong and Yongning 3 counties are categorized into a special economic zone. That's right. Chenyi nodded slightly and said, since you're also clear about it, I'll be straightforward. Pier construction. Need a lot of labor. And it just so happens that the people of Fufun County, this year's taxes have not been paid, so I would like to work instead of tax. You think, feasible or not? Work in lieu of taxes? Zhang Lingyi on the side flinched. Your Excellency means corvée labor? Pretty much. Chen Yi said indifferently, the people of Fufun County don't have the grain to pay the tax, so let them go to the docks and do labor instead of paying the tax, with only one male from each household, and the duration of the work will be 1 month. This is indeed feasible. Su Kaijiang nodded slightly, but still showed his face and said, but what about some of those who don't have a male child at home? This is simple. Chen Yi let out a light laugh and said, if you don't have any men, just send a woman, even if it's an old woman, to do some light work such as burning fires, cooking, and washing and adding firewood. There's a lot of work on the docks, light and heavy, there's always a job that will fit. Su Kaijiang sighed deeply, nodded, and said, it seems that this is the only way. After all, if you can't pay this grain tax, you, my lord, won't be able to make it up to the top. Then go write a notice. Chen Yi said as he pointed to the lobby of the county courthouse. Su Kaijiang and Zhang Lingyi exchanged a glance inside. A lot of times, it's just so hopeless. They loved the people, and they believe that Chen Yi loved the people. But, it is not possible to not pay the food tax. The emperor also wants to love the people, but the emperor, if he doesn't collect a single grain tax, how can this huge country be sustained? This seems to be an unanswerable question. A few moments later, Su Kaijiang wrote the notice and handed it to Chen Yi. My lord, please take a look. Chen Yi nodded slightly and looked at the words on the notice, but frowned slightly. Wait, why doesn't it say salary on it? Work, wages? Su Kaijian was visibly flabbergasted. What is wages? That's. Chen Yi thought for a moment and explained. After doing the work, you have to pay. Give money? Su Kaijian looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of shock. Right, Chen Yi immediately said. You definitely have to pay for work. There's no such thing as working for someone for nothing. Zhang Lingyi and Su Kaijian's 2 eyes were filled with shock, as if they had heard some shocking statement. What do you mean? Chen Yi was also taken aback, looking at the two and asking, no, is this so hard to understand? Let me give you an example. If your family wants to build a house and you ask me to build it for you, do you have to pay me for the labor? This is natural. Su Kaijiang immediately nodded his head. Wouldn't that be enough? Chen Yi immediately said. However, Su Kaijiang shook his head and looked at Chen Yi and said, but sir, isn't this a corvée? Isn't it work in lieu of taxes? Shouldn't their wages be offset against their taxes? Chen Yi rolled his eyes and looked at Su Kaijiang and said, I'm asking you. Dakian grain tax. Even points or no one. How much should it be? This. Su Kaijiang slightly frowned. A slight estimate. About. Each person a stone. Good. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Then even if it's a family of 5, this household, for 1 year, should surrender 5 dan of grain, correct? Right. Su Kaijiang said woodenly. Then let me ask you again. On the market, 5 stones of grain. About how much silver? Chen Yi asked again. This time, Su Kaijian was clearly stumped by the question. At least he is a young master of a rich family. Obviously he has not bought food by himself, and the market price is indeed not too clear. Jiang Lingyi, on the other hand, immediately said, "Yesterday, I went to Longyu County to buy grain, and the market price in Longyu County, 1 tael of silver, can buy 2 stones of rice. If it's corn, you can buy 5 stone. Then let's calculate it on the basis of rice." Chen Yi immediately said, 1 tael of silver to buy 2 stones of rice, 5 stones of rice, that's 2.5 taels. There's nothing wrong with this calculation, is there? The two men nodded woodenly. That is to say, their yearly taxes converted down to 2.5 taels of silver. I count him 3 taels. Chen Yi immediately said, I now want them to go to the docks and do a month of hard labor. This month of hard labor, can it be that it's not worth 3 taels of silver? This, Su Kaijiang spoke with difficulty, if you roughly estimate it, it's naturally worth going on. Chapter 122, Work in lieu of taxes. But I haven't is not understood what you mean, my lord. Chen Yi rolled his eyes, completely speechless, and only said after a long time, forget it. I'm too lazy to explain it to you guys again. Let's just get this straight. You add to the notice for me. Labor for this dock. 5 taels of silver a month for men and 4 taels of silver a month for women, and the tax per household, discounted per head, is half a taels of silver per head. Everyone who goes to the docks to work in lieu of taxes, minus the tax and silver due, is what they will get for their work. After the first month's work is done, if you still want to continue to do labor to earn money, just continue to do it. The second month will no longer deduct the tax. This 4 taels and 5 taels is the full amount to hand. I'm really convinced of the brains of you ancient people. What kind of living hell are you all if you don't pay for your work? Damn, Yama woke up from a nap and dropped himself off the list too all. Chen Yi cursed and said. These two, on the other hand, were obviously still in a state of confusion. After all, the words that Chen Yi had said were indeed beyond their comprehension. But Jiang Lingyi was the first to react and hurriedly kicked Su Kaijiang. Don't hurry. Do as His Excellency says. Go write down the wages. Oh, well, I'll go write it. I'll go write it right now. Definitely write it clearly. Su Kaijiang was overjoyed, and hurriedly dashed off to the county office lobby. Chen Yi, on the other hand, let out a long breath, looked at Jiang Lingyi, and said, I know what you're thinking. Replacing taxes with corvée labor is indeed still a bit cruel. It's too much work on these docks. After all, although there is food and wages, there is no place to sleep on the docks, only in the open air. It can't be helped. Jiang Lingyi, on the other hand, hastened to say, Your Excellency, you don't have to be so modest. This kind of benevolent government of yours is rare in ancient times. Chen Yi faintly smiled, shook his head and said, I know this era. Hey, forget it. Seeing Chen Ye's desire to speak, Jiang Lingyi flinched. This era? My lord is not of this era? Chen Yi smiled and shook his head, not explaining, and at that moment, Su Kaijiang also walked out with the newly written notice and handed it to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, however, waved his hand and said, No need to look. Post it, my lord. It's better to take a look. Jiang Lingyi, however, said with some uneasiness, this fatty Su has been unreliable since he was a child. In case he writes something wrong, it's good to find out in time. Ha! Chen Yi helplessly laughed. I have said it so clearly. If he can still write it wrong for me, then wouldn't he have been a magistrate for these years for nothing? Lord Chen is flattered. Su Kaijiang scratched the back of his head and looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi, on the other hand, looked at Su Kaijian and said in shock, Does it look like I'm complimenting you? After thinking about it, Chen Yi snatched the notice in Su Kaijian's hand. No, I suddenly feel that Lingyi is right. You little fat man is afraid. Your brain is not that bright. I'd better take a look at it. After reading through it, Chen Yi was slightly relieved that this little fatty hadn't really written anything wrong. Alright, send someone to post it, Chen Yi immediately said, while Su Kaijiang shook his head and said, The yamen I've given a vacation today. There's probably no one in the yamen today. I'll go post it myself. Give it to me. Jiang Lingyi extended his hand towards Su Kaijiang, looked at him and squeezed his eyes, saying, Don't you have something to say to Lord Chen? Su Kaijiang slapped his head and immediately nodded. Oh right. After Jiang Lingyi left, Chen Yi looked at Su Kaijiang with some curiosity and asked, What is it that you are looking for me for? Su Kaijiang he smiled, looked at Chen Yi said, It's not a big deal. Chen brother, you see, this is now you took office. I idle. My father's intention is to look at Chen Tajen here. Fong is not convenient. Give me to stay a position, for the adults to serve, but also lest I idle at home is not it? Chen Yi let out a light laugh, nodded and said, This is something I'm actually considering. I won't be staying in Fufun County for too long. After all, there's still Lanyu County to go to. Besides, there's still a whole lot of things going on in my Yongning County as well. The Tongjian is allowed to set up his own official office, and when I leave this Fufun County, you will still be in charge. In that case, many thanks. Su Kaijiang hurriedly bowed to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, on the other hand, immediately said, rather, there's no rush to say thank you, and I do have something to ask your Su family. Oh, my lord, please speak, Su Kaijiang immediately said. Chen Yi, however, shook his head and said indifferently, there's no hurry in this matter. After all, it's not something that can be clarified in a sentence or two. When I return to Fufun County next time, I'll find a time to pay a personal visit. I'm afraid you can't decide what I want to do. You'll have to talk to your father. This matter, in fact, when Chen Yi heard Jiang Lingyi say that the Su family was in the business of transportation, Chen Yi had moved his heart. He's going to build a marina in this special economic zone. That's too much of a match for this canal business, and the docks. And then after doing some understanding of the Su family, Chen Yi also realized the financial strength of the Su family, and indeed deserved to be the first candidate to move into the dock and drive the economy. Therefore, Chen Yi was trying to personally visit the door and ask Su Kaijiang's father, Elder Su Yin, to come out and look after the pier for himself. After all, the Su family can have today's financial strength, mostly with the second little cute. The General Su Kaijian has little to do with it. It should all be spelled out by this Su Yin alone. Good. Su Kaijiang immediately nodded his head and said, then I'll go back and inform my father, or make preparations. Actually, Your Honor can come if you're not leaving tomorrow or the next 2 days. My father is not busy either. Any time. Chen Yi moved slightly and smacked his lips slightly. Good. Then tomorrow. Tomorrow. If I am not busy with official business, I will personally make an entrance. Su Kaijiang immediately nodded his head and said, well then, I'll go home and report to father. Afternoon. Most of the people in Fufun County had already woken up from their sleep, and when they came to the street and saw the notice, they were shocked beyond belief. I'm not mistaken, am I? Work in lieu of taxes, and there's actually 5 taels of silver to be earned? Nee. I'm signing up. I have a family of 4, and I make 3 taels of silver a month. I'll sign up too. Where are the government offices? Who are we looking for to sign up? And at that moment, it just so happened that Chen Yi was passing by. Hearing the shouts of the people, Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, I'm sorry, but your Lord Su has given the magistrates a day off today. Everyone who wants to sign up, just wait outside the courthouse first thing in the morning. And upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the people knelt down. Thank you, Lord Chen. Lord Chen is truly worthy of being the great lord of the green sky. Chapter 123 The advantage is mine. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and said helplessly, I forgot what I said yesterday, didn't I? If it weren't for the fact that the magistrates aren't at work today, I'd have to drag all of you back and give each of you 80 lashes. The people laughed, and after chatting with Chen Yi for a while longer, they all dispersed, refused to go outside the northern city. The 8 Sage Kings 100,000 Xuanjia army had already arrived under the refuse north city gate. Your Highness, it's here, Xiao Lu whispered. The 8 Sage King, clad in iron armor and sitting on top of a high horse, said in a low voice, along the way, I've already seen traces of many villages that have been looted and good fields that have been destroyed. Great Yin this time, I'm afraid it only really wants to go to war. The drawbridge at the city gate slowly lowered, and King Jing Gongyu, leading his 3 sons, rode out to welcome them on their mighty war horses. Old Buster, ha. King Jing rolled over and dismounted, laughing brightly as he walked over. The 8 Sage King also dismounted and quickly stepped forward. Second brother, long time no see. Jing Dynasty glanced at his 3 sons behind him and said, haven't you met your 8th uncle yet? My nephew meets 8th uncle. King Jing's 3 sons simultaneously bowed to the 8 virtuous kings. Alright, we're all family. There's no need to be so polite. The 8 Sage King waved his hand and said, instead, King Jing shook his head and said, family rituals must not be abolished. King Jing's gaze landed on the Xuanjia army behind the 8 Magi and his face changed slightly. Old 8. This, Xuanjia army of yours, it seems like before, not quite the same King Jing walked to the front of King Baxian's warhorse, reached out his hand, and knocked on the iron armor wrapped around the horse. The iron armor made a crisp but thick sound. Also having spent half his life in the military, King Jing instantly heard the extraordinary nature of this iron armor, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. Hua! This iron armor, so powerful. The 8 Sage King smiled faintly and said, I am not hiding from second brother. This iron armor is my order will be made to supervise the recreation of the use of some new technology. The armor of the degree of toughness is far better than before, but it is lighter than before. The combat is no longer like the previous that cumbersome. The Xuanjia army led by the 8th Sage King was a heavily armored cavalry, relying on the tough iron armor to be able to weave back and forth amongst the thousands of troops and horses, yet charging into battle unharmed. But heavily armored cavalry, too, has an Achilles heel that's too bulky and poorly maneuverable. And now this brand new Xuanjia army, the armor used, all of which was the armor that the 8th Sage King had asked for from Chunyi, was exceptionally lightweight, yet incredibly tough. The current Xian armor army not only strengthened the original defensive power of the heavy cavalry, but also reduced the burden on the war horses and warriors, and its mobility was even comparable to the light armor army. As if showing off, the 8th Sage King directly took off a small piece of armor piece from his own horse's back and said, "Second brother, please look." Saying that, the 8th Sage King directly threw that small armor piece onto the ground, and then drew out the sword at his waist, took a deep breath, and with all his strength, he slashed at that small armor piece. Clank! The sound of a crunch, a clanging sound of gold and iron clashed between the sword and the piece of armor, even rubbing out a flash of blinding sparks. The 8th Sage King put away his sword, bent down to pick up the piece of armor and handed it to King Jing. King Jing's eyes were stunned as he took the small piece of armor and looked at it. Surprisingly, there was only a shallow scratch on top of the tiny piece of armor. There was no sign of any breakage at all. To know, the 8 Wise King's sword, but when their big brother, that is, Emperor Wu ordered the best craftsman in Dakian, picking the Tianshan cold iron made, and even this sword in the sword mound before, there are hundreds of livestock, and 10 death row inmates sacrificed to the sword. The sharpness and toughness of this sword was enough to qualify as a phrase that was unrivaled in the world. Over the years, the 8 Wise Kings had wielded this sword, and I don't know how many iron armors they had cut open and severed. But now, the full force of such a sharp and strong sword could only leave a shallow scratch on top of this tiny piece of armor. The armor was as tough as could be imagined. In King Jing's eyes, a hint of envy flashed through, and he looked at the 8 virtuous kings and said, "Old 8, I didn't expect you to have the brains to actually improve the technology of iron refining. If you have this technology, don't hide it. I'm always in this Reject North City. There are always battles. My generals in this Reject North City can need this new type of armor more than your Xian armor army. Hurry, teach me all about this new technology, and I will instantly order people to build this new type of armor." Instead, the 8th Sage King smiled faintly and said, "Second brother is right. It's just that this new type of armor building technique is very complicated, and even though skilled craftsmen from the general work supervision are having trouble mastering it, it doesn't take a day or two to learn, and it's not even a one-day process to completely master it and then to mass produce it." Hearing the words of the 8 virtuous kings, King Jing's face darkened significantly. Instead, the 8th Sage King turned his words around and said, "But don't worry, second brother, with such a powerful armor, I will never hide it from you. Brother, when this great war is over, I'll order someone to write down this building technique, exhaustively, and send it to second brother. Right now the border is in a state of emergency. The war is tight. You and I, brothers, it's better to deal with the immediate." The words had been said to this point. The 8 Wise Kings had completely blocked King Jing's mouth, and without a reason, King Jing couldn't say anything else. So he nodded. "Good. Old 8 is right. Let's go into the city first then." After saying that, King Jing directly turned around and left. Watching King Jing leave, Xiao Lu said with a cold snort, "This King Jing is really, he wants everything. As soon as he heard you, Your Highness, say you won't give it, he even disregarded the etiquette, and directly walked away, leaving us hanging out to dry here. We're here to gallop to their aid." The 8 virtuous kings glanced in the direction of King Jing's departure and skimmed his lips. It is often said that the eldest brother is the father, and now that the eldest brother is no longer alive, this second brother of his is the eldest brother. What need is there for him to be polite to me? It is for me to honor him. As for this Chi-Aid, Xiao Lu, you have to remember, I am the Prince of Deqian, I Chi-Aid, not his Jingwang, but my Deqian border people. Xiao Lu immediately nodded his head and said, "Your Majesty's lesson is correct." The 8th Sage King smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go into the city." Inside the city, King Jing grimaced and walked in the forefront, while his eldest son, Gong Yuqian, immediately stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Father, this Baxian King's new type of iron armor is so powerful, and we are afraid that our trap-and-kill plan is not going to work." King Jing, on the other hand, snorted coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? His armor is no longer powerful, but it's still worn on flesh. Can't you stab him without hurting him and still beat him? We have 150,000 border troops, plus 200,000 from Great Yan's side, more than 300,000 against his 100,000. The advantage is mine." Chapter 124, Female Wolf King Captured. When will you do it? Gong Yuqian immediately asked. Wan Yanyi and Wolito haven't seen any movement yet. When is the time you agreed with them? King Jing took a deep breath, looked in the direction of the pass, lowered his voice, and said, let's wait a little longer. According to the agreement, they should be withholding the pass at midnight this night. According to the rules, we should prepare a banquet when the Imperial reinforcements enter the pass. Is the antidote ready? It's all prepared. Right in the middle army tent. Gong Yuqian immediately said, it will be distributed to our generals before the feast begins. By the way, father, why do you have to use a method like dunking? Can't you just drug them? King Jing immediately glared at Gong Yuqian and said, your 8th uncle, and the guards around him, are all martial arts experts, above the 7th grade. Mundane poisons will no longer work on them. The guards around your 8th uncle can all be 8th grade experts, and your 8th uncle is even on the 9th grade. Poison? Don't say you can't poison them. They'll even notice. This martial arts, is it even this powerful? With skepticism written all over his eyes, Gong Yuqian said, then these people, are they still human? King Jing took a deep breath, shook his head and said, heaven knows, this martial arts path, not anyone can cultivate. The physique does not work, let you refine for decades, but also cannot repair half of the true chi. For those like your 8th uncle, who can cultivate to the 9th grade realm, their bodies, compared to ordinary people like us, it's not too much of a stretch to say that they become immortals. Their 5 senses, sharp and unusual, can hear the sound of horses' hooves from 10 miles away, and when they get close, they can even hear how fast or slow your heart is beating. If one reaches the realm of the 4 great masters of the world, one can even go without food, drink or sleep. The energy is inexhaustible. A single palm strike would be able to repel 1,000 armies. Is that still human, do you think? Gong Yuqian listened to the clouds, but still did not believe. Shaking his head coldly said, I still do not believe. This thing can be so god? If they were really that godly, it wouldn't be us ordinary people who are sitting in this world. Wasn't there an old eunuch in the palace of the former dynasty who was at the level of a zongshi? Why bother to serve people as a eunuch when you become a zongshi? What do you know? King Jing immediately said, that old eunuch from the previous dynasty is a special case. It is said that before he purified himself, he was also a person who had no interest in the martial arts path, but unexpectedly after he purified himself, he accidentally set foot on the path of the martial arts. After being a eunuch in the former dynasty for more than 20 years, he utilized the convenience of his status to widely collect treasures from all over the world and eventually became a patriarch. It's getting more and more evil. I don't believe it at all. Gong Yuqian, however, bristled, still not believing it, and King Jing didn't bother to tell him that, saying, believe it or not, it doesn't matter anyway. What matters is what is to be done tonight. By the way, how's that pussy doing? Gong Yuqian but shook his head, whispered, look at her appearance. Indeed is the grassland tribal people undoubtedly. That day also invited to Finnish Yenyi went to recognize. Finnish Yenyi said do not recognize. Alertu was drunk that day, and when he sobered up he went out of the pass. Too late to ask him to identify it. King Jing, however, shook his head and whispered, forget it, I don't think that Wolito has much knowledge. If Wan Yenyi doesn't recognize it, he shouldn't recognize it either. It should be someone from some of their branches. Since none of them know each other, it's arbitrary what to do with them. With that, King Jing looked at Gong Yuqian and said in a cold voice, didn't you fancy that woman's beauty? It'll be rewarded to you. Hearing King Jing's words, a look of surprise immediately flashed across Gong Yuqian's eyes. Yes, thank you, father. Finish the business before you think about what's going on in your pants. King Jing glared at Gong Yuqian and said, tonight's matter can only succeed, not fail. If you dare to miss this night's big event because of these filthy things, beware I'll castrate you as well. Maybe you'll be able to practice martial arts after you've purified yourself, just like that old eunuch. Gong Yuqian, however, hurriedly covered his crotch and backed away. But don't, practicing martial arts but having less bedside manner is not worth it. Into the night, King Jing's palace jail. Miyagi Nikon came walking in faith. When the jailer saw Gong Yuqian arrive, he immediately respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Your Highness, the world's son. Aha. Gong Yuqian lowered his head slightly and said, open the door. Yes. The jailer immediately nodded and opened the cell door. Seeing the cell door being opened, the female wolf King Yulin, who was bound solidly with iron cables, stared at Gong Yuqian with a vigilant face. What do you want? The female wolf king spoke in an angry whisper. This female wolf king, in fact, never went back into it at all. Since she went back this time and hauled a few loads of grain, she hired a caravan for the convoy to get out of the pass. It was bound to take the official road, So the female wolf king took her wolf rider and hid it in a cave, allowing it to hunt and survive on its own, while she herself followed the caravan into the pass. But her human appearance still caught the attention of the soldiers guarding the city. These soldiers at the city gate, not knowing that their master had made a deal with Great Yen, only knew that they were currently at war with the Hu, but this city pass, but the appearance of the Hu women, immediately as a spy detained, locked into the prison, facing the hundreds of officials and soldiers at the city defense. The female wolf king did not have a wolf rider, and there was no way to force her way through the gate, so she could only be obediently captured, and the food and grass and other things that she had bought from Yongning County were also detained. However, I did not heard that the capture of the Hu people spy Gong Yuqian came to see, but on her beauty, several attempts to light, well in the female wolf king body is indeed extraordinary, although in the prison is difficult to escape, but also led Gong Yuqian several times did not get it. Gong Yuqian also realized that this female wolf king was a dangerous woman, and gave her the weight of the ring gear one at a time. Until now, this female wolf king even had chains wrapped all over her body, and all that was left of her body that could move was a head. Gong Yuqian smiled sinisterly, squatted down, pinched the female wolf king's chin with 2 fingers, and said in a cold voice, "Beauty, I have good news for you. My father has rewarded you. Tonight, I will love you." But in the next second, the female wolf king directly bit down hard on top of Gong Yuqian's finger. Crimson blood flowed out, and Gong Yuqian only cried out in pain as he fought to break free. Seeing this, the jailer stepped forward and lashed the female wolf king's face. A blood scar instantly appeared on the female wolf king's face. However, the female wolf king did not say a word, but instead looked at Gong Yuqian with a face full of contempt and said coldly, "Heh, if you want to touch me, first weigh your own weight." Chapter 125, Treason? Carry her to my son's bedroom. Guard her closely. Gong Yuqian covered his hand and said viciously, "I have to make this suffer tonight." Yes. The jailer immediately called out a few guards, carrying the female wolf king, who was bound solidly in chains, and prepared to leave. Slow. Gong Yuqian called out to the guards, took out a dagger from his waist and threw it over. "This is too strong in nature. I'm no match for her. Pick off her arms and legs." A trace of intolerance flashed in the eyes of a few guards, but they nodded and took their daggers and left. In the middle of the center army tent, by now the reception banquet had begun. A crowd of generals were already cracking up. The 8 sage kings and King Jing were sitting on top of the main seat, also pushing cups together. "Second brother, it's better to drink less," the 8 sage king advised. "This is after all on the front line. Drinking excessively, I'm afraid I'll miss something." King Jing, however, immediately waved his hand and said, Old 8, don't worry. The day before yesterday, I just fought a battle with that Great Yen, without a victory or a loss, and both sides set up a waiver. There will be no more fighting for at least 3 days." With that, King Jing immediately pointed towards the outside of the center army tent. The tall sign of immunity, indeed, stood there. "Although this Great Yen is at war with us, but at least it is also a dynasty and a country. The rules of this battlefield will naturally be observed." King Jing immediately said, "If they don't even abide by these rules, I'm afraid that in the future, it will be difficult to gain a foothold in this chaotic world." The 8 sage king nodded slightly and said, "Second brother has a point. In that case, let's indulge a little tonight. Speaking of which, it has indeed been a long time since I've had a good drink." Seeing that the 8 wise kings had dropped their guard, a hint of coldness flashed through King Jing's eyes, and he immediately raised his wine cup high and drank with the 8 wise kings. Gong Yuqian came with faith and bowed his hand to the 8 wise kings. "My nephew is late. Please don't be offended by 8th uncle." The 8 sage king waved his hand smilingly. "Your nephew doesn't need to be polite." However, when he saw the white cloth wrapped around Gong Yuqian's hand that was seeping blood, he was still a bit puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with this hand of your nephew?" "Oh." Gong Yuqian subconsciously hid his hand behind him and said, "It's not in the way. A few days ago, we caught a few Hu spies, and when we just went to interrogate them, we were accidentally injured by those dogs." Hearing Gong Yuqian's description, King Jing on the side was suddenly furious, and immediately realized that he couldn't help himself and went to meet that Hu man woman first. "Waste stuff. Get out of here." Gong Yuqian was scolded and filled with shame. King Jing specially explained to him, after this night, but he was so colorful that he secretly went to see. It was a close call. While the 8 virtuous kings saw this, they immediately waved their hands and said, Second brother must not be too harsh in teaching his son. That Hu man is already sharp and brave. Some bumps during interrogation are inevitable. How can a father still reprimand when his child is injured? Instead, King Jing glanced at the 8 virtuous kings and said, "Oh old 8, you don't even have a child, so don't teach me how to raise a child, right?" The 8 virtuous kings were blocked out of temper by King Jing's words. Second brother, you are really good at chatting. Forget it. Since the ancient saying that a clean officer can't settle a family matter, I'd better stay out of your master's business. I'll go out and have a drink with my soldiers. After saying that, the 8 wise kings carried the wine jug and walked out. Gong Yuqian lowered his head, not daring to look into his father's eyes. King Jing, on the other hand, glared hatefully at Gong Yuqian and lowered his voice. Sooner or later, you'll have to die a woman. Useless thing. Why don't you follow and keep an eye out? Gong Yuqian shrank his neck, arched his hand and retreated, following the 8 wise kings. After leaving the tent, Gong Yuqian was slightly relieved to see that the 8 virtuous kings had already sat down in the middle of the Xuanjia army to drink openly. It seems father has told him to let his guard down and not have to watch over him anymore. And right at that moment, the oldest third, Gong Gongjin, walked over. Big brother. Gong Yuqian smiled nervously and walked over. Why don't you go get some wine? This operation is classified. After all, it was to make a move against the 8 wise kings of the dynasty, which was also an act of rebellion. But it was different from the previous plan of uniting the kings to plot against them. Last time, they were good for the division. And this time, it's joining forces with an alien race against one of their own. This behavior is almost as good as treason. Rebellion and treason. Those are two completely different concepts. Therefore, of King Jing's 3 sons, only the eldest, Gong Yuqian, knew about this plan of action. Lao San is also a notorious brainless martial artist, and I'm afraid that telling him about this kind of confidential matter would be bad. And most importantly, Lao San, back then, had followed the 8 sage kings into the army, and Lao San was the only one in King Jing's lineage who had a talent for martial arts. The 8 sage king was not only the general who brought him into the army, but also his master in the path of martial arts. The earlier revolt was directed against the empress, but this time, it was to take on his master. King Jing has given orders that Lao San will not be allowed to be present during the mutiny tonight. I'm afraid he's going to misbehave. At this moment, when he saw Lao San coming, Gong Yuqian also had to quickly think of an excuse to take him away. Ah, nothing. Gong Yuqian let out a sarcastic smile, then lifted his hand and said, I've just been injured, and the doctor said it's best not to drink alcohol. How did big brother get hurt? Seeing the white cloth wrapped around Gong Yuqian's hand, a trace of surprise flashed through Gong Yuqian's eyes and he asked busily, Not important. Ha ha. Gong Yuqian laughed and waved his hand, saying, By the way Lao San brother asked you something brother you ask. Lao San laughed nervously. Gong Yuqian looked around, then lifted a wine altar, pulled out a small paper bag from his waist, and poured it into the wine altar without moving. Afterward, Gong Yuqian dragged Lao San outside the tent. Go, 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 this is too lively, let's go outside. The oldest had no doubts and obediently followed his big brother. When they arrived outside the tent, the two of them sat in front of the tall exemption sign, and Gong Yuqian handed the wine altar in his hand to Lao San, saying, Brother is injured, so I won't accompany you to drink. You drink by yourself. Okay. Lao San wasn't polite, picking up the wine altar and pouring a large gulp. And Gong Yuqian did have something to ask this third brother of his. Outside the city today, that martial arts thing he had talked about with King Jing had indeed piqued his curiosity. Lao San, brother asked you. Your current martial Dao, how many grades have you reached? Gong Yuqian asked with a smile. As soon as he said this, Lao San could get energized, immediately putting down the wine jar and clenching his fists. Brother, I am now already on the 7th rank. I'm about to be promoted to the 8th rank. It just so happens that Uncle 8 has come over. When the battle is over, I'll let him instruct me some more, and I'll surely be able to break through the 8th rank. Chapter 126, Why is it so messy? Gong Yuqian's skin smile, heart-cold voice. I'm afraid that after this night, your 8 uncle will not have the opportunity to point out your martial arts. So how many people can you, right now, by yourself, fight? Gong Yuqian asked as if he was making small talk. Lao San pondered a little and said, I once tried it before. The highest record of army generals that I've single-handedly challenged alone was 29. If there are more people, I won't be able to take care of them, and my 5 senses of spiritual awareness won't be enough to defend against everyone's attacks. A trace of shock flashed through Gong Yuqian's eyes. So powerful? That is, the oldest 3 was complimented by his own brother, and his heart was so happy that he immediately behaved in front of his own big brother, pointing towards a piece of lapis lazuli beside him, saying, Big brother, look. Saying that, Lao San revolved his true chi and struck at that green stone with all his might. The true chi blasted out, directly pushing the green stone out a few feet away. Really so powerful. A trace of consternation flashed through Gong Yuqian's eyes. Before this, he had never really paid attention to his brother's martial arts, and was even more skeptical of the so-called martial arts path. But tonight he saw his third brother's strength with his own eyes and was completely convinced. That piece of lapis lazuli, at least 100 pounds, is to hold up also have to waste some strength. But this third brother of his, with a slap in the air, he was able to knock back a few feet. This caused Gong Yuqian to become interested in the path of martial arts for the first time. Lao San, your brother, I, really can't practice martial arts? Gong Yuqian asked with eyes full of anticipation. The oldest three skimmed his lips and said, brother, when we were young, the eighth uncle examined the three of us, and I was the only one capable of practicing martial arts. Uncle 8 is on the 9th rank, an existence that is just a step away from being a grandmaster. He can't be wrong. Hearing Lao San's honest answer directly doused the flame in his heart, and he lost his voice. Forget it, drink it yourself. Drink up and go back to rest early. Just now, your eighth uncle was saying that people who practice martial arts should have a regular routine. Can't sleep too late. Eighth uncle really said that? Lao San believed it and picked up the wine altar and directly drank it all in one go, then wiped his mouth and immediately said, then I'll go back to rest, big brother. Gong Yuqian watched his brother run away and sighed helplessly. What's the point of being able to fight without some brains? You're still a martial artist after all. The king's mansion. Lao San stumbled back, a large jar of soju drunk so sharply, and on the way back was blown all the way by the cold wind. At this moment has begun to faint, back to their own house and fell asleep. After sleeping until midnight, the alcohol dissipated quite a bit, but then I heard a scream outside the house. The vigilance of a martial artist made him wake up immediately. Just one look took him by surprise. There was actually a giant wolf, a man tall, in the courtyard, tearing at the body of a subordinate who was obviously dead, and the giant wolf pressed down on the subordinate's body with its foot and violently pulled with its mouth. That subordinate's body was instantly ripped into 2 sections, and white intestines mixed with plasma flowed all over the place, and the giant wolf feasted on it. The scene gave Lao San a fright and his stomach kept churning, and immediately after that, that giant wolf quickly headed towards his big brother's compound. Lao San forced back his fear and hurriedly followed. That giant wolf entered his big brother's compound. Still unhindered killing spree? A few moments of work will be the courtyard guards shot dead one by one, and then broke into the big brother's room. The oldest walked along the wall and posted himself outside the door of his elder brother's room, looking warily toward the house. On top of the big brother's bed and couch, there was a woman whose entire body was bound solidly with chains. The giant wolf slowly lowered its head and opened its mouth, surprisingly taking a bite out of the woman. In the next second, the sound of chains crumbling rang out one after another. The chain that was binding the woman was actually hardened by that giant wolf with its mouth. And at this time, Lao San also noticed that the woman's wrists and ankles were standing on top of bloodstains. Her body could not move, and she could only be arched up by the giant wolf with her head and sent to the top of the wolf's back. Lao San immediately realized that it was a case of having his arms and legs picked off. Why was there a woman with her arms and legs singed off on the bed in Big Brother's room? Before Lao San could even think about it, the giant wolf came out with the female wolf king on its back, and at a glance, it saw Lao San, who was stuck by the door. The giant wolf showed its teeth and stared at Lao San with fierce eyes. The oldest three's eyes were filled with fear, and without caring much, he blasted out with a palm, with a strike from a 7th grade upper martial artist. This giant wolf was indeed a bit overwhelmed. The giant wolf's figure stumbled and was directly blasted backward several steps, and the female wolf king was also dropped to the ground. You, what are you? Lao San's left hand grabbed in the air, and a long spear leaning on top of the courtyard wall was ingested into his hand, the tip of the spear flashing a silver light in the night sky, aimed at the giant wolf and the female wolf king. Martial cultivator. A flash of surprise flashed across the female wolf king's eyes before she shouted, "Ah, Cheng, you're no match for him. I've broken all my tendons in my arms and legs. Quickly take me away." The giant wolf stared warily at Lao San and once again used its mouth to arch the female wolf king onto its back, preparing to leave. However, Lao San had his fingers on his lance, and with a flying leap, he stopped in front of the female wolf king. "Girl, I don't know why you were singed off your arms and legs and appeared in my big brother's room, but, this wolf of yours, killed so many people in my mansion. There has to be an explanation." The female wolf king gritted her teeth. She didn't have a good feeling about any of the people in this King Jing's residence right now, so naturally, she was too lazy to do any explaining with him. However, she was also clear that with the person in front of her, it should be difficult for her and Ah Chang to escape from him. Although the wolf rider was brave, she was riding alone and had her own tendons picked off, so she couldn't help a bit, but instead would only add to Ah Ching's burden. However, if she delayed any longer, she would be even more unable to leave when the royal reinforcements arrived. She used the secret method of warding off wolves late at night to make Ah Ching come in order to escape. Now, He was stopped in his tracks by a martial arts cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere, and had almost lost all his efforts. The female Wolf King gritted her teeth in indignation. It was close, and right at this moment, a soldier rushed in a panic. Report! Third young master, Great Yen has seized the gate late at night. The barracks mutinied, and united Great Yen to surround the Xian armor army. The 8 wise kings are surrounded, and right now, are killing each other. Lao San's head was spinning. These responsible words were almost incomprehensible to him. Father has rebelled against the Great Xian? Joining forces with Great Yen and striking out with your own people? What? Lao San's brain had apparently gone down, and he seemed to quite understand. But then again, I don't seem to get it all. Why is it so messy? What's this all about? Chapter 127. A great scholar will defend my sutra for me. Things are a little too messed up tonight, aren't they? There was a woman in the big brother's room with her arms and legs singed off. A giant wolf broke into the king's mansion at night and killed a yard full of underlings to rescue this woman. Great Yen ignored the war waiver and attacked in the middle of the night, only for his own father to lead his troops into treason and surround King Baxian's Xuanjia army. Every single thing was beyond the comprehension of his martial brain. Lao San felt like his head was about to explode. The soldier who reported the news also saw the yard full of corpses, and the giant wolf in front of Lao San, and instantly his brain went down as well. Such a horrifying scene, coupled with the tension of the mutiny in the barracks, caused the soldier to actually faint directly for a moment. Hey, don't you faint nah. Lao San completely panicked. Who's going to explain to me all this mess that's happened tonight when you're passed out? Just as Lao San was panicking, the female Wolf King immediately shouted, Ah Cheng, go! The giant wolf immediately understood, and took advantage of Lao San's panic to directly rush out of the royal residence, disappearing into the thick night color. Seeing that he couldn't take care of both ends of the head and tail, Lao San also completely panicked, looking at the fainted little soldier in front of him, and the corpses and bones all over the ground. Lao San couldn't care about the woman riding the wolf, and could only hurry to the barracks first. At this moment, the barracks were ablaze with fire, and the sounds of shouting and killing were endless. King Baxian's Xuanjia army was surrounded by the 2 armies of Great Yen and Yulurtu, plus King Jing's army in the city of Refusal North. This time, the 8 virtuous king side of the personal guards, only with the small 6 a person. At this moment the small 6 is covered in blood. The hands of the long sword has been rolled edge, but still will be the 8 virtuous king dead protection behind. And at this moment, the 8 sage king, who was obviously also badly injured, covered his chest and ruthlessly wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth, raising the long sword in his hand and aiming it at King Jing. At this moment, King Jing, clad in armor, riding a high horse, and the Yen Emperor Wan Yenyi, a Lutai department of the Big Han Yulita, 3 people side by side. Gong Yuqian also rode on top of the back of a horse, in the 3 before the guard, as if these people are the same camp. Second brother, do you realize what you are doing? You're committing treason. King Jing, however, sneered and said, Old 8, I don't care what you say about me. All I know is that Amer is the phase of a chaotic country, and the world that our brothers fought with their own hands must not be lost in the hands of that loser daughter of our elder brother. And the first order of business to oust her is to get rid of you first. In the entire Great Qian, the one who embraces Gong Miaohan the most is you, the 8 sage king. You and I are brothers, and we have been fighting together for many years. As a brother I have to advise you to recognize the times. Don't do anything foolish for the sake of this niece who doesn't deserve what you're paying for. As long as you're willing to tell your Xuanjia army to put down their weapons and surrender to this king, the king promises never to harm a single one of your soldiers. Shut up, traitor! The 8 sage king let out a broken cry and looked angrily at King Jing. A ruler is a subject, and as a subject, you have made a great mistake by collaborating with the enemy in treason, and by rebelling and plotting against the country. The king only thinks that my ironclad second brother is dead, to ask my Xuanjia army to surrender. Dream on, Great Qian Xuanjia, there is death without surrender. With the 8 sage king's broken cry, the 100,000 Xuanjia army roared in unison at the same time. Great Qian Xuanjia, there is death without surrender. Great Qian Xuanjia, there is death without surrender. Great Qian Xuanjia, there is death without surrender. King Jing gritted his teeth in death and said hatefully, Old 8, don't be obsessed anymore. It's not that I want to rebel. You think it's me who wants to take over the world, don't you? Isn't it? The 8 sages roared angrily. Of course not. King Jing immediately said angrily, if I really wanted to be the emperor, at this point, with a single order, your Xuanjia army would be annihilated in a matter of moments. At that time, I would lead my army south to capture the dragon. Without your Xuanjia army in the capital, Gong Miaohan would be nothing more than fish on a chopping board to me. Ascending to the throne is as easy as it gets. but what I want to do. It's not to wreak havoc on my Deqian. I am to return a clear and ruling world to Deqian. If you surrender, I will immediately lead my army southward, and after driving her off the dragon platform, I guarantee that my line of King Jing will never arrogate the throne. Rather, I will choose a truly virtuous person from amongst the prince heirs to be this emperor. I just can't allow the world of our Gong family to be sat upon by a woman. I pooh. The 8th Sage King laughed back in anger and said in a cold voice, you claim to be righteous, but you are harboring evil intentions. Even if you are doing this for the sake of the great Qian River and mountain, your behavior is already treasonous with the enemy. 8th uncle, Gong Yuqian immediately shouted, you mustn't be obsessed anymore. What my father did was an act of justice. As for the rightness or wrongness of this method, when my lineage of King Jing is accomplished, there will be great scholars who will argue the scriptures for me. King Jing, however, immediately snatched the words and said in a cold voice, Qianer, stand down. Here are all your elders. There's no room for you to speak. As soon as these words came out, in Gong Yuqian's eyes, a trace of gloominess flashed steeply, and he unwillingly retreated to the side. Old 8. King Jing sighed with a deep sigh and said, I won't hide my thoughts from you, but I have long spoken with the Emperor of Great Yen, and the Great Han of Arutai. I have a clear conscience. As for what will be written about me above the history books, I don't care. What I care about is what is before me, never what is behind me. This king has been thinking of his brother for a long time before, and has spoken kindly to him. Now ask you one last time. Sage King Dongshi, are you surrendering or not? The 8th Sage King miserably let out a loud laugh, and then he raised his sword in his hand and shouted, Xuanjia army, the thief is asking you. Answer him. Great Qian Xuanjia, there is death without surrender. Great Qian Xuanjia, there is death without surrender. Great Qian Xuanjia, there is death without surrender. The 100,000 Xuanjia army's voice was like a bell, shaking the sky and the earth. King Jing's teeth had already bitten out blood between his teeth, and slowly drew out his sword. The sad stoicism and cruel determination in his eyes intertwined with each other, seemingly two flames entwined in an endless battle. But in the end, the sword was still sheathed from its pouch and held high beneath the night sky. The cold light of the sword's blade flashed, and King Jing gave a resolute, broken cry. Kill! Rushing roars rang out, and the two sides' men and horses mingled together. 8 wise king and small 6 at the same time running the whole body of true Qi. Several times bombarded fly-rushing array of men and horses, but manpower eventually have the end, even if it is a martial arts practitioner, in the brutal battlefield, although 1 for 100 can, but in the front and back of the blood and courage in front of the charge up, is never enough to look at, although there is a 1 for 100 can, but ultimately cannot stop 1,000,000 soldiers to take the life to fill. In the midst of the chaos, there was suddenly a black horse rushed in, hand a handle of mountain axe dance tiger wind, axe blade wrapped in front of the biting true Qi. The axe blade did not chop on top of the flesh, but hard coercion up dozens of soldiers flew out upside down. Chapter 128 can't afford to lose this honor. And these soldiers flew backwards, knocking down a soldier in pieces. King Jing sitting on top of the high horse, is watching the killing in front of him, but suddenly feel a cold behind. Gong Yuqian also seems to notice the biting killing intent from the back, subconsciously raised the sword to block, but that axe blade directly struck Gong Yuqian's longsword into a section of broken blades, straight across the back of King Jing's neck. Lao San, what are you doing? Gong Yuqian glared angrily at Lao San, who was holding the axe blade above King Jing's neck. Lao San's eyes were wide with anger, but 2 lines of turbid tears flowed from his eyes in grief. Father, what are you doing? Eldest sorrowful questioning caused King Jing to smile bitterly. Are you, by any chance, going to commit patricide? Lao San's lips trembled, not knowing how to answer in the face of his father's questioning. He didn't want to do something so contrary to filial piety, but even more than that, he could not understand why his father would collude with the Hoosiers and turn his swords against his own people who had come to their aid. Choose between loyalty and filial piety. It's hard for anyone to be miserable. But the 8 Magi King, who was in the midst of the chaos, hurriedly shouted, Junner must not. That's your father. King Jing was shaken to his core by this shout from the 8 wise kings. He looked at his younger brother, who was still fighting in the midst of the chaotic army, with eyes full of incredulity, yet he was still able to take into account, at this point, whether or not the oldest 3 were going to commit patricide. Today's matter, though, was planned by him, but he was a brother, and now that his hands and feet are in each other's hands, how can he not be entangled in pain? Seeing that Lao San had no intention of lowering his axe blade yet, the 8 Sage King gritted his teeth and looked to Xiao Lu beside him, yanking him over. Your Majesty, what are you doing? Xiao Lu panicked. Go find reinforcements, the 8 Sage King said in a deep voice, then revolving his entire body's true Qi, he blasted a palm at Xiao Lu's chest. with all of the power on the ninth pin unleashed. This palm directly used the 8th Sage King as the center of the circle, swinging away a group of soldiers that surrounded him. Xiao Lu, on the other hand, was blown hard out of the barracks by this palm of the 8 wise kings in full view of everyone and disappeared into the thick night color. Second brother, the 8th Sage King let out a roar. The Xian Armor Army, surrender! The roar of the 8 Virtuous King caused the Xuanjia army generals who had originally fought in blood to look at the 8 Virtuous King with eyes full of unwillingness. Your Majesty, you can't surrender. But the 8th Sage King shook his head and said, 100, 000 people fighting 300, 000. We have no chance of winning. This king knows that your blood and valor are incomparable. But this king cannot apologize to your families. What's more, we fought bitterly, but we had to drag Gong Yuzhen into patricide. And this ugly thing has to happen in front of those people. I, De Qian, cannot afford to lose this person. The 8th Sage King's words caused King Jing's gaze to flare. Just now, he lobbied hard, but did not persuade the 8 wise kings to surrender. But now, it's because of the possibility of patricide for his own children. The 8 sages, however, descended. Guilt made King Jing not dare to look into the eyes of the 8 wise kings. The 8th Sage King took a deep breath, propped himself up on his broken sword, and looked at Lao San. Still don't put your axe down. The oldest 3 had hot tears in his eyes, but he still refused to put it down, questioning his own father in a stern voice. Father, what are you doing this for? If you want to rebel, my son can accompany you to your death. But how could you, nowadays, commit treason, collaborate with the Hoosiers? The 8 wise kings immediately shouted. Jeuneur, listen to Uncle 8 and put down the axe. Not everything has to be right or wrong. There's a reason. I have surrendered, and your father will not give me a hard time. With that said, the 8 wise kings' gaze moved to King Jing, tossing the broken sword in his hand aside as he asked in a cold voice, isn't that right? Second brother. King Jing's eyes were guilty, and he took a deep breath, but he was hard and ruthless, and with a wave of his long sword in his hand, he said, listen to the order. Surrender the weapons of the Xuanjia army. Unload the battle armor of the Xuanjia army. The king will never make things difficult for those who surrender and disarm. Send the 8 wise kings back to the royal residence. And then, King Jing looked toward Wan Yenyi and Wulatu, and said to both of them with an arch of his hand, hard work to both of you. Early tomorrow morning, the rations and grasses that the king promised you, will definitely be sent to you. The 2 people yawned with disinterest. Wan Yenyi's eyes, but also flashed a trace of sarcasm. Your Highness King Jing, do not have to be polite. But also thank you for inviting me to see a good show of flesh and blood. King Jing's face was very ugly, but there was no way to refute it, so he finally lowered his voice and said, it's still the same thing. Everything I do is for the great Qian. Shame on you. The king doesn't care. A group of soldiers went forward and went to collect the Xuanjia army's weapons. Gong Yu Qian, on the other hand, steered his horse to the front of the 8 virtuous kings and rolled over and dismounted. My nephew will help you back to your residence. The 8th Sage King was obviously exhausted to the extreme, and weakly allowed himself to be assisted by Gong Yuqian, and Lao San finally put down his axe at this time and hurriedly said, Father, there's been a change in the royal residence. Change? Hearing the oldest 3's words, the one who was most anxious was Gong Yuqian. Third brother, what's going on? What happened? The oldest 3 hurriedly said, Big brother, I was just about to ask you, on your bed, why is there a woman with her arms and legs singed off? This, Gong Yuqian bowed his head sheepishly, while the oldest 3 immediately said, the woman summoned a giant wolf, which was incredibly tall and even more ferocious, and killed all the subordinates in the king's mansion. I wanted to stop her, but I heard about the mutiny in the army, and when I was distracted, she escaped. Big brother, what the hell is going on? King Jing stared at Gong Yuqian with eyes full of indignation and was about to snap, but Yulurtu, who was just about to leave, was alarmed. Wolf Rider? What is that woman's name? King Jing looked at Yulurtu in surprise and asked, you recognize it? Aren't you guys clear about the Wolf Riders? Yuratu immediately asked in return. Ningzhou Wolf Rider. According to seniority, the Ningzhou Wolf King is my own cousin. Wan Yenyi on the side was also surprised to look at King Jing. Your Highness, King Jing, the woman in your son's room. It will not be. King Jing nodded slightly and said, it was the very same Human woman you were asked to identify that day. She is actually a Ningzhou descendant? A trace of consternation flashed through Wan Yenyi's eyes. I really didn't expect that the Ningzhou Wolf Riders, who had disappeared for so many years, had returned to the Central Plains, but Wulu too immediately rolled over and dismounted, tugging at Gong Yuqian's collar, and angrily said, you brat had better explain this to me. Why did that woman appear in your room? And why her tendons were cut off? My people of everlasting heaven and earth are not to be abused at will by Yuhan Chinese. Gong Yuqian panicked, He never dreamed that this woman would come from such a big place. He himself even tried to forcibly defile her and even picked off her arms and legs. This time, it's a big mess. Chapter 129, the Su family's involvement in the stocks. And just then, the 8 Magi's hand, however, pinched Ulurtu's wrist. With a little force, Ulurtu broke free several steps away in pain. Ulurtu angrily pointed at the 8 wise kings. King Bashin coldly hummed and said, "My Han Chinese young prince is not something you, of who man, can arbitrarily reprimand. Things aren't clear yet. I want you to calm down. We Han Chinese will never do bullying. There must be a reason for this. When the investigation is clear, we will return justice to the great Khan." "Humph," Ulurtu snorted coldly, pointing at the 8 virtuous kings. "You'd better be true to your word." And King Jing, who was on top of his horse, was even more mortified. A moment ago, he had united this group of barbarian soldiers to deal with the 8 virtuous kings, but at this moment, the 8 wise kings are still defending the difference between Hu and Han. On top of the hill outside the center army tent, the female wolf king, lying on the back of the giant wolf, witnessed everything here and coldly grunted. This Han people are really, Han Chinese like Chen Yi are still a minority. The giant wolf cocked its head slightly, looking at the female wolf king. It seemed to be asking her where she was going next. The female wolf king sighed and said in a deep voice, "The provisions have all been robbed, so it's useless for us to go back. Nowadays, it seems that we can only go back to Chen Yi as well. Just as well. I'm sure he'll be interested in what happens here too." The giant wolf raised its head and a wolf whistle rang out in the moonlight. After the wolf whistled, the giant wolf then carried the female wolf king and disappeared into the thick night color. Outside the tent in the middle of the river, Kuroko's body, swept downstream by the river, was stopped from continuing downstream by a dead branch that had fallen in the middle of the river and hung onto his clothing. After a long time, Xiaolu woke up leisurely and forced himself to hold back the sharp pain at his heart and braced himself. The ribs are afraid to be broken. Xiaolu struggled to get up and barely sat still, running his true qi and repairing the wounds on his body. About 3 hours or so passed. The howling of the beasts in the mountains and forests had all gradually subsided. Only then did Xiaolu stand up and stretch his fists and feet. Apparently his injuries had healed for the most part. The night was getting thicker and thicker, and a fog had risen among the mountains and forests. So by all rights, at this time, he should have found a cave to rest in. However, the life and death of his own king was uncertain, and before he was sent out by the king, he had instructed him to find reinforcements. The most important thing now is to go back to the capital as quickly as possible and report this matter. He didn't dare delay a moment. However, the capital city and the city of the refused north are far apart, although his injury is healed most of the time, so walk back to the capital. Not to mention how many days it will take. I am afraid that life will be lost. Now it seemed that the closest to him, the one he was familiar with, was Chen Yi of Yongning County. Noon the following day, carrying several boxes of snacks, and 2 bottles of good wine, Chen Yi knocked on the door of the Su mansion. The one who opened the door was Su Kaijian, which made Su Kaijian a bit surprised. "No, your Su mansion, is it so enlightened?" Chen Yi laughed and joked. "The gatekeeper isn't a houseguard, but his own young master?" Su Kaijian let out a laugh and said, "Your Excellency is joking. Isn't it because I know you're coming? So I'm specially waiting here." "My lord, please," said Su Kaijian, immediately made a pleased gesture towards the courtyard. Said, "Please forgive me. My father's health has been deteriorating in recent years, and because of this disaster broke his leg, and then caught the plague, hooked up with the old asthma. It is really inconvenient to go out and welcome. Just asked me to meet the adults. No need to be so polite." Chen Yi smiled and said, "Your father is an elder. I am a junior. When a junior pays a visit to an elder, there is no reason to ask the elder to come out and welcome me. Naturally, it's my turn to make an entrance. It's good that your lordship doesn't take offense." Su Kaijian nodded with a smile. When he reached the house, he saw Su Yin in a wheelchair, being pushed by an underling to the front hall. As soon as he saw Chen Yi, Su Yin politely arched his hand and said, "Lord Chen, the old man is suffering from an obstinate disease, so it is not convenient to get up to meet the salute. Please forgive me, Your Excellency." Cough, cough. I can see that Elder Su's body and bones are terribly weak, and after only 2 words, he coughed non-stop. Chen Yi hastily returned the salute with an arch of his hand and said, "Old Master Su must not be so polite. There is no Lord Chen here." Late Chen Yi, greetings to Old Master Su. After the polite pleasantries, Chen Yi took his seat, picked up the cup of tea, and took the lead to speak. "I didn't expect that you, Mrs. Su, would be so sick, but if I had known, I wouldn't have dared to disturb your health." Su Yin, however, smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It may not matter, may not matter." Cough cough. The talent of Lord Chen, I have long heard of. I have long wanted to pay a visit. Today to see. It is the good fortune of the old man. Old Master Su, Chen Yi hurriedly said. You're weak, so let's cut the small talk short. I'll quickly finish my purpose, and you go rest quickly. Lord Chen, please speak. Cough. About half an hour had passed. Sui nodded his head and said, in that case, I will hand over the seal of this merchant company to my son, who will have full authority to cooperate with your excellency. The wine and food have been prepared. The old man is weak, and let my son toast the Lord for the old man. After saying that, Chen Yi immediately got up and respectfully watched Sui leave before looking at Su Kaijiang. I say you're really something too. Your old man is so sick. How dare you let me pay a visit? Su Kaijiang, however, immediately said, do not dare to delay your business as an adult. Chen Yi blankly glanced at Su Kaijian and said, alright, things have been settled. I won't eat this meal. I've already prepared my carriage and horses, so I'll be setting off back to Yongning County. Your excellency is leaving this time? Su Kaijiang asked busily. Aha. Chen Yi nodded slightly and said, the matter that was just discussed, let's wait until after the completion of the pier. I will look for you at that time. I'll leave first. This Fufun County, I'm counting on you. Su Kaijiang immediately bowed and said, please rest assured, Lord Chen. By the time Chen Yi got on the carriage and left the city, it was already an hour later. This time, a carriage was specially hired, with a horseman driving the carriage, and Jiang Lingyi and Chen Yi sat together in the carriage. My lord, have you thought about how to face that Wolf King Yalan when you return? Hearing Jiang Lingyi ask the question, Chen Yi's head spun for a moment. No. Then your lordship. Jiang Lingyi looked at Chen Yi prominently and laughed. Chen Yi naturally noticed Jiang Lingyi's gaze, skimmed his mouth, and said, alright, if you have the strength to taunt me, why don't you save some of your strength for a rest session? You'll have your hands full back in Yongning County. There's something I'm busy with? Jiang Lingyi froze for a moment, looking at Chen Yi and asking, is your excellency arranging something for me? Didn't Su Kaijiang tell you? Chen Yi froze for a moment and said, from today onwards, the merchant fleet between Yongning County and Fufun County, and all other matters, have all been handed over to you. Chapter 130, Am I Such a Person? Didn't tell me. Jiang Lingyi immediately said, this dead fatso, such an important matter actually forgot to tell me. Chen Yi smiled helplessly and said, never mind, it's fine. It's the same if I tell you anyway. You are now already the commercial envoy of these 3 counties, from the 9th rank official, now although only responsible for merchant affairs. Wait until the pier is completed. Things can be a lot. Jiang Lingyi, however, asked with some concern, my lord, if you leave such an important matter to me, Lingyi is only afraid that he is not that capable. Learn slowly. Chen Yi smiled and said, of course you won't be the only one to do these things. I'll slowly increase your manpower later on and open an office to keep you from running around. Office? Jiang Lingyi looked at Chen Yi with some confusion. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and said, you can understand that the yamen that belongs to you, well at least it's an official body. It's reasonable to have a yamen, isn't it? Oh. Jiang Lingyi nodded and didn't say anything else. Oh right. Chen Yi suddenly spoke. This time when you went back, you were so focused on the disaster relief, you probably didn't spare any time to take a look at your Jiang family ancestral hall. Did you? Jiang Lingyi's eyes dimmed for a few moments, and he barely managed to squeeze out a hint of a smile as he said, it's okay, I'll have plenty of chances to see it now that I become this envoy. I went to see it for you. Chen Yi suddenly spoke. Jiang Lingyi stared blankly at Chen Yi, and also helped you and Eru with the clear incense 3 ways. Chen Yi whispered, I told them that the Jiang family, there are still descendants, and that they are doing very well, so please rest assured, the Jiang family ancestral hall, built solidly, didn't collapse in the Earth Dragon disaster, only a few cracks in the walls. I've also explained that Su Kaijian has repaired the back. Jiang Lingyi, however, suddenly let out a laugh and said, handed it over to him to do. Ha, then when I return to Fufun County next time, I'd better go and take a look myself. Ha 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 ha. Fufun County Magistrate's office. Su Kaijian sneezed coldly. The magistrate rushed forward and asked, my lord, is it a wind chill? Su Kaijiang wiped his nose and said, probably. Tell the bone setter to decoct a bowl of medicine and send it over. Yes. The magistrate immediately nodded his head. Looking at the back of the Yaman's departure, Su Kaijian slightly smacked his lips, frowned and muttered to himself, why do I feel as if I'm forgetting something? What did Lord Chen tell me to do? As if were 2 things. How come you can't remember? Yongning County. When Chen Yi and Jiang Lingyi's carriage arrived at Yongning County, it was just getting dark. The bustling night market is only just coming out in 2s and 3s. Jiang Lingyi bid Chen Yi farewell and went straight back to the academy. Chen Yi, on the other hand, did not return to the county office, but went to the Heavenly Palace first. For the past few days, Zhang Long had been corresponding with himself. The female Wolf King, the one who wanted to die, didn't come back. Guess something's holding up. After going to Fufun County for the past few days, Chun Yi had actually figured it out somewhat. If you really come back, the big deal is that you'll take it from her. It's not like you're losing out anyway. The big deal is not to touch her after marriage. Inside the heavenly room of the heavenly hall, Chen Yi pushed open the door and looked inside. I guessed His Highness must be here. King Makoto skimmed his lips and pointed to a seat on the side. Sit. Got it. Thank you, Your Highness, for giving me a seat. Chen Yi sat down smilingly and said, Your Highness is also lingering on my Yongning County, right? Any interest in investing in something? King Chen gave Chen Yi a blank look and said, What? Is Lord Chen starting to think about my fanny pack? Your Highness, what are your words? Chen Yi said without blushing or jumping. I'm doing this for Your Highness's sake as well. Forget it. I don't know anything about the art of business, so it's better to stay out of it. Before the 8 virtuous kings left on their journey, they sent a letter to King Chang. The letter taught him many points to keep in mind when dealing with Chen Yi. For example, his identity must not be exposed, and he must utilize Chen Yi's wisdom more to seek advice for His Majesty, or something like that. But on the back of the epistle, in letters fully 3 sizes too large, it was written, Never do any business with Chen Yi. The 8th Sage King knew too well the mind of this 29th brother of his. If he were to do business with Chen Yi, he would have to let that monkey-minded Chen Yi sell him out. Chen Yi skimmed his lips and said, Alright, then when Your Highness has an idea, feel free to come find me. King Chang did not move, all but pretending not to hear and changing the subject. By the way, your report of the disaster paperwork the day before yesterday, the king received. The king has also been to the court, and sent officials to visit all the jurisdictional counties of the Yunnan province, to collect the situation of the disaster. Tomorrow, almost should be visited finished. At that time, this king will write another letter to His Majesty, and the money for the relief grain should arrive soon. At that time, there should be a minister from the imperial court who will come to my Yunnan prefecture with relief food and grain, and the relief money and grain distributed to each county will pass through the hands of the local county officials. You are now the Tongjian of the 3 counties. This Long Yu Fufun Yongning 3 counties is not a small amount of money. The king warns you not to think of greed. Chen Yi glared at King Chang. Your Highness, do I look like this kind of person? King Chang haha laughed and said, To be honest, although I have not known you for too long, I can see that you are a good official who is dedicated to the people, and should not do anything to eat the people's fat. Wouldn't that be enough? Chen Yi immediately said. But King Chang waved his hand and continued. But right, your money-hungry look makes this king have to beware of you again. Chen Yi immediately said. Then Your Highness can be small-minded. The so-called gentleman loves money and takes it. I am making a lot of money, but there is not a single cent. Is not clean. This point I have enough confidence. You're not small in guts. You dare to call this king a villain now? King Chang feigned anger. Your Highness, there are no outsiders here, Chen Yi said with a hefty smile. King Chang helplessly smiled and said, In addition, the one you submitted, the paperwork regarding Duan Tinghui's malfeasance. This king has also read it, but there's no point. It's meaningless? Chen Yi was instantly anxious upon hearing this. Your Highness, how can this be meaningless? That Duan Tinghui connived nephew attacked me to fight the bandits' caravan crime 1. Reckless Fufun County disaster victims do not report the crime 2. These 2 crimes, is it? Don't be in a hurry. King Chang directly interrupted Chen Yi and said, Long before you sent the paperwork, this king had already brought Duan Tinghui to justice and sent him to the capital. This asshole, he's done a lot of things, but not just the things you said. At this moment, Duan Tinghui's entire family is in the capital's heavenly prison. Chapter 131, There's a big mess. So that's how it is. Chen Yi let out a long breath. And King Chang continued. Not only that then, that Duan Tinghui is a person of the Huaishi party, and most of the ministers in the court who oppose the new system of imperial examinations are also of the Huaishi party. After your piece of curative essay was handed over, His Majesty happened to utilize Duan Tinghui and knock down the Huaishi party, which made the new policy of the imperial examination implemented so smoothly. Now, for the preliminary exams in each county, preparations have begun. Chen Yi immediately nodded his head and said, Yes, a few days ago, I have ordered the organization of the preliminary examination at the county level, and in a few days it will be the day of the release of the list for the preliminary examination at the county level, and I don't know how many of my Yongning County scholars will be able to travel to the capital to participate in the Chun exam, and even more so, I don't know how many of my Yongning County students will be present in the eventual palace examination. It is estimated that there are quite a few. King Cheng nodded slightly and said, "The title of the Imperial examination paper this time, the whole of the Great Qian dynasty is a unified question, and most of the content is from your 3-character classic, and this 3-character classic in your Yongning County, but the monk's school is going to be learned, and your Yongning County schoolchildren, but they take advantage of a great deal of money." The two were chatting when they suddenly heard a noise outside the window, followed by the intertwined and entwined sounds of panicked screams and all sorts of things toppling over among the crowd. The commotion disturbed Chen Yi and King Chang, who were chatting idly, and the two of them looked towards the window at the same time. And just at that moment, the junior also ran in quickly and shouted, "Your Highness, Your Excellency, there's a mess outside. A good, big, giant wolf has somehow broken into the city. Your Highness and Your Excellency must not go out. I've sent someone to handle here." A giant wolf? King Makoto was startled and was busy looking out the window. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was even more taken aback. It couldn't be that the female wolf king had returned and couldn't find herself. So she started messing around. Could it? Is it such a big deal? Quick look, it's really a giant wolf. On the back of that giant wolf is an exotic woman. Come on, it's not running. It must be her. Chun Yi also immediately looked towards the window. But this glance startled Chun Yi. It's a female wolf king no less. But at this moment, the female wolf king, lying flat on top of the wolf's back, was covered in blood, and the silver-white fur of that giant wolf had all been dyed red with blood, and the location of the bleeding appeared to be at the wrists of both hands and the ankles of both feet. And that female wolf king can't move. Obviously, it's the picking off of the hamstrings, and it should have been unconscious due to blood loss. Yelin! Chun Yi immediately waved his hand and shouted Chen Ye's name. The giant wolf turned its head and looked in Chen Ye's direction. But unfortunately, the female wolf king was already unconscious and was unable to respond to Chen Yi. "You guys know each other?" King Makoto asked with some consternation. "Your Highness, this matter is a long story." Chen Yi gritted his teeth and looked at the unconscious female wolf king on the wolf's back, and with that, he headed for the door. "You stay here. Don't go out." After saying that, Chen Yi immediately walked towards the downstairs. The guards at the doorway still wanted to stop Chen Yi. "My lord, it's dangerous. You must not go down. You guys don't care." "I recognize it," Chen Yi immediately shouted. "You guys close the doors and windows. Be careful." By the time Chen Yi arrived at the door, that giant wolf immediately ran towards Chen Yi. The people who had taken cover shouted for Chen Yi to duck. However, that giant wolf came to Chen Yi's body and let out a mournful sound from its mouth, its two front legs crouching on the ground as if it was begging Chen Yi to save his master. To be honest, Chen Yi was also a little scared when he went downstairs. After all, the female wolf king was now in a comatose state, and he was also worried that the giant wolf would not recognize him to harm himself. But when you think about it, the female wolf king is in a coma. That giant wolf can Su Kaijian send her here. There must be a reason. Besides, everything has a spirit, and the wolves of the Ningzhou wolf riders, they are attuned to the souls of the people of Ningzhou, and their spirituality should be even more powerful. "My lord!" In the middle of the crowd, Tong ran quickly, already condensing true chi in his hands, and shouted, "My lord, be careful." Seemingly sensing the threat, the giant wolf immediately rushed at Tong, showing its teeth in a fierce manner. Many people were scared out of their wits by this scene. "No, Tong, stop!" Chen Yi hurriedly shouted, saying, "And slow down." Hearing Chen Yi's chorus, Tong's eyes were filled with worry, but he still withdrew his true chi. Chen Yi, on the other hand, gulped and slowly stretched out his two hands towards the giant wolf. I remember. Your name is Xiao Cheng, right?" The giant wolf seemed to have understood Chen Yi's words and immediately turned its head, lowering its body and tilting it on one side. The female wolf king slid down her silky wolf fur and slid down to Chen Yi's side. Seeing the blood-covered female wolf king slipping into Chen Yi's arms, Tong's eyes instantly flashed. This is that female wolf king? How could she be so severely injured? "I don't know." Chen Yi picked up the female wolf king, then looked at Xiao Cheng and said with some difficulty, "Xiao Cheng, can you understand what I'm saying? If you can hear me, you'll lift your front paws." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Tong on the side froze, but the giant wolf really listened, lifting his front paws and lowering them again. Chen Yi laughed and immediately said, "In that case, little green, you're too big for the people to be afraid of you. You go out of the city first. Don't disturb my people, can you?" The giant wolf's gaze turned to the female wolf king that Chen Yi was holding in his arms. Chen Yi immediately understood its meaning. It's worried about its master. Chen Yi immediately said, I promise, I will definitely save her. I'll contact you when I've revived her." "Oh yeah, me? How do I contact you?" The giant wolf slowly lowered its massive head, revealing a bullhorn horn hanging from its neck. Chunyi tentatively reached out and took that bullhorn and blew. The bullhorn gave a dull thud. Yes, like this? Chunyi asked. The giant wolf didn't answer, but turned around, as if afraid of scaring the surrounding people. Its entire body was all lying on the ground, moving towards the outside of the city bit by bit. It looks like it agrees. Chunyi exhaled a long breath and hurriedly shouted, "Folks, don't be afraid. This wolf I recognize. It won't harm you. I've caused trouble for everyone. In a moment, you guys estimate the price of your damaged items and take them to the yamen, and I'll compensate you all." Chunyi had just seen it when he came downstairs, and although this giant wolf had charged the crowd, it had not injured anyone. It's just a matter of crashing some items. After saying this, Chunyi immediately carried the female wolf king in his arms and ran quickly towards the government office. Seeing Chunyi run and holding a woman covered in blood, everyone in the mansion was clearly startled. Chapter 132, Depending on her fate. And Yi Qinghuan happened to come back from the martial arts school, and when she saw the woman in Chenye's arms, she immediately exclaimed, "Isn't that the female wolf king? What happened? Quickly go get a bone setter." Chunyi shouted anxiously. Instead, Tunless immediately shouted, "No need. She has broken her tendons in her hands and feet. An ordinary bone setter can't save her. I'll do it. Girl Yi, come and give the old man a hand." Chunyi nodded and agreed with Tunless. Chunyi had seen his medical skills before. Here, put it on the bed," Tunless said immediately. Chunyi immediately laid the female wolf king flat on the bed. Tunless immediately took his pulse and closed his eyes in contemplation. A moment later, Tunless slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. "Well, is it saved?" Chunyi asked busily. Tunless shook his head and smacked his lips, saying, "It's up to her. She's lost too much blood. I can only ferry her a mouthful of precursor whether to help her repair the tendons in her arms and legs, and I can't help her with the rest. But this grassland women, their bodies are already healthier than the average Chinese man, and they should be able to withstand it." After saying that, Tunless immediately crossed his chi. The innate true chi transited into the female wolf king's body, and no changes could be seen, while Tunless slowly stood up and looked towards Yi Qinghuan, saying, "Yi girl, remove her clothes and wipe her body properly. These blood stains will inflame the wounds." "Good." Yi Qinghuan immediately nodded his head and glanced at Chunyi and Tunless and said, "You guys go out first. Send some maids to fetch water." Chunyi and Tunless walked out of the room, and a group of maids got busy. At the doorway, Tunless slightly lowered her eyes and looked at Chunyi and said, "My lord, this Yulin girl, I believe, was in the reject North City, and had her arms and legs picked off by King Jing's people. How do you know?" Chunyi asked as he looked at Tunless. "The knife that picked off the tendons of her arms and legs was the wild gooseplume knife," Tunless said in a deep voice. "The wild gooseplume knife is the knife of King Jing's army. In the entire Great Qian, there is only one army that uses this kind of knife. You know this too?" Chunyi asked in shock. Tunless faintly said, "Back then, the late emperor, he killed himself with the gooseplume sword from King Jing's army. The last emperor of the Great Diffusion, killed himself?" Chunyi asked in shock. This didn't seem quite the same as what was recorded in the history books. The history books clearly said that Chu Hong, the last emperor of Dian, escaped from the palace when the capital city was broken, was caught up by King Jing's army, and was beheaded by King Jing's son with a single slash. King Jing's son, Gong Yuqian, was even appointed by Emperor Wu as the first of the king's sons because of this military achievement. Is that even a fake? Seeing Chenye's reaction, Tunless immediately understood and asked with a smile, "Hasn't your excellency heard that history is written by the victors?" Chen Yi, however, was a bit puzzled and asked, "That Chu Han was already tyrannical, causing public anger to rise up in all directions, and mutinies were constantly occurring in various places, and it was only when the Dian dynasty was overthrown. No matter who sits on the throne, they're all righteous soldiers, and why write off people killing themselves as fleeing to be killed?" But in the next second, Chunyi laughed self-deprecatingly, waved his hand, and said, "There's no need to explain. I understand. It's really quite simple when you think about it. A late emperor who committed suicide and martyrdom when the city fell, and a late emperor who fled and was killed when the city fell. Obviously the former will carry more gold. It's like the difference between Zhu Yuchan and Zhu Yunju. Zhu Yuchang reigned so many drop wisdom operation, but ultimately Li Zicheng attacked the imperial city in the coal mountain, hanged himself. Then he can be cleared of all sorts of wrongdoing during his reign. All culpability can be blamed on errors of method, not errors of values. His name can be left on top of the history books as an emperor with the Tao and no blessings. And to this day, it can be said that the Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country, and the king dies for the gods of the earth and the gods of the country. If Xu Yunju could have given himself a stab in the back before Zhu Di killed his way into the palace, then Zhu, no matter how much merit he has behind him, He's all about the identity of the thief of the ages. When later generations talk about the uncle and nephew, they will never simply scold Zhu Yunzhu. The emperor of Dakian was afraid to give the last emperor of the previous dynasty a good name in history. History can be a little girl to be dressed up, but history is never a. History says it wants an attitude from you. Then it really just takes an attitude on your part. Chen Yi sighed and said, let us not talk about this first. That female wolf king, really? Tongueless shook his head and whispered, indeed. Let's see what she makes of it. The wild goose plume sword of the King Jing's army has a special shape, with an open edge at the tip of the blade that has 3 pronged surfaces. Picking off the tendons of the arms and legs by this kind of sword will cause increased bleeding and speed up death. Great guy. 3-pronged military spikes, huh? Chen Yi exclaimed. No martial virtues. Tongueless looked at Chen Yi with another puzzled expression, clearly not understanding Chen Yi's words. It's fine. It's fine. You continue. Chen Yi flattened his mouth. Tongueless let out a soft sigh and said, running from rejecting North City to here. It's not as if she would have lost so much blood, and she should have, again, been delayed for a very long time after her arms and legs were picked off. So by the time we got here, the blood loss was staggering. Chen Yi was somewhat helpless. It's off to the side of antiquity. The blood loss is literally killing me. If it was in Chen Yi's time, all that was needed was a blood transfusion. But in ancient times, not to mention the lack of blood transfusion tools, there was not even a means of blood testing. God knows what her blood type is and who has the same blood type as her. Even biological parents and children are not always of the same blood type. The wrong blood transfusion can kill you. Now it seems like it's just going to have to wait. Chen Yi, however, mused, this King Jing, why would he pick off her arms and legs? Could it be that she was taken for someone from Great Yan or Wuhan? Tongueless nodded and whispered, it's possible. After all, there is a war going on in the north. And at this time, a Hu woman entering the pass will surely attract attention. And it's normal for her to be captured and tortured. However, this picking off the tendons of the hands and feet is indeed a bit cruel. It is hard to believe that she did something. In the refusal of the North City, Chen Yi shook his head. That's unknown. Let's wait for her to wake up and ask. But in the next second, Chen Yi's gaze dimmed a bit and he whispered to himself, if she can still wake up. Half of the night, the moonlight was like water, spilling over the female wolf king's pale face. Chen Yi sat on the edge of the bed, touched the bullhorn horn on his waist, and spoke softly, you can be sure to pull through. If you don't pull through, I don't know how to explain to Xiao Chang. Oh yeah, if you die, Little Green will probably sense it too. It should, and will go with you. Chen Yi looked at the female wolf king with a slight sidelong glance and sighed. This was the first time he had watched a life that might pass away from his arms. There's an indescribable flavor. Chapter 133, You're addicted to cursing, aren't you? Yi Qinghuan walked in with a serving of tea. Haven't seen any movement yet? Yi Qinghuan asked. Chen Yi shook his head. Yi Qinghuan passed the refreshments in his hand and said, eat something. Chen Yi hadn't been so upset by this that he didn't want to eat, and looking at the tea served by Yi Qinghuan, his stomach cooperated with him by gurgling twice, which caused Yi Qinghuan to give a delicate laugh. Well, the flavor is good, Chen Yi commented. Yi Qinghuan let out a laugh, looked at the female wolf king on the bed, and said, I say. Chen Yi flinched. Did you, by any chance, agree to her marriage? Yi Qinghuan asked. Chen Yi said helplessly, I can't if I don't agree. She threatened me with the entire population. It's too scary, but it's just a desperate, slow move. I rather think that you can really agree. Yi Qinghuan said as she looked at Chen Yi. Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan in puzzlement. Weren't you with me before? Besides, isn't she your rival in love? You come less. Yi Qinghuan's pretty face slightly reddened, and she skimmed her mouth. Do you really think that this girl is not married to you? It's not likely that I'll move on someday. But seriously, this Yulin girl should be sincere to you. Why do you say that? Chen Yi asked suspiciously. Think about it. Yi Qinghuan immediately said. She was injured, but before she fell unconscious, she was able to let her wolf carry her to you. This shows that she has absolute trust in you. She believes that you will definitely save her, and will definitely be able to save her. And even, she is confiding in you. Confide a hair. Chen Yi said helplessly. You women have a little too much inner drama, don't you? She was in a coma when she came in. She hasn't woken up yet. Her mouth hasn't even opened. How can she talk? Yi Qinghuan blankly glanced at Chen Yi and said, you stinking men. How can you understand the little thoughts of our girl family? Who says confidences have to be spoken? Look, surely she couldn't have done it herself if her arms and legs were singed off. That must have been an aggravation. The first time she was aggrieved was to run to you, which is clearly taking you as a dependency, feeling that you can protect her. Listening to Yi Qinghuan's words, Chen Yi flinched for a long time, waved his hand and snorted. Stop it. She's so powerful that she still needs me. A defenseless person. To protect her? I couldn't even get half a move under her. To a cow. Yi Qinghuan blankly looked at Chen Yi and said, I think, at this time, you might as well tell her that if she can wake up, you'll marry her, and if she can hear it, her desire to survive will definitely be strong. Master said that whether she can live or not now all depends on how strong her own desire to live is. Think of it as saving her. Then, try. Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan with skeptical eyes, but Yi Qinghuan nodded seriously. Let's put it this way. Chen Yi turned his head to look at the female wolf king and snorted. Actually, I've always been quite afraid of getting married to you. After all, you're a Hu woman who dances with a sword and a gun every day, and sleeps in the same nest as a wolf. What if one day you just give me a knife too? But then, seeing as your life is in danger now, I'll make an oath, just to the everlasting heaven in which you believe. If you can wake up, I'll promise to marry you, and if I break this vow, you'll let your everlasting heaven punish me in the cruelest way possible, okay? But if you don't wake up, this marriage will have to be called off? The female wolf king's long eyelashes fluttered just as Chen Yi finished speaking. Asterisk. You can hear it, ah? Chen Yi exclaimed. Then is it okay for me to withdraw this oath now? Listening to Chen Yi's scum comment, Yi Qinghuan was so angry that she directly kicked him. You negative man. There's still a backtracking on an oath? The female wolf king, who was lying on the bed, made a sound of grinding teeth from her mouth at the same time. It seemed to express anger. Asterisk. She can really hear. Chen Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan and said, Did you see that? Nah. I told you I could hear it. Yi Qinghuan looked at Chen Yi triumphantly. I wouldn't have said anything if I had known she could hear me. Chen Yi was anxious. However, these words clearly caused Yi Qinghuan and the female wolf king to be strongly dissatisfied. The sound of the female wolf king lying unconscious on the bed grinding her teeth got louder. Yi Qinghuan even directly drew his sword. You're so not a thing, are you? Dog man. Alright, don't scold me, Chen Yi said anxiously. Look, she's already reacting. That means she's about to wake up. Go call Mr. Tunless over here. Yi Qinghuan pouted her lips and glared at Chen Yi with a dissatisfied face. But it was obvious that she still knew the importance of the situation and immediately ran out to shout at Tunless. Tunless was brought over by Yi Qinghuan and immediately went up to check the female wolf king's pulse. A moment later, Tunless nodded and said, It seems that this Yilin girl has a strong desire to survive. However, there is one thing that the old man is a bit confused about. Doubtful? Chen Yi looked at Tunless in surprise and asked, Where are the doubts? This Yilin girl has suffered such heavy injuries and has lost too much blood. Even if she has improved, her pulse should have been weak and feeble. Tunless immediately said, But this Yilin girl's pulse, not only is it powerful and heavy, even, there is also some solemn killing intent brewing. Oddly enough, hearing Tunless's words, Yi Qinghuan immediately glared at Chen Yi. Ha! You're finished, Chen Yi. When she wakes up, she'll definitely be looking for you to settle the score. You're a messy man. You swore an oath to her and you didn't honor it. Chen Yi vainly muttered in a small voice. Wasn't I fooled by you? And besides, it was just to save her life and stabilize her mind. Who'd have thought she'd be angry? Can you not be angry? Yi Qinghuan waited for Chen Yi to say angrily. Her own sweetheart swore to the eternal life of her faith that she would take her as her wife. But just as soon as she said it, it didn't count. Who else would be able to stand it? I'd want to cut you up. You wolfish dog man. You're addicted to cursing, aren't you? Chen Yi glared at Yi Qinghuan without any good reason. But Yi Qinghuan was not afraid of Chen Yi at all, tilting her head and disliking him back. What? I'll just say it and say it and say it. You're allowed to do it but no one's allowed to say it? Too lazy to bother with you. Chen Yi rolled his eyes. I'm going out for some air. Humph. If you can't beat me, you'll run. Yi Qinghuan spat her tongue out and made a face at Chen Yi. Cheap bastard. Rubbish egg. Dog man. Seeing that Yi Qinghuan was cursing more and more, Chen Yi completely lost his temper and simply couldn't afford to mess with him and hurriedly walked out. Chapter 134, The Jing King's Rebellion. And Tunless laughed softly and walked out. As the two stood side by side under the eaves of the house, Tunless raised his eyes, glanced at the waning moon in the sky, and asked, Your Excellency, did you really swear an oath to the everlasting sky? Not you come to eat my melon even at your age, right? Chen Yi nearly stormed out. Tunless I laughed twice in a low voice and shook my head. If your honor doesn't want to mention it, then it's fine for the old man not to talk about it. Chen Yi blankly glanced at Tunless, then whispered, Oh yeah, there's something I forgot to ask you. Tunless raised his eyes and looked at Chen Yi. Your Excellency, please ask. Chen Yi took out the secret book that Tunless had given him earlier from his sleeve robe and said, This is it. This secret book you gave me. Why is it that after practicing for such a long time, I haven't practiced a bit of true qi? Well, that's... Toneless bristled and whispered. Then it seems that I have overestimated your excellency. What do you mean? Chunyi flinched and looked at Toneless. This martial true qi is very much dependent on talent. Toneless spoke softly. There are some people who may be able to develop true qi after practicing for 3 to 5 days with just any secret book. And there are even geniuses born with true qi descending from birth. But there are also some people who, even if they are given a superb secret book, and are brought around by a great master to be tutored day in and day out, throughout their lives, they still can't practice even half a bit of true qi. Ha? Chenyi asked in shock. There's still this saying? Meaning, I'm a loser? My lord doesn't have to be so honest. Toneless coughed lightly. Chenyi rolled his eyes and skimmed his mouth. Scratch that. I thought I could also be like you, flying over the eaves and picking leaves to hurt people. It seems like a dream for nothing. Toneless sighed and whispered. It seems that your excellency's physique is indeed unsuitable for practicing martial arts. Then do I not need to go to bed early and get up early? Chunyi immediately asked. Toneless, however, shook his head and looked at Chunyi and said, even if you can't practice true qi, practicing martial arts can still strengthen your body, so why not use it? Chunyi flattened his mouth. Forget I said it. But then, wouldn't it be pointless for me to raise a martial arts school? Toneless took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Of course there is a significance. The original purpose of your lordship's establishment of the martial arts school is to allow the people to have the power of self-preservation. It's not as if all of them have to become masters of martial arts, isn't it? That's right too. Chunyi smacked his lips slightly and let out a light laugh. I'm a bit caught up in the moment. While Toneless reached out his hand towards Chunyi and took back the secret book, saying in a low voice, so it seems that you don't need this book. From tomorrow onwards, the old man will teach your lordship some boxing and kicking kung fu instantly. There is no need to practice true qi anymore. Originally, he was still dreaming of becoming a martial arts master, but now that his dream has suddenly been shattered, it would be a lie to say that he does not regret it. But that's life. It's not okay to deny it. My lord! My lord! Zhang Long rushed in a panic, shouting, Old Huang's guard! Xiaolu seeks an audience. He said that there's been a fight in Reject North City. King Jing has defected and betrayed his country, and has surrounded and killed the 100,000 Xuanjia troops of the 8 virtuous kings. Upon hearing Zhang Long's words, the faces of both Chun Yi and Toneless changed abruptly. King Jing? Going over to the enemy? Chen Yi couldn't associate these two words together. To say that King Jing rebelled is still a real possibility. After all, he was the head of all the kings in the world, and Prince Jing was also the head of the lineage, so it could be said that he was still in a position of power. It is normal if you have imperial aspirations and a desire for greatness. But what does he want by going over to the enemy? But now is not the time to dwell on this. Chen Yi immediately shouted, let him come in and talk. Yes. Zhang Long immediately nodded his head, and just at that moment, Yi Qinghuan's shout rang out behind him. Chen Yi! Master! She's awake! Chen Yi and Toneless exchanged a glance and quickly ran towards the house. Half an hour passed. Inside the room, Chen Yi looked at Xiaolu, whose eyes were full of anxiety, and then glanced at the female Wolf King, who was lying on the bed, unable to move. You both say you saw it with your own eyes, so this, then, can't be wrong. This King Jing is really a big bad guy. Yi Qinghuan immediately voiced his opinion. The old man defected to the enemy, and the son forcibly robbed the people's daughter. There's not a single good person in the family. Not really. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, isn't that old three quite righteous? Choosing between loyalty and filial piety. Choosing the former, all daring to take an axe to his father. Xiaolu also immediately nodded his head and said, if it wasn't for him, the king would only really be in grave danger. But right now, it's still uncertain whether he's alive or dead as well. On the other hand, King Chang, who was invited by Qing Yi on the side, shook his head and whispered, I don't think it's necessarily true. Second brother's claim that he is only begging for the empress to step down may not be untrue. Over the years, although second brother and my eighth brother do not share the same political views, since childhood, second brother and eighth brother have had the deepest bond. I don't think the second brother will hurt the eighth brother. But now King Jing's collaboration with the enemy is a fact. Xiaolu said anxiously, the king's life and death are uncertain. Your Highness King Chang, please also immediately expedite a message into the capital and ask His Majesty to send an army to crush the enemy. But King Chang made a mistake. After such a big incident, it is indeed necessary for His Majesty to send troops to crusade. But, the court, where are the soldiers available? As soon as these words came out, Xiaolu on the side also clenched his teeth. That said, he couldn't have been clearer. Most of the soldiers available to the court were the Xuanjia army of his own prince, and although the Imperial Forest Army is not yet His Majesty's Forbidden Army, but the actual combat ability, in no way compared to the Xuanjia army. Besides, the Imperial army totaled less than 50,000 men. How can we deal with the army in the City of Refusal of the North, even without the 200,000 troops from Great Yan and the Alutai Ministry? King Jing's 150,000 Northern Army alone, just a tough nut to crack. Today's King Jing has detained all 100,000 Xuanjia troops of the 8 virtuous kings. The next step must be to go to the capital. Whatever doesn't work. King Cheng gritted his teeth and said, with the current situation, we can only fight with our backs to the wall. With that, King Cheng immediately looked at Chen Yi and said, Chen Yi, prepare a pen and ink with this king. Chen Yi glanced at Ah Fu, who immediately understood and quickly ran to fetch the 4 treasures of literature. Instead, Chen Yi looked at King Cheng and asked, Your Highness, what should you do? King Cheng sighed and said, What can I do? For today's solution, I can only beg King Jing not to unite the other kings. First inform His Majesty of this matter, and then let His Majesty find a way to summon the other kings to the capital to work for the king. Chen Yi shook his head and looked at King Cheng and said, Your Highness, you are well aware of King Jing's appeal. A while ago, Old Huang told me that when the Imperial Grace Decree was issued, King Jing had called upon the 36 kings to rise up with the intention of plotting a rebellion. If I remember correctly, Your Highness, at that time, was also one of the vassal kings along the way, wasn't he? King Cheng helplessly smiled and said, You are not unaware that this king simply does not have many soldiers. At that time, I also really do not look at that niece of mine as the emperor, the second brother since he sent an envoy to invite. I also have no reason to refuse. Simply point a few thousand soldiers and horses. Success or failure are not much to do with this king. Chapter 135, the Gangnam Yi clan. Meaning, you were just making peace at that time, right? Chen Yi asked with a helpless smile. King Makoto nodded. If you say so, you're right. Chen Yi let out another laugh, shook his head, and said, Since there is this forewarning in front of him, King Jing has not hesitated to carry the charge of collaborating with the enemy this time. Could he not have failed to communicate with the various vassal kings earlier? Even if those vassal kings don't go and explicitly help King Jing, I'm sure they won't help His Majesty. Of course I know this. King Makoto sighed and said, Then is it hard to believe that we will just watch my second brother rebel? Chen Yi, however, still shook his head and looked at King Cheng and asked, As I recall, His Majesty had already given you permission to recruit soldiers before my Tongjian grant was issued previously, right? King Cheng froze and immediately nodded. Right. My 8th brother also distributed 10,000 Xuanjia army training to me, and even sent the current Marquis of Wuwei, General Chao Zhao of Pingnan, over to me. Then how much has your highness raised private soldiers so far? Chen Yi asked again. After a brief thought, King Cheng immediately replied, Before I came to Yongning County the day before yesterday, I purposely asked General Chao, and at present, there are already 30,000 private soldiers in my house. Chen Yi also pondered for a while, and said in a low voice, My county barracks, the soldiers and braves are estimated to be 10,000 as well. That's 40,000. 40,000 to fight King Jing's 150,000, plus the 200,000 of Great Yen? Xiao Lu shook his head and said, This is simply a fool's errand. Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, 40,000 against 350,000 is not even enough for a fraction of what someone else has, so it's obviously impossible. So we have to change our strategy. Change of strategy? King Cheng looked toward Chen Yi, and at that moment, Ah Fu had already brought over the 4 treasures of literature. King Cheng did not know where Chen Yi's confidence came from, but actually pushed the 4 treasures to the side and looked at Chen Yi with eager eyes, intending to listen to Chen Yi's high opinion first. After all, Chen Yi has too many fantastic ideas, and too many incredible things have happened to him. Perhaps there was something he could really do to break the game, and it was yet to be seen. Chen Yi raised his eyes slightly and said in a low voice, You write to His Majesty first. With that, Chen Yi looked toward Tunless and whispered, You and I will go to the barracks. Tunless immediately nodded and followed Chen Yi as he was about to head out. Wait, the female Wolf King, who had been lying on the bed without speaking for half a day, suddenly spoke at this moment. Chen Yi turned his head to look at Chen Yi and said, I can help too. King Makoto looked over at the female Wolf King in slight consternation, his hand on his pen pausing for a moment. You're Wolf Rider? The female Wolf King immediately nodded her head and said, Yes, it's our Ningzhou Wolf Riders. I don't know what battle plan you have, but Gong Yukuan picked off my arms and legs, and also intended to slight me several times. This is a revenge I must take. The female Wolf King clenched her silver teeth, and her eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. Chen Yi, on the other hand, looked at the female Wolf King with some heartache and said, Your tendons in your arms and legs are broken. Although there is toneless innate weather to repair them for you, it will take a few days for you to be able to walk freely. How do you go back to Ningzhou to ask your people to go south? Besides, you Ningzhou wolf riders, how many are left? The female wolf king, however, laughed coldly and said, I can't go back, but Little Green can go back. It went back to report for me, and I can speak with Little Green about exactly how I should deploy it, and Little Green will convey it to my people. They'll know what to do. Chen Ye's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he asked, You guys, can you really communicate with wolves? A hint of pride rose in the female wolf king's eyes and immediately said, And don't you forget it. General Blast from the previous dynasty. 100,000 men against my 3,000 wolf riders from Ningzhou. Didn't even take much advantage. We lost more than 2,000 wolf riders, but they, too, are nearly half dead or wounded. Tunless nodded slightly and looked at Chun Yi, saying, To have the Ningzhou wolf riders assisting them. This is indeed a team with amazing battle prowess. Although the Ningzhou wolf riders have been roaming around for thousands of years, no one who has fought with them through the ages has failed to recognize their valor. That's a true statement. The Ningzhou wolf riders, in terms of battle power alone, were already at the top of this world. That is, the number is small, really have 100,000 wolf riders in hand. This world is absolutely no one is their enemy. The countries that have fought with the wolf riders through the ages have won and lost against them, but no one dares to say that the Ningzhou wolf riders are vegetables. How many wolf riders do you have left at the moment? Chun Yi immediately asked. About 300. The female wolf king immediately said. When we returned from Lulan, there were already less than 200, but when we returned to Ningzhou, we indentured quite a few more. That's pretty much the number right now. Tunless took a deep breath and whispered. Back then, 3,000 wolf riders were able to mediate with General Blizzard's 100,000 elite troops with ease, and 300 wolf riders can be counted as a battle force of more than 10,000 infantry riders. The female wolf king, on the other hand, was looking at Chun Yi with eyes full of complacency, and those big, soulful eyes that could talk seemed to be telling Chun Yi, You can't lose anything by marrying my mother. And right at this moment, Yi Qinghuan also suddenly raised his hand and said, Me, I can help too. King Cheng glanced at Yi Qinghuan and laughed helplessly. You, forget about you. Instead, Tunless shook his head and said, Your Highness must not underestimate this girl. Her last name is Feng, as in Feng disease. King Cheng's eyes were stunned, and he looked at Yi Qinghuan with questioning eyes. Yi Qinghuan nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Master is right. My original name is Feng Yu, and Feng Ji, the former general of Blasted Wind, was my father. Chun Yi hadn't expected that Yi Qinghuan would take the initiative to reveal his birth at this time. I can go back to Jiangnan and beg my father to send troops. Yi Qinghuan whispered. In my father's hands, there are still 50,000 troops. The moment these words came out, King Cheng's eyes suddenly turned wary. You're storing up troops? It shouldn't be. Your Highness is overly concerned. Yi Qinghuan raised his head and looked at King Cheng and said, The world says that my father was loyal to the previous dynasty, but after so many years have passed, that foolish loyalty has long since dissipated. My father has also long led his soldiers to abandon the military from the business. Jiangnanye's business is my family's industry. Chun Yi looked at Yi Qinghuan with eyes full of shock. Jiangnan Yi, how did you not think of it yourself long ago? This rich merchant of Daqian, Xinhuan-san of the capital, is undoubtedly the richest man in Daqian, and the second under this richest man is inevitably the Jiangnan Yi clan. Chun Yi really did not expect that this Feng Ji, a general from the army, after the destruction of the former dynasty, abandoned the military from the business, but actually in such a short period of more than 10 years, became the second richest businessman in Daqian, a soldier with that kind of business acumen? Although, the soldiers under my father's command have long since stopped fighting, there is not a single day that they have deserted their martial arts. Yi Qinghuan immediately said, If you guys need it, I can find a way to convince my father to send out troops. Chapter 136, Composite Bow and Crossbow. King Makoto was still a bit hesitant. Chen Yi, on the other hand, immediately said, Your Highness, in extraordinary times, don't take those useless things into consideration. King Makoto sighed and nodded his head too. It can only be so. I'll have someone draft a letter to Her Majesty right now, informing her to try to dispatch soldiers to Yongning County to reinforce her. Come on, where are you going? I'll join you. Chun Yi flinched and immediately agreed. It's good for him to meet. Chen Yi, King Cheng, and Tunless came together to the barracks in Yongning County. This barracks was built by hollowing out the mountain, and almost half of a large mountain that stretched across the middle of Yongning and Longyu counties was hollowed out. It was the first time King Makoto had come here. Did people dig this? King Makoto asked in shock. How is it possible? That would have to dig until when? Chen Yi let out a laugh and waved his hand. Actually, the original barracks weren't here. It was built in the west of Yongning County. However, later on, I improved the gunpowder technology. And this mountain is a hole that was hardened and blown out with gunpowder. Gunpowder? You mean the one used to set off fireworks and firecrackers during New Year's festivals? Gunpowder? King Cheng looked at Chen Yi with some consternation and asked, "This thing can actually have such power to blow up a mountain like this?" Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Sure enough, the ancients invented gunpowder, but only used the stuff for rituals, not realizing its true power. However, it is no wonder that the ancients did not have the modern engineering mind. They naturally could not think of gathering the power of gunpowder at one point and releasing it by pressure. The energy released was earth-shattering. "Where is old Zhao?" Chen Yi asked the guard at the entrance of the barracks. The guard immediately replied, "It should be in the Will Workshop." General Workshop? King Cheng was taken aback by the name and looked at Chen Yi and asked, "You're a little too bold, aren't you? Dare you call it that?" Chen Yi, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything and took a step inside. Walking to the atrium of the cave, Chen Yi stopped and pointed towards a picture frame hanging on the wall. Embedded in the frame was none other than the shogun's warrant that King Baxian had gotten for Chen Yi. King Makoto's eyes changed slightly and he let out a helpless laugh. This eighth brother of his actually trusted Chen Yi so much, even the shogun's warrant was asked for. No wonder Chen Yi dared to privately set up the so-called general's workshop in his own barracks. "Does your highness have any more questions?" Chen Yi smiled faintly and looked at King Cheng. King Cheng glanced at Chen Yi's smug expression and gave him a blank look. "Alright, I know you're good. Go! My eighth brother's life and death are uncertain. So this king is not in the mood to chat with you." Chen Yi also corrected his color and immediately led King Cheng and Tunless towards the inside. When he arrived at the general workshop, Chen Yi really did find old Zhao here. "Your Excellency." Old Zhao hurriedly saluted when he saw Chen Yi arrive. Chen Yi, on the other hand, said indifferently, "Alright, no need to be polite. It's urgent. I'm asking you, how many of the compound bows and crossbows I asked you to build have been built?" "Compound bow?" A hint of surprise flashed in Tunless' eyes. "A crossbow?" In King Cheng's eyes, the same hint of surprise flashed through. However, it was obvious that the look of surprise in the former's eyes was even greater than the latter's, and in the latter's look of surprise, there was a distinctly puzzled look. "Back to your Excellency." Old Zhao arched his hand and said, "The number was just reviewed last night, and the composite bows now number 3,104, and the crossbows 51,277. Craftsmen still building today. Daily compound bows can be built. It's not necessary." Chen Yi waved his hand to stop Old Zhao and said, "These are almost enough, but it's all soaked in tung oil?" Old Zhao immediately nodded his head and said, "Yes, all in accordance with the requirements of the Lord. Daily soaked in tung oil for 3 hours and then removed 3 times a day. Never interrupted." "Good." Chen Yi immediately nodded and said, "Then the quality should be fine. Pass on my orders to immediately remove all composite bows and crossbows from the storehouse, and send them all to the county courthouse before midnight this evening." Old Zhao's eyes held a bit of consternation as he asked, "Why does your Excellency suddenly want so much? But the barbarian soldiers have come to fight Grass Valley?" "Pretty much." Chen Yi smacked his lips slightly and said, "You also come back to the county office with me. You'll know when we get there." "Yes." Old Zhao immediately nodded his head. And right at this moment, King Cheng, who was on the side, finally couldn't hold back and pulled Chen Yi and asked, "I say Chen Yi, what kind of medicine are you selling in this gourd? What is a compound bow?" "A compound crossbow is a crossbow that can fire in bursts." Chen Yi immediately nodded his head and smiled. "What your highness has said is very true. This continuous crossbow, which is a crossbow that can be fired in succession, can save the time of setting up the bow and aiming, and realize the suppression of firepower. And this compound bow..." Wait. King Cheng frowned and interrupted Chen Yi. "What is fire suppression?" Chen Yi smacked his lips slightly, pondering over the wording. "Well, your highness can understand it as, shoot more arrows faster and more often, so that the enemy has to dodge, thus giving our troops a moment to catch their breath, retreat, or charge." Tunless then looked toward Chen Yi and asked, "My lord, I wonder if you could take it out and open our eyes. Aren't you a martial arts expert? Is this thing that attractive to you? Besides, aren't you a sword fighter?" Chen Yi remembered very clearly that Tunless had a personal sword that was precious, and almost every day, he would take it out and carefully wipe it several times, but just haven't seen him use it. "What a waste of words. If I tell you to take it, then go take it." King Cheng was a bit impatient as he looked at Chen Yi and said, "This king also really wants to see what kind of supreme divine weapon you, Chen Yi, have." "Alright." Chen Yi smiled and looked at Old Zhao. Old Zhao immediately understood and turned to fetch the bow, and Chen Yi added, "Take the bow and go to the back mountain shooting range." "Yes," Old Zhao immediately responded. Chen Yi turned his head and looked at King Chang. "Your Highness, please, it's just right to let your Highness also see the power of this absolute divine weapon of mine. Backcountry shooting range. In fact, the most important reason why this large mountain had been transformed into a barracks by Qing Yi was because of that previous earth dragon turning over. The earth dragon rolled over, causing this large mountain to imply that the back of the mountain was directly blocked off and flattened to the other side of the mountain, turning it into a short mountain. Here, out of nowhere, was an extra piece of nice sharp, empty, flat land. And that cave, it wasn't all blown up with dynamite. The earth dragon rolled over, causing the mountain wall there to form a natural depression, which was deep enough to be called a cave. When Chen Yi examined the terrain after the disaster, he discovered this mountain wall that was sunken down, because it was affected by the earth dragon's overturning, resulting in a loose structure of the rock wall. Even if it doesn't blow up, sooner or later this place is going to collapse into an empty chamber. Chapter 137, The Ultimate Divine Soldier. Thus, Chen Yi brought in explosives and blew up those loose stone walls, leaving behind only a solid structure, and hardened a cave large enough to hold an entire barracks. This was almost like a secret military base given to Chen Yi by God. After all, with Chen Yi's current stockpile of gunpowder, it was almost impossible to really blow up the mountain like this and pull out a cave. It can be so tough to collect gunpowder in these ancient times. Chen Yi still had to keep that gunpowder to experiment with making really big killing weapons. Not a bit of it goes to waste. On the shooting range, there is a fence. Inside the enclosure were many festering yellow cows with barely visible black eyes, only a white haze. "This is a mad cow?" King Makoto asked in shock. Chen Yi immediately nodded his head and said, "Precisely. How come there are so many mad cows?" King Makoto asked busily. "These are all collected by your excellency." Old Zhao handed the composite bow to Chen Yi and explained. "Some years ago, when Yunnan Prefecture was plagued with mad cow disease, quite a few people were infected. And then the official uniforms concentrated on slaughtering and filling in a batch of landfills. We, in Yongning County, did not slaughter them, but raised them and used them as soldiers for training. For every one you kill, landfill another one. Rather, it's a reasonable utilization." Tongueless nodded slightly and said, "Only, with so many mad cows, is there really no danger? In case it breaks through the fence, it's just going to be another disaster." Chen Yi, on the other hand, smiled faintly and said, "You can rest assured of this. I've added anesthesia to the feet of all these mad cows, so that they only have the strength to eat, and not any strength at all. It can only be a living target. This is really..." King Chang is a little unsure of what to comment. Chen Yi, on the other hand, picked up the composite bow, looked at King Chang, and asked, "Your Highness, how are your shooting skills?" King Chang blankly glanced at Chen Yi and said, "Is Lord Chen deliberately trolling this king? This king only loves calligraphy and painting, and has never been in a military camp for a day, so how can he talk about archery?" Your Highness has misunderstood." Chen Yi let out a light laugh and said, "Then let me ask in a different way. How many stone bows can your Highness fire?" King Chang gave another blank stare and said, "I haven't learned a single day of martial arts, so I'm afraid that I can only open the carved bows used in some flimsy ceremonial weapons." The carved bows used for ceremonial weapons were basically pulled by an individual, and that ceremonial bow can only shoot 5 paces away at best. "Then, Your Highness, you can try this." Chen Yi handed the compound bow in his hand towards King Chang. King Chang took the composite bow and frowned at Chen Yi before pulling the bowstring. With only a slight click, the bowstring was drawn. "So lightweight?" King Chang was stunned. "A bow that even I can easily pull apart. I'm afraid it's not very powerful, is it?" Chen Yi let out a light laugh as his hand brushed up against the handle material of the compound bow and broke it with force. With a click, the shank was broken open. Inside were 2 sets of pulleys. "Your Highness, at the upper and lower ends of the secondary bow, there are 2 sets of pulleys each." Chen Yi explained with a smile. "To put it bluntly, these pulleys can do twice the work with half the effort, like your Highness and I, who have no hands. With this bow to shoot arrows, can be comparable to opening a 5-stone hard bow of a warrior." "A 5-stone hard bow?" King Chan looked at Chen Yi with questioning eyes. "That's 300 pounds of arm strength, enough to shoot as far as 200 paces. If your Highness doesn't believe me, you can try." Chen Yi pointed towards the mad cow enclosure not far away and said, "This is about 150 paces from that mad cow enclosure. Your Highness, you may try shooting an arrow, and you will know afterward." King Chang looked at Chen Yi suspiciously, took the feathered arrow from old Zhao, hitched it to his bow, took a deep breath to draw it, and then let go. Whoosh! The sound of a feathered arrow broke through the air at an extremely fast speed. King Makoto's eyes widened at once, and the next second, a mad cow in the middle of the bullpen let out a whimper. Although this Chang Wang has never practiced martial arts, but some accuracy, this arrow hit the mad cow's head with unparalleled precision, and the mad cow died on the spot. King Chen looked at the compound bow in his hand with eyes full of incredulity. Chen Yi, on the other hand, smiled faintly and walked towards the cattle pen. My lord. Tunless hurried to stop. Chen Yi, on the other hand, calmly said, don't worry, it's fine. These cows don't have the strength to hurt anyone. Tunless sighed and looked to King Chang. Your Highness, be careful. Aha. King Makoto nodded slightly, handing over the composite bow in his hand to old Zhao at the side, and following behind Tunless, he walked in the direction of the cattle pen. The trio arrived in front of the cattle pen, and a group of mad cows immediately let out a whimpering shout, as if they were trying to get up and charge, but it was clear that they didn't have the strength for that anymore. Chen Yi, on the other hand, pointed at the mad cow that had been shot to death and said with a smile, Your Highness, please look. King Chang looked over in the direction of Chen Yi's finger, and with just one glance, he was taken aback. My God, this arrow, was it shot by this king? King Chang turned his head to look at old Zhao, who was 100 paces away, holding a composite bow, with disbelief written in his eyes. Precisely. Chen Yi smiled faintly and pointed at the mad cow. Your Highness, please see, this arrow of yours hit the cow squarely at the hard-mouthed skull on its body, yet it also penetrated a full half of the feathered arrow. This kind of power can it be called, a supreme divine weapon? King Makoto gulped and nodded his head repeatedly, saying, it's really powerful. If not for my king's personal experience, I would never have believed it. That old pawn just now said that more than 3,000 of these divine bows have been made? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Then, if these 3,000 or so divine bows are all equipped to the army, this king cites that this battle can be won. Definitely winnable. King Chung instantly became confident and clenched his fists. There's no need to be so confident. Chen Yi bristled and said, according to Xiao Lu and Yalin, in the city of Rejecting the North, there are 150,000 of King Jing's own troops, as well as 200,000 barbarian troops from Great Yan and Ulurtu. Even if we add Fengji's 50,000 soldiers, we have less than 100,000 troops. 100,000 against 350,000. A hard fight is definitely not an option. With this kind of divine bow, this king thinks it's absolutely feasible. King Chang, however, was confident, while Tunless laughed and shook his head, saying, Your Highness really doesn't know anything about military strategy. King Chang glanced at Tunless, then asked Chen Yi, is this old man cursing me? Chen Yi let out a pfft laugh. Your Highness, please forgive me, Mr. Tunless has always been a straight talker, and Tunless immediately said, Your Highness, marching to war is not a child's play, and with the disparity in strength, even with this kind of divine weaponry, it will be categorically difficult to win. Isn't there some kind of crossbow? King Chen looked to Chen Yi. This should be another kind of supreme divine weapon, right? Chapter 138 Guerrilla Tactics. Chen Yi shook his head and beckoned towards old Zhao. Old Zhao quickly ran over and handed the crossbow to Chen Yi. Your Highness, please look. Chen Yi took the continuous crossbow and fired a few arrows into the distance. The power of the arrows, compared to a compound bow, was heaven and earth. At the most, it was shot at a distance of 50 paces. Your Highness, can you see it? Chen Yi asked with a smile. King Cheng sighed and nodded his head. This king understands. This continuous crossbow is winning in speed. It can shoot a large number of arrows in a short period of time, but I'm afraid that the power of these arrows is not as powerful as that of an ordinary soldier. It can hurt, but... Chen Yi immediately nodded his head and said, Not bad, Your Highness. I invited Your Highness to come and see this composite bow and crossbow of mine because I wanted to tell Your Highness that this battle, we can fight, but, by no means tell Your Highness that this battle, we will surely win. King Cheng took a deep breath. His eyes looked in the direction of the north, nodded and said, This king understands what you mean. It's because this king is too worried about his brother's safety and seeing the power of the composite bow. He blindly thought that we could win with it. Chen Yi, on the other hand, calmly opened his mouth and said, Your Highness, please rest assured, although I do not have the certainty of victory, but this battle, if you follow my method of fighting, the probability of winning, at least, is also in the 70%. 70%? King Cheng looked at Chen Yi in shock. 70%. Chen Yi nodded seriously. That high? Are you sure? King Makoto was a little less daring to believe it. Chen Yi, on the other hand, calmly said, Your Highness, my tactic is called guerrilla. Guerrilla? King Cheng asked with some consternation. My king, Can we take this literally? Of course. Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, this battle method was created by a great man with the talent of warping the heavens and the earth, and it is summarized in 16 words. Which 16 words? King Makoto asked busily. If the enemy advances, we retreat. If the enemy is stationed, we disturb. If the enemy is tired, we fight. If the enemy retreats, we pursue. Chen Yi recited these 16 words out. As for toneless on the side, his eyes instantly widened as if he was looking at a monster as he looked at Chen Yi. King Makoto instead seemed cautious, whispering the 16 words in silence. Duh. Toneless wanted to speak. HM? Chen Yi turned his head to look at Toneless. What's wrong? Toneless's breath rose and fell quickly. His mouth was dry and he couldn't stop licking his lips. His eyes were a strange color, but he just couldn't say a word. What's wrong with you? Chen Yi looked at Toneless's look as if he couldn't catch his breath, looked around and said, this mountain isn't that high. It's not that high? However, Chen Yi was still more worried about Toneless's well-being. This was a great inner master on the 9th rank, and with his extensive knowledge, he was an absolute talent. He can't be okay. Old Zhao, help Mr. Toneless down the mountain. Chen Yi immediately said. Yes. Old Zhao immediately nodded his head and went forward to assist Toneless, while Toneless seemed to have 1,000 words to say, but they still didn't say them, instead following Old Zhao down the mountain. What happened to him? King Makoto asked as he looked in the direction of Toneless's departure with some confusion. I don't know. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, regardless of him, these 16 words of mine, can your highness taste out something? King Cheng immediately nodded his head and said, these 16 words are simply too pithy, perfectly suited to our current situation. Chen Yi smiled faintly and immediately said, precisely, if we can fight this battle in strict accordance with these 16 words, coupled with the rear female Wolf King's 300 wolf riders attacking us, I estimate that our chances of victory are at least in the 70% range. 70%. King Cheng also immediately nodded his head and exulted. Hurry, hurry. Your highness is in such a hurry? Chen Yi asked with some consternation. Can you not be in a hurry? That's my brother. My own brother. King Cheng anxiously said. I'll go back to Yunyang Mansion and send another letter to His Majesty to inform him of our plan. Chen Yi slightly skimmed his mouth and muttered in a small voice. It's not like he was born from the same mom. What did you say? King Cheng looked at Chen Yi with some confusion, clearly not having heard Chen Yi's words. No, nothing. Chen Yi hurriedly said. I've already had people escort Yi Qinghuan southward. If General Feng Ji is truly willing to send troops, it will take 3 days at the earliest to return to Yongning County. We have plenty of time to prepare. But I'm afraid that orphan's 8th brother won't have time to wait. King Cheng anxiously said. This is the first time His Highness, King Cheng, has referred to himself as an orphan. Chen Yi could see that King Cheng was truly anxious this time. To call oneself an orphan represents a kind of power. Chen Yi didn't dare to be careless anymore and immediately arched his hand and said, Your Highness, I'll go prepare. King Cheng seemed to have realized that his remaining breath was a bit bad, sighed, looked at Chen Yi and said, Chen Yi, forgive me, I was in too much of a hurry. Chen Yi smiled slightly and nodded. The county courthouse, in the room where Yarin was. After hearing the words of the female Wolf King, Chen Yi was a bit hesitant. Are you sure? The female Wolf King gave Chen Yi a blank look and said, Alright, at this time, don't be so motherly. I've only broken a hamstring. Your carriage will take me out of the city, and I'll be back after a few words of explanation with Xiaoqing, so it won't even take half an hour. Nothing can happen. But what if the wound gets infected? Chen Yi asked as he looked at the female Wolf King. Infected? The female Wolf King flinched and looked at Chen Yi. Just inflammation. Chen Yi explained. Where am I that delicate? The female Wolf King looked at Chen Yi and said anxiously. Alright, hold on tight. Go prepare the car immediately. If you don't prepare a car, I'll tell Green to go into the city now. Don't. Chen Yi was busy stopping the female Wolf King and turned around to prepare the car. With that size of Green, another trip into the city would probably scare the people enough again. Calling for a car, Chen Yi personally drove towards the outskirts of the city. Hiss. Chen Yi smacked his lips slightly and said, Why do I feel something is wrong? What are you muttering about? The female Wolf King in the car asked. Chen Yi lifted the curtain of the sedan chair, his voice louder. I say, I feel as if something isn't quite right. What's wrong? The female Wolf King asked. I don't know, but it just feels as if I'm overlooking something. Chen Yi frowned in thought. The female Wolf King rolled her eyes and paid no more attention to Chen Yi, and with a sudden flash of light in his head, Chen Yi's driving motion instantly stopped. I know. Chen Yi immediately turned his head to the female Wolf King and asked. It's Little Six. Xiao Lu is old Huang's personal guard, and the 8 wise kings are trapped in Reject North City, so why would it be Xiao Lu who came to deliver the message? Why is he in the army? The female Wolf King was also flabbergasted for a moment, looking at Chun Yi in shock. Chapter 139, Why are you so vindictive? When you say it like that, it is indeed a bit strange. The female Wolf King slightly smacked her lips. However, didn't you say that Old Yellow is the 8 virtuous king's man? And for the 8 virtuous king to go to war and borrow Old Yellow's expert guards? It seems to be, well, not unreasonable. Chun Yi slightly smacked his lips and nodded, not thinking any further. The two made their way to the outskirts of the city and stopped at the banks of the Shilong River. Chun Yi halted his horse, got off and looked around, and said in a low voice, "This neighborhood is sparsely populated, so summon Xiao Qing, carry me off first." Inside the sedan chair, the female Wolf King's voice came, "There's no need to go to that much trouble." Chun Yi let out a light laugh and pressed a mechanism button on the side of the sedan chair. The hinges on the body of the sedan chair immediately went to work, and in a few moments the roof and all 4 sides of the sedan chair were lowered. This stuff, for Chun Yi, wasn't even that difficult anymore. It's a simple mechanic. But the female Wolf King's eyes were shocked. Is this witchcraft? Chun Yi rolled his eyes and didn't bother to explain. Hurry up. It's almost dark. It'll be cold when the wind picks up in a while. You can't afford to be exposed to the wind in this body. Saying that, Chun Yi immediately picked up that bullhorn horn on his waist and prepared to blow it. No need, the female Wolf King said outright, then bit her lower lip with her teeth and blew a loud whistle. Chun Yi looked at the female Wolf King's mouth pattern in astonishment and imitated it as well. But after blowing for half a day, he only blew out a spit on the ground. What are you doing? The female Wolf King looked at Chun Yi in disbelief. So grown up and still dripping saliva? Chun Yi hastily wiped his mouth, both hands not knowing where to put them, and coughed lightly twice. No, nothing, you get busy with your business. Sure enough, people always pretend to be busy when they're embarrassed. Soon, the figure of the giant wolf Xiao Qing appeared in the western sky, bringing up a puff of dust. Xiao Qing's figure was incredibly athletic in the setting sun, and soon ran close to the line. The giant wolf pounced onto the female Wolf King's body, carefully looking around, and after seeing the female Wolf King's hands and feet wrapped in bandages and still unable to move, he finally let out a sad whimper. If wolves are like this, how can people be embarrassed? Alright, let's begin, Chun Yi said, and the female Wolf King said, "You go far away. This is the secret technique of my ninja wolf rider." Chun Yi rolled his eyes and said, "Aren't you going to marry me? Still guarding against me? Besides, I won't necessarily be able to learn it even if you demonstrate it to me once. I thought you weren't going to marry me?" The female Wolf King glanced at Chun Yi and sneered. "Miss Yi is right. You are a dogman who starts and stops things, and you dare to break the oath you swore to the everlasting heaven. The everlasting heaven will punish you. It's not like we haven't said whether to marry or not." Chun Yi shook his head helplessly. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to get involved with you. I'll walk away." With that, Chun Yi took a step and walked about 100 paces before turning his head toward the female Wolf King and shouting, "Is this okay?" "Okay," came the voice of the female Wolf King. After thinking about it, Chun Yi simply turned his back and shouted, "Shout at me when you're done." Chun Yi counted silently in his heart, and when he reached about 400 or so, the female Wolf King's voice came from behind. "It's ready." When Chun Yi turned around, he saw that the giant wolf Xiao Qing had already left, his dusty back running wildly in the direction of the setting sun. Chun Yi immediately ran to the female Wolf King's side and raised the palanquin again. "Wow! Still recovering?" The female Wolf King let out another gasp. "How uneducated." Chun Yi gave the female Wolf King a blank look. The female Wolf King, however, was surprisingly good-tempered, lazily saying, "Fine, you're just bullying me for not being able to move right now, but don't be complacent. The things you bullied me about, I remember them one by one. You wait for me to recover my body. I will definitely find you to ask for them back one by one. How dare I bully you?" Chun Yi hastily denied it. "You're lifting me up too much. You swore to marry me and then said it wouldn't count. Isn't this bullying me?" The female Wolf King's voice came from the sedan chair, and that tone was clearly tinged with sultry resentment. Chun Yi was a bit amused as he steered the carriage, turned around and lifted the curtain of the sedan chair and laughed. "Miss Wolf King, when did you become like the women of the Central Plains and still pamper yourself?" And Chun Yi also saw a rare flash of haze on the face of this formidable female Wolf King. The female Wolf King averted her gaze and muttered in a low voice, "This Yi girl taught, but it really worked. How come all the men in the Central Plains eat this? Like to see women show weakness? What's all the muttering about?" Chun Yi asked. The female Wolf King gave Chun Yi a blank look. "Catch your carriage. What I whispered is naturally a whisper that I don't want you to hear. Ask my ass. Not telling you." Chun Yi was not annoyed, rushing the car and said with a smile, "There is a jingle in my hometown. Do you want to hear it?" "What jingle?" The female wolf king was clearly aroused by Cheng Yi. Whispers, rotten feet, a nest of little toads, ha 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 ha. Cheng Yi laughed cheaply, and the female wolf king's face was already visibly green and white. Cheng Yi, you wait for me, don't be so vindictive. Under the setting sun, the carriage gradually headed towards the direction of Yongning County town, leaving behind only a string of cheerful laughter. What's to stop holding grudges? Also, if I do have a litter of baby toads, it'll be because you're a stinking toad. I won't give birth to someone else anyway. You're the man chosen for me by the everlasting heaven. You can't run away. Here we go again. Why is your everlasting heaven so broadly governed? Offend the everlasting heaven and mark you down again. You're not finished. Get mad at me and take another entry. Deliberately not speaking to me. Add another. Aha. At night. C.M. On top of the dragon couch in the palace, Gong Miaohan's eyes were tightly closed and his face was pale. Next moment. Gong Miaohan woke up from her dream with a shriek. Xiao Chui immediately stepped forward alertly. Your Majesty. Gong Miaohan was draped in a thin veil, barely covering her delicate figure, and one lotus root arm stretched out from above the dragon couch. Xiao Chui immediately stepped forward and held Gong Miaohan. Why is His Majesty sweating so much? Xiao Chui asked worriedly. I'm fine. I just had a nightmare. Gong Miaohan propped up Xiao Chui's arm and got off the bed, walking to the table and sitting down. Go pass a bowl of tranquilizing soup. Xiao Chui immediately nodded her head and glanced at the palace maid standing by her side. The palace maid immediately understood and turned to leave. Xiao Chui's eyes were full of worry as she looked at Gong Miaohan and said, Your Majesty, you have not been able to sleep well ever since the 8 virtuous kings left the capital. Going on like this is not a solution. Gong Miaohan shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Although I am the son of heaven, I am still a child in the end. Too immature. Chapter 140, The Empress Nightmare. For so many years, Imperial Uncle has been my backbone, and in his absence, I am as if I have lost my soul. The palace maid brought the tranquilizing soup and handed it to Gong Miaohan. Gong Miaohan only reached out for a moment, and immediately shrank his hand from the burning steam. Slave girl deserves to die. That palace maid was so frightened that she hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Gong Miaohan smiled and waved her hand. There's no need to be terrified. It's just being steamed by the heat. It's not your fault. Go down. Xiao Chui immediately waved her hand, signaling the palace maid to leave, and then picked up the tranquilizing soup. The true qi in her palm rose up and wrapped around the bowl of soup. A wave of cold qi percolated into the soup, and the temperature of the tranquilizing soup precipitously dropped down. It's not hot anymore, Your Majesty. Xiao Chui handed the tranquilizing soup to Gong Miaohan. Gong Miaohan took the tranquilizing soup, took a small sip, and looked at Xiao Chui. This Grand Master's methods are truly ghostly. Your Majesty is flattered. Xiao Chui humbly said, The slave girl is nothing more than one of His Majesty's courtesans, and it is my duty to share His Majesty's worries. Xiao Chui, you sit. Gong Miaohan pointed to the stool beside her. Jade was a little hesitant, and Gong Miaohan added, There are no outsiders here. Jade nodded at this, sitting only halfway up her ass. Gong Miaohan took a deep breath, and under the candle flame, his long eyelashes bounced up and down for a bit before he spoke. Xiao Chui, you have been with me since you were young, and then the 8 wise kings sent you to Tsuiwei Mountain to practice martial arts, and this time you went for 10 years. I still remember. When you left, you were 6 years old, and when you returned, you were already at the age of maturity, and you had even gained the Tsuiwei Mountain old celestial masters all around patriarchal cultivation. You have become a patriarch, yet you are still willing to be my consort. I really appreciate you. Xiao Chui hurriedly got up and said, Your Majesty must not say that. Without Your Majesty's recommendation to the 8 virtuous kings, Xiao Chui, a servant girl, how could she have the opportunity to practice martial arts, let alone inherit the mantle of the great master? Xiao Chui's ability to be where she is today is all due to His Majesty's trust, so how could Xiao Chui not think of repaying her? Gong Miaohan, however, immediately laughed. Xiao Chui, sit down. I don't know what's wrong with me this evening. I'm suddenly talking about this. Maybe it's because you and Uncle Royal are the 2 most important people to me in this world, right? Uncle Royal is old, and though I hate to say this demoralizing thing, I also know that he will always be ahead of me. This throne of the Son of Heaven is a high place, and I don't want to become the Son of Heaven, and then really become a loner. So I beg you, don't ever abandon me. Your Majesty. What are these words? Xiao Chui's eyes contained tears, and she busily said, Xiao Chui, in this life and in this world, she only serves Your Majesty. When Your Majesty is there, the slave girl is there. Gong Miaohan let out a light laugh, picked up the remaining half bowl of tranquilizing soup and drank it all in one go, stood up with a weak footstep, holding his forehead. I don't know what's wrong. I've been thinking about a lot of things this night, and my mind and heart are not in a peaceful state either. I wonder if this tranquilizing soup will help me get a good night's sleep. Xiao Chui assisted Gong Miaohan back on top of the dragon couch, but just lay down. Outside the palace, however, came the sound of knuckle striking. That copper festival is the first time the Qian dynasty set up, 2 battles high, standing in the gate of the imperial city. The purpose of this copper festival is to appear when the crisis wake up the whole capital. Unless there is a major event such as the tipping of a river or mountain, you can only knock. Once this brass knuckle is struck, the sound can be carried to half of the capital. Gong Miaohan was just about to lie down when she heard the sound of copper knuckles and was instantly shocked out of her cold sweat. What happened? Gong Miaohan's expression was obviously a bit flustered. Quick, change your clothes. When Gong Miaohan finished dressing and came above the main hall, the 100 officials of the capital had already been waiting under the hall. Every one of them was sleepy-eyed, but their faces were more ugly than one another, and the murmurs of the courtiers were like a swarm of flies buzzing, disturbing people's minds. Gong Miaohan's feet stumbled a bit as he sat on top of the dragon chair. Just sat down. Prime Minister Li Jinzhong then directly stepped forward and spoke in a loud voice. Your Majesty, Yunyang Prefecture City King's urgent report. King Jing of Reject North City has collaborated with the enemy and betrayed his country, joining forces with the Emperor of Great Yan to besiege King Baxian. And King Baxian and 100,000 Xuanjia troops are still alive or dead. What? Hearing this news, Gong Miaohan instantly rotated in the sky. Even the dragon chair could not sit steadily. Bam sound. Half of his body directly smashed in front of the dragon case above. In his ears was the sound of the group of ministers shouting, but Gong Miaohan could only hear the sound, but could not hear the content of that sound at all. Tinnitus accompanied by that chaotic shouting. Gong Miaohan only felt that his head was almost about to explode. Suddenly, he felt that someone had helped himself up, and immediately afterward, a coolness entered from his spine and seeped into his limbs and bones all of a sudden. The eerie coolness made Gong Miaohan quickly come to his senses. Xiao Chui's voice rang in his ear. All princes and ministers need not worry. His Majesty is unharmed. Li Jinzhong exhaled a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. And Gong Miaohan also recovered his mind, swallowed his saliva and spoke with difficulty. Where are the letters from King Cheng? Li Jinzhong immediately presented the letter. Xiao Chui went down the hall to receive the letter and handed it to Gong Miaohan. Gong Miaohan looked at it, then raised his head and looked at the crowd. Do the ministers think that King Cheng's policy is feasible? The crowd of courtiers looked at me. I looked at you. And eventually their gazes fell back on the Prime Minister. Li Jinzhong suddenly felt great pressure, and wiped a cold sweat, said, Your Majesty, the reserve army in the capital, mostly the 8 virtuous kings of the Xuanjia army, has now prepared for the siege of the Jing thieves. The capital is only left to escort Your Majesty's Imperial Forest Army. I thought that the Imperial Guard is fundamental to protecting His Majesty, and should not be moved lightly. From the rest of the provinces to transfer troops, also need time. For today's solution, only the closest to the refusal of the northern city of the King of Chang, perhaps, can stop the Jing thieves to the south. Having learned that King Jing had collaborated with the enemy, Li Jinzhong's name for him had changed from King Jing to Jing Thief. However, it must be said that Li Jinzhong, the Prime Minister, as the head of the 100 officials, said something quite pertinent. Basically, it all hits the nail on the head. The composite bow that King Cheng said. And the crossbow, do any of you know what that is? Gong Miaohan asked again. And that's so-called guerrilla tactics. How much chance of victory is there against King Jing? The ministers looked at each other. How do they know what that is? The Minister of Public Works, Su Mingzi, stepped forward and said in a low voice, Back to Your Majesty. I have heard a little about this continuous crossbow and compound bow. Quickly, Gong Miaohan said hurriedly. Su Mingzi nodded slightly and said, Previously, when King Baxian asked the minister for a warrant for the general's work supervisor, he had mentioned these two things, saying that there was a skillful craftsman in Yongning County who was building such things, and that this warrant for the general's work supervisor had been requested for him. Chapter 141, these two pieces of. But as far as the micro-minister knows, that's all. But, the armor that the 8th Sage King brought back from that strange man is indeed ingenious, lightweight and at the same time much stronger. I thought, if this armor and that composite bow are from the hands of that strange person, perhaps the sincere king rely on this thing. Xingsu can add a few points of victory, right? Su Mingzi's words were said in a very weak manner, and at the end, he even added a bar. But Gong Miaohan, who heard these words, had an unexplained burst of peace of mind, as if the bowl of tranquilizing soup just now had taken effect. Or perhaps, Gong Miaohan's trust in Chunyi had given her peace of mind. Chenya's countless whims and various means had indeed convinced Gong Miaohan. This composite bow and crossbow, I think, must be the wonders he has made. Even the city king called it an absolute divine weapon in his heart. Perhaps not unbelievable. Besides, with the situation at hand, she could only choose to believe it. It's true what Prime Minister Li Jinzhong said. It takes time to move troops from the state capitals. No one knows when King Jing will move south. It's easy to transfer troops, but it's impossible to tell where to use the troops that are transferred. Will they be transferred directly to the city of distant north? Or will they be concentrated on King Jing's way south? Or were they gathered in the capital to be used as a defense against King Jing's move south? No one knows. What's more, the vassal kings of the state capitals, has he also been turned by King Jing? The only thing that could be believed was that King Cheng could rely on his so-called supreme weapon to stop King Jing's southward march. Even if he couldn't stop them, he could still be informed of King Jing's deployment. At that time, we will transfer troops again, and we will know where to transfer them. For today's solution, it can only be so. Gong Miahan took a deep breath and nodded. Prime Minister Li Jinzhong, on the other hand, immediately said, Your Majesty, I think we cannot sit back and wait for death. We should immediately send an edict to all state capitals to work for the king. I don't know if they're in bed with the refined thieves, but at least we'll know the attitude, and we'll know who and how many of our enemies we have. Gong Miaohan immediately nodded his head and looked at Li Jinzhong and said, just as the Minister of Love said, immediately pass on the edict to the state capitals. After the court was dispersed, Xiao Chui helped Gong Miaohan back to his chambers, but Gong Miaohan at this moment, all but lost half of his sleepiness. After thinking about it, Gong Miaohan looked at Xiao Chui. 2A. Your Majesty. Xiao Chui immediately stepped forward. I want to send you forward to Yongning County to help King Cheng and help Cheng-Yi. What do you think? Gong Miaohan seemed to have made a difficult decision, and when she said this, she almost stopped at 3 words and 5 words. You are a great master. With your foot power, going to Yongning County, at most 4 hours will be enough. Before dawn, you can almost arrive. People say that the Grand Master has the power to catalyze a city with a single sword. If you go and help out, this battle will definitely add a few more points to the odds. Xiao Chui immediately said. Then I will depart immediately and head to Yongning County by starry night. With that, Jade turned to leave. Wait! Gong Miaohan hurriedly called out to Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui turned her head and looked at Gong Miaohan. Does your Majesty have anything else to explain? Please command. Gong Miaohan took a deep breath and looked at Xiao Chui. Jiang Lingchui listens to the decree. Hearing Gong Miaohan call out his name and to announce his decree, Xiao Chui hurriedly knelt down. Come back alive. Gong Miaohan's eyes were filled with reluctance, and his tone was clearly tinged with sorrow. Xiao Chui raised her head blankly and met Gong Miaohan's eyes. If you can't come back alive, you are disrespecting the decree. Remember? Gong Miaohan slightly sniffled. Xiao Chui's voice choked. Jiang Lingchui receives the decree. Thank you for the grace. The next day, rejecting the North City, King Jing personally carried the meal and arrived at the side courtyard. Looking at the 2 guards manning the door and waving his hand, open the door. The guards immediately unlocked the large lock. The door to the room opened, and the 8 wise kings were sitting at the table sipping tea wearing only their lined white shirts. Old 8. Second brother has come to bring you food. You're starving, aren't you? King Jing smiled and stepped forward. The 8 sage king glanced at the meal that King Jing had sent over, but he wasn't half interested. It wasn't that he was putting up any kind of a clean front. The truth is that after spending so much time in Yongning County, his mouth has long been spoiled. He can't even look at this kind of meal anymore. Without the cardamom tea, any tea he drank now was like drinking plain water. Man is iron. Rice is steel. One must always eat. King Jing said with a faintly inaudible light sigh. The 8 sage king, on the other hand, let out a light laugh and said, Second brother, I don't mean anything else. It's just that I really can't eat this meal. Still saying you're not annoyed with me? King Jing looked at King 8 wise men and said, this sizzling venison is from a half-year-old deer. It's tender and juicy, and the vegetables are fresh. I'm not as far away from the northern city as the capital. It's not easy to get a mouthful of fresh vegetables in the winter. That doesn't satisfy you? The 8 sage king shook his head helplessly and said, Second brother, I'm really not sulking. This 1 day and 2 nights, I also figured out that this world is since the king is a thief. Before taking the world, aren't we also thieves? So, if you can really do as you say, and just let Miahan step down and not drive her to extinction, I, for one, will not stop you. To put it bluntly, I'm not, right now, in a position to stop you. King Jing, on the other hand, snorted coldly and said, Ah, old 8, you say that beautifully, but I'm not blind. The night before last, you clearly sent your personal guards, with a slap, out of the camp, presumably, to ask for reinforcements? The 8 sage king was honest and nodded. saying, "You're right. It's time for him to ask for reinforcements. But after I thought about it, the two most capable armies in this great Xian are yours, second brother, and the other is my Xuanjia army. Now that all of my Xuanjia army has been captured by you, second brother, even if Xiao Lu returns to the capital and Miao Han knows about it, she has no soldiers to adjust. After all, I'm guessing that you would have already greeted the feudal lords of the various state capitals, right?" A glint flashed through King Jing's eyes, and he immediately laughed. "Ha ha ha, old eight. Ah, old eight. You are truly clever." The eight sage king bristled and said, "So yeah, I'm His Majesty, and I'm out of ideas, so I might as well not think about it, if I really wanted to do something." Saying that, the eight wise king's right hand explored, and the key string on the waist of the guard at the entrance was instantly taken into the hands of the eight wise kings through the air, and with a forceful pinch, a dozen or so keys were instantly pinched into scrap metal. "They can't stop me with these 2 heads of rotten garlic you put on my doorstep." King Jing's eyes changed slightly, and the 8 sages calmly said, "So yeah, withdraw." With that, the 8 Magi King immediately got up and said, "I won't leave, but you don't want to lock me up either. Where's the kitchen? I'll go make myself something to eat." Chapter 142, Do You Have Any Business? King Jing's face was extremely ugly, but he also knew that the 8 wise kings were telling the truth. This younger brother of his own is a solid 9 pints up. Don't look at this refusal of the northern city. There are hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. If he were to fight for real, he certainly wouldn't be able to, but if he wants to leave, these hundreds of thousands of soldiers want to keep him. It's impossible to keep. Yongning County. In the middle of the county courthouse, King Chang has returned to Yongning County overnight. That is to say, the current King Jing has yet to make any moves. Chang Yi whispered. King Chang nodded slightly and said, "Exactly. If he wants to go south, Yun Yangfu is categorically unable to bypass it. At present Yun Yangfu hasn't made any movements. I also sent scouts to rejecting North City to probe the reality, and there is indeed no movement at all." After listening to King Chang's words, Tungless held his chin with one hand and slightly smacked his lips, detaining the 8 virtuous kings and the Xuanjia army, but not seeing them go south. "What kind of calculations is this playing?" "I," said Kuroku, raising his hand, "I have a speculation." "Speak," Chen Yi immediately said. "There are no outsiders here. Just say what you have to say." Xiao Lu nodded and immediately said, "The king sent me out of the barracks with a slap." King Jing must be able to guess that the king is asking me to go get help. He thought that I would go to the capital, but he wouldn't have thought that I would come to Yongning County. Actually, I'm quite curious as to why you came to Yongning County to find me. Chen Yi looked at Xiao Lu and asked his question. "I don't know the 8 virtuous kings well." "Ah, how did you conclude that I would go to save the 8 virtuous kings when they were trapped?" Xiao Lu, on the other hand, calmly said, "My master has a close personal relationship with the 8 virtuous kings, and he is well aware of your situation." "The king. In fact, when the king sent me out of the barracks with a slap, he told me to come find you, because the king knows that you will save him." "Why?" Chen Yi was still surprised. Xiao Lu glanced at Chen Yi and said in a low voice, "Please forgive me, my lord. I am only telling the truth. The king said that if there is only one person left in this universal sky to save the empress from the flames of the water, it can only be you, Chen Yi, because that special economic zone of yours was specially granted by the empress. If someone else were to sit on the throne, it's hard to say if this land would still be available to you. You help the empress, not because you are loyal to the king and love the country, but because you can't let go of this precious land that can make you rich. You damn." Chen Yi was poked in the heart so bluntly by Xiao Lu, and was a bit taut on the spot. That's true. Upon hearing that the 8 sage king was trapped, Chen Yi hadn't really intended to care. After all, it wasn't like he knew any 8 sage kings. "I just heard from Old Yellow that this man was concerned about himself. That's all." So far, he hadn't even met this 8 wise kings. Even if it was said that King Chang was trapped by King Jing, Chen Yi could possibly go and save the day. After all, the king of Chang and their own, but also some friendship, and there is a do not fight do not know farce. In reason, Chen Yi had a reason to save, but the 8 wise kings, indeed, have no friendship, have never met, have no need. But after hearing the reason for King Jing's rebellion reported by Xiao Lu, it was to have the empress step down. Chen Yi couldn't sit still. As Kuroku said, this land, it was given by the empress. The empress could risk universal condemnation by giving herself such a bonded area and authorizing herself to set up a special economic zone here. Others may not. And these reasons? In fact, Xiao Lu thought of them on his own after being sent out of the barracks with a slap from the 8 wise kings. The female wolf king leaned her back on the chair, unable to move, but the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up as she looked at Chen Yi and said, "So you like money so much? Told you so." Marry me and I'll give you all the money I rob from now on. Chen Yi blankly glanced at the female wolf king, getting down to business. Besides, can you stop snatching and grabbing all the time all day long? How uncivilized is that? It's not even over yet, and you're already disciplining your own lady? Tong also snickered. Not one of you has any business at all? Chen Yi was exasperated. It's about to be a war. Can't you be more serious? Several people coughed at the same time to hide their embarrassment. And King Cheng said, Xiao Lu is right. At this time King Cheng should be searching everywhere for Xiao Lu to confirm that he has not returned to the capital. Although he has 350,000 troops, 200,000 of them are the men of Great Yan and the Alerta Ministry, which he may not necessarily be able to mobilize. My 8th brother's Xuanjia army, though disarmed and surrendered, will never be used for him. Therefore, if he really wants to go south to capture the dragon, what he can mobilize is only the 150,000 troops from his headquarters. Old Zhao immediately took over, analyzing. Although the capital's imperial guards are not of high combat power, with the advantage of the city's defenses, with his 150,000 men, wanting to attack the capital to come is by no means an easy task. A long time to attack will give the Empress the opportunity. Even if the Empress is trapped, all the feudal lords may be on the wall. But if the Empress at this time, spread King Jing collaborated with the enemy of the Great Yan, the tip of the knife inward aimed at their own younger brother, then all the feudal lords will be everyone's own danger. At that time, I'm afraid that all the vassal kings, there will be people who will move to enter the capital to work for the king, to go for a credit from the dragon. Tunless looked at old Zhao with eyes full of appreciation. I didn't expect you, an artisan, to be so well versed in the art of war. Admiration, admiration, admiration. Old Zhao smiled and waved his hand, saying, Mr. Tunless has flattered me. Alright, business mutual admiration is also exempted. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and immediately said, that means that today's King Jing, for 1, wants to make sure that Xiao Lu didn't go to the capital to report the news, and for 2, is also afraid that the charge of him collaborating with the enemy will be realized and spread to the ears of all the vassal kings. Did I summarize it right? Old Zhao immediately nodded and said, that's right, that would be simple. Chen Yi immediately looked at King Chang and said, Your Highness, you are well versed in essays, so writing a diatribe denouncing King Jing's collaboration with the enemy and treason, and the killing of flesh and blood, shouldn't be a problem, right? King Chang immediately nodded his head and said, naturally, there is no problem. Good. Chen Yi immediately got up and said, when your highness's diatribe is written, I will immediately send someone to copy it, and copy him a few million copies. Send it to me all over Diqian, the fiefdom capitals where the feudal lords are located. Spread them all out. Then, asked Xiao Chui, who had been sitting by the side without speaking, in a low voice, what shall I do? Chen Yi turned his head and glanced at Xiao Chui. Jiang. Jiang, what should I call you? Chen Yi was a bit embarrassed, not knowing what to call him. It was reasonable to say that it was always right for a woman to be addressed as Miss Jiang, but this woman, on the other hand, was a genuine great master, and it turned out to be a helper sent by the Empress. Its status can be considered as a Chinaman. Calling Miss Jiang seems to be a bit offensive. Chapter 143, Are you calling me ma'am? Chen Yi was also a bit surprised when he learned of her identity as a Grand Master. After all, how could Chen Yi not have expected that by the side of the Empress, there was actually one of the 4 great masters of the world hiding? He has become a Grand Master, but he is still working as an errand boy for the Empress. This great master's realm is really high. I think the female emperor's ascension to the throne, this great master, is also some credit in. Xiao Chui had purposely changed her appearance on this trip for fear that Chen Yi would recognize her as the maid who had previously come to Yongning County with the Empress. For a realm like the Grand Master's, it couldn't be easier to change one's face. Move a few bones and the whole face can become completely unrecognizable from what it was before. Just call me Miss Jiang. Xiao Chui opened her mouth lightly and said, there is no need to be formal. Lord Chen, I came by His Majesty's decree to assist in the battle. I did not come to take over your command, and it is all up to your Excellency's command as to how this battle should be fought. With that, Xiao Chui immediately arched her hand at Chen Yi. Mama, yeah, you don't want to give me a salute. Grand Master, I can't afford it. Chen Yi was busy moving 2 steps to the side, slightly smacking his lips. But you're right, we can't just rely on spreading the news. We can't win this battle by relying on that. To win a war, it's still the real thing. So, I've decided that we'll rise tonight, and if King Jing doesn't come out, we'll go to reject North City. Chen Yi's words startled Tungless, who looked at Chen Yi and anxiously said, my lord, aren't you going to play gorilla? This running to reject the northern city to go down. Same gorilla Chen Yi grinned and said, split the troops into 3. His Highness, the King of Chang, take one way as bait. Go to the bottom of the city of Refuse North and call for battle. Let King Jing know that the King of Chung who came to eliminate him, Xiao Lu, should also be among them. Let King Jing think that His Majesty is still unaware of this matter. The other two ways, one way scattered in the periphery of the refusal of the North City, harassment of the enemy army. This way, on the trouble of Miss Jiang to lead the team. You are a great master. The world said that the great master has a sword to destroy the city of means. You are responsible for attacking the one way. To make the commotion as big as possible the better. But be careful not to cause too many casualties. Why? The female Wolf King interjected at an inopportune moment. Why do we need to control casualties when we're at war? Aren't you fighting traitors? Lao Zhao immediately said. Naturally, it is not possible to cause too many casualties. Once the refusal of the north of the city generals dead and wounded too much. Great Yin in the north there are still 200,000 tigers and wolves of the division. If they take advantage of the void, refusal of the north of the city of an empty city, is not it in vain to give it to them? Even if Great Yen took the refusal of the north of the city appetite is not satisfied, take the opportunity to go south to plunder. My Dakian Foundation. I'm afraid to be shaken Oh, the female Wolf King nodded slightly. Chen Yi, however, instantly widened his eyes. Old Zhao, what are you blindly calling? What madam? Old Zhao, however, spread his hands and looked at Chen Yi. Isn't it true that sooner or later, Your Excellency is going to take Miss Yalan as his wife? Then my name, madam, isn't wrong? Right. The female Wolf King then reacted to the fact that just now, Old Zhao had added the title of lady without moving at the end of his words, and immediately glared at Chen Yi and said, just lady, what's wrong? Old Zhao is well called. Call it that from now on. I love it. You love hearing poop. Chen Yi cursed without any good humor. The female Wolf King, however, was not annoyed and immediately looked at the maid by her side that Chen Yi had arranged and was specifically responsible for serving her and said, come, make another note that your lord scolded me. Not you still ing memorize it? Chen Yi was dumbfounded. How much have you remembered? I've never seen anyone who holds a grudge more than you. You can't move your arms and legs and you're still looking for someone to remember it, right? Apple. Where the hell are you from? Chen Yi glared at the maid who was actually taking notes and scolded. Lao Zi manages your food and drinks. And now you're uniting with outsiders to keep track of your master's accounts. You're a traitor, aren't you? Apple, on the other hand, lowered her head and whispered, back to your excellency, mistress wants the slave girl to memorize it. And how would the slave girl, a servant, dare to disobey? Chen Yi completely lost his temper, while the remaining few people were laughing. Don't even laugh, Chen Yi said helplessly. I haven't finished my plan yet. Ahem, my lord. You continue. What you said. I've memorized it all for you. Ah Fu hurriedly walked over with a pen and paper, and said in relief, it's all right. Madam's words are remembered by someone, and your words are also remembered by someone. What the hell are you doing coaxing a child? Chen Yi was speechless, waved his hand, sighed and said, fine, I'll continue. This still leaves the last way. Split out a few dozen of those who ride well, give them the best horses, and be in charge of receiving Yi Qinghuan, who has returned from Jiangnan, and the rest of the men and horses. Follow Yalan and I northward, and borrow the route of Dashuan to receive the Ningzhou wolf riders. When these words came out, King Chang was stunned. Borrowing the path of Great Xian? Is De Xian willing to lend it? Naturally willing to borrow. Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, you may not know that Tong Zishan, the Minister of Rights of Dashuan, is in my Yongning County. Saying that, Chen Yi immediately looked at old Zhao. According to the time, the fall harvest has already passed. This rice technology should be something to be learned in the coming year. Is he learning iron healing in your smithy right now? Old Zhao immediately nodded and said, exactly. This De Xian's Minister of Rights is really capable of bending and stretching. At least it is also a country's minister, but even willing to kowtow to me and worship me, with me as a disciple. Learned the hard way. King Cheng looked at Chen Yi in shock, no longer able to speak. Gangnam, the Yi family. Yi family nowadays is already a merchant company. The large Yi house cannot see half of the things related to martial arts. There was a carriage parked at the entrance, and many laborers were carrying some kind of goods from the mansion to be loaded onto the carriage. Yi Qinghuan returned home again, his heart inevitably beating a bit. Sheriff Yi, go inside. Little one, who was in charge of escorting her, said. Yi Qinghuan, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant and said in a low voice, back then, I ran away from my marriage and left, and I don't know if my father will see me coming back now. The words were not yet finished, only to see the door of the mansion came out a body length of 9 feet and more than a strong man, upper body naked, A few palm width of the heart hair covered in the broad chest, sweat down the neck, dripping through the chest and abdomen muscles glistening with oil, and finally fell into the crotch of the pants. The Hanyu saw Yi Qinghuan at a glance, and the sack he was carrying in his hand directly fell to the ground. Daughter-in-law! Daughter-in-law, you are back, daughter-in-law! Hearing this burly man call out Yi Qinghuan's daughter-in-law, Xiaoyi instantly widened her eyes, full of unbelief, her eyes constantly glancing back and forth between the petite Yi Qinghuan and this burly man. This is Yi Qinghuan's husband? The three Yi Qinghuan rubbed it, all of which were not necessarily as big as one of this strong man. Just the heartguard hairs on this strong man's chest alone were somehow worth the size of several of Yi Qinghuan's heads. Chapter 144, General Blizzard. Yi Qinghuan was incomparably shamed and angry, saying, "Niu Dazhuang, don't call me daughter-in-law. I am not your daughter-in-law." The strong man was reprimanded by Yi Qinghuan and was so well behaved that he said in an aggravated manner, "But, your father has agreed to marry you to me. We've already worshipped heaven and earth." "That's not it either," Yi Qinghuan said angrily. "I was tied up by my father to worship you. It doesn't count. I thought you understood when I ran away from the wedding, but I didn't realize that you still didn't get it. This young lady will never marry you. Never." These words were like a great injury to Niu Dazhuang's self-esteem. His fists unconsciously clenched, and a few more shady colors were added to his eyes. "I don't care. You and I worshipped heaven and earth. You are my daughter-in-law." Niu Dazhuang came up in a huff and said angrily, "Your father has agreed. It's useless for you to say it doesn't count. I'll take you back to the roundhouse now. Thoroughly cook the raw rice. I'll see what you'll do." Saying that, Niu Dazhuang immediately stretched out his two terribly long arms and fished towards Yi Qinghuan. Yi Qinghuan subconsciously took a step back, but the next second, Niu Dazhuang's figure was rigidly fixed in place, his face still maintaining an angry expression, but his entire body was motionless. In Koichi's hand, there was a second peach kernel cupped, and the first peach kernel, with uncanny precision, nestled under the first abs groove on the left side of Niu Dazhuang's body, caught by the abs below. The peach kernel finally lost its friction as the sweat slid over it, and it fell off of Niu Dazhuang's body onto the ground. "If you dare to do it again, it won't be your period door point that will be lit." Little one shook the second peach kernel in his hand and said indifferently, "Rather, it's the Danzhong point. A chi gate being lit can make you unable to move, but if the Danzhong is lit..." Before the words fell, a figure flashed in front of Little One with great speed. By the time Little One reacted, above his Danzhong point, he was actually against the handle of a folding fan. A majestic middle-aged man's voice rang out, "When the Danzhong point is lit, an ordinary person will die. And with your strength under the 9th rank, even though it's not fatal, it won't be good. Will it?" The person who came was none other than Feng Ji, the man in the world who can be so swift in his stance. Apart from Feng Ji, who had practiced the blast wind sword cannon to the upper 9th rank realm, there's no one else. "Feng Ji, it really is you." Little One spoke coldly, hearing the visitor directly call out his name. Feng Ji then examined Xiaoyi's face and his eyes changed slightly. "It's you." "No. One personal guard of the palace. I didn't realize that after years of not seeing you, you've also ranked among the 9th rank." Little One coldly grunted and said, "I didn't expect that after so many years of not seeing you, you still haven't reached the realm of a Zongshi." Feng Ji snorted coldly, knowing that Xiaoyi was being sarcastic. "Is the realm of the sovereign not accessible to everyone? The 4 great patriarchs of the world, one in the western region and one in the southern Zhao. There are only 2 in the middle kingdom. One is nameless, an old eunuch from the previous dynasty. One is Lu Shueshu, the old celestial master of Tsuiwei Mountain. Which of these 4 great patriarchs became a patriarch casually? The one in the western region. Is the former patriarch before sitting down? Will be all cultivation to his disciple? Hard to give out of the patriarch. This belongs to the fate. The king of Nanzhao is not to mention. Sitting on the land of a country, the cultivation of inexhaustible things, is with all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures hard pile out of the patriarch. Which is rich? Lu multiplied Su is a heavenly talent. 19 years old is already on the 9th grade. Can break through the realm of the patriarch, also in the age of flower and armor. This is pure talent. And that old eunuch of the former dynasty, before he was purified, was an unusual person who couldn't even cultivate true chi, but after he was purified he somehow became a patriarch. This would be purely costly. Which of these 4 great patriarchs is not that easy? How could he, Feng Ji, be so virtuous as to become a grandmaster in his 40s? "Father," Yi Qinghuan hurriedly called out to Feng Ji. Feng Ji glanced at Yi Qinghuan, drew back the folding fan that was pressed against the top of Little One's Danzhong point, and backhandedly slapped Yi Qinghuan's face. "What are you doing?" Koichi was instantly anxious. Feng Ji, on the other hand, turned his head and looked coldly at Little One in a cold voice. "I'm disciplining my own daughter. Do you have a problem with that? Little one knew he was at a disadvantage and could only bite his teeth. The father beats the child. Heaven forbid. Who is he to intervene in other people's family affairs? You still know that I am your father? Fengji coldly said. How dare you run away from the marriage? Once you are gone for several years, do you still have me as your father in your eyes? Yi Qinghuan covered her red and swollen face from the beating, and the teardrops kept swirling in her eyes. Fengji, on the other hand, slightly raised his hand. A touch of true qi came out from his fingertips, and Niu Dezhuang, who had his acupoints nailed on the side, recovered. In the next second, Fengji threw a punch without any warning and blasted Niu Dezhuang's abdomen. Even though Niu Dajiang was as strong as an ox, after taking a solid punch from Fengji on the 9th rank, he instantly spat out blood from his mouth, and his body instantly went limp, kneeling on the ground and unable to get up. Niu Dezhuang, I betrothed my daughter to you, but that doesn't mean you can insult my daughter in public. Fengji coldly said. She is my Fengji's daughter. You are my Feng family's flunky. Niu Dezhuang weakly opened his mouth and said, Will, General, Genus, subordinate knows the crime. Where is the general? Fengji said in a cold voice. General Blast is dead, died in the palace fire that destroyed Dian. The one standing in front of you right now is the rich Jiangnan merchant of Daqian, Yi Yiguang, Elder Yi. It is. Yi, outside the post. Niu Daxiang immediately changed his mouth. Fengji waved his hand, signaling a few underlings to take Niu Dezhuang away. On the other hand, Xiaoyi looked at Yi Qinghuan with some surprise and smiled faintly. I didn't expect that Sheriff Yi called himself Lady Light by Light because your father took the pseudonym Yi Zhiguang, a dutiful daughter, even though she ran away from marriage. Constable? Fengji frowned slightly and looked at Yi Qinghuan dressed as a constable. Which county's constable are you? Yi Qinghuan said coldly. I don't want you to care. Ha! Fengji laughed instead of being angry and said, this attitude of yours is not like the attitude you should have when you come to ask me to borrow troops. Yi Qinghuan and Little One looked up at the same time, the same color of shock written in both pairs of eyes. How do you know that I came to borrow? Yi Qinghuan said halfway through his words, then pouted and said, I know. The business of the Yi family is spread all over the Great Qian, and in the city of the refusal of the north, there are naturally eye lines of our Yi family. Feng Disease smiled non-committally, while Little One frowned slightly. What is your intention to secretly spread your eyes everywhere in my Daqian in the name of business? If you really suspect me of rebellion, why did you come to borrow troops from me? Fengji asked as he turned his head and looked at Xiaoyi with cold eyes. Koichi was dumbfounded. Fengji coldly grunted and shook his head. This Chen Yi, as much as he wants to borrow my soldiers, he doesn't send someone who talks and manages them. I can borrow troops, but on my terms. Who's to say he'll agree? Chapter 145, Fear of your father living too long? You even know about Chen Yi? Yi Qinghuan looked at his father with shocked eyes. Fengji coldly grunted, looked at Yi Qinghuan and said, do you know why I just slapped you? Yi Qinghuan pouted and snorted coldly. Have I been beaten by you since I was little? Except for when you forced me to marry. You remembered that I am a girl. Since I was a child, didn't you treat me as a boy? If you want to beat me, I'll take it. That's because you unashamedly rolled under the covers with another man. Fengji immediately said in a cold voice, I'll beat you for hurting the public morals. I'll beat you for clouding my lintel. Yi Qinghuan was immediately aggrieved. 2 teardrops rolled straight down. Father, you've gone too far. When did I roll into a quilt with another man? On the night of October 17th? At the Yongning County Yamen. I sent men to rob you out. But you joined that Chen Yi and killed the men I hired. That night my men saw with their own eyes that you just wore a belly band. It's still not a bad idea. Yi Qinghuan instantly turned red, unable to defend herself. It turns out that the person who attacked the county office at night that night was his own father. He must have learned that Chen Yi had carried himself tied up and carried him into the county courthouse, thinking that Chen Yi was going to be unfavorable to him. So he sent someone to rescue him, but I didn't expect it to be understood by my own dad. Yi Qinghuan was furious and stomped her feet. It's all because of this dead Chen Yi. Had to tie himself up and send him to the county courthouse, having to break into his room for protection while he was wide awake. Now it's good to be misunderstood by one's own father as hurtful. What Yi Qinghuan didn't know was that Fengji had even come to believe that Yi Qinghuan had run away from the marriage because of Chen Yi. Chinese-style parents, after all, have always been unreasonable. Yi Qinghuan knew that now was not the time to argue about all this and immediately said, Father, since you know everything, then give a quick word. This soldier, are you borrowing it or not? Is this your attitude of begging? Fengji squinted at Yi Qinghuan. Besides, I already said that the soldiers can be borrowed, but I have conditions that I need Chen Yi to fulfill. Which one of you two can do his bidding? Hearing this, Yi Qinghuan deflated, while Xiaoyi immediately stepped forward, arching his hand and said, General Feng, ah no. Yi officer, why don't you start with your terms? Hearing that little one had changed his address to himself, to Elder Yi, Fengji was also a bit surprised. Obviously, this is begging for attitude. All of the Feng family changed their names, meaning to cut ties with the old times. It was also to avoid possible liquidation of them by the new dynasty. Xiao Yi was a person of the 8 wise kings, and he knew Fengji's true identity, which was already a leak. But Koichi changed his mind at this point, and the meaning was clear. He's willing to do some hiding for the greater good. Fengji nodded slightly and said, well then, the old man's conditions are, well, simple. My Yi family merchant. For many years only in the south to carry out business. The north more military chaos, so the business is also difficult to do. Just piggybacking on it. But now, the Yi family needs to expand their business. And the north, especially Yongning County, interests me. I've heard that Lord Chen is also cooperating with a wide range of merchants, and I would like to, well, cooperate a bit with Lord Chen, but, after all, he is borrowing troops with me, and I am also considered to have solved his downfall, so this cooperation, no matter what business, this profit, I want to take up more than 20%. Hearing Fengji's words, Yi Qinghuan instantly grew his eyes, full of unbelief. Dad, you are really doing business now? Fengji blankly glanced at her own daughter and coldly said, nonsense. Haven't I been doing it for so many years? Rich merchants in Jiangnan. My Yi family is the first of its kind. No. Yi Qinghuan said hurriedly, back then, when you changed your profession to business, didn't you say that you wanted to secretly accumulate money and food in preparation for the restoration of the Great Diffusion? How come now? Fengji rolled his eyes, pointed at little one, and asked, what is this person's identity? You know, right? Yi Qinghuan glanced at Xiaoyi, nodded and said, naturally, I know that it's the guard of Huangshi, a rich merchant in the capital, who has a great relationship with the 8 virtuous kings. Now you're saying in front of the 8 wise kings that I want to restore the old dynasty, or why don't you go directly to the government and say that your father wants to rebel? Is that okay? Are you afraid your father will live too long? Yi Qinghuan hurriedly covered his mouth and looked at little one to explain. I just said it jokingly. You don't take it seriously. Koichi was a bit helpless. He had already turned a blind eye, treating Fengji as if this person didn't exist anymore, and had even called out to Officer Yi. But this Yi Qinghuan's brain, it's also too inadequate. It's better for a smart person to rack his brains than for a stupid person to have a bright idea. He couldn't pretend he couldn't hear it if he wanted to. Forget it, since you were a child. Your brain is not good. The more you describe it, the darker it gets. Fengji blankly glanced at Yi Qinghuan, looked at Xiaoyi and said, I'm not hiding anything from you. At first I did do business. It was indeed to save up money and food in preparation for his daylight restoration of the old dynasty. I, Fengji, have lived a bright and honorable life, and I dare to speak and act. I don't deny it, but it has also been 17 long years since the overthrow of the Dian dynasty, and during these 17 years, I have also seen the present-day Dakian, and have pondered over the reasons for the overthrow of the former dynasty. This river and mountain since ancient times, virtuous people live in. Diffraction of the destruction of the dynasty. Is the Chu family members to blame for their own? The fate of heaven has arrived. Perhaps this great Qian will also eventually be overthrown that day. But I also know that the person will not be me. Feng Disease's words were profound, but it's more or less disrespectful. Xiaoyi was out of his mind as he listened, and only after a long time did he say, it's good that General Feng can figure it out. Now if the general is willing to lend troops to solve my king's downfall, the great Qian will not count the general's recalcitrance back then. It is true, as the general said, the change of rivers and mountains to tripods is the number of heaven. Not human power can resist, and the general is only fulfilling his duty as a loyal subject. Little one is but a guard, a man of few words, that's all he can say. Fengji smiled coldly and said, don't be happy yet, I still have a second condition, and this second condition requires your king to make the decision. This, Xiaoyi hesitated a bit and whispered, Lord Chen's lord. We can still risk overstepping our bounds, but the king's lord, we really don't dare to do it. Besides, at this moment the king is behind bars. How can we ask for it from the king? No harm done. Fengji immediately said, I'll lead my troops to rescue. After your king gets out of the trap, if he agrees to my conditions, then naturally all will be happy. If not, if my blast wind army wants to leave, I'm afraid that no one will be able to stop them. In that case, all that is needed is for Lord Chen to agree to your conditions and you will be willing to send troops? Little one immediately asked. Chapter 146. A subject of the upper state does not worship a king of the lower state. Fengji immediately nodded. Good then, Xiaoyi immediately said. I'll agree to General Feng's conditions instead of Lord Chen. However, once these words came out, Yi Qinghuan on the side became anxious and quickly said, "Little one, there's no way Chen Yi will agree to this condition. This guy is as addicted to money as his life. Asking him to concede is harder than asking him to die." And little one immediately said, "It's nothing more than a 20% profit. He gave it to you guys. The king will make it up to him, and never let him suffer." Yi Qinghuan, however, was a bit worried. "Your king, can he be so good at talking?" Fengji shook his head and smiled without saying anything. Obviously, if others did not recognize the 8 virtuous kings, how could he, Fengji, not recognize them? The two of them could be considered old rivals. The 8th sage king, under the alias of Huangshi, had dealt with Chen Yi, and Fengji's eyes had long since learned of it. "Alright," Fengji immediately waved his hand and said, "Order the troops. Set out for battle." Grand Xian, Unity City. The convoy of the Minister of Rights, Tong Zishan, entered the city. The caravan was vast, with dozens of wagons pulling seeds of crops pulled from Yongning County, and various types of ironware and molds respectively. These could all be bought back with real money by childish prudence, enough to satisfy the needs of Dexian's population for a few years. It's their lifeblood. So heavily guarded. On the way into the city, not even a single citizen could be seen on the streets. When they arrived outside of Dexian's imperial city, the caravan slowly stopped. A young man in a brocade robe came slowly. It is none other than the current emperor of Dashuan, Yelu Chutu, and following Yelu Chutu on his side was the prime minister of Dashuan, and the cousin of the Dashuan emperor, Yelu Chong. "Greetings, your majesty." Tong Zishan fell to his knees. Chen Yi, who was beside him, however, stood more than worthy, with a faint smile on his face, looking straight at Yelu Chutu. "You county magistrate of the Qin dynasty, when you see the son of heaven of my dynasty, why don't you kneel?" Yelu Chong immediately questioned in a cold voice. Tong Zishan hurriedly tried to explain, but Chen Yi waved his hand and spoke on his own. "First of all, since ancient times, the ministers of the upper states do not pay homage to the kings of the lower states. I am an official of Deqian, not a subordinate of your Deqian, so naturally, I do not kneel." "You," Yelu Chong immediately fumed, wanting to seize, but Chen Yi continued. "Secondly, I'm only traveling here to borrow the road. I don't have any envoys with me. And even your majesty the emperor has already given his permission, so why are you stopping me?" "What a cleverly spoken sycophant," Yelu Chong said angrily. "My Dashuan and your Dakian are brotherly friends and have long since signed the neighborhood friendship treaty. This treaty clearly states, my Dashuan is equal to your Deqian. There is no difference between high and low. How dare you, a mere magistrate, presume to claim that you are an upper state and scornfully refer to my Grand Xian as a lower state? This is a great disrespect to my Grand Xian. Come on. Take down the left and right with me and send them to the prison to lock him up for a few days first. I'll see if you still have such a skillful and hard mouth." When these words came out, the Rexes on both sides immediately stepped forward, and Chen Yi remained unassuming, saying in a cold voice, "Fine, arrest me if you want to. This official will never resist. After arresting me, you, De Xian, will never want to learn any more advanced technology from my Yongning County. Whether or not your Grand Xian's people can have enough to eat, wear warm clothes, and live in a stable house is not something this official has anything to do with. You." Yelu Chong angrily pointed at Chen Yi, while the Tong Zishan on the side hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this Chen Yi is a talented person, and never skimps on technology. I've been in Yongning County for the past year, and Magistrate Chen has taught me everything I know, without hiding anything. Your Majesty mustn't insult Magistrate Chen by acting on heaven's authority." Hearing Tong Zishan's reply, Yelu Chutu finally opened his mouth and said, "Prime Minister, don't be angry. Lord Chen's new technology can save the people of my Dashuan from the fire, and his kindness to my Dashuan is as heavy as a mountain. So how can we repay him with kindness? Besides, they are only borrowing the route. Only 3,000 troops have entered the country, and all of them are under my Grand Xian's tight control, so there must be no worries." While Yelu Chong was oil and salt, he immediately said angrily, "Your Majesty, this person has no one in his sight, and I'm really angry if I don't teach him a lesson. This is a matter of insulting the face of my Grand Xian. It is by no means a small matter. Uncle Heavy, I don't know if I can get Uncle Heavy to sell my face." Inside the carriage, the female Wolf King's voice rang out. Upon hearing the female Wolf King's voice, Yelu Chong immediately said in a cold voice, "Who is it?" The female Wolf King laughed. "Uncle Shige, my niece is too physically inconvenienced to greet you, so please move over, Uncle Shige." And Chen Yi also slightly stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation towards the carriage that the female Wolf King had claimed. Yelu Chang's face was suspicious as he quickly stepped forward and lifted the curtain of the sedan chair. You are, Yalan?" Yelu Chang's eyes were filled with astonishment, and in an instant, he burst into old tears. Heavens! The everlasting heaven blesses! You're actually still alive! You're Abba and Egi and the others. The female Wolf King's face dimmed a few points as she said, they are all gone, and now I have inherited the throne of the Wolf King of Ningzhou. Yeluchong heaved a deep sigh, but was puzzled. You? How did you and this county magistrate of Diqian? Also, you are, Uncle Chong. It's a long story. The female Wolf King sighed and said, my tendons in my arms and legs are broken. I can't move for the time being. Don't be angry, Uncle Chong. This matter has nothing to do with Chun Yi. He came on this trip to take out the anger and seek revenge for his niece. Please also ask Uncle Chong not to make things difficult for him. After all, he is also about to become our everlasting sky son-in-law. What? Yeluchong looked at Chun Yi with eyes full of shock. This kid? Where is he worthy of you? Where is he worthy of the Wolf King of Ningzhou? Chun Yi was instantly furious. This old thing. I'm messing with you. Why are you always looking at me the wrong way? How am I not worthy? The female Wolf King also gave a laugh and said, Uncle Chong, this matter is also a long story. This is what the High Priestess divined. It is the husband that the everlasting heaven chose for me. There will be no mistakes. Everlasting heaven is afraid to look away. Yeluchong still couldn't look at Chun Yi and muttered in a low voice. However, Chun Yi heard it clearly and immediately looked at Tong Zishan. Old boy, you're okay with me beating him up, right? I can't stand it anymore. This old man is bullying me too much. Tong Zishan, however, hurriedly pulled Chun Yi, persuading, Chen Taosher, you calm down. The Prime Minister's temperament is fiery. Speak straight. You do not have to talk to him in general. I still expect to learn techniques from you. Deqian and Dexian are friendly neighbors, so don't break the peace. But Chun Yi huffed. Just punch him. You'll come back next year to learn the technique. The price goes up. Tong Zishan cried out and looked helplessly at the emperor. Yelu Chuta smiled helplessly, stepped forward and said, Lord Chen should not be offended. I have made amends to you on his behalf. Saying that, Yelu Chutu even directly arched his hand at Chen Yi, even bending his waist slightly. Chapter 147. What are you staring at my feet for? Chun Yi was flabbergasted. This one is well and truly an emperor. Make amends to yourself a magistrate. It does seem a bit condescending. It's enough to see how they treat themselves, too. Thinking of this, Chun Yi didn't flare up again and simply pretended to be deaf. Yeluchong walked over quickly, and as he passed by Chen Yi, his eyes looked Chen Yi up and down. But he still let out a cold snort and looked at Yelu Chutu. But cousin Yalan? Yelu Chutu asked. Precisely, Your Majesty. Yeluchong immediately nodded his head and said, Niece Yalan has explained the situation. I have no more doubts. Let them pass. Good. Then we will follow the Prime Minister's advice. Yelu Chutu immediately nodded his head, looked at Chun Yi, and said, Then please. Chen Yi nodded slightly and returned to the carriage, which was monitored by Dexian's forbidden army and sent out of the northern border. Along the way, Chun Yi chatted idly with the female Wolf King. I didn't expect you to have quite a wide range of relatives. This Dexian's royal family is actually your uncle and cousin? The female Wolf King smacked her lips slightly and said, Our everlasting heaven population is not as large as yours Han Chinese, and basically, among each other, we are all related to each other. Chen Yi, on the other hand, asked with some doubts, this little emperor of Dexian, looks civil and weak, seems to be the appearance of not much real power, as if everything has to listen to the Prime Minister. For her part, the female Wolf King immediately nodded her head and said, Indeed, as you said, the one who began to claim the imperial title of Dexian is my cousin's Abba, and according to our everlasting heavens tradition, it is not supreme for a father to die and a son to succeed him, but supreme for a brother to end up being a younger brother. Chun Yi looked at the female Wolf King with slight astonishment and asked, That is to say, this throne originally should have been that Yelu Chang's? Yes. The female Wolf King seemed to forget a glance out of the car window with some emotion, saying, It's been a long time since I've seen this grassland in the northern part of the sea bay, and the wind of the everlasting sky is so soothing. Chun Yi let out a light laugh and said, Indeed, the air is much fresher. Air? The female Wolf King obviously didn't understand the meaning of the word. It's fine. Go on. Then why was it your cousin who inherited the throne? Chun Yi immediately asked. How would I know? I'm also wondering. The female Wolf King immediately said, My father was the one who inherited the Wolf King throne because he didn't have any more brothers. But this Yeluchong is obviously still alive. So how could it be a cousin who is the emperor? Chen Yi skimmed his mouth. Also right. When Yelu Chutu ascended the throne, the Ningzhou ministry should still be far away in Lulan. The matter of Dexian should also be unknown to her. However, that Yelu Chutu, although he looked soft and gentle, elegant like a scholar, Chen Yi always felt that this person was not that simple. Well, it's still an emperor. Having been proclaimed the emperor, he is the king of the 9 to 5. Surprisingly, he can bend and stretch to such a point. His own a foreign state magistrate. See him not kneeling, he did not get angry as just. He even condescends to make amends to himself. In this world, what kind of reason is there to let the Son of Heaven see the salute? However, Chen Yi didn't bother to think about it in detail. Into the night, Chen Yi's 3,000 men and horses had all arrived out of the great Xian kingdom's borders, arriving at the grasslands in the north of the desert. Although it was not midwinter, Chen Yi also experienced the coldness of this year's desert north winter firsthand. The wind hunted and blew people's faces raw. Chen Yi looked at the female wolf king, and a layer of white frost was already hanging on her long, curly eyelashes. Never experienced this kind of cold, right? The female wolf king was lying in the sedan chair, although she could not move, but her body was covered with thick fox fur, and she did not feel the cold, and was still able to grin at Chen Yi. But Chen Yi was already freezing his teeth to the point of chattering. Chen Yi thought it would be cold, but I didn't think it would be this cold. The female wolf dynasty glanced out the window and whispered, I guess we still have to walk up a few hours further. This northwest wind is too freezing. If you can't carry it, just burrow in and warm up. Chen Yi glanced at the female wolf king and bristled. Forget it, men and women are not related. What, kiss or not? The female wolf king gave Chen Yi a blank look and said, I kissed you the first time I saw you. I've seen you without clothes. What's there to it? That won't work either. Chen Yi tightened the thin shirt on his body and cupped his hands in front of his mouth and hailed hot air, trying to warm himself up. Unfortunately, little has been achieved. Come in. The female wolf king looked distressed and said, this desert north night will really freeze to death. Saying that, the female wolf king moved her body with difficulty to make way for a small area, and whispered, I won't say anything to anyone else is all. Chen Yi looked at the female wolf king, then at the warm nest beside her, and was somewhat moved. It is indeed too cold. You don't worry. Female wolf king's voice, for the first time this soft. I also figured out that you Central Plains people are reserved and shy, unlike us who are so bold. Since you are the husband that everlasting heaven chose for me, you won't be able to run away. I have the patience to wait for the day when you will marry me, and from now on, I will not force myself on you. Chen Yi looked at the female wolf king's serious appearance and laughed. Really? Naturally, it's true. The female wolf king nodded her head. I can also swear to the everlasting sky. Alright. Chen Yi waved his hand and said, hanging on to everlasting sky long and everlasting sky short all day long. You don't mind being long-winded. Saying that, Chen Yi got up, sat down next to the fox fur, lifted up a corner, and looked at the female wolf king and said, Then I'm coming in. If you want to enter, hurry up. The female wolf king sucked in a breath of cool air and shrank back, her 2 feet unconsciously hooked up. The heat's getting to you. Alright. Chen Yi took a deep breath and after a long time of mental construction, he finally honestly laid down in. However, in the next second, Chen Yi raised his head violently and looked at the female wolf king's feet. What are you doing? The female wolf king looked at Chen Yi in shock, but saw Chen Yi staring straight at her feet. Her face slightly reddened. What are you staring at my feet for? Saying that, the female wolf king subconsciously pumped her legs again. Ancient people to feet for shame. Women's feet is not unusual to show people. This female wolf king is the people of the everlasting sky, although there is no such shame, but in the Central Plains for so long, but also often heard people talk about it. Plus at this moment Chen Yi eyes burning staring at their feet. In the end, it is a woman, which is not shy, but Chen Yi was stunned. Your feet, they can move? The female wolf king looked at her feet in shock and subconsciously moved them. It's tough, but it does move in small increments. Good. It seems like it really works. The female wolf king rejoiced. Is this Mr. Tunless so powerful? Your Central Plains people's martial true chi can still be used as medicine? Chapter 148. Can you compare with me? I don't know. Chen Yi also laughed out. But being able to move is a good thing. What about you trying your hands? Saying that, Chen Yi immediately grabbed the female wolf king's hand and cupped it between his own hands, looking at the female wolf king with anticipation in his eyes. Come on, move and try. The female wolf king sniffed and immediately tried to draw back her hand, but sadly, it failed. The fingertips of his right hand, however, were able to tremble slightly twice. Under the moonlight, the female wolf king's slender fingers, held in Chen Yi's palm, trembled slightly. It was a picture that seemed to have a few aesthetics to it. Chen Yi's sluggish nerves, too, were finally stirred, and slowly lowered his head, hailed a mouthful of hot air at the female wolf king's fingers, and softly said, Perhaps it's too cold. I'll warm it up for you. You try again? The female Wolf King just stared blankly at Chun Yi, who was holding her hand and breathing in, as if she hadn't heard his words. Seeing that the female Wolf King did not move, Chen Yi softly reminded her. Oh, well, then I'll try. The female Wolf King gulped slightly, her gaze not daring to go and meet Chen Yi for the first time, and hooked her pinky once again. The belly of her pinky finger gently rubbed over Chen Yi's palm, and a strange itching spread out in her palm. In an instant, it was as if an electric current flowed through Chen Yi's spine. Tingling, the two looked at each other. Their eyes seemed to be more entangled and intertwined. Silk threads that could not be unraveled in general. The breathing of the two people inside the sedan chair became heavier and more rapid, and the hot air inside their bodies steamed out, raising the temperature of the entire sedan chair by quite a bit. Chen Yi's mouth was dry and he kept swallowing to quench his thirst, and the female Wolf King's eyes were a bit mesmerized. This was the look of a woman who was truly in love. Both of their breathing became ragged, and gradually, the exhale from both mouths raised the temperature of the entire sedan chair even more. My lord! Just then, one hand lifted the curtain directly and cried out anxiously. The two who seemed to be in love were so frightened that they hurriedly separated. Xiao Air was full of embarrassment and said with a smile. I saw the sedan chair have white smoke floating out, and also thought it was. The female Wolf King hated her teeth. Still think we're both lighting fires in the car? We both look like four body cuties. Junior smiled awkwardly. He also knew that he had disturbed the two. After such a mess, the little spark that had just rubbed off between the two had vanished cleanly. The female Wolf King grinded her teeth in hatred, while Chun Yi lay with his back to the female Wolf King, not saying a word. It was good to see that the convoy arrived at the designated location soon. The voice of the youngest came from outside the carriage. My lord, Miss Yalan, the Chili River has arrived. Chun Yi immediately rolled onto his back and walked off the carriage. The voice of the female Wolf King came from inside the palanquin. Blow that bullhorn and keep blowing it and don't stop. The winds of the everlasting sky will carry the trumpet to my people. Chun Yi took a long breath and blew that bullhorn. The low and melodious sound of the bullhorn trumpet, played above the grassland in the north of the desert, was carried away by the north wind on the plain, and drifted to the north further north. As Chun Yi changed his fourth breath and prepared to blow for the fifth time, under the distant moon, the figure of a giant wolf was embedded in the moon that looked like it was being held up by this grassland. The pale wolf whistled at the moon, lonely and ethereal. Accompanying the hooting of that giant wolf was the whimpering of the hunting solstice wind. But soon, the pack's hoots rang out one after the other. On the horizon of the sky, figure after figure of ninjas riding giant wolves appeared. My lord, it's coming! Junior excitedly raised his horsewhip and pointed at the group of wolf riders in the sky. Hundreds of wolf riders stepped on the moon and rolled up gusts of smoke and dust behind them, which could be seen clearly even in the night. The Ningzhou wolf riders are coming. At the head of the group was an incredibly strong and sturdy man, lean and naked, with bronze-colored skin that looked like it had been smeared with a layer of oil, glistening in the moonlight. Soon, the 300 wolf riders arrived in front of the caravan, and Little Green, who ran the fastest, pounced directly to the front of the carriage, and in his mouth was a joyful whimpering sound, as if he was inviting credit. Ching, you suffered. Chen Yi reached out his hand, intending to pet his head like a dog's head as a sign of encouragement. However, before Chen Yi's hand even touched Xiao Qing's head, Xiao Qing immediately twisted his head around and showed his teeth at Chen Yi. This action gave Chen Yi a fright and he hastily retracted his hand. Dang, I didn't say that. Put. With a snort, the female Wolf King was amused by Chen Yi's actions and looked at him. Do you think he's a puppy? They're wolves. How can they let you pet them like puppies? I see that you don't usually touch like this, Chen Yi said resentfully. I'm me. Can you compare yourself to me? The female Wolf King did not give a single bit of mouth to take advantage of the situation, glaring at Chen Yi and retorting. Wolf King, Little Green said that you have sought out the Heaven's Destiny person that the High Priestess found for you, right? The burly man at the head of the group immediately stepped forward and asked. Chen Yi looked at the stout man with eyes full of astonishment and asked, No, is Little Green talking? This message can also be sent back to you? The stout man glanced at Chen Yi and said, Naturally, he won't speak. Then how did you know? Chen Yi asked as he looked at the stout man in surprise. Little Green won't talk to me, but will talk to my wolf. My wolf told me. The stout man immediately said, But your wolf can't talk either. Chen Yi was surprised. Yeah, what's wrong? The stout man looked at Chen Yi in puzzlement. Then how did you know? Chen Yi asked. The stout man looked like he was looking at a little cutie. He generally glanced at Chen Yi, then turned his head and looked at the female Wolf King. Wolf King, is this your heavenly destiny? The female Wolf King nodded slightly. The stout man, on the other hand, said with some regret, everlasting heaven, to have chosen a little cutie for you. It's too much of a pity to be the heavenly destined one. Hey, why are you cursing you? Chen Yi directly exploded. Do you want to listen to see what you're saying yourself? Which one of us is the cutie pie? The female wolf king had a headache and hurriedly said, Alright, Chen Yi, how come I find that you can argue with anyone? No, this is also my fault? Chen Yi's eyes widened. Then he waved his hand and said, Forget it, I won't bother with you NPCs. The military situation is urgent. Don't delay. Let's return immediately. Oh yeah, Green should have given you the battle plan as well, right? Little Green can't speak. How can she tell us the battle plan? The stout man immediately said. Chapter 149, You even raised a grandmaster? Chen Yi sighed helplessly and said, Alright then, I'll simply repeat it for you guys Reject North City is in Dichien. And with our current location, there's a great yen in between, so returning to Reject North City is basically impossible. What we're going to do is attack Great Xian's rear. Make it impossible for Great Yan's soldiers and horses to go to the aid of Reject North City. I also know that Great Yan is also your compatriots, so you don't need to really fight and kill. Just attack and don't let them be able to go to support Great Xian. The stout man looked at Chen Yi with eyes full of incomprehension and asked, Why are you telling me this? Didn't you guys not know? Chen Yi was filled with surprise, and the stout man immediately said, Who says we don't know? We do. Chen Yi? I'm just saying that Little Green didn't tell me. The stout man looked at Chen Yi with a bewildered expression and said, But Little Ching told my wolf, and my wolf told me. Your mother. Chen Yi was so angry that he was trembling, turned his head to look at the female wolf king and asked, I can beat him, can't I? The female wolf king smiled helplessly. You can't beat him. Chen Yi turned his head and looked at the stout man in front of him, whose muscles could knock himself alive, and could only turn his head resentfully and shout, Depart! Rejecting the North City. King Jing's mansion. King Jing angrily kicked open the door to the 8 Magi's room and plunged his sword directly on top of the dining table in front of the 8 Magi. The 8 Sage King was holding a rice bowl and leisurely eating the fried vegetables he had learned from Yongning County. But King Jing made such a mess that the stir-fried vegetables tipped over all over the floor, and the rice bowl in the hands of the 8 wise kings also buckled upside down on the table. Seeing King Jing in such a full-blown rage, the 8 virtuous kings smiled and picked up the bowl, bit by bit picking the rice back into the bowl, saying as he did so, What's wrong with second brother? Getting so angry? King Jing drew his sword and spoke angrily. Old 8, as a brother, I've been merciful to you. You dismounted your armor and surrendered, and I have not touched a single piece of your Xian armor army. I haven't even taken a single piece of your so powerful armor. Day in and day out, you were treated with good food and drink, and you're mouthing off about not caring about me anymore. But now, you're letting old 29 bring soldiers to beat me? And east, there's a ING Grandmaster on the east side. A single sword she can topple hundreds of my men. I really didn't see it coming. You're quite capable. You yourself are only a 9th Pin Shang, but you can actually make a great patriarch work for you? I thought that there were only 4 great masters in the world, but I didn't think that you were hiding a female great master without saying a word. It seems that in this world, there have long been 5 great masters. Upon hearing that the great master had come, the 8 Sage King's heart that had been hanging in the air for the past few days finally relaxed. A great master who could appear and reject North City at this moment and strike at King Jing. There's no one else but Xiao Chui, especially since King Jing also said that it was a female Grand Master. That's even more jade. But the so-called 5 great masters, he was sort of wrong. Before Lu Xuanqiu sat down, he transferred all his cultivation to Xiao Chui, and Xiao Chui did have good muscles and bones, and did not burst his body by the vigorous true qi in the Grand Master's body, and smoothly inherited this Grand Master's cultivation, and became a new Grand Master. This world is, in fact, still 4 great masters. Only, it was from Lu Xuanqiu to Jiang Lingxue, and what the Makoto King didn't expect was why the Makoto King was here. Could it be that Xiao Lu went to Yongning County to find Chen Yi? But it's normal when you think about it. That night slap of his own, although he managed to send Little Six away, but to meet this slap of his own, Little Six's state was bound to be no better, and with his state at that time, it would have been very good for him to last until Yongning County. Passing the message back to the capital, this was inevitably for Chen Yi to do. Then in that case, Chen Yi should come too? Why haven't you seen King Jing mention it? But that was right. It wasn't like King Jing knew Chen Yi. The 8 wise kings were in this brainstorming session and didn't say a word, so King Jing thought that he was pretending to be deep, and with one hand, he overturned the dining table and directly put his sword across the front of the 8 wise king's neck. Feeling the killing intent coming, the 8 virtuous king then pulled himself out of his thoughts, glanced down at the long sword across his neck, raised his eyes slightly, and looked toward King Jing. What? Is this the plan of second brother? To tie me up as a hostage and bully 29 brother into retreating? King Jing laughed coldly and slowly put his sword back, saying, "You don't need to use such words to disgust me. I, Gong Yu, have acted honorably all my life, and I don't care to do such things. Besides, he's only a few tens of thousands of soldiers. We have 150,000 soldiers in the northern city, and 200,000 prairie troops to the north. As soon as I opened the city, they ran away. Don't dare to fight against the king at all. Old 29 is just a dancer after all. He can't even lift a sword. What can he do to me?" The 8th Sage King nodded slightly and said, "That's true. As far as marching and fighting is concerned, Aiden knows nothing about it, and the most he can do is harass you. But you have the nerve to say that you are honorable yourself? Colluding with the barbarians, defecting to the enemy and rebelling against the country, imprisoning this king, and plotting to rebel. Second brother is in charge of all this, and he calls it being bright and open? You don't have to pretend to be righteous here." King Jing snorted coldly and said, "I've said it before, everything I do is for the sake of my great Qian being able to last for 1,000 generations, and I have no shame in my heart. Just sit here properly, and wait for me to capture old 29 into the city, and at that time, the three of us, brothers, will be reunited again." "Humph. Alright, then go quickly. I'll wait." The 8th Sage King nodded slightly, then raised his head and looked towards Gong Yuqian. "Nephew, go pick me a few green onions." "What did you say?" Gong Yuqian's eyes were full of incomprehension as he looked at the 8th Virtuous King and said, "8th uncle, you're already a prisoner under the rank, and you're still asking me to treat you? Prisoner of the rank?" The 8th Sage King sneered and said, "Is a prisoner under the rank not your uncle? Is this how you speak to your elders?" "You." Gong Yuqian stared angrily at the 8 Virtuous Kings, but was unable to snap. He couldn't argue with that. Don't say that the 8th Sage King is merely under house arrest. He's just dead. Also is Gong Goken's uncle. Forget it, old man. I'd rather not trouble Shitsi with this. The 8th Sage King sighed and got up to walk towards the outside of the house, but King Jing, father and son, were still standing at the door. The 8th Sage King paused for a moment, lifting his head slightly to look at King Jing, who was a head taller than himself, and calmly said, "Second brother, please make way." King Jing forced down his anger and turned away with a cold snort. The 8th Sage King, on the other hand, was leisurely humming a merry little tune as he walked towards the vegetable garden. Chapter 150, The Might of a Grandmaster. Distance to the east gate of the North City. Gong Yuzhen stood on top of the city, looking at Jiang Lingchui's figure underneath the city as she tumbled through the chaotic army, her eyes full of envy. "I wonder if it's possible for me, in this life, to also advance to the realm of a Grandmaster." The Vice General, on the other hand, immediately complimented. "The third prince is exceptionally gifted. At this age he is already on the 7th rank. He will certainly have some achievements in the future." Gong Yuzhen, on the other hand, snorted coldly and shook his head. "I don't like to listen to these compliments. Forget it, let's not talk about this." General Jean, have you noticed that although that Grandmaster's sword moves were harsh and vicious, he did not intend to kill or injure. Most of them just flipped our people over or knocked them out and then closed their hands, not taking their lives. Vice General Jean immediately nodded his head and said, "Great masters have already transcended things. Their realm is different from ordinary people like us, so they should not care to kill ordinary people like us, right?" "That's just right. I'll go meet him," Gong Yuzhen said, turning around and shouting, "Bring me my warhorse." "Third young master. You mustn't. That's a grandmaster, even on the 9th rank. It's difficult to receive a single move from a great master." Vice General Jean immediately panicked and hurriedly stopped Gong Yuzhen, and King Jing and Gong Yuqian walked over at that moment. "What's all the noise about?" King Jing walked forward with a cold face. Gong Yuzhen immediately arched his hand and said, "Father, my son invites me to fight and go out of the city to meet that great master." "Nonsense!" King Jing immediately chimed in. "You're only on the 7th rank. How dare you challenge a grandmaster? You simply don't know the heights of heaven. If she casually throws a sword you'll lose your life." "Father," Gong Yuzhen immediately said, "my child has observed for a long time. This great master and these men and women of theirs have been harassing us under the city for a whole night. But this night down, we have only died a total of 30 or so people, and most of them are not even lightly injured. This Grand Master is obviously holding back and has no intention to kill." King Jing turned his head and glanced at Gong Yuqian. Gong Yuqian also nodded and said, "Father, what Lao San said is true. From last night's Ohio hour until now, we've been battling with this great master for more than 5 hours now. It's looking like it's midday, but our deaths and injuries are almost negligible." King Jing narrowed his eyes slightly, staring dead on at the figure of the Grand Master flying up and down below the city, and murmured, 5 hours? Even if the Grand Master's body is as vast as a sea of true qi, There will be a time when it runs out. If a Grandmaster really strikes with all his might, this gathering North City, I'm afraid that it can all be chopped apart by a single sword. What is she scrupulous about? Is it hard to believe that there are still things in this world that can make a Grandmaster scorn? Gong Yuzhen immediately said, Father, since this rebellion has already been created, my son can only choose the latter between loyalty and filial piety. Please don't worry, Father, I have no second thoughts. I'm only going here to find out the truth. And in the meantime, test how much of this Grand Master's true chi is left, and to confirm when her true chi will run out. And at that time, that's when we'll go out to the city and start the war. I'm the only martial arts cultivator in this gathering North City, and I'm the only one who can detect the true chi of a Grand Master. King Jing let out a long sigh, nodded, patted Gong Yuzhen's shoulder, and said, in that case, be more careful. Yes. Gong Yuzhen immediately turned around. The drawbridge at the city gate was slowly lowered, and the cheering war drums sounded. The Grand Master immediately extracted himself from the crowd, and with a counterforce stomp, he leapt to a side of the tree, and his foot saw a light point on top of a slender branch, but it was as if it was as light as a feather, and the branch that had been stepped on didn't even have a hint of a bend in it. Such lightness of being amazed the crowd. Xiao Chui slightly sidelong glanced and softly transmitted her voice to the military division behind her. They're out of the city. According to the guerrilla warfare method formulated by Qin Yi, you should withdraw. Retreat. I'm here. The soldiers that Xiao Chui had brought with her immediately retreated a few miles back. Gong Yuzhen rode out slowly on his date-red high horse, carrying a horizontal sword in his hand, the sharp edge rushing in, and rushed at Xiao Chui with an arch. I was unaware of the Patriarch's arrival. I'm terrified. Please forgive me. Xiao Chui slightly raised her chin, looked askance at Gong Yuzhen, and coldly said, the third prince of King Jing, Uterus Yuzhen, your father is still really willing to give up even his own son is released to send to death. Gong Yuzhen's eyes were full of shock as he looked at Xiao Chui and said, you recognize me? Xiao Chui flew straight down from the treetops and landed in front of Gong Yuzhen's horse in a clear and beautiful manner. Ming Gong Gongzhen was sitting on top of a horse, higher than Xiao Chui by an unknown number of heads, but Gong Yuzhen felt like he was looking up to her. This strange feeling made Gong Yuzhen shiver. This is the power of the Patriarch. This is the invisible killing intent. Gong Yuzhen didn't dare to sit on top of his horse any longer, and immediately rolled over and dismounted, arriving in front of Xiao Chui, arching his hand and saying, late generation Gong Yuzhen, pay my respects to the great Grandmaster. Xiao Chui coldly sized up Gong Yuzhen, then raised her eyes to look at King Jing above the city wall, his face full of tension, and shouted from afar, Your Highness King Jing, take another look at your third prince. It should be the last look. Elder. Gong Yuzhen's mind panicked. In the next second, Xiao Chui's right hand directly pinched Gong Yuzhen's neck and pushed Gong Yuzhen's huge body towards the city wall. Bam! There was a loud bang. Gong Yuzhen's body was viciously smashed by Xiao Chui on top of the wall of Reject North City. On top of the city wall, a large hole had been smashed out. As for King Jing and the others on the citadel, their bodies shook at the same time, as if the entire city wall was shaking. The might of a patriarch was truly terrifying. Then look at the Palace Royaljan, is already seriously injured, blood between the mouth and nose like a pouring out, only in the air, not out of the air. Zhen'er. King Jing grasped at the edge of the city tower and looked down. This glance broke his liver and lungs, shouting his heart and lungs, and he could not wait to leap down from the city tower at that moment. At such a young age, you are already on the 7th rank. It is a pity to die. Xiao Chui slightly shook her head and softly said, it's just a pity that you have attached yourself to the rebellion and become a traitor. This is your life. Saying that, Xiao Chui's hand that was choking Gong Yuzhen's neck slightly exerted force, but at this moment, although the Gong Yuzhen is incredibly weak, it is still difficult to open his mouth. Knife. Miyamoto Zhen's hand grasped vainly in midair, seemingly pointing at the horizontal sword at his feet. Theirs. In the hilt. Theirs. Xiao Chui suspiciously lowered her eyes and looked at the horizontal sword, which had already snapped inch by inch under the power of her own blow, and a crack appeared at the hilt. Through that crack, Xiao Chui seemed to see what appeared to be a silk object hidden within the hilt. The force in Xiao Chui's hand loosened a few points, and she bent down and lifted the hilt of the broken knife, looking towards Gong Yuzhen. Chapter 151, Public Opinion Map of the Rejected North City. Gong Yuzhen's eyes showed a trace of relief. Looking at Xiao Chui weakly said, exchange. For me, Father King, a life. May I? After the words were said, Gong Yuzhen closed his eyes. Xiao Chui's eyes were full of shock as she looked at the already dead Gong Yuzhen. Above the citadel, King Jing's eyes were glazed over, and he was shouting towards the stairs in a near frenzy. Xiao Chui glanced at the people behind her who had already retreated to safety, and immediately drew back. and in a breath, the sight of her figure had already withdrawn 100 feet away. Behind him came the wailing of King Jing. Zhen'er, but the Gongyujin in his arms had completely closed his eyes, never to open them again. Inside the woods to the east of Rebel North City, Xiao Chui led the tens of thousands of soldiers and horses to withdraw, but saw King Chang also lead his troops back. Why has His Highness withdrawn as well? Xiao Chui saw King Chang and immediately stepped forward to ask. King Chang was a bit stunned as he looked at Xiao Chui and said, "It's a bit of a surprise that the Grand Master called me Your Highness." Xiao Chui smiled helplessly and looked at King Chang and said, "Could Your Highness lend a hand?" Yes. Although King Chang did not understand what this great master in front of him was trying to do, he still followed Xiao Chui towards the side. The two of them arrived at the west side of the woods, away from the large army. Xiao Chui immediately urged the kilometers to recover the few cheekbones that had moved on her face, restoring it to its original appearance. When King Chang saw Xiao Chui's original face, he instantly revealed a stunned look. "You, Xiao Chui? You're not. Wait, you, how did you become a Grand Master? Didn't my 8th brother send you to Taoist Master Lu Chunfeng at Suiwei Mountain? When did you return? This patriarchal cultivation of yours is..." Xiao Chui let out a light laugh and said, "Your Highness, this matter is a long story. It was His Majesty who asked me to come and assist in the battle. I originally thought that you should have guessed my identity. After all, I'm the only one around His Majesty who cultivates martial arts, apart from the 8 virtuous kings." "All right," King Makoto nodded. Xiao Chui, on the other hand, shifted her bones once again and transformed into the appearance that Chun Yi had seen, saying, "I came to Yongning County with His Majesty, and in order to prevent Chun Yi from discovering His Majesty's identity, I had no choice but to disguise myself." "Your Highness, why have you also led your troops back? Is King Jing out?" King Chang shook his head and said, "No, they suddenly closed the city gates tightly and didn't come out, and even the sergeants on top of the city withdrew, so I was afraid that there was a fraud, so I led my troops back first before making any plans." "Looks like it's me," Tu Wei said with a desire to speak. King Chang looked at Xiao Chui with some shock. "You? What's wrong with you?" "I missed." Xiao Chui sighed and said, "I didn't think that Gongyujin was even a 7th rank on the good side, but he didn't even resist my strike." He's dead?" King Makoto's eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Chui and asked. Jade nodded. "Yes, when this is over, I will return to the capital to apologize to His Majesty. This is not a good thing to mess with." King Chang was a bit helpless and said, "Xiao Lu and that female Wolf King both said that it was Gongyujin who used the axe to bully King Jing before." "He wasn't." "Yes." Xiao Chui also felt guilty and whispered, "I originally wanted to use the opportunity to seriously injure him and force a hand on King Jing, but I didn't expect him to be so unbreakable." "You're a grandmaster." King Chung laughed bitterly. "I'm afraid that even my 8th brother, that 9th Pin Shang, might not be able to receive a single blow from you." Xiao Chui sighed and said, "There's no point in talking about this now. Your Highness, please look at this." Saying that, Xiao Chui immediately pulled out the hilt of the knife that Gongyujin had pointed to before he died and handed it to King Chang. "What is this?" King Makoto picked it up with a puzzled look on his face. "I don't know." Xiao Chui shook her head and looked at King Chang and said, "Before Gongyujin died, he said that there was something in the hilt of this sword. I didn't take a closer look, but I did see that there seemed to be cloth and silk or something like that inside. Your Highness, take it apart and look at it." King Makoto immediately broke it with force. The hilt of that blade then shattered in response. It was obviously treated with a saw ahead of time. Even a weak scholar like him could easily break it. The saber broke, and a cloth and silk was indeed revealed inside. King Chung unfolded the cloth and silk, but found that it was a refusal of the north of the city of Geomancy map. Refusal of the north of the distribution of the city, basically painted exhaustive. 2 locations in particular are circled above in vermilion pen. One is the royal residence, and in the large circle that encircles the royal residence, there is a small circle that encircles a small courtyard, and on the outside of this circle, the word aid is written. The other location that was specifically circled was the barracks in the southwest corner of Reject North City. In this position, the word A is marked. This is. King Cheng pointed at the 8th character of the royal residence and asked, "Does it represent the location where my 8th brother is being held?" "It should be." Xiao Chui immediately nodded her head, then pointed to the direction of the barracks in the southwest corner and said, "This, then, should be the location where the 100,000 Xian armor army is being held. He's reminding us how to rescue the king and the Xuanjia army, but I missed." King Cheng also sighed slightly and shook his head. "It's too late to talk about this now. It wasn't easy for Gong Gongjin to deliver the message, so let's figure out how to save the people first." Xiao Chui looked extremely far away. Her eyes locked on the direction of the northwestern corner of the rejected North City, and whispered, "If I am given enough time for luck, and a close enough distance, I can. By blasting an opening in the northwest corner of the city of denial. King Makoto looked at Xiao Chui in shock. You're not joking? Refuse North City is a border city with a special defense structure that can withstand hundreds of boulder attacks from stone throwers. You can blow an opening in the city? Grand Master really has the ability to catalyze a city with a single sword. Yes. Xiao Chui nodded her head firmly. But I need enough luck time to strike with full force. And close enough. That means you need cover. King Makoto smacked his lips slightly and immediately asked, how long do you need for luck? About 1 incense burner. Xiao Chui coldly said. It can only be long and not short. Moreover, this level of attack requires me to invoke my innate vital energy. After this strike, I will fall down to the sect master realm and will not be able to invoke my true chi for a short period of time. It will take about an hour to recover. After all, I didn't become a grand master by my own cultivation. I inherited it from my master. I am an imperfect grand master. If master was still alive, if he wanted to destroy a city with a sword, he wouldn't need luck and wouldn't fall out of his realm. But I can't. King Cheng slightly smacked his lips and said in a low voice, you and I together in our hands are only 40,000 people. 40,000 people hard dragged to reject 150,000 people from the North City. Or maybe even 350,000 people for 1 incense burner's time. It's simply not possible. It's like sending soldiers to their deaths. Chapter 152. Marry me and you won't suffer. Yes. Xiao Chui was incomparably sensible, nodding her head and saying, it won't take more than an incense stick of time, and rejecting North City will only need half of the city's troops to come out to strangle all 40,000 of us. Unless, King Chung shook his head, denying himself again, and said, even if Fengji can really come, coupled with the 50,000 blasted wind army, it may not be possible. It is too risky, and the lives of the generals need to be taken in order to help you catalyze the city. Chunyi put his soldiers in our hands. We can't take their lives for granted. He will not agree to this program, and neither will the king. But you know very well that if we can't save the king and the Xuanjia army, any more efforts we make will be in vain. Xiao Chui shook her head and looked at King Cheng and said, I'm just being truthful. I'm not asking your highness to joke with the lives of the generals. We are, now, in a dilemma. It's pointless not to rescue the king to come and the Xuanjia army to come. When King Jing really resolves to enter the capital, these tens of thousands of us won't be able to stop King Jing's army from going south. But to save the king, we have to take their lives, and their lives, if they are used to fill this place, even if we save the 100,000 Xuanjia army, this 100,000 Xuanjia army may not be able to stop King Jing and Great Yan's 350,000 combined armies from moving south. We do not know exactly what agreement King Jing and Great Yan have reached, and to what extent Great Yan will assist King Jing. King Makoto took a deep breath, and for a moment was at a loss for ideas. Great Yan North Line. The 300 Wolf Riders had already begun to call out their positions under the citadel. However, the imagined scene of Great Yan being enraged and sending troops out of the city to drive them away did not appear. It had been dark for more than 3 whole hours. It was only then that the gates were finally opened. A group of barbarian soldiers trooped out of the North City Gate. Seeing that the city gates, which had been screaming and cursing for half a day, had finally opened, Chunyi immediately ordered the troops to withdraw. The speed of the Wolf Riders was so fast that before the drawbridge of the city gate was completely lowered, all 300 Wolf Riders had already withdrawn a long way. Chunyi rolled over from Xiao Qing's body and excitedly shouted towards the female Wolf King in the carriage. Asterisk. This wolf riding is too much fun. It's windy and fast. It's addictive. The female Wolf King looked at Chunyi, who was picking at the car window with eyes full of excitement, and said with a slight smile, like it? Aha. Chunyi nodded his head excitedly. Originally, Chunyi wanted to ride with those 300 Wolf Riders to go under the city gates. However, the female Wolf King said that she would let Chunyi ride Little Green. After all, a horse can't close on her Little Green, and a horse isn't much of a fighter. It's just a means of transportation. But Green is different. Chunyi going on Little Green was equivalent to having a certain amount of combat power. At first, Chunyi refused to do so. After all, although he was still quite familiar with Little Green was after all a giant wolf that was several feet long and taller than himself. Who's to say it won't have a change of temperament? Green is going to really give herself a taste of it. The bone crumbs are gone. However, the female Wolf King directly ordered her men to fight Chunyi directly onto Little Green's back. As a result, after coming back from this roundabout, Chunyi didn't have half a bit of fear anymore. All that's left is excitement. What a joke! Wolf Rider, how cool does that have to be? If you marry me, I'll let you ride Little Green every day. How about it? The female Wolf King winked her big eyes wryly. Chen Yi, however, instantly deflated his mouth. In that brain of yours, there's nothing else but this? The female Wolf King felt spoiled and simply turned away from Chen Yi, no longer bothering with him, muttering in a low voice, Elm Brain. And just at that moment, the stout man from the right moment suddenly ran over and shouted, Wolf King, Yulurtu is here. Who? The female Wolf King rolled over with difficulty, her eyes full of shock. Na Rizu, say that again. Who's here? Yulurtu. It's Yulurtu, the stout man known as Narisu immediately said. He came here by himself and said he demanded to see the Wolf King. And Chen Yi looked at the female Wolf King with some consternation. Don't tell me that you know him as well. Naturally, I know each other. He is my cousin uncle by generation. The female Wolf King immediately said. Why is he here? Cousin uncle? Chen Yi looked at the female Wolf King in shock and asked. That big bearded man with a face full of folds is your cousin's uncle? Are you sure it wasn't your cousin's grandfather? Screw you. The female Wolf King gave Chen Yi a blank look. Your cousin grandpa. He's been exposed to the wind and sun for years, so he must not be as fine-skinned as you Chinese. Chen Yi shrunk his neck, seemingly a little cold. The female Wolf King, however, looked at Chen Yi with some doubt. How did you know he was bearded? You recognize him? Sort of. Chen Yi skimmed his mouth and said, before he met you, he came to my Yongning County to fight over Grass Valley, but the armor of our Yongning County soldiers was tough, so he couldn't break through the armor and left without taking advantage. Only one person? Chen Yi immediately asked. Narizu immediately nodded his head and pointed towards the distance. Sure enough, on the edge of the stone bridge in the distance, the figure of Yulurtu riding alone stood there. Want to meet? Chen Yi looked to the female Wolf King for her opinion. Look at you, the female Wolf King whispered. Although it is my cousin's uncle, but now, after all, it is a time of war. If you don't want me to see him, then don't see him, but if you let me see it, I can try to make him not to get into this mess. Okay. Chen Yi immediately nodded and said, see you then. Try to persuade. It doesn't matter if you can't. After saying that, Chen Yi immediately looked at Narizu and said, invite him over. It was not long before Alerta came at once with his horse. Upon seeing Chen Yi standing next to the carriage, Alerta instantly slapped his head and said remorsefully, Hiya, I fell for that King Jing's trick. Chen Yi froze as he looked at Yulurtu and asked with a smile, I haven't seen you in a few days. What does the Great Khan mean by this? Yulurtu gritted his teeth and said indignantly, forget it, I can't talk to you kid. Where is the Wolf King? Chen Yi pointed toward the carriage and said, it's right here. Seeing this, Wulu immediately rolled over and dismounted, quickly walking to the carriage, picking at the window of the carriage and shouting, cousin, cousin. But when Yulurtu saw the female Wolf King lying inside the carriage, he was instantly stunned. Yeah, Yarin, how come it's you? You're not being. Then you're this. The female Wolf King was slightly startled, but on reflection she understood. He himself escaped from the royal residence late at night, and Shaoqing made such a big commotion. The entire rejected North City must have been spread all over the place, and Yulurtu was working with Great Yen, and King Jing of Reject North City again. This is something that Yulurtu must have heard about. Thinking casually, one could tell that the woman who had her arms and legs picked off and pulled out of the royal residence late at night was herself. Chapter 153 Dare to Hit Me. Uncle Yulurtu. Yelin immediately said, don't be sad. Yelin is fine. Chen Yi has already helped me with my treatment. My feet now are able to move. Look, said Yarin, struggling to lift her foot. But Yalin's miserable appearance still made Yuritu, a reckless man, redden his eyes. Asterisk. Gong Yu Qian. This even dared to hit you, and picked off your hamstring. I'll waste him. Yulurtu shouted angrily. But in the next second, Yulurtu asked with some surprise, no, where is your Abba? Where is he? You're the Wolf King? Does it mean that cousin Hunto he? The female Wolf King sighed and nodded. Yes, Abba he returned to the everlasting heaven. What's going on? Big brother is in his prime. How is that possible? Alertu's eyes were wide with rage. The old Wolf King was repulsed by the great diffusion of that year and traveled far into the western region, where he was designed to be assassinated by the king of Lulan and died there. Chen Yi whispered, bastard. Yulurtu gritted his teeth and said angrily, hundreds of years ago, Lulan was also of the same quality and origin as us. All are the people of the everlasting sky. Their ancestors turned their backs on the everlasting sky, and now, they've even swung the butcher's knife at their own people. Saying that, Yulurtu immediately knelt down on one knee and swore an oath on his right hand over the spot where his heart was. Everlasting heaven is above. I, Yulurtu, swear today, if I don't kill the Lulan king to avenge my brother's death, I will never be buried on this grassland after I die. Uncle Yuritu. The female wolf king also instantly reddened her eyes. Yuritu immediately got up, looked at Chun-Yi, and said, "Kid, you saved my niece. Yuritu, will be bonded to you as an anda." Chun-Yi was flabbergasted for a moment and quickly waved his hand. Don't. You are so old. It's not appropriate for me to call you brother. Where's the inappropriateness? There is no inappropriateness. Yuritu immediately grabbed Chun-Yi's shoulders and was about to press Chun-Yi to kneel down and kowtow. Uncle Yuritu. No. The female wolf king was busy shouting from within the carriage. He's my husband. What? Yuritu's eyes instantly widened. You are the wolf king. The Ningzhou tribe does not intermarry with foreign tribes. How do you? Uncle Yuritu. This is the heavenly destiny person that the everlasting heaven chose for me. The female wolf king immediately said. When Abba died, he gave me his saber, and the high priestess read my fortune, and the fortune showed that the saber would break one day, and the person who repaired the broken saber for me was my heavenly destined person. Yuritu looked at Chun-Yi with eyes full of incredulity. Chun-Yi was a bit at a loss for words. Who? Yuritu let out a long breath and looked at Chun-Yi. In that case, I really can't tie the knot with you as an anda yet. You are my niece's husband, so you are also my junior. It's not. Chun-Yi hurriedly waved his hands. Not yet married. Not yet married. That's all the more reason not to worship anda. Yuritu immediately said. According to our everlasting heaven's custom, on the day of Yulin's future marriage, I'll be her only elder still alive, so you'll have to kowtow to me together. Doesn't that mess up the generations? So much for that. Chun-Yi was flabbergasted for a moment and hurriedly said, Big brother, I think we still need to worship anda. With that, Chun-Yi hurriedly wanted to kneel down to their so-called everlasting heaven, but he was yanked up by Yuritu. You asshole kid, want to take advantage of me not? If you and I worship anda, won't my niece have to call you uncle as well? Yuritu stared with a pair of bull's eyes and said, Right, I'm her uncle now. Does that mean I don't have to marry her? Chun-Yi immediately said. Yuritu looked at Chun-Yi with eyes full of confusion, but the female wolf king in the carriage was not pleased. Chun-Yi! The female wolf king's angry voice came out from the carriage. Uncle Yuritu, beat this dog man for me. Beat him to death. AI. You can't do that. Chun-Yi hurriedly jumped several steps away. My thin arms and legs can't take a beating from your uncle. Yuritu grinned, obviously understanding what was going on, immediately looking at Chun-Yi and cursing with a smile. You ungrateful piece of cargo. This niece of mine has a beautiful face, and she is also the king of a clan. Is it not possible that she is not worthy of a small magistrate like you? No, it's not a matter of matching or not. Chun-Yi anxiously edited. Oops, never mind. Let's not talk about it now. Yuritu-kan, I'll ask you now. What kind of cooperation have you and King Jing actually reached? Why are you aiding them? What favor did he grant you? As expected, Yuritu, a hamstrung man, was immediately diverted by Chun-Yi and spat viciously. Screw it. What allies? What cooperation? It's all a ing lie to me. Say cooperation. That son of his, how dare he do this to my niece? I quit. Chenya's face changed slightly, and he immediately stepped forward. Then would Khan be willing to accompany me in crusade against King Jing? Willing, Yuritu immediately said. Truth be told, earlier when we went to Yongning County to hit the Grass Valley, it was also King Jing who pointed the way. He was the one who told me that your Yongning County, Yunyang Prefecture, Dakian, is financially rich, and it was he who potentially Yunyang Prefecture. Your scouts at King Cheng's place saw what annual report you handed into Yunyang Prefecture. That's why I was told to come to your place to hit the Hay Valley. Chenya's face changed once again. King Jing instructed Yuritu to come and fight his own Xiaogu? Learning of this matter, Chun-Yi instantly lost his good temper as well. Good for you, King Jing. How dare you ing hit on me? I've made such a mess of Yongning County. Not only do Wan Tinghui covets it, even you want a piece of it. Ha! Ro! Then don't blame me. Chun-Yi immediately said. Great Khan, how many troops do you have? About 70,000. Yuritu said immediately. Chun-Yi slightly smacked his lips and said in a low voice. That means that Great Yin is, in reality, only 130,000 men? Bull asterisk 130,000. Yuritu snorted coldly and said. That was to scare you guys. This Wan Yenyi has to learn your central plains. When what emperor? So many years. Great Yen simply cannot support. Now can fight the soldiers. Also less than 100,000. Then, Chun-Yi pondered for a moment and immediately asked. Dare to ask the Khan. You're 70,000 troops and horses, plus this Ningzhou's 300 wolf riders. Can you hold back the Great Yin, so that they can't gallop to aid the refusal of the northern city? This, you Lurtu but made a mistake. Whispered. I and Wanyenyi are both the people of the everlasting sky. You want us to kill each other. This is afraid that it's not very good, but I can try to persuade him, so that he will no longer be with that dog Jing Wan collude with that dog King Jing. Chapter 154, Reliance on the Elderly. How likely is it? Chun Yi immediately asked. Ulurtu's footsteps paused for a moment, turned his head, looked at Chun Yi and shook his head. It's probably 1 TB very big. Xiao Er frowned and asked his doubts. Aren't all of your everlasting heavens people related to each other? De Xian's emperor is Yulin girl's cousin. You are Yulin girl's cousin uncle. Then this De Yan's emperor, Wan Yanyi, shouldn't he also be some kind of relative of hers? But Urita had no intention of explaining, and said in a cold voice, I'm going first, wait for me to come back. Looking at Urita's departing back, Xiao Er was a little anxious. Chen Yi, on the other hand, patted Xiao Er's shoulder and said indifferently, alright, don't bother. The possibility of Wan Yanyi being able to help us is indeed slim, or I wouldn't have asked that one sentence. What do you mean? Junior asked in disbelief. The female Wolf King's voice drifted out ghostly from within the carriage. That day in the prison of Reject North City, King Jing brought Wan Yanyi to recognize me, and I recognized him. The female Wolf King let out a long sigh and said, only, he didn't recognize me. In this, is it possible that there is some hidden agenda? Junior asked. Chun Yi looked at the female Wolf King. You say it or I say it? The female Wolf King shook her head helplessly and said, I'll tell you, we, the Ningzhou division, also have the last name of Wan Yan. My full name, I think, is Wan Yan Yarin. Junior's eyes widened and he immediately asked, you are the same team? You're also from Huitu? Yes. Yalan nodded and said, a long time ago, the ancestors of our clan, because of something, led our clan and rebelled against Huitu. Actually, it's just a philosophical disagreement, Chen Yi added, saying, Great Yan started a dynasty and established a state 240 years ago, but this part of Ningzhou believes that this is assimilation into the Central Plains, an act of betrayal of the everlasting sky. Yalin nodded and said, yes, that's why our ancestors split off from Huitu and occupied Ningzhou in the north of the desert as their foundation. Ningzhou is further north in the north of the desert. This is where wolves gather. My ancestors created and continuously perfected the art of wolf control according to the conditions of the land. And that's how we formed our Ningzhou wolf riders. But then we in Ningzhou and Huitu, or Great Yan, become mortal enemies. Wan Yanyi should not sell me this face. After listening to this, Xiao Er shook his head somewhat helplessly and said, this is a mess. Then Uritu isn't in danger, is he? This shouldn't be. The female Wolf King shook her head and said, they are only at war with us in Ningzhou, and they do not have any long-standing grudges against Uncle Wullertu. In the middle of the Great Yan Imperial Court, Wan Yanyi listened to the words of Ulurtu. His face was cold, and he didn't say a word. Wan Yanyi, according to generation, Yalin is my niece, and you are considered my nephew. Ulurtu gritted his teeth and said, those bad things you did with the Ningzhou ministry are the business of your ancestors. It's been over 200 years. Even the Central Plains dynasty has changed. What are you still insisting on those for? King Jing's eldest son, who picked off Yalin's arms and legs. Yalin is your cousin from the same clan. The relationship between you two is even closer than her relationship with that cousin Dexian. Even Dexian was able to lend him a path. You, as a cousin, at this time, can't you put aside your old grudge and go and seek justice on behalf of this cousin of yours? After listening to the words of Wulu-Tu, Finish Yenny wrapped the body of the fox fur, slowly walked down from the dragon chair above, looked at Wulu-Tu said, Wulu-Tu, you are in with me, leaning on the old to sell the old? You. Wulu-Tu was dumbfounded by Wan Yenny's words. Admittedly, the words he had just spoken did have the suspicion of leaning on the old. Since the beginning of my Great Yan's founding, I have set the laws of my ancestors, Wan Yenny said in a cold voice, from the moment they rebelled. They are my Hutu's eternal enemies. They will be executed on sight. Uratu, you might understand the meaning of the words, instant execution? The last time I saw her in the middle of the prison of Reject North City, I didn't kill her, which is already against the ancestral training, and now you want me to help her? Ha. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Uratu was dumbfounded by the dislike. Instead, Wan Yenyi angrily continued, their ancestors said that I, Huitu, started the dynasty and established the country as a betrayal of the everlasting sky. Ridiculous. It was clearly they who betrayed the everlasting sky first. They claimed allegiance to the everlasting heaven. But you've seen it now. The current Wolf King, once again, has turned his back on the everlasting sky, and is even going to marry a magistrate of Ningyuan County in Great Xian, a Han Chinese. He even wants to take his clan to the Central Plains. They have betrayed the everlasting sky to this point. Even now they dare to come under my great Yan's walls to provoke them. I did not send out my troops to hang them. I have been merciful. Yurita sighed helplessly. The old grudge between Ningzhou and Huitu. After hundreds of years, Yulurtu had thought that it had long been dissolved. But I didn't realize that within them, the ferment was getting more intense. It does seem that one is being whimsical. If you want to withdraw from the alliance, if you want to leave, if you want to go and help them fight against North City, I won't stop you. Wan Yenyi spoke in a cold voice. After all, Deqian is also an enemy to me. But you remember this for me. Today you have helped the Ningzhou Wolf Riders. I'll see you again in the future. Even though we're under the same everlasting sky, we're still enemies. After saying that, Wan Yenyi immediately looked at his general and said, Wulatu is going to take his clan away. No stopping him. Afterward, Wan Yenyi turned his head back and looked at Wulatu. Whether to go or stay, you make your own choice. Yulurta stood in place, gave a long sigh, and arched his hand at Wan Yenyi. I can't intervene in the old grudge between you, but I, Yulurtu, am a Hanzi of the grasslands, and I know how to repay kindness. Back then, I had been favored by Yalin's father's soup and medicine, and I dare not fail to repay him. Yulatu, bid farewell to your majesty. This your majesty. The affinity has been divided. Wan Yenyi took a deep breath, turned his back to Yulurtu and said in a cold voice, Go, I don't blame you, but after today, it will no longer be Anda. Yurita's lips trembled lightly as he shook his head and turned away. By the time Yurita returned to Wolf Rider here again, it was already completely dark. I'm the one who dragged you down, Uncle Yuritu. The female Wolf King looked ashamed, and also your entire Alutai clan. But Wulutu shook his head and said, Let's not talk about this. Back then, if not for the old Wolf King's grace of soup and medicine, I, Yulurtu, would have already returned to the everlasting heaven. How could I still be able to ride a fiery horse and gallop freely over the grassland like today? I, Yulurtu, know how to repay favors and will never be a backstabber. Chapter 155 I'm just messing with you. Big brother Yulurtu is truly righteous. Little brother pays his respects. Shen Yi immediately stepped forward. I think it's better for us to worship Anda. Or we can just follow the rules of our Central Plains people and tie up with the Golden Orchid. You get on the side. Yurita looked at Chun Yi speechlessly, and the female Wolf King squeaked her teeth together. Xiao'er's shoulders kept shrugging as he laughed and came over to Chen Yi's side. My lord, I want to beat you up. Chun Yi shook his head helplessly and said, Then the problem comes now. Yulurtu and Great Yen have completely torn their faces apart, and we can't confirm whether Great Yen will come to the aid of rejecting North City. So now our only way out is to return to rejecting North City to support His Highness King Chang and Jianglingsui. But, Great Yen will not allow us to borrow the road. Deqian has already lent us the road once, and now that we're taking Yurita's 70,000 strong army with us, I'm afraid that it's a bit of a stomping ground for us to go borrow the road once more. Xiao'er also nodded and said, Yeah, if it were me I wouldn't borrow it again. Then the only way for us is to take the sea. Chen Ye's gaze looked towards the east. Crossing the sea? Xiao'er frowned slightly and said in a low voice, The northern route of the East Bay is within the territory of Deqian, and the southern route is within the territory of Deqian, and there is no hollow zone. No matter what, we have to enter into the territory of Deqian. Chen Yi, however, immediately said, It's winter now, and Tong Zishan said with me that in winter, Deqian closes the sea and prohibits fishing and hunting, and the entire northeastern region is incredibly cold. So the population is concentrated in the Feather Emperor City near the western capital, and the northeastern region, which is basically an uninhabited wilderness area. Xiao'er let out a bitter smile and said, Meaning, we're going to sneak into the Great Xian Kingdom? Do you have a better way? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Xiao'er smiled resentfully. No more, all at your lordship's command. While Yulurtu frowned, Not all of my 70,000 cavalrymen can swim? Even if they can swim, how will the horses cross the sea? The sea freezes in winter, and today's winter is especially cold. The surface of the East Sea has long since frozen into solid ice. Chen Yi smiled faintly and said, There's no need to swim at all. Let's walk over. Yulurta stroked his palm and laughed, nodding his head repeatedly. Good for you, the old and cunning Magistrate Chan. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and looked at Yulurtu. Firstly, this official is not a county magistrate now, but a general judge of the 3 counties appointed by the Imperial Court. And secondly, if you don't know how to use the idioms of our Central Plains people, don't use them. Is this how to use the term old and treacherous? You brat! This great Khan praises you and still picks and chooses. Yulurtu's bull's eyes glared. Don't bother talking nonsense with you. Chen Yi immediately pointed towards the northeast and said, Brothers, we don't have much time. The 8th virtuous king is still alive or dead in the refuse North City. and there are only less than 40,000 soldiers under the refuse North City, so they will definitely not be able to trap King Jing. Yulurta Khan's 70,000 cavalry is the key force to save King Bashien. We're going to be starry-eyed. Depart. But Chen Ye's call for help did not receive much response. After all, the only ones who could listen to Chen Ye's orders were his own 3,000 men, the 300 wolf riders in Ningzhou. People had to listen to their own wolf king, the 70,000 cavalry of Alutai's ministry. Moreover, only listened to Yulurtu. The group of barbarian soldiers looked at Chen Yi with a teasing expression on their faces, and with a similarly teasing face, Yulurtu looked at Chen Yi and said, Chen Yi, do you think that this great Khan is already your subordinate? Chen Yi gave an awkward sarcastic laugh. That, not really. Yulurtu grinned and said, I suddenly feel that I can help this niece of mine out. Kid, you're on top of this grassland right now, finishing your marriage with this niece of mine, or else I don't give a damn about this of yours. No, you're sitting on the ground here? Chen Yi was furious. What? Don't you call yourself a businessman? Then I will talk business with you. Yulurtu laughed out loud and said, you want me to send troops to help you on the condition that you marry this niece of mine? If you don't marry, I'll go back to Mabe. You. Chen Yi was so angry that he couldn't even speak. And play like that? Chen Yi looked at the crowd behind himself. All 3,000 soldiers were snickering. Xiao Er rode on his horse, his eyes averted, not daring to look at Chen Yi's gaze, but the curves at the corners of his mouth had clearly been suppressed. Good. They're all watching, aren't they? The female wolf king's voice, ghostly, drifted out from within the carriage. Uncle Alurtu, your kindness is appreciated, Yilin. But Yilin has already promised Chen Yi that she will never force him. It's a military emergency, so let's focus on the big picture. What a big picture. Yulurtu, however, simply ignored it and said, they are dog-eat-dog within Dakian, so why should we stand on the sidelines and watch? It was this brat surnamed Chen who traveled all the way to Mabe to beg for our help. And the female wolf king laughed. Didn't Uncle Yulurtu send out his troops to seek justice for Yilin? Hiya. Yulurtu slapped his head and said, how could I forget about this? Brothers, depart. Chen Yi let out a long breath. Although this female wolf king was a grassland woman with all the bravery, it was obvious that she was also too intelligent. Aptly, even Chen Yi had forgotten about this. And yet she remembers. The reason why Yulurtu broke the covenant was because of King Jing's son, who picked the female wolf king's arms and legs. The others, Yuratu, were not here to help Chen Yi at all. It was to get justice for this niece of his who went. It just happened to be the same goal as Chen Yi. In the meantime, Great Yen Tongwan City, the emperor of Great Yen, Wan Yanyi, slowly stepped into the middle of the military account and looked at the visitor. Gong Yuqian hurriedly arched his hand and said, Wan Yanyi, what do you mean? My father sent 7 invitations in a row last night to invite you to help, but you turned a deaf ear. Do you want my son to invite you? Wan Yanyi's gaze was gloomy, raised his eyes to Gong Yuqian, and coldly said, you also know that you, but a son of the world? I am the emperor of Great Yen, your father's friend and ally. Out of courtesy, I, the king of a country, can condescend to your father by shouting your highness, and your father, when he sees me, must also respectfully say your majesty. How dare you call me by my name? Or in the middle of my great Yan's Tuan city? Is it because you think that I don't dare to kill your little prince of Diqian? You, Gong Yuqian gritted his teeth and said indignantly, fine, your majesty, I've come here to invite you. There are enemies attacking the east, south, and both sides of Reject North City, and there's even a Grand Master on the east side on the verge of battle. Please send troops to save us. Your majesty. No save, Wan Yanyi said coldly. You tricked me? Gong Yuqian's eyes immediately turned cold. I am playing you. What are you going to do? Wan Yanyi looked at Gong Yuqian with the same cold gaze, a teasing smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 156, Chen Yi. Riding a wolf? Gong Yuqian gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Wan Yanyi in death. In the middle of the day, Wan Yanyi sat on top of the throne and coldly opened his mouth. The cooperation between me and your father is that he will provide my great Yen with provisions for the winter, while I will help him to besiege the 8 wise kings of your dynasty. I have done all the things within the covenant. I have run out of reasons to send more troops. Your Highness, please return. Gong Yuqian indignation. But people have been under the expulsion order. He also has no reason to rely on this does not go, and ultimately can only begrudgingly glared at Wan Yanyi, angrily left. After Gong Yuqian left, Wan Yanyi waved his hand and said, you all go out. I want to be alone for a while. A group of guards immediately retreated. Wan Yanyi sat alone in the tent, looking in the direction of the sky. His eyes seemed to have a few lacks. Ningzhou. There is only so much I can do to help you. Another day passes. On top of the beach to the east of Reject North City, Chen Yi and Yulurta's men and horses had already returned to the Great Qian territory from above the sea. This place should be your Yunyang Prefecture Fufun County, right? Yulurta asked as he glanced around. Chen Yi nodded and said, not bad. In the entire Yunyang Prefecture, only Fufun County is coastal. Overland is next. Much better. Let's pick up the pace. Good. Yulurta immediately raised his horsewhip, which exploded in mid-air, and then he let out a loud cry. Brothers, speed up. Capture Reject North City and capture Gong Yukuan alive. Give Yulin a good dose of bad luck. The woods south of the city of Refuse North. The clueless King Chang and Xiao Chui sat on top of two large green stones, and just then, Xiao Chui got up violently and looked to the south, her ears twitching slightly. What's wrong? King Makoto asked suspiciously. Feng disease is here. Xiao Chui whispered. How did you know? King Makoto asked in shock. Back to your highness. Heard. Xiao Chui said as follows. The Grand Master's 5 senses are superb, and the wind and grass within 100-mile radius can be received. There's a large group of people approaching, and there's a rhythm of martial true qi. Other than Feng Ji, there shouldn't be anyone else. King Chang's eyes were full of astonishment, and he also looked to the south, saying, I didn't expect Yi Qinghuan, but he really invited Feng Ji. Yes, Xiao Chui also said with some emotion. This Feng Ji is a general from the previous dynasty, or a longtime enemy of the 8 virtuous kings, and it's really rare for him to be able to come here to rescue them. But before the words left her mouth, Xiao Chui looked to the east again, her ears twitching once more. This time, a hint of nervousness appeared on Xiao Chui's face. There are people coming from the northeast too, and there are more of them than in the south. What? How is this possible? King Chung exclaimed. Rejecting the north city to the east is my king's fiefdom, and the Yunyang prefecture's soldiers and bravery are almost out of their nests. So where else in the northeast could there be men and horses to help? Xiao Chui frowned slightly and looked to the north, then to the east, whispering, could it be Chen Yi? King Cheng slightly smacked his lips and said, there is this possibility. He went to Desert North to welcome the Wolf Riders, is borrowed from Dixin, but these 300 Wolf Riders, I'm afraid it's not so easy to beckon the transit from the territory of Dixin. Perhaps it's from the frozen East China Sea to come back, but isn't there only 300 Wolf Riders in Ningzhou? How could there be more than Feng Ji's men in the south? This is exactly what I was worried about. Xiao Chui immediately got up and looked vigilantly to the east, then said in a loud voice, you guys protect your highness. I'll go to the east to take a look. A group of soldiers and braves immediately went on alert, surrounding King Cheng for protection. Xiao Chui, on the other hand, harnessed her lightness and disappeared in 3 or 2 strokes. A Grand Master's lightness can travel thousands of miles in a day. At the junction of Yunyang Province and Pingliang Province, at this moment, Chen Yi and Yulurta's men had already traveled to this place. Dust and smoke filled the air above the official road. Many people saw so many barbarians crossing the border and hid, thinking that the barbarians had come to fight Grass Valley. Chen Yi was sitting on Xiao Qing's back, and another benefit of this wolf riding over horseback riding was that horseback riding required constant whip cracking. But the Ningzhou Wolf Riders, not at all. The wolves of the Ningzhou Wolf Riders were very spiritual. They knew on their own where to go, when to turn a corner, and when it was time to stop when they reached a place. Therefore, Chen Yi leisurely sat on the back of his horse, smiling as he watched Yulurta steer his horse wildly, seemingly sensing Chen Yi's gaze. Yulurta immediately looked towards Chen Yi and shouted, Kid, what are you looking at? Chen Yi grinned and shouted back, I'm wondering how you, Arutai's ministry, have a crowd of 70,000, and again, I wonder why, since you have 70,000 men, you brought only a few hundred with you the last time you came to my Yongning County to fight in the Grass Valley? Yulurta laughed. It's just a matter of hitting the grassy valley. Why do you need to raise an army? Naturally, you're coming on light horseback. As for my 70,000 or so cavalry, what's so curious about that? Of all the tribes in the steppe, aside from Great Yan and Great Xian, it is my Arutai tribe that has the most power. Why else would Wan Yenyi seek an alliance with me? Isn't it because of the number of cavalry I have? Chen Yi smiled and nodded. And in the forest, Xiao Chui was filled with shock as she looked at the tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry galloping above the official road, and then saw Chen Yi riding on the back of a wolf, and couldn't believe her eyes. Either one of those things would be enough to shock her. Chen Yi, a weak scholar, riding a wolf? And he actually turned over 70,000 cavalry from the Arutai tribe to support him? Although shocked, Xiao Chui's heart was steady at the moment. Feng Ji's 50,000 soldiers are here. Yulurta's 70,000 cavalry also arrived, plus His Majesty King Cheng's 40,000 soldiers. Now they had 10,000 more soldiers than King Jing's soldiers in the city of Refuse North. although it was still unrealistic to try to capture the rejecting North City with the same amount of troops. However, with both sides' forces evenly matched, delaying an incense stick of time for her to break the city was not a problem. Rescuing the 8 wise kings and the Xian armor army was already on the table. Xiao Chui immediately returned to the trip. What? Are you sure you're not mistaken? King Chang asked with eyes full of astonishment. Chunyi has brought over more than 70,000 soldiers and horses from the Arutai tribe? No. Does this Chunyi have some kind of magic power? Can he even turn the enemy? Xiao Chui shook her head and said, I'm not sure about that. And just then, a fast horse galloped in from the south. The man at the head shouted, the Blast Wind Army under General Fengji's command is here. Along with this shout, tens of thousands of Blast Wind Army figures appeared in the forest. Smoke and dust rose up as Yi Qinghuan and Fengji were at the forefront of the group, steering their horses. Yi Qinghuan also saw King Chang and Xiao Chui and the others in the forest, and above her small face, pride was immediately written all over her, as if it was like taking credit for something.